The story opens with the image of a young man sighing dejectedly and saying, "I really don't understand what the hell I've been doing here for the past 10 years. When a person is summoned to a certain fantasy world, that person will save the world they came from. Obviously that's how comic books and novels are written. But no way, someone like me who lives peacefully on Earth, lives a normal life enjoying manga and anime like everyone else, was dragged into this world. And then being treated like a pathetic guy. You also see that this is wrong and pretend to ignore it, right?" Kang Han-soo is currently sitting in a daze, hating life endlessly. After a moment of contemplation he stood up and said, "Just now you were babbling about all sorts of things, but now, hey, come on, if you blame it on fate that pushed you to become a ghost. It's finally time to face the Demon King, let's finish it and go back. A fantasy world dominated by strongmen, a paradise of slaughter, me, a hero who was chosen by the gods and represents justice, and I have no interest in the title. This is very true, it was originally because the people in this world summoned me and called me that. They said that I was the legendary hero, and the one who would save humanity from the cruel Demon King." The scene changes to a strange place, someone is sitting on the devil's throne. He smiled wickedly and said, "You have finally come, hero." The guy from before coldly replied, "Are you the Demon King?" "Yes, I am the origin of evil, and I am also the one who will engulf this continent in darkness. Demon King Padonar is me." Kang Han-soo immediately picked up the sword and smiled happily as he continued, "Listening to this grand introduction, I knew you were the real deal, the goal that I spent 10 long years striving for. In exchange for a ticket back to Earth." Padonar saw that the guy was not afraid at all and burst out laughing, "Haha, those eyes that yearn for victory make me itchy. Okay, I accept the declaration of war from you humans, wait." When he was about to take an attack stance, the guy suddenly interrupted, "I have something to ask you before we start. Why did you just stand by and watch every time your henchman died, for 10 years? Padonar's eyes suddenly turned red when he heard this. Then he replied in a low voice to the guy, "Just look, you're making me a bit angry. I always send stronger henchmen to take revenge on you, and they still die. Then I sent even stronger people, and they died again." Speaking of this, the Demon King's face clearly showed anger. "Hero, after surviving all those times thanks to luck, are you now feeling disappointed?" The brown hair smiled softly and replied, "If you had personally acted from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to drag my ass all the way here. You have lost many minions and wealth over the past 10 years, and each time I have become stronger. To be honest, you are my biggest sponsor." Padonar was teased and immediately stood up and shouted loudly, "Enough, stop talking nonsense." "Hey, it's not nonsense. Do you know anything about us demons? If not, then shut your mouth." The guy thought to himself, "It doesn't seem like the conversation was successful. It seems like my 10-year-old questions will never be answered. Never mind, at this point it doesn't matter anymore, I'm sure. We'll get out of this corrupt world and return to being a normal citizen on Earth," speaking with brown hair and rushing straight to attack the Demon King. A purple light flashed and then immediately extinguished, leaving a long crack dividing the Padonar's throne in half, causing rubble to fly everywhere. "I don't need any dirty tricks or cheating. My hard training for the past 10 years is not a lie." In the blink of an eye the Demon King was beaten miserably by brown hair and sat on the ground in a daze. A moment later, he smirked and spoke in a sarcastic, heroic voice. "Could it be that the power you have now is due to anger over losing your comrades?" When the brown hair heard that, she gritted her teeth and denied, "No. That is the result of hard work." Padonar burst out laughing, "Ha ha, is that so? The last match was really memorable." After speaking, the Demon King suddenly lowered his head and fell silent. The brown-haired woman saw him motionless and bewildered and blurted out, "Is it all over? Hey, according to the script it should be. Now we're actually fighting." The excited guy laughed happily and shouted, "Ha ha ha. Oh God, I have killed the Demon King, now I can return to Earth, right?" The brown-haired girl laughed and shed tears of joy, thinking to herself, "The people who arranged the test to fight the Demon King, arguing with them would only be a waste of time. When I return to Earth, I will repay my filial piety to my parents, spend time dating, playing games, eating, sleeping, participating in the Olympics, and most of all, modern toilet." Just as I was thinking, a voice asked the hero, "Are you satisfied with your adventure?" Brown hair was afraid of sweating and turned around to look at the source of the sound. A mysterious woman appears. Who are you? Could it be some hidden boss?" The girl immediately replied, "No. I am the one who has been watching you for the past 10 years, according to you. Perhaps I am the god of this world." So that's it. The girl continued, the path to becoming a hero is difficult, but for someone who does not lose his dreams and hopes, and the trust of those who wholeheartedly support him from behind. He also learned friendship and love from them, and after all this time, he and his companions defeated the Demon King. Congratulations, now let's look at the statistics, shall we? The brown hair proudly put his hand on his side and continued, oh. Brown hair was frightened by the purple board looking for a SIM card in front of him. The guy screamed loudly, wait, what board did you say? Please look at the statistics board carefully. As he finished speaking, the purple screen suddenly appeared with information about Kang Han-soo, heroes, victories, achievements, poor reputation, forced dignity, criticism, why did he kill worthy comrades, your trust. Oh my god, hearing this sentence makes me angry, why did you kill your trusted comrades? Kang Han-soo immediately thought, Jeong Hui was dead. Yu Jiang Wang is dead, Hyun Jia is dead. Yong Bong Wang is dead, his so-called comrades are all dead. Yes, me, before defeating the Demon King Perdonar, my comrades in my eyes, they were obstacles so, I ambushed and killed them all. Kang Han-soo clenched his fists and shouted indignantly, what the hell did she trust? During the past 10 years, if she made a list of the injustices I encountered just because of them, she would definitely never get a point. Where is the end? Every day, they ordered and forced me to do what they said, and training was just an excuse to use me as a punching bag, all inhumane things. There was also the time that bitch carelessly showed off her goods in front of my eyes, yet she blamed it on me and then picked up her sword and chased me across the room. In general, it was just appropriate revenge. Before he could finish speaking, the girl suddenly interrupted, and he failed. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, but because he showed dignity that was not commensurate with the strength he had. So for the sake of world peace, I will take you back to the first day of the test. Kang Han-soo was very dissatisfied at this time. The guy raised his voice. Benefit, test, you are what the hell are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, a purple matrix appeared under Kang Han-soo's feet. He quickly said, even if you were a god, you wouldn't be able to do that. It'll be a long time before I can live in this world again. This damn world doesn't even have a self-flushing toilet. Hey, will the comrades I killed come back to life too? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. After saying that, Kang Han-soo was sent back to the first day. The other girl added, hoping that he would improve, good luck, an instructor had been appointed, and then his reputation as a trash hero also appeared from here. On the first summoning day, Kang Han-soo was sitting in the middle of the matrix, surrounded by a group of people dressed in white clothes from top to bottom. The guy was scared and his face turned pale and he exclaimed, oh my god, she really did it. In a certain classroom, some male students were sitting and chatting during recess. I wish I could be summoned to a world where I don't have to study anymore. I want to save the princess from the hands of the Demon King, marry her and live happily ever after, just the princess. I want to travel the world with beautiful girls rather than being alone, place. Hearing that, a large student sneered and continued, wondering, why don't you dominate that world? Just make a few nuclear bombs and drop them loudly and you'll be fine, go to immediately. The glasses next to him immediately replied, a guy with only 30 points in science like you still wants to make bombs. Since it's a fantasy world, why not use magic? 10 magic circles are enough. Wipe out everything in just one blow. Haha, magic sounds like some crazy people. I think about it in martial arts are the strongest. While talking excitedly, the two kids suddenly turned to ask the other boy, Kang Han-soo, what do you think? Little Kang Han-soo thought in bewilderment, what I want to do in a fantasy world. He looked at the photo of a modern toilet on his phone and thought, I want it. 10 years ago. That was my last conversation with my friend before being summoned. Back to the present, Kang Han-soo has just been summoned back to the beginning, which is also this place. This is not a time-space teleportation, but a glowing ring that kidnaps the hero. After returning, his body also changed. Kang Han-soo is feeling around to see if there's anything left. He thought in panic, I was taken back to the beginning, without equipment, without anything, and the only thing I had was the memories of the past 10 years. The voice of the girl from before once again echoed in Kang Han-soo's head, you failed, don't joke with me. 3,650 days, 87,600 hours, 10 years, exactly 10 years, no more, no less. That much time is enough for a couple to get married, have children, and see their children finish first grade, and if there are high school students, that's enough time to graduate from college. Meanwhile, I'm suffering every day trying to find a way to return to the old world, and I'm also being tortured by my damn companions. While having a headache and thinking, a clear voice rang out, welcoming Hero Nim. Kang Han-soo looked back bewilderedly and thought, Lanuval. If I remember correctly, the first time I was brought here, she was the one who talked to me first. Lanuval smiled happily and said, he had regained his senses. Before he finished speaking, Kang Han-soo quickly replied, not yet. That's it, he thought with a frown, and the sages and summoners were the ones who brought me to this place. The girl walked towards the window and said while closing the curtain, it seemed like he was still having some side effects after being summoned, hopefully he would stabilize soon. Under the bright summer sunlight, Lanuval stood by the glass door like an angel and began to introduce, this place is Fantasia, a completely different world from the place where he was born and raised. Time passes by. Kang Han-soo crossed his arms and said, now let me summarize like this, a demon king Padonar awakens, 2 natural disasters are threatening humanity. 3 Nim heroes are summoned, 4 please save this world, is that it? After hearing this, Lanuval gasped in surprise, what a perfect summary. Kang Han-soo triumphantly turned his face away and thought, of course it must be like that. Because he was the one who experienced it and came to the end, but after a while Lanuval suddenly panicked and continued, oh my god, it seems you haven't introduced yourself yet. I am Lanuval, a sage who possesses the power of prophecy and who summons you here according to ancient legends, and Lanuval also means truth in the language of the times. Kang Han-soo's face turned red and he frowned, thinking, it's been 10 years and she still looks as cute as ever, and the old me, when I was still in puberty, was captivated by her appearance. After thinking about it, he turned to tell the girl, don't laugh like that, it makes me excited. Lanuval replied with a smile, yes, and don't try to look cute either. A person who is living peacefully is kidnapped and then has to do as others ask, do you think this is fun? If you always smile like that when looking at me to insult me, then you're losing the meaning of your name because of what just happened. Lanuval heard that and immediately froze. She quickly bowed and said sincerely, I'm really sorry. Kang Han-soo smiled softly and thought, now your expression is more interesting. Suddenly a soldier ran in and interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Hero Nim, His Majesty the Emperor is waiting for your audience. Kang Han-soo was not worried but calmly replied, I'm also waiting for him. Seeing his expression like that, the other two froze in surprise. Kang Han-soo glanced at it and said, what's so surprising, it's... Seeing that they were hesitant, the main character continued, think about it, how many heroes in this world can kill the Demon King? Only you. That's right, there's only one person and that's me. If I wasn't here, this world would come to an end. Now do you understand? Having said this, Kang Han-soo sat down on the ground, smiled triumphantly and said, if he wants to see me, tell him to hurry up because I don't have much patience left. If your opinion matters, then go kill the Demon King yourself, okay? Why are you still standing there? Time is money. The panicked soldier quickly replied, let me go and inform the king. What's wrong with that damn criticism? They can't even refuse me. As soon as the words finished, Hero Nim appeared in the dark space with thick purple mana streams. The ghostly voice suddenly rang out, you should be more humble, Hero Nim. Someone once said that no matter how humble you are, you still feel lacking. A little pride is redundant. The more mature you are, the more humble you are, and those who know how to be humble will become more mature. Doing something and making it a habit will help you find your new self. Kang Han-soo was surprised and thought, what is this? The dimension is warped, and also, have I met her in a previous summoning? The main character turned to the new girl and asked, who are you? I am a special instructor. I was appointed here because of your dignity. I will do my best to help you become a brave hero. At the same time, he blamed his dignity on its correct trajectory. Hearing this, Kang Han-soo immediately screamed in his heart, oh my god, a psychology professor is lecturing me in the fan world, see me. The girl seemed to read the main character's thoughts and smiled happily and said, it's normal for a hero to complete the test without knowing the existence of a special instructor, so it's normal to be surprised. Even when they failed, most of them took the test again in silence, and the number of times people like me came out could only be counted on one hand. Kang Han-soo smiled cunningly and replied, saying that I am one of those people on the tip of the finger. He thought to himself, so they sent a special guide to intervene in my life. Starting over is already unfair, but now there are additional obstacles like this. Thinking of this, Kang Han-soo gritted his teeth and said angrily, why? I defeated the Demon King in the name of a hero, a perfect conquest, and I left no trouble behind. The other girl immediately replied, that's the problem. The girl claiming to be Kang Han-soo's tour guide was explaining why he had to start over. He, someone who often repeats many deliberate mistakes, should have accepted defeat before the Demon King. But you beat him so easily. Failure is the mother of success, but because he has never failed, there is nothing for him to learn from. Hearing this, Kang Han-soo immediately froze and replied, "Hello, what kind of radish is that?" So to put it bluntly, it's because I haven't learned any lessons for myself, right? Good people live like a stream of water, because water is very gentle and also helps many things around. So I look forward to you becoming a vast ocean that cares for your teammates. Today's lesson is just here, at this time tomorrow I will return, remember to work hard. After explaining the morality, she disappeared, leaving Kang Han-soo angrily screaming, "Damn it, telling me to go grab the Demon King's neck is easier than this. My teammates just thinking about it gives me a headache." That girl leaving means that dark space also disappeared. Lanuvo looked at Kang Han-soo who was rubbing his head and scratching his ears and asked worriedly, "Hero Nim is hurt, why are you pulling your hair and ears like that?" Since the summoning has never been tested before, there may be some side effects. If there is anything, just let me know. Kang Han-soo didn't answer but looked at the ancient hero training organization. Do they really have people like that? I feel like a student locked in an isolated prison and having to study all day. Kidnapping ordinary people and raising them to become a hero. What is the purpose of this? Although they currently have no ill will towards me, I am sure that, for those who can easily send a person who has just defeated the Demon King to the past, they can also kill me anytime they want. If that's true then it seems a bit awkward. For now I'll just cooperate. Until I find a way to flip the table. The previous grudge against her has also disappeared. After all, this is my fateful meeting with her, so let's just let it go. Kang Han-soo thought for a while tiredly, propped his hands on the pillow and said in a low voice, "Lanuval will take you to see the king." "Oh yes. First of all, this will be a fight for initiative with the king. I am not a resident here, so there is no reason for me to listen to the people who kidnapped me. I will fight for my own rights." "I think so, but if this kingdom collapses, I won't be able to return, so I'll find a way to establish a bond with the old king and his cronies, a relationship similar to that of a boss and an employee." "What?" While walking in the hallway, the soldier suddenly reminded him, "Hero Nim," hoping that he would be careful with his words in front of his majesty. Kang Han-soo was stunned when he saw the soldier turn around to look at him. He thought to himself, "What's going on?" Even though it was only for a moment, I still felt it. Kang Han-soo said bitterly, "Why glare? What are you going to do to me? I am the only hope of humanity." The guy proudly added, "Even if I'm wrong, what are you guys going to do?" While he was bragging, a chilling laugh rang out in a booming, heroic, very spirited voice. Kang Han-soo looked back and thought, this voice, it can't be. Less than 3 seconds later, a large body suddenly approached him with a cold voice, "If you're itching for a blow, let me help you." After finishing speaking, the man immediately punched Kang Han-soo. The guy quickly dodged the fatal blow and complained, "Why is this bastard here? Nothing like this happened before, but with his current weak body, how the hell can I fight him?" Lanuval standing next to him saw this and quickly shouted, "Sir Alex, are you planning to kill the hero?" "That's right, the man who just gave the main character a beating is the Royal Knight Captain, Alex." The uncle stopped and crossed his arms over his chest and said in amusement, "Ha ha ha, it was just a test of courage." "That's a test, and that guy is not dead, right?" The main character glanced at the captain in annoyance and thought, "I don't like this at all. These barbarians kidnap innocent people and use violence on them, and the hero is treated like shit." He kicked me and shouted, "Quickly get my ass up." They looked at me like a dog and threw me away like a toy. But this time will be different. "Respected professor, this is just legitimate self-defense." Kang Han-soo now took a stance but his body couldn't keep up with the skill and fell to the ground. The guy looked at Alex and thought angrily, immediately knowing that his body couldn't keep up with his skills, but with 10 years of experience as a hero, it's not impossible to leave something behind. At this time, the cloth covering the Royal Knight's valuables was also hit, causing him to grimace and exclaim in horror, "Name, this name." Kang Han-soo winked and said triumphantly, "What a pity, I thought that shot would kill you. The first time I met him was also, me. Was beaten like a dog by him on the first day, just because of that so-called training thing. Even if he was once my teacher, it doesn't matter." Lanuval saw this and shouted loudly, "So please quickly apologize to Hero Nim." Alex immediately replied unwillingly, "Look, I was hurt by him too, where are you showing me?" Alex suppressed the pain and smiled cunningly, adding, "An assassin hidden in a fragile body is truly very interesting. Good job, damn hero. If you win, then Royal Knight Captain Alex, I will kneel down and apologize to you properly, I swear on my honor." Kang Han-soo remembered his past memories and thought dejectedly, his reputation was a dog's gnaw, until he died he wouldn't even say a word. After a while of thinking, the main character said to the captain of the night squad, using his two balls to swear, "I will think again, I'm not joking. Anyway, I'm not sure if this is good or bad, but doing something like that can help relieve the stress accumulated over the past 10 years isn't a bad idea. Also, the fact that I lost my strength is indisputable, but there's no way I'll become weaker just because of that. Professor, organization or whatever the hell, turned 10 years of my life into nothing, it's ridiculous." At this time, the scene changes to the royal palace. The soldier's announcement resounds throughout the area, saying that the hero wants to see the king. Kang Han-soo quickly corrects himself, Hey, I just want to meet in private." The door is opened. In front of Kang Han-soo now is the king of this kingdom along with his entourage. The king's face looked like some kind of grease brand that I don't remember the name of. Kang Han-soo looked at him and frowned, cursing silently, "That bastard king, always showing that stupid face. I heard that he used to go to war everywhere when he was young, and was a very warlike person, but now he looks like an idiot wearing a crown." And the surrounding nobles kept having that unpleasant look on their faces. The soldier from earlier saw him standing absent-mindedly and came closer and said, "Hero Nim, in front of you is currently His Majesty the Emperor." Previously, Kang Han-soo immediately bowed his head and knelt down to say hello after that reminder. In his heart, he thought to himself, "This is the first time we meet, even though I don't know the etiquette when meeting the king, I still express my gratitude, utmost respect. As for now, I don't know if it's because I know the future or not, but I can't find a reason to bow down before him." A man about to die of assassination. He suddenly remembered what the instructor said before, "Lower your ego, Hero Nim, I'm looking forward to the day you become a vast ocean." After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and endured it. "Well, okay, being humble is being humble. As for the ocean, we will become it and submerge everything." After that, Kang Han-soo placed his hands in front of his chest and bowed slightly. "I am Kang Han-soo, it is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." Everyone around saw that and immediately started talking. "His behavior was very proper, but I thought he had come out of the jungle, his charisma was better than my son." Even though he was like that on the outside, in his heart he was still indignant. "My 10 years were not idle, I learned this damn ritual just to adapt to this place." When the king heard him say that, he was extremely pleased. He looked at the young girl Lanouval behind him and praised, "You did very well, Lanouval." The girl quickly replied happily, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The king turned to Kang Han-soo and continued, "Hero, can you see your status panel?" Status was something he wanted to check, just like last time. Human race, level 1, hero class, 500% increase in EXP, interpretation skill a tenacious assassination press, normal state. When you repeat an action many times, it will automatically be converted into a skill. The more proficient that action is, the skill level will increase, and so will its effectiveness and power. My prize at level A is the same as the last time I came here. Only this has changed, that is, resilience and assassination are both at the pressing level. Maybe they appeared when I attacked Alex just now. From my level to my skills, everything has been fucking reset. After a moment of silence, Kang Han-soo replied, "I can see it, Your Majesty, I am a hero and am currently at level 1. The king continued to ask with interest, "So is there anything special about being a hero?" "Oh yes, the amount of experience I receive will increase by 500%. Hearing this, the foolish king immediately opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, 500%. Kang Han-soo secretly looked at the expressions of the people around him and thought, whether before or now, they all reacted like that, but not reacting like that is strange. Thanks to the talent of this profession, I can develop 5 times faster than a normal person. The amount of experience I gain in 1 hour, someone else would have to work for 5 hours straight to catch up with me. This is the talent of the legendary hero." Lanouval's sister heard that and was also extremely excited, running around him and looking at him with admiring eyes and said, "Hero Nim's 500% increase in experience is really impressive." Kang Han-soo coldly replied, "Oh, I'm sincerely praising you." The Fat King suddenly said solemnly, "O chosen hero. Our crisis kingdom is in danger, the demon king Padonar has appeared, you should use your power to destroy him and his accomplices and bring peace to us." After hearing this, Kang Han-soo immediately raised his blood pressure and sighed, repeating those lines, "Why me, what benefit do I get in this matter, even if there is no demon king?" Well, this kingdom doesn't only have one or two problems, don't blame it all on the demon king and then be as calm as this stupid king. The guy adjusted his breathing to suppress his anger. Calm down, you are the vast ocean. Kang Hansu put his hand on his chest and said seriously, Your Majesty, what support will you give me to help me defeat the demon king? When the fat king heard that he needed help, his face turned pale and he exclaimed in bewilderment, Helping? I summoned you here, so that you can help humanity in danger, that is the duty you must do. Yet you still open your mouth to demand. The uncle's attitude made the main character firmly say, I refuse, you find another hero to give orders. At this moment, the old king and his courtiers' faces darkened. What? Kang Hansu waved his hand and said calmly, Crisis Kingdom, what does it have to do with me? Look at your attitude towards heroes, you should have knelt down and begged me to save this place. Having said this, he suddenly stopped for a few seconds and scratched his nose sarcastically, listening clearly to this idiot. I'm not a resident here, okay? A curly-bearded uncle next to him saw this and immediately raised his fist to warn the main officer, How dare you say such a thing to His Majesty? Before he could finish his sentence, the uncle took a pen right in the middle of his forehead, very decisively without any unnecessary movements. A good man. Looking at my hand, Kang Hansu suddenly froze and thought, I really can't penetrate as deep as before, knowing that I didn't soften my heart, so I aimed straight at my eyes. The guard was planning to go to the Kang Hansu council at this time, so he was still very confident. The guy stuck out his tongue provocatively, If it's delicious, kill me. The soldier also had no choice but to exclaim, This crazy guy. When a king dies, there is a prince to succeed him. When a queen dies, there is a princess. When the princess dies, there is the next generation. As he spoke, his footsteps moved forward. A sharp blade is pressed against the main's neck, that's it. If the hero in the prophecy dies, who will cut the demon king's throat? The old king now said that he couldn't eat the chili, but it was too spicy and speechless. Kang Hansu stood in the middle of the guards, but he was still very calm. In his heart, he secretly thought, if people wonder where my gentleness just went, it's because these barbarians don't deserve to be treated like that, they're just selfish pigs who only think about themselves. What they are doing is like taking a hunting dog to a wasteland, then ordering it to hunt on its own without paying any attention to it. Even if they say that this is the best possible support, there is something wrong with it, close that I believe. And they can't even compare to someone as generous as the Demon King, and if you think about it, there's no way he would leave me empty-handed. Every time I defeat his henchmen, there's always a reward that he's prepared for me. Give it back to me. Wow, good food is a waste if you don't eat it. He gives me so much and it makes me feel embarrassed. Yes, but I don't know how to do it. If I don't plan carefully, how can I become a hero? Whatever, these guys don't dare kill me, even if it's a little dangerous to my life, even if the whole world collapses, it's not something I should worry about. And if I really die here, there's no guarantee that I'll live again, but still. Kang Hansu's current appearance was extremely proud and he said to the old king, Your Majesty, do you have something to say to me? Hearing that, the king immediately squeezed the armrest on the throne and angrily said, Hero, I summoned you to protect this kingdom. I ordered the procurement of a large amount of magic stones from many merchants and nobles, and entrusted Landuval to bring you to this world. Kang Hansu replied in a calm voice, Then what? The old king shouted angrily, So aren't you our property? Kang Hansu now started to get angry and said in a long rant, If a fish is caught by you, it must leave the fate of the person who caught it, but I am not a fish, I am a hero, the property of this kingdom, don't make me laugh. Come on, let's see where this kingdom's fate will go. The old king is now speechless, unable to say anything. The courtiers were also speechless at this time, no one said anything more. The main character pointed to the sky. Excitedly continued, I will go to another kingdom that values heroes and treats them more worthy. Even if you stop or lock me up, it will be useless, because I will not do anything for you. And then when the truth is exposed, that you oppress the hope of humanity, then this kingdom will come to an end. And those who support this stupid king won't get away with it either. Kang Hansu showed an unprecedented evil smile. The close-minded people are also helpless. The old king now humbled himself. Hero, what kind of support do you want? Luxury food, shelter, clothing, equipment, medicine, maps, tax exemption and, the main interrupted by a whisper, personal needs, the king exclaimed in bewilderment, needs. Was the bounce? Kang Hansu's face was extremely perverted and he raised his pinky finger. Seeing that, the old king was speechless and didn't know what else to say. There's still more, Your Majesty, what the hell is there still? Show me the money, that's money. Kang Han-soo thought to himself, a regular role-playing game will definitely be very boring for veteran players, so why don't we use cheats to make it new and more interesting? The instructor was speechless at this point, holding his forehead and saying helplessly, I can't believe you caused so many things in just one day. You've never heard that the happier people are, the happier they are, the louder you shout. The king, who has given you so much support, will definitely not stop with just one request, and your pocket will one day be filled with holes just because of your greed. After hearing this, Kang Han-soo turned pale and replied, What's wrong, do you have to talk so much? The tour guide folded his arms and continued solemnly, a bad deal is better than a threat. So even if you win on one thing, you will still lose on another. She sighed and turned away, if only I had more time, I could have intervened more, it's just that the other students kept me too busy. Other students. A mill can only be used to grind rice. Student Kang Han-soo, you are not the only hero. There have been many people who have graduated. The heroes once returned to Earth safely. They are currently living a very happy life and know how to help those around them. So please try harder. The tour guide finished speaking and left, leaving Kang Han-soo pondering, I'm a blender, and I'm not the only hero who can travel through time. So it's not like they brought a lot of people from Earth here, then train them to become heroes in one room. And to make it more convenient, they will create a room as large as a world, what the radish, my head is about to explode. While lying dejectedly on the bed, a gentle voice rang out, Hero Nim, is something wrong? Lanuval now appeared in front of Kang Han-soo with an innocent look that looked extremely charming. She bent down and accidentally put that bulging area close to the guy's face, making Kang Han-soo immediately blush. The guy was so embarrassed that he got angry and picked up a pillow to chase her away. Don't appear so suddenly, Lanuval quickly replied in fear, I'm sorry. The main character glanced at the girl sitting obediently on the bed and thought, since yesterday until now she has been clinging to me except when going to sleep. If it were the past, my heart would have jumped out because of her. It's just that I'm not in the mood to worry about things like that right now. What I need to worry about right now is... After a moment of thinking, Kang Han-soo suddenly turned to ask his younger sister, Lanuval, are you sure that I am the only hero summoned to this world? Lanuval bewilderedly replied, yes, sure. After hearing the answer, the main character continued with her own thoughts. The professor said that she was busy with many students, and that there had been countless people who had been transported to defeat the Demon King, but I is the only one summoned to this world. Parallel world. I wonder if there will be as many fantasy worlds as there are students to travel to, like those offline role-playing games. This is even more absurd. Let's put it aside, now my top priority is to find a way to return as soon as possible. Those who have graduated can return home and live a happy life, so why can't I do that? Lanuval, come with me, but where are we going? The guy immediately smiled evilly and replied, it took a lot of effort to receive this much support, isn't that so? If it's not spent then it will be a waste. The Fat King then said, I agree to open the kingdom's treasury, but there must be a condition attached to it. That is to let Lanuval control the hero's spending. The guy immediately smiled evilly and thought to himself, at that time I also closed my eyes and let it go. If it were me, I would do the same thing as him. The scene changes to a town near the royal palace. Lanuval's clear voice rang out, Hero Nim, can I buy this magic ball? I really want one like this for a long time. The main character smiled and thought to himself, so now who is the one who needs to have their spending controlled? 200,000. Development, Lanuval excitedly shouted, thank you very much, it's not my money, don't worry. Walking around, the guy was very impressed with this place. The commodity exchange area of the kingdom center was different. Good items flocked to this place a lot, but because of high taxes, their prices were high, increased rapidly. However, the highest level that must be mentioned are the items with 2 magic words attached. One good thing is that, similar to Earth, the best-selling products are all high-end products. A moment later, Lanuval came running to announce, Hero Nim, I bought it. A sparkling ball in the hand of a beautiful girl makes those around her admire and envy. The guy immediately glared at the crowd around him, causing them to immediately freeze. Kang Han-soo turned around and said, Lanuval, if we're done then let's go quickly, yes. Last time, because I was wearing a school uniform and dancing on the street, it caught everyone's attention. It's unlikely I'll let something like that happen again. In the clothing store. Lanuval didn't know what he saw that made his face show such surprise. The next second she said excitedly, looking at him. Wonderful. Kang Han-soo in this imperial outfit is looking extremely dashing, but the guy seems unhappy and immediately replies, "Okay, you don't need to try to flatter me, I also know that this outfit looks good, like crap." Speaking of this, Kang Han-soo suddenly adjusted his hat and smiled softly, adding, "Everything has its reason, after all we are going shopping so let's just wear it down." Looking at Kang Han-soo on the street, everyone who marries him admires and exclaims, "Look over there, that outfit is really gorgeous, he is definitely a noble with a very large family background, is he the child of some family?" Just as I thought, the common people don't dare to talk too much about a noble. Currently, the only person attracting attention is La Nouvelle. Now I can focus on shopping. After walking for a long time, the pink-haired girl asked, "Where are we going, Hero Nim? Shouldn't we go to a famous blacksmith shop or pharmacy? After all, it's my first time here." Kang Han-soo immediately replied without hesitation, "Black market." After hearing this, La Nouvelle stood still and exclaimed, wait, wouldn't a righteous hero want to buy illegal items?" "La Nouvelle, isn't your magic crystal also illegal? You're speechless now," Kang Han-soo continued. "Remember that it was because of your personal desires that you wanted to speak. Even though I was the one who allowed you to buy it, who was the one who suggested buying it? We are no different from accomplices." La Nouvelle was speechless, just listening and not knowing what to say. After a while, she changed her attitude 180 degrees. La Nouvelle smiled shyly and said, "But thinking carefully, if illegal items can help make this world peaceful, then it's okay. Even drugs, if you drink it, it's poisonous, so what's the point of these things? If you already understand, then just follow in an orderly manner. Yes, how are you going to find the black market? Although I have lived here for a long time, I have only heard it in rumors. I also know that the locations of the markets are often not fixed in one place but are constantly changed." Kang Han-soo thought to himself, it seems like a newbie hero knowing more things than a native would cause suspicion. He turned around and asked, "Who are you?" La Nouvelle quickly replied, "Hero Nim, the chosen one." So think about it, if you're a normal person, can you be a hero? If you can defeat the Demon King just by having a talent that increases 500% in experience, then isn't that a good fairy? How can a dragon that has lived for hundreds or thousands of years do that? Listen carefully, a true hero who will conquer the Demon King cannot only have that small talent. After hearing this, La Nouvelle immediately exclaimed in admiration, "That's great, I understand." So the girl was also successfully brainwashed by Kang Han-soo. The guy happily walked away and said, "Good, now we just need to be quiet and follow." The main thought in his heart, just like La Nouvelle said, "I also can't know where the black market is located. But I still have a way to find it, at the pub I often went to before." A moment later the two of them were in front of the pub. Kang Han-soo and La Nouvelle entered. A chaotic scene completely different from the one outside the door. "Take him down, you're dead." "What do you want? A person who drinks until he's drunk but still orders another drink. Give me one more beer, not two. Some people look like piano players." Kang Han-soo smiled and thought, still hasn't changed at all. Well, in the past this place was still the same. Tony, a handsome employee, was cleaning tools in the counter. When he heard the call, he was stunned for a few seconds. Main happily went to the counter to order and called out. Tony looked at him wonderingly. "Do you know me?" "Very well at least." He used to be an assassin but retired and opened a bar. He shot twice in the chest and finished with one shot in the middle of the head. He was also the person who taught me a lot of things when I was still confused about the world. Hey, a friend, my teacher, but because I'm carrying La Nouvelle with me today, I can't get too close to him. Tony politely replied, "It's an honor to have you and your beautiful companion visit this place. What do you want to drink?" Although it looks a bit shabby from the outside, this place has all kinds of things, drinks that you can find throughout the kingdom. Here it is. The timeline for my visit to this place is a bit different from last time, but hopefully the promise is still valid. After thinking about it, he immediately replied to the shop owner, "Tony, are there any good drinks imported here today? I will provide it according to the price you pay, and it seems you are in luck. Just got a batch of 27-year-old Black Dragon Stout today. If you use it with grilled lamb, it will create a very lively flavor." Kang Han-soo once again fell into his own thoughts. The next black market will be today, and Black Dragon will be the venue. The amount of information received will depend on the direction he takes. We pour out the wine. It seems like you just opened the lid of the wine barrel. If you don't like it, I'll change it for you. It's nothing, I'm just a little curious. By the way, can I ask one more question? How is the quality of grilled ribs today? Just look at it and you will know how it is. Grilled ribs, although it was banned in the kingdom, it was the most attractive thing in the black market, that is, slaves. The menu remains the same, 2 portions of lamb. Lanuval kid next to him didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. Return to Tony's pub. After asking for information at the pub, Kang Han-soo and Lanuval hurriedly left. The guy ran and urged, "Hurry up, Lanuval," the girl still holding the lamb in her mouth, trying to say, "Why do you have to be in such a hurry?" The main character scowled and replied, "Still had to ask. Although we still have some time to eat before the auction starts, just because you criticized the grilled ribs for being too greasy, I had to sit back and wait for you to order some vegetables to go with it to avoid boredom. By the way, do you know the bartender from before, Tony? Well, on the outside he just looks like a normal person." Kang Han-soo thought to himself, to an ignorant student like me, he was like a great friend, the one who taught me the jungle law of the underworld. If it weren't for the hero label, I probably would have started doing some business. Thinking for a moment, he turned to Lanuval and said, "I will tell, but you promise not to tell the king. In addition to having the talent to increase experience, I still have another ability." Lanuval heard this, suddenly confused and blurted out, "What?" "Since coming to this world, I have not only been able to see my own stats but also other people's stats. Why am I the only one who can see it? I've always wondered that, but after coming into contact with you, I realized a little bit about that, Professor. It's considered a support ability for beginner heroes who don't know how to evaluate the difference in strength with their opponents, so if it wasn't for it, I probably would have died like a pawn. It's been around forever, and it seems like I'm lucky because it's still around to this day." Kang Han-soo started to explain to Lanuval, when the hero encounters a difficult battle, wouldn't he be able to judge the situation and solve the problem more easily if he had it? Really, so you can see information about me too, of course. Lanuval, level 200 human race, profession, sage, can increase the power of black magic through adding knowledge, skills, magic A, black magic A, calf seduction, cooking B, eternal youth and immortality, C, state of euphoria. After reading the information sheet of her younger sister, Kang Han-soo thought with tears in her eyes, she was only given a zoo level, not enough for the Devil King's subordinates to gnash their teeth. But being small is still highly appreciated, its development potential alone is amazing. Thinking about the previous summoning and her future at that time, Lovell saw his brother standing there as stiff as rotten grain and asked, "Why did you suddenly become silent? There's nothing more to tell, stop going quickly." Hero Nim Y. Lanuval was about to say something more when suddenly someone walked close to her. He used the dagger in his hand to cut the rope on his side in the blink of an eye to take the money bag. As soon as she felt something unusual, she screamed, causing him to immediately run away. Kang Han-soo immediately rushed forward to hold the falling magic ball. Throw it right into his spine. The thief fell to the ground in pain, motionless. Holding the ball in the main hand, the main character said proudly, "The point is between the 4th and 5th vertebrae of the spine. This is also the part of the lumbar disc that is most susceptible to damage. If not treated promptly, the pain will last forever. And you will have to live the rest of your life with paralyzed legs. Wow, you look tough." Looking at the growling thief, Kang Han-soo immediately looked up his information sheet. Human race, level 8, thief job. When stealing during the day, the luck rate will increase, and the skill of observing the thief will increase. Escape E, killing compulsion, state of anxiety. My physical strength is slowly recovering after being summoned, but it can only be used when I throw something, but it's insignificant. And the current level gap between me and him is 7 levels. When I was a student I could run and dodge bullies at the same time, but the current situation is completely different from back then. The main supporter said strongly, "If you leave your bag of money and run away like just now, I will accept the reward and let you go. How about that?" When the thief heard that, he immediately became angry and shouted, "Don't underestimate me." Kang Han-soo pulled down his aristocratic hat to look cool and thought, "This is exactly the experience of the past 10 years. In the next second, he took off his hat and threw it straight into the thief's eyes. The feather on the hat gently touched his eyes, causing him to scream in pain, "Eyes, my eyes." Before he could regain his composure, the main character gave him another blow to the neck. Point located between the 6th and 7th vertebrae of the spine. Where many students and office workers often encounter problems due to sitting for too long and neck fatigue. Now not only your legs but you also have to take care of your neck and a paralyzed arm for the rest of your life, and you also have no life left. To do that, if you dare to defy me, this will be the consequences. To spread a little biological knowledge so you can understand better, the human spine is usually made up of a total of 3-2 to 3-4 vertebrae, divided into 5 segments include 7 cervical vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, 5 sacral vertebrae in the coccygeal segment consists of 3 to 5 vertebrae. Listen to know what the guy is saying without wasting time telling him again, not understand. After a while, the guards also arrived and carried the thief away. Lanuvel said, I already told the police about the situation, and of course hid the fact that you are a hero. Kang Hansu rested his chin in boredom and thought, in any case, the fact that he is a hero won't be able to hide it from the whole kingdom for long. At that point, if he wants to do something secretly without anyone knowing, it will be very difficult. Lanuvel continued, but you seem to be very proficient in killing people. Hearing that, the guy immediately shouted angrily, no, don't talk like this guy is a murderer, I'm sorry. After 10 years of killing experience, it seems like it has become a difficult habit to break, but if you only use it on enemies, it should be fine. Lanuvel, yes, do you know what the level of a normal adult is? Is level 3, and if a farmer has a weapon it will be upgraded to level 5. But the bastard who just attacked him was level 8. If you look at the skill table, before that he was not a hunter of 2 soldiers at all, but maybe, he was about to make an excuse when the younger sister suddenly interrupted Hansu, I understand. Lanuvel's face couldn't hide his excitement as he said, he could see that he was definitely a criminal, and he had killed many people, so Hero Nim stopped him from killing his victims, other than taking him down right here. She held the lamp and ran in front of the car and continued, before defeating the Demon King, he wanted to protect the people around him first. What did he say so much? Noble actions of Hero Nim. That's right, has your level increased at all? That's right, let's see, how much experience increases by 5 times. After finishing speaking, Kang Hansu opened his information panel to check, high-level human race, level 4, hero job increased by 500% EXP, interpretation skill A, tenacious pressing, sword skill F, forced assassination, forced killing, good normal state. Lanuvel said, in this world, everyone has their own unique strength. There are cases where they mature over time, but there are also cases where they increase their strength by absorbing it from others. Kang Hansu's mind was elsewhere at the moment, he didn't pay any attention to her and thought to himself, level 4, then he would be as strong as professional athletes on Earth, a system that allows players get stronger through killing. It's a fantasy world. Because the thief just now had a fairly high level, the amount of experience I received wasn't bad. I have a good feeling about my first hunt. After that, the two of them continued their journey. Kang Hansu reminded his sister, keep your money bag carefully. Lanuvel, yes. But don't act cute or you'll get slapped. Right now in the darkness of an alley, there's an elf girl watching Kang Hansu. Continuing the story, now Kang Hansu and Lanuvel are on their way to the black market. Suddenly a large black man appeared. These two must be Tony's customers. The main character replied solemnly, no, he was his sworn enemy. Please follow me. As he entered Kang Hansu, he thought to himself, trading in the black market often takes place in a very secret way, the forces behind it are not easy to penetrate, and the security system of they are also extremely strict. Last time I couldn't figure out all of their identities. That's okay, as long as the password is still valid. After walking for a while, the black man suddenly stopped and said, it's in here. At this time, Kang Hansu's group was led into a very normal-looking house. Looking around, Lanuvel whispered, it looks like a normal house. Hansu immediately replied, look at the ground. This is a type of magic circle that moves space. To create it, extremely expensive materials are needed. Admittedly, this group of people are really aggressive with their money. Wow, I really didn't expect it. I thought they had to organize it somewhere inside the capital. Stop acting surprised at everything, it looks so strange. I think you're the strangest. The black man interrupted your conversation. Please put this on. 2 masks were given to Kang Hansu and Lanuvel to wear. She said shyly, of course I feel so embarrassed. Sometimes there are people walking around here without masks, but for a hero like you who will become famous later on, doing that wouldn't be very good. Main saw the black guy working like a turtle and reminded him, could you please do it a little faster, it will be done soon. Finishing the sentence, the teleportation array began to activate. A bright light flashed and then quickly went out. In the blink of an eye it took the two of them to a dark place. It seemed like we were being taken underground. Shush, don't be foolish to light up this place without permission. Or if you want to get their attention, feel free. Kang Hansu thought to himself, this is the first experience coming here. This place was originally located somewhere underground in a forest near the capital. It's just that after a crazy guy from some sect came here and summoned a demon, from then on this place became a black market. I've been here a few times before as a customer so I don't know, must be strange. A man holding a purple lamp in his hand came forward and said, "It's an honor to have you two visit, so the auction, it's about to start. Because I don't have much time left, I will briefly explain before taking you two to your seats. To bid, he just needs to gently tap the small bell that has been prepared on the table. The transaction will take place immediately after the announcement. You can pay in gold or something else of corresponding value, and finally, problems occur due to arbitrarily removing the mask or intending to reveal your identity, we will not be responsible." Hansu looked back at Lanuvel teasingly. The curious girl had already heard the explanation clearly. "I'm not a little girl, please keep quiet." "Of course Kang Hansu knows who you are, Sage Lanuvel, a beauty famous throughout the central continent of Fantasia. If everyone knows that name is appearing in this place, I don't know what will happen, where to go." The old uncle continued, "Inviting you both to follow me." As he followed Uncle Kang Hansu, he reminded his younger sister not to cause trouble. "There are many attack formations around the entrance to the auction, if you don't want to be burned alive." "Nim Hero, why do they put so many magic fire rings around here? Remember what I just said, that's it, so you just obediently follow." And as we reached the street, the scene of the auction finally appeared. MC is opening the show under bright lights on stage. Below, the uncle from before suddenly bent down and said to Kang Hansu, wishing him a successful auction, "Don't keep you waiting, we will start the auction right now." The first item was a survivor who had returned from the demon realm, a veteran. You must have seen the scars all over this body, right? He was on the verge of death after defeating a powerful demon, but luckily we found him and saved his life. And to repay the favor, that warrior asked to become a slave for us to sell, so that he could be a gladiator or a bodyguard beside us. After hearing the introduction of the main character, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "The veteran is a radish. No matter how much you hide it, don't dream of escaping my eyes." Hansu checked the information sheet of that big guy. Human race, level 11, warrior profession, physical strength when fighting, logic will be increased, luck skills B, survival skills E, swordsmanship pressure, anxiety state. Although his luck is quite high, only an idiot would spend money to buy him back. After the introduction, bells rang. Seeing that, Hansu suddenly remembered, forgot, coming here, there are only guys with lots of money. Lanuvel next to him suddenly said excitedly, "I understand your plan. Are you planning to buy that strong warrior and make him your teammate, as expected of the hero Nim I saw in the prophecy?" Hansu is speechless now. He thought to himself, last time I really thought like that, just because I was trying to bid to save a female slave. I rang the bell so much that everyone in the audience looked at me like I was crazy. Only later did I find out that that girl hated humans to the core. If I knew that, I wouldn't have spent a lot of money to bring you home. Lanuvel's broken voice brought Hansu back to the present. He was lost by the buyer. He looked so strong. He immediately said, "What a pity about that. The game has just begun. If you spend money now to buy useless things, you will have no choice but to sit and suck your fingers and watch people bid." The second item, look at her smooth skin, the daughter of a noble family captured by demons. When Lanuvel heard this, he worriedly turned to the main man and said, "The hero Nim her." Before he could finish his sentence, Kang Hansu quickly replied, "Let me remind you that we didn't come here to play, and we didn't come here to play. I have an obligation to save the nobles, so I'll let it go. If she were here, she would do everything she could to ruin this place and free all the slaves without thinking about the consequences. Damn it, it's going to be very difficult for me to finish solving the mess she left behind." Thinking of this, he suddenly covered his face in helplessness. Below, the MC is still continuing the auction. Next item. At this time, Kang Hansu also began to pay attention to the sound of chains that rang out afterward. The excited guy secretly danced in his heart. Wonderful, it was finally here. Kang Hansu also became interested in an item at this time. In front of the auction floor was a skinny man being chained. The main character thought to himself, his eyes empty. The body is skinny due to lack of nutrition. But, just looking at the cover alone cannot judge the entire book. His status panel was also displayed. Human race, level 286, mercenary profession, assets. The more you have, the more survival ability you have. Spear skills, endurance, survival, camping, cooking, hunger status weakens. Skills and status are not a concern, but his level is much higher than the rest. MC's voice rang out. He was once a famous mercenary in the Northern Kingdom, although his current physical condition was due to not being able to eat or drink for a long time. In return, he had the skills to use extremely excellent trade. The rich guys below heard that and rubbed their chins in thought. Kang Hansu observed and calculated, this will definitely be a great assistant after recovery. As I thought, no one was sure that after spending a fortune to restore a slave, that slave would sell his life to me, so that reaction was normal. But I'm different, this is exactly the slave I need. After thinking about it, he immediately urged the girl next to him to ring the bell. La Nouvelle. Oh yes, the bell rang and no one had more. 3, 2, 1. Congratulated the customer wearing the wolf mask for buying a good slave at a low price. La Nouvelle asked curiously, so you've seen that mercenary's stats? Well, level 286, that's approximately the same as Sir Alex. The King of Swords will have a headache because of this. Well, that's the story, that Alex will become stronger later and be given that title, but not yet. For whatever reason the mercenary has such a high level, it's very simple, that guy travels everywhere and kills many different species, although that's not easy. A moment later, the person from the black market brought a piece of paper and a key. He said, this is your key and contract, just leave it on the table. At this time the auction slave was brought to Kang Hansu, but the auction had only just begun. La Nouvelle smiled wryly and said, Hero Nim, can we go home now? What's wrong? I have a headache, the auction has just started. The auction continued, and items appeared one after another, such as the name Gablon, a girl. Miss La Nouvelle frowned and replied, suddenly I feel so nauseous, just try a little more. I don't intend to stay any longer, since there are no more special items left. The prices being offered have started to decrease, until now only normal slaves have been offered. Today's result, a mercenary is not that bad. After thinking about it, he picked up his hat and said, maybe we can go home. But as soon as Kang Hansu was about to leave, he was surprised by the product in front of him. On the stage appeared an elf woman along with the MC's introduction, an elf we found in the famous forest in the southern continent. Although her mind is no longer as normal as before, her appearance and bloodline are indisputable. And most of all, she was still a virgin. Hearing this song, even the green-eyed and bearded monsters couldn't hide their lust. If you are looking for a second-generation elf, this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not to be missed. Elves, a noble race, the desire of every human being. However, wanting to treat an elf well in this world is not easy. Everyone knew the result. The whole auction started competing to get it. It was mine. I would definitely buy it. I was far from missing the chance to touch a noble elf. Kang Hansu sneered and thought contemptuously, knowing right away that these people were all being led by the nose. How noble the elves are. Just because their low fertility contrasts with their long lifespan, or because they give birth so little that everyone thinks they take birth control pills to make them feel special, and also, their sex drive is extremely low, like eunuchs or monks. La Nouvelle was no exception. She stared down at the stage and said, I heard that because the fairies lost the war for territory with humans, they had to relocate to the deepest area of the forest. Moreover, they left behind sick people as bait to escape. Hero Nim, this elf is so strange, have you noticed it yet? Didn't someone just say she was nauseous? Why did she suddenly feel better? The younger sister replied with a smile. That's the thing, Hansu thought to herself. Maybe because she's a talented magician, she didn't feel it. What is strange? This elf is extremely special. Elf race status table, level 851, archer profession, the higher the archery, the higher the ability to break armor, archery skills A, agility B, observation C, tracking dike, elemental dike, curse state, sealed, poisoned, exhausted, paralyzed. There's nothing to worry about. If you're not happy you'll regret it. That elf's appearance doesn't matter. That level of 851 is on par with average demons. But thanks to her racial advantage and high skill level, she can be placed between mid and high level demons, probably similar to the pet that the Demon King keeps. Based on the stats, it seems like she used to be a person of very high position. The curse state was no doubt done by demons, because it would make her look like she was alive but couldn't help herself. Master yourself. As for the bad behavior behind it, it was definitely done by black market people, because that would make her unable to resist. Thinking about it, Kang Hansu immediately rang the bell. The MC saw that and immediately said, another bell from the guest wearing a wolf mask. Is it possible that no one wants to compete with this person? The crowd below also discussed, a beautiful elf is strange but doesn't have much use. It's better to use that money to buy a warrior. That's definitely what they're thinking. Because it's impossible to see this elf's stats, no one will risk spending a ridiculous amount of money to buy her. Is there anyone else left? So we'll settle it for the highest bidder. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly at this time the ceiling of the auction area collapsed. This surprise was so great that no one understood what was happening. The people of the black market exclaimed in panic, the entrance was broken, this is not a natural phenomenon, what the hell are the guards doing? Kang Han-soo thought thoughtfully, if it happened that the underground guards were unable to react in time, this would definitely be a pre-prepared attack. Lanouvel screamed in fear, that passage is about to collapse, we will be burned alive. Han-soo immediately calm down, let's see what the situation is like. At this moment, the passage was opened by some force, and rocks suddenly piled up on top of each other. A moment later, the secret passageway was restored to 98% of its original state. Several strange gray-brown animals suddenly appeared. Kang Han-soo thought to himself in surprise, Earth element, with this group of minions, it can only be the fairies. The black market people saw them and immediately informed each other in horror that it was a group of fairies invading. Stop them quickly, we need more people. A girl leading the group of fairies said, thanks to a foul-mouthed noble, we had the opportunity to break in so easily. At this time, the murderous aura of the fairies begins to spread. Don't miss the opportunity, let's all attack, and rescue our brothers. The auction is now extremely chaotic, the fairies are using bows to attack. The people at the auction house are trying to resist. The manager's voice rang out reminders, quickly protect the customers, catch them, and if you accidentally kill them, try not to scratch their bodies. The leader of the fairy clan uses elemental magic. A bright blue light appeared. In the blink of an eye, he defeated all the people at the auction house. Kang Han-soo clenched his fists to control his anger and thought to himself, what kind of royal person would personally come to such a shabby market? Queen of the Silva clan, a high-level elf race, level 284, shaman profession, also known as a magician, but belongs to the spiritual belief system. When blessed, elemental power is increased, elemental skills are increased, element S, elegance A, charm A, archery B, blessing C, calm state. Although she is still a princess now, in the future, if the first king is killed in a coup, she will give up her quest to succeed the throne. In short, she will be the future queen of the fairies and was also my comrade in the previous expedition. Just to save a few of her fellow tribesmen, many times she caused many of her fellow tribesmen to fall just because of that stupid thought. Currently, she hasn't joined the party yet, so her level is still low, but with her high talent and skill level, they can partly compensate for that deficiency. On this side, the fairy princess continued to cast elements. The group of black market people who were burned by the fire element screamed in pain, help me, even the main character had to cry out in admiration, that S-level element is really too overbearing. At this moment, the uncle who brought Han-soo and Lanouvel in suddenly appeared, two people this way. They still prioritize protecting customers first in this situation, truly a different kind of professional. Lanouvel hesitated before leaving and asked Kang Han-soo, Hero Nim, should we help them rescue them? Lanouvel was very excited right now. Main saw this and thought to himself, looking at this expression. Surely she wants to help the fairies save the slaves and teach the black market people a lesson. Hurry to the safe area and wait there. Oh, why? Help them save people, are you stupid? So what are you going to do with the mercenary we just rescued, or are you going to leave him to die here? Oh dear country, I can't believe you're just going to abandon our future teammate like that, how can you be so cruel? Currently, only our group has not left. And because they were chained and unable to run away, the slaves became victims of the attack. I, a hero, will be the one to handle this matter, and you, take our teammate to a safe place and wait there, remember to protect him carefully, yes. Lanouvel finished speaking and quickly took the skinny slave away. Kang Han-soo called out, Boss, the MC turned out to be the boss of this place. He turned around to look at Han-soo in surprise, it was you. Since you haven't escaped yet, just answer my question. That elf is my property, right? Ah, yes, that's right. According to the rules, there must be a direct transaction, but due to the current situation, your words are not wrong, so this elf girl will be handled by the gentleman wearing the wolf mask from now on. Now please take her to a safe place, in her current state she cannot resist you. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo immediately smiled sinisterly and thought, this guy is quite smart. He also realized that this female slave was the target of the fairies, and also knew that the current situation was at a disadvantage for our side. Partly because he didn't have time to take care of this female slave, so he handed her over to me so I could take his place. Kang Han-soo said, you're really good, it's a compliment. So now, I can have my hands free and focus on other things. The MC of the auction defeated the fairies with just one move. Seeing this scene, Kang Hansu also suddenly thought to himself, on the stage he looked elegant but also strong. Well, after the security guards took the customers away, they came back to support. I also know what will happen next. The future fairy queen will be captured here, and become a slave. Because they are afraid of losing her value, they will not punish her at all, just that after being sold, a portion of the money will be taken out and sent to the families of the guards who died in battle. This time, it's not good, but still. Kang Hansu walked up, raised his chin to the item he had just auctioned off and said, "Hello fairy girl." The girl replied shyly, "You are?" "I'll make it short, Slivia would definitely surrender to them if she were still alive. You understand what I mean?" "Yes, she is really vulnerable." Sylvia fought very stubbornly in that battle, but when the auctioneer was the only one left alive, he took the female slave as a hostage. Because she felt guilty for letting so many of her people fall, she accepted to surrender and be sold as a slave. Well, that's what I learned after listening to her story. This is the look on the face of someone willing to sacrifice for others. Right after that, Kang Hansu took off his mask and hugged the fairy girl's waist. He gently placed a kiss on her lips. Seeing this, the fairy princess was also very surprised. The other girl was also surprised but couldn't resist. She has completely given up. Looked at Sylvia, who was rushing nervously. The girl with tears in her eyes thought to herself, "Sylvia, it was only because of me that you had to surrender to them. The misery of a slave, I never want you to suffer like that even for a second. I hope you will always be happy." Tears rolling down her cheeks, the girl whispered, "Thank you." "Nothing." Sylvia's eyes were already in tears as she ran over, "Master. After all, I'm the one who benefits from it." After speaking, Kang Hansu decisively broke her neck like he had done countless times. There was a loud crack. Sylvia's face was pale with fear, the shock was too big for her. Turning back to Kang Hansu at this time, he let the girl lie down on the ground thinking, "I can do that easily because the demon's curse is still on her, and for killing someone with level 805 too." At this time, Kang Hansu's status board began to change. High-level human race, level 106 years, hero job increased by 500% EXP, acquired interpretation skill A, killing Dike, tenacity E. Kang Hansu rubbed his head and smiled maniacally, exclaiming, "This system is really very interesting. Kang Hansu, thanks to killing the elf, I have leveled up quickly, but if I use the normal method, it would take a year to level up. No need for talent or bloodline, just be able to kill someone stronger than you no matter what method you use, then it is normal to have a world filled with strong people. However, they still need a little more effort and luck to be able to do that. In short, opportunities are open to everyone, a fantasy world filled with dreams and hopes. Of course, that's only true if I'm the winner." The host asked, "Sir, what happened just now?" Hanso said, "Don't worry as long as I pay you a fair price." Normally people think that killing slaves would be a waste, because it would be more convenient if they use slaves as lackeys, and do what they want. But I'm a hero who will receive 5 times the experience, just like what happened just now is equivalent to me killing 5 level 851 fairies. Furthermore, there are still quite a few experience points around here waiting for me to pick them up. Before he could finish his sentence, an energy ball hit Hanso, but now he could easily dodge it. The blonde girl spoke up, "How dare you do that to your master?" Hansu went down and picked up a sword. "Although this is not the type of sword I like, it's okay to only use it once and then throw it away. My current level is 106 years, things that I couldn't do when I was level 4 are now possible, right? Rest in peace, master of the future elf queen, your sacrifice will not be wasted. Because there's no way that elf will become a slave. Now it's time for them to help my dream come true." Hanso rushed towards the elf princess at a very fast speed. On this side, the elves also responded with archery attacks. But everyone can dodge it. And jumped up, his body still unable to keep up with his thoughts. I thought leveling up would improve it somewhat, but it seems like it's still a long way from being like when I was at my peak. But now it doesn't look much different from then. Elf race level 189 as the archer profession increases, the armor breaking power also increases with archery skills B precision D gathering E self-healing E controlling conflict states, her skills don't coordinate well with her teammates and her reaction speed is also slow, and most of all, her fighting style made it clear, so Hansu finished her off in just one blow. Hansu knew that if she was proficient in using daggers, she should have tried to get closer to create an attack advantage. But perhaps it's because she's inexperienced in fighting humans and mostly only shoots arrows from afar, so she can't be blamed. Looks like the knife Hanzo is holding is pretty good, too. At this time, the remaining fairy saw his teammate dead and wanted to rush forward to take revenge. Looks like your experience points are coming again. She held the sword and screamed, rushing towards Hanzo. He immediately blocked her attack. Then he suddenly approached her and put a knife to her neck. Before she could react, Hanzo used a kick to send her flying. Then he took a knife and stabbed her. Suddenly he felt something strange. He looked down at the side of his shirt. It was fire magic. It turns out that behind Sylvia, there is a fairy clan that uses fire magic. When Hanzo saw this, he was extremely angry and thought, "You are the meat for this group of fairies to roast." Sylvia immediately ordered sparks to be fired towards Hanzo. But he just laughed. He lifted that fairy woman up and blocked the incoming series of sparks. Seeing this, she was so proud that she said, "This is the ultimate power of friendship, Elf Shield, die with me KK." Seeing Hanzo do so, Sylvia and the other magician were extremely stunned. Hanzo now asked the other two if they dared to shoot him again. He also said that she was still alive and then answered her towards the elven mage. Then he immediately rushed past them. That fairy could only scream. Hanzo used a sword to finish them both off. Hanzo looked at the two corpses and said, "Her scream was so powerful that she must have sung very well. It's just a pity that she couldn't hear it anymore." When Hanzo saw the fairy magician, he pretended to be sorry and said, "Don't die from blood loss like that." As if he was irritating Sylvia, he said, "Because if you die naturally, how can you get experience points?" Hanzo still smiled and said, "Although their friendship was not long, farewell." Hearing that, Sylvia became extremely angry and held her sword, pointed it at Hanzo, and shouted loudly to kill him. "Quickly kill that human. Absolutely no mercy." At this time all the remaining elves cast their elements. Hanzo sighed, "Oh, they really did it. The elves are so easily influenced by emotions. Because they have such a long life, their relationship will be extremely close. It can also be said that they see each other as a big family. This can be a strength, but at the same time it will also be a weakness, and because the sacrifice of their comrades will make them lose their reason and create many loopholes for themselves to take advantage of. Besides, I'm not the only one here. Quickly block the exit." Everyone came to support the wolf-masked man, hiding in the surrounding crevices. At this time, the chaos between the soldiers of the auction guild and the elves took place. "Ahaha," Hanzo cried, "my experience points." Even though she was led to a corner, she was still strong. The elemental spirit seemed like she was about to reach her limit. "And this day next year will also be my fate if I don't level up faster. Now I have to put all my effort into it. But I can't expect to end this battle without losing a finger or two." As soon as he finished speaking, it was true that Hanzo had his finger cut off by his waist behind him. "I was just speaking metaphorically, but you actually did it. The calmness I just tried to regain has been blown away by you. Please pay with experience points." Hanzo now picked up the broken finger and put it back together. And using healing magic to make your finger heal again is so magical, Hanzo. I don't know if it's because I'm dizzy, but I still see how it's ask you, "Are you a devil?" What she said made me a bit sad. Aren't we both survivors after the massacre? Her being the last one alive is no different than last time, but this time there will definitely be a difference. By my intervention in the timeline of events. Because there were no more hostages, the black marketeers could not make Sylvia surrender, and as a result, they were almost wiped out here. The number of people who died at her hands was not small. Just look at the change in her level and it will be clear. Advanced Elf 288 broken bones, bleeding, exhaustion, conflicted state. You can also level up quite a bit, but I don't sit there either. At this time, Han Coin has increased to level 2003. Thank you very much to the elves who turned into experience points for my benefit. In the end, there's only one more batch of this experience left and it's done. How long will it take for me to lose that stuff? Devil, even if I die, I must take you with me, Earth Element. After using the skill, the entire underground auction house began to shake strongly, causing an earthquake, quickly bringing the customers out. Hey, I know what you're thinking, but can you control it a bit? Because if you do that, you'll lose the body of the fairy and it won't be able to be used anymore, haha. The selling price of ethnic corpses is often very high. Thinking about the virginity of bones and blood of elves, they can be used as magical materials containing the meaning of eternity. just like how the butchers make use of the meat they have. Sylvia spoke up, I know that, so I can't just leave their bodies and run away. So she wanted to turn this place into their grave. It's so funny, don't forget it wasn't you who made them enter this fire ant nest, it was Miss Sao. Sylvia shouted angrily, Devil, it's all your fault. If you weren't here this wouldn't have happened. They should have been the winners, and they won't have to die here either. That's your problem, so don't drag innocent fellow tribesmen into this. And you've been calling me this devil a lot lately. Stop, then why stop? Spirits, why don't you respond to my request? Why are you protecting that devil? As he finished speaking, Hans rushed forward to finish Sylvia. Try asking the spirits to see who they will choose to protect between a woman who takes advantage of her friends and compatriots to kill others in the name of Kong, and a hero who holds the hope of humanity. Sylvia was barely alive, a hero. The spirits love nature very much, so they will protect nature. So what is nature? Helping the great hero defeat the demon King Padona is only natural. Isn't that better than being killed? I don't expect to see you again a third time, Sylvia. After a period of intense fighting, the future elf queen became a stepping stone for the righteous hero. That's the ending she deserved, a perfect ending, couldn't be more wonderful. Back at this time, Hansu was being lectured by the hero training professor. She crossed her arms and looked at him gloomily. He was so scared right now that he didn't dare look straight at her. She raised her voice to lecture, so he massacred all the elves there. Hearing that, he also confessed. The professor continued, there is a story that when hatred and anger combined, they created a girl with a cruel nature, and she was a danger and very difficult to survive in that world. Good deed, it's as heavy as a rock. As for bad things, they are as light as a feather. In the end, even if he defeated the Demon King again, it's also very difficult for him to graduate from this place. Hearing that, Hansu was extremely disappointed. He leaned forward to voice his grievances. It's so unfair, Professor. They obviously attacked me first. As he spoke, he thought about the scene of being secretly attacked by an elf. But the professor didn't care and continued to teach him, patience can bring peace and impatience can only bring regret, then he just needs to endure a little. But Hansu thinks differently, magic, arrows, and swords flying everywhere, no one can stand it. Patience and time can bring more results than violence and killing, the professor continued, a strong man shielding a flower under a waterfall. She extended her hand towards him, Student Kang Hansu, don't be hasty, calm down and look around you, tell me what you see. Hearing that, Hansu closed his eyes tightly and raised his chin to think. Then he learned that, experience points, the words made the instructor surprised and helpless. Seeing that, he immediately smiled and said, maybe now I should plan to kill Alex. The Alex you mentioned is a guy with a beard and a cruel face. The instructor angrily scolded him, don't look at the people around you as experience points like that. An ant on a tree branch can see more than when it stands on the ground. And if a pastor accompanies a farmer, the knowledge of both of them will certainly be more beneficial than just that pastor alone. Then she pointed up. Pointing directly at Hansu, this will be your homework, try to get along with the people around you and smile at them, even if it is someone you hate. When Hansu heard that, his smile suddenly disappeared, he was so shocked that his color faded, he frowned and thought, what exercise was so difficult? The professor gradually disappeared. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say hello, okay, we'll see each other again in 2 days. After finishing his sentence, she disappeared. Listening to the professor's instructions made him a bit confused and in harmony with everyone. Hansu sighed and lamented, why would he force someone with a completely opposite personality like him to do that? Now he has another headache. At this moment, a voice caught his attention, what's going on? That voice was Lanuvel's. She walked in holding a shopping bag and happily smiled at Hansu. Anlin asked her, what are you doing here? Lanuvel smiled happily and said, you, of course came to support Hero Nim. Hearing that, Hansu immediately questioned, I remember leaving you behind to deal with the black market, but was it that easy for you to send the elf bodies home? Lanuvel, seeing him frowning like that, he panicked and said, you finished everything before you came here. Because the bodies of the fairies can be used as magical materials, as you advised, I did not leave them to the black market people. Hearing that, Hansu agreed with Lanuvel, well, he just didn't want those people to dissect their bodies and sell them for money. He smiled mischievously and said that they wouldn't dream of getting any of his benefits, it was all sweat and effort, and Lanuvel admired him very much. Hero Nim still treated him with respect, the humor of the elves even though they are dead. Hansu-kan asked her, have you compensated for the losses in the families where someone died? Lanuvul heard that and immediately confirmed with him, yes. It took a lot of effort to carry all the elf bodies from the 5th floor to the main lobby. Each time it took 2 people to climb the stairs. He immediately thought, if only there were an elevator, it would be more convenient. Then no. I devised a plan to use up all the gold I had, to buy back the bodies from the black market at the cheapest price possible, and hire them to transport the bodies to the palace. Hansu walked into the changing area and asked Lanuvul as he changed, by the way, how was the deal with the Elf King? Lanuvul happily said, holding something in his hand, I told them the whole story, and they said they would send a delegation to visit us soon. And the amount of money he receives from them will definitely be a lot. Talking about this, she jumped up even more excitedly. Hansu smiled and said, of course it must be like that. Since I spent all the money I had to buy back and preserve elf bodies from the black market people, my future will be very difficult if no one refills it. Even though I'm a hero, someone who will save humanity, that doesn't mean the people here will let me eat at the temple without spending any money. The ice cream shop owner saw you and invited me to make one too. While eating ice cream, he glanced at them and said that if they didn't spurn me, I would be very grateful, so there's nothing wrong with me trying to earn more money to spend on my own to avoid starving, right? Anyway, the most important thing here is that the people in this world still think I am. Stopping at level 4, thinking about this, he gave a cunning smile. So the Fairy King would never doubt that his daughter was killed by a level 4 hero. Thanks to the fact that the black market people at the auction at that time were all dead and there were no witnesses, I also told Lanuvul that the black market people and the fairies had killed each other until there was no one left. Lanuvul was just enjoying the delicious ice cream right now without paying attention to Hansu's gaze. At this moment, a large hand hit him on the shoulder and shouted loudly, Hey, hero, I heard that you changed to the funeral profession. It was true that the person who beat him was Alex. He smiled, revealing his bright white teeth. When Hansu saw Alex, he was immediately depressed and gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, Mia, I knew this would eventually reach the ears of everyone around. Well, let's just consider it as trivial things. I don't need to get upset with this childish provocation. I'm just sorry for the ice cream that only took one bite and it fell to the ground. Alex immediately asked Hansu, did you come to this royal training area for something? Hansu thought to himself, no, I was just passing by. He looked towards the training area and continued speaking, but it seemed like there were only 2 days left until the Hero Nim debut. I'm looking forward to that day. Alex's appearance right now seems to be mocking him. Hansu was no different, looking at Alex with disdain. So did I. The two people's sharp faces looked at each other passionately, causing Lanuvul to sweat as he watched. Suddenly Hansu saw something. The system table displays Alex's information now. He encouraged him to remember the professor's instructions, to smile at the other person whether he knew them or not. His attitude gradually changed to become more gentle. That's right, I really did switch to the funeral profession. He flashed a smile that couldn't be more friendly, happily saying, to build a beautiful tomb for Alex here. Hearing that, Alex started grinding his teeth. He was furious and looked at Hansu as if he wanted to eat him alive. Demon King Padonar, sitting in front of Kang Hansu, was a bit struggling. His voice was somewhat unbelievable. I really didn't expect that Demon King Padonar could be defeated by you. Is that the kind of power that you are here because of your comrades' sacrifices? Kim Hansu was now equipped with a sturdy armor. His eyes also flashed red and replied firmly, no, this was originally the result of my hard training. Hearing that, the Demon King laughed happily. Is that so? The match just now was truly memorable. Immediately after that he collapsed, not really breathing anymore. The armored hero saw this scene and said nothing. In his mind he had an untrue wish. Was it all over? Was the Demon King he had spent 10 long years defeating dead? No. What he has to worry about now is that he is about to return to Earth. Manga, anime, games and most of all my beloved flushing toilet. After the Demon King died, the system asked the hero if he wanted to enjoy his adventure. The hero was extremely confused and just wanted to quickly return to Earth. The system said that with a burning dream, great hope, despite hardships and precious companions, with the power of solidarity and not being afraid of difficulties, he was finally able to defeat Demon King and bringing peace to this world. Congratulations. The system asked him again if he wanted to review the statistical scorecard. When the hero saw this sentence, he was a little confused. Only then did he start to rethink the current situation. Wait, what point? Without waiting for him to continue resting, the system informed him, following is the scoreboard he was wondering about: name Kang Han-soo, fighting power S, achievements A, reputation D+, hero feels that this system is really good, extremely genius, it can read your thoughts, but since you've come here, this doesn't surprise you too much. Yet his dignity was F. The critic asked why he killed his trusted comrades. The swordsman princess was in a dead state, a sword had pierced her chest. The fairy queen has also died, or the last sage has also died. The mercenary king is dead and countless others are dead as well. Kim Han-soo had an unbelievable look on his face at this time. He remembered the past days. Yes, me. Before defeating the demon king Padonar, in my eyes they were the characters that hindered and held me back, so I ambushed and killed them all. Asking why, both physically and mentally, for the past 10 years, they have always used me as entertainment. All the humiliations and hardships that I had to endure during that time, even if they were written down in a list, it would be enough. There can never be an endpoint. Did I kill them again? His eyes gradually became stupid. That was the appropriate revenge they all had to receive. But to his surprise, the system announced that he had failed. For the reason that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, because he had shown dignity that was not worthy of the power he had, he would be sent back to the first day of the test. In starting the reset process, Kim Han-soo really didn't know what to do when he saw that. The system only gave him a word of comfort, hoping he would improve next time. Good luck. On the contrary, Kim Han-soo felt that these things were not fun at all. Reset, check again. It is impossible to do this. I'm far from living in a damn world without flushing toilets again, but the system doesn't pay any attention to these words. You've been added to the attention list. Thinking of something, he shouted again. Could it be that the barbarians that I killed will also come back to life again? An instructor was appointed. Kim Han-soo really just wanted to curse, heck, but before the words could escape, he was taken to another area. Only then did I suddenly realize I was in the middle of a magic circle and surrounded by countless people wearing black robes. Kim Han-soo opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Was it true? This was the first summoning room he had seen. His arms have also become weaker, completely different from the strong arms of the past. Not only his body, but also his equipment and items were all lost. Kim Han-soo feels like he is now falling into a deep pit of despair. 10 years of income, now everything is just nothing. Are you guys just kidding? Suddenly, a young woman's voice rang out from behind, welcoming Hero Nim. A beautiful blonde girl appeared in front of him. This person was the archaeologist Lanuval. She happily turned towards him. The Demon King was about to appear. Please save this world. Demon King Padonar world. Humanity is threatened. The world of fantasy summons heroes from another world to come to the rescue. 10 years have passed. Trouble after trouble. Last time, in order to save him, Lanuval was crushed to death by rocks. So this is the truth. Kim Han-soo turned around and left with a disgusted look. Stop smiling like that, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Lanuval was a bit startled when he heard that. Kim Han-soo not politely stepped forward to ask, the king is calling. Does he need me or do I need him? Why don't I tell him to come here and meet him? He is no longer the innocent boy she knew to obey 10 years ago. To summon a hero, the hero must save that world from evil. Where does this world get those kind of damn rules? And the selfish puppet king always only knows how to stand on high and look down with contemptuous eyes. Only the Demon King Padonar provided him with everything from equipment to items. Without him, he would have been dead long ago. This damn world is already corrupt enough without the Demon King. A tall man appeared in front of him with a provocative look. That person was Alex. You are a hero. Let me see if there is anything special. He was also your teacher before. When they first met Alex, even though he said he didn't know how to fight at all, he still refused to listen and treated him like a dog. So these times were different. He quickly dodged and performed his attack. At this time, with just a pen, he was able to get a piece of cloth from his body. When he picked it up, he found it a bit unbelievable. Did she just go through the fabric? It seemed like the loss of strength had caused his body to no longer be able to keep up with the skill. Alex saw this scene and was extremely angry. You, Lanuval standing next to you immediately spoke up to make peace. Alex, Hero Nim, go. Alex of course won't give in to this kid in front of him. After all, I'm free. I, the captain of the Royal Knights, challenge you to a duel. If you win, I'll kneel down and apologize. I swear on my honor. Kim Han-soo laughed again with amusement. If you will use 2 stones to swear, I will think again. Alex was extremely angry and said that he was not joking. Lanuval stood there. Besides right now, I can only cry without tears. Thinking back, the suffering he had to endure in the past 10 years, I will definitely return it all to them. I will definitely not make the same mistakes as last time again. My teammates, I no longer have those useless mistakes. There have been many events that happened before that he missed. With 10 years of experience under his belt, he can definitely change everything. Instead of playing a boring, normal role-playing game in the old style, why don't you change it up and do what you want? However, there is still a force that he definitely needs to be concerned about. So these times were different. He quickly dodged and performed his attack. So that person will try to bring your dignity back to its original trajectory and help you become a true hero. She also assured that this will definitely work. When Kim Han-soo saw this, he could only be so angry that he scratched his head. There were teachers in this world. If he was being monitored like this, what kind of adventure would he have to go on? This time, to be more certain, he will use a slave as a partner because slaves cannot disobey their master's orders. His fiery determination flared up and he was determined to get everything back. This second time, I will definitely do everything to level up quickly and then destroy that positive demon, and then he will definitely return to his earth. To be precise, since he was born, Alex has been a natural tanker. Contrary to what most people think, if you don't have good sword skills, you won't be able to become a talented swordsman. That's not entirely true. A good swordsman must be someone who can both protect allies and destroy enemies over a long period of time. A person does not need special protection or cannot be left behind by others. And is someone who survives each battle and becomes stronger in both swordsmanship and endurance. That is the reason why Alex will be honored as Sword King in the future, because he can not only protect allies in battles but can also complete difficult assigned tasks alone. But that guy will soon realize that the person standing on top of his head will be my great hero, Kang Han-soo thought proudly. Alex couldn't bear it and said, I think just that crooked tongue of yours can defeat the Demon King. Kang Han-soo is clear, who knows? Looking back at my first adventure, I was nothing compared to that Demon King's martial arts skills, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that I lost in the contest to see whose tongue was more flexible. But this time I will definitely win. Kang Han-soo is determined. Hero, Alex chimed in, I could start your training today instead of in 2 days. And if you want my apology, why don't you take a walk around this market with me? Alex smiled and continued talking, I'm not hungry so go away. Kang Han-soo glared back and said. Alex was furious as he watched the two leave. If I started the training early, my level would definitely be revealed, and since I'm currently avoiding the Fairy King's attention, I have to act like I'm a level 4 guy. Currently I'm still looking for a way to create an alibi for my level to avoid suspicion. I'm planning to hide my level and go on an expedition to a certain relic deep in the forest, then return, came back and said I leveled up there. But haven't I also developed in other things besides my level, applying the professor's theory extremely perfectly? I have suffered just now. If it was the old me, Alex's throat would have been ripped out, but now I have reached the realm where his jabs are just a breeze. I'm truly a genius. Kang Han-soo was complacent. Hero Nim, Lanuvel saw that and interrupted Kang's thoughts. What will we do today? Kang Han-soo looked at Lanuvel, his expression a bit awkward, perhaps because the recent incident at the black market shocked her. Well, the first time I saw a pile of corpses like that, it was understandable that something like that happened. He then distractedly said, how is our new teammate? Lanuvel responded, that mercenary. The original intention was that he would be turned into my experience points, but because that professor said that I should not consider the people around me as experience points, I used him as a luggage carrier. And to facilitate the exploration of ancient ruins like the previous adventure, I made a map of the entire Fantasia and marked those places, but this time I won't waste time exploring them all. But only go to places that have what I need. Kang Han-soo smiled and thought. Has he recovered somewhat yet? Yes, after hearing that he would become the hero's comrade instead of being a slave, he became very excited. I also heard that his food consumption and recovery speed is extremely fast, which also makes many people scared. Well, level 286 is different. The higher the level, the higher the survival rate in this world. With normal role-playing games, you can add points to any skill you like, but in this world, skill level will be increased overall. Longevity, resistance, agility, health, regeneration, pentagon, magical power, there are so many other things too numerous to mention, but just thinking about that makes my blood boil. Kang Han-soo angrily said, 10 long years were lost just because of one sentence from them. And being transported back to the past also made me realize that the professors and brains were behind this. They can reset all their stats anytime they want. Even if you are a hero with talent 5 times more experienced, with just a little effort you will have countless powerful skills. then all of those things are nothing but fantasy that can disappear at any time. Magic, evil magic, martial arts, elemental spirituality, blessing, those things are not yours, only science's true power. Kang Hansu confidently said, "From now on I will try to minimize collecting and relying too much on equipment, because they cannot follow me back to Earth." Even the Holy Sword is no exception. After defeating the Demon King and returning, who would let someone bring something as destructive as a miniature nuclear bomb back to Earth? He looked through the stalls and then groaned. "This place has fewer good weapon shops than I thought. Besides," La Nouvelle seemed excited, "are you preparing for a long trip? Where is it? Is it far from here?" "It's not a place we can reach just by walking in one day," Kang replied, "and if we use the entire kingdom's spatial teleportation magic circle, it would take at least 2 days. From today we will have to start preparing everything for the trip and will depart as soon as we receive the gold that the fairy delegation brought. There's no way I'll go exploring on foot like last time, fast and comfortable, that's the criteria I aim for, so, what's the point of having a lot of money? If I do that, I can avoid the same thing as last time, saving the villagers who were attacked by monsters. Or stop a group of suspicious people who are planning to do bad things. I don't have time to worry about money. You can save time and protect your own safety by spending money, those are all bloody experiences from previous adventures. Since this is a long journey, we may need permission from the king," La Nouvelle reminded. Kang Hansu immediately replied, "He will definitely agree, you know what that stupid king wants. Just leave out a few promises to return as soon as possible, then he will accept anyway. But I still don't know if Alex was sent by him to monitor or not." La Nouvelle then asked, "So are we going to some ruins?" "Not at all." Kang Hansu replied, "But we will meet an extremely powerful existence. If I say that Tony is the teacher who taught me the theory and principles of this world. The remaining existence can be seen as an advisor who helped me develop my physical strength. Even though I met him by chance on my previous expedition, this time, I can go find him directly." La Nouvelle is curious, is that an ancient dragon, comparing a person to a pterosaur even though that person is not that old? That is a bit insulting, Kang Hansu replied. La Nouvelle immediately became interested. "It's just that I find it strange because this Hung Nim also has someone to admire. I thought you would show contempt for anyone you met, it's because they deserve it. If not, this world has such magical magic, why don't you make a splash basin, otherwise, why would you treat them equally? Ahem, anyway, now I will list the necessary things for the expedition. Remember to listen carefully. Hero Nim, here you are." A guy suddenly ran and shouted, "His Majesty needs to see you. The elven delegation from Elfheim has arrived in our kingdom." In less than a day, the fairy delegation arrived. Perhaps this was normal because their precious princess had passed away. Hero Nim smiled and thought to himself, "That's good, it saves me the trouble of having to wait." Hero Nim coughed softly to get rid of his thoughts just now to talk to the soldiers, telling His Highness that it's up to him to decide how he wants to deal with it, and I only need my share of the money. The soldiers replied, "The elven delegation wants to see you, Hero Nim." Hero Nim replied, telling them that I refused. The soldiers awkwardly answered, "That would be very difficult." Hero Nim raised his hand to signal the soldiers not to say any more. Hero Nim closed one eye and raised his hand so the soldiers wouldn't say more and thought in his head. Because the leader of the delegation was the Prince of Elfheim. Hero Nim angrily scratched his head and thought, "Damn it. A huge boss asked to meet me," making La Nouvelle next to him not understand what was going on. Hero Nim continued to think, so it was impossible to refuse. Inside the castle, a very bustling and fun party was being held. Then in a corner, the Hero Nim stood around thinking and accidentally saw La Nouvelle passing by. Hero Nim raised his head and asked in an unhappy manner, "What's wrong?" making La Nouvelle startled, waved his hand and said, "Ah, no. This is the first time I've seen you look so flustered, and I didn't expect that the eldest prince was in the delegation." Hero Nim's face darkened after hearing it. Royal Elves, high-level ELF, in Legends, they are one of the strongest and longest-lived races in this world. Long life, that is the word that accurately describes this race. At the same time, disease resistance also increases each time they level up. They will never die except by being killed, even then there are only a few existences strong enough to defeat them. Once the levels increase, they cannot be decreased. Hero Nim stared at the cake on the table, except for a few cases where levels were stolen or disappeared due to some kind of special power, but in general, levels would always last forever. So, as long as the fairies don't die, their levels will always increase, stacking together into classes and results. They will become the strongest. Of course, skills can disappear or decrease in level over time, but if you use them regularly, their level will still increase like a level. Hero Nim stopped thinking because he heard the sound of the door opening and looked towards the door, and proved it most clearly. The three people who entered were Nas. The parameter table appeared: race, high level ELF, level, 999 plus, profession, swordsman, swordsmanship equals increased sharpness, skill, swordsmanship SS, sword dance S, recovery A, element A, majesty A, status, satisfied. Hero Nim thought, it's this monster. The level parameters displayed on the board can only reach a maximum of 999. If the level is higher than 999, a plus sign will be added after it. So 1000 will become 999 plus and 5000 will also become 999 plus. At that point, when facing an opponent, the only way to rely on luck and senses is to judge the truth, only enemy force. In the previous adventure, Hero Nim was extremely wary of the mysterious Demon King level fish enemy. During his training and on his journey of conquest, Hero Nim believed in countless rumors, said that the Demon King was very powerful. However, Demon King Padonar is not as strong as I thought. And based on the 10 years of experience that I have gone through, I can be sure that this handsome ELF is an extremely dangerous person, or maybe it is because Hero Nim has not prepared anything about him as he did become the Demon King. Suddenly Nissus walked over and discovered Hero Nim, greeted Hero Nim. It is an honor to meet the legendary Hero Nim. I am Nissus and I would like to express my sincerest gratitude for trying to protect my sister and my people. Oh, don't be too attached to the title Prince, just call me Nissus, because if you're the Hero Nim, you have the privilege to do so. Hero Nim thought, even though I had never had a conversation with him, I still had to admit that he gave me the feeling of being a very close person, so not all fairies are like Sylvia. Hero Nim replied with a bright smile, nice to meet you. Nissus and I are also looking forward to a world where humans and ELF live together in harmony like our meeting. Nissus smiled and replied, I hope so too. Then the two shook hands in front of many guests. But the guests at the party all drank their glasses together. For the sake of friendship between humans and fairies, let's drink together, ha 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 ha. He used to think that being friends with the boss wasn't so bad. After all, he had already applied the professor's lesson. Hero Nim smiled and raised his glass. At the end of the party, Nissus placed his hand holding his glass on the railing. My motherland Elfheim is now on the brink of collapse. Unfortunately, the current immortal king is turning a blind eye to everything and continues to look down on humans. Hero Nim heard this and turned around to look. Nissus pondered, eternal life is both a blessing but also a curse. Once impure, our lives can end at any time without even knowing it. Nissus tilted the wine glass and spilled it into his hand and exclaimed, ah. Hero Nim gives the handkerchief to Nissus. It seems like you've been through a lot, right? It seems like I just showed my bad side in front of the Hero Nim. Nissus smiled shyly and said, it seemed like I drank too much because I was so excited. Hero Nim smiled and replied, it's okay, ha 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 ha. Nim's eyes became sharp and thoughtful. Now I like this guy more. His level, appearance, skills, taste, way of thinking, management style, there's nothing worth criticizing. Looking at his behavior and actions reminds me of him. Remember the image of a modern person on Earth. It cannot be denied that the eyes of the current fairy king are just decorations, because soon he will die because of the useless things he has put all his heart and soul into. They never interacted with humans, the owners of the central continent of Fantasia. He only knew how to cower in the small land of the fairies, obeying ancient laws and living in hiding for hundreds of years. Last year. What's worse, he considers that trash Sylvia to be the greatest success of his life. If you wonder if she is what it takes to be a queen, the answer is no. She never learns the kings and virtues that a ruler should have. Always running away from the kingdom to go out because that's what she likes to do the most. In terms of level, she's not even enough to fill the teeth of a mid-level demon, let alone a king, and every time someone with a human race of lower level than her, she says a few rude words. Sylvia walked into the shop and was teased by the guys above. She looked good, wanted to have some fun. She angrily swung her sword, scaring the others into screaming, and as a result, she burned them alive when they died. Now I understand why the great prince led his army in a coup and usurped the throne. Nissus looked down and said, I told Sylvia many times to never underestimate humans, but she ignored me. Nissus sighed and tilted his head and said, even though I knew this day would come, seeing it with my own eyes made me feel very miserable. When Lanuvel finished listening, he felt so moved that tears flowed from his eyes while Nim frowned unhappy. Because Nim saw Nissus's parameter bar showing a satisfactory status, but that's right. As for the current fairy king, his treasure was originally that princess, her personality and everything were identical, and she hated humans to the point of blindness. That was enough to deceive her eldest son, excellently removed from the position of heir to the throne. Nim replied, "I'm really sorry about that." Nissus tilted his face sadly and replied, afraid that the end of Sylvia would also be the end of Elfheim later. Nissus grabbed Nim's hand and said with a serious face, "Please help us, Hero Nim. And we will not hesitate to support you in defeating the Demon King." Nissus reached out to take the thing from the servant. "Bring it here." "Yes." Nim was surprised. "This." Nissus continued, "This is the sword that I have always kept very carefully, Endymion. This is one of the 3 treasures of our kingdom, so please return it when you find the holy sword." Nim raised his hand to hold the sword. The sword glowed like moonlight. Makes Lanuval wow. Nim bowed and replied, "I will not forget your kindness." But Nim's face curled into a smile, thinking, "Sorry, but I have no intention of repaying this Endymion bar. I won't get used to it." One of the 3 treasures of Elfheim, the elemental sword Endymion, appeared a scene of a sharp, shining sword. Hero Nim imagined the past and said with an angry face, "The first time I helped Sylvia defeat Nissus, even though I helped her from A to Z, I still couldn't get my hands on the bar, that sword." In the memories of Hero Nim Silva, the queen of the fairies seemed uncomfortable, ignoring the Hero Nim, tears in her eyes, reaching out to beg, dreaming, "This is the treasure of our kingdom." Now, Nim is no longer immersed in those memories but returns to the present and holds the sword up proudly, not expecting it to be in her hands so easily. Indeed, the future of the Fairy King is different. He proudly thought of a fairy tale scenario. Hero Nim's face showed a sinister and smug look. Now I feel a bit guilty for not returning this sword to him. However, I will not break the friendship between both sides. Nissus told me to return it after finding the sword, but unfortunately I have no intention of finding it and will use this sword on my journey. Hero Nim concentrated on bending one leg and one leg slightly spread out, firmly holding the sword, swinging it hard on the ground, cutting a line of fire and thinking, that alone is enough to take the Demon King's head. Prince Nissus stood to the side, looking on with interest, smiling and saying to Hero Nim, "I'm glad that Hero Nim likes it." Hero Nim also happily replied, "Yes, that's right." And here, a specially crafted sword sheath was personally brought by Prince Nissus and introduced to Hero Nim. It was a sword sheath made from the scales of a blue dragon. Hero Nim exclaimed in surprise, "Oh. To be honest, I quite like the demon swords because they look very cool." Hero Nim's face shows his interest, but a classic style like this sword is not bad. It's okay, it's still a long time so I can change it gradually, the taste is fine. Hero Nim stuffed the sword into its sheath and then showed a ridiculously happy expression as if he had achieved something beyond his imagination and thought, "I have a feeling that we will be good friends." "There, Endymion." Interrupting Hero Nim's fantasy, Nissus spoke up, "And it seems that Hero Nim is really strong." Prince Nissus further explained what he said just now, because a normal level 4 person, it would be impossible to lift that sword, let alone hold it so easily. Hero Nim paused slightly, bewildered by Prince Nim's words. Just standing there for a few seconds, the hero quickly calmed down and replied to Prince Nissus, "Because I'm stronger than normal people." Prince Nim didn't say much more but just smiled and said, "Truly Hero Nim is different." Both sides smiled shyly and hidden in Prince Nim's smile, but the thoughts trembled with worry. This bastard's mother had already noticed my level. It seems he suspects that the person who killed his sister Sylvia is the hero. Hero Nim was very worried, so he took out the kingdom's treasures to test himself. If that's true, then that guy is truly a very scary person. How the hell did he know that he was easily softened by precious things? The more Nim thought about it, the more worried and scared he started sweating. The scene changes to a group of subordinates wearing black cloaks paying respects to the king. Prince Nissus was also present and was bowing to the king. Next to it a herd of chariots was moving and led by cavalry. Hero Nim no longer worried and calmly said, the exchange was really wonderful, just empty-handed." Then 3 days later his pocket was full of gold. "No matter what you say, this is just the money I spent on the expedition." Level Z04, Notification Display System, High-level race of people. Level Z04 Hero profession increases by 500%. Skill explanation: A. Killing. B. Physical strength. C. Agility. C. Tolerance. C. State of development. Looking at the elemental sword worn on the hero's body, Nim suddenly called out the name of this favorite item, the Endymion elemental sword. "There's also an archaeologist and a coolie," Hero Nim said, smiling contentedly. Now that I can begin my trip to the village where that great existence lives, suddenly a voice shouted, protesting, I object to this, Your Majesty, how can you let an obscure hero who has only been summoned for 3 days go on an expedition? Royal Knight Captain Alex angrily objected, isn't that only allowed when that person has received copy training? The king sitting above had to exclaim, you're shouting too loudly, I'm sure the hero also has his reasons, and I didn't want any more trouble to happen, so I ordered his introduction to be postponed, hung in 10 days. Hero Nim looked triumphantly at Alex, who was angrily blowing his head next to him, and sarcastically said, see you later, Sir Alex. Go outside. Hero Nim met Lanouval and said, Lanouval will lead you to the Magus Tower. Lanous replied, are you planning to use the teleportation circle to go? Wouldn't it be more interesting and attractive if we walked and saved tickets together? Suddenly, the hero Nim was bored and annoyed and shouted angrily, he didn't need those things, so he quickly went away. Lanouval was a bit sad and didn't protest but just gently replied, ah yes. Breaking that uncomfortable atmosphere was a tall, muscular guy who told Hero Nim that Hero Nim's preparations had been completed. Hero Nim looked at the boy in front of him and said, after bathing and feeding, my skin and flesh look much better, now I can let him be my luggage carrier. Right, what's your name? Hero Nim asked in admiration behind Lanouval. After becoming a slave, I swore to throw away my old name, so now you can call me anything, Master, Hero Nim's luggage carrier. Hero Nim thought for a long time, Hero Nim's mixed thoughts appeared, heck, I really don't want to waste my time on a slave at all. Hero Nim finally had his own answer, pointing at the person carrying the luggage and saying, since he will be the one carrying the luggage on the trip, just call him Coolie. Kilai bowed, thanking you, and the straw hero turned around and walked away. Now let's quickly go to the Magus Tower. Lanous followed behind and called, wait for me. The image of the magnificent Magus Tower gradually appeared. Lanous called out, Hero Nim, we're here. Similar to airports in the old world, at this magician's tower, instead of using planes, they will use magic circles to quickly transport people from one place to another, referred to as the Magus Tower. Honestly, I don't understand how it looks to be able to get to the tower with such a top. Hero Nim looked up at the Magus Tower in admiration. According to a sage who was my companion last time, a mage is a profession that spends a lot of money on research and purchasing magic ingredients. And because of the lack of wealth, they have no choice but to choose to live in a place with many goods and easy money. This is also one of the reasons why magicians in crowded cities are as incompatible as oil and water. And below are a few small reasons that stand out in the above reasons. 1 is that it will be very dangerous if the magic fails and explodes. 2 is that it is very difficult to concentrate on research because it is very noisy outside. 3 is that emissions from the city, if there is not enough firewood to burn houses and burn all sorts of things, it will cover the stars in the sky. 4 is that we need to be careful of thieves stealing. 5 is that although there are many raw materials, they are not necessarily real goods. Mages from ancient times until now have always been searching for ways to help them live peacefully in crowded places, and their only solution is to build a very tall tower. Because most of the buildings here are no more than 3 stories high, so they will build a building with at least 10 floors, and use the top room as a research area. And also because at a high level there will be opportunities to meet girls, so those who rush to become a great magician are likely to be virgins. Welcome. Suddenly there was an unexpected welcome sound. Girls from Magus Tower with hot bodies and sexy clothes appeared in front of Hero Nim. Thank you for coming to our Magus Tower. Hero Nim thought to himself, damn, now I understand why are there only a few sages who have achieved the profession of great magician. The hot girls gently asked, please present your identification documents. The cold-faced hero pulled out the order card and said, here's the order and your majesty's seal. The hot girl sounded startled, suddenly asked again. The order was written by His Majesty himself. Ignoring the sudden freeze for a few seconds, the hot girl regained her composure and added, I will take you to the teleportation room without having to line up. Hero Nim's face showed anger, excited and arrogant. This is the power of money and power. Echoing and calling, Shaman Nim, Shaman Nim. The hot girl shouted loudly, Shaman Nim, aha, where are you taking them? The girl seriously said to Mage Nim, please concentrate a bit, you're like that again. Mage Nim immediately replied, sorry, it's just that I was immersed in the boundless void of knowledge and forgot the truth. It's about magic. Well, when work is over later, I'll buy you a cake to apologize. The hot girl immediately returned happily and said cheerfully, will you promise? Hero Nim mumbled a bit boredly, why, I feel like what that old man said sounded a bit like he was about to commit a crime. Never mind, as long as he successfully activates the teleportation magic circle to take me away, the hot girl instructed, inviting the 3 of you to stand in the magic circle in front of me. The magician Nim is casting a spell for the hero Nim. After teleporting, hero Nim, Lanuval and Cooley met Magus' hot girl again and were informed. The teleportation was completed. Welcome to this place, hero Nim smiled triumphantly. I just shortened a year's journey to just 1 second, and also avoid countless troubles along the way. Wonderful Mr. Sun. At a certain relic during the first adventure, the scene of each temple looked like giant eggs that were smoking as if they were being burned from the inside like volcanoes waiting to erupt. Suddenly, a girl carrying a sword with her short red hair shouted loudly that the temple was about to collapse, so she quickly ran with all her strength to the exit. Prince Nim along with Lanuval and the sage ran away from the temple. Prince Nim shouted in annoyance, "Why the hell do you want to explore this temple?" Lanuval sulkily replied, "Then an archaeologist like you, how can you ignore something so attractive?" Suddenly Lanuval stopped and his eyes opened wide. Lanuval reached out towards Hero Nim and shouted, "Hero Nim, be careful." Hero Nim seemed to trip over something. Ack! It turned out that he stopped and fell to the ground because before his eyes, boulders and boulders fell in front of Hero Nim. He couldn't help but be stunned, stuttering and stuttering, "La Lanuval." He then shouted loudly, calling Lanuval, "Leave." The red-haired girl appeared and slapped Hero Nim's shoulder and said, "If we don't hurry up, we'll all be buried alive." Hero Nim was so angry that he was helpless. Suddenly there was a dying sound coming from under the rock. Hero Nim, Lanuval under the rock used all his strength to reach out to Hero Nim. "I really want to accompany you until the journey ends, but maybe that's not possible. Please defeat the Demon King and bring peace to this world." After speaking, Lanuval was covered in blood and no longer moved. Hero Nim was stunned when he heard the echo from afar, "Hero, hurry up, Hero." Hero Nim's determined legs to run fast. The sad sage called softly, "Hero." Hero Nim gritted his teeth thinking sinisterly, "Justice had been served. The person who dragged me into this world, the beginning of everything, I have always been waiting for the opportunity to take revenge but always softened because of her beauty. I really didn't expect her to die this way, so it would save me the trouble of planning. Being nagged by the supervisor is all gone, so tonight I can reward myself with a glass of wine to celebrate." Night fell and flames flickered from the burning pile of firewood. The hero said, "I'm hungry." The red-haired girl immediately brought the bowl and spoon to Hero Nim and firmly said, "Hero, prepare dinner." The professor smiled brightly, took off the dirty clothes into a pile, and handed them to the hero Nim, grinning as he spoke, "Remember to wash this pile of dirty clothes too." The sage also took the opportunity to put out a list of bills and nonchalantly told the hero Nim, after completing those tasks, reinforce the area around the camp and rearrange the luggage, and also don't forget to recalculate all the expenses we used today. Hero Nim held his head in frustration and anger. Nim Hero jumped up and shouted, "I'm a hero, why do you guys make me do such trivial things?" Everyone protested and pointed their fingers and said, "Because you're the one with the most free time. Since Lanuval is dead, the remaining person is the most suitable for those things. It's you." Everyone shouted in unison. Hero Nim muttered to himself, thinking back, they weren't good at doing these things, they couldn't do chores and couldn't kill the Demon King, so what was the purpose of the team members? Now they see the importance. What is Lanuval's importance? Hero Nim sat blankly in front of the fire in contemplation. Suddenly, as if enlightened, Hero Nim shouted loudly, "Yes, slave, how could I forget her?" The fairy queen crossed her arms and said, "Aang, even though I'm a slave, I'm still a princess. It's a long way from me doing such low-class things. Also, this cerebral palsy guy, pushing housework to women, are you stupid? You should learn how to be a human again." Hero Nim muttered, "Ah damn, if I knew this would happen. We'll definitely do everything to save Lanuval." Hero Nim's eyes filled with tears and Lanuval's lovely voice echoed in his head, "Hero Nim. It's time to eat. Hero Nim, Nim, Hero Nim, Hero Nim." Suddenly there was Lanuval's sweet voice asking, "Is something wrong?" Hero Nim lies in bed and wakes up in a daze. It's a dream of damned memories. I still have to admit that for a moment, she looked like an angel descended to earth. Hero Nim stammered, "This is..." Lanuval replied, "Hero Nim, this place is the waiting room at Magus Tower." Just now he fell asleep while performing the teleportation process. A group of people stood around him. As he lay down, Nim crossed his arms over his head and thought. It seemed like he had unconsciously relaxed because everything was going so smoothly. "But I feel like the bottom of my neck is my thigh," but clearly the Lanuval is on the opposite side. It turned out that Hero Nim was lying on the tall coolie's lap and the coolie was passionately looking at Hero Nim. Coolie happily said, "I'm glad I can help you sleep so well, Hero Nim." After hearing this, Nim Hiro felt shy and shivered, unable to believe his ears. Hiro Nim thought to himself, he had to try to endure. If he broke his leg, there would be no one to carry his luggage to help him anymore, determined not to repeat the same mistake as last time. How long has it been since I last saw this atmosphere? Since 10 years ago. Lanuvel sighed sadly. Hiro Nim saw that and frowned and asked, why are you sighing? Are you dissatisfied with something? Lanuvel replied frustratedly with tears in his eyes, it's just that this adventure doesn't feel like an adventure at all. Hiro Nim said sadly, Lanuvel, you feel dissatisfied because you got here easily using my money, so why aren't you dissatisfied because breathing is easy? Lanuvel just covered his face and cried, woo, woo. Hiro Nim recalls, the reason I kept Lanuvel is because she has the ability to use all kinds of magic in daily activities, so it will be very useful when doing chores. Suddenly behind Cooley spoke up, I think Miss Lanuvel seems to be right. Hiro Nim, we won't be able to increase our level and skill level if we do things like we are doing now. Hiro Nim turned around angrily, shout loudly, I don't ask you. Just because you are treated well, you think you can do anything, just keep order and follow and you will be understood. Lanuvel said to Hiro Nim, I've been here a few times so I know a little, the mercenary guild is over there. Hiro Nim replied, why are we going there from the guild? Lanuvel replied, what if there was a merchant who also had a destination close to where he was planning to go? Travel together on the carriage, protect the weak merchant, defeat the bandits and monsters that dare to block the way, build reputation together to earn money to level up, chat together in the evening and take turns night guard. Nim Hiro said, he doesn't have much time to do those stupid things. Lanuvel wondered, cat game? Hiro Nim calmly replied, it's the same. You say you don't have too much time, but I don't see anything like that. How can you be so sure about the time? The Demon King has awakened so he can attack at any time. Lanuvel stammered with tears in his eyes. About that, suddenly an old man shouted, save me, there's a monster attacking the carriage on the way. I need a group of brave adventurers. Hiro Nim thought with a smirk, to be honest, I don't have to rush, because the Demon King is still waiting for me for another 10 years. There were still begging sounds outside. Someone help me, my child. Hiro Nim kept saying to Lanuvel, listen clearly Lanuvel, because we don't have much time, so if we're still entangled in the trouble of the merchants and whatnot, we'll definitely be delayed. Progress, it's still echoing outside. Someone help me find the dog. Can any adventurer help me send a letter? A murderer just escaped. Hiro Nim ignores the words outside. Understand, but if you don't understand then just keep quiet and follow. Lanuvel could only sadly obey. Woo yes. The sky was dark, the bird perched on a tree branch, preparing to sleep. A voice said, no, how could a hero avoid such an adventure? Nim Hiro continued to speak, trying to see that it was wrong. Right, she must be regretting not being able to see me struggling out there like before. That's not what I meant. Don't abuse the 500% experience increase talent, and start leveling up like a normal person. The blindfolded girl in red appeared to correct the hero Nim. You hung Nim just knows. Oh yeah, the girl in the red dress covered her eyes and said, after all, you are already on an adventure, so why don't you find some achievement for yourself? Everyone starts from zero. Hero Nim said helplessly, I go, you are so talkative. Lanuvel sadly followed behind Hiro Nim and exclaimed, Hiro Nim, are we almost there yet? Nim Hiro thought, if she wanted to see achievements, then fine. Lanuvel spoke to Hiro Nim again. He said that we were in a hurry, so after 2 days of continuous travel we came to this remote village. Could there be any clues about the Demon King in this place? Hiro Nim exclaimed, Lanuvel, please shut up, especially in a sacred place like this. Hiro Nim looked at the surrounding scenery and idly thought, this scene is still the same as in my previous memory, and now I came to this place 9 years before that chance encounter. Hiro Nim knocked on the door and called out, Master Malong, are you there? Lanuvel and Cooley looked bewildered. Hiro Nim continued to say, I'm a man who doesn't deserve to be a hero, I want to receive your guidance. Lanuvel exclaimed in bewilderment, Master Malong. Hiro Nim turned around and scolded Lanuvel, calm down. This is where the great existence lies. The door was slightly ajar, everyone stood outside. Opening the door, what met Hiro Nim's eyes was a little brown-haired girl saying, Who are you? How do you know my Malong? Hiro Nim recognized the girl in front of him as the village chief's daughter. Now I realize how different the past and reality are. When I first happened to come to this village, she was no longer small. Suddenly appearing in front of him was a girl holding her child to greet Hiro Nim. That was the son of the current village chief, and she said, Today Hiro Nim seems to be in good spirits. Have you encountered something happy? The Nim hero thought bewilderedly, but was already an adult, married and had a small child. I have now come to this place 9 years before that time. No matter what the past or future of this village is, I am sure that the great existence that resides in this village of the village chief will still be always here and not anywhere else. Lanuvel sweated and trembled again and said, Hero Nim, after we spent 2 days traveling non-stop towards the northwest of the central continent, then that great existence you spoke of is again a slime. Hero Nim angrily turned around and yelled at Lanuvel, calm down Lanuvel, I won't forgive you if you say rude things to him again. Lanuvel trembled with fear and sadness after hearing Hero Nim's scolding words. Are your eyes just for decoration? This is not an ordinary slime. Hero Nim angrily blew out smoke and pointed at Lanuvel. The village chief's daughter could not keep calm and shouted fiercely, he's right, Malong is very soft, she's completely different from other slimes. Explaining it would be like water off a duck's back, they had to prove it to them with actions. Lanuvel and the short-faced Loris were bewildered. Hero Nim looked at the village chief's daughter and the slime. Can she lend Oppa a hug? Your slime for a moment, it will be very soon. The village chief girl opened her eyes a little sadly. The girl held the slime and gave it to Hero Nim and said, I promise not to hurt Malong. Hero Nim extended his hand to receive. Yes, I promise. Malong, be good, nothing will happen. Being touched gently, Malong happily stuck out her tongue. Nim Hero also feels very loved by Malong. He shows his affection and pampering. Slime is also happy and excited. Exclaimed the Nim Hero, the most perfect creature I have ever known. That's right, this is the feeling. The human body is not perfect, it is a prison created by bones, joints and many other things that are tied together by aging. It cannot restore itself once lost, some part of the body. And I am a weak prisoner imprisoned in this body. The foolish people who are subjugated by this prison are always trying to find and borrow power from this fictional world, martial arts, elemental magic, spirits, spiritual magic, demon swords, holy magic, phone game skills, wedding wife elves, dragons, snakes and so on and so forth. Without knowing that they are only fleeting. They would be incomparable to the body that was binding them, but for slimes, the body means nothing to them. Even though they don't have a brain, their emotions and intelligence cannot be underestimated. The most special thing is their ability to be flexible, freedom. Their bodies are not prisons but inherently special creations. Hero Nim's eyes widened, thanks to which I was able to gain a more thorough view of science even though I was still in this fictional world. Something that foolish people in this world would not be able to understand. That power is the source of flushing toilets, helping people set foot on distant stars, and overcome the limits of this world. Hero Nim cherished Malong happily said, Thank you Master Malong, last time it took me too long to comprehend your lecture. Perhaps it is because of the fatigue and suffering that the barbarians of this world have made me endure for 9 years, but this time, I have completely engraved everything in my soul. The automatic control system appeared. The village chief's daughter, Lanuvel and Cooley could only gasp. Hero Nim begins to have changes in his body, begins to expand and his clothes begin to crack and tear with his face grimacing in pain. Bulletin board appearance system. Skeletal muscle, also known as striated muscle, is one of 3 types of muscles present in the human body, and at the same time most skeletal muscles are attached to bone structures and when they contract will create corresponding responses to bone movement. Skeletal muscle is under voluntary control. Skeletal muscle is a striated type. The long, thin multinucleated fibers of skeletal muscle have fine red and white lines that create muscular a distinctive appearance. The Hero Nim holds a Malong with a fierce muscular frame, development. The remaining 3 people, Lanuvel, the daughter of the village chief, Malong, and Cooley, opened their mouths in surprise and fear. Rushing like a wind clinging to Hero Nim, Lanuvel's muscular hand showing his lust, excitement and infatuation with Hero Nim. It's great how you do it, but contrary to Lanuvel's feelings Hung Nim angrily shouted at Lanuvel, Go away Lanuvel, watch out I'll hurt Mr. Malong. By the way, do you know the function of protein anabolism? Lanuvel asked bewilderedly. What is that? Hero Nim asked again. What about growth hormone? Lanuvel only had question marks on his head in bewilderment. Hero Nim said, I know I don't understand anything. The human body is built to depend on an automatic system called the autonomic nervous system. The heartbeat, stomach contractions, the excretion of blood, hormones and activities related to muscle building all occur naturally. But what if I could freely control those activities? The fact that slimes can freely control their bodies is innate, and it is impossible to teach that to others. However, there is only one individual, whose body carries softness throughout the day. Softness carries the melody of the beginning, and that knowledge can be imparted to humans. After feeling the flow of Master Malong, I learned the terrifying power of science in the civilized world. Gestures, language and books cannot contain them. Knowledge can only be felt through touch, gracefully soft, beyond the perception of the whole world. The knowledge that the master has can only be compared with the word invaluable. Hero Nim had tears in his eyes, and I myself had touched it with my own hands, all thanks to you. Nim Hero knelt on one knee, raised his hand high and respected Malong, thanking him very much Master Malong. Ho ho ho, very good. Hero Nim smiled proudly. Display system, high-level human race level Zo4 profession hero increased by 500% experience skill interpretation A killing B physical strength C agility C tolerance C growing state. Rank my skills are increasing very steadily, now I just have to wait. The blindfolded girl wearing a red dress appeared and asked, "This is the achievement you mentioned of a slime becoming a master. It's so strange, I couldn't believe my eyes. To get the core, you have to remove the shell. If things were always as easy as you made it, no one would make the effort to get the skill." Nim Hero sighed and refused. No, Professor, why are you asking me that? To be honest, talking about other people's struggles is not what I care about. You're talking about morality with someone who spent 10 years trying, only to lose everything with just that's a bullshit statement. He looked up in annoyance and continued, "You have no right to talk to me, even if you are a god." The blindfolded god could only keep silent and click his mouth. I added, "Yes, you are right. On behalf of everyone I sincerely apologize to you." Student Kang Hansu was the first to get an S in strategy. The voice gradually fades into this song, and also the first to get an F in dignity. The puzzle was definitely thanks to your extraordinary efforts, and it was true that we overthrew it with just one recheck, so from now on I won't mention that matter anymore. Once again, I'm really sorry. After saying that, the blindfolded god turned around and walked away into nothingness, leaving Nim, the hero, scratching his head and replying bewilderedly, "Oh okay, I didn't expect to receive an apology from him, that's her." Nim Hero sighed and closed his eyes unhappily. Suddenly he looked down at his hands. Holding his hand tightly, his hand instantly transformed into a strong, muscular giant. He said excitedly, "Great ability." Looking at the notice board from the system, I saw that the high-level human race level Zo4, the hero profession, increased 500% in experience, interpretation skills, A killing, B physical strength, B agility, B tolerance, B 5 senses, B awakened state. He thought again, last time even though I still couldn't fully comprehend Master Malong's course, I was still more than capable of defeating the Demon King. The next thing to do now is to create an alibi for my Zo4 level. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a little guy recently. You need good points for the items of combat power, achievement, reputation and dignity to be able to go home, right? The flying dinosaur seemed to see something and opened its mouth to roar loudly into the sky. Hero Nim continued to think but with a determined attitude and clenched his fists. If that's the case, then prepare to graduate, Kang Hansu. There are 4 criteria to evaluate a hero: combat power, reputation, achievements and dignity. In the previous conquest, my combat power was nothing to criticize, because I had reached the level where I could defeat the Demon King with just me. Hero Nim swung his sword like a true hero in front of A. The giant was wearing only thin pieces of cloth to cover his body. There's no problem with both achievements and fame. Surrounded by a crowd of people cheering for help from Hero Nim. Help me, he continued to think. I've spent 10 years living up to my values, the duty of an adventure hero on a mission to help people. That was the story of the past. But now this second time I'm aiming for the shortest path, to be able to graduate quickly. I don't have much time to build achievements and help people voluntarily. Lanuval is still here, behind her, calling to Hero Nim even though he disdainfully scolded her and hurt her. Hero Nim ignored Lanuval's calls and concentrated on thinking, so even though he had enough fighting power, he slaying the Demon King and my character points were acceptable, there was still no guarantee that I would graduate due to my lack of achievement and reputation points. Once again Lanuval calls to you, Hero Nim Consli haven't you finished meeting the great existence? Only now did Hero Nim pay attention to Lanuval and her words. Without waiting for Hero Nim to speak, Lanuval added, just in case anything happens during the expedition, shouldn't we return to the Sasa capital now? Hero Nim interrupted Lanuval. Lanuval, I understand what I was about to say. Think carefully, this world is filled with bad guys and monsters. Villages near remote border areas will find heroes to help them, and well-trained knights. They are not always here, because we are already here. So why don't we conveniently clean up all the dangers for the innocent villagers? It doesn't matter if we're a little late for the cause. Lanuval and Cooley's eyes showed sparkling admiration, looked at Hero Nim and kept exclaiming, how amazing! Hero Kang Hansu is doing the duty of a righteous hero, Cooley also exclaimed. It's an honor to be your companion, and Lanuvel continued. I was really worried that the summoning it didn't bring any results. At that time Hero Nim just put in his headphones and showed off the demeanor of a hero. He smiled wickedly and was proud of himself when he was complimented by the henchman following behind him. Hero Nim thought, a righteous hero has that shit. I don't have time to clean up those little things, I need to learn more about the benefits. Lanuvel, well of course there is an extremely suitable target nearby to aim for. The Fairy Queen suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, no way. Hero Nim didn't understand what was happening and swung his sword over his head in a sudden reflex, huh. The speechlessness of the people who were also present was that Lanuvel followed Hero Nim with the magicians. The story is a flashback to the previous expedition. We happened to find a baby dragon near the village where Master Malong lives. Hero Nim questioned the Fairy Queen, do you intend to let such a dragon live near a village? It could become a future disaster. The famous queen protects the dragon in front and shouted reply Hero Nim, don't talk nonsense. Dragons are a species very close to the elements, so I won't let your filthy human hands touch them. Hero Nim thought to himself, mother of this crazy child. Hero Nim is upset. Lanuvel calls out, Hero Nim. Maybe we don't need to kill it. If we look back at the history of dragons, they are a very gentle species, always living in harmony with nature, so there will be no danger. The silver-haired god added that violence is not the only solution to solve the problem. The sage also added that a hero must be someone who brings hope, not death. Nim Hero smiled and thought, that's right. What can I expect from these useless bunch? The huge amount of experience after defeating the dragon will be very helpful for leveling up and conquests, and the essence from its heart can also be used to counteract the Demon King, but this group of miscreants called comrades always only wanted to use my mouth to destroy the Demon King, and so they hindered my leveling up for 10 years with all kinds of absurd reasons. If the incident that caused my dignity to get an F grade hadn't happened, when would I have had enough strength to face the Demon King? Hero Nim with a dangerous smile and cunning eyes said, this time no one will be able to stop me from graduating. You dragon warrior, this is the fastest achievement I can currently achieve at this world. To put it simply, this dragon is still young, so its hunting instincts will not be as sharp as those of adults, and its level and skills are both low. Even so, if it can be caught, it will be worth it. The amount of experience received will certainly not be small, so this will definitely be my alibi and also the achievement I can get the easiest right now. Moreover, the hunt had a completely legitimate purpose, so the professor wouldn't be able to complain. But if so, what reason is she going to use to complain? Night gradually falls. But now, Hero Nim sat and looked at Lanuvel and Cooley sleeping miserably. He felt a little sad and looked at them sympathetically. That was just a passing thought. Hero Nim returned to his true nature and thought, the current trouble is these two people. He recalled the images of these two people, of the coolie with a fierce loyalty to his master holding the spear high, of my spear always ready for the Hero Nim, the first-rate robber, and of Lanuvel is no less solemn in the heart of Hero Nim with flirtatious words, I can't leave you behind and go anywhere. Experienced bandit promoted Z. Lanuvel was also a famous scholar in the kingdom. If he found out he died after only 5 days accompanying the hero, the professor would lecture him no matter what. Nothing about preaching is something to worry about, but the most worrying thing is that I will have to meet that crazy girl Sylvia again. Thinking about the heroic Sylvia, chills down my spine, for the third time. Well, anyway, I had planned to go there from the beginning, so it's best to just let the two of them stay in the village and wait for me. Hero Nim's sinister, evil smile appeared again. The morning sunlight shines through the trees. A large green hand appeared clinging to the tree trunk. Goo goo, cuckoo, two giant monsters appeared in the forest. To put it simply, they look like goblins and pig hybrids. Looking at their noses, I can't relate to anything else besides pigs. The monsters keep making noises, cuckoo, but for some reason, all of them have bodies like those bodybuilders. Goo goo, honestly, even though I've encountered them many times, I still can't understand what they're saying. Most monsters like orcs are the main source of experience in hunts, and they often gather in places with high concentrations of mana, and because of their short life cycle, they will never it is possible to develop complete language without using hand and foot gestures. If you play the game, you probably know that this group often appears in large numbers on the hunting grounds. The amount of experience gained is not much, but they have extremely high salaries. Suddenly there was a high-pitched scream. Hero Nim, there is a group of orcs over there. Let us help you deal with them. Hero Nim was furious. Just stand outside and watch. That's why I'm worried. Well, with little experience, if there are still crowds, who will eat and who will abstain? Hero Nim stepped behind the two monsters and said, Oi! The monsters immediately turned around and looked savage. Chu, Ku. Oi's current level is Zo4, but that's still not enough to defeat that little dragon easily. So in preparation, it wouldn't be a bad idea to use the orcs around here to level up a bit. Hero Nim swung his sharp sword with eyes full of confidence in victory. Suddenly Lanuval ran to stand in front of Hero Nim and used his ability to create a damaging light to help. I want to help too. Hero Nim bewilderedly shielded his eyes from the glare and thought, let's get more the reason for the two of them to stay and clean up the mess, then I can go kill the dragon without having to worry about anything. The monsters cried out in pain, Cuckoo, cuckoo. The notice board displayed, DRC Clan Level 51 Spirit Profession Crowded Judgment Reconnaissance Skills E Spearmanship F Physical Strength F State of Excitement and Vigilance. Wow dazzled by Endymion Bar the fighting spirit has not decreased. Hero Nim shows the heroic class in a determined position ready to destroy the enemy. Very well, thus further proving how good this sword's attracting skill is. The monsters cried in pain. The small Nim hero faced two giant monsters but with his fighting ability. With the magic sword and heroic aura, the Hero Nim doesn't seem to be overshadowed at all. Hero Nim rushed in and skewered the monsters with a sharp magic sword that radiated dazzling light. He let every muscle and fiber of these giant monsters fall into pieces and fall to the ground. The surrounding monsters called out to their comrades in fear, Lulu. Hero Nim was surrounded by this group of tall monsters. There were so many of them that they were not easy to eat. Hero Nim exclaimed provocatively, and there were more. Cuckoo, roo. Hero Nim confidently held the sword with a determined look on his face and said, the more the merrier. It would be best to help me level up a few levels, then it would be true to the professor's words of leveling up like a normal person, usually. At this time, Lanuval and Cooley were about to rush in to help him. Kang Hanso turned back with an angry expression and said he told me to sit and wait, causing the two of them to freeze on the spot. While surrounded by goblins, he thought that if the sword's ability to provoke on a large scale was successful, he could rest assured that this pile of experience would only focus on him. Suddenly all of them rushed up to attack Hanso. Goblins not only know how to use sticks, but there are also those who use bows and arrows. He just smirked. An incoming arrow can be blocked with just one hand. When the goblins charged, he thought that with these low-level skills, the damage they caused was insignificant. He thought that he just let them attack him. That way, it's even more convenient to practice the skills that Master Mole Lang gave me. His skills continued to increase. He cursed to himself, unlike these idiots, who only know how to huddle together and gesticulate. With just a light swing of the sword, everything was blown away, both elegantly and without losing the elegance of a hero. Thinking about it, he swung the sword and blew away all the goblins around him. Suddenly a goblin shot an arrow through Hanso's butt. Made him realize that no matter how good your martial arts skills are, there will still be dangers waiting to target your blind spots when you're not paying attention. Like this for example. Hanso's anger caused the goblin to become extremely scared. The goblin system panel immediately opened the archer profession. The alert state changed to increased fear. It was so scared that it ran away, but luckily there were Lanuval and Loris hiding at the base of the prepared tree. When he saw the goblin running towards him, Lanuval immediately cast his magic saying that since he was his teammate, he needed to prove himself. But when he was about to attack, Hanso stopped him. Hanso immediately explained that there was a reason why he released it alive. He asked Lanuval if he had ever heard the idiom of releasing an iron hunter to catch a perch. She immediately understood his intention, but she asked what to do about the piles of corpses of orcs around. She asked him if he needed to clean them up, and he immediately said to just leave them there first. The smell of blood from the pile of corpses will lure other prey here because their noses are extremely sensitive. I think not only them but also that Rooster will come. The goblins were gathering together in a clearing. This is their camp including 2 orcs. The first one is an estimated level 200 orc warrior. The second orc shaman is estimated level 300. From far away on a cliff, Hanso was observing all of them. With the power of goblins, Hanso speculated that the leader orc must be at least level 400 or higher. Cooley estimated that there were about 5,000 of them. Hanso immediately came up with a plan. The 3 of them would split up and attack their camp from many directions. I will sneak in from the north, and Lanuval will enter from the main gate and the Loris will attack from the back gate, although I also want to have someone guard the south, but due to insufficient manpower, I have to give it up. Lanuvel was immediately scared and wondered if there were only 3 people. He could only reassure her, "Don't worry, just use all our forces." The other side was blocked by a very wide river. Wanting to give up, "Run, they will definitely swim through there." And when they were exhausted from swimming, all that experience was ours, as he said, showing an extremely scary face. He asked if he had any more questions, but the other 2 immediately remained speechless and did not dare to ask. "Then let's show them our strength." The team of 3 people began to split up into action. When Lanuvel stood in front of the main gate, the orcs started roaring and rushed to attack her. Lanuvel trembled in fear because there were too many of them rushing out. They should have sent a group to attack according to the script, right? She took a deep breath and told herself to calm down, that she was a genius scholar. She immediately cast magic and her eyes turned blue. Magic appeared from her hand to attack the approaching orc. She told herself that she was a hero who helped defeat the Demon King. She has never been lazy in her whole life, and now is the time for her to express herself. A beam of light appeared, illuminating the entire area, followed by a huge explosion that wiped out the orcs. Hanso, watching from afar, couldn't help but give a compliment. "I think most of the elites are outside. With Lanuvel and Cooley's help, it won't be a sweat for me to break in." After thinking about it, he rushed into the leader's hiding place, thinking that if he hadn't been awakened by the noise outside, it would be better. At that time, he just had to make as little noise as possible, then sneak in to assassinate him and then return, help Lanuvel and Cooley sweep the books out there, and that's it. Hanso had just lifted the curtain when his eyes caught a goblin girl hanging upside down. Making Hanso startled, she said finally someone had come to save her with a very hopeful smile. She thought she would die here without seeing Elfheim again. She used her eyes to hope that Hanso would save her. A help me sign appeared in front of him. The girl told Hanso to quickly untie her. During the girl's cry for help, the help me sign kept catching his eye. Hanso thought that after 10 years of being a hero, he was tired of looking at this sign. For some reason, he had the feeling that this girl would cause him some trouble. Kang Hansu silently recalled the recent events and thought, "For the past 10 years, every time I saw this board, I always tried my best to complete it, but now I see them as nothing more than a bunch of trouble. Currently my opponent is a pretty strong Orozi. If I save her, there is no guarantee that she will help me fight him, and she may even turn to bite me back." It turned out that while entering this tunnel, he heard someone calling for help. It was a girl who seemed to be hanging upside down. She was happy to see Kang Hansu here, her current savior. Looking at the status information of this monster, Kang Hansu immediately thought to himself, "It's weaker than I thought. Maybe it's because I arrived 9 years early." Having decided that, Kang Hansu immediately looked away. He slowly walked over to her and told her, "Please wait here for a moment." Thinking that Kang Hansu would come back to save her from this hanging upside down situation, the girl happily and somewhat gratefully told Kang Hansu that she was finally going home. Hearing that, Kang Hansu felt a little guilty and somewhat mischievously thought, "Oh, she's about to go home, but you have to do it with your own strength." And then Kang Hansu continued on his path to carry out his plan. He walked closer to the monster in front of him and thought to himself, "In the previous expedition I wasted a lot of time, but this time, I will try to finish everything as quickly as possible and then return to Earth. Oh Rose, you're about to become the experience point that helps me return home. I will never forget this meeting, I promise." And now Kang Hansu is standing in front of the giant monster in front of him, and it still didn't know anything about Kang Hansu's existence nearby or the danger that was coming to it, so it still slept soundly without knowing what was coming. It slept so well that it even flowing freely, and now when standing in front of this monster, the system immediately displays its character status information for Kang Hansu: race, Orozi, Le Pretend 387, profession, leader, leadership by one tribe or more, skills, B-level throwing, C-level leadership, D-level melee, D-level effect resistance, D-level stamina, status, sleep. Looking at the status information of this monster, Kang Hansu immediately thought to himself, "It's weaker than I thought. Maybe it's because I arrived 9 years early. Don't worry about ghosts, it's like you have so much in your heart, let's whip it out." And so Kang Hansu took out a glowing sword that was a gift from the fairy prince, the elemental sword Endymion. Holding this sword in his hand, Kang Hansu confidently thought, "Having become an experience point under this sword, you should feel proud, oh Rosie." And when she saw Kang Hansu's sword, the tight girl hanging upside down was surprised. She looked at the spirit supporting Kang Hansu's sword and thought in confusion, why did the elemental spirits appear? Then, after hesitating for a while, the tight-lipped girl said. She immediately decided to shout loudly and tell Kang Hansu, "Bandit, that you human dares to steal the treasures of our fairies. What the hell are the guards doing? The royal treasure has been stolen." Hearing that, Kang Han-soo helplessly turned back to look at the girl and thought, what's going on? As for that tight-lipped girl, she was still angry and shouted at Kang Han-soo, you must have colluded with the dark fairies. Kang Han-soo calmly told the tight girl that this was a gift from the eldest prince, and while Kang Han-soo did not pay attention to the situation of the O-Rose monster because of the distracted girl's attention, the O-Rose monster woke up and appeared in front of him, Kang Han-soo's face. And when he suddenly saw a shadow covering his light, he inexplicably turned around and immediately faced that giant monster. Seeing that, Kang Han-soo felt helpless and a little angry and said to that tight-lipped girl, hey, I don't understand why she has to keep talking about it. Well, now that he's awake, the plan seems to have gone down the drain, and so having identified his enemy, to quickly end the war. Even that giant monster and Kang Han-soo both held their swords firmly, so they prepared for battle. And when both rushed to attack each other without any hesitation, Kang Han-soo thought confidently, right now this guy only knows a few basic moves, not at the level of terror like before. Low level, low skill, won't be as difficult as before. After thinking about it, Kang Han-soo smiled contemptuously, full of contempt, and said to that giant monster, his mind is so simple. Obediently give me experience points. And with Kang Han-soo's powerful attack, the giant monster was knocked backwards. And very quickly, just a second later, without time for the giant monster to react, Kang Han-soo pointed his sword straight at its face and told it not to move. Maybe I should be gentle with you. Or is it okay? With the sword close to his body, along with Kang Han-soo's somewhat cold but crazy threatening words, the giant monster couldn't help but be confused and scared. And on the other side, the tight girl was hanging upside down, but she still angrily looked at Kang Han-soo and shouted, calling someone to rob her. No one wants to quickly arrest him, and as soon as this tight girl finished speaking, there was a sound from the door in the distance. And when both the giant monster and Kang Han-soo were looking confusedly at that tight girl's side, then suddenly from another door, behind Kang Han-soo there was suddenly an explosion. To the surprise and confusion, Kang Han-soo was blown away by this explosion. And then a monster appeared wearing a red scarf and carrying a staff, seemingly the leader of a certain monster clan, and behind him was another army of monsters. And when I saw this person coming, the giant O-Rose monster immediately spoke to them, Chu-chu-tu-ku, this seems to be the private language of the O-Rose species. And when this giant monster was gradually getting closer to the person wearing the red cloak, he was still confused and asked this giant monster, Chu-chu. Seeing this, Kang Han-soo was already angry. This O-Ro monster immediately used a fiery angry look, and a strong punch to the head, hit the red-cloaked monster and said, K. And then, while the red-cloaked monster was lying unconscious on the ground, the giant O-Ro monster along with the red-cloaked monster's fellow soldiers cheered, I'm excited to say, Kway-tu-do-do-do. On the other hand, after the explosion just now, Kang Han-soo was crushed under the wooden doors and helplessly said, oh my face hit the ground. The chief groaned in the tent, so where does this magic come from? The quick and shortened attack plan has now turned out like this. And at this moment, Kang Han-soo suddenly noticed the cry of pain from the side. It was the girl who had been forced by the waist. She had also been freed from being hung upside down, but she was still stubborn and angry and said to Kang Han-soo, the treasure thief, it's him. But Kang Han-soo didn't pay attention to her nonsense. He was paying attention to the status information panel of this girl provided by the system appearing in front of him. Race, coercion, pretense 892, profession, beast tamer, taming, experience increase, skills, S-level breeding, A-level taming, B-level empathy, C-level gathering, D-level elements, status, curse, insanity, broken bones, bleeding, burns. Not paying attention to the trivial things around him, Kang Han-soo was surprised by this information about the character status of that girl, and thought inexplicably, why is a girl with a level over 800 being brought to this place? Is it because of that curse that bad effect also had on the victim at the black market auction? Maybe there is something deep in this story that I don't know about. Although I don't know what the truth is, I know for sure that they will only have the same outcome. There will only be one common outcome. As soon as he finished thinking about it, Kang Han-soo, without hesitation or feeling guilty, immediately used his sword to stab that girl's body, causing her to suddenly and painfully cry out. Then Kang Han-soo used a cloth to cover her body, making him think that curse effect cannot be lifted, so if left like that, it would be like letting them be tormented until the end. The standard of living is not equal to death. Releasing them from their suffering is probably the best solution. Furthermore, their experience cannot be wasted because Thanks to them, the day I leave this rotten world is getting closer and closer. It turns out that when he stabbed that tight girl, Kang Han-soo killed her too, and after having dealt with one guy, Kang Han-soo continued to pay attention to his main target today, which was the giant O-Rose from earlier. At that time, while the giant rover was still on the other side shouting to his companions. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the sound approaching him, and when he turned around, he immediately faced Kang Han-soo's face in shameless smile. And Kang Han-soo suddenly rushed forward and used a knife to stab the giant turtle, causing it to scream in surprise and pain. As for Kang Han-soo, he showed a shameless smile and said with a wild side to the giant O-Rose, "Peekaboo, now it has become experience points for me." When receiving a fatal stab from Kang Han-soo, the giant monster screamed in pain, its whole body shaking and screaming in pain. Then immediately collapsed in front of the terror of the subordinates behind it, looking at their mighty leader being defeated in one move. The group of people were so scared and shocked that their mouths opened wide. As for Kang Han-soo, who was full of confidence like an arrogant warrior, he was level 892, the chief was level 387, and the internal combination increased the experience points received by 500%. My level is currently increasing like a rocket. Then Kang Han-soo stepped on the corpse of that giant O-Rose monster and, filled with pride and arrogance, he raised his sword towards them and told the remaining O-Rose monsters, the plan to fight quickly was shortened, was ruined by that girl's pressure, but anyway, it's over. So don't waste any more time, let's all go up at the same time. And so the battle between Kang Han-soo and the O-Rose monsters immediately began. First came the ferocious screams and the simultaneous rush of the O-Rose monsters running towards Kang Han-soo with powerful punches. Kang Han-soo calmly looked at them, then he bowed low and showed an evil smile. After that, Kang Han-soo also quickly jumped up and attacked the O-Rose group. To avoid wasting time, he did not wait for them to rush to him but proactively jumped up and attacked them to quickly win and shorten the time. And when those evil monsters were ferociously running towards Kang Han-soo, intending to kill him, then Kang Han-soo with a confident smile and eyes full of excitement. In just a second, the heads of the monsters were cut off from their bodies and flew into the sky in front of their bewilderment. Kang Han-soo was full of confidence and thought, compared to the last time I encountered them, their current level is only 1/10 of that time, and when they saw that Kang Han-soo was good at close combat and had killed many of his brothers, the remaining O-Rose monsters immediately took out their magic staffs, and they summoned fruits, fireball thrown towards Kang Han-soo. Kang Han-soo calmly turned around to look at those fireballs being thrown at him. And he also calmly and even somewhat excitedly received those fireballs. From the clouds rose dust as those fireballs were thrown at Kang Han-soo. But he didn't have any so-called influence. From within that cloud of smoke, Kang Han-soo, with a smile full of danger and evil, held a sword and rushed forward, massively slaughtering those creepy monsters, secretly thinking with pride and arrogance, chopping, slashing, stabbing, smashing, burning, or many other things, all of which were meaningless. Partly thanks to the powerful skills I received from Master Mo Lang, it will help increase wound recovery significantly. The longer you live, the easier it is to increase your skills. If you die, everything is meaningless. When Kang Han-soo's skills are, level a block, level a dodge, level a effect resistance. And at this moment there was a scream, "Hero Nim!" Kang Han-soo suddenly turned towards the source of the sound. He immediately saw a group of giant monsters surrounding and attacking two other people. The girl was using her magic to fight off the monsters, not letting them get close to her, and worriedly told the boy next to her that she was about to run out of magic power, so she couldn't hold on any longer, anymore. Now it's really over. When the girl ran out of energy and her hands were empty, unable to convey anything anymore, the guy was also helpless, his whole body trembling in fear and telling the girl, "My arms and legs were all weak." Seeing that, when the monsters were about to rush in to attack her, the girl called Nouvelle immediately shouted for Kang Han-soo, "Hero Nim!" Seeing that, Kang Han-soo suddenly remembered them and said helplessly, "Oh my god, I forgot they were still there." And when La Nouvelle and the other boy were scared looking at the O-Rose monsters getting closer and closer to them, they screamed in fear. Kang Han-soo quickly ran towards them and angrily told those monsters and pigs to get out of my way. And so, in less than a few seconds, Kang Han-soo quickly cut down all those monsters. Seeing that, Lu Nouvelle and the other guy breathed a sigh of relief. He was full of gratitude but there was still fear in his voice and said to Kang Han-soo, "Thank you, I thought I was about to die." Kang Han-soo stood dejectedly with his hands behind his head. He spoke majestically to the two of them, "But hey, Hearing Kang Han-soo calling, the guy was immediately bewildered and confused and replied to Kang Han-soo, "Yes." Kang Han-soo said helplessly to him, "I told you to attack from behind, and the enemy had thousands of them. If you can't fight back, just run away first. Why do you have to stay here and wait for me? I've been making salad for these pigs for a while." Hearing Kang Han-soo ask that, the other guy hesitated for a moment, then smiled proudly and said to Kang Han-soo, "Even though I know that I may be in danger, thinking that you are still under their siege, I cannot run away, because from the day you rescued me from the black market, I swore to myself that I would dedicate my life for you." Hearing that, Kang Han-soo helplessly pondered and thought, I never thought that one day I would hear such a sentence. Then Kang Han-soo remembered the angry face of Sinva, the fairy queen, when she said to him, "What, why do I have to listen to your human's instructions?" Remembering this, Kang Han-soo was filled with regret and a bit of discontent as he thought, "I don't know what I was thinking at that time that I went to save that damn little girl." And when she saw Kang Han-soo was engrossed in thinking and not saying anything, the girl La Nu-ven curiously asked Kang Han-soo, "What's wrong with Hero Nim?" The other boy also spoke to Kang Han-soo, "Now we need to return to the previous village to rest." The girl named Nu-ven immediately followed the boy's words and said to Kang Han-soo, "That's right, my magic power also needs a while to fully recover." It turned out that the other two had carried the necessary luggage on their shoulders to move from here and were just waiting for the signal from Kang Han-soo. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo comfortably waved his hand and told the two of them, "So be it. Maybe there are still a few runaways, so I'll go clean them up alone. You and the coolie should go back to Master Mon Lang's village to rest." Kang Han-soo was full of mischief and thought, "Wouldn't it be a waste to have such a good opportunity if you don't know how to take advantage of it?" Then Kang Han-soo seriously pointed at the bag on the boy's back and told him, "Also, when we get back there, let's find a way to contact Prince Na-soo. We also have to return his body. It's for him, so please preserve it carefully." Hearing that the guy was holding the girl's body in his arms, he responsibly replied to Kang Han-soo, "Yes." And when the two of them left, a purple smoke appeared around here. A girl wearing a mysterious mask appeared and said to Kang Han-soo, "I didn't expect him to do it so suddenly." Kang Han-soo smiled but with boredom and sarcasm said to the other person, "Is the respected professor here?" Actually, it wasn't sudden, it was deliberate. The girl then folded her arms seriously, reanalyzed the situation and told Kang Han-soo, "But that's okay. It's a pity for someone forced to leave like that. Isn't there still hope as long as you're alive? If he had saved her and accompanied her to other continents to find a way to break the curse, wouldn't he have learned a lesson about perseverance and not giving up instead of killing her?" Kang Han-soo cunningly turned around and said to the girl Kai, "No, you misunderstood, Professor. The ones who caused her to get into such a bad situation were those ORORE people. At that time, I couldn't save her, so I couldn't bear to take action instead of letting her suffer the torment. As for giving up, I did it anyway. I was forced to be level 892, so how could I bear to give up that experience?" Hearing that Kang Han-soo could still say that, the girl was speechless and didn't know what to say. Then the girl angrily turned around and walked away, saying to Kang Han-soo, "How can you enjoy the joy of doing things like that? Do you just want to do everything alone without sharing it with anyone? Try to find yourself a new relationship, then happiness will find you." After saying that, the mysterious girl immediately disappeared into thin air, and Kang Han-soo sighed at her last words and thought, finding a new relationship is a bit difficult. Think about it, if only you could kill this dragon and eat its heart. That's what joy is. There's no need for relationships, baby dragon, I'm here. While thinking about Kang Han-soo, he was excited, holding a knife and running into a mysterious cave. And in that cave there was a dragon sleeping. When it heard a noise approaching it, it immediately opened its giant eyes. And it was wary and angry as it bared its teeth to look at Kang Han-soo, who had ruined its sleep and had trespassed into its territory. Looking at this huge, tall dragon in front of him, when he was only as small as an ant compared to it, Kang Han-soo was confused and thought, the last time he came here, it was originally just a dragon, baby dragon. And so Kang Han-soo looked at the status information board in fear of that ancient dragon that the system is displaying in front of me. Race, Chaos Dragon, 999 plus Leprechaun. Profession, Supreme Ruler. Battle until the fighting spirit increases. Chaos skills level et. Sabotage level et. Oblivion level et. Fighting spirit sleepiness, confusion, drowsiness, twilight. But, how the hell did this legendary ancient dragon come out? Kang Han-soo hurt his heart when he saw the ancient dragon. The past 10 years of suffering were just like yesterday to him. Although he still remembered a lot of things he had experienced, he had forgotten one important thing. While he was still thinking, the dragon now began to attack. It brought its huge foot down to kick down on the place where Kang Hansu was standing. He quickly dodged and exclaimed, "Damn it." He realized that unlike last time, it was only a week after he was summoned to this world. Before the ancient dragon's anger, Kang Hansu remembered what happened 10 years ago. He remembered Lanuvel's face when she called him worriedly, "Hero, Nim, are you okay?" In memories of training sessions with tight schedules, he was beaten to a pulp by Alex. Next, Lanuvel will use healing magic and help him recover to his original state. Then he was beaten again by Alex, then treated again, and everything repeated like that. As for him, after being beaten, he just lay down helplessly, cursing, thinking he was a punching bag and didn't know what pain was. He silently admired old memories, and that was how he enjoyed his first week in this world last time. Always say it's practice, but actually it's just one side hitting and the other side blocking. Of course, it is indispensable for some sarcastic and disparaging words from Alex. At the same time, Kang Han-soo could not forget the look on Alex's face when he laughed at him, and Lanuvel next to him constantly cared, always lovingly calling him by his name, Hero, Nim, because during the next period of time he was banned from leaving the kingdom. He could not know what was happening outside. That is information about the appearance of the giant ancient dragon with 3 pairs of wings, the Dragon Emperor Nubius. If we put it on the same level as the Demon King Padonar, it would probably be understandable. But, while the whole kingdom was being submerged in a sea of poison, he was in a forest far away from their training, so he avoided having to die. And now that legendary dragon is right in front of him. He turned around and planned to run away. He thought the plan had changed. He had no choice but to run away, go back to sleep, cover himself with a blanket and come back later. Looking at the Twilight State, he knew that its life was about to end. The baby dragon he saw last time was definitely the child it left behind after its death. However, before dying, it will enter a state of hysteria, and everyone knows what happens after that. So if you want to find out something, it's best to wait until things calm down and then go back and look for it. While Kang Han-soo was still thinking. Then the dragon's roar startled him. The dragon was almost catching up. He shouted in panic, "I didn't do anything to you. I just stumbled here by accident." He thought to himself, "Damn, I still haven't received the skill to communicate with dragons. Never mind, even if it was, I probably wouldn't have been able to negotiate with it." In Fantasia, having SS-level skills is almost like being on top of the world, and with dragons having a long lifespan, cultivating and upgrading their skills to an extremely high level is not difficult. This is bloody experience. If you encounter a dragon that is mad, just keep running while trying to find a solution. Don't stand still and use brain-clearing skills that will only waste time and get nothing. Then he quickly ran away into the cave to hide. The dragon chased after him vigorously. It looked around looking for his hiding place. It kept screaming strange sounds. In the end, there was no trace of him anywhere. It roared angrily and took off. Kang Han-soo faced down and ran as fast as he could. He began to feel tired and out of breath. He wondered why he couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. Could it be that the chase has stopped, or he didn't expect the dragon to fly into the air? It decided to breathe fire. Damn it. With toxic smoke burning the cave and tunnel where he was hiding, causing a widespread earthquake, even to Master Malong's village. Everyone turned their attention towards the explosion. Lanuvel was extremely scared. Everyone wondered what happened to the hero, Nim. Luckily, Kang Han-soo is still alive. Exiting the tunnel, he looked at the wound on his body, then said, "Ah, damn, I almost met my grandparents." He decided to regenerate his body and poison him. He thought of first promoting blood circulation in the body while allowing the liver to operate at full capacity to detoxify. Next, use platelets to regenerate body tissues. Regarding pain, you just need to block the sensory nerves and you won't feel it anymore. He was extremely happy, smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Master Malong. Thanks to you I was able to recover so quickly." So this is the power of S-level death poison. All the monsters caught by this move died before they could yawn. Then he looked up at the dragon and said, "Hey, if this continues you will wipe out Master Malong's village. Keep dreaming, I won't let you endanger Master Malong." Then he shouted loudly, "You old lizard, you're so old that you're confused. Spraying poison will always miss you. Your reputation as a dragon emperor is just a name and no reality. It's so embarrassing for dragons. Eat and sleep in the cave at night. Useless thing. If I can't do anything else, I'll go home and sleep." He thought that actually, he couldn't understand what I was saying just now. However, I just need to use the taunt skill at the same time to let it see that its target is not dead. That's enough to provoke it. As Kang Han-soo thought, the dragon became angry after hearing his words. It chased him while continuously spewing deadly poison. Kang Han-soo smiled complacently. Very good, follow me, my love. He thought to himself, he didn't believe that its deadly poison skill could create infinite poison. If he wanted to spray it, he would let it spray it for fun. Then he continued to annoy the dragon. Oh my hand is poisoned, progress, he. According to his plan, he only needs to lure it away from Master Malong's village. As for the destination, he doesn't care, wherever he wants to go. The dragon continued to chase him, and his body also had more poisoned areas. He shouted, that's it, spray slowly, I regret it a bit now. Then he ran towards the forest, where the orcs lived. He happily ran past the orcs saying hello. Then quickly flashed away, leaving behind a goodbye. Then the Dragon Emperor's deadly poison burned these orcs while they were still bewildered looking at Kang Han-soo. He turned around and laughed loudly. Hey, you idiot, I'm still alive. At that moment, a very interesting idea suddenly flashed in his mind. The orc leader glanced at the movement from deep within the forest. It just stood there observing for a long time with its clan. Not long after that, Kang Han-soo ran towards the Kang Han-soo clan. He smiled evilly and passed them. As he predicted, the dragon did not care about its surroundings. In its eyes there was only him. It used its strength to spray poison. The toxin spread throughout the orcs' bodies. The leader of the pack is also poisoned. It is at level Z65, warrior class, ambush skill level C, rage level D, resistance level B, state of collapse, poison burn, paralysis, dying. Taking that opportunity, he walked towards the leader orc and smiled, holding the sword high, saying the feast of experience prepared by the Dragon Emperor. Let's have a cup. Then stabbed hard to end its weak life. He thinks it's not important how the battle progresses, but who gets the last hit, that's the one who gets everything. Although deadly poison is strong, it is not without weaknesses. The higher the monster's level, the more its resistance will increase, so if you are exposed to poison, even if you don't die, you will still have to die. This is better for your benefit. Use the dragon to level up. The Dragon Emperor is caught up with him. He glanced at it provocatively. Even though we don't like each other, I know that we're about to become good teammates. It changes direction. Flew to spray poison to attack the village. The villagers panicked and whispered that it was a dragon. It was attacking us. Could it be the Nubius from the legend? Evacuate quickly. If you stay you will surely die. But who knows where to evacuate to now? Where are you brave souls? Why hasn't someone appeared to rescue us yet? Wherever it sprays poison, there will be cries for help and pitiful wailing. He had a bad feeling and wondered if he had just missed something. He remembers that in order to maintain the same running speed and run for a long time without getting tired, I had to cut off almost all my other senses to focus on my body, so my current vision is very small and narrow. Besides big things that can be seen a little, small things are almost invisible to my eyes. Probably nothing important. Now just go fram until it's done and then decide whatever you want. In front of him was the appearance of a level 633 Cyclop, the butcher profession. He swung his knife and slashed wildly, killing it. Then another slash destroyed several monsters of another race. He smiled happily and said, look. All the bosses were one-sided, but now they were curled up like creeps. Watching your experience points skyrocket. He enjoyed flying like crazy. Keep smiling, my comrades. He thought so. Is this the feeling of joy when going on an expedition that everyone often talks about, going on long journeys, overcoming many difficulties and hardships with teammates, defeating all enemies? Ferocious devil. Tough tree demons. Evil mercenaries and knights who want to take my life, etc., and Cloud. They were all blown away like small clouds of dust. He sighed contentedly and said that was it. He thought that after just a few days, his level had almost reached the display limit. The system displays an information panel introducing him as a high-level human race, level 903, hero class with 500% increased effect resistance skills 55, rage 5, physical power 5, stamina 5, agility 5, good condition. He secretly felt that it was fortunate that thanks to this Dragon Emperor, he could develop like a storm. If he set out to explore in the usual way, he would not know what day, month or year it would take to touch the Demon King. At this moment he turned his head and looked up. The Dragon Emperor was exhausted and fell to the ground. He smirked. Chaos Dragon, Dragon Emperor Nubius, the pastime was very fun. Fellow soldier, he thought our exciting adventure, although it only lasted a few days, finally had a perfect ending. He looked at its exhausted state. It's true that old age leaves no one behind. Because of its old age and weak health, it quickly became exhausted after chasing me for such a distance. If it weren't for that, then it wouldn't be possible for humanity to put it on the list of 5 great disasters. He bowed his head and said, even though it wasn't long, I'm very happy with what I've experienced, and I've also advanced quite a few levels, and I've also done what the professor told me to do, find a new relationship. But the problem is, this seems like it will have a significant impact on my reputation. Then he glanced at the widespread poison scattered on the ground and the lives killed by that poison. He thought that many cities and towns had been destroyed by that dragon emperor, and that almost half of the central continent was now uninhabitable due to poisoning. He crossed his arms and said that Demon King Padonar, without even lifting his butt from the throne, would be enough to make humanity miserable. What a scary name. The professor just said that you're the scary guy here. He scratched his head and replied, Professor, it's been a while. She said I had observed the battle from the beginning but could not intervene, because if I did, it would upset the order of this world. So I waited until the battle ended, but it seems like this continent's fate is about to end because of you. He pictured a map of the continent and thought that was a bit of an exaggeration. Up here is the northwest of Fantasia. And here, the red part is the southeast. Although almost half of the central part of the continent was destroyed by the wrath of the Dragon Emperor Nubius, the other parts of the continent were fine, so it can be considered that 90% of Fantasia's population was preserved. He said, you said I shouldn't give up, right? Look at this map, there's so much hope. She waved her hand and replied, but for a hero like you, I find it a bit far-fetched. No matter how good a domestic horse is, it cannot survive on its own outside the stable. This is the result of him being too blind to trust what he experienced the first time. He thought to himself, well, I can't deny that. I was convinced that in the cave it was a baby dragon. Who would have thought that the old dragon would appear somewhere? But thanks to that, I was able to preserve some of my reputation points, but in return, I now have achievements, but my reputation is not very good. There is still one thing left to do. He looked at the Dragon Emperor lying still, panting, looking up at him with tired eyes and saying, you know that, right? Even if you return to the nest and rest now, you still won't be able to live until now, end of next year. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to let everything out at once and then fall down? At the same time, he rubbed his head with his hand. It growled weakly and then stood up. He looked up at it and said he still had the energy to get a headache. Now is the time to follow nature, the winner will get everything. I also enjoyed it very much, Dragon Emperor Nubius. At the same time, he raised the sword high and aimed at the Dragon Emperor, thinking to himself that even if this was an elemental sword, it would not be easy to take the life of such a great being. To get to the current situation, he stabbed the sword hard into the top of its head, but the sword stuck a third of the way. He tried to speak and got stuck. He thought that Europe was also exhausted after destroying nearly half of the continent's center, as well as many other reasons. Suddenly it fell down. From the stab wound poisonous blood flowed. Drown him. He said that this bastard Dragon Emperor is even more sinister than Padonar. In a sea of poison like this, ordinary people would surely die. However, he suddenly smiled mischievously when he felt the huge amount of experience and power of Dragon Emperor Nubius. His experience score showed a mythical human race, level 999 community, hero class increased by 500%, tolerance skills 55, chaos 55, madness 55, physical power 5, chaotic state. He smiled and said it all belonged to me. Existing in legends are different, race names, skill stats, statuses, all become chaos. But what do those 3 squares mean? He asked, Professor, what does this mean? She replied, this cannot happen. For a hero in training, hunting ancient dragons is impossible. He replied, oh so. She said he should have been on his way to find good comrades, and the dragon will create when its life cycle comes to an end and return to nature. This can't happen. Why don't you can do this even if it's just the first return? He indifferently replied, yes, even I was surprised. At first I just wanted to find the baby dragon because I had enough ability to handle it and could gain some experience. If I had known that the Dragon Emperor Nubius was there, I definitely wouldn't have dared to go near it. But because I didn't know, I still came, and accidentally defeated it, so. He reached out his hand to crush the Dragon Emperor's heart. She immediately shouted to stop him. Wait. What are you planning to do? He said you saw it too, right? I'm trying to figure out what the squares in the skills section are, on my own, since you didn't answer my question, so that's all that's left. Because this is the heart of a Dragon Emperor, perhaps it contains the meaning of this world, and the skill I received was after defeating it, so if I use the heart too, then maybe I'll know a little something. She sweated and said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I can't, because this has never happened before. As the saying goes, don't follow a dog without knowing anything about its owner. Isn't it best to leave it alone and wait until higher authorities learn more about it? Star. I'll try to figure out what those squares mean as quickly as possible. Please try to wait until then." What did he think about an ownerless dog? She was really so rigid that she forgot that Pandora's box exists. Its purpose is not to wait for someone to open it. If they knew it was an empty and worthless box, no one would bother to open it. This is the result of the artists, people, but you don't even know anything about it. Instead of waiting for you, I would rather satisfy my own curiosity, and it is also curiosity that has helped people have the knowledge and progress they have today. Let me see what the secret is hidden inside you. As he finished speaking, he decisively crushed the dragon Danubius's heart. Kang Han-soo held in his hand a black heart with pink and purple blood that looked very terrible. The heart was as big as his hand. The Dragon Emperor's willpower, everything is within it. Kang Han-soo smiled and felt his heart. It's so soft, now. After saying that, he put the whole heart into his mouth and ate it deliciously. He also felt, the taste was like a mixture of raw liver, jelly and rare beef. After dealing with that heart, Kang Han-soo's body began to change, which surprised him. His body started to feel like it was about to crack. Every cell in his body felt like it was on fire. He opened his mouth to reveal sharp teeth. After that, Kang Han-soo's eyes started emitting purple light that looked very scary. The Dragon Emperor's chaotic power is seeping into every cell inside his body. Kang Han-soo's arms also had strange veins and blood vessels. His arms were also unusually large, and behind him was the silhouette of a town dragon demon that looked very scary. Wow, it feels like my body wants to twist. Is it possible that this is the kind of strength that the sword cultivators and things in swordplay movies always want? To get stronger, these pains are nothing. The body endures pain but is always free, happy in my heart for some reason to ease my suffering. Kang Han-soo yawned loudly. The dragon also opened its bright eyes to look closely. "It seems like Kang Han-soo is just sleepy," he said, saying, "Sorry, but I'm not a masochist, so I have to grit my teeth and endure such things day and night. Thanks to the ability to block all body sensations, right now this is like I'm going through a surgery with anesthetic injection." The guy is jumping up and down, so bored. When will it be over? The dragon demon also frowned and looked at him critically. After a short time, the sky returned to a peaceful blue. Kang Han-soo was excited. "Ah, it's over." He reached up to the notification display screen to see what that strange skill was. This is the status displayed just now. Now it looks like this. The skill level displayed means that the skill can be used. Kang Han-soo immediately held his chin in satisfaction. Well, who cares what the name is as long as it's useful? The name doesn't matter. Let's see the details about this skill. What is it? Don't forget, skill type, name, pressure level, outstanding effects. Why the hell does each level's effect become a square? Can't forget something. Could it be the wick? If the skill isn't useful then just leave it alone. But anyway, it made the professor panic. Thinking about it now makes my mood much better. Kang Han-soo immediately smirked. KKK. Now I should prepare everything and return to the village. In the small village when Kang Han-soo returned, the girls started howling, "Hero Nim. Why did you come back so late? We were afraid something was wrong with you." That said, the girls didn't stop eating fresh meat and fish. Kang Han-soo was dumbfounded. Well, they both looked worried. "And this food, not to mention the two of you bothered the village chief's family to cook it for me, is the reward from the person who guessed and accepted the body. I ignored him and sent it there, all by the prince's hand, ordered shot, really. Even though I didn't like the fact that these two were taking advantage of my money, because Master Mo Lang was happy, I had to let it go." That's right, everyone was very worried because they hadn't heard anything about you for the past week. The young lady wondered, did something happen, huh? Kang Han-soo said, "So you guys don't know what I did? You didn't tell us anything about the schedule you did last week." Lan Nu Ven frowned and said, "So how could we know?" Also, the Dragon Emperor who had been in the dark for the past 500 years suddenly appeared. Kang Han-soo suddenly appeared as if he had been struck by lightning. That. What it did made us think that the world was about to end, plus we didn't hear anything from you so we thought you died during the raid. Maybe they don't really know. Lan Nu Ven cried tears. She was so bloated that she had to eat too much. On the other side, the subordinates reported to their leader that many people from all over the continent had come here to try to defeat the ancient dragon, but they all had to die, and the result was half of their lives. The center of the continent has become an uninhabitable place, and the Demon King has not yet moved, and humanity is already suffering such a tragedy. Kang Han-soo was confused. Wait, if you think about it, maybe humanity has given up hope. The heroes in the ancient dragon's cart rolled across half of the central continent, and everywhere it passed there were no survivors. Even if there were witnesses, at most they could only see a giant dragon and a small black dot. Even if they could see me, no one would know what the face of the newly summoned hero looked like, and my face was covered in poison at that time, so I couldn't see my face clearly. Is impossible. After realizing that I had accidentally destroyed nearly half of the Fantasia Center, I forced myself to stop because I was afraid that my reputation points had been seriously deducted. But, then Kang Han-soo realized that no one would survive without witnesses, which means reputation points would not be deducted. Everything is not over yet. Reputation points are still preserved. There is still hope for you to increase your achievement points and reputation. Don't be too surprised, you too. Kang Han-soo Sai said, the person who defeated Dragon Emperor Mo Bai-chi was you. The other two girls were instantly sprayed with glue and stiffened on the spot, with only surprise in her eyes. Her face flashed with fear. Hey, Hero Nim defeated the Dragon Emperor, that's right. I told La Nu Ven and Cooley about the epic battle and the death of the Dragon Emperor, of course with a story I made up, and so the Dragon Emperor had to fall by these very hands. Thus, the fact that the Dragon Emperor was awakened by the hero was completely changed by his story. As long as no one knew about it, there would be nothing to worry about. The two girls, a nun and a coolie, had faces full of surprise and disbelief at what they heard. The two girls immediately shouted loudly as if there was an earthquake. So great, facing one of the 5 great disasters alone, they are truly heroes. Kang Han-soo was also a little excited and raised his hand to poke his cheek. Hey, I thought you two wouldn't believe it. La Nu Ven was excited. Why couldn't you believe it? The coolie also continued. We saw it, your extraordinary behavior since the auction, so the deception has succeeded. But besides these two idiots, it's unlikely that other people will believe in it so blindly. When I first came here, I had a hard time getting to level 10. Killing for a peace-loving high school student like me is something very disgusting. Now, to earn more fame, I probably have to do something big in front of everyone, something comparable to the 5 great disasters. After that, Kang Han-soo excitedly told the two girls, come on, let's go find the big fish. Hey, what are you talking about? Kang Han-soo even held up 5 fingers. If one of the 5 great disasters has caused this much damage, for the peace of Fantasia, shouldn't we go and destroy the remaining group as soon as possible? At that time he would become so famous. The girl asked, but what about returning to the kingdom? Kang Han-soo immediately felt dumbfounded. La Nu Ven explained, now there is only 1 day left until the hero's debut with Mr. Alex. King Sword King. How could I forget him? Because I was blinded by my reputation, I temporarily forgot my precious teammate. I will definitely never forget the promise I made to him. Luckily, I would have been in big trouble or I would have been in big trouble. Thank you. As for this, Hero Nim and Kang Han-soo were also very comfortable and happily stood arm in arm. Don't be shy, say it, I'm in a pretty good mood. In his heart he thought, now I should deal with that guy. How can he still be praised by everyone? La Nu Ven can only stand and look up at him. Is a secret message sent to us from the delegation that came to claim the body. We just found her dead body. Who is one of the royal guards who follows the queen and is afraid of forcing her, and do you know what the most important thing is? The remaining bodyguard is the one we saw in the black market. La Nu Ven also responded with admiring eyes. That's right, how did you know that? I don't need to waste my time investigating. Although everyone has a long childhood, not everyone can reach level 800 or higher, because they are not an aggressive race like dragons. So the average level of all the elves is scattered around the number 100, and for those ignorant warriors who are level 800 or higher, they will become part of the Royal Guard group, family. Hey, all kinds of troubles keep coming. Kang Han-soo tilted his head to the side and said, this is Nu Ven. The girl excitedly replied, yes, her eyes were eager as if we were about to have an exciting adventure. Kang Han-soo said again, since you already know, please shut up from now on. She still reached out, but, you still have something to tell. Kang Han-soo just waved his hand, so just keep it in your heart for the rest of your life, then he freely left. Also, the fact that the Fairy King's wife was captured by the Demon King, and the investigation into the disappearance of his bodyguards, he didn't care about. Kang Han-soo asked the two girls, what's with that look on their faces? She's got a red face, that's what she did. How do you know these things? Over the past 10 years. No, you're a hero and you'll understand the last part as soon as you hear the first part. Last time, Lan Nu Ven always found troublesome things and I had to stretch my neck to solve everything. Lan Nu Ven even pointed in one direction. Ah, look at that. But this time there's no such thing. Do you know what it is? Kang Han-soo looked in the direction of the finger. There was a black dot on the road below with white smoke flying, looking very strange. On that side. The sound of horse-drawn carriages running. There were two white horses and a carriage over there. The man on the carriage tried to use a whip to make the horse run faster. Ayya. Behind them there were several assassins chasing extremely fiercely. One guy was still holding a bow and arrow ready to shoot towards the other carriage. But fortunately, because the carriage was moving at a fast speed, the arrow only hit the side of the carriage, and the carriage driver was not affected. He said in fear and confusion, "Hey, please hold on tightly." Kang Han-soo commented, "The carriage looks quite majestic, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Are they being chased by bandits?" Kang Han-soo closes his eyes to feel, let's see, adjust his body, strengthen his vision. Then he opened his eyes wide. Godlike eyes that can see any movement down there. This badge makes me really nostalgic. Princess of the Holy Country, ordering your kingdom, and that badge that was given to you will definitely succeed the throne. But why would a person with such a high position have to flee across the border like this? Obviously, royal civil war. Judging by the princess having to flee, it seems that her uncle succeeded in his coup. From now on the throne will be mine, niece, everything is just like the first time. Wait, the current emperor will die in about 5 years, why now? Hey. It seems like me and Chile have just stopped by their capital. Kang Han-soo playfully scratched his head. It's because of the dragon, not me. Lan Nu Ven's voice is still roaring around him. Hero Nim, even though we still have a promise to Sir-elect, we still have plenty of time to save them, right? Let's be heroes and save the princess. Kang Han-soo pointed his finger in the other direction. The chili monkey turned into a zombie and was about to attack us. That's the Nu Ven with the coolie guy howling in fear. Kia. After that, the two girls ran away in fear. They had to quickly evacuate everyone, and the remaining Kang Han-soo prepared to rescue the princess. A notification appears on the screen to activate the deadly poison breath skill. Kang Han-soo quickly exhaled a purple smoke. That purple smoke jumped to where the princess's carriage was. A stream of purple light radiated in that area. The running white horse also fell to the ground and spat out a gurgling mouthful of white foam. The scene was extremely chaotic. The carriage broke into many pieces, and the carriage driver also fell to the ground. The princess inside the carriage fell down, but only one arm was exposed out of the carriage. Lan Nu Ven and Coolie looked behind. Maybe you saw wrong, Hero Nim. I didn't see any dragon. Kang Han-soo just smiled evilly. Oh, I must have seen wrong. Last time, because the emperor was wary of his brother, he gave him the title of lord and sent him to a faraway land. The assassin said very leisurely, "Do you think that girl has enough qualities to lead this country?" But you didn't expect that he had secretly raised an influence for himself, and when the emperor died, the brother rebelled and overthrew his niece to take the throne. After being saved by the hero team from being captured, the princess received help from the hero and her trusted teammates. One person in my team once said that she, with her intelligence and integrity, would lead the holy country to a bright future. How should I put it? The crown was given to the princess. I should have realized it sooner since she ordered all the coup troops to be cut down without any mercy. Every time I remember that look, Kang Han-soo turned around and stood in a corner, trembling non-stop. For some reason, I felt like she was planning something on me. Lan Nu Ven walked over slowly and asked, "What happened just now? So are they all dead?" "So the coup army has taken power and everything will return to peace," Kang Han-soo said leisurely with his arms crossed, "even though half of the central continent has turned to ash." Nothing. The surroundings still appeared with the purple object that Kang Han-soo had launched earlier. In fact, after regaining the throne, she came up with many bloody policies and used her clever mind to destroy all opposition, but because she was so brutal that people called her a bloody queen, she ended up living in fear of being hunted and was assassinated not long after. But with today's events, I won't have to do useless things for her anymore. Kang Han-soo exhaled smoke and said eagerly, "I didn't change her ending. That's cool. What I'm doing now is to help the people of the Holy Kingdom not have to suffer what she did, like last time." Kang Han-soo's voice was clear. "Yes, you're kidding, right?" The dog's figure looked ferocious but very cute. He asked, "Do I really have to kill it?" Lan Nu-ven said, but didn't you say, it is difficult for you to kill humanoid monsters? Kang Han-su panicked, but this is not much different from it, Lady Lan Nu-ven. On one side, Kang Han-su trembled in fear of the other dog as it bared its sharp fangs and howled ferociously. Mr. Alay angrily gritted his teeth and said, well, it seems like what we have done is not enough. Lan Nu-ven girl was also bewildered by Mr. Alay's move. He smiled broadly and said, I should have taught that hero more enthusiasm in the previous launch session. No, it's not too late. In his hand he holds a sword. We should continue our training now. While everyone was still afraid, Lan Nu-ven loudly shouted, I objected to this. Hero Nim just recovered from his injury not long ago. Sir Alex said, I don't care, it's all because of that guy's lack of enthusiasm. Nim Hero's strength does not come from skills and levels. But it comes from courage, no matter how many times you are defeated. Returning to the kingdom with everyone, Kang Han-su immediately asked angrily, how the hell was this place still peaceful after the Dragon Emperor incident? Lan Nu-ven happily explained, perhaps it was thanks to the blessings of the gods that the dragon only wreaks havoc in the opposite direction of our kingdom, and including summoning you. It seems the king has received quite a bit of blessing from the gods, huh? That idiot is blessed, Kang Han-su once again said in annoyance. If it weren't for Master Mo Lang, when would this group of people have died? Lan Nu-ven still asked doubtfully. Mo Lang, Kang Han-su immediately replied. No, what? Lan Nu-ven felt sad. Even though we were lucky to only take 2 days to return here because the teleportation circle was still active, but we were 1 day late for the king's promise. How should we say this properly? You promised to only leave for 10 days, the fat king calmly said. Even if he is a hero, he must know how to keep his promise to a king like me. Kang Han-su seemed to have a fire burning behind him. The king was immediately scared and stammered to appease him. Mistakenly, because he was a hero, he could go as long as he wanted. That's it with the king. Now, the day of the hero's death has finally come. The people there were laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Hero, welcome to the royal training ground, the muscular bodyguard Alex said, looking at your skin as smooth as a woman's without a single wound. I know you haven't been able to do anything good in the past few days. He still smiled evilly, but don't worry, I will help you become the strongest swordsman in this kingdom. It won't take much time. Kang Han-su's entire face is filled with contempt for the person in front of him. Even though it took place later than the first time, there were still no less people coming to watch. There are also a group of healers for that guy's violent show. The guys there just laughed. It seems like this time is a bit extreme, so just take it as an opportunity to practice. You guys, his mission is to treat the victim continuously so that the Alexith can freely abuse the victim without any hesitation. Kang Han-su responded. He said it wouldn't take much time. The Alexith replied arrogantly and calmly, yes, time is gold and silver. We always have to stay alert because we don't know when the Demon King will attack, so I will use every means to make you stronger as quickly as possible. And the fastest way to hone all skills is to fight like it's a real battle, Kang Han-su said boredly, but what if I die? Alex's face twisted. Do you think that an experienced person like me can't control the power of a rookie? There are still healers ready to save people at any time, so don't worry, nothing. It's obvious you're not going to find an excuse to refuse. When God heard this, he felt as if he was about to go crazy, gasping, for the future of humanity, I don't want to listen to a newbie babbling, understand? I can't help but twist my mouth, this bastard can't wait to kick my ass. The screen displays a notification, Human Race, 292, Swordsman Profession, Physical Strength by Sword Skills, Sword Skills, Physical Strength, Block Attack, Resistance, Indomitableness, Impatience, Malice, and what is that malice? Kang Han-su thought to himself, I don't remember the last time I had it. He spoke up, Mr. Alex, don't you think you're the one who needs to be trained? I've only reached level 292, so who can I teach? Let me give you some sincere advice. Perhaps you have also heard about me wiping out a large army and defeating the Dragon Emperor. When the guy heard that, his mood suddenly changed. He shouted, did everyone hear anything? If it was going to explode, it had to be that loud, right? He laughed excitedly. That guy is just lying to avoid having to train. He's truly a different hero. Heck, just like the king who doesn't understand what he expects from these guys. Let's see. Information about Alay, Mythical Human Race, Le Pretend 999+, Hero Profession, 500% increase in experience, Skill to resist Aelit's effects, Aelit's fighting spirit, Aelit's death poison, good stamina, good senses, good condition. I'm not sure of 1 million Alexanders, but one name is not enough to fit between teeth. The strange skill I got after defeating Dragon was only at the press level, so it was at the bottom of the list of skills I had. Unforgettable. Kang Han-soo looked thoughtfully and thought, what does it mean? The hand of the god of Alich even punched him close to him. He shouted, hero, in a battle, it is not necessary to talk too much, but you must always keep yourself on guard to avoid unexpected attacks. Like this, I just saw his fist swinging continuously. These moves were all dodged by Kang Han-soo. What he said was the same as the first time, but the way he struck this time was different from the last time. He struck many blows around him to prevent himself from escaping, which was what he was mistaken for. Then he threw a fist at Kang Han-soo's dangerous spot. Damn, why is he so childish? If he attacks the abdomen, I will show him his level of endurance skills, only to see his laughter begin to lose its humanity. But if I want to target my quail, things will take a new turn. Kang Han-soo just needs to kneel down and lower his center of gravity to dodge Alex's somewhat dangerous fist. It seems like this move is also easy to dodge. Everyone howled in panic, K-A-O-A-O. I only saw that Mr. Alex had fallen disheveled on the ground. Kang Han-soo relied on the strength of his small, nimble appearance to easily stand up. Come on, sir, don't whine. No, in real combat, no one waits for you to stand up and continue fighting. Sir, I'll let you bastard. He was still angry and crawled trembling little by little. I will kill you, kill you. In a few years, you will become a great sword king. Sir Alex will still angrily howl and kill you. But right now I'm just a small, weak person, not even comparable to low-level demons, yet I still want to teach others. Kang Han-soo grabbed the thick hair of Sir Alex, captain of the Royal Knights Alex. He still hadn't practiced enough, but he wanted to raise his voice to others, only to see that the complacent handsome guy from before had now turned into a sleazy person, with saliva flowing from his mouth. Never judge others just by observing the outside. Smart people never expose their backs for everyone to see. In every battle, there is only one way to live, and the other way to die. Conceited people like you will always be the first pawns, sir, so angry that you grimaced, you bastard. The medical staff shouted in panic, Hero Nim, if this continues, you might die. Obviously dying in battles is normal. Sir Alex raised his hands tremblingly. I can't lose. Kang Han-soo just waved his hands and said leisurely, I taught you a valuable lesson but still tried to deny the truth. Because it was a bit difficult, I had to skip this step. Kang Han-soo even sat down and said to the angel lying on the ground, what do you think? I look more like a teacher than you, right? Respect. What about students? Do you know what the most important thing in real battles is? Your face looked like it was bleeding. His face was pale, that is. Before he could finish his first sentence, Kang Han-soo jumped up and punched him hard on Alex's back, causing him to gasp in pain. Kang Han-soo's words are like the halo of a winner, eliminating all potential dangers in the future. This final blow caused the frogman to actually be knocked down, his face pressed against the brown ground. He killed the princess and now the Sword King. Kang Han-soo scratched his head and smiled slightly as if he was a bit shy. Oh, as a professor, you came back too early. Didn't I tell you that you have to know how to let go? Mistakes of the past will be corrected by the future. Even though he failed last time, it seems like he still hasn't found the right path for his future. I don't know what the future holds, but don't think of failure too soon. No one knows that I killed the princess, so my reputation won't be affected by that. Professor Girl, the other just stood calmly with his arms around him. At the same time, the people of the Holy Kingdom will also enjoy peace thanks to that. Instead of letting the paranoid princess blinded by power wear the crown, I would rather use that solution, completely without any consequences. Kang Han-soo laughed. That is the best solution. Also, that bastard Alex isn't worth mentioning. That's why I told you to let go of all the grudges from last time. The greatest success is to control the emotions in your heart. When if a wise man gets mad, that person will no longer be a wise man. Can't you give those people another chance? Tolerance is one of the virtues that heroes must have. Kang Han-soo was bewildered. Wow, don't tell me you're about to tell me to be tolerant of the Demon King too. Professor adjusted his glasses. Can you stop distorting the meaning of a hero's existence? Kang Han-soo was also speechless because of her words. Please wait and see. Several medical staff now had to rush into the stadium to check on the health of the god Alex. They pulled his eyelids to check his pupils, pinched his wrist to check his pulse. All operations were extremely rushed. After that, the faces of the other two guys were extremely scared. He's dead. The Royal Knight Captain is dead. The spectators standing and observing could not hide the surprise on their faces. Why could the strongest swordsman in the kingdom? Oh my god, while Kang Han-soo just stood there calmly observing. Then he held out his hand to calm everyone down, not to worry too much. There was no need for people to show any fear or tension, even though the protector of the royal family in the kingdom was dead. Seeing Kang Han-soo's cheerful sinister face, everyone admired, then isn't there still a hero named here? The audience was a bit confused. The secret weapon that I spent 10 years practicing, waiting to use it when I was a hero, the bright smile that can make people feel secure, doesn't seem to have as much effect as I thought. I had so much hope for it. Kang Han-soo also realized, that's right. Maybe it's because they don't take themselves seriously because none of them are weak, but inside their minds are rotten to the point of being scary. Hey, we have to find another way. That bastard Alex is someone I will definitely kill no matter how many times I meet him, but he is the leader of the Royal Knights, the one in charge of the military, so his death is inevitable. It will cause great loss to the kingdom. And since I'm the one who killed Alex, I'll be the one to take over what he left behind. Kang Han-soo pointed his finger to the sky excitedly. Royal Knights, assemble. If you want to die then there's no need. The audience is dissatisfied. Gather. The group of people ran away again as if following orders. Just for a moment. They were gathered in a straight line, everyone's faces were very serious. Kang Han-soo showed a very satisfied smile. Knights, everyone must have seen Sir Alex die while training, and dying while training is not unheard of, right? The most important thing in every battle is not violence but intuition. Kang Han-soo continued to talk endlessly, the other guys could only listen helplessly. And Alex died because he ignored his intuition. Kang Han-soo glanced back and said sinister words, does anyone else want to die because of ignorance? The whole group of people just stood silently. Just like that, Kang Han-soo felt like he was opening a flag in his stomach. Well, it seems like everyone has grasped what I conveyed to them. I can feel the atmosphere of respect and admiration permeating the place. Last time I had to spend it took 10 years to get it, but this time only 10 days were enough. Then Kang Han-soo spoke again. My debut ends now, and we will move on to eliminating the spirit boils this kingdom is facing. It looks like everyone doesn't understand what I'm talking about. What do you say? He held out his hand. Okay, the price for each question will be 1 arm. If anyone has any questions, just raise the arm that needs to be cut off. No need to be shy. All the brave soldiers bowed their heads in fear and remained silent without saying a word. Kang Han-soo immediately asked, why? No, everyone absorbed it really quickly. Truly, the Royal Elite Knights are different. Now we will split into 2 groups. One group will follow La Nouvelle, the other group will follow me. The destination of the La Nouvelle group will be the Queen's Mansion. If you open the purple cabinet in the 3rd room, you will find a secret passage inside it. Just keep going in the direction the secret path leads to. La Nouvelle found her target, her eyes sparkled. Queen. The Queen is now doing a barbaric act, which is to cut out the heart of a warrior and eat it deliciously, destroy the evil worshippers and collect all the evidence there. The Queen explained. No, the subordinates also quickly came to respond. How did the guards know about this place? The High Priest, please quickly escape. La Nouvelle angrily grabbed a sword and rushed to attack him and shouted loudly, why call me a High Priest, this idiot? Queen, if you resist too fiercely, just kill her, she won't be executed anyway, the rest of you will follow me inside the castle to clean up. Then he kicked the door and rushed inside. Knock knock knock, who's calling? Hero. The people inside were also bewildered by the appearance of Kang Han-soo with a large army. Quickly get rid of these bastards. Hey, but they are the people of the Grand Judge. Kang Han-soo cruelly asked again. Well, they cringed, it's nothing. The whole remnants of the army were captured. Normally I only do things like this when I get paid, but this time I will do it because I feel responsible after the incident with the Alex. Even though there is no swordsman, the king over there is here. I still have enough power to clean up this kingdom until it becomes peaceful, that's all. And also ensuring that floods like this no longer pose a threat to the kingdom. I will show the people who criticized me at first what a true hero is. Only the professor asked him, student Kang Han-soo, what made him change his mind like that? Kang Han-soo was excited. Professor, you're here, look at it. Remember to give me good reputation points. I'm so hardworking. That's right, you saw everything I did last time, before, right? That's right. Even though I was kidnapped to this barbaric world, I still managed to solve many of the kingdom's problems, most of them for free. To be honest, I don't dare say that I have solved all of those problems perfectly. I really didn't expect the queen to worship demons. If only we had known sooner, many innocent people wouldn't have had to suffer, dead, but thanks to previous experiences, I knew what I needed to do this second time. Kang Han-soo clenched his fists, found the problem and then came up with a solution. Isn't that the best way for me to compensate the people, after they learned of Alay's death? The masked professor could only listen silently. Kang Han-soo continued, before things get worse like last time, I will solve everything once and for all. Then he shouted, everyone stood still, the guards also spoke, it was Hero Nim and the royal guard. The guy in front of him panicked when he saw the sword. What are you guys planning to do? I am a demon, I just saw the arrest order being given. The demons immediately ran away in fear, captured them all, and captured them. 5 days later in Kang Han-soo's kingdom, a soldier ran in and announced, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please save me, the hero has lost his mind. After solving some kingdom problems last time, I realized that the system in this world is not as perfect as I thought. The guy in front was bewildered. The judge was, what are you doing up there? Looks like there's a jury there too. The bound judge angrily shouted and howled, how dare you defame a noble like me in front of these commoners? Level system. In fact, increasing the level will also lead to the ability to resist aging while increasing the body's tolerance, and the benefits it brings will be shown when they reach level 5. The problem is that there are very few ways to level up, and the easiest of them all is to kill. For humans, who doesn't want to live long, who doesn't want to have a healthy body without disease, so wanting to level up is understandable. For warriors and knights, they just need to do their job well. Thanks to the conflicts between demons and humans, the battles for them to participate in and increase their levels are endless. So for those who do not have, what about the ability or unwillingness to participate in bloody battles on the battlefield? The judge shouted again, Your Majesty, he is of human race, pretending to be 116 years old, of noble karma, elegant pedigree, elegant skills, killing, scheming, dike management, politics dislocated state, scratches, fear. Since he was a teenager, he has repeatedly kidnapped and murdered many innocent civilians. His crimes have been exposed during a mission I did in my 6th year. Because so that her beauty would not fade, she sacrificed the girl and many other women captured in the 7th year. The fake king also cried and explained, this was a trap, the hero was definitely manipulating everyone, he had the same reason as the person above and was also captured in the 7th year. Kang Han-soo stood with his hands on his hands very comfortably. At first I intended to tie them to rocks and then throw them into the sea, but then I found another way, both protecting the environment and creating an impact on my heart, people. He called, Coolie. The coolie guy in the back bowed his head. By God, you also heard clearly about the crimes they committed, right? The coolie also replied freely, yes. Even if I finish my work today, in the future the people will still need someone like Alexa to keep the peace of the kingdom, so, I will arrange for this place someone who can even compare, will surpass even the name Al-Each. The coolie guy walked towards them with a spear, making them all scared. I will leave that experience to the coolie to blind people. Coolie attacks Noble A, attacks, other activities or forgives, stabs. Noble A's health also gradually decreases. In the end, the coolies defeated the Nobles A. Blood dripped from the spear to the ground. The people in the stands cheered enthusiastically. Great, Hero Nim, deserve their lives. I'm aiming to solve it all in one go, to save time and create more surprises. Those nobles just now were just foreplay. Now that's really the main dish of the day. The 3 people tied up on large pillars looked very pitiful. The girl tied up in the center could only scream pitifully, Your Majesty, I am innocent. The people next to me also shouted to explain, Father, quickly, stop this madness. Your Majesty, where are you? You can't leave me like this. She is the queen who was arrested for worshipping demons. The mandarin next to him also shouted angrily, Hero, you dare to slander the royal family, you will definitely pay the price. It wasn't until my last journey was about to end that these 2 princes were arrested. They had colluded with criminals and scrounged up wealth to prepare for the war for the throne. Kang Han-soo noise, stop talking nonsense, worshipping demons of assassination, embezzlement, hoarding, bribery, you still open your mouth and call yourself a prince of the country. It seems that becoming a follower of demons has rotted their minds. You said 3 words like lightning, death penalty. Suddenly someone stopped. Wait, Hero Nim, can you give them another chance, huh? The coolie said, the royal family has a very noble status, it seems a bit strange for us to execute the queen and prince in front of the people like that. Kang Han-soo suddenly startled, what's wrong? Where does that kind of sentimental, weak thinking come from? It seems like you need to re-educate the coolies, only to see Kang Han-soo as if his anger was boiling over. Even though he had exposed his crimes so clearly, he forgave them just because they were princes of the country. If so, who will trust the leadership of the ruler or the hero? Kang Han-soo angrily pointed the finger at the coolie. The queen worshipped the devil, her 2 children sold the country to the devil, all the people knew, who betrayed them, betrayed the royal bloodline, it was them. The coolies could only bow their heads and listen silently to criticism. So according to royal regulations, they deserve to be executed, understand? Coolie replied to him, I understood. After saying that, the coolie strongly raised her sharp spear in front of the other queen. I only saw a spear being thrown down, blood sprayed out, the people around me also screamed, there, mother, mother. Kang Han-soo coldly gave another order, kill those 2 talkative guys, okay. All the people of the kingdom watched every move. Coolie defeated the queen, Coolie defeated Prince A, Coolie defeated Prince Kaf, Coolie has received experience points. Kang Han-soo snorted, I hope you 2 will listen to your mother while you're up there. After they were convicted of selling their souls to the devil, no one complained or questioned the execution anymore. Even the royal family was still being elected, so no devil dared to show off their necks, argue. All the people are waiting for the coolie executioner to strike. The more bad deeds he does, the more experience points he brings, and the result is, one person with level 286 from the status of a slave won not 5 days ago. Coolie transformation, human race pretending to be 352, crime judge job transferring judgment, skill judgment A, stamina CA, survival Z, spearmanship Z, courage Dike, state of anxiety. The coolie spoke up, Hero Nim. Kang Han-soo raised his finger to sign 5 curls, now you need 1 more wonderful wife and you'll be fine. Coolie looked like he didn't understand. Hey, what do you mean? I'm planning on making you king. Instead of letting that idiot take power, you are the king who will bring prosperity and peace to this kingdom. That king could only lie in his own bed and sob, oh, my wife, my children, that emperor has become useless because I decided to execute his queen and son instead of locking him up, them again. It seems that he is planning to cover everything up by creating a story that the queen was killed by demons and hiding her in a secret room, and he also intends to use that method to save the princes. But in reality, in the first place, those 2 princes were the ones who caused me the most trouble, so, for the sake of purifying the kingdom, why the hell should I keep those trash around? The weak king trembled and cursed, you devil, and now the final step in the plan brought the holder of justice, the one who purified the kingdom, to power. The watch bell rang and howled. Kang Han-soo said excitedly, come on, there are a lot of people attending, why do you have to show that stiff face? Ha ha, just smile, today is your happy day. Everyone looked at this expression and was confused. Hero Nim, is it okay? Coolie bowed her head sadly. About me becoming a husband, Kang Han-soo was excited, why worry, you are more than a perfect husband. But, didn't I kill her mother and 2 brothers, and now I'm marrying her. Hey, to be more precise, it's execution, not killing, it's all based on royal rules. Also, mother-in-law and brother-in-law, they will always live forever in your trust in the form of experience points, right, or not? Although the princess may still receive gossip and suspicion of being a devil's follower, even though she has done nothing wrong, except for wearing pantyhose with a bear print on it, in general, things will work out, it's okay. Kang Han-soo immediately gave a thumbs up, believe in Hero Nim and be confident. Coolie was gloomy, perhaps there was no way back for me anymore. After the hero's purge spread throughout Fantasia, at the palace, the wedding hall of the coolie and the princess. The old man with white hair and beard clasped his hands to bless the wedding. God wished that Hero Nim would always be successful in life. The old man's hand pointed to the gold box next to him, and this is a small gift from the Empire. I hope it will be useful for your quest to conquer the Demon King, please accept it. Hero Nim sat on the side, put his hand under his chin and said, hey, you don't have to prepare a gift like that, it makes me so embarrassed. After all, today's focus is on the Loris and the princess. Hero Nim sat on a pile of gift chests from the gods and continued, okay, maybe later I will visit your empire to properly thank you. The white-haired old man heard Prince Nim say that and broke out in sweat. No, how could he bother him like that? You don't have to come. He lay face down on the ground. God's country had no problems for heroes to solve. The people were living peacefully and happily. This is the enchanted armor forged by the most famous master in the country with all his soul and heart, hoping it will somehow help him defeat the Demon King. After hearing that Hero Nim is still single, the princess of our country wants, it's not like we have any intention of binding you through marriage or anything. Since the current emperor is just right, our holy country doesn't dare to bother the hero, our island nation is still very safe, the nobles destroy the pirates regularly, Mvaji, so there's no need to bother you. Why do you come to our poor country? Hero Nim, please don't come to our country. Hero Nim lay on the pile of gold and laughed. Although this was not my original purpose, no one would complain about a lot of money. Lanuvel saw Hero Nim. It seemed like he was enjoying this a lot. Well, that was better than being moody. Hero Nim lazily replied, are you upset about something? Lanuvel replied, just, a legendary hero whom everyone admires. How can they just bring out their wealth and bribe like that? Hero Nim is lying on a pile of gold, just leave it alone, as if they were showing respect with material things. Lanuvel is helpless. It's funny to say that, but in reality, none of this stuff can help me at all. Enchanted armor, enchanted sword, S-level stamina and recovery for show. The Endi Mion should probably be thrown away. The elixir helps increase experience points, a super rare item. This makes me most satisfied, but unfortunately it only works at about level 300. Hero Nim opened the box. Now how to push these things away. Cooley stood to the side trembling. Human race, level 325, profession as judge, judge groom A, integrity B, survival C, spearmanship C, courage D, state of panic chaos. Here it is. The Loris raised his sword and wore armor. Hero Nim, let's see if it's okay to wear. Hero Nim replied, of course. Hero Nim lying on the pile of gold replied, also, you can do whatever you want with this pile. Cooley replied, thank you Hero Nim. Hero Nim pointed a finger at the sky and said, and remember this, I won't repeat it twice. The equipment and wealth can be used or sold, but... Hero Nim pointed at 2 bottles of blue water. Absolutely do not sell these 2 bottles of medicine, but drink them, if you intentionally sell it. But let me catch it, then you will definitely become my experience point. The lolly in armor replied, having already engraved everything into his head. Hero Nim wiped his hand on his nose and thought that was it, my duty to this kingdom has ended. With a pile of equipment and 2 potions of experience, he will be able to replace Alex, and the problem of policing or keeping peace in the kingdom will no longer be a concern. And now, Lanuvel replied, yes, you don't have to give me a gift. Hero Nim replied, of course not, are you crazy? Lanuvel stood aside in disappointment. Nim Hero turned around and said, follow me, I will show you what a righteous hero is like, and your job after that is to tell everyone what you saw. Lanuvel was surprised and asked Hero Nim, so what are you planning to do? Hero Nim replied, it's a very good question but pretending has lost the beauty. The shining Nim Hero held the sword and said, do quests to earn achievements. Lanuvel asked puzzledly, accomplished, just follow me and you'll know. Hero Nim replied, now, it's time for me to really focus on graduating. Last time, I worked hard to do countless good deeds to earn achievement points, like looking for a lost cat. Helping a farmer harvest rice. Am I now a hero or a farmer? Helping an embarrassed guy send a love letter. The girl who was sent a confusing love letter asked. Helping a stalker send a love letter is also what a hero should do. Hero Nim replied, ahaha, I don't know either. All those little things are not recognized or remembered by anyone. The concept of making others happy cannot be applied to me in this world, but it only works on people in that world. Stress just keeps accumulating in the mind, and then I fell into severe depression. But this time it won't be like that anymore, because this time the target has been prepared in advance. If I wait another year, the Demon King will start sending experience and resources, but I don't want to wait that long, so I just need to do something that can be compared to the Dragon Emperor Nubius, then the time until graduation will definitely be shortened. Lanuvel asked Hero Nim, why are we here? Hero Nim explained, he came to solve a little problem. The 2 of them stood under a big old tree. Lanuvel replied, in this fairy land, the square in front of the magic tower in the ELFHEM capital. There were a few people looking at them with puzzled eyes. What was that? Maybe it was because most elves hated humans. Lanuvel smiled and asked Hero Nim, are you planning to conquer this place? Hero Nim happily replied, asked again, and the answer was, that's right. Lanuvel's state went from happy to panicked. Are you really going to do that, all alone? Hero Nim replied, shush, you idiot, I don't understand how I can endure her for such a long time, I admit I'm really crazy. The 2 brothers were chatting and suddenly heard a voice, we are waiting for you, Hero Nim. After hearing the message from you, I have prepared everything, thank you for letting us enter Elfheim, Prince Nessus, Hero Nim replied. Prince Nessus extended his hand to Hero Nim, it's nothing, it should be our honor to have a hero like you come here. At the fairy clan's banquet. I had experienced it the first time, so I was even more surprised. The fairy girl wearing a beautiful blue dress sat and played the guitar for them to listen to. still delicious as usual. I don't understand how it can be made like this with only a few ingredients. Hero Nim calmly sat down to eat. Lanuval shyly asked, "Why do you look so carefree?" Lanuval, try not to be saying unnecessary nonsense. Normally, the elves do not eat meat or leaves for food, but their main food is grains and vegetables. They believe that if they killed an animal or plucked a leaf from a tree branch, the spirits would become angry and the possibility of blessings that the guilty elves would receive would be greatly reduced. Prince Nessus holding a glass of wine. Sylvia used to be very passionate about cooking with the trophies she brought back from hunts. That's why she makes the spirits angry. I once had a lot of headaches about her wedding problem. Sylvia used a knife to stab an elephant to death. She picked up the sword and said, meat. Prince Nessus continued, "But it's over now." Hero Nim said, I understand. Now, if you sit around and say bad things about Sylvia, you won't be able to finish talking until morning. During the 9 years we've been together, her passion for meat is no surprise. The future fairy queen's life was filled with violence, and her love of eating meat may have partly come from her personality of not caring what the fairies think. Hero Nim sighed, "For some reason I feel nauseous every time I remember those things." Prince Nessus replied, "Hero Nim, it seems like you have become stronger." "Just a little," Hero Nim replied, "this guy is still as sharp as this." Prince Nessus poured wine for the Hero Nim and said, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you could defeat the Dragon Emperor Noibias. Let's have another drink." Because it has been brewed from an elemental plant for 100 years, when used to make wine, it has a great flavor. Bringing it out to entertain the hero who defeated the Dragon Emperor doesn't seem like a bad idea. If compared to the useless Sylvia who was able to become queen last time, he is 10,000 times better. Thinking back about killing him last time makes me feel so guilty. And it seems there is still someone I remember. The bodyguard of the great Prince Nessus, one of the strongest people, second only to the first king and the first prince, half-elf race, level 990+, undefeated loyal knight profession, skills, undefeated swordsmanship, elements, magic, archery, steadfast interest. Whether or not the coup succeeds depends a lot on her. Even the strongest person in Elfheim, the fairy king, could not alone fight against the second and third strongest people in the kingdom attacking at the same time. At that time, she alone was enough to defeat my entire hero team, partly thanks to her terrifying fighting instincts and S-level invincible skills, but in the end was defeated just by some bullshit power of friendship. Hero Nim just raised the glass of wine to drink and thought, "Her name is, what is it? Never mind, just remember Elfe." Prince Nessus introduced, "This is Ares, she is my most trusted bodyguard. She may look quiet but she understands the power of humans very well." Hero Nim thought, "So that's her name. Perhaps because she is a human, her swordsmanship is extremely perfect thanks to the combination of both races." So that's why she participated in the coup. The hatred of the fairy king and the elf princess towards humans was so great. It seems like the first Prince Nessus has a very clear understanding of what he is doing right now. Someone opened the door and shouted, "Nessus, what the hell are you doing? How could the ELFHEM solemn hall allow these animals to set foot in it? Have you lost your mind?" Only one person is allowed to say that to the great elf prince. Nessus' father, supreme ruler of Elfheim, fairy king. Hero Nim thought to himself, "Hey, now I understand where Sylvia inherited that trait from." Prince Nessus replied, "Please calm down, I am welcoming a hero." Nessus' father was angry, a hero, but he was still human. "Last time, even though I heard that he was killed in a coup, I have never met him in person like this." The fairy king angrily pointed his finger. Hero Nim thought to see if he had anything to be wary of. Hero Nim was startled. The system pops up a notification, high-level elf race, level 999+, puppet king profession with increased dictator reputation, elemental skills SS archery C, swordsmanship C, dignity D, politics A, status angry state. This is the skill of a star king. If you don't count race and profession, he looks like someone who just reached level 999+. The fairy king angrily criticized the prince, "Just recently your sister was murdered by these animals. Nessus, have you lost all your emotions?" But if it was someone like him who had lived to the point of becoming a star, his level would probably be extremely high. The fairy king was angry. "Have you forgotten what the elves told you, how your sister suffered humiliation and fear before being killed by them? Yet you still follow the side of these maggots." Hero Nim sighed. It seemed like not only his skills but also his ability to judge the situation had been eroded due to sitting in one place on the throne for so long. Prince Nessus slammed the table and stood up. "Your Majesty, Sylva's death has nothing to do with humanity. It was because of her arrogance that disregarded everything that pushed her to the end, the Fairy King angrily shouted, "Nessus." The prince continued, at least the fear and humiliation that the girl had to receive before dying made her realize that this world was not as rosy as she thought. To be honest, as someone who shares the same blood with Sylvia, when she knows that she has become more mature even if it's a bit late, then I was very happy. The Fairy King was angry and emitted fire. "You are not my son. Just by bringing those animals into Elfheim, that's enough to banish you from my kingdom." The immortal king suddenly had a knife stabbed into his chest. The fire dragon appeared. Everyone shouted, "Your Majesty." Hero Nim said, his hand suddenly slipped, "Sorry." During the first prince's coup, Nessus himself killed his biological father and become the new ruler of Elfheim. Prince Nessus takes the crown. "You don't have to worry about the future of our fairies anymore. Rest in peace, father." Prince Nessus puts the crown on his head. Ares stood behind and said, "Sir Nessus." Prince Nessus turned around and glared at Ares. She knew she had said something wrong. She knelt down and said, "Worshipping the Fairy King, I need Elfheim under his rule to be forever prosperous." Prince Nessus reached out his hand to help Ares up. "Stand up, Ares, a new era of a new king." The new Fairy King Nessus reaches out to support Ares. "Let's witness a new future for Elfheim," ended after 100 days by the hero's coup to help Sylvia take the throne. Empty, a feeling of emptiness. Hero and new successor of the first king, please free me from this hatred. The large rock shaped like a face spoke to the Nim hero. "Nessus, I told you idiot to be careful with that bastard but, tsk, you should have noticed when he was intentionally being nice to humans." Those with ties to the former king heavily criticized the coup. Even in the fairies, there was a coup, wondering if I would have to suffer the same fate in the future, and those with power among humanity all face a common insecurity. As a result, Nessus and his party were turned away by all of Fantasia, and was forced to confront the heroic party, who had the support of most of the kingdoms on the continent. Hero Nim thought, "I'm for Elfheim." Coming back this second time, the Fairy King has died, and it was the hero who murdered the head of Elfheim. A bald old man wearing a red crown told the crowd below, "It has already begun, monster no, the hero has revealed his true intentions." An old man with a beard and hair below said, "The immortal king had an extremely high level and he was able to kill him. Is it true that he defeated the dragon emperor Nubius?" The Fairy King is just the beginning. He will eventually abandon all the kings of Fanrasia, or at least turn them all into puppets for him to command, then this entire continent will belong to him. The bald old man wearing the red crown lamented, "The hero we summoned to defeat the demon king will bring this world to an end." Behind him suddenly appeared a man wearing armor. He shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, I just received a message from the hero at Magus Tower Square." Hero Nim's image was projected on the tower. The soldier recounted that, according to the hero, the Fairy King attacked him first on the grounds that he was human. The death of the first king was just an accident from a legitimate act of self-defense, and I feel very sorry about what just happened. Moreover, attacking a guest who came to visit with such peaceful intentions, in return, everyone must feel angry, right? As expected, I sighed when I heard that. This is bad. The bald old man wearing the red crown said, "Here it is, our chance to escape destruction has come. We need an explanation for that attack. The fact that the Fairy King acted like that was because he was a henchman of the Demon King or not? The Demon King's long-eared henchman is dead. Let's destroy the rest and bring peace to Fantasia," the bald man's soldiers wearing the red crown said in unison. They shouted loudly, "Destroying the fairies, destroying Elfheim." Hero Nim leisurely lies in one place. Not too bad. The people following the old king's side have not shown any attitude yet, and with no one blaming the hero's actions, it seems he has accepted it, except the reason I gave. So attendance is still considered safe. The long-haired girl wearing a strange face stood behind the hero at the altar, so he was waiting for the Fairy King to fall into the prince's trap and kill him, even though no one said anything about him. In his heart, they are not necessarily like that. Moreover, isn't such self-defense a bit too much? Remember that everything has its limits. A bowstring will definitely break if it is pulled beyond its ability to withstand it. Hero Nim replied, "It seems like the professor came earlier." She replied, "I came here because of your unusual case. It should have happened like this. Case 021, Nessus died in an accident caused by the hero party. The case of 194 Ares becoming the hero's lover and Nessus failing to attract allies. Coup is nonsense, all for the goal of preventing the Grand Prince's coup. But Mr. Kang Han-soo was the first person to directly kill the Fairy King, and everything happened so fast that we could not predict the incident. So I came here to find out what was wrong. Hero Nim laughed loudly. Aha, I understand how to get your attention. If there was something that could capture these unique moments when I graduate, that would be great. The girl was angry. No way, I'll be back after dealing with some urgent documents. It will be tomorrow at the latest. Until then, try to be nice to your teammates, please. Hero Nim thought of Lanuval and the coolie happily replied, don't worry about small matters, after all I only have 2 teammates. She shouted angrily, as did her former teammates. Hero Nim mumbled, fuck, what's wrong with her? Vin has made Coolie so strong that he can even replace Alex, a perfect teammate in every way, and his old teammates have nothing to do with me. I don't understand why we have to overdo it. Ares picked up his chest and heard what Hero Nim said and immediately objected. It was understandable that humanity would act like that. The hope of all humanity was attacked just because he was human. Who could accept it? Okay. Hero Nim saw her holding the chest and asked, oh Ares, what box are you holding? Ares replied, it was a gift from the new king Nissus sent to him. These were the ancient fairy rings that could increase the effectiveness of skill use, the Great Pope's ring that could increase the amount of experience gained, and the sap of the world tree that contained the secret of Genesis. Hero Nim thought, here is the good stuff, finally something that is truly useful to me has appeared. I acknowledge that Nissus has met all the qualifications to become my number 2 sponsor after the Demon King. Ares sighed. In Elfheim, I have no one to talk to, please forgive me for my rudeness. Because I have human blood, my mind is always stuck between the fairies and humans, so I never have enough confidence to get along with other elves. Realizing humanity's potential, Mr. Nissus encouraged poets and gods to come under his command, but he was only the second most powerful person among the elves. And the leader, the Fairy King, extremely hates humans, always in a state of readiness to wage war against humanity. I have always feared that when a battle breaks out, which side should I take? When I saw the Endymion fly out of your hand and plunge straight into the heart of the first king, even though it was an evil, disrespectful thought, it appeared to relieve all the tension I had been under. Ares confided in Hero Nim, but she didn't know when Prince Nissus, behind the wall, had been eavesdropping on the 2 of them talking. She continued to confide that she was finally freed. This invasion of humanity is probably a punishment for me for having that thought. Hero Nim turned his ear and asked, invasion? Don't worry, did you forget that the great hero is here? How could I pass up the opportunity to increase my dignity and achievements? The scene shifts to the meeting hall in Elfheim where emissaries and delegations from the nations are received. Hero Nim, holding his hand and dipping it into the glass of wine, said, what this hero wants to tell you is, don't wave the placards around and shout slogans, it's not good. No buts, are you guys planning to come together and cause chaos here? A few people sitting opposite Hero Nim replied, we just want to come here to seek justice, because Hero Nim was treated badly by the fairies. Hero Nim replied with his hands on his chin, we have resolved that matter, then you don't need to overdo it anymore. Also, not all elves hate humans, like the previous Fairy King. There are also many people who love peace, like the new Fairy King here. He even has a half-elf guard under him. The new Fairy King Nissus suddenly appeared standing next to Hero Nim. What is that? That we can ignore a rare talent just because they are not elves? The current Fairy King is the hero's friend. A few people sitting opposite the Hero Nim exclaimed, they think that doesn't mean the hero is the new Fairy King's servant. Hero Nim continued, that's right, if I'm not mistaken, it seems like there are a few countries that want to use the excuse to start a war because of us. If you find it difficult to keep the country calm, just tell me, this hero will not hesitate to travel far to help. Those guys panicked, we can handle that matter ourselves. Hero Nim, there's no need to worry about that, the friendship between fairies and humans will live forever. So we would like to ask for permission to return and inform all our subjects that Mr. Nissus ascends the throne as soon as possible. We will return with the delegation to congratulate Mr. Nissus later. Nissus waved his hand to thank them. Thank you, I will have someone prepare a banquet for you to arrive. Yes, long live the new immortal king, the others cheered. The expedition to Elfheim ended successfully thanks to the great hero's generosity and tolerance. I earned a large amount of experience points through killing the Dragon Emperor and the Immortal King, found a new sponsor, and also earned achievement points through peace negotiations between humans and fairies. The scene changes to the fire. There are screams, quickly burn everything. If we leave evidence against the fairies and let the hero capture us, our entire country will be destroyed. Burn all the banners and the artists who painted them. Achievements from stopping the war, reputation from his love and care for both human and fairy factions. This will definitely be a big step forward in my graduation. Suddenly someone called out, Hero Nim. Lanuvel called, "Can you help me with this, Hero Nim?" Hero Nim replied boredly, "What is this? Have you packed your luggage yet? What about that outfit? Aren't we about to leave Elfheim?" Lanuvel begged, "A few days, no, let's stay here for one more day. The relics and culture of the Elf Kingdom that we humans have been searching for thousands of years, as well as the traces in our human lands." Lanuvel lay down, hugged his legs and begged Hero Nim, "If I let it go now, when will I see him again? Just one more day please." Hero Nim sighed to his sister, "Oh how I forgot, Small is an archaeologist." "I understand what you mean, Lanuvel." Lanuvel replied with bright eyes, "Hero Nim." Hero Nim smiled and replied, picked up his ass and went back. Lanuvel cried, "You are so cruel, sorry, the graduation door is right in front of you, you can't take any more time, maybe my achievements and reputation score is already an A, it's time to graduate." Scene changed to that castle, "My poor little youngest child. This incompetent father has no power at all," the emperor of that country said to his daughter. The princess replied, "Father." His courtiers bowed their heads in unison, asking the princess to forgive your majesty's life, and we were all counting on your marriage. His Majesty continued, "Did you hear that monster killed the immortal king after defeating the dragon emperor? The problem is no longer the demon king anymore, our kingdom, otherwise this Fantasia must fight him. Then we will have to obey him, you have to try to endure it and marry him. Whether you like it or not, just be happy." Lori sat on the balcony sadly. Quao is the famous Lori's hero. Hero Nim slowly entered, coolly exclaimed in surprise, "Ah Hero Nim, welcome back." Hero Nim put his hands on his hips, standing next to Lanuvel replied, "Oh everything is done, while I was away, you also held a wedding, congratulations." Kilai sighed, "About that." The Nim hero saw that and immediately asked, "What's with that expression, this bridegroom?" Kilai slowly explained that thanks to you, I was able to marry the princess, but I didn't know if what I was doing was right or wrong. Hero Nim asked confusedly, "What is that?" According to the coolie, it seemed like something happened during the wedding ceremony with the princess. The wedding was taking place and suddenly a young man wearing a white robe rushed in. "I objected to this marriage. Princess, don't give in to their threats. I came here to fulfill our promise with you." Seeing this, the princess burst into tears. "Look at that young man who stole the kiss." Kilai bowed her head sadly and continued, "The moment I saw her expression, I realized that person was the person she loved. But the humiliations that the Loris had to endure afterward were extremely great." Saw the coolie sad and desperate after what happened to his wife, reminds me of what the professor said at that time. "Please treat your teammates well, please." Hero Nim patted the coolie. "Okay, anyway, I don't want to leave any consequences behind." The robber was hiding behind a large rock looking towards the palace. "Lord, please wait for me. I will save you at any cost." He didn't know that Hero Nim was standing behind him with bullet eyes. This is a punishment for daring to destroy family happiness. Hero Nim hit him once, causing him to lie flat on the ground. Hero Nim asked, "Who are you?" He turned to look at Hero Nim, "How come?" After seeing Hero Nim's face he said in fear, "Hero Nim." Hero Nim put his hands down and I smiled and replied, "Oh my, I remember you, the one who ran away with the princess the first time." He said in fear, "For the first time, you monster, what nonsense are you talking about? Just a monkey who couldn't suppress his own desires and went to steal someone else's wife." Hero Nim said as he blew out a purple smoke, "It's over here." The young man who stole the kiss raised his hand to ask for help from Prince Nim, but was completely enveloped in smoke. Hero Nim thought to himself, that's interesting, small things like this always feel normal when I do them, but why does it make me feel so proud this time? Hopefully thanks to this, the lolly will no longer feel sad. Well, that's probably the case. This is exactly the feeling when you do something well, and it seems like I'm almost at the end of this story. The princess stood outside the window and stretched out her hand to catch the moonlight. It was as if the hero had brought justice after silently dealing with the villain who wanted to divide a family's happiness. Kilai no longer has to be sad and he will live happily ever after. Kilai no longer has to be sad and he will live happily ever after. Hero Nim said to Kuli, "Never forget what I have done for you. The future of this kingdom depends on you." Lanuvel raised his hand to greet Kuli, "See you again." Kilai waved back to them and had a safe journey. Hero Nim ran quickly with his hands in the air. It was time to return home. Lanuvel hurriedly ran behind, waiting for him and Hero Nim. "My Lady Earth, I'm almost home." The southern end of the center of the continent. Hero Nim asked, "Lanuvel?" She answered, "Yes. I have an extremely important task to give you." La Nouvelle was sweating profusely. Yes, just say it. Hero Nim continued, from now on you are not allowed to walk in front of me, just follow behind, understand? La Nouvelle breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Demon King Pedonar's territory. Hero Nim continued, and used her magic, to replay everything that was to come for the people of Fantasia to see. The image of Hero Nim projected on the Tower of Fantasia, his bravery. The people of Fantasia were surprised to see Hero Nim. Who is the hero? Where is that place? It doesn't seem to be our country, right? Of the hero when he wiped out all the demons, right in this demon land. Hero Nim continued to say, I don't care how stupid you are, but at least I can do this. La Nouvelle replied, probably okay. The one-eyed demons in the demon country talk to each other. Demo hey, let's go eat. Didi heard that they're having hostage food in the lobby of the village. Momo, try to eat until you're full. There's something wrong with Devi. Devivi suddenly felt cold all over. In the sky, a long-beaked bird slowly fell to the ground. The one-eyed demons were frightened when they saw that. They went to check on the long-beaked bird's condition. They talked to each other. Didi. La Nouvelle, wearing a bird mask, said to Hero Nim, in the hero records I've seen, no one has ever done that. Hero Nim exhaled a purple smoke and replied, don't compare those weak people to me. Hero Nim thought, I will spread poison in every corner of the Demon King's territory. The sky, land, rivers, lakes, etc., will all be poisoned. The one-eyed devils who inhaled the toxic gas that Hero Nim blew out all fell to the ground and died. That way no one will be able to survive. The people in Fantasia were shocked when they saw it. Oh my god. La Nouvelle asked Hero Nim, isn't this a bit perverse? Hero Nim was still blowing purple smoke out and said, don't worry about anything. Even though he might lose a few experience points by not directly killing the demons, that little bit of experience isn't worth anything. Of course, using only poison gas to kill all the demons is impossible. Unlike the small ones, the big ones will be able to last a little longer. The big demons are inhaling purple toxic gas. Of the hero, Nim blew out in fear and said, what are you doing? Is this world about to end? It's not that bad. Hero Nim spoke up. That demon panicked and asked, who are you? The only way to find the Demon King is to take down all of their minions. The Nem hero repays the demon. I am a righteous hero. Last time I had to struggle to realize that. Now that the demons in the central part of the continent have been wiped out, this is surely an achievement that no one has ever accomplished, right? La Nouvelle replied to Hero Nim, yes, you are the only one. Hero Nim smiled brightly, maybe now the achievement and reputation points are already S. La Nouvelle replied in surprise, what points? The professor suddenly appeared and said, I don't know what I should say. Nim Hero replied, Professor, of course you don't know what to say, because I've done everything so well. You also saw the inconvenience last time. I couldn't get stronger because I had to worry about my teammates. Thanks to them, I couldn't defeat a single boss, and it took me an extremely long time to reach the Demon King's castle. And those guys, every time I defeated them, a little monster thanks to the power of friendship, but holding a party as if you just saved the world. Now look, Fantasia is no longer under the threat of any demons. Isn't that something no hero has ever done before? The professor continued, maybe you were right, so now let's wait and see what your score will be. I will give you one last piece of advice, get along with the world. If you care about the world will care about you. That's it, I hope you win and can graduate soon. Hero Nim replied, okay, thank you. By the way, how many points are you going to give me? The professor replied, I don't know, grading is beyond my authority. Even though this is a surprisingly short course, thank you for listening to my lecture, Hero Nim said. I also have to thank the professor. Hero Nim turned and said to La Nouvelle, you can take it off now. La Nouvelle, when we finish this corridor we will reach the room of the Demon King Pinonner. La Nouvelle took off his mask and replied, how do you know it's so clear? Gathering information about this place is not easy. Hero Nim turned around and said, last time this place looked even worse than now, corpses lying around, limbs hanging everywhere. It's just because I spent too much time leveling up back then. Hero Nim calls, La Nouvelle. La Nouvelle replied, yes. Thank you for always trying to help me. The adventure was not as boring as he thought. Hero Nim continued, also, remember to find yourself a rich husband who knows how to manage expenses and have a child. Just don't let him take your personality. La Nouvelle was angry. No criticism. Then don't say things like that. Hero Nim replied, just joking. From now on I will go alone. If you follow me and die of infection, then don't blame me for not telling you first. La Nouvelle replied, will it be okay? Please remember to be careful. Hero Nim replied, okay. Compared to last time, everything was absolutely perfect. Although my fighting skills are a bit weaker, they are enough for me to defeat the Demon King. Thanks to Lanuvel's magic, the entire Fantasia knew about what he had done, his reputation achievements were complete, and his character points were even less of a worry. So after thinking carefully, Hero Nim used his foot to kick in the door and called out loudly, "Where is the Demon King Padonar? There is a guest coming to visit, why is it so quiet? There's no reason why I can't graduate after defeating the Demon King, so prepare yourself quickly. Let me defeat you." The Demon King is embracing his lover. Heard the call of Hero Nim. He immediately turned his head to look at Hero Nim in panic. "Hero Nim, why are you here?" Hero Nim saw him like that and scratched his head shyly. "I'm sorry for ruining the atmosphere. The Demon King is angry, how can you be a hero? Don't you know how to knock? That's the minimum courtesy, hero." Hero Nim crossed his arms and replied, thinking that being a Demon King would mean having to stick your butt on the throne day after day in a boring way, but that's true. "It seems that you are one of the elf victims of the kidnappings outside of Elfheim, right?" she snapped. "Kidnapping, you hero, don't get the wrong idea. The system pops up, high elf race, level 482, sentimental queen profession, malicious, seduction skills S, malicious S, singing S, elemental S, archery A, status, like angry, embarrassed, angry," she replied. "Padonar and I both have respect for each other. Furthermore, this is not a normal relationship, the Demon King is shy, well, that's what I mean." Hero Nim spoke, "She is the first queen, the wife of the first king." Hero Nim remembered the words of Ares, "My mother was killed by the Demon King in an extremely cruel way, this feud I will definitely make him return both the capital and interest." The hero thought silently, "It seems like I saved him one less guest." The Demon King told his lover, "To be safe, you should go back to the room first, I will be back soon," she cooed, "so I will wait on the bed." "Hey Saikiva, it seems like you don't know how to filter information. If I were still alive to see this scene, I don't know what I would do." The Demon King looked at Hero Nim with bloodshot eyes. "Hero Nim, didn't you come too early?" Hero Nim thought to himself, "Oh, is this a time reversal, going back to the past as if nothing had happened? Is there a problem with me getting here so early? Maybe it's because I'm human, so it takes me a long time to say goodbye to my family before leaving. Or maybe it's because I'm not strong enough to face you. If you act, everything will become clear." The Demon King was angry. "What you are holding is not even a sword, where are you so confident?" He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. You stupid people, you think it's no different than the idiots before, a bunch of brats calling themselves heroes of justice. Always hanging above the grave some noble words, but I still strangled them to death before yawning. I, the Demon King Padonar, the source of darkness, the one who stands above all 5 great disasters, no one has ever dared to brag before me and come back alive. Yet you, who was only summoned a month ago, have no sword, no nothing, I'm afraid you don't even have a brain to think." Hero Nim leisurely replied, "Not a month, more like 22 days. And the reason I'm here isn't that a bit of a stupid question? You yourself already know the answer." The Demon King was very angry. Hero Nim continued, "You must have a sword to destroy you. No need, this is enough for me." This time, after calmly looking at all the information about the Demon King, it is undeniable that he is strong. Demon King information, Demon Race, level 999+, Profession, low-level hero Demon King More, Miasma Skills SS, Immunity to SS Effects, Swordsmanship SS, Immortality SS, Indestructible Body SS, State of Thinking, Conflict Vigilance. However, his profession has a huge weakness. No matter how high his level is, when facing the hero he will receive a penalty in both level and skill. I don't know the specific fine, but it was definitely related to the reason for summoning people from another world to confront the Demon King. The Demon King spoke, "You arrogant and foolish person, so what you rely on is your mouth. Maybe we don't need to use it anymore, the origin of evil. Otherwise, our self-respect will no longer be lost." Hero Nim smiled, "Hey, my sword is not an ordinary sword. Take a look and think carefully." The Demon King saw the vision of Hero Nim and was scared. "What the hell is this? Until now, we have never seen such a terrible source of energy. Dragon is certain that your vision is related to that species." Hero Nim raised his sword to the sky. "Endymion elemental sword, set of the Elven Kingdom. And it seems that using it to destroy a large number of demons and monsters has made it unclean. Taming it like today is not an easy task," said Hero Nim. "Come on my lovely Endymion, are you ready?" The Demon King angrily replied, "Should I be afraid of you? Let's show the Demon King our chemistry. The heroic Nin swung his sword towards the Demon King. The Demon King let out a fierce scream and then fell flat on the ground. Hung Nim stood and saw him like that and said, "He is weaker now than the first time. After this battle I finally understand. What is the punishment he must receive due to his profession?" The system displays the lower-level heroic Demon King profession. Simply put, the Demon King's level will be pulled down to the same level as the hero's level. The higher the hero's level, the higher his level will be. In other words, the higher the hero's level, the less his punishment, so that's why he always sends a bunch of experience to level up. Hero Nim was angry, cursing him for treating him like a dog to control the damn adventure. The system pops up, "Hero, did you enjoy your adventure?" Hero Nim replied, "Have an extremely rewarding adventure. I will definitely still maintain the virtue of hard work after being sent back to Earth, land." The system continued, "The path to becoming a hero is not easy, but thanks to the great expectations of countless people, it became a valuable source of motivation for him not to lose faith and hope, of himself. From his teammates he learned love, friendship, solidarity, and in the end together they defeated the cruel Demon King." Hung Nim smiled happily and replied, yes, I have learned a lot of things," he thought to himself, talking nonsense just like the first time. The system announced again, congratulating him on his victory. Hung Nim smiled and replied, thank you very much." He secretly thought it was best not to show any attitude right now, maybe it would affect the results. "Now let's look at your scorecard." Hung Nim smiled in anticipation. "This is it, the most important moment has come, please make your score higher." Hung Nim shouted, "I really want to go back home." Notification system, please check the information carefully. Hung Nim is excited, keep going. Display system, full name Kang Han Su Strategy A+ SS Achievements, Hero Nim happy, delicious SS Achievements continue. The system displays reputation E. Hero Nim was surprised, huh? The system continues to notify, dignity F-. Note that graduating can endanger Earth and other heroes. Hung Nim is confused, wait a minute. "Dear judges, please listen to a few words from me," Hung Nim said while kneeling. "I will try to live peacefully on Earth. Think about it, how can I harm the place where I was born and raised? If the Earth disappears, how can I live, right?" The system replied, "You failed." Hung Nim shouted angrily, "You guys are crazy, why?" The system gave reasons. Instead of repenting and correcting the mistakes of the past, he overused it. Regardless of wrong, he used excessive violence and as a result caused hatred and fear, for the sake of peace and order among the world's people. You will be sent back to the first day of the test. All instructors will adjust course content. When Hung Nim heard it, it was like lightning struck his ears. Your development progress will be calculated by the instructors. Everyone is looking forward to your progress. A lecturer has been assigned to guide him. After hearing that, Hung Nim wanted to faint. Lanuvel suddenly appeared, greeting Hung Nim. Hung Nim lay on the ground muttering, "So there really was a third time?" Lanuvel continued calling, "Hero Nim." Hung Nim replied, "This is the first time you have summoned me to this world. This is Fantasia, a world completely different from the world in which I was born and raised." Once again going back to the past, I remember that the main character in a novel usually only has one remake and then it's all over. Lanuvel replied, "Although you still don't understand everything right now, I will explain everything to you one by one later." Hung Nim angrily replied, "You've plucked the Demon King's feathers twice already, is there anything else you don't understand? If a novel or a movie were written in this style, it would 100% receive criticism from readers." Lanuvel introduced, "I am Lanuvel, an archaeologist who is always searching for knowledge and also the one who summoned me here according to ancient legends. Moreover, the name Lanuvel in ancient language means truth." Hung Nim is helpless, ha, this is the third time I've heard it, now I'm going to kill this girl right here, I don't know if there will be any changes this third time. The professor heard Hung Nim's heart say, "Just keep it in your heart, just a small word can cause a big problem, and it's also a person who has a significant influence on this country." Student Kang Han-soo hopes that he will give up the idea of killing innocent people on purpose, or killing just to see if anything new will happen. Hero Nim heard the professor's voice replying, "Professor, we meet again." The professor replied, "That's really a pity, but isn't it something to be happy that you're the first person to achieve this, highest score ever? Maybe it was because he conquered the Chaos Dragon Emperor, and only defeated the Demon King in 22 days. I'm sure your name will be imprinted on the Walk of Fame forever." Congratulations, Hero Nim sighed, "this place is no different from hell." Hero Nim, Lanuval continued to call, try to make minimum sacrifices to achieve maximum results in the shortest time. What I did was stop the criminals from abusing their power, eradicate the demons, and destroy the Demon King. Aren't they all extremely beneficial to the people of this world? So how the heck do I score my reputation? Jump from D to E again. I see, it's because of the Dragon Emperor incident. Surely no one will know that I awakened the Nubius. But the dragon destroying half of the central continent would certainly have many victims. For those who survived that disaster, they would need a target to vent the resentment they had suffered. Of course, who else was the best punching bag at that time besides the newly summoned hero? Just because of that, my dignity and reputation have plummeted. You bunch of barbaric trash, why didn't you think at that time that a hero who had only been summoned for a dozen days could do anything? Go. Even the first time it was the same. I did everything I could, looking for lost things, looking for missing people, but every time something went wrong, they blamed it all on me, just like that in my eyes. We are the bad guys. Lanuval continued to call, hey Hero Nim. His Majesty is waiting for us. Hero Nim shouted angrily, be quiet. A soldier behind Lanuval said, Hero, although you still don't understand something, we can't delay any longer. Hero Nim replied, what? The king is waiting for me. The soldier replied, yes. Hero Nim sat still and lazy. I was the one waiting for him. The soldier replied, yes. Hero Nim spoke, let me ask you a question. How many heroes in this world can defeat the Demon King? The soldier replied, 2. Hero Nim continued, that's right 2. If the king dies then there will be a prince to succeed him. If. Hero Nim suddenly woke up. You just said hi. Hello over there, I called you just now but you didn't answer, said a guy wearing glasses and wearing a yellow shirt. The system pops up, race, high-level person, level 1, hero job 500% exp increase, interpretation skill A, state of anticipation, excited hope. He continued to introduce, he came from Seoul, Korea and is currently a high school student. I'm 17 years old this year, I like playing games and reading books. Hero Nim muttered, looking at the data, this was clearly a newbie, looking forward to excited expectations, he's not normally like that. Didn't he suspect anything when he was kidnapped to another world? Did he have to be so calm? Yes, that's how I met you, Hero B. The guard told Hero Nim, His Majesty is still waiting. Hero Nim heard this and thought, what's with that unpleasant look? Is it wrong for him to feel that it's been 10 years since he last met an earthling? Hero Nim reached into his pocket and took out a pen. Just having this thing was enough. He can't die. The current situation is different. If he's the only Hero A, planning would be easy, but now that he's also Hero B, saving the world might be possible. Need to think more about this. Never mind. After all, he and I are both heroes. O two noble heroes, please have mercy and save this poor kingdom. The king wearing a red dragon robe was kneeling and begging the two heroes sitting on the chair. Hero Nim spoke, listening to the person who kidnapped us to this world. What do you think, Hero B? Hero B sitting next to him angrily replied, what do you think? We are still young, still students. Yet you guys have the audacity to kidnap us into this world, which is truly a horrifying crime, no different from a bunch of evil criminals. Kidnapping school-aged minors under the pretext of defeating the Demon King and using them as entertainment, then pushing them onto the battlefield. You guys are truly a bunch of evil barbarians. It turns out that the toss just now was just Hero Nim's imagination. I think even if it's 2 people, I just need him and me to be able to cooperate well with each other. The hero went out and told the guards, yes, our knights cannot keep His Majesty waiting too long. I will definitely save the kingdom from the clutches of the Demon King, because it is my dream. Hero Nim was surprised to hear the Lofi that Hero B said, what is that? Hero B continued, that's right, my Korean name must be hard to pronounce, from now on you don't need to call it anymore. Hero Nim gasped in surprise. Lanuval laughed, come on calm down Nim Hero. Kang, do you know the name? Zieg heard it, from now on I will name this name first. Hero Nim was so surprised he thought this guy's adaptability was really amazing. Zieg Hero is the name of the main character in a mobile game, who will later become a great hero and marry a saint, and I bet he took that name because he wanted a future like that. Hero Nim asks Hero B, hey, Hero B replied I am Zieg, ah yes. Don't you remember your parents, your friends? Surely everyone on Earth is worried about you. Hero B replied, isn't there something wrong? Hero Nim looks helpless, what a joke, this guy. No friends, no filial piety, in other words he no longer had any attachment to his previous life. Hero Zieg saw that Hero Nim was worried and said, don't worry about anything. Because I will definitely protect you. In Hero Nim's head, Hero Zeig's words echoed, don't worry about anything, because I will definitely protect you, don't worry about anything. Because I will definitely protect you, don't worry about anything, because I will definitely protect you. Professor appeared, how is that new teammate? Hero Nim suddenly replied, now my mind is stuck between surprise and shock. The professor continued, he was a hero who had been carefully chosen after much consideration and was also the right person to cooperate with him, and he also found his adaptability to be very good. What level is it? Hero Nim sullenly, after a year I finally met someone from Earth again, but it all went up in smoke after just 10 minutes of talking. He didn't even have the slightest bit of culture shock after arriving here. The professor smiled and replied, Student Kang, you don't need to worry, because he is already under the supervision of all the lecturers. And arranging for him a partner like this was all calculated. We believe that this time you will definitely be able to graduate. Lanuval happily said, let me lead the way, just go through this hallway and we will meet your majesty. Hero Zeig happily replied, oh yes. The professor continued to tell Hero Nim, learn from his enthusiasm and personality, then transform into a true hero and graduate, Kang Han-soo. Hero Nim saw Hero Zeig and immediately thought, the carefully selected candidate has already sold his soul to Lanuval. Now I remember myself the first time I saw her like this, it looked so disgusting. This time, Alex did not make a move at the first meeting. Hero Zeig praised Alex's name thanks to this Zeig. Wow, you look so cool, he replied, so praising. Hero Nim and Hero Zeig came to the Great Hall to meet His Majesty. His Majesty sat on his throne and said hello to the heroes. Heroes, welcome to my kingdom. Hero Nim bowed his head, thanking your Majesty for your hospitality. I wish you good health so you can rule this country. Hero Zeig next to you also bowed, greeting the king. His Majesty's servants and soldiers looked at the Hero Nim with praise. His body and voice were perfect. He was definitely born and raised in a noble family. Then they turned around and commented that the hero, Zeig, was indeed a poor farmer living in a remote place. Hero Nim heard them say that and thought to himself, this is the third time, if I can't do that again, I can quit being a hero. His Majesty spoke, heroes, have you seen your status board? Hero Zeig opened the table, yes I saw it very clearly, high-level human race, hero class with talent 5 times more than experience, level interpretation skill, and my condition is very good. Hero Nim on the other side lazily replied, it seems fine. He thought to himself, for now. When I looked at it I still couldn't believe it. High-level human race, level 1 hero job increased 500% exp, interpretation skills a.f, status is being restored. I have to once again start everything from scratch. I can't forget. Hero Nim told your Majesty, I can see very clearly, you are an advanced level 1 person, have a hero class, and have good acting skills of level A, so the effect of those squares is like this. Your Majesty said loudly, Dieg and Kang Han-soo, chosen heroes, because of being near the Demon King's territory, my kingdom is in a state of extreme crisis. Defeat the Demon King Padonar and his minions, and bring peace to my kingdom. Hero Zeig was excited, yes, your Majesty, leave it to us. Kang Han-soo, let's try together. Hero Nim slowly replied, I understand, your Majesty. Let me worry about that and you can just rest, forever. When he saw Kang Han-soo's board, the professor was extremely surprised. How was Kang Han-soo's student? How is that possible? Why are those skills still there after everything has been refreshed? Kang Han-soo saw the professor's reaction and thought to himself, this reaction, maybe even the professor doesn't know the true use of the square-shaped skill. He replied, Professor, remember that I am a student who has achieved SS, something that no one has ever achieved, and since this is the third time, it is not strange that these skills are still there, Chief. How can someone as special as me be on par with that newbie way over there? Hero Zeig's face turned red as he looked at Lanuval. Hero Nim continued to tell the professor, if I had the same beginning as that guy, that would be strange, you know that, right? Professor is helpless, no I don't know why this could happen. Hero Nim raised his hands high into the sky, let go. He thought to himself, good it's still there, the knowledge that Master Malong passed down is still there. Even though the level has been lost, as long as the skills are still there is no need to worry about grinding again. Fantasia's management lecturer bastards don't even dream of resetting everything about me now. Hero Zeig saw Hero Nim's appearance and asked, Boy Kang, was there something funny just now? Hero Nim replied, I'm just wondering what this world is like. Hero Zeig comforted me, don't worry too much, if there is any danger, I will definitely help you. Hironim thought to himself, even though it's a bit funny, I have to calm down, because the professor said that he is my ticket to graduate and leave this place. He replied, Zieg, feel free to call me Hansu from now on, no need to be too formal. Because we are civilized people with the same goal of returning to our beloved Earth, we can also be considered teammates, Zieg Hiro happily replied, that's right, comrade. So from now on I won't hesitate to call you Hansu. The two of them happily shook hands and cooperated happily. But I really have no intention of returning to Earth. Hironim angrily squeezed his hand. Zieg is the sound of ah. My hand, Hansu asked angrily, so you don't want to kill the Demon King? He replied, no, even so, I will still defeat the Demon King. Hearing a satisfactory answer, Hironim let go of Zieg's hand. I have to admit, even though you're at level 1 and only have poor interpretation skills like me, you're really strong. It seems like when you were on Earth, you exercised very diligently. If I had known that I would be a hero, I would have exercised, Kang Hansu thought. He didn't see them. Any hero will receive the ability to see their opponent's level and skills, so why couldn't he see all of this skill? Could it be because of those squares? He remembered what the professor said, I don't know what it is either, so before we find the solution, don't you dare touch it. Looking at her expression during DDoS, it seemed like this was an extremely serious matter. Zieg asked, square, is it used for drawing or what, although we still don't fully understand all the possibilities that those squares can bring. But I'm not stupid enough to ask someone else about it. Zieg saw Kang Hansu pensive and continued asking, what's wrong? Kang Hansu said, hey Zieg, you told me you don't want to return to Earth, then why do you want to kill the Demon King? Zieg replied, because he is threatening the lives of innocent people in this world. After hearing Kang Hansu's response, is that so? Everyone has their own decision, so I will respect his decision. Zieg happily ran out of the city gate. Hey Hansu, let's go out together to look for teammates. I think it will be easy, okay? Hansu replied, D Strongwell. Zieg replied, won't you go? Staying here after defeating the Demon King is fine. After that day, Zieg and I decided to separate. And we'll meet again on the day of the hero's debut. Don't you want to see what this world is like? I'm sorry, but I'm not a tour guide. I've seen enough in the past 10 years of living in this damn place. Lanuvel saw Kang Hansu. Hironim, where are you going? Hironim music course, Lanuvel. Lanuvel replied, yes, I am Lanuvel. Hung Nim thought, please stop acting so cute. The first time I saw you do that, Lanuvel replied, yes. Why are you here? You should be hanging around Zieg. Lanuvel asked in surprise, why did you have to do that? I'm an archaeologist who always pursues ancient legends, searching for legends about heroes who were summoned in the past. That's what I'm doing. And Zieg, he is the typical example that I have ever studied. Everything is almost no different from the descriptions of past heroes. But Kang Hansu has something very different, that aroused my curiosity, so I followed you. The hero Nim thought, chattering, because of that difference I am the one who I've been listening to you babble all this time in this place. Lanuvel continued to talk, furthermore let me tell you this. Hero Nim replied, yes, tell me. Lanuvel replied, the place you are currently entering is a forbidden area of the kingdom, because this place is only for hunting, so it could be dangerous for you to enter here. Although I should have warned you, I was earlier, but I still have time to come back now. Also, if the king finds out, Kang Hansu doesn't care and replies, if you don't like it, just go back to the house. The two went to a castle. Hero Nim asked Lanuvel, is this the queen's mansion? Lanuvel replied, Hero Nim, he had just been summoned, so how did he know there was a place like this here? A dog rushed out from the mansion towards the two of them. Lanuvel shouted in fear, Hero Nim. Hero Nim town, don't worry about anything, just follow me and you'll be fine. Lanuvel is sweating, it's strange not to worry. Hero Nim replied, remember that it was you who voluntarily followed me here, now we are in the same boat. Lanuvel replied yes. Hero Nim used his hand to open the door of the mansion. Inside there was a maid of the mansion. Hero Nim said, it seems I arrived on time. The maid was angry. Human race, level 34, maid profession, seduction skill C, work D, miasma E, hysteria F, alert state. Hidden in the hunting grounds reserved only for the royal family, is the queen's mansion. Currently there is only one maid guarding the entrance. If you ask why the queen only arranged for one person to guard this place. Normally, a person with level S in this world would have the same body and health as a professional athlete on Earth. Even more so once you have signed a contract with demons and receive benefits from worshipping them. Even if she's just a level 34 maid, she can fly and dance like actors in Hong Kong action movies. La Nouvelle shyly said to the maid, "Sorry, it's just that the hero has just been summoned to this world, so he still doesn't know the locations of some places. We will leave now, Hero Nim. I think our coming to this place made her mad." The maid got mad and ran towards the two with bloodshot eyes. La Nouvelle shouted in fear, "I knew it was my mistake." Hero Nim stood to the side calmly without any worry in his eyes. She ran towards Hero Nim. Hero Nim stopped her with his hand. Hero Nim pushed her head down to the ground. Her mouth was too loud. La Nouvelle on the side was very surprised. "Hero Nim, are you really only level 1? Hero Nim replied, "No, it's level 12 now." La Nouvelle panicked, Look. I've never seen this before. The maid turns into a purple demon." La Nouvelle continued, "Hero Nim, seems like this is the demon who signed the contract." Hero Nim said, "La Nouvelle, stop babbling, just follow me closely, and don't ask anything else." La Nouvelle replied yes. As the level increases, the effectiveness of the skills will also increase slightly, and the strategy will also increase accordingly. Unlike the previous times, this time I started with dozens of high-level skills, because combat power depends on the level and number of skills each person has, so even if they are at the same level, the skills will be what makes the difference. To understand more strategic calculation, we will do the math as follows. Zieg Hero Level 1 Skill Interpretation A, 9 plus Level 1 multiplied by 10 plus 6 skill levels equals 160, which is the overall combat power. Level 1 Maid Skill Seduction C, Work D, Demon Weapon E, Madness F, 9 Attack 34 multiplied by 10 plus 4 C plus 3 D plus 2 E plus 1 F equals 860 overall combat power. And finally me, level 12 with lots of nonsense skills, 9 plus 12 times 10 plus 9 plus 8 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 plus 7 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 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus etc. plus 1 equals an overall combat power that is incredibly high. It feels like I'm using Adneem's account to play games. The two of them walked to a door. Yuval said, "Traps are everywhere, even the servants have signed contracts with demons. What is happening inside the queen's mansion?" Hero Nim opened the door and entered. Seeing a guy wearing a strange skull, he spoke, relaxed his mind, and connected with him. "Eternal life, eternal happiness. Please accept the offering and respond to our request." La Nouvelle was scared when he saw that scene. He didn't expect that inside this place was an altar of people worshipping demons. Hero Nim, how did he know about this? Perhaps this is one of his abilities. Hero Nim said, "La Nouvelle, I told you to keep order." Hero Nim said hello to the guy wearing the skull mask. "Hello." He came back, "Who are you and how did you get down here?" Hero Nim thought, let's see. Everyone below is of the human race. But this guy will definitely be different. Demon race, level 194 mage profession, age high magic power, demon weapon skills B magic C, magic power D, transformation C, sermon E, status confused state, always correct. The masked man angrily said, "Once you step foot in here, don't even think about going back. You should feel honored to be his sacrifice." Hero Nim thought, "I have to admit that this guy disguises himself like a real person." Hero Nim replied, "That's it. Are you making me laugh? Name of level B." Everyone was extremely surprised to see the masked man kneel down and bow before Hero Nim. He begged, "Please forgive this humble servant." The hierarchy of demon society is very clearly stratified, so anyone will have to obey those who are higher than them. Just now I used the SS level demonic weapon skill, and it seems it had an unexpected effect. Hero Nim spoke, "Hey master, be sorry for interrupting, but from now on I will be the one taking over this place. Why aren't you happy?" He bowed his head, "Very happy, long live you devil." La Nouvelle stood and hid in fear. Why did Hero Nim ask? Hero Nim replied, "Hey, just look and don't say anything." Hero Nim said loudly, "Listen here maggots, soon we will take over this kingdom, let darkness rule everything. This will be the first step in the process of making this kingdom ours. In the first adventure, Kang Han Su slashed hard, this is your punishment. The cruel soul that comes out from the mouth of the murdered person, it's that thing again. So he is also a devil worshipper." La Nouvelle is worried, is this whole kingdom already in the hands of the demons? Kang Han Su was irritated, what the hell is this? I haven't even shown my face yet and this whole kingdom has already become a playground for them. The truth about the kingdom at that time was really hard to believe. Crime, everywhere, was normal for me, but murder, robbery, smuggling, kidnapping, crimes no matter how big or small, they happen all over the kingdom. The deeper you dig, the more the secret becomes revealed. Devil worshippers, they pushed the kingdom into tragedy at that time. It was also thanks to the ignorant rule of the king that the kingdom could have such a bright future. The king cupped his chin and said indifferently, "Followers of the devil, then try to clean them up. You are a hero." Of course I don't like his attitude, but in the end I still have to get my butt to work. The lair of devil worshippers is filled with a strange aura. Kang Han-soo kicked the door open. "The hero is here. Everyone stand still. Whoever wants to break their heads, just ignore my words." Anyway, whether they moved or not, they were all heretics. Dad killed them all. The people inside were shocked when they saw the hero appear. The leader wearing a demon face roared angrily and cheekily, "If you run here, I will make you regret it. The door to hell has opened. Kneel before me. Your soul will be burned to ashes. Your life will only come here." Kang Han-soo also roared, "You ex-guy, shut your mouth. Do you know that because of you I have had to go through so much trouble?" The leader screamed and squawked. He was constantly trampled under Kang Han-soo's feet. "Your devil must die. I was kidnapped, became a coolie for the whole kingdom. It's all because of you, you." Kang Han-soo used all his suppressed resentment to roar, "Die, you trashy insect." Next, after the servant, I massacred the queen's mansion, died. And so, the problem of the demon worshippers was completely resolved. Due to the loss of the leader who performed the ritual, the mechanism below could not continue to operate and collapsed. This time, after thinking about it, if the whole kingdom is already in the hands of these followers and they only listen to the leader, then I'll just do it. Kick the leader's ass and take his position, and that's it. The followers respectfully kneel down. "Thank you for accepting our lowly group, thank you." Kang Han-soo smiled evilly. "Without much effort, this whole kingdom will be in my hands." Lanuvel saw his expression and couldn't help but shiver. "Hero, the atmosphere around you looks terrible." One hand raised, "Yes, don't worry about anything, let me worry about that. Everyone please just believe in me. Because here Hero Zieg will solve everything." Kang Han-soo's disgusted attitude, "Looking at this guy makes me feel like the future is becoming more and more uncertain," and after a while of observing him, he is. Kang Han-soo is nauseous. He really likes to help others for free, that way his reputation points will increase, just like his first time. If that's really the only way, then this third time, with what's already in hand. Kang Han-soo curled his mouth, "I will completely solve everything." Then the idiot, "No, your majesty can rest, forever." The emperor asked, "Is the grand judge seeing me?" The grand judge knelt down below. "Your majesty, I wanted to see you because of the matter of Hero Kang Han-soo." The emperor was puzzled. "Hero Kang, what about that guy? From the beginning I found him very strange. The rituals were perfect, but I still felt something was wrong." The grand judge is clearly a member of heresy, but that's not true, your majesty. Recently, Hero Kang Han-soo found a group of evil cults deceiving and harming innocent people. He took action to punish them appropriately. And the wealth and treasures accumulated by the cultists were also distributed by him to the people. Just a few days after being summoned, Hero Kang Han-soo has been praised by the people, but Hero Zieg, he still can't do anything but spend time doing useless things. In my opinion, only the Hero Kang Han-soo is the one who has enough qualities to save this kingdom in the world of fantasy. The queen also blew wind in her ear. "Your majesty, you must be surprised at what he showed, right?" The emperor was surprised. The queen also thought the same. The queen replied, "Yes, but there is one thing. If he continues to generously help people with money like that, then won't the time come when he will become empty-handed? Think about it, maybe you should also support Hero Kang in terms of expenses, right?" The emperor objected, "Why should I?" A sudden aftershock occurred, causing the emperor's words to be interrupted. A strange light flashed in Huang Dao's eyes. "I hope that you will think carefully and help the Hero Kang Han-soo." "No. If the demon king is defeated, then the status of the king who summoned the hero will increase in the eyes of the people." The emperor was hypnotized. The queen said yes. He took the initiative to hand it over. "This is the key to the kingdom's treasure. Give it to Hero Kang. When you need it, just use the money in it. The queen will take it without delay." "Thank you, sire." The piles of sparkling gold coins collided with each other, making sounds of joy. "Wow, I really don't want to receive this pile of gold." Kang Han-soo propped himself up and lay on his side on a seat full of gold. "But if His Majesty Han said so, then I can't accept it." Unlike last time, this time the king did not show any discomfort when giving me money. That way it won't count as me forcing him, and my dignity points will also be preserved. Kang Han-so liked to burst out with a gold coin. Moreover, this was money voluntarily sponsored by the king. It was considered that he did not ask for anything but still helped everyone for free. After I was empowered with the demonic weapon, the queen became a servant. The other two looked at you with reverent eyes, master, and the great judge as well. These are all useful people in my plan. The great judge spoke up, Sir, as long as you want, we can provide you with everything. For the growth of my dharma, no matter what it is, I can do it. Kang Han-su ordered, the grand judge, first tell me where my church's revenue comes from. The grand judge replied, yes. He explained, below is our easy-to-understand summary. Most of the money we make comes from drug trafficking, money laundering, kidnapping, theft, smuggling, loan sharking, scams and more. Kang Han-su sighed, then 99% of that is dirty money. If you touch it, your dignity will plummet. If the professor and those other people find out, then no matter what, I won't be able to graduate and I won't be able to leave this damn place. I call out loudly, Hero Kang Han-su, Hero Kan Han-su. The soldiers rushed over. There you are. Kang Han-su stopped. What's going on? Soldiers are indifferent. Please listen to me. Zeke Hero has run away. Kang Han-su has a long face. Can you explain a little more clearly? He and the soldiers went to the crowd. I don't know why there was so much noise. The voice of a person advises, Hero Zeke, please calm down. The cry was so eloquent, it was useless to deny it. I saw it all. Clearly this pig tried to drag this girl away by force. The soldiers were confused. But, wasn't that girl who said that? Is that all of her own free will? Zeke affirmed, no, he definitely used something to force her to say that. You're plotting something evil with that innocent girl, right, you pig? Soldiers try to reconcile. Hero Zeke, please take your words seriously. The humiliated person was angry. What did I do wrong to be humiliated like this? The sad girl hugged this person's arm tightly. I'm sorry, it's only because of me that you have to. Both sides got into an argument. That fat pig, let her bleed. Everyone, keep your wits about you. Don't listen to anything that stupid hero says. Kang Han-su, cover your ears. Hey, now I have a basic understanding of this situation. The person being insulted by Zeke, I've seen him before. At the ceremony in the basement of the Queen's mansion, human race, pretending to be 21, noble profession, elegant pedigree, top-notch business skills, polite eating and drinking elegance demonic pressure, state, obesity, anger, humiliation. And his demonic weapon is currently a powerful force. The first time, the stupid king's kingdom, the Baron family's territory, thanks to its fertile land and dense population, this place never worried about food shortages. But that was also a double-edged sword, leading to the situation of the Marquis Baron at that time. Due to the stress after having to attend classes to become an heir, he had no choice but to turn to food to relieve himself, of course, as mentioned above, thanks to never having to worry about work, food shortage so he could eat day and night and whenever he wanted, as a result. Before he realized it, Marquis Baron exhaled heavily. Why has his body been so heavy lately? He had many diseases such as diabetes, fatty blood, kidney stones, cancer, letters. At that time, high-level healing magic was not known to everyone, so he had only one way left, which was to choose another path. The evil water sect leader told him, worship him and he will grant thee a body with eternal health and strength. A foolish and pitiful soul, the Marquis Baron submitted, yes. The leader asked, listen to him, always worship him, do you dare to do that or not? Baron replied, yes, I swear, eternal strength, eternal power, I will always be faithful to you. In order to restore his health, Baron became a follower of the devil. And then, due to the influence of the demonic energy in his body, he began his cruel days after being inherited. Of course, his ending was still being defeated by the hero, but... Kang Han-su crossed his arms. Oh, it's Zeke, what are you doing here? Zeke's indictment, you see, I personally caught this fat pig forcing that innocent girl over there to go with him. Dad was angry, how dare you call me that? Zeke aggressively, there's no way I can stand by and watch that pig do that. The girl tried to explain, no, that's not it. Kang Han-su realized, they're both acquaintances, both next year, Dad will marry this victim girl. She was one of the victims he seduced into becoming a follower, but in the end the two fell in love. I don't need to worry too much about that right now, he asked, do you have any proof? Zeke was stunned, you are also a hero, can't you see that his skills are that's demonic energy? Kang Han-su scratched his cheek, could it be that he said that on purpose so that I would be tickled because of his evil spirit? I said, Zieg, even if you have demonic weapons, you can't be sure that person is a follower of the devil. Zieg's eyes widened. Huh. Eating demon hearts can also bring demonic energy. Practicing or taking medicine is no exception. There are many ways to get demonic weapons, not just because they worship demons. Of course, demonic weapons are not good things at all. If a person has demonic weapons without being manipulated by anyone, then that person will automatically be transformed into low-level demons and reveal their true nature, the ugliest substance deep inside the soul to the outside. If there are benefits, there must also be harms, or in other words, it is like a drug, power. Who doesn't want it? Even though they know that they will be manipulated by demons, there are still countless people who stab them. Input, and that is also a way for demons to weaken humanity. Zieg disagrees, but Hansu, that pig is a devil worshipper. Kang Hansu was angry in his heart. He couldn't help but talk like a brat. If you're so sure, why don't you jump in and slap him, you coward? The people were angry, slandering the kind-hearted Count Baron as a follower of the devil, which was ridiculous, even calling him a pig. He was a regular customer of our restaurant. So this is the legendary hero. Haha, only the outside label. Can you show me the dragons you caught? Poor Baron. Zieg stood before the words everyone's criticism. The girl firmly explained, Hero, this was just a misunderstanding. Actually, my family owes him a favor. Originally, my father had dislocated his ankle and spilled food on Mr. Baron, but he not only did not get angry, but also took my father to the infirmary for treatment and paid for all the medicine. After that, I was the one who chased him all the way here, but I didn't expect that he would fall into the situation he is in now. Ha! Soldiers patted Zieg's shoulder. Do you have anything to say? Otherwise we can go. Zieg was confused. Me. He was dragged away by the soldiers. We'll deal with apologizing to Mr. Baron later, and we hope you don't cause any more trouble. Kang Hansu exclaimed, also having to admit that his reputation is really good. Dad Ron comforted the girl. Come on, it's okay. The girl covered her face and sobbed, but, Kang Hansu assessed, but it's only a matter of time before being swallowed by the demonic weapon. Kang Hansu doesn't care much, but no matter what, I don't want to prolong the time until I stab that guy a second time. Zieg was dragged away screaming, I wasn't wrong, he really is a follower of the devil. Kang Hansu watched, wondering if that kid really is the key to my graduation. At the church, Master, this is a report on what Hero Zieg has been doing for the past week, and it seems like he's been traveling around the kingdom looking for quests to do. Kang Hansu said, that guy cheers up quickly, and still goes to help everywhere even though it's a bit reluctant. For example, looking for a lost cat for a kid, Zieg found it on a roof. There you are, Kang Hansu disdained. Ha, it looks peaceful, because this kingdom is so peaceful right now. There is no problem that can cause me to do anything. Because the minions under my command use my name to secretly solve all the problems in the kingdom, everyone's friendly friend has arrived, suddenly worshipping demons. Besides, they still have a job to do. Everyone spreads the word. What do you know? The hero Kang Hansu is amazing. He's amazing. Why care? It's okay to know that. Okay, that's it, is to increase my reputation in the eyes of the people little by little. Another story is also spreading. Do you know what? I heard that the princes are involved with loan sharks. Does the king know or not? Does he not do anything about it, and do the opposite with royal people? Just like that, everything will go smoothly and your dignity points will not be affected. The queen said, just as the master predicted, yesterday, there really was a group of fairies that attacked the black market. Indeed, the master is different. Unexpectedly he also has the ability to prophesy. Kang Hansu asked, well, then what happened? The queen replied, almost everyone had to die, but in the end the female Ethel leading the group was also captured. In that auction area, if we can take that place, we can earn more revenue later. Done. So the future fairy queen Sylvia has been eliminated from the game. Her future fate will probably be very miserable, but I don't care. As long as it doesn't concern me, the professor won't be able to say anything, get nothing. Is there anything else? Alex, future Sword King. This stupid and useless guy was already killed by me the second time, but this time, in order not to make any mistakes, I found a way to use him properly. The professor was happy. In the end, the student has seen the good points in the people around him. Kang Hansu replied, of course, Professor, isn't even dog poop included in the learning application? The loud voice shouted, ha, heroes, welcome to the royal training grounds. Today is the hero's debut day, but it's not like last time, because this time there's another person besides me. After a while, I took over the group and implemented a few reform policies. Finally, things in the kingdom became more stable, and now, Alex has also returned from the front lines to his business, Kingdom Capital. Alex was in a state of extremely malicious anticipation. He must have been waiting for this day for a long time. You guys must have been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Me too. Delaying the launch until today also made me a bit disappointed. Hope that. Heroes, welcome to the Royal Training Grounds. If your skin doesn't have a single scratch on it, then you probably haven't been taught properly, but don't worry. Because I, the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, will help you become extremely strong heroes, and it won't take much time. Kang Hansu gave him a name, that hot useless guy Blood 1. Zieg replied with determination, yes, I will do my best Sir Alex. Kang Hansu looked at the useless guy full of enthusiasm and then blandly replied, me too. Alex continued, and today, at our launch, the Queen will be present. The Queen spoke, it is an honor for me to be the one observing the great heroes practice, Zieg exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's the Queen. The Queen gently rested her chin, summoning 2 heroes at once, truly a priceless gift to the kingdom. However, I'm still wondering about one thing. Of the 2 heroes summoned to defeat the Demon King, who will be stronger? Zieg was confused. Kang Hansu replied, if the Queen wanted to know like that. I'm willing. Zieg was stunned. The Queen suggested, Alex, can the training wait until later, because I really want to see the practice match of the 2 heroes. Alex replied, of course, Queen. Come on heroes, let's try our best later. He laughed fiercely, and said in advance, I will not tolerate any cowardly actions such as surrendering or running away in front of the Queen. Zieg hesitated, hey Hansu, we are friends, right? Kang Hansu didn't look at him and replied, actually, I don't want to fight with my friend, but there's no other way. Zieg can't believe it, Hansu. Kang Hansu threw his coat on the ground, come, the Queen herself said that you want to see our match. Furthermore, the ideal of proactively meeting all the requests of everyone around him, isn't that what he always wanted? Hey, those criteria for evaluating heroes are nonsense. Listening to the requests of people around you and then carrying them out, that's the duty of a hero. Solve the problem, satisfy every request without any reimbursement to yourself. So here, am I currently carrying out a request from the beautiful Queen for nothing? Zieg clenched his fist, Hansu, I'm about to strike. Kang Hansu's mouth opens and closes slightly, it will be quite painful. Zieg came running. He gritted his teeth and put more force into his fist. Now, Kang Hansu appeared before him like a ghost. A powerful knee landed straight into Zieg's stomach. Kang Hansu smiled evilly, Zieg, what are you doing? There's no need to hold back, just give it your all. But in my head I thought, it's very difficult to hide the pain on my face, looks like I'm okay, right? Zieg ate in pain and foamed at the mouth, he stopped and coughed. The soldiers witnessed death, 1, 2, 1, 2, Hansu's cheerful counting. He said loudly on purpose, Zieg, I told you not to hold back, don't just defend like that, try a counterattack. A true hero will fulfill everyone's request for free without asking for anything. He is always excited to accept everything. Leave it to me, because that's what a hero is supposed to do. Don't worry Hansu, I will definitely protect you. I'm learning from him. If I knew it would be this easy, I should have done it sooner. Zieg was beaten until he trembled. This Zieg. Kang Hansu looked at him with concern. When will you stop holding back and fight for real? To be more precise, the one holding back here should be me, because if he really fought, he would definitely have died from the first blow. But if you do that, your reputation and dignity points will be gone. Zieg hero collapsed on the field, everyone hurriedly shouted, healer, come down and check, oh my god. Kang Hansu looked at Zieg surrounded by a group of healers. It was okay, with that many injuries, just needing recovery magic would be fine, but to recover to the original state it would take some time. Alex appeared from behind. Hey hero, can you distinguish between a practice match and a real battle? Kang Hansu glanced at him. Alex laughed angrily, and from what I see, it seems like you have a dirty hobby of bullying weaker people. If that's the case, then let me show you what it means to be a true strong person, okay? Kang Hansu was angry. What? His hobby of bullying the weak? Does this bastard still have any integrity? Anyway, after the practice match, it will be the punishment for Mr. Alex's hero. Alex cracked his fingers. From the looks of it just now, it seems like you know how to show off a bit. He chuckled, but don't think so. No matter how much you dance, it won't work against someone stronger. Human race, pretending to be 291, swordsman profession, endurance sword skill increase, swordsman skill eat, endurance A, iron wall, resistance to casing effects, tenacity Z, excited status. Kang Hansu noticed, the status panel looked no different from the first time. In peacetime, having that amount of levels can be considered quite high. However, compared to what I have been through, this is nothing. Alex stuck his face in. What? This is so funny. Do you think that's enough to face a truly strong person? He waved his fist. If that's the case, then let me open my mind. The punch directly hit Kang Hansu's body. But he was unharmed and asked again, how was it? Very disappointed, huh? And so today's hero launch day became a training session for Alex. Compared to the second time, this time was much more fun. After that incident, I was no longer called by Alex to train, but after a leisurely period of time, the kingdom encountered something that made me cannot turn a blind eye. It's so hot. Lanuvel lamented, Hero, I don't like this summer at all. Due to the hot weather, the entire kingdom's water supply is dwindling. Kang Hansu replied, I know. And because of the lack of water, food is also greatly affected, right? You know all about those things, so now we have to think of a solution. Lanuvel looked at the group of followers and asked, but who are these people? Kang Hansu lay sideways on his golden chair. Lanuvel, why don't you try to get used to this? These henchmen will be very useful in keeping the connection between the hero and the people of the world. I was thinking, food crisis due to lack of water. I had an idea. If we just do something to reduce the population, wouldn't everything automatically be resolved? Lanuvel is speechless. Hero. At the practice field, stand up, or wait for a stick in the butt before getting up. If you want revenge, rest is too luxurious. Zieg is covered in sweat and scratches. Continue, more. Alex shouted on his crutch, Zieg, absolutely don't give up. I know you can do it. Suppress your fear, and just prepare yourself to be near death all the time. Because with a healer here, even if you want to die, you can't. But soon he knelt on the ground and vomited. Alex gritted his teeth, determined to take revenge. Kill Kang Hansu. Zieg, he replied, yes. Alex pointed out that his hips still have too many loopholes. If this continues, when will he be able to get revenge on that guy? When will the scars in his heart be erased? Think about it, being humiliatedly defeated in front of everyone. Do you really accept that? Beaten like a dog, will the honor he worked so hard to build still exist? Zieg hero is definitely the one who defeats the Demon King, but who would believe in a hero whose honor is gone? The two of them jumped into a new round of practice with the one who got beaten up. Zieg, his hips were exposed again. Zieg screamed, Alex, I will kill you. Alex shouted, remember, if you lose your temper in a battle, the only way is death. Zieg groaned, The mixed sounds were transmitted into Kang Hansu's ears. Have you given up on revenge? Kang Hansu sits on the windowsill. He uses his hearing enhancement ability so he can hear everything from a very long distance, from morning until sunset. It seems like this Alex hates him. I'm a bit upset because of the incident at that time. After the hero's debut, Alex's personality completely changed. He was on crutches. A person with a bruised face. No matter how many times Zieg tried to escape the training session, Alex still tried to find and drag him back to continue the training session, even after being insulted many times by Zieg. He didn't use that as an excuse to abuse him, he even listened to all the complaints and gave advice. Everything was completely different from what I experienced the first time. Zieg was so angry that he cried. He quietly stood up. Zieg, the idiot who always accepts requests from everyone around him, after gradually getting used to Alex's enthusiastic training, has begun to have a clear growth. Human race, Le Pretend 3, hero job increased by 500% exp, interpretation skills A, fever survival, swordsmanship Z, senses Z, physical strength dislocated, state, dizzy, bleeding, crazy, scratched. Kang Hansu exclaimed, wow, that's horrible. If he continues at this rate, it will only take 3 more years for him to kill the Demon King. Last time it took me 10 years. It is true that the selected candidates are different. I thought that he would also have to suffer self-birth and self-destruction after being thrown into a strange world like me, but perhaps this was also part of their arrangement. I must admit that the teachings what the teacher said is partly right. Right at this moment the professor appeared. Student Kang, what is going on? Kang Hansu, hello. Professor, long time no see. You can see that I'm observing his training session. Kang Hansu, hello. Professor, long time no see. You can see that I'm observing his training session. The professor raised his voice. This is not normal at all. Pouring cold water into a pot of boiling water won't make it completely hot. The key here is the fire being used to heat it, and above all, the selected hero candidate is still in the adult stage. If he grows at too fast a speed, Kang Hansu is agitated, not normal, then let me go down there and wring his neck now, and I think that even without him, I'm still good enough, just career. The professor stopped me. Wait, can you let me finish my sentence? I was a bit confused just now. Actually, my uncle is the selected candidate who is currently having some difficulties. Kang Hansu also noticed that, yes, he was being harassed by Alex. Kang Hansu was excited. In that case, let me kill Alex. The professor was speechless. Could it be that besides killing him quickly, you couldn't think of anything else? I think that he is like that because of the fatigue that has accumulated so much during the past time, perhaps partly because of the heat of the weather. Kang Hansu said, so in the end I kill Alex, and leave Zieg alone, then he will stop being tired, right? The professor worried, so even Kang here is affected a lot by the heat, that's it. Because when people are tired, they tend to think about more negative things. Is it because you haven't had a rest these past few days? Kang Hansu frowned. Rested? I never thought about that. It's not simply just sitting around and giving orders. In fact, I also have to evaluate dozens of issues, and also have to decide whether to do it or not, which makes me extremely tired. Followers below, my subordinates, those with positions no matter how big or small, are contributing to running this kingdom and solving countless problems, something that stupid king would never be able to do. To put it bluntly, what I'm doing is the duty of a king. Ah, it's so tiring. He said, I had to personally do what that useless king could not do for free. This is the dignity of a great person, someone who is able to withstand the weight of the crown. You know, those things make heroes, and I always tired from trying too hard. The professor suggested, what do you think if you and your partner go on vacation together? Even though we are suffering from a severe drought, Fantasy is not without a place to relax, isn't it? There's also a magic tower. With it you can go anywhere you want. Meet the peaceful water dragons in the mysterious northern sea. Or visit islands floating in the air. Even going to the Mermaid Lake isn't bad, and it's not the first time you've been there, right? Even though everywhere is currently suffering from drought, that place has always maintained an extremely beautiful scene. A thought popped into Kang Hansu's head. Mermaid Fox, that's right. The professor asked, have you made a decision? He replied, thank you, professor. He smiled darkly. I'll go prepare my things now. The professor felt like something was wrong. Why did he suddenly finalize the location so quickly? Student Kang Hansu. The kingdom is suffering from drought, causing many families to starve to death, but it's not like there's no way to get water. Zieg was surprised. Is this a lake? At first glance I thought it was. That's the sea. Kang Hansu said, moreover, this whole place already has clean water. Perhaps this is enough to help people overcome this drought. But if the problem here is the evil mermaids living in this place, they want to monopolize all the water in the lake and leave everyone else to starve to death out there. Defeating the mermaids, rescuing innocent people from drought so they don't have to suffer from hunger, isn't this an extremely important task that we heroes must do? Zieg. He calculated that he would be able to level up Zieg and also get a salary. Old teammate, never mind. After all, he had to admit that he was a genius. Zieg was curious. Hansu, if there was a mermaid princess here, he replied, yes. Zieg shouted, wow. His state of curiosity and excitement increased. He continued, but why did you bring so many soldiers here? Kang Hansu replied, I didn't intend to come to this place with just a small group of elite soldiers or anything. Royal Knights are fully equipped, along with battle-oriented mages. The total manpower available here is 30,000 people. We don't come to this place to talk nonsense like negotiating and then suffer losses like the first time. We are all equal, and this is a survival contest. 3 commanders of level 200. 100 wizards of level 150. 20 knights at level 180, 100 regular soldiers at level 130, 300 reserve soldiers at level 100. 10,000 elite soldiers of level 10. 20,000 third-level conscripts. So hungry, sir. If we join the army we will have food, right? Kang Hansu assessed that for a kingdom located next to the Demon King's territory, the military strength was only at an average level like this. Kang Hansu exhaled, because he was the head of the kingdom, the one who carried the crown on his head in the darkness, so he had to be tied to this problem. Ah, my shoulders are so heavy. Now I have to find a way to win while preserving my ability to graduate while also helping people overcome this drought. Not only that, I also have to train the soldiers to prevent the Demon King from attacking the kingdom of the stupid dumpling-faced king. Every time he causes trouble, he makes an excuse. It is the Demon King who has caused this kingdom to fall into such a situation. Even though saying so would cause the Demon King to fall into injustice, but because of the piece of fantasy, no one objected to it. Partly because the neighboring kingdoms do not want to have a territorial conflict with that stupid king's kingdom, because in the end, this place is also the shield that the Demon King will attack first, but... He rubbed his chin, and because of the lack of conflict, these soldiers were completely weak and didn't have any combat experience. Zieg was surprised. You really know a lot, Kang Han-soo. Kang Han-soo smiled evilly. In conclusion, if we fight the mermaids, then not only will we solve the water shortage problem, but we can also train the soldiers so they can gain combat experience. Star. The writer spoke up. Hero, we must begin now. Kang Han-soo looked at him. The Earl. The Earl suggested, currently the soldiers are in a weakened state due to the lack of water and food, so we must proceed as quickly as possible. The human race, pretending to be 204, the official career is a general. The number of soldiers increases leadership ability, skills, martial arts, swordsmanship, leadership, elegance, horseback riding, uncomfortable status. Kang Han-soo decided, well, then we will start by building dams to prevent water from the rivers from flowing into the lake. Only then will the mermaids come out of their hiding place. This man is, well, so troublesome. Let's call him an Earl. He is an extremely experienced commander in combat on the battlefield, and also one of the few people who has not been harmed. Bind the demon weapon to me. Kang Han-soo is confident that as long as those mermaids cannot take advantage of their underwater advantage, no matter how tired our soldiers are, they will not necessarily have to give in to the above mermaids. Where's the dry land? There are a total of 3 rivers flowing into the lake and they are all within the territory of our kingdom, so there is no need to negotiate with the Holy Kingdom, just cover it all up like that. The Earl is apprehensive. It's a pretty good plan, but coming from the mouth of a hero is a bit much. Kang Han-soo reminds him, remember that I'm only doing it for the good of our kingdom only. For this conquest, I will only choose commanders who have not yet fallen into the temptation of demons. Instead, the Crown Prince and the Devil will stay in the kingdom and gather the remaining members into the church. I wonder what reaction he will have when he learns that his whole family has become a follower of the Devil. Kang Han-soo ordered, now, let's start the negotiations. Zieg is excited, negotiating. Lanuval worships, what a hero. From the beginning until now you have always wanted to solve everything in peace, right? Kang Han-soo glanced. What is this? Why do you keep acting like there's going to be a war? Lanuval is agitated. It's because I thought you were planning to start a war with the fish people. Mysterious Kang Han-soo. Hey, it seems you still don't understand everything about me. A peace-loving person like me would never think of such a thing. Lanuval called out. Hero. Kang Han-soo thought evilly, because he would find their weak point and crush it, to the point where they could no longer resist, then just ask them to follow orders, like so I was able to solve the problem easily and peacefully. The soldiers cautiously asked, Commander, what do you think about this? The Count asked again, what is it? The soldier said, hasn't it always been taboo to interfere with the mermaid tribe, even though after the Demon King awakened we were forced to cooperate with the hero but, the Earl interrupted, so we will attack the mermaid tribe if the hero says so. Furthermore, you weren't the only one dissatisfied with the hero's actions. But since His Majesty has placed all his trust in him, there is no other way. It was only because the harvest was affected that I joined the army. Even so, we only got a little food, the rest was mostly military operations, and yet, I heard that they were about to prepare. He should build a dam, and if his plan succeeds, many lives will be saved. The Count pointed his finger, look over there. The soldier was stunned, that is the army of the holy country. They came here to observe us. If we fail, they will definitely take action. Whether you believe in heroes or not is not important because now, this has turned into a survival game. A game not simply between humans and mermaids, but between humans as well. Shouted loudly, hurry up the maggots, even if you have an accident or are injured, there is a healer here, so just do your best. Within a week we must completely block this river. Lanuval asked uncertainly, you really won't fight the mermaid tribe, right? Kang Han-soo replied, it also depends on how they answer. Lanuval tried to convince, but the previous hero had a very close relationship with that mermaid clan. The love between the hero and the mermaid girl, isn't that very romantic? Kang Han-soo blandly replied, it must be so. He didn't tell her, yes it's really romantic, but that's just as when you don't know the truth behind it. Lanuv. 100 years ago, a hero came to this place. Attracted by the singing, he went in the direction it came from, and discovered a mermaid girl sitting on a rock next to the lake shore. She is the queen of the mermaid clan and also the ruler of this place. The next day, they became lovers, but in the end, as a ruler, the queen could not leave the lake. In order to quickly return to see her, the hero set out to conquer the demon king but lost to him, and ended up with no return. Later, every time the death anniversary of that hero came, people would hear a sad song sung in this place, and then also name this place the Town of Tragedy. La Nouvelle was surprised, heroic, telling the story of the past should be yours, right? Kang Hansu thought, losing to a demon king whose level was reduced when facing a hero, how stupid was that guy? Zieg looked around. Even though this place is a mermaid town, I didn't see any mermaids. Kang Hansu scorned, do you think that a town built by humans would have mermaids lining the streets? Zieg was skeptical, so it was just my imagination. Are we really only surrounded by men? Kang Hansu explained, that's because the mermaid tribe never had any men. Zieg doesn't understand, huh? Kang Hansu opened the shop door and walked in, and the people he saw here, they were only hoping to become husbands of mermaid girls. Zieg understood, oh. The sound of my ear rang out, greeting guests. A glass of beer was placed on the table. Are you two adventurers passing by this lake? The mermaid's ears trembled slightly. It was rush hour right now. The girl is full of energy, and on top of that, the area around the lake is also occupied by soldiers. Don't you guys feel worried? Ah, it's been a while. Master of this inn is the daughter of the queen of the mermaid clan, who is also the second most powerful mermaid in the clan. One of my teammates at the first time, a pass. The old sailor looked through binoculars and said, they began to divide the army. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like diplomacy is about to happen. I really can't understand what their purpose is anymore. Holy Lady, what do you think about this? Are they planning to attack our holy kingdom? The saintess said with an upset face, to be honest, I couldn't predict anything. Perhaps we should consider all possibilities now. A soldier ran in and said, Commander, we just received a secret message from a spy. The old sailor said calmly, just hoping it was good news. The old sailor picked up a newspaper, read it and laughed loudly. Called the soldier, Commander. The old sailor with a grim face took the secret notice and said, I think the saint needs to see it too. The saint widened her eyes and said, hoping that this unexpected situation will not lead to a crisis beyond our control. Passing by the fish lake, a girl said to Hansu, maybe you guys are going to the lake to see the scenery, at such a sensitive time like this. Hansu smiled foolishly and said, not at all. The mermaid girl with sparkling eyes said, so surely, the target will be us mermaid girls. Hansu smiled foolishly and said, yes, and this lake too. Mermaid girl holding a broom. Holding a sword should fight Hansu. Aqua, the mermaid princess, the owner of this inn, and also the guardian of Mermaid Lake. Unlike Alex, the idiot who only wants to focus on strength, Aqua is someone who not only favors strength but also speed. Hansu thought to himself, what a difficult goal. Don't underestimate that mop, it's actually made of metal, and that metal isn't something any hero can lift. Furthermore, it was those bare feet that made her unique in the clan. The hero who came to the lake 100 years ago was originally an idiot who could not defeat the Demon King, but before he died, he left two things in this fantasia. First, La Nouvelle said worriedly, can you two calm down? Can't we resolve this matter in Hoa Bin? It's a beautiful love story that archaeologists and buskers love so much. Next is this walking piece of sashimi, the fisherman girl said with a fierce expression. The more I looked at you, the more and more uncomfortable I became. Hata, the previous hero was originally a virtuous man, and I really didn't expect that a delinquent hero like you really exists in this world. Hansu smiled softly and said, you also know I'm a hero. The fisherman girl angrily said, of course, do you think we have survived until now just thanks to the news about our clan? Hansu said with a tense face, with that said, you surely know about the problem my kingdom is facing, right? While your selfish race is monopolizing the water source, we humans are on the brink between life and death due to the drought. It's not something I'm trying to do right now to save people's lives, it's enough to make me a much better hero. Hansu smiled stupidly and said, did some idiot lose to the Demon King? While Hansu was running, a blue object shot onto the mermaid girl. The girl raised her hand to smell it and angrily said, you will definitely have it. Death is not complete. The mermaid girl picked up the broom and repeatedly hit Hansu, continuously saying, die. Hansu said with an angry face, you mermaid monster. The mermaid girl continuously beat Hansu in helplessness. Hansu looked at the poison on the floor and thought to himself, what kind of mermaid princess is this? No matter how you look at it, she just looks like a girl with a slightly strange shape, but who would have thought that her small mouth could spit poison? System rang, race, mermaid, level, 318, job, hero, 200% expressway increase, skills, spearmanship 5, heat resistance A, acceleration A, singing B, omnipotence C, status, anger, madness, but in general, having heroic blood in her body, it is obvious that she is stronger than her, however. Then her movement and skills. I also remembered everything the first time. Hansu said contemptuously, you are not the only one. Is it possible to mix poison into saliva? Hansu kissed the mermaid girl, causing her to fall down. Lanuvel said in fear, she's dead. Hansu said coldly, no, I'm just dying, there's no way I would kill the precious daughter of the mermaid queen. If the heart is still alive, negotiations in Hoa Bin will be much easier, but what's more important is that in order to be able to defeat the Demon King without difficulty in the future, the lower my level, the more beneficial it will be. The system rang, race, most demon, level 999 plus, job, Demon King, hero, level decreased, skills, demon weapons 555, exemption from 55 sword effects. The sound of screaming, Aqua, it's not over, we just received news that the hero is planning to attack the mermaid headquarters. If she doesn't prepare now, Aqua absent-mindedly thought about Hansu. Hansu was carrying the mermaid girl on his back when he encountered Aqua. Zieg said with a surprised face, it's a saint in flesh and blood. The saint asked, what is happening here? The saint patted Hansu on the shoulder. Hansu didn't pretend to say, oh no, the hero just escaped through the back door. Wait, I'm not blind and don't know who the hero is. The story goes that at the first time, when he saw the sword, the boy looked at it blankly. Introducing me, a high school student who was kidnapped to another world to become a hero to save the world. Instead of holding a phone and keyboard, here I can only hold a sword to survive. In this harsh world, if you are not strong then congratulations. You will not have the right to choose your own way of death. I used to be a citizen in the modern world, but now I have to struggle to survive in this barbaric world. It's not too late to be saved. There is still a glimmer of hope for the weak people out there. I will definitely be revived. Of course, when fighting, no one wants to die. If injured, the mother can provide first aid herself, but it could be serious or even fatal. Saints, literally, they are the talismans in the eyes of the warriors and also the angels descending to earth. Looking at Mermaid Lake, Hansu looked uncomfortable. The brown-shirted boy smiled happily. Lanuvel looked sad. The saint healed the mermaid girl. He said with a worried face, this is really unreasonable. How can I calm down when I have to see this scene? How could a righteous hero kill the mermaid princess like that? Lanuvel said with a scared face, I didn't expect it either. Hansu smiled foolishly and said, I told you it wasn't because of me. Just because of the small amount of poison she swallowed, almost all of her internal organs had been eroded. To be honest, leveling up in this situation makes me uncomfortable at all. If it's a normal time then it's okay, but here it is. The mermaid girl woke up and shouted loudly. The saint happily said, okay. The mermaid girl angrily looked at Hansu and said, you are. The saint advised the mermaid girl, Aqua, not to try anything. She had just been revived so she was still very weak. Moreover, the level has also dropped. The mermaid girl weakly asked, how much had it dropped? The saintess thought to herself, the resurrection technique is so terrible, but I wonder if it can be used on someone who is about to be cut into pieces. The saintess replied to the mermaid girl, level 10. The mermaid girl cursed angrily. The hero, damned, of course, saving a dying person or reviving the dead cannot be done haphazardly. The saint examined Aqua's forehead and gently said, Aqua, what you need to do now is rest, leave other things for later. Aqua weakly said, yes. In this world, killing can help increase one's level, so what should healers who can't fight do if they want to level up? System rang, race, human, level 128, profession, saint, faith, resurrection monk, skills, faith 55, healing 5, attractiveness 5, virtue 5, preaching A, status, doubt, discomfort. Quite simply, they absorb experience through healing. In other words, you will have to trade your experience points so that the wounds on your body heal quickly. The more severe the wound, the more experience lost. However, it can still be compensated through hunting. Here is my level, please give it to me. So what about people with level 1? They will be forced to use the normal method of healing, but if they still stubbornly ask the healer, they will gain exp. A loud call, the holy woman answered, yes. Zieg said, the saintess said gently, Hero Zieg has something to say. Zieg blushed shyly and laughed loudly. Zieg thought in his head, the saint just called my name. A monster laughed and said, in this world, only the power of love can defeat me. Zieg's imagination hugged the saint and saved her from being saved, but he said helplessly, he was too strong. Not swords, only love is the ultimate power. Before the power of our love, you Demon King are nothing but a pale shadow. The Demon King said with bright eyes, impossible, could it be that I lost? You couple make me feel so jealous. I curse the two of you to live happily ever after. Goodbye to all. Zieg said coldly, Saint, our adventure is over. Saintess gently said, not yet, because the journey of our lives is still being written. Hero Zieg. Oh no, husband, Zieg laughed happily. Lanuvel said bewilderedly, Hero Zieg looks a bit strange. Hansu blushed and said, that guy is busy fantasizing about the saint. Delusional Zieg thought, what ring should I use? But this is a world full of magical things, so maybe I'll ask the fairy to find out which diamond is beautiful. Hansu thought uncomfortably in his head, is this the hero candidate the professor talked about? Do I have to do like that guy now to escape this damn world? Hansu sighed and said, I don't know what crime I committed in my past life that I have to commit now. The saintess said with a serious face, Hero Nim. Can you explain the reason why you attacked Aqua? Hansu said with a headache, for peace. The saint asked naively, so you mean Aqua did something that affected the peace? Hansu said uncomfortably, no, to become a hostage for peace, I will use her to negotiate with the mermaid queen. Zieg rolled his eyes angrily and said, Hansu, as a hero, how could you do that? Using an innocent princess to threaten the mermaid queen, no matter how you look at it, there's nothing good about it, and only the Demon King would do such things. Hansu smiled and said, if hundreds of thousands of people are dying out there, they would be very happy to hear what he said. How about, let me go prepare the stage now and call people to come listen to what you said just now. Zieg stammered and said, this, Hansu continued, why, it's too difficult so I can't do it. If then shut your mouth, stop pointing your nose at it and talking like a crazy person. The saintess said with an awkward expression, even though I know that your kingdom is in danger, I can't just go along with it, because this also affects the lives of many other mermaids. Hansu said coldly, it's not like they will die if the lake loses a little water and becomes a little smaller, just consider the house you're living in being demolished. Do you want those mermaids to sit in the airy egg house and leisurely watch their neighbors starve to death? The saintess said with sparkling eyes, but the problem that needs to be resolved here is that negotiation. Hansu said coldly, so why don't you go prepare and help me, block all rivers leading to the lake and prepare another hostage with enough weight to influence the negotiations. The saint said helplessly, is there really no other way? Hansu said with determined eyes, if she could find some miracle that could make it rain, who knows? There was a weak voice, yes. Aqua weakly came out, the holy woman called, Aqua. Aqua said weakly, trying a miracle that could make it rain, I know. A long time ago, this place did not have a lake at all but instead, was a city where only humans lived. One day, the sky suddenly darkened to everyone's surprise. The endless rain poured down, drowning everything and so, that thing succeeded in making that city its home. Later, humans gave it a name, Guardian God Ululu. To avoid a repeat tragedy, the mermaids in the lake had to keep watch day and night, and take turns singing a special song to lull it to sleep. Hansu thought to himself, catfish, this is the first time I've heard this story. Hansu asked, Lanuvel, do you know anything about this? Lanuvel innocently replied, not at all, but I'm sure this will be a research topic worth paying attention to. By the way, princess, can I ask you a few more questions? Aqua said coldly, okay, just ask. Lanuvel asked naively, according to legend, that monster only brings disasters, so why do people call it the guardian god? And Su sighed and said, even I don't understand that very well, so maybe it can grant a wish. Aqua calmly said, not at all, the only thing I know for sure is that the guardian god Ululu has the ability to create rain, whether there is a drought or not, just one heavy rain sweeps through and everything will be submerged in a sea of water. However, to avoid a disaster from happening, for the past 500 years, we had to seal it at the bottom of the lake. It's all thanks to the singing talent of our mermaid tribe. Just can make it fall asleep, countless generations, from generation to generation, take turns singing lullabies to keep it from escaping and causing disaster. See, our clan has sacrificed and exchanged many things to keep peace in Fantasia like that. But from where did a goddamn hero come out? The saint innocently asked, Aqua, didn't she find a solution that made everyone smile in the end? Hero Nim, I can guarantee that what she said just now was not a lie. Aqua, if Olulu disappears, the drought will be resolved, right? Aqua said with a thoughtful face. Yes, it will definitely rain, but how much of it can be controlled depends on Hung's bravery. Hero heard right, subdued the guardian god Olulu. The saintess said with a tense face, if it could be done, it would not only solve the drought, but also free the mermaid tribe from the chains that bound them to that monster that appeared hundreds of years ago. Hansu had a headache thinking, what is this? Zieg said excitedly, yes, what the saint said was not wrong. Isn't Alu just a catfish? It only takes one hit to kill him. Hansu thought angrily, this guy again. Zieg laughed loudly, you can trust me, the saint gently said, oh yes. Hansu said helplessly and angrily, then, let me summarize it like this. Firstly, Olulu is a giant catfish. Legend says that it has the ability to turn an entire city into a vast lake. That place originally belonged to humans, which is indisputable, but now it is only a ruin occupied by Olulu. Thanks for the addition. Second, because the clan didn't seem capable of dealing with that fish, their only choice was to seal it for the past 500 years. And third, and the most important thing, hey mermaid, please give me your level. Aqua said uncomfortably, what, if you're a hero, you can see other people's levels if you just want to. What, maybe you're a fake hero, that's right, don't check like a thug, Hansu shouted at Aqua. He just wanted everyone in the room to hear it from her own mouth, this fish. The saint in the middle said helplessly, can you two calm down? Aqua blushed and said, okay, Aqua, level is about 310, I got demoted because of you. The mermaid queen is around 500. Hansu mumbled about talking, the other Aqua sisters were also around 250. And finally the common sirens, which will be approximately 50. Over the past 500 years, with all that manpower, we have not been able to solve Olulu, and now you're hoping that we two fresh-faced heroes handle it. Now, why don't you be honest for a moment and tell me? Possibility of success. Aqua said humorously, it's really hopeless. Hansu angrily said loudly, so why didn't you say that from the beginning? You fish, do you want to get slapped or something? The saint asked doubtfully, is that person over there really a hero? Zieg said stupidly, Hansu. If we haven't fought yet, how can we know if it's strong or not? Hansu said contemptuously, oh, so you're the one going to Tianfan. Zieg said palely, that was a bit. Hansu frowned and thought to himself, this crazy guy always breathes out sentences like a brainless person. Zieg stammered and said, I'm only in high school, so, if this guy dies for his own ideals without my reputation and dignity being affected, I will let that guy do whatever he wants. Zieg confidently smiled and said, this should be okay. The saint encouraged and said, don't worry about anything, Zieg. Zieg said with an excited smile, even though we may not know the enemy's strength, but I know that, with the power of love and friendship, we will overcome all difficulties and hardships. Lanuval excitedly said, Lanuval, will also contribute to the conquest of Olulu, but it's more accurate to follow along to research. Hansu laughed and said, no one asked to answer. Lanuval cried and said, I also know how to use magic. The saintess said with a serious face, even though it's not much, I will still help, all for world peace. But for me personally, helping my friends is not a big deal, Aqua said emotionally, thank you, that's right, the power of friendship, love and all. Zieg struggled to think in his head, and so Hero Zieg's adventure officially began. The stacked hands shouted in unison, it's decided, our goal is to defeat the guardian god Olulu. Anuval exclaimed excitedly, it feels like I'm finally participating in a true hero's adventure, what about everyone? The saint immediately replied, I will try to do my best for world peace and also for my friend. The brown-haired guy looked extremely worried but still continued to say to the two of them, I, Hero Zieg, will do my best for the saint. Aqua paused for a few seconds to think and then shouted loudly, for my sisters. Kang Hansu didn't say anything but just smiled, but in his heart he thought, what a bunch of crazy people. And so a deep-sea adventure awaits the group of heroes, Zieg heroes to be exact. Return to the Imperial Garrison area. The main character put his chin on the table and happily said, welcome, I've been waiting for you all this time. The contract and its conditions have already been prepared, and all that remains is to sign it. As soon as the words ended, the other person said in a serious voice, where is Aqua? She's still fine. Queen, you don't need to worry about those unnecessary things. Just believe in my hero. As long as you sign the treaty, there will be no loss of your priceless treasure to your youngest daughter. What's wrong? Saw a plate of fish with lemon sauce on the table. The Queen of Humanity also broke into a sweat and quickly signed the treaty. Kang Han-soo put his hands on his face and smiled triumphantly, thinking, because I am part of the kingdom, I have to be responsible for it. This is a fair and friendly treaty between the mermaid tribe of Bai Lake and the human kingdom. But that doesn't mean I will be distracted by any kind of friendship or love between Lanuval and Zieg. After thinking about it, he immediately told the Mermaid Queen, first, as a member of the kingdom, the mermaids in the tragic lake must also obey the laws of the kingdom. Second, to celebrate this newly established friendship and trust, the Mermaid Kingdom will send 3 princesses. Came to the specially designed lake inside the royal garden of the human kingdom as a special guest. Those special guests will be chosen by the queen herself, and if someone is discovered impersonating, the queen will bear full responsibility. Uncle Alex in the back heard that and immediately thought to himself, that sounds like the policy of the colonists. The mermaid queen now clenched her fists and gritted her teeth to suppress her anger and replied, is it really like this? Kang Han-soo calmly replied, if you don't want it then there will only be war. Dam construction is almost complete. Moreover, among the mermaids, I am the only one who is capable of fighting on land, right? And the person I'm talking about is currently receiving treatment for his injuries at our camp, so you'd better think clearly. It wouldn't be beneficial for you if war broke out, right? Furthermore, if you choose to trust and cooperate, the mermaid clan will receive the protection of the kingdom and the legendary hero. In addition, the guardian deity Ululu will also be carefully taken care of by us. The queen glared and continued, up until now we have always been on the neutral side, but to choose between the kingdom and the holy kingdom. Kang Han-soo immediately interrupted and said in a cold voice, now is the time to decide. The mermaid queen did not say anything at this time but sat silently reading the contract. The boundary between the kingdom and the holy kingdom was already clear. This was exactly what an unofficial ruler felt like. A moment later, the queen seemed surprised and exclaimed, you are really very different from the hero I once loved. Kang Han-soo smiled confidently and replied, of course. I'm different from the previous hero, because I have never been defeated by the demon king Pedonar. Holding the signed treaty in hand, Han-soo immediately said, I would like to now declare that the mermaid tribe of Bai Lake, from now on, has officially become a part of our kingdom. And this hero Zieg will also be the one to take responsibility for protecting them. When he was suddenly attacked, Zieg immediately panicked and replied, me. Seeing the guy intending to avoid Han-soo, he immediately raised his evil face and leaned closer to say, I did everything from preparing supplies, troops, to completing the negotiation without asking for anything. Ask anything, don't tell me that this guy is the only hero here so he has to do everything. Zieg quickly explained in horror, no, me. I'm only level 3, Zieg, since you're a hero, you should at least be able to do this, and don't blame it all on your friend like that. Done, so the pioneer in the conquest of Ulu has been decided. Not only that, the feat I am about to do will also be passed down for generations to come. No matter how it's called a guardian god or whatever, it can't change the fact that it's just a catfish. As long as we can pull it out of the lake, we will have a chance to win. At this time, Kang Han-soo is discussing the plan with the whole team. To do that, we must drain the ruins where it is sleeping, and force it to jump to the mainland. The warrior uncle heard that and immediately exclaimed, the plan is very good, but in order to deploy it, we must have soldiers who can breathe underwater. Han-soo immediately replied, we do, soldiers have the ability to breathe and move flexibly underwater. According to the conditions set out in the treaty, those mermaids are already part of our army. What can I say, my plans are always perfect. Always succeeds in finding the most optimal solution, while considering all possible events. However, somehow my graduation plan never succeeded. It's all thanks to the saboteurs who always try to hold me back. And now, it seems like the train to my graduation station has started to derail as well. Everything is still going according to plan. Well, at least it used to be, until a bunch of idiots ruined it. Kang Han-soo said in panic, the surface of the lake became strange. What do you mean? I think the hero should see it with his own eyes. Hearing that, Han-soo immediately rushed over. At this time, a big event was happening on the lake's surface. The waves were crashing violently, protecting the god. A fierce voice rang out from below the surface of the water. The next second, the mermaid girl was suddenly knocked back to shore. The guardian god has awakened. Please leave this place quickly. As she spoke, the girl's fish tail gradually transformed into the shape of a human foot. Kang Han-soo asked in bewilderment, Guardian god? Wake up! The next second, a pair of bloodshot eyes rose to the surface of the water, staring at the main character, carrying with them an immense murderous intent. Hansu thought to himself, it seems my insecurities have become reality. The third time I failed unfairly. Name Kang Hansu, fighting power A+, achievements SS, reputation E, character F-, criticism, letting you graduate could make Earth and other heroes are in danger. And now, a student's name was chosen that even I was surprised by. Some annoying faces kept appearing. Every morning when I wake up, I just hope I can leave this damn barbaric world as soon as possible. Of course, wishing is not enough. But mainly in my own efforts. I rescued the people from the rule of the brainless king, found a way to help them overcome the drought. Then why, things always have to go in this bad direction? Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting the main character's thoughts, as you saw. Aqua put her arm around the saint's shoulder and said tiredly, no matter how we sing, we can't make her go back to sleep. Kang Hansu turned around with a cold expression and asked, why? Aqua explains, it is the emotions in the song that have been changed. Usually our strength comes from the emotions in the song. And for a song to have the ability to lull you to sleep, it must carry happy, warm emotions. Thus, if the song is dominated by another type of emotion, it will no longer be a true lullaby. We can already control it, because we understand the power of the guardian god better than anyone in this world. At this point, she couldn't keep calm anymore and shouted harshly, but did you know that it was your hero who woke it up? The lullaby has changed. Now it is no different from the song my mother sings at the end of every month, a song filled with longing and sadness that no longer has the warm joy and warmth like before. It's all because our place was invaded and our sisters were forced to leave their homeland. You are the cause of that sadness. When Kang Hansu heard these words, he absent-mindedly looked at his hands. Got it, now I get it. That what I have done up to now, has gone wrong. Seeing him like that, the saintess with a worried face called out, Hero Nim. Kang Hansu was still immersed in his thoughts, his face still dark as he thought, the negotiation at that time only blamed me for being too lenient. I should have used force from the beginning to suppress them. That's right. Those damn fish ruined all my plans. The mermaids were now frowning and said to each other, get up quickly, we have to leave here as soon as possible. The other girl continued, I really can't control these legs, just because I don't want to sing a lullaby properly. At this time, Hero Zieg and the blonde girl also came running. Lanuval was present. Hansu, how is everything? On the other side, Uncle Alex was launching an attack on the guardian god Ulu. Archers and magicians took up an attack position. The target is the monster in front of you. Prepare, fire. After receiving the order to fire, a series of magic balls were fired towards the guardian god. Kang Hansu stood there frozen. Exclaimed, without any hesitation, he immediately checked the information panel of Ulu. Chaos Giants, level 999 plus, Water Emperor rank, in the Blessing Lake, Sabotage skill SS, Blessing S, Endurance A, Accumulation A, Chaos A, unpleasant state of dizziness, so it received a buff while in the lake, really annoying. Then Hansu turned to his sister and said, Lanuval, it's time for you to prove your ability as a hero's teammate, because you can't escape responsibility in this matter. Lanuval immediately listened, blushing and exclaiming, Ha! Hansu continued, trying to pull that fish out of the lake. Aren't you the one who agreed wholeheartedly to forcing me to do research? But if you want to be a sinner to humanity so much, I won't force you. Lanuval didn't dare to delay, so he used the skill and replied, You were also planning to use anti-gravity magic on it. She gasped, a loud shout rang out. She seemed to have used 200% of her strength in this attack. After casting, nothing happened. But the next second, suddenly, the guardian god's body suddenly rose from the surface of the lake. Hansu raised his neck to look at it and said, Okay. Lanuval next to him is extremely excited. Hero Nim, look, you did it, then stand still and watch. But things are not that easy. From the surface of the lake a giant leg suddenly appeared. The position it landed on was right where Hansu's group was standing. Are you okay? The three of them were now sitting in a bubble to escape. Hansu said blankly, What happened just now? Lanuval said with a frightened face, Hero Nim, this. Kang Hansu followed his sister's eyes. In front of them was something so big that they had to tilt their neck 180 degrees to see it. The guy thought to himself in awe, immediately knowing that little Aqua was still hiding something from him. This guardian god, with legs, is not just an ordinary fish, it must be a giant with a fish head. At this moment, an image as large as a mountain covered the village next to the lake. The catfishy Lulu has climbed ashore. The surrounding people saw this and ran away in fear. Wherever the guardian angel goes, someone logs out. Its huge feet coldly trampled everything below. It happily growled louder and louder. Lanuval inside the bubble exclaimed in surprise, "Hero Nim, look, huh, it's Aqua and the Saintess, the two of them are safe." Below, the Saintess was waving at them. Kang Hansu coldly replied, there was nothing to be so nervous about. With their progress they had more than enough strength to survive the recent destruction. After finishing speaking, he angrily rushed down. It was too loud, Aqua. That frozen fish thing, you clearly told me it was just a catfish. Aqua glared and replied, don't call me that, and I didn't say it was just a giant fish either. What about the picture you showed me before? That's a children's storybook. Is it wrong to simplify its shape? Do you know that children's souls are very vulnerable? If they were to see Lulu's true form, how scared they would be. But hiding those hideous legs doesn't have any effect. Hansu gets angry when he hears that. What? So now I'm the one with the problem here? Stop talking. Every time I open I can already smell the strong fishy smell coming from you. Can we just leave this sashimi here and go? While arguing, the two of them sensed something bad behind them. That catfish had passed by them. Seeing that, Lanuval immediately said, Hero Nim, what should we do now? Just stick to the original plan and follow it. And that plan is that the legendary hero Zieg will be the pioneer to confront the monster in front of us. His four eyes heard his name and his face darkened in horror, exclaiming, but I'm only level 3. Captain Alex's voice still sounded eloquently. The archers paid attention. The target was the calf. Ready, shoot. Then thousands of arrows were shot at the guardian god. But that doesn't hurt it at all. At this moment, Uncle Alex also turned pale and surprised. This. The sky in front of him was suddenly covered with darkness. The uncle jumped on his horse and immediately ran away. Everyone retreated and tried to preserve their lives. Master Molong's secret technique is to enhance vision. With this ability, no matter how far away things are, it is impossible to escape from your sight. Those arrows are stuck in its leg. Lanuval saw this and wondered, seeing at such a distance, what kind of magic did he just learn? It's not scientific at all. Behind a frowning face, Aqua said, its weakness is none. With just that pile of wooden arrows, it won't be able to pierce through that skin as thick as a steel wall. Hansu immediately replied, that's it, how can he say that? The main character looked back at the girl, smiled slightly and continued, the skin attacked by the arrows had not healed at all. Since leaving the lake, it no longer receives blessings from the lake. In short, the current weakness that we know is that it has already left the lake, the rest will be calculated later. The pink-haired girl Lanuval added worriedly, she looked quite angry just now. Should we chase after her or not? The saint continued fearfully, that's it. Look, just now it was very angry when it was woken up, but for some reason it is so peaceful now. Isn't this very strange? Suddenly Zieg with a cheerful expression showing understanding said, Holy Lady, I understand what is going on. Oh yes. I think what it was doing just now was fighting back against the people who attacked it. I'm also hoping that we can resolve this peacefully. Before I could finish blabbing, Hansu grabbed Zieg's shoulder and said, the time has come. Isn't the best time to attack when the enemy is indifferent? After this great battle, surely the epic about the hero with the power of friendship and love will be passed down forever. Sign trembled and quickly said, wait a minute, the epic is star. Isn't there a simpler way? Hansu looked excited as he grabbed his friend's neck and dragged him away, saying, come on, great Zieg hero, the path to glory is waiting in front of you. Aqua spoke up from behind, we should go to. The saint surprisingly called her name, Aqua. Even though that hero is a bit rude, I still have to admit that. He really has the guts of a warrior. Seeing her friend so excited, the nervousness from before immediately disappeared. Aqua, your eyes were a little different just now. Lanuval continued with a triumphant expression, knowing right away that he was the real hero Kang Hansu, very special. At this time, Hansu was grabbing Zieg and rushing straight towards the catfish. We're here, let's rock, Zieg. No need to worry about me, I'll try to attract its attention for you. Looking at Sign climbing towards the catfish, Hansu immediately laughed happily. He. In his heart, he thought to himself, if he died now because he was caught up in the battle between him and the monster, everything would be considered a complete success. Of course it would not affect his reputation, and reputation, my dignity is fine, because it was an accident. Having said that, Kang Hansu immediately walked next to Lulu's giant leg. Now how should I deal with it? Hansu uses Master Molong's secret technique to break through his body's limits. After strengthening his entire body, Hansu immediately jumped. The next second he was like a beam of light rushing straight up towards the top of the catfish's head. It doesn't matter how big the person is, as long as you have a body shape similar to a human. In other words, the muscle and bone structure is similar to humans, then the weakness will certainly not be any different. Now where should we start? At this time, Hansu's body was on top of the guardian god's head. Then he landed a full force punch. Looking at it, it can be seen that this is a very difficult shot. However, the look on this catfish's face showed that it was not harmed at all. Kang Hansu grimaced and said, "No way." He clenched his hands and punched the ground, thinking to himself, I have plenty of skills, but I seriously lack strength, so attacking the joints and muscles is impossible. Regardless of the attack, they always need to have enough impact to put the opponent at a disadvantage, otherwise there's no point in fighting. It's like a fly trying to bite a monster. Such a strong man, look at that human, I will break your neck, haha. Little Kang Hansu stood on top of Yu Lulu's head and cursed, I'm so angry. The only way to solve the current problem, I have to raise my level as high as possible. Hey, where can I go to get experience points now? Furthermore, if his level increases, he is the only one who benefits. The scene shifts to Zieg's place after Hansu threw him away. The guy was now freely falling into a bush. Why did Hansu throw me away without saying anything first? But interestingly, when the sign's landing point was right under the catfish, it glared at Zieg with its big eyes. Hansu, standing on top of the catfish's head, saw that and immediately said, "Good job, now let's destroy it." After hearing these words, the guy immediately cried and replied in fear, But Hansu, I don't think I can last a second with him, and he just needs to hit me once and I will die, there. Don't worry about anything, I will definitely never forget you, you look so happy, but in your heart, Hansu is secretly thinking, it will take at least another hour for those people to come, now then. Come on, great hero Zieg, the catfish has now begun to move its mouth muscles, it opens its mouth to show off its sharp teeth, Zieg is scared and screams, help me. I've just been summoned to a world I've always dreamed of and met a saint, but now I have to become food for a fish. But this time the catfish didn't pay any attention to the Zieg and continued to move. Lanuval walked over in a bubble and said urgently, Zieg Nim found you, have you seen hero Kang Hansu anywhere? Four Eyes still hadn't had time to calm down and unconsciously answered, he was on top of its head. Lanuval looked gloomily and exclaimed, it was strange to see the monster so quiet, huh? We just woke it up from a deep sleep, so it would be understandable if it was angry, but the reality is completely different. Looking at it now, it looks extremely calm. What it did just now was just walk slowly, although there was some damage. On this side, Kang Hansu was sitting cross-legged, arms crossed, frowning and saying, wow, I didn't expect this big guy to be so useless. Hey, where's your anger just now? You kicked everything in front of you with one foot. Didn't we just wake you up from your sleep? What's wrong? Why are you just standing there stunned like that? The catfish at this time kept ulu and no one understood anything. But it seemed that its memory suddenly appeared as a sword. A few seconds later, all of the catfish's whiskers were pointing somewhere. Makes it more violent. Kang Hansu sat on top of his head, so he was also shaken by that speed. At that moment, I suddenly remembered a saying I had said in the past. It's been a very fun time, comrades. Ululu ran faster and faster, it ran through the edge of the forest and climbed up a big mountain. Hansu said in horror, where the hell are you running to? Stop quickly. The catfish looks no different from the King Kong, it jumped over the mountains. And then run at lightning speed forward. Hansu tried to hold on to Ulu's head while thinking, with such a big body, he also had that damn S-level destructive skill. Look at it, every step it takes is no different from an exploding bomb. And of course, the matter doesn't end there. Lanuval and Four Eyes sitting in the sphere go to call, Hero Nim, Lanuval. The girl replied worriedly, luckily you didn't encounter anything dangerous. That's not good, Hero Nim, where that monster is heading is that I know, that's where this damn bad guy is heading, that's what I know. The place this damn giant is rushing towards, is the kingdom of the stupid dumpling-faced king. One of the places with the largest population concentration on the mainland. Damn, if this continues, won't this be the second Dragon Emperor Nubius destruction? Lanuval quickly find a way to tie up this giant, huh? If you want to save innocent lives, then quickly help me find a way. I absolutely cannot let this big bastard approach the kingdom, increase my physical strength to the maximum level. Damn, all my plans are still going smoothly. I've entered an area where monsters live like dragons, just like I did last time. No, I can't just avoid leveling up, even though it affects the Demon King a lot. If my reputation and achievements were lost just because of this big guy, then it would all be meaningless. This time, you must graduate, Kang Han-soo. At this time in the forest, a giant image crossed the area, causing the animals here to immediately stand still, bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Han-soo thought, the S-rank skill can destroy everything on the road just by stomping, and if I can't stop it in time then there will be protests, your useless hero should go away. The instructor's voice suddenly came rushing back, your reputation is really bad, I'm afraid graduating will be impossible. Even though we sent a model hero here to stop this, I'm very disappointed in you Kang Han-soo. Come on professor, you can't blame it all on Han-soo. If anyone is to blame, it's just the difference in talent. How long will it take for me to let you continue? Then Kang Han-soo followed behind trying to kill as many monsters as possible to level up. His level then began to increase rapidly but was still too slow. Damn, the amount of experience and level compared to the Demon King is still pathetic. Lenouvel suddenly rushed from behind. Hero Nim, we're here, Han-soo Nim. Saintis and Aqua are present with all four faces, we also want to help you. Every time that monster jumps, everything around is disturbed. Han-soo please let us lend a hand. With these guys, I'm still having a headache trying to find a way to level up as quickly as possible. But now I'm jumping out to ask for experience. If you want to help, just stand in one place. Why the hell are you coming all the way here? Hero, what should we do to help you now? Wherever it comes, it will come. Lenouvel tried to tie its legs. How to tie it, but what to do? Just try your best, just a moment is enough. If you trust me then Lenouvel will not disappoint you. My title as an archaeologist is not just for show. At this time, Lenouvel cast an ice-type magic that shot right in front of the catfish. When it entered nothing seemed to happen. Is that enough for Han-soo Nim? Han-soo frowned with an annoyed expression. Well, what was I thinking to put my trust in? But the next second, the giant catfish was slippery by the frozen ground and fell down right on his face. The whole surrounding is now covered in dust. Han-soo called out, Aqua, I need help from you. Aqua said in surprise, why so suddenly? I thought you wanted to be alone. Placing her hand on Aqua Han-soo's shoulder, she said in a serious voice, I will take full responsibility for the consequences. The girl asked with a bewildered face, the consequences, explain later. Right after that, Han-soo forcefully kissed Aqua. Aqua didn't have time to react, only her face turned red. The others gasped in shock when they saw this scene. The mermaid was horrified when the main character raped her for a long time without letting her go. But there is no love between men and women here. At this point, the SS poison test skill has been deployed. Aqua was poisoned and immediately gasped on the spot. The saint was shocked and called her name. Then turned to Kang Han-soo and said in surprise, Hero Nim, what is this? Why did you do that to me? This saint. Revive her. What? How can you say that? Even though she was exhausted, Aqua still tried to come all the way here to support you. The atmosphere suddenly turned dark. Han-soo calmly replied, I know. The amount of levels she lost I will definitely bring it back, so stop whining. The main character stood staring at the black stream of mana in front of him, thinking to himself, I don't have enough time to run around the level farm until you get up. However, if I open an experience box with 318 levels available, time will no longer be a problem. Han-soo's information panel will suddenly open, absorbing the experience from killing Aquahan. This Soo has reached level 8 years. Looking at Han-soo's level, he began to think, jumping from 21 to 85, if you look at it, it only seems to be 4 times stronger than before, but, with the number of high-level skills I have, are in possession, then that's another story. After falling face down. At this time, the guardian god also began to wake up. His mouth kept screaming, Yulu Yulu. As soon as he raised his head, right above Han-soo used the speed of the altar to rush down. With a confident face, Han-soo performed the first attack. After falling face down, the guardian god also began to wake up. As soon as he raised his head, right above Han-soo used the speed of the altar to rush down. With a confident face, Han-soo performed the first attack. This impact is no longer a mosquito bite on stainless steel, which causes the catfish's entire spine to cave in. The sound of broken bones cracking. Here it is, this is exactly the sound I want to hear, as expected, it's completely right to level up thanks to you. The catfish's mouth kept calling out Yulu Yulu. He didn't understand anything when Hansu stood on top of him, clenched his fist and threw another punch with all his strength. Master Molong's secret technique. Activate all skills. Kang Hansu smiled triumphantly and thought, this is my revenge for you. The first part of the bullet that was hit was now completely concave. The aftershock of the blow spread throughout the surrounding area. The saint is still trying to revive Aqua, she called out worriedly, Aqua Aqua, answer me. Aqua, the saint said, placing her hand on her stomach to try to revive her friend. A moment later, the mermaid suddenly spit out poison. Luckily Aqua has been revived. As soon as she revived her face, she angrily screamed at the sky. The hero and saintess asked in bewilderment, ah, you're awake. What happened? Where is he? I don't know. I was so busy saving you that I didn't pay attention to him. Diego stood next to him with a shocked expression and exclaimed, hey. I think, Hansu has successfully stopped Yulu. Yulu's entire massive body now seemed to have no strength left. It tried to lift one hand to reach the direction it wanted to go. The main character stood above, smiled like a winner and said, what a pity. If I had met you before I found Nubius, maybe we could have become friends. But right now I don't need a second dragon emperor. So I'm sorry. It's all for my future. After finishing off Yulu, Hansu's level now increased to 750, the level continued to increase. Looking at the information board, Kang Hansu thought thoughtfully, it seems like dealing with the Demon King Padonar will take a bit more effort, but why aren't any of the skills leveled up? Because they are already too high perhaps. What's going on? There's still a level up skill, not that there isn't one. Thanks to it, I was able to retain all the skills the second time. There's a new effect. Hansu thought in surprise, it cannot be destroyed. Hansu immediately tried to cut a wound in his hand. But right after that, the wound automatically healed quickly. He muttered to himself, but my body is not incapable of self-recovery. With the natural recovery ability received from the monk, as a Molong woman, getting injured is no big deal to me. Li Nouvel's voice suddenly came from somewhere, Hero Nim. He was still alive and was about to hug his brother when Hansu pushed her head away. Oh my, don't jump on him like that. Really, at this moment the sky started to rain. Hansu looked at the falling raindrops and fell into contemplation. It's raining, so that legend is true. When I heard about Yulu's story, I was still skeptical about this but I didn't expect it. The group of people below and the saintess were still attentively observing the main story. Akwe said, at first I thought he would fail. The saint heard that and worriedly turned to ask, Akwe, are you okay? It seems like there are still some side effects. It's okay, I just feel a little strange. Guardian God Ulu, the monster that has bound my race for the past 500 years, even my father, who was once a hero, could not do anything to it. But that guy, you also think he's very strong, right? The saint sighed and thought for a moment then replied, well that's true. While talking, the saint's face looked a bit nervous. Aqua. At this moment, Aqua's face suddenly lit up, her face was extremely red. Realizing there was a strange girl, she gasped and said, no, don't say it's you. The mermaid girl replied bewilderedly, what's wrong? The saintess replied with a smile, nothing at all. Come over, I will definitely protect you. Why did you suddenly say that? But thank you. Just like the legend said, the rain poured down as if the dike had broken, and so I didn't have to worry about getting water from the mermaid lake back to the kingdom. Because the problem of drought has also been resolved satisfactorily. Right now at the underground base, all the countries in the central part of the continent are hailing the hero. Yes master. Kang Hansu lay on the pile of gold, smiling contentedly, thinking, wow, this time I can graduate. The subordinates asked curiously, but when will this rain stop? After a period of pouring rain, the first rays of sunlight appeared in the sky. Because heavy rain continued for 10 days, flash floods were inevitable. Hero, where are you? Come out quickly, hasn't the rain stopped already? Here I am, the reputation points I was so eagerly looking forward to, have finally turned into a stain that's hard to erase. What should I do? The call from before continues to ring out, Hero. I said, is he still like that? The saint behind him sadly replied, well, every time I come to check on him, the situation gets worse and worse. By the way, why are human palaces so leaky? Is it because of the construction work, or is it because the civilization is too backward? Can you please be more careful with your words, because they can affect the diplomatic relations of the two sides. 10 days ago, right after Lulu was defeated, Hansu Ca Lanuval stood in the middle of the rain shouting happily, "My reputation point, the earth is straightforward, Hero Nim is amazing." As for Zieg on this side, it's the complete opposite, I can't keep it like that. He clenched his fists to show his determination. It's time for the Zieg hero to shine. After that, Hansu and Lanuval went to where the two girls were to gather. Seeing them pass by, they immediately spoke up, "Hey, you brazen hero." Hearing that, Hansu raised the corner of his mouth in a provocative manner and replied, "What, who did your fish call rude? That's all, I'm in a good mood so I don't care." As soon as he walked with bare feet to the place he said, he was killed twice. "Do you think I forgot about that?" Hansu replied calmly, "But I forgot." Well, the amount of experience she lost after reviving. It's ridiculous, don't think we'll just let it go. Aqua's expression changed 180 degrees, she wrapped her arms around his neck. "If you have caused me to end up like this, then you must be responsible for me for the rest of your life." Hansu was suddenly hugged and immediately became angry and shouted, "Don't hug me that fish." Just like how lions hunt, I forgot the reason why Aqua appeared in that lakeside town. Is to find a mate for herself, and her clan. Of course, because she is the daughter of a hero and a member of the mermaid royal family, it is not surprising that she has a high quota. She is only interested in those with a level of at least only 600 poured up. The information board at this time said that the main character was in a state of shame, panic, and awakening, damn, and then he had to carry another debt with him. Seeing Hansu seem to be avoiding Aqua, he shouted loudly, "Do you want to hide? Don't dream, I will follow you to the ends of the earth, please, let me go." Four Eyes suddenly ran to call, "Hansu." The main one pushed the mermaid away with both hands and looked back, "Whatever, if there's anything, just say it." Zieg immediately said with a serious voice, "I have decided, I will set out to find the legendary Holy Sword Stars. After watching you defeat Ulu, I realized how much of a hero I must become. If I don't change, I will definitely fall behind and become a burden to you. To find the Holy Sword, I, Zieg, will definitely transform into a true hero. And stand side by side with the saint on her journey to find it." When she became a girl, when she heard that, her face turned dark and she tried to ask for help. Aqua saved her. The saint replied with a smile, "What about me?" "That's right, Saint Nim, you will accompany me on the adventure, right?" "No, sorry." Zieg was rejected and immediately stood motionless. The saint continued, "Please don't misunderstand Zieg Nim, because from now on I have to protect the descendant of Hero A, I can't let that dirty hero touch him. Moreover, you can go find it by yourself, right? I'm sure that the adventure to find the Holy Sword will contribute a lot to the development of Zieg Nim." Four Eyes immediately replied, "But I just want with you," and that's how Aqua and Saintessa joined my party. The drought was resolved as soon as the rain fell. Not only the dumpling-faced king but also all the countries in the central part of the continent hailed me. But that only lasted 5 days before the reputation points began the process of crashing straight into the ground, and it took 10 days for that giant waterfall to stop. After the weather clears up, Hansu said with an excited face, "Should I run away to the ancient demon kings now, so that the reset process can begin quickly?" The guide's voice rang out again. Since when was the demon king considered such a trivial matter? The professor is here, right when my vacation turns into a disaster. I'm very sorry about what just happened, but Kang Hansu, don't throw away the kite handle just because the axe blade is missing. Even though it didn't go according to plan, didn't you solve the drought and free the chains of the mermaid tribe? If you think in a positive way." Hearing this, Hansu frowned and said, "Is that so? But I was tricked and taken advantage of by the evil mermaid clan. That family even awakened a strange catfish to destroy my reputation. Okay, now let me go and collect them all and turn them all into subs." The instructor got extremely angry when he heard that and continued, "Please don't think like that anymore. It's not all over yet. Your reputation score increases or decreases depending on how people perceive you. Right now, when the entire continent is turning their attention to you, couldn't you make up for it by doing another good deed? Let me suggest, for example, help your friend become stronger." The scene changes to the training area. The sound of panting continuously sounds. Panting, "I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to die. Save me, Sir Alex." Zieg stood up. The journey to find the Holy Sword will not be so easy, and for a long time, the kingdom has supported hero Zieg a lot. But what he did was just follow the saint without any purpose, which made the nobility and his majesty feel very disappointed, and perhaps in the near future they will no longer support them. What else is there to say? But I still have faith in you, hero Zieg. You must be the only one to get the Holy Sword, not Kang. Oh well, I believe you will be the one to defeat the Demon King. If you want to find the Holy Sword alone, you are still too weak. Just listen to Alex Nim's words and you will definitely succeed. At this rate, he'll die before he becomes strong, so how should I help him? The sound of high heels clicking loudly echoed. In a brightly lit room, two people are competing against each other. Come on, you still have a long way to go. Three silhouettes were now standing outside, observing their every move. A muscular man, after knocking the hero Zieg to the ground, said, his enthusiasm was still not enough, so he stood up. If this continues, how can you catch up with that guy? A loud call suddenly rang out, Captain Alex. The uncle looked back in bewilderment to see where the sound came from. At this moment, the queen suddenly appeared from nowhere. She said, I'm a bit too much to ask for this, but... Alex knelt down respectfully and quickly replied, please don't say that. Because every word you say is an order to me. Your Majesty, the underground sewer line is underneath our royal palace. Was the source of the recent rumors within the kingdom. So I hope it will be dealt with soon, regardless of whether it causes harm to this kingdom or not. Hearing that, the uncle immediately bowed his head and said loudly, protecting the kingdom is the duty of our knights. So I definitely will. Alex's words were interrupted by a raised hand. Several people present immediately looked behind in bewilderment. Hero Zieg weakly lay flat on the ground and whispered, I also want to participate. Hearing that, Alex was so surprised that he started sweating and called your name, Zieg. The queen smiled softly and replied, if the hero said so. From the look on the queen's face, she allowed it. The two of them, one big and one small, knelt down and shouted in unison, we will complete your orders. Good luck to all. Zieg heard that and immediately pushed up his glasses and smiled contentedly. Hansu was standing high above observing the situation below. He applauded and smiled with great satisfaction. He must have noticed it too. That if this continues he will be nothing more than Alex's punching bag. Moreover, isn't this a good opportunity for someone like him who is hungry for experience points? This is a special event that I dedicate just for you. Just don't get too excited and die. Hansu suddenly felt scared about his reputation score. He immediately poked his head out and said, hey, do you need me to come with you? Zieg and Alex were in sync with their faces filled with enthusiasm and replied, no. That's all, he said in his heart, it's not that I don't want to help, it's because they don't need it. After receiving the mission the royal army was summoned. Captain Alex said sternly, our target is currently inside the underground sewers under the palace, the queen has also warned us not to let our guard down. Since this place only had one gate, it was completely trapped inside. Please complete the task absolutely. To be worthy of our knighthood, come forward. I did everything I could to help them. Provide necessary information. Like monster locations, dangerous areas, how to enter those places. A shrill cry rang out in the cellar, ah! Immediately the whole army rushed over, Captain Alex gave orders, on the other side. The sound comes from this place. But there's still one thing I haven't told them. And also the most important thing. After going deep into Alex's army, he saw a giant boss with 3 glowing red eyes. After finishing the meal, it turned to look at the group of people in front of it with 7 creepy red eyes. Alex's group of people all frowned in horror, and Zieg standing behind the uncle was also speechless. The level of the boss, the monster opening its mouth as deep as a cave, was the Chimera race, level 450. Looking at the Chimera's big mouth, the whole army was in chaos. Captain Alex quickly reassured him, not to panic, and focused on reorganizing the ranks. Zieg gasped with fear on his face when facing such a monster of such a high level. A second later, the Chimera suddenly caught a soldier and chewed it. Seeing that, the captain immediately said loudly, Zieg, you are a hero and the hope of our kingdom. I swear on the honor of a knight, you are a hero and the hope of our kingdom. I swear on the honor of a knight, I will definitely do everything to help you return safely. All move forward. And thus 3 days and 2 nights passed. At this point the scene changes to a pub. Everyone who took it happily drank and drank. The guy at the bar warmly gave beer to the customers who had just entered and said, "This free beer, Hero Hansu has already covered the whole bar." Excited chants rang out, "Drink for our Zieg hero." After emptying their glasses, the whole bar was having fun, raising beer toads. Only the hero, the main character of the party, was sitting sullenly. Kang Hansu cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, there's more." Because of Alex's loss, the glass was empty. Zieg's face was still in shock, tears and snot were everywhere. Hansu looked up at the ceiling and thought, "Yes, Alex is dead. Honestly, I didn't expect this to happen." It's true that the Chimera monster has a higher level than Alex, but with his skills and combat experience, that gap will definitely be shortened. The problem then is due to the appearance of a special factor. That factor is called Zieg. In order to fully protect Zieg, Alex gave up running away and confronted the monster directly. As a result, his body was so damaged that even the saint could not revive him. Zieg isn't the only one who is a hero, this guy really is. The shouts of the people around him pulled Hansu out of those thoughts, drinking for the royal knights. It's true that heroes are different. Sir Alex always curses Hero Hansu. But look how great he is. When Hansu heard the compliments about him, he felt a little happier. He bent down and patted his shoulder to encourage him. "Come on, Sign, cheer up. The monster ate Sir Alex, you killed the monster again, so according to the transitive nature, isn't he always alive inside you in the form of experience points?" The two guys who just praised Hansu for being kind heard this, dumbfounded. He said, "Hey, that's really good." Hansu raised his thumb and happily continued, "So that's why you have to stay strong." Zieg heard that and tears filled his eyes even more. Then he got mad and called out, "Sir Alex." Hansu frowned and complained, "It's so annoying, I tried so hard to comfort him." "Hey, it just looks like that but I don't care about that at all." Hansu then checked his friend's information sheet. Human race, level 102 years, hero class, 500% EXP increase, interpretation skill A, endurance A, swordsmanship B, survival B, resilience C, state of torment, regret, fatigue. After all, the hunt helped him increase his level by a large amount. And some types of defensive skills are also quite strong. La Nouvelle's younger sister saw Zieg like that and immediately went to Hansu to chat. It seemed like he didn't like Alex, but in fact he trusted him a lot, right? Hansu frowned and thought, "It's a hassle to find." Came to the door, then he coldly replied, "How about you? Why don't you stop acting cute?" La Nouvelle heard that and immediately puffed up his cheeks and replied, "I don't act like I was born." Seeing this scene, Hansu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, why are you laughing? What the heck, where are my shy nerves? The worst result of my last plan was the sacrifice of those royal knights. They should have also received a large amount of experience but in the end they were wiped out. The damage was not small. But at least I still have a backup plan." While she was lost in thought, she looked next to La Nouvelle, her sister, who had already drunk 10 glasses of beer. Hansu angrily took the 11th beer in her hand and scolded, "Stop it, how long are you going to drink? If you drink any more you'll really die, and I'm about to have cystitis." La Nouvelle didn't pay any attention to him and ran to the counter to order another round of beer. Hansu helplessly cursed and froze. The atmosphere around was happy, then suddenly Zieg got mad and shouted loudly, "Sir Alex! I will definitely inherit it again. His dreams and ambitions. From now on." Hansu sees this and doesn't understand what's wrong with his friend. He turned to La Nouvelle and said, "Is that beer? Well, you're old enough to drink." Zieg kept muttering as he walked, it's time to go on his romantic adventure. What's wrong with him? Puberty flare-ups. The scene moves to the royal family. At this time, Hansu was still sleeping soundly in the room. La Nouvelle's voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire castle. "Hero Nim, Hansu Nim. I was sleeping soundly when I was beaten," Hansu shouted angrily and then lay down complaining. "How the hell are you still alive after drinking all that beer? Oh, someone save me." La Nouvelle quickly added, "Now is not the time to worry about that. Zieg Nim has a girlfriend." Not only that but there are 3 people, that's amazing." Hansu yawned and thought to himself, "Isn't that a harem? That guy only eats at night, so where the hell does he have the time to go to girls?" Well, it seems like defeating the Demon King has to be put on hold, already aside. Because this really makes people curious. 3 companions will accompany Zieg on his journey, is the daughter of a famous count, priest family. An archer goblin slave. Finally, the one who can't tell the difference, bandit. Anyway, all three of them are young and pretty, that's what Lanuvel just said. When Hansu heard that, he immediately crossed his arms over his chest and frowned, saying, "Come on." It was a party that made anyone curious, Sister Lanuvel exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" The main character did not rush to answer but sighed and thought, if only Alex stopped trolling me, then I would go with them. If he wanted to save that lousy hero, he should just sacrifice himself. He had already sacrificed all the royal knights of the palace, it was really difficult. Soon the secret of my control over the kingdom will be revealed. What if the kingdom is still unstable at that time? My reputation, and mine, will be ruined by curses like, "You mean our kingdom became like that because of the hero, that bastard Hansu?" Even though the whole bunch did it. Seeing the guy not saying anything, Lanuvel called out in bewilderment, "Hero Nim, will you follow Zieg? Are you crazy? What about my reputation in the kingdom?" Suddenly Hansu pointed angrily and shouted loudly, "Anyway, whose fault was it that Alex died, and why were the royal knights of the palace like that? He didn't even take responsibility, and now what? He's going on a trip with those girls." After talking for a while, the guy thought to himself, "I couldn't believe that a guy like him had such a low personality. Have those people lost their minds?" At this moment, the tour guide's voice suddenly rang out from behind. He did not give up his responsibility. After all, he will get stronger through his journey, and he will come to repay your kindness. Hansu grimaced as he continued, "And in the meantime, who would protect the kingdom? Just hope he comes back soon and stronger, regardless. It's so irresponsible. Currently this kingdom is nothing more than an empty shell. If I give an order or if there is a foreign invasion, anyone can take the throne." But that idiot didn't even know that there was something wrong with the kingdom. As if the peace I created was all natural, the guide added, "Don't think so negatively, Kang Hansu. The only thing that can make a person happy is his state of mind. If he fills himself with hopes and dreams, he can face the future." Hansu immediately replied, "Isn't it just an image? How to escape? I know what you want to say, but that would be no different than gambling. I'm different. I will face the present and lead the future. That's why I prepared these people. New recruits have a singular focus. Is a combat-oriented skill. Initially, 100 out of 10,000 people will undergo a rigorous training under the tutelage of level B demons. In other words, out of these 10,000 people only 1% will be chosen. Too ineffective." Hansu smiled and said, "The royal knights of the palace are only famous in name. From now on, you are the future of the kingdom." Saying this, a strange purple aura suddenly covered the space where Hansu was standing. He said in a savage voice, "Don't waste time. I will give you a chance, even those who do not have names. When you become stronger, find a name for yourself. And I will open the way for you." Consider this the birth of the Dark Knights. The attribute table of the dark human race suddenly appeared. Its current state had changed and there was blind faith, too excited. Seeing that, Hansu thought to himself, "This is the strong point of dark energy." He closed his mouth and smiled softly and continued, "All of you have been reincarnated, do you believe me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people below immediately shouted in unison, "We believe in you. From now on I will tell you the most suitable hunting grounds, within 1 month. Go, all of you must reach level 200, even at the risk of your life. If you fail it doesn't matter, this should be a problem for the weak." Looking at the group of people below who were quickly running away, Hansu smiled from ear to ear and thought, it would be no problem to restore the kingdom's power like that. I too, increased my reputation within a month. I will investigate where he is going. Well, not quite, I can kill the Demon King if I want. Suddenly Lanuvel's sister in the back exclaimed excitedly, "Well, what a wonderful hero." Hansu replied with a smile, "What, how long have you been there? The atmosphere is terrible. I thought you were the reincarnation of the Demon King. Your acting is great. Hey. Have you ever seen the Demon King before? No. Mom, it made me pale in fear," Hansu shouted angrily, "then stop talking like you know everything. Brats like you only ruin everyone's reputation so they can spread false rumors." Hansu thought to himself, "No matter what I think, I can't accept my scandalous feeling." In the second round, I wiped out the demons. However, my reputation feels like I did something bad. I have to try something else this time. My current point rough estimate is, 1. Combat power doesn't matter. 2. Achievements, let's capture a Goblin King. 3. Reputation on the verge of ruin. 4. Personality, no there's a problem. I have to restore my reputation from scratch because you Lu. If I can't restore it then I'll go for the 4th round. In the second time, Lanuvel failed to capture public opinion. However, I was able to take advantage of the number of demon worshippers here. On the outside, it's easy to fool those who lack calculation. Hero Nim is number 1. Hero Hansu is the best. It's only a matter of time before public opinion wavers. The restoration of my reputation, using the Dark Knights and capturing public opinion, will begin in this kingdom. During his journey, Zieg was very active in helping people. The old woman looked at the young man and said, "Thank you, young man." Zieg smiled happily and replied, "It's nothing, go ahead and rest." Then Zieg walked up to the dragon, holding out the apple while saying, "You must be very hungry, right? Here, there's no need to fight." Seeing that, everyone admired and praised. Zieg is really kind. That's right. Hearing that, he scratched his head shyly and replied, "Is that so? People like this are usually very attractive." "Hey, what did you just say?" Hansu and Lanuvel over here are checking the situation at Zieg with the magic ball. The younger sister suddenly said, "Today's report is over." Hansu continued with a frown. "In the end, those guys were just complaining to each other and nothing more. 2 months have passed, and it's been 1 year since I started my journey to the place where Yulu wanted to go. Currently, the increase in dignity points is still going quite smoothly. Aqua has also increased from level 235 to 537. Lanuvel continued, "Is it okay for us Hero Nim to continue like this?" "What? Is to wipe out all the monsters we see on the way. I remember the previous hero only destroyed bad monsters. It's also because of the current situation this world is in that we have to exterminate all the monsters before they can threaten innocent people. Just look at that guy." Suddenly Hansu thought of something. People only ask for help when they are in danger, so at that time, if there is a hero who jumps out to save them, that hero is the hero. Will be remembered and celebrated by everyone, all because he answered their call for help. On the contrary, if the monsters suddenly disappeared for some reason, no one would be in danger, and if they weren't in danger, then why would they need a hero? It's all their fault, was so foolish and did those things voluntarily. Hansu thought then said, "You're not wrong Lanuvel. The most necessary thing to increase reputation points is..." After thinking about it, Hansu immediately performed a series of skills: Chaos SS, Destruction SS, Forgetfulness SS. Immediately after that, the pressure radiating from Hansu spread all around and crept into the forest. Peaceful forest. For a moment, it suddenly shook. The monsters sensed that the danger was too great and immediately fled in droves. In the place they were heading to, whether it was a coincidence or not, was the stronghold. Right next to the city guard suddenly shouted in fear, "A group of monsters are coming here, from the direction of the dragon sound. Quickly inform the Lord, the legendary mixed dragon emperor has awakened after a long sleep, 500 years ago." Hansu was now extremely excited and said, "It is true that my comrade Nubius is different, the effect is immediate." The people around were also affected, their whole bodies were stunned and whispered, "Hung Nim, have you lost your mind?" The saint angrily said, "How could you attack a human stronghold just for fame?" "Oh, you shouted too loudly, saint. Just now I just sneezed, probably because I'm allergic to fame." "Allergic? I don't understand anything." "Okay, let's go save people." After saying that, Hansu immediately ran away. Lanuvel and Aqua also eagerly followed. I went with him. In the citadel, the royal warriors were riding their horses as if they were flying towards the city gate. As they walked, they kept calling for everyone to join the fight, to quickly use smoke to warn those who could fight, to quickly take charge, his weapon up. At this time, the people in the city also rushed into their homes and closed all the party doors. But suddenly a voice rang out, "Everyone, don't worry about anything. I, Hero Kang Hansu, will solve everything." The pink-haired girl suddenly shouted loudly, interrupting Hansu's conversation, "Hero Nim, what should we do now? Let's wait at the city gate. The power of friendship is lame." At this time, the monsters were also rushing madly. A great commotion was created. The main character said, "It's a pity not to have Endymion City here, but..." Hansu with a serious face took a defensive stance. And then threw a playful punch, "Hey!" But no, immediately after that a terrible blast of power and its shockwave were created. This source of power is directed towards the monsters. The second after the massacre was performed, the information panel appears. S-level carnage move. SSS does not reduce experience points. SS adds wide area attack when ranged. S ignores physical resistance. A area attack calculation increases sharply. B greatly increases the amount of damage dealt. C increases the ability to penetrate armor. D increases the area when spreading. E increases the amount of damage caused. F adds the ability to spread. A large area in front of the citadel was flattened. Hansu's face seemed to be just playing, getting ready. 1-2, 1-2. And then a series of devastating punches continued to attack the monsters. One monster among them was lucky enough to escape. It was angry and immediately rushed towards Kang Hansu. As soon as it got close, the main character gave him a punch in the stomach. With cold eyes, Hansu declared, "Everything is done." It's really fun to admit. The soldier saw this and was extremely surprised and shouted, "Everyone, Hero Kang Hansu has successfully defended the town." Hearing the announcement, people in the city also began to open their windows to look out. Hansu walked into the city gate, waved happily and said loudly, "Everyone please rest assured, all the monsters are gone, Hero Nim." "That's right, I'm the hero Kang Han, quickly help him up." After hearing that, Hansu was dumbfounded and confused. He thought the people were praising him, but on the contrary, no one cared. The crowd was now gathering around Hero Nim. "Nim Hero, are you okay?" Zieg, sitting surrounded by everyone, awkwardly replied, "I'm fine. Luckily thanks to you, that child was able to avoid being hit by the carriage." Indeed, Hero Nim is different, his name is Zieg, right? Hansu's heart and soul were extremely angry at the mention of Zieg's name just now. Lanuvel ran to him and said, "You looked great just now, Hero Nim, Hero Nim." Hansu said coldly, "You made a mistake in your calculations just now." Lanuvel replied bewilderedly, "Huh." Hansu thought to himself, "To the stupid people of this world, the truth for them cannot be applied to common sense. From now on, it will be a cold war. Let me show you what it is, S-level fame." Manipulating public opinion has had a certain effect. Isn't the hero Hansu great? Well, what did he do? Wait. By the way, I heard that the recent flood was caused by Zieg himself, so it wasn't Hansu who did it. Can you tell me in more detail? I don't really know that, but Dieg's work is I didn't miss here the culprit. Recently, Zieg has emerged as a second Casanova, that guy who only knows how to flirt with girls all day long. That's right, every day I see him flirting on the street. Compared to him, Hansu is much more upright. Yes, one time he even kicked a beautiful girl's butt. And I am known by everyone as a tough hero, because everything I do I exude the demeanor of a righteous person. The plan proposed in advance has almost been completed. There's only one last piece left. At this time, Hansu's group was standing in front of a cliff facing the sea. The saintess worriedly said, "It was likely just a rumor, there was no way a beautiful girl would protect the holy sword in such a deep sea." After hearing this, Hansu did not rush to answer. Instead he scratched his ears and thought, first, this world has only one holy sword. Second, this source of information only comes from the words of fishermen and has no evidence. Hello indeed, well it could be true. But after reaching the Ulu's destination and hearing this cry, isn't it worth investigating once? At this moment, I suddenly ran up and said, "Hero Nim, let me dive down there and see what happens." "Stop it, this is not the place for a freshwater fish like you to play with." After speaking, Hansu jumped into the deep sea alone. Right at the bottom of the sea there is a glimmering red light. Hansu immediately followed that light and dived deeper. As soon as he got closer, a sound came out, "The current hero of this world, please leave here immediately." Kang Hansu did not reply. Looking at the mermaid girl in front, he thought to himself, "The guardian has appeared. She is a high-level mermaid with a level of 999 plus, and a series of skills and excitement." The mermaid girl continued, "I will help you return to the mainland if you agree to leave here in peace." With a smile on his face, Hansu immediately replied, "If not, then what?" "Sorry, but I can't accept that." "Don't worry, because after a while you won't remember anything about this. When you wake up on the beach, the memory of this meeting will completely disappear. And your adventure will continue as if it never happened." Before he could finish his sentence, Hansu rushed forward and threw a knee straight at the mermaid guardian god's face. He smiled cunningly and said, "You guppy fish can use my memories any way you want, but the guardian angel has unforgettable skills that cannot erase the memories of the guardian angel." At this time, the mermaid held her mouth in pain and wondered, how could that be? Mian Chin saw this excitedly and said, "Well, it seems like one blow is not enough. If that's the case, let's do it until you lose consciousness." And then a brutal torture of the baby goose happened. The shrill cry of the guardian god rang out from the depths of the sea. After a while of massaging the guardian angel, Hansu pulled the guardian angel away. He thought to himself, "I guess it's just around here somewhere." After reaching a large coral cluster, the main body suddenly stopped. A shop fills it behind the large coral. Here it is. I knew right away that this secret area would react to her. Thank you for leading the way. During the first time, I kept asking myself whether I had dived into this place before or not. Considering the present, it seems to be true, just erased from memory. Who knows, I still hadn't achieved this square skill yet. Hansu thought while following the instructions to go inside. So it really exists. The second holy sword. Hansu happily reached out and wanted to touch it, and it was the right color he liked. But just as Hansu's hand was about to touch, Tan Sword's voice rang out. Wait, the guide sister's face was scared as she walked to Hansu's side. The guy said triumphantly, he didn't appear until now. After finishing speaking, he immediately took out the sacred sword and continued, wasn't it too late? The guide said in fear, each hero can only hold one holy sword. If you have unsealed it, what do you plan to do next, scavenger detective? Now you won't be able to use the original holy sword anymore. Furthermore, he injured the guardian girl. Hansu immediately explained, hey, this is just legitimate defense, I almost had my memories erased. So what about trespassing and stealing in this place? Since he's a hero, how can he blame him for collecting equipment, and Sign does it better than me? Really, I'm probably about to be replaced. Hansu turned to look back at the mermaid protecting the holy sword. Her whole body was covered in coral, seemingly because of her responsibility to protect the holy sword. It's over, I should leave. Seeing Kang Hansu tiredly climbing up the Lanuval bank, he worriedly said, Hero Nim, something happened. Heck, why is it that every time I show my face, trouble comes? The Fairy King got angry and started a war after learning that his daughter became a slave and was sold to humans. Not only that, he also announced that Zieg was on their side. Come to think of it, it seems like I didn't rescue Sylvia from the black market. How did he know? Is it because of the butterfly effect? If that's true, don't worry, because I have a plan to stop it. On the battlefield, the fierce voice of the elf army rang out, advancing. Punish the disgusting human race. And absolutely do not leave anything out. Before he could finish his sentence, the sight of the elf army being destroyed by something made their captain gasp in surprise. The army in the distance ran around exclaiming, damn, is that guy a demon or something? So, run quickly. The elf clan angrily shouted, who allowed you to retreat so arbitrarily? Quickly gather. After speaking, the commander almost logged out. A slash that split the mountain in the ground below was the result of this attack. Kang Hansu holds the second holy sword with an evil smile. Come here, my reputation. Hey Dad, I'm starting to like you, buddy. The effect that holy sword number 2 brings is the ability to enhance the skills of its user. For example, the massacre skill has now been upgraded and a series of other skills are similar, creating a new got the result like this. Hansu excitedly cut out a few lines to test. Last time, the breadth of spread skills was only the size of a baseball field, but now it's as big as a ski resort. At this moment, with just Hansu's sword swings, the entire mountain the Fairy King was standing on was almost flattened. The uncle angrily said, why? Damn humans. I will kill you all with my own hands. As soon as he was able to squeeze out a sentence, a sword pierced his chest. He turned around and asked in a harsh voice, why Nissus? Nissus coldly replied, I'm just putting an end to this meaningless war, father. Hansu from afar observed the situation with excitement and exclaimed, wow, that's pretty quick. But right after that, his eyes suddenly became wistful. Zieg and Silva ran in panic and called, Your Majesty, Father. Prince Nissus coldly declared, Elfheim will surrender in this war. Silva heard this and exclaimed in surprise, Brother. Why did you do that to him? Wondering why, my incompetent sister, look around and see. Countless of our fellow human beings had to die because of that stupid king. After witnessing such a scene, how could you just stand by and watch them die? Furthermore, he is the only one who has what it takes to become king and make Elfheim prosperous. Zieg held the sword towards him and said angrily, You were wrong, your wish to become the first king will never come true. Hansu is still standing from afar observing the situation. Nissus immediately replied, You can think whatever you want. Because it wouldn't change the outcome, he said as he moved to carry Silva on his shoulder. From now on I will hold Silva as a hostage so that our alliance can go smoothly. Zieg immediately turned around and replied, Don't take her away. When Zieg was about to move forward to stop Nissus, his bodyguard appeared to block his way. Priest was also present at this time to help him with one move, go up and ask for a Zieg. Sylvia is waiting for you. Zieg held the sword tightly in his hand with fierce determination and replied, yes. Kang Han-soo thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken. What he is holding is the original holy sword he used the first time, Zieg said loudly, prepare to attack. Nasus put his sister on the ground, looked back at the boy and said, I don't want to kill the weak, do you really want to die that much? Zieg did not wander around but rushed directly to attack the elf prince. Just looking at the difference in stats, what Zieg is doing is no different from committing suicide. Because Nasus is inherently a terrible boss. That same holy sword is the key factor that helps Zieg maintain the tension with Nasus until now. In fact, there hasn't been any change in Zieg's skills or stats at all. It was all thanks to the holy sword's automatic ability. To put it bluntly, it was controlling the fight. Prince Nasus also discovered something unusual at this time. The movement was strange. After a few seconds of stopping to think, he immediately rushed forward and attacked. This joke should end now. After that attack, Zieg was knocked back. He was exhausted and knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. The loud call made him look up in surprise. Don't give up. Priest worriedly continued, you will definitely win, we all have faith in you, Zieg. Immediately after receiving the power of friendship, the holy sword seemed to have gained strength. Zieg's entire body gushed out with intense power. The next second, a powerful sword strike was launched. Nasus tried to defend but his sword was also broken in half. Nasus exclaimed in surprise, even his Endymion bar was broken. Kang Han-soo in the distance is still leisurely crossing his arms to watch the attack. Hey, it's true that the original holy sword is different, the power of friendship and all kinds, even a newbie can sell it to the boss. Kang Han-soo, while leisurely, suddenly heard his name called out. Zieg pointed the holy sword to the sky and said in a cold voice, just now you took action against your elf friends who love nature and peace. Seeing that scene, even if we were once compatriots, I can't forgive you. So, right there I will defeat you. Hearing the provocative words as bland as snail water, Han-soo only showed a disdainful face. In his heart he thought, this clown. Kang Han-soo said coldly, so that's what you promised Alex, siding with the fairies and against humanity. Hearing that, Zieg froze for a few seconds and then quickly explained, I'm sure you and he will sympathize with me. Han-soo responded to Shin's answer with a cute smile. The next second he moved right in front of Zieg with a clenched hand, then okay. As soon as the punch was only 2 centimeters from Shin's face, the holy sword automatically controlled Zieg's body to block it. Seeing his friend successfully dodge the attack, Han-soo thought to himself, fast, strong, but equally rhythmic. These are all movements that a swordsman with S-rank swordsmanship skills must have. No different from my first time. Han-soo continued to attack. Like before, the holy sword also promptly moved to defend. Han-soo's fist approached and suddenly stopped. Zieg froze in confusion. That was just Han-soo's fake move, immediately followed by a series of blows at such lightning speed that even the holy sword could hardly keep up with the speed. Main thought to himself, when I was at the first time I realized something. That the holy sword's automatic ability would be disturbed. Will be caught up in the flow when having to wait for an attack too many times, causing it to not have time to react when a new attack comes. In short, anyone who has used it long enough will definitely recognize this weakness. After a while of beating Zieg to a pulp, Han-soo sat down on the ground and said provocatively, TSK, having a holy sword to fight for you is really convenient. Scared that his friend wouldn't hear clearly, Han-soo came closer and spoke in his ear, someone else took care of everything, he just had to immerse himself in fame and pleasure, it was true. Like it a lot, right? The sound from before continued to resound, Zieg. Don't give up, the priest behind you keeps cheering you on. Sleva, even though he was in a lot of pain, still tried his best to continue, Zieg, you will definitely do it, yes, I will definitely win. After finishing speaking, Zieg tried to stand up. Thanks to the power of friendship, the holy sword was now energized again. Han-soo sighed and complained, hey, starting to gain strength again thanks to the song of friendship and love. Zieg's 4 eyes suddenly shouted loudly, Kang Han-soo. With this power, Han-soo turned his ears and seemed to be satisfied, not paying attention to Zieg's words. The next second, a red light was created from the first holy sword and slashed the guy's neck. Seeing that Han-soo was unharmed afterward, Zieg gasped in surprise. Han-soo held the second holy sword with bright eyes and walked towards his friend, thinking as if this guy would let the opposing group continue to stand outside and scream. Then all of Zieg's teammates disappeared. A huge beam of light emitted from the holy sword. Zieg shouted in extreme anger, "You, devil!" Hansu smiled and replied, "Not evil enough to fight against humans like you. I don't know if this will count as 0 achievement points. Come, let's see what happens when the immense power of the first holy sword confronts the second sword's S-level damage reduction skill enhanced." At this moment, Hansu's face calmly closed his eyes, feeling the power and accepting all the ancient techniques. When the slash was swung out, the entire surrounding area was devastated. After the slash, dust spread everywhere. Zieg, with his exhausted face, grimaced, looked at Hansu, waiting for the results. But a voice rang out and immediately blew away his little hope. "Oh my, it hurts too." Hansu came out of the pile of smoke and dust, smiled happily, pointed to his forehead and said, "Just look at this wound and you'll know." A has disappeared. 4 eyes with a distorted face rushed towards Hansu intending to kill him. But this time there was no mercy. The main character swung his sword at Zieg, asking for a light arm. He said coldly, "If I had the right to decide, I would definitely choose the head, not just the arms." Zieg lay on the ground screaming miserably, "On my arms." Hansu walked closer to him and added, "You petty hero." Hansu's evil side suddenly emerged at this moment. "Or should I do it now? Forget it, after all, my reputation and dignity are still more important." His arm was slashed but Zieg's mouth still refused to give up. He lay on the ground cursing, "The devil! Kang Hansu, you are no hero. Yes, you are definitely a devil." Looking at the surrounding scenery, Hansu smiled happily and wonderfully. He thought back to what he had done. He thought back on the things he had done: 1. To punish the Fairy Kingdom for its aggression against humanity; 2. To subdue Zieg, the fallen hero; 3. To successfully reach a truce without any casualties on either side, humanity, except for the enemies. Main thought: these achievements are guaranteed to be achieved by no one except me. Moreover, now is also the perfect opportunity to earn reputation points. Hansu looked at his crying friend and continued, "Hey, thank you for what just happened. Wow, the weather is so beautiful today, it would be a bit of a waste not to go catch the Demon King." The Zieg below kept cursing, "Kang Hansu, you bastard." Now at the Demon King's castle. Demon King Hansu suddenly kicked the door and loudly said, howling, "Here comes the hero." Demon King Fidonar heard this familiar sound and exclaimed, "Hero! Don't you know what etiquette is? How could Hansu come right when he was holding the beauty in his arms?" That elf girl whispered into the Demon King's ear and said, "My dear, don't lose, of course." After finishing speaking, he stood up and shouted, "Oh hero, I commend you for being able to go this far." Hansu immediately replied, "Let's start fighting, shall we?" The Demon King hastily continued, Why do we have to be in such a hurry? Now is the important moment." Hansu crossed his arms over his chest and thought complacently, "Do you think this guy doesn't know anything?" Because he didn't expect the hero to arrive so soon, it was obvious that the Demon King was buying time to prepare everything after being suddenly reduced in level due to the impact of the punishment. "Honestly, I don't want to waste any more time, but first I have to take the initiative." After thinking about it, Hansu immediately replied to the Demon King, "Then, if you want to say that much, why don't you tell me what you know about Yulu?" Fidonar heard that and immediately exclaimed, That's interesting. In fact, there's something I've been waiting a long time to tell you. So listen carefully. Oh hero, I commend you for being able to advance this far. The origin of evil is me, the Demon King Fidonar." Hansu heard this and cursed silently, "Slut." The Demon King continued, "Do you think that with that power of friendship and love, you will become invincible? Everything will only become clear when you truly defeat me." Hansu continued, I agree with both hands about your point of view." Fidonar saw the sword in Hansu's hand and frowned in horror. He said, "The holy sword was cursed." Hansu replied, "I think you know the origin of this thing. I should have paid attention right from the moment that unusual rain appeared. Defeating Yululu also means you are one step closer to the door of truth. You are different from the heroes of previous generations, everything is so absurd." Hansu smiled triumphantly and replied, "I'm about to die, so why don't you tell me more about the truth?" "Are you stupid? Just now I said that if you defeat me, everything will become clear, but you're stupid and deaf. Talking to you can easily annoy others. Come, this will be our last battle." Even though he had such a loud mouth, it only took one move and the Demon King was crawling on the ground. He said unwillingly, "No way. Kang Hansu walked closer to the big crowd and replied, I just look like that but I'm only a little stronger than you. It's all thanks to my new teammate. In his heart he thought, if the level of both sides is equal then the pile of skills and combat experience will be what makes the difference. If only in terms of overall skills, the Demon King would definitely be higher than me. However, everything turned upside down when I received the buff from the Holy Bar, Second Sword. Now, don't be in a hurry to die, first spit out the important things you know. Padonar gritted his teeth and exclaimed in anger, heroically. Please bring that sword before the ancient dragon that disappeared 500 years ago. I can only tell you that much. As soon as he finished speaking, Hansu immediately pressed the holy sword to his forehead and said, then die. Such last thoughts are redundant. The demonic energy from the Demon King was absorbed by me, if you include defeating the Demon King the second time and obtaining the STH rank demon weapon skill. Now, if I call myself a Demon King, no one will wonder, right? Kang Hansu's information panel has changed significantly at this time. Mixed race, level 999. Profession, hero increases 500% EXP. War weapon skills SS, demon weapon SS, carnage SS, chaos SS, sabotage SS, state of chaos, holy sword. I currently possess 2 SSS level skills that the Demon King only had one the first time, all thanks to the merits of this second sword. It's a bit of a shame not to be able to use it in the long run. The notice board from the system suddenly appeared. Hero Nim, are you satisfied with your adventure? Hansu mumbled and thought, I'm tired of running back and forth in this damn world. The system continued, the path to becoming a hero is not easy, but the expectations and support of those around him have become a valuable source of motivation to help him not lose faith and hope. Of yourself, from your teammates you learned love, friendship, solidarity and in the end you defeated the cruel Demon King. Peace has returned to Fantasia. Congratulations, congratulations. The main character silently groaned after hearing it. It was still the same old lines. I have to admit that this third time is a bit difficult. Always in a state of frustration, mostly thanks to the hypocrite and delusional Zieg. The only source of motivation that helped me move forward at that time was from the followers. The system said, let's look at the scoreboard. Hansu frowned intently at the system board. Here it is. After a while, information about his scores appeared. Please check everything carefully. Full name Kang Hansu, Combat Power SS, Achievements SS, Reputation A+, Dignity FF. Note, how did dignity points, the easiest thing to obtain, turn out like this? Hansu replied with a blank face, what the hell? The notification continued to appear. You failed. The reason? I don't know where to start because it's all a mess. In short, to be a hero, you have to have an adventure, full of dreams and hopes. Killing on fake things will never make things better. Hansu was angry and cursing. Those things were originally caused by Zieg. What I did was just follow that guy, without letting him explain the system further notifications, starting the reset process. You bastards, who the hell are you to judge other people's character? Kidnap a normal person living peacefully on Earth to this damn world to be a coolie. Where is your dignity? Hey! I hope you will be successful on your upcoming journey. A special instructor will be appointed. After a while, the system will notify you that no suitable special instructor can be found. And so the fourth time had begun. Hansu's face now looked full of bullets. A familiar greeting rang out that made the main character feel bored listening to it. Welcome Hero Nim. Have you regained your consciousness? Hansu frowned and replied to Lanuval, no. Is that so? You must be feeling very strange, right? This place is Fantasia. Suddenly a four-eyed friend appeared. This time not only Hansu but Zieg was also reset. As soon as he woke up, he shouted, "A Kang Hansu, you bastard, my Silva." Hansu didn't answer but immediately gave him a punch to stop the noise. Lanuval, Zieg, even the royal guard. All were identical to the third time. Thinking of this, Hansu suddenly laughed crazily and declared, so the fourth time has begun. In the space gate, there was a girl standing inside observing. It seemed that this was the supervisor appointed for this time. She thought to herself, today is my first practice session. Even though this was a decision made after the superiors unanimously made it, they put themselves in this position without even a word of warning. However, I will still try my best to complete it. A bright light suddenly appeared, made the girl extremely surprised. What just happened? This place looks a bit chaotic. Maybe something just happened. Hansu has now discovered that there is a purple magic ball above. He wonders to himself, who is this? I heard her voice was a bit different from the previous ethics lecturer. Maybe she's been replaced. Hearing that, the girl inside immediately replied, I forgot to introduce myself, I am a new teacher, who will accompany you on this adventure. Since this is my first time practicing, there may be mistakes, but hopefully our cooperation will be a great success. Oh. But is that person a woman or a man? The girl shyly replied, I can't reveal my personal information to the student, and what does it have to do with your adventure? Hansu caressed his chin for a while and then happily replied, hesitantly, it must be a guy with hairy legs. The person inside quickly replied, I shave my legs every morning. Nice to meet you, intern teacher. I'm so stupid, I definitely shouldn't be distracted while working anymore. At this time at the royal palace, after a while of nonsense from the dumpling-faced king, he suddenly said, let's save our kingdom, okay, please let me take care of everything. After saying that, he immediately put on a cocky expression and turned to ask the internship teacher, how was it? The teacher was very satisfied and replied, very good. Your greeting just now was beyond perfect, thank you. I have to admit that she's a trainee teacher, but she's very diligent with her work. She doesn't hide and appear like anyone else. Since she's only in charge of you, I also have quite a bit of free time. But I have to say in advance that it might get a bit boring in the near future. After speaking, Hansu went into the room and closed the door. He hung it up on the bed to rest and continued, because I'll just wait until it's dark, what's the point? Then I'll just lie around and do nothing. After being given AFF character score that was quite unfair and lame the third time. Present tense, with its appearance, the Holy Sword. I will make a completely new plan this fourth time. Holding the Holy Sword in his hand, he smiled happily and said, I'm very happy to see you again, comrade. The instructor saw the Holy Sword and exclaimed in surprise, how could the Holy Sword be here? Hansu sighed and thought, these people really just need to reset and everything will return to the way it was. Well, I have no obligation to answer her. But it's really pitiful, being thrown here without any information about me, haha. I'm as confused as when I first came here. This intern teacher. Why don't we two get close and share secrets with each other? The girl stammered and replied, this relationship is not working, you are a student and I am a teacher, so when you change your mind, please tell me. Soon night fell. At this time, Hansu also started to get up and take action. It was dark like you said, good. I spent all day today focusing on enhancing several mental skills, Fury S to Fury SS, Unwise A to Wise S, Luck D to Luck C. The instructor said, right now there's no light around at all, isn't it a bit strange to go for a walk at this hour? Hansu replied while climbing the window, this is completely different from going for a walk. Because I won't return to this place after going to the Demon King's castle, huh? Demon King, on the first day. The main character jumped quickly on the city wall and left without the royal soldiers knowing. He rushed towards the Demon King with a sinister smile on his face, thinking, those people dare to say that my dignity is a problem. In that case, you won't do anything other than defeat the Demon King, and then we'll see what excuse you guys are planning to use to make things difficult for me. Hansu then turned to the instructor and said, this adventure will be extremely boring. Are you good at singing? That's a secret. Ignore the stupid monsters. Leave the super giant bait too. We finally reached the Demon King's castle in just half a day. The female teacher cried out, it's really the Demon King's castle. Hansu happily replied, I've been here a few times before. Right now in the Demon King's room he is talking to someone. I shouldn't have done that. Then don't do it. Obviously I already have a husband and children, so I told you not to do it. An elf girl hugged the Demon King and said, but because this strong body kidnapped me, I had to endure it. Demon King Padonar tried to stay calm and exclaimed, wow, I regret it so much now. It was only because the Fairy King always bragged about his wife that I kidnapped you to anger him. Now that I've changed my mind, please leave. The girl kissed the Devil King's mother. It was too late, my dear. My pants were too low. We were just holding hands. When Hansu and the intern teacher were peeking in, the girl asked curiously, what's so noisy? Main immediately blushed and shouted, you two, if you two do something, please do it quickly. The instructor was scared and quickly stopped. You Hansu. Hearing the familiar voice of the Demon King exclaim in panic, hero, how could the hero who was just summoned yesterday be here? Of course it's jogging. After speaking, Hansu rushed straight to kick the Elf Queen aside. He directly used the Holy Sword to skewer the Demon King, causing him to be shocked and unable to react. The Demon King frowned and exclaimed, despite being a hero, he actually played a sneak attack like this. After saying that, the Demon King also logged out. As usual, a notification immediately appeared asking, "Hero Nim, are you satisfied with your adventure?" Hansu immediately answered, "Yes." And just like that, a page-long speech appeared. Hansu looked at the notice board with an expectant face and thought, "Now nothing can harm my dignity anymore. Let's look at the scoreboard, shall we?" It's here. This is the moment when I will definitely graduate. System message appears. Please check the scoreboard carefully. Full name Kang Hansu, Fighting Power C+, Achievements SS, Reputation C, Dignity C. Note, maybe the recheck accidentally created a monster. With a smile on his face, Hansu thought, finally, a message appears, "You have succeeded." Hansu burst into joy, "I did it. I finally escaped this barbaric world. How long has it been?" The instructor saw this and happily said, "Congratulations to Kang Hansu." The main politely replied, "Thanks to her help. But I haven't done anything for you." "Don't be so modest," he thought in his heart, "if only she didn't grumble like an ethics lecturer all the time, I would be very grateful. Achieving such good results on the first day of practice, if my colleagues knew, they would be very jealous. I don't know how to thank you. If we meet again in the future when you are no longer a student, I will definitely become your friend. That's okay." Hansu happily added, "By the way, it's not just a social friend, it's a close friend. I hope she will become a great teacher. Thank you." The system pops up a notification. "All members of the faculty are very happy for your success. It's strange for an excellent student like me to not be happy. Certificate: the student has sincerely undertaken a true adventure and considers doing good deeds to be inevitable. Not only that, with his thoughtfulness in giving in to his comrades, he is a shining example for others. Fantasia natives follow suit, thus the student will receive a Class B Hero Certificate." Hansu crossed his arms and sighed dejectedly, thinking to himself, there are also certificates and all that, so many things. Congratulations on your successful graduation. Whatever, I don't care if you say anything else. The current feeling is quite similar to when I was transported here. That's right, teachers and lecturers, we had a great time, even though most of you I still don't know. I'm sorry to say goodbye, but now I have to return to my beloved Earth. Goodbye to everyone." And so a stream of purple light appeared. The shadow of hero Kang Hansu disappeared with that light. Somewhere there was a glimmer of golden light, a familiar silhouette appeared. Hansu is now in a disheveled look, with a blank look on his face, not understanding anything. This place is a star cave." He looked down at his hand and tried to gently stroke it. And the status panel still appears as usual, the indicators are still intact. Body and skills, everything is still the same. Unemployed, experience gain increased by 110%, hero job gone. Why don't they just give me a job so I can earn a living? Just add a beggar style to it. The exam is so grand and they don't even mention a graduation gift. Oh well, that doesn't matter anymore. Now I just want to live a normal life on Earth like everyone else. First of all, greeting and spending time with my parents, then finishing up the movies I haven't seen yet, and then... Hansu walked out of the cave with a face full of anticipation. But looking closely at everything around him, his face immediately changed. He was stunned in thought, this is not Earth. Could it be that in the 11 years I was absent, the Earth was destroyed or something? What is this? At this time, the system suddenly displays a notification, "Please wait a moment." Reason: the student has completed the test but the method is not the same as what was predetermined by the instructor. He will still be added to the list of graduates, however, his graduation ceremony will be postponed until you pass the test according to the correct procedure. Note, that trick doesn't work anymore, understand? After reading the announcement, Kang Hansu immediately blushed and cursed. He understood what was wrong with his pants. The scoring criteria are like a bug. If you look at it correctly, your character score should be FFF. But according to common sense, after resetting, La Nouvelle's voice should be heard, right? What the hell is this place? A voice suddenly rang out from above, greeting you there. This is your first time. Hansu raised his eyes and thought to himself, this girl. That outfit has nothing to do with Fantasia, it's definitely something that belongs to Earth. Is she also a hero like me? He immediately opened the information panel to check. High-level human race, level 496, warrior profession, combat skills will increase when in chaos, interpretation skills A, dodge D, combat technique D, swordsmanship E, recovery E, status, enhancement, blessing, stimulant, no, but even her level is not the same. I need more information about this. Hansu then happily replied, just as she said, suddenly I was pulled here without knowing what was going on. Can you beautiful lady over there tell me where this place is? The smiling girl replied, yes, very willing, this is the place. The next second she rushed down with a knife in her hand. Right when the knife almost touched Hansu's neck. When did the guy cut off her legs? She fell to the ground screaming in pain. Hansu used his foot to step on her and push her down. His face full of death bent down and said in a low voice, I asked again where this was. It's best to answer while you still can, otherwise the two of us will have a lot of fun to entertain later. The frightened girl stammered in response, me, I give up. Well then, let's start having fun. But suddenly she disappeared after saying that. Hansu thought dumbly, what is that, hey? At these times, I hope to meet the ethics lecturer to hear an explanation, pray for a wish, and as soon as the words are finished, the system immediately pops up a notification, an instructor will be appointed. Hansu scowled and said, hey, I'm just joking, you guys don't take it seriously. Can't find a suitable instructor to appoint. After that announcement, a familiar voice rang out, hello student Kang Hansu, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. I heard that your graduation ceremony has been postponed, but don't be sad, as long as the two of us work together, everything will definitely succeed. Well, don't talk so formally, after all, we were born together for the fourth time. Moreover, you should remember that I have also graduated, so let's help each other, my friend, the intern teacher replied bewilderedly, yes. Hansu looked at the strange scene around him and asked in wonder, so can you explain it to me now? After listening, don't be too surprised, the story is. Every 4 years, this will be a place for alumni and graduates to gather and compete with each other, it is also known as the Alumni Convention. Currently, the conference has entered the 10th day since it began. Although I am still a practicing teacher, I have also contributed a lot to prepare it, Hansu excitedly answered, what to prepare? Who is the female student just now? I cannot reveal that information. Hey, I thought we were close friends, but it turns out you're no different from the ethics lecturer last time, the intern teacher replied wryly, that. She immediately changed the subject, look at that snow mountain in the distance, it's so majestic, isn't it? There's also a romantic lake next to the trail down there. Suddenly I had a premonition that if I went there I would get something good, that's right. Let's go now. As I walked to Hansu, I listened to the teacher, basically, every 4 years, this will be the place where the alumni convention will take place, the alumni will gather and fight each other, the ultimate goal is to train a certain reserve force. The conference has a rather special rule, it is not mandatory, students can quit any time they want, like the female student just now. Most people rush to participate because the final reward is said to be huge, that's right, and that reward will be given to the last 3 people alive after the convention ends. Choosing 3 people is so that the students can learn solidarity, friendship, and love through cooperation with each other. Hearing that, Hansu said with bright eyes, so just kill the last 3 people who are still alive, the reward will belong to me alone. Why did it turn out like that? Thank you for explaining. But hey, isn't it a bit short for the conference to only take place in 4 years, so you don't know? The time axis in this place is similar to Fantasia, that is, time here will pass 10 times faster than normal, so the maximum time until the end of the Congress can last up to 450 years. Hearing this number, Hansu immediately froze in shock, the intern teacher continued in surprise, so he really didn't know. That said, the time I have been away from Earth is not 11 years but only 1 year and 1 month. Well, that's considered good news, because 1 year is not much, I'm afraid it will be miserable any longer. Oh well, if I go back to Earth now. I'm still just a high school student, right? Hansu's scream attracted the attention of a certain group of people. They said loudly, over there, the scream just now came from the bushes over there, but they were not quick to reveal their identities. The red-haired girl grimaced and said, Wolf, you're being a bit too aggressive. The brown-haired boy next to him immediately continued, that's right, we still don't know what the other person is. Hearing that, Hansu slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said nothing. The big blonde brother looked at him and burst out laughing, haha, what did he think? It turned out to be a kid. At this time the information panel about blonde hair appeared, high-level human race, level 654, priesthood. Wolf continued, even though it's only level 1, it doesn't make me worried. You should get out of my sight quickly, because if we kill a level 1 bastard like you, we won't gain any experience. Hansu innocently asked, does killing people here also gain experience points? After hearing this, he suddenly burst into laughter. Of course, I didn't expect that there would still be someone asking such a stupid question. The two people behind them were also smirking and scornfully discussing. Did that kid really graduate? I forgot what I just said. Let's talk about it earlier, Wolf. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Hansu not only did not get angry but smiled and said, Wolf, right. You better get out of my sight quickly, because I definitely won't be able to ignore it after seeing that number 654. The big guy with the angry face replied, What do you say? Before he could finish his sentence, Hansu slashed his head and severed it from his neck. The guys accompanying were shocked and exclaimed, A wolf, how could that brat be? Hansu immediately sent the remaining two people along. After dealing with these three people, the main member crossed his arms over his chest and began to comment, Really, how come a bunch of trash can still graduate? The instructor immediately replied, It's because of your profession after graduation, the heroic and holy swords will be collected. And when they are no longer controlled by the council, they will become like that, become nothing more than my experience points. Ah, not all alumni are as bad as them, so you don't have to be so harsh. Okay, as long as those alumni are reasonable, I'll think again. Since you've said that, I can't help but respect that. From now on I will participate in the Congress with as much peaceful goodwill as possible. At this time, Hansu's status also changed. His job changed from unemployed to ethical, with the characteristic of weak people's luck increasing. After reading the main information, he immediately frowned and exclaimed, Thief! I'm the one who takes things honestly, not secretly. Level C luck. What kind of skills are all about probability? C-level luck skills sometimes ignore traps, slightly increase luck, can't die from falling, sometimes dodge arrows shot at blind spots, receive luck effect. If you put all your trust in it, you might die without realizing it. Now, what if I enhanced it with the effect of the second holy sword? After a while, the effects immediately change. All add bonuses, always ignore traps, increase luck, don't take damage when falling, dodge all arrows shot at blind spots, get luck effects lucky. Hansu exclaimed happily, Wonderful. Wow, compared to a hero's basic talent, this is much more practical. How can it be applied in practice? Here, in cases like this, for example, a monster appears and wants to rush in to eat Hansu. But thanks to his excellent luck, before he could get close, he stepped on a lump and fell down. Hansu leisurely walked forward and stabbed the holy sword into its chest, thinking to himself, defeating the level 100 troll easily. His luck had now increased from C to B. Thief and holy sword number 2, a coincidence, magical combination. If this continues, then in the future, while daydreaming, suddenly a mermaid girl appears. Suddenly she glared at the male lead. Hansu gasped and exclaimed, Oh my god, I was so startled. The guy sat down at the boss, crossed his legs and asked curiously, What's wrong over there? The girl replied with a smile, Suddenly there was a shock from somewhere that shook the whole lake, causing me to be swept up here. This gift of mine was supposed to be reserved only for the man who can captivate me with his sweet voice, but since we met like this, it seems like we are destined for each other, so please forgive me. Can I borrow your hand for a bit? Kang Hansu held the holy sword in her right hand and held out her left hand just in case, saying, If you bite, your head will fly away. I'm not some hungry pira fish to do that. And then she pouted her lips. After receiving the mermaid's kiss, some of Hansu's skills suddenly increased. Wow, hi, this is a gift from a legendary mermaid. Okay, good luck to you on the upcoming journey. After finishing speaking, the mermaid left. Hansu stood on the shore and waved goodbye, thinking to himself, It is not an exaggeration to say that luck is a part of strength, but it must also be recognized that the reward of greatness is not an exaggeration. This meeting is very much this and that. Hearing that, the instructor immediately said, How's it going, Kang Hansu? The reward is great just like I said, right? It's true that the X-Hero convention only ended when there were only 3 people left alive, so me. We'll kill everyone and only leave the last 3, then it's not too late to enjoy the conference. Kang Hansu suddenly exclaimed, Wow, now how to level up this luck skill? That's right. In here, only arrows are the most common when fighting, so the more I get shot by archers, the faster I will level up. Yes, the instructor replied wryly, and that must be it. Can you show me where there are a lot of elves and natives who can use bows? In turn teacher, being called affectionately by the main character for the first time like that, the teacher immediately replied, Oh my, suddenly there is a wind from the direction, the southeast blow is so cool. So it's the southeast, yes, that's right, it's the wind from the southeast. After hearing the instructions, Hansu climbed a big tree. He excitedly shouted that he found it. Up close it looked even bigger than I thought. A quick glance at the crowd seemed like a group of cicadas clinging to a tree trunk. The cicadas that Hansu was talking about were the people climbing up the trunk of the old tree and pulling each other down. It belongs to me, go away you brat. The elf palace behind immediately appeared. Those humans should stop quickly. This holy land is not a place where you lowly people can set foot. As soon as the words ended, hundreds of arrows were released by the elves. Those people were immediately hit by the arrows and fell to the ground in pain. Seeing this scene, Hansu exclaimed, "Oh! Hey brother, is there something up there that everyone has to climb up to if they live or die?" The red-haired man who had just fallen down angrily cursed loudly, "Are you crazy? Why do I have to tell you?" Before he could finish his words, the red-haired man was stabbed directly in the forehead by his holy sword. He was afraid, his face turned pale and he quickly replied, with tears in his eyes, "Of the king up there." Hansu rubbed his chin in thought, the fairy king's tears, could it be one of the 3 treasures of Elfheim? The teacher appeared and explained, "Yes, even though this thing here is just a copy, it is also known by everyone as a miracle drug, immortality." Wow. Looking towards the old tree, Hansu said, "The crowd is crowded, but I bet none of them can reach the treasure." One guy climbs up, another guy falls down. They encourage each other, "Keep trying and don't give up. I'm starting to heal here." After being treated, all the wounds from the arrow shot healed, and the person who was saved was a high-level person of level 586. He sat up, smiled politely and replied, "Thank you for saving me, it's just a small matter. Wish you luck." The instructor continued, "What a great combination, right? This is the power of friendship and love." At this moment, Hansu suddenly pulled out his sword and infused it with death energy and said, "I can't stand it anymore. I spent 11 long years working as a coolie, only to see the pathetic friendship of these graduates. How the hell could I lose to them?" When Hansu was about to swing his sword, suddenly a jade-green sword stopped him from somewhere. A guy wearing a smart suit said, "Seeing your actions like that, you must have just graduated, right?" Hansu glanced at him and thought, when did this guy appear behind me, including that sword? Once belonged to a sword fanatic who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the unique weapon of Sword King Alex, the Sword Saint. Finally, the precious gem in the dust has appeared. The other guy continued, "This fantasy world does not exist just for you alone." Hansu did not answer but quietly checked the information board. Of him, a person of high rank 999, with the title of king. Everywhere has its rules and order, including this place. The atmosphere between the two was extremely quiet at this time. After a while, the king added, "Of course, there will definitely be punishment for those who are not at peace like you." Hansu coldly replied, "Is it the Sword King's weapon? Ha, that's right." As soon as the words ended, the main character immediately put more strength into his hands. The other guy smiled and said smugly, "Of course only talented people like me achieved it," and as soon as he finished speaking, both the sword and the guy's head were gone. The teacher saw that and commented, "Well, it's true that if the weapon is cut off, no matter how high the swordsmanship is, it will be considered abandoned." After killing that guy, Hansu smiled happily and expressed his feelings, "I fucking hate those guys, talkative like this." The group of people behind had now witnessed the entire incident. They were horrified and thought, "Well, the guild master is gone. I can't believe Mr. Kim Man-chun is back." Hansu smiled evilly and said, "Everyone, you must be very tired after many days of fun, right? Why don't you all go home and get some sleep now?" Hearing that, the group of people immediately ran away. "Quickly run away, goodbye," and after finishing the sentence, a series of screams echoed around. Hansu laughed happily all alone, "Hee. Even I won't be able to return to Earth like you guys, so remember to be grateful to me." The teacher exclaimed helplessly, "Oh my god," the seniors had to prepare very carefully for the battle to win the Fairy King's tears. "But now," Hansu replied while climbing the tree, "don't worry. I will definitely inherit the will of the former heroes and take the treasure here. You, stop quickly." Right now the elves above are shooting a series of arrows at Hansu. His luck skill was immediately turned on, and with each dodge, skill points were added. After a while, Hansu stopped at a tree hole. He smirked and thought to himself, reaching the destination without a scratch, and also completing the goal set in advance. Luck skill has increased to level A. Sometimes get help from cosmic energy. Looking at the green bottle of magic medicine in front, Hansu said, "This must be the bottle of the Fairy King's tears." The intern teacher lamented, "Oh my, the seniors' high-level events are gone." Suddenly, there was a red energy source coming down from the sky. The skill panel has just been upgraded, specifically the ability to receive help from cosmic energy seems to have been activated. Hansu was now holding the bottle of Fairy King's tears to drink. While it seems to have a real effect, even if it's a copy, he shouldn't drink it all at once. At this point, the red energy source from before was larger. A meteorite is falling. How the hell did it hit the elven giant's tree, causing it to split in half? Its explosion sent shockwaves throughout the surrounding area. Hansu gasped and said, "Meteorite, could it be help from some cosmic energy, but what kind of help would this giant hole come out of? Or is this an additional event of the veteran convention?" The intern teacher then spoke up. No, the seniors had said that preparing for this conference was very troublesome, so there was no way they would prepare something so complicated. No way. Well, just try believing in that cosmic energy for once. After thinking about it, Hansu decided to jump into the hole created by the meteorite. Falling and falling, he finally saw the scene at the bottom of the hole. Now right below is an ancient citadel. Does this architectural style look familiar? As soon as Hansu lands, luck is immediately activated, taking no damage when falling. Looking up, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wow! I'm starting to get tired of having to discover new mysteries." The teacher continued, "Even I didn't know there was a place like this down here." Hearing that, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, you really don't know, really?" Hansu secretly thought to herself, the fact that she didn't know was probably because she was only a trainee teacher. Well, things were starting to get a bit suspicious. Since you've come here, you should come in. That alone is enough reason to start investigating. Still following old habits, Hansu kicked open the door and said loudly, "Is anyone home?" The teacher exclaimed helplessly, "This Kang boy, isn't the entrance located on that side?" "I don't know. But if you think about it, a place that has existed for such a long time like this and the entrance doesn't have the slightest trace of being touched, I bet it has a trap. In that case, we just need to not touch it." Also, before I set foot down here, I noticed that this is definitely a maze. Yes. Seeing that the main character seemed hesitant, the teacher continued, "But don't worry, isn't our life a series of choices, so don't be afraid of failure but be courageous. I will definitely support you wholeheartedly." After hearing that, Hansu immediately burst into laughter. "Thank you. If so, then I don't need to worry anymore. This is my choice, please remember to support me." Hansu is now slashing a few times around. Everything is destroyed. He winked triumphantly and said to the teacher, "How is that a very wise choice?" The teacher helplessly faltered and replied, "Well, this is indeed a kind of choice, but what if we do that? Can enjoy adventure. Adventure is for weaklings. The remaining traps are nothing to worry about." Hansu with the skill to ignore all traps is running around. After a while, they suddenly came across another house on the way. Hansu said, "That's it. Wow, I didn't expect I had to do it twice in just one day." Hansu kicked the door and said excitedly, "Is anyone home?" "Who is it?" Hearing someone answer, he laughed even harder and thought, "Good, this is definitely the boss room." But in the next second he suddenly froze in surprise and exclaimed, "Ha!" A certain elderly figure was sitting alone on a throne. That person is none other than the first king. Hansu silently reassured himself, no, they just looked alike, but if they were similar in appearance, they wouldn't be similar in personality. And the duty of my righteous hero is to punish evil. Then Hansu immediately grasped the sword in his hand. The elf man said with wide eyes in surprise, "That sword? You know it, of course, you know it very well. If so, then it seems like the clue the Demon King gave me earlier might be related to this place." The other man continued, "But hero, why are you the only one here? Don't you see my daughter waiting for you in front of the main gate of the palace?" Not letting the Fairy King finish speaking, Hansu rushed forward and punched him in the face with a knee. The uncle said in pain, "Hero, why did you attack?" The guy angrily shouted, "Shut his mouth and died." "Why?" "To avoid any incidents, keep checking his status to make sure. We can't be subjective just because he has the same face as the immortal king, mixed immortal race, level 999 plus, deposed emperor profession, sealed status, you know right away, he is truly a monster, genuine object. But girl, is there still another big boss? If we don't hurry up, I might have to fight both of them at the same time." The Fairy King was still trying to struggle. Wait, let's talk." Hansu scowled and kicked repeatedly, replying, "Damn it." He said bitterly, "How could a hero not have such patience? After finishing speaking, the Fairy King uncle was immediately logged out. Hansu used his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, "Wow, that battle just now was really intense." The teacher replied with a smile, "Battle?" Hansu checked his information panel and said thoughtfully, "That's quite a lot of experience points, Square skills have leveled up. Is there some connection between these special races? Get the black square skill when killing the Dragon Emperor. Increase from pressure to E when killing Yulu. Receive the second Holy Sword. Killing the Fairy King increases skill from E to Dike. This definitely can't be a coincidence. I definitely have to learn more about it, but I don't know where to start." A pair of long, slender legs appeared along with a gentle voice, "Father, I can't find the hero who broke the seal of this underground prison." When the Fairy King's daughter went inside, the Fairy King was dead. In front of him was Hansu and the holy sword stabbing him. She shouted in horror, "Father, what a surprise, I can finally investigate the truth about the world." Starting with the arrest of the remaining character in this chain of events, the teacher next to him trembled as he looked at the main character. Why did his expression look like he wanted to kill? After that, Kang Hansu immediately rushed towards the elf princess. As soon as the blade touched her neck, the princess's silhouette disappeared. Leaving Hansu bewildered to think, "I was so surprised that I managed to dodge it. Damn, I'm starting to have a bad feeling." A moment later, familiar legs appeared again. The princess landed on the ground and asked in a calm voice, "Are you really a hero?" The main protagonist did not answer but silently checked her information panel. She didn't see him answer, so she continued, "If it's true, then why is he hostile towards us?" After hearing that, Hansu immediately smiled and thought, "Oh my, her agility skills are SSS, does she spend 306 days every year practicing yoga or something?" Then the guy suddenly turned around and left. As he walked, he said, "Conversations only happen when both sides are on the same level, and I am a weak person who is too used to being beaten by strong people." Then upside down. Suddenly he turned around with his sword swung out strongly, so he had to proactively gain the upper hand at all times. The girl was not to be outdone either. She jumped up high to dodge the attack and replied, "Nonsense reason." Hansu saw this and thought to himself, "Not only is she agile, but her body is also equally slim. Well, now I wanted to defeat her without letting her die, partly because I killed the main boss of this place, so I can't let the remaining characters of the event die, otherwise who will be the one who tells me the secrets of this world? Now, looking at that slender body moving, I have the feeling that if I use too much force, she will break into small pieces. In that case, I will use a special method." Hansu then deliberately exposed his weak point right on his side. Seeing that, she couldn't ignore it and rushed forward to attack him exactly as he wanted. As soon as the sword penetrated Hansu's body, his whole body immediately turned solid, causing even the sword to crack. Realizing something had changed, the princess immediately tried to escape. He did so on purpose. She had now let go of the sword in her hand. Hansu didn't let her escape. He immediately grabbed her arm and said, "That's it. I finally caught you, baby. How long will it take for you to release your baby?" She blushed angrily and shouted, "Leaving." She removed her hand from him, and as she spoke, she punched the male lead in the face. The two immediately rushed into each other's competition. She let go. That was it. Watching the trick, Hansu suddenly grabbed her ear. This made her whole body heat up. Pervert." Hansu still refused to let go and said with an amused smile, "KKK, you know where the elf's weak point is." In the middle of speaking, a huge punch came. "Let's be quiet." After eating the fruit, the princess immediately collapsed and fainted. Hansu smiled sinisterly and started talking with his knuckles. "It's time for interrogation." Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, "Ahem." The guy grimaced and whined, "I thought I killed you. Obviously I still received experience points just now." The Fairy King's uncle said harshly, "This hero, his race has changed from mixed name to tail fairy. This place is hell on earth, a place where suffering lasts without end. It was the ancestors of those who lived up there who banished me and my daughter to this underground prison, can even die. If you die, you will be revived after a certain period of time. We can talk now, right? Well, anyway, I still have questions that need to be answered. Like this, you just need to summarize the main points into a short story. My name is..." The Fairy King uncle was about to speak when Hansu suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. "Sir K. Please skip the introduction. It's best for us to just focus on exchanging necessary information." The Elf King continued, "Having lived through 3 generations of kings, this is the first time I see an impatient hero like you. Why, dissatisfied, no. At this moment, suddenly the entire underground structure shook violently. Tiang Vuong looked up as he spoke. He just found it a bit strange. Han Su also sighed and leaned on his waist, thinking, this event hasn't finished yet, but another event has interrupted it. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. Suddenly light emitted from the whole door. Han Su wondered, is it an uninvited guest, Sir K? That's right. It seems they have sensed that the seal on the place where we are being held has been broken. After hearing that, Han Su frowned and replied, why are they even using pronouns? Just tell me who's helping me, okay? Hero, I don't know what your era is called, however, to us they are called. While speaking, the surroundings began to shake violently. The hole that Han Su created is now being destroyed by a certain source of power. A stream of light seemed to shine down from heaven. White wings and golden weapons appeared. Angels, 3 angels with golden hair appeared with white wings. Han Su continued, this in turn teacher. Do you know what these angels are? Yes, I do. They are a race with opposite attributes to demons, only you and I know. For those who after defeating the Demon King want to continue to stay in Fantasia, this is the race they will face when they are transferred to higher training. Han Su exclaimed in surprise, could it be that the Demon King it's just elementary school level? In the 11 years I've been a hero, I've never met him face to face, but now all of a sudden, a bunch of them appear here. To see if this group of so-called angels has anything special or not. Kang Han Su tried to poke the angels. Then they blew up a place. Kang Han Su said, this group is really... I thought that being an angel would be very calm and gentle, but who would have thought that they would act like brainless people who only know how to rush into fights without knowing whether they can win or not. Notification system, arrows, luck, level A, E, dodge all arrows shot at blind spots. A male angel flew down and said, as expected the prison robber was a hero. The blonde female angel told him, we will execute you for freeing the prisoners here. And don't even think about a peaceful death waiting for you. Kang Han Su looked at the angels and exclaimed, wow, you consider yourself righteous and then impose the same crime, but that's fine, I like it better like this. The angels flew down to attack Han Kang Su. They poked their trident at him. But I didn't see you anywhere. Kang Han Su flew up from behind and told the angels that they had to waste their saliva saying meaningless words. Kang Han Su sent them flying to the ceiling. The male angel said, no, the ceiling here is too low. But Kang Han Su approached him and pressed his face against the wall. Kang Han Su said, I heard that if you get killed down here, you won't be able to die, right? To see if you can still survive after receiving this blow, Kang Han Su pressed the sword at the male angel. The male angel felt the evil aura coming from Kang Han Su and said, Devil's gas. How could a hero have such great demonic power? Must notify. After Kang Han Su beat the male angel, he turned around and deliberately said loudly to let the other angels know, oh he's dead. The female angel and another person flew in and said, that guy can't be a hero. The male angel was about to use his trident to attack Kang Han Su. Then I turned around and saw him attacking the female angel first. Then he turned around and ordered, gather, no, quickly retreat. Kang Han Su held the sword and told the angels, if the battle has already begun, you must stay until the end. Get away quickly. Those angels retreated from the building together. Kang Han Su walked towards the male angel he just fought. That angel said, hero, we are the messengers of the gods, and you are the one chosen by them, so why? Kang Han Su pressed the sword down, causing the angel to cry out in pain. Evil-faced Kang Han Su said, the messenger of those kidnappers, then there is even more reason for you to become extinct. A female angel flew to where the fairy king was lying motionless on the ground. She said, disappear with that secret, fallen comrade. Kang Han Su ran over and said to the immortal king, causing him to wake up, hey, third-generation immortal king. Stop pretending to be weak and slap him on the mouth. The mirror fairy's daughter saw the angel trying to kill her father and screamed, get away from my father. An angel injured the fairy king's daughter. The angel told her, it will be your turn, little brat. Your existence is an insult to this world. And I will make you feel regret with these very hands. When that angel was about to attack the fairy king, Kang Han Su's sword stabbed him from behind. Then disappeared. Kang Hansu looked at that pearl and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I almost thought you were that handsome guy from the Reincarnation of Heroes conference. Notification system. Holy System F to Holy System D. Kang Hansu asked in surprise. Holy System, Notification System, that's right. High-level holy skills have the passive to deflect and reflect all attacks except holy swords, and attacks with its opposite attribute, demonic weapons. That's why father and son had to struggle like that. Kang Hansu looked at the ball and said, thank you for explaining. Kang Hansu thought, if this holy system can be comparable to demon weapons, then I better not ignore it every time I have the opportunity to upgrade. But I'm really sorry. Isn't the event character who holds the secret to this world about to die? Even down here, if he is killed by a skill containing the holy element, he will not be able to revive again. Kang Hansu looked at the immortal king who was barely alive and talking, squawking, and more. He ran to the Fairy King's place. The Fairy King's daughter cried and called, Father. The Fairy King saw Kang Hansu and barely survived calling, Hero. My daughter, I entrust her to you, even though she's a bit skinny. In return she has a very kind heart. Hearing that, the daughter called out dissatisfiedly, Father. Now is not the time to joke. Kang Hansu grabbed the Fairy King's collar and pulled him up and said, This irresponsible guy, I'm far from agreeing to that. You used your power to heal the Fairy King and said loudly to him, Don't talk nonsense when you don't know anything about the king. My girlfriend, the Fairy King's daughter also said in surprise. Girlfriend, Kang Hansu kept calling out, If I die or something, we'll figure it out later, wake up quickly. After being treated, the Fairy King and Kang Hansu went out. The Fairy King looked at the sky and said with satisfaction, Being able to stand under the sunlight is still the best, and the atmosphere is also in the industry. Kang Hansu urged him, Hurry up. Kang Hansu sighed helplessly at the immortal king and his son. The Fairy King thought to himself, Thank you very much, hero, or rather, savior. As soon as Kang Hansu healed his wound, he told him, Boss, if your mood is better, can we talk? The Fairy King happily replied, Okay, just ask whatever you want, even my daughter's secrets are fine. The Fairy King's daughter shyly said, Father, that's enough. Kang Hansu asked him, just now the angel wanted to kill him to hide some secret, vomited out. The system informed Kang Hansu, Holy System D to Holy System C. After the Fairy King said it, Kang Hansu calmly said, Ah. I've known those things for a long time. The Fairy King exclaimed in surprise, Huh. Kang Hansu told him, I'm just a small fish trapped inside a large tank. I know that truth. The Fairy King replied, So what? Kang Hansu continued, Then, the matter of a guy the hero realized it, which surprised everyone. Kang Hansu said goodbye to them and said, Okay, I still have work to do. Kang Hansu turned around and thought, Now how am I going to climb out of this place? Where should I go? Seeing that the Fairy King's father and son were still following him, Kang Hansu angrily said, Hey, how long are you two planning to follow me? The Fairy King looked pitiful and told him, By now the angels must have known that my father and I were still alive, so they would soon send someone to follow. So, the plan is, until we restore our strength to its peak enough to kick the angels' asses, we will live with you. The Fairy King's daughter also said the same, even if it was a bit shameless, but there's no way. Kang Hansu gritted his teeth and said, Are you kidding? But he wondered again and asked him, how could he be sure that they would send people after them? The first king said, it was because of the angels. Extremely wary of the existence of the chaotic race, Kang Hansu said suspiciously, which can also be considered a case. The Fairy King continued, the thing that can damage and break through the angels' ability to defend the holy system is another holy system or demonic energy, an energy that opposes them. But because most demons are weak, they don't care much. However, chaotic energy is different, it is not bound by anything and has no weak points, so it is the angels who have to be careful. Kang Hansu said, That's it, but aren't they too weak enough to be their opponent? The Fairy King said, It's because all my weapons and skills are gone. Your daughter also said, Me too. Kang Hansu held his head and thought, It's too noisy. Kang Hansu asked the pearl, this in turn teacher, do you know where the angels' base is located? The gem replied, Why do I suddenly feel chills because of that question? Even though I know you are very strong, the angels in the high training course are much stronger than just now, and they don't live in the same dimension as this place. Kang Hansu smiled dangerously and said, Well, the plan to clean up the nest is ruined. The pearl knew his intention and said it right away. Kang Hansu turned back and said to the immortal king and his son, Okay, I will let you both go together. The immortal king happily replied, Thank you. Kang Hansu thought to himself, if I can't find it, I just need to set the bait and wait for them to come, even if they are in another dimension or something. I believe that as long as there is universal energy, anything can be done. The system informs you, sometimes you receive help from the energy. Kang Hansu looked at the notification and thought, in order to get more benefits, I should find a way to level up this skill, but first, I have to try to keep this thief's skill from being lost. Satisfied, Kang Hansu asked the orb, this in turn teacher, I still have something to ask. The orb replied, your questions scare me so much. Kang Hansu smiled and said, is there a place I can rob nearby? No, I said too much. Where are the most concentrated people? Kang Hansu and the Fairy King father and son went to the high mountain and looked down. He said, this must be it. The ball told him, that's right, the name of this city is. Kang Hansu interrupted, it's too complicated, just call it Beginner City. Going into the city, Kang Hansu said in surprise, what kind of scene is this? A maid greets customers, please accept them. Kang Hansu's face darkened and he said, come to think of it, I'm the only one who got thrown over a cliff in a ridiculous place, right? Moreover, in this place, you can also receive clothes, weapons, and daily necessities. The ball said, isn't this place really beautiful? From buildings to underground sewers, everything is built very meticulously. And over there is where the heroes are summoned. Not only that, that place is also where all the rewards of this conference are stored. And, saw Kang Hansu looking around dangerously. The ball reminded him, Kang Hansu, put that thought aside, that place is extremely dangerous even for you. Kang Hansu gave the Fairy King and his father a set of clothes and told them, here, put it on. The ball kept reminding him, please listen to me. Kang Hansu told them, now they just need to go out there and create a little chaos. The Fairy King looked worried and said, if you say so. Kang Hansu reassured the ball, don't worry about anything. In turn teacher, after all I still have cosmic energy with me. Do you have any advice for this reckless student? The ball told him, even I don't know what its internal structure is like. Kang Hansu looked at the building and thought to himself, relying on luck and things that have a probability of happening, I don't like that. But for being able to maintain the specially created profession, and at the same time receive all the awards of this conference. Only a fool would miss that opportunity. Moreover, even if some incident happens, I still have cosmic energy. Kang Hansu ordered the immortal king and his son, let's go. Suddenly a blonde boy came and pointed at Kang Hansu and said, ah. Kang Hansu, is that you? It's me, it's been a while. Kang Hansu was still confused and said, who is that? The blonde boy said excitedly, maybe because I just dyed my hair so you didn't recognize me. It's me, I'm the guy who always wants to adventure around the world with a harem. Kang Hansu recognized it and happily said, it's you. The blonde guy said, you remember, right? Kang Hansu still enthusiastically said, yes, I know you're that guy. The blonde boy knew Kang Hansu didn't remember him, so he said, this guy. He knew right away that he didn't remember anything. At a restaurant, welcoming customers. 4 people sit together. The blonde boy asked, then, was there anything interesting about your recent time? Kang Hansu leaned his head back on the chair and said, no, it's normal, but how long have you been coming to this fantasia? The blonde boy scratched his head and said, I'm afraid to say it out loud, I've been here for 3 years already. Kang Hansu asked in surprise, what dad? The blonde boy continued, did you do it right? I know. In fact, it's because I mainly spent my time making fun of the heron. After being bothered many times by the Demon King, I was so angry that I went to kill him. After killing him, he was naturally sent back to Earth. Kang Hansu asked him, that time must have been very difficult. The blonde boy replied, it took me a year to reach the northern continent. There I met the Sword Princess, who didn't want to marry weak people, and that was also the first time I tasted defeat. The Sword Princess thought, I will only recognize those who can defeat me. Kang Hansu remembered, he also met the Sword Princess. He thought again, it was true that that crazy person was also really strong, but his situation was a bit different. The blonde boy continued excitedly, there's no need to discuss those bodies. Kang Hansu told him, now I feel strange because you haven't been skewered to death yet. The blonde guy said, but I think she's very gentle. Thanks to finding the Northern Continent's holy sword, I was able to win, and after losing many times, she finally had to accept being in the harem. Kang Hansu thought of the sword, which was a commodity. Is that an auto? The blonde boy continued, besides, don't be too shocked, even the infamous Ice Princess from the north was captured by me. Kang Hansu thinks back to when he met her. If I'm not mistaken, I must have hacked her to death. Who knows? At that time, it was because she got angry and froze hundreds of people. The blonde boy said, thanks to receiving the sage's staff from me, she was able to control her own power and then decided to follow me to repay me. Kang Hansu asked, what about the sage? So what? The blonde boy said, you know that guy is a guy, so after 3 years, my harem grew to 18 people, then it seemed out of jealousy that the Demon King intervened, he even planned to kill my women, there again. We attacked the Demon King's castle and wiped it out, then within a blink of an eye, my darlings were so strong that they did it all without me having to lift a single finger. How creepy. Kang Hansu asked the orb, is it really that easy? Could it be that the Demon King's punishment also applies to the hero's teammates? If so, then just keep the hero's level lower than the hero's level. With teammates, isn't everything going to be easy? That ball of friendship and love is what we want to convey, but even so, many students fail and retake the test. The blonde asked, what about you, Kang Hansu? How much time did your adventure take? Kang Hansu took a sip of water and said, 1 day. The blonde boy asked in surprise, 1 day, really? Then he burst out laughing and said, hey, that's a bad joke, I get it, if you don't want to say it then it's okay, this day is probably the only one you can do. Kang Hansu just hummed, yes, let it go. Coming out of the cafe, Kang Hansu asked the blonde boy, are my parents okay? The blonde boy said, this guy is strange, you've also returned to Earth, but why are you suddenly asking me that question? Kang Hansu thought, worried. The blonde asked, are you just like them, the destroyers? They travel everywhere looking for and pursuing new adventures. Kang Hansu thought, maybe the Earth is no longer the same as before. The blonde boy said goodbye and said, never mind, when I come back I will visit them to help you. Kang Hansu happily replied, thank you. A pretty girl came and called the blonde boy, let's go, there's an event going on over there. The blonde boy said hello to Kang Hansu and then went with that girl. Okay, see you later Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu said goodbye but didn't have the heart to think, Earth's girlfriend, a bitch, the Fairy King's daughter said, it seems like someone is gritting her teeth. The Fairy King teased, after all, he is just men. Kang Hansu told them, our plan has just been postponed for too long, let's get to work now. The ball also helplessly said, come, in the end I still can't stop you. Kang Hansu confidently said, you don't have to worry, if I die, I will also start the 6th test. The ball replied, that's something I don't want to happen. Kang Hansu told the Immortal King and his son, come on, just stick to the plan and do it. Kang Hansu looked at the building in front of him and thought, as long as I still have my luck skills, entering that place won't be anything to worry about. Even if the intern teacher doesn't know the internal structure, it's the job of a thief. And the cosmic energy was enhanced by the number 2 holy sword. You were surprised to read the announcement. Type, skill, name, luck, level A, S, luck doesn't run out. A, occasionally receive help from cosmic energy. B, sometimes ignore it traps. Luck increases moderately, only takes minor damage when falling, occasionally dodges arrows shot into blind spots, receives luck effects. Kang Hansu suddenly said, wait a minute, why does the skill effect turn out like this? Maybe. On the notification screen, profession, saint, holy system in disguise. Kang Hansu shouted, what the hell is this, thief? Could it be that just because of a normal and unintentional conversation between me and my classmate earlier, the holy system was affected? How the hell does it trump even the thief profession? Kang Hansu quickly ran to find the Immortal King and his son. It's not okay, now the father and son are there. Stop quickly, the people were whispering, Saint. A man asked the Fairy King's daughter, where did you just tell the saint? As soon as Kang Hansu walked out, she said, he has arrived. People surrounded him and shouted, oh saint. You are truly a saint, please help us, saint. But a man said, it's amazing, but isn't the saint's profession still incomplete? The girl next to me also said, this is the first time I've seen it. Said a man carrying a sword, if I remember correctly, among the graduates, no one has ever been able to place it. But Kang Hansu is basking in that acclaim, admitting that the feeling of being praised is great, but why? Suddenly a girl walked up and said, sorry everyone, can you open the way? Everyone turned their attention to the girl, the great saint. That girl said to Kang Hansu, if possible, please let me be your guide. The people around were whispering, even the saint, like that was okay. Kang Hansu thought, it was true that I prayed to God for a successful break-in there. And it seems that cosmic power has not disappointed me. Kang Hansu followed the great saint and thought dangerously, to see if there was anything special inside that giant temple. In the other hut, the girl next to him guided Kang Han-soo to his destination. As he walked, she pointed the way and said to Kang Han-soo, "Please go this way." Kang Han-soo followed her, quietly observing this place and thinking. If you look closely, her beauty is truly beautiful, and beautiful in an earthly way. Moreover, the index is equally terrible. It turned out that in front of Kang Han-soo's eyes, the system was displaying an information board about the character status of this girl in front of him. Race, great person, 999+, profession, saint, virtue, faith leading to resurrection and growth, skill, SSS level immortality, ed level faith, ed level holy system, S level charm, S level virtue, status, good. And then when looking at this girl's information status, Kang Han-soo immediately felt unbelievable and thought, she looks so fragile and fragile. But now that she's thrown into the middle of a battle, she doesn't even have a scratch on her skin. However, once inside, I realized that this place has many strange things, so where do I start from? While Kang Han-soo was looking and paying attention to the robots guarding the door next to him, the other girl still happily and proudly showed off and told Kang Han-soo, "Isn't this garden very beautiful, but it's a pity that not everyone can come here to see it." The robots next to him guarding the door also looked and evaluated Kang Han-soo. They looked at Kang Han-soo with eyes containing red rays of destruction to warn him to behave carefully, and at the same time, the system also displays the character status information of these iron robots standing guard at the door for Kang Han-soo. Race, Golem, Leprechaun 999+, profession, Guardian, from defense to 5 increased senses, skills, detect enemies at SSS level, 5 senses at ed level, chase at ed level, melee level at ed level, coordination level at ed level, status, waiting. Looking at these states and their numbers, Kang Han-soo got a little worried and thought, I should just ask the saint directly, why are they so terrible? And seeing Kang Han-soo lose concentration like that, the girl immediately called out to Kang Han-soo and said to him, "Sir, saint." Hearing that, Kang Han-soo was startled and quickly regained consciousness. He pretended to be excited and told the girl, "Oh yes, this place is really beautiful. From now on, I've always seen Kang Han-soo's eyes and where his spirit was hanging, and I've always looked at that robot guarding the gate." When she heard Kang Han-soo praise this beautiful place, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Then she curiously asked Kang Han-soo again, maybe he was interested in these golems. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo was excited and happily told the girl, "Yes, I have never seen anything as strong as them." Hearing that, the other girl also smiled happily and said to Kang Han-soo, "Of course, after all, they are creations of the gods." Currently this place is being protected by 3,141 golems like that, so you can consider this the safest place out there. Hearing that the number of these golems was more than 3,000, Kang Han-soo's face immediately turned as black as his ass. He was confused and gave up thinking, what a shame, compared to discovering this SSS level enemy, what a loss of luck. Luckily, my A-level luck was nothing. But at this moment, the girl spoke up to Kang Han-soo. However, it was not without problems. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo was confused and a bit surprised by the girl's statement. The girl stood in front of the door to the tunnel, her face suddenly turned serious, and said to Kang Han-soo, "The truth is, there is something I need your help with." And when the secret door below was opened, led by the other girl, although she also seemed scared when standing in front of this room, Kang Han-soo was equally surprised by the scene before his eyes. As soon as this door was opened, from inside there were full of obscene and disgusting laughter, competing with the other girl. "Today the saint is coming again. Hey my exclusive concubine, Hung, why don't you sing a song for us with that wonderful voice? Every time I look at that body, I want to get out of here as soon as possible." "Baby, you understand what I mean, right, Zero?" Then the other girl sighed helplessly and said to Kang Han-soo, "Us currently holding a large number of devil followers under this place, even though we could all execute them, we wouldn't do that, because they are the heroes. Is the strength of humanity. O great saint, I beseech you, convince those astray, so that they can once again return to our humanity. If you succeed, there will be a reward for you." So, hearing that, Kang Han-soo immediately smiled cunningly and thought, "Oh, the place I'm about to rob is planning to reward me in return. Thank you so much, cosmic energy." And then Kang Han-soo spoke up cheerfully in agreement and told the girl, "Leave it to me, saint. But first, can I see the reward first, to give me more motivation to do it?" Hearing that, the other girl also happily agreed and said to Kang Han-soo, "Okay, please follow me." And then that saintly girl took Kang Han-soo to a secret place. While walking, look at the scenery and the robots guarding the door here. Kang Han-soo silently observed and evaluated and thought, wow, this is the place the intern teacher mentioned. The room contains all the rewards of the former hero conference, and now in front of Kang Han-soo and the other girl is a huge, wide door. And when they saw the appearance of that holy girl, the robots guarding the door turned their eyes from red to blue. And then they simultaneously put their hands on the door. From there the door was unlocked. Looking at the door that was gradually opening, Kang Han-soo smiled happily and thought, now, I will scrap everything before anyone else has a chance to get their hands on them. And when looking at this large room in front, where the ultimate high-class weapons are stored. But when he looked at the seemingly old and ordinary treasures, Kang Han-soo couldn't help but be confused and think, huh? Then he was suspicious and confused and asked the saintly girl again, is that all? I thought all the rewards of the conference were kept here. Hearing that, the holy girl was also bewildered by this question. Tell Kang Han-soo, oh, if that's the case then the final prize of the conference is in another room. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo was suddenly speechless and thought, I didn't know there were many rooms. Then the holy girl looked at the sacred objects in this room and told Kang Han-soo, even though they were just copies and not as strong as the originals, they were still very valuable treasures. And when looking at the price list hanging on a sword there, Kang Han-soo asked the girl in confusion, 15 pi t. Pi t is an abbreviation of the English word, point. The saintly girl immediately explained to Kang Han-soo that for each purified believer, he would receive 1 pi t each day, and those points will be used to exchange for rewards here. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo silently pondered, considering what to get or what to do next. And when he saw Kang Han-soo staring thoughtfully at the item in front of him in the glass cabinet, the other girl immediately felt a bit curious about Kang Han-soo's current actions and thoughts. And then after a moment of consideration, Kang Han-soo got bored looking at the items and weapons here and thought, I don't want anything here. They were all copies, and none of them could compare to Holy Sword number 2. Only the Holy Sword 1, the copy, is the most precious thing here. Even so, there's no way I'm going to spend points on it. The skill-enhancing potion looks good, but if it's a disposable product, I don't want it. Or should I just keep stealing everything in this room? Seeing that Kang Han-soo seemed to be pondering and having difficulty making a decisive choice, the saintly girl immediately spoke up and said to Kang Han-soo, sorry but, even if you don't like any dish, please choose a reward from this room every day. Hearing that holy girl say that, Kang Han-soo suddenly stopped. He immediately asked the girl in doubt, if so. The holy girl immediately thought that Kang Han-soo had an item that he liked and wanted in this room, so she happily waited for Kang Han-soo's answer, but Kang Han-soo asked her a strange question, how many points does it take to get her? Hearing that, the girl immediately replied in confusion to Kang Han-soo, but I'm not the reward. Kang Han-soo immediately argued, tried to lean on his hand, pointed at that saintly girl and told her, didn't you just say that in this room? Seeing that she had said something that put her in a trap, the girl was confused and didn't know how to explain it, so she panicked and told Kang Han-soo about it. Kang Han-soo immediately revealed his evil face, full of ambition and evil, and told this saintly girl, what is that? She is the one who wants the believers to be purified, but she herself avoids it, avoid and don't want to suffer. Dedicating yourself to humanity, isn't that the motto of the saints? Or maybe I remember wrong. Seeing Kang Han-soo's strong arguments, the saintly girl became even more confused and frightened. She seemed unable to refute anything and could only gape at these bold words of Kang Han-soo. And after they decided for a while, the mysterious door was opened again. Seeing that, the prisoners inside immediately cheered and shouted to each other, oh, the saint has returned, probably because she missed her. I'm here, you've come at the right time, saint. But at this time, a prisoner discovered something unusual on that saintly girl's body. He was suspicious and said to this girl, what the heck, on the neck like that? It turns out that this saintly girl has agreed to negotiate with Kang Han-soo. Currently she is wearing a price tag around her neck, which is 500 pi t, meaning that as long as Kang Han-soo frees them for 500 pi t, then this holy girl will belong to you. And before this girl's forced acceptance, Kang Han-soo walked in behind the door with a wicked face full of confidence. He said to that saint girl, leave the rest to me, saint. Hearing that, the saintly girl immediately went out, leaving Kang Han-soo alone here and told him, please rely on him too. And when that door closed, leaving behind barbaric laughter, making the benefactors trapped here confused and looking at the scene before them, it turned out that Kang Han-soo had revealed his demonic aura. His whole body was filled with black smoke demonic aura. Kang Han-soo with a smile full of evil and confidence said to the people locked up here, hello, devil's followers. You guys only have S-level demonic weapons, right? You're already SSS. Hearing that, the other prisoners immediately panicked and were afraid, screaming loudly and regretting. And very soon there was no more sound in this secret room, that leaves only Kang Han-soo's serious and clear words to all those detained here, gathered. The other prisoners immediately silently looked after Kang Han-soo and shouted in unison, clearly understanding the king's words. Is an order to the gods. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo smiled evilly and said, the purification is complete. Seeing Kang Han-soo using such a trick to purify them, the small ball next to Kang Han-soo was confused and told him, this doesn't seem to be the same as what the saint asked him. Kang Han-soo thick-faced and crossed his arms to talk to that little ball, but the end result was the same. Now then. When Kang Han-soo was very confident with his methods and results, suddenly from a room in the corner came a scornful laugh that said to Kang Han-soo, that foolish saint in that, revealed the name of a saint. Then this guy punched the ground hard, creating a crack around it. Clearly show your disobedient attitude and tell Kang Han-soo, don't ever think that I will listen to the words of your minions. What a bunch of hypocrites. Seeing them say such resolute words and have such a proud and uncooperative attitude, Kang Han-soo was curious and asked the small ball next to him, who were they? They didn't look like anything, they're just like some psychopaths. The small ball immediately looked at the group of people in that cell and replied to Kang Han-soo, they were the people who did not agree to join the hero's party. So he was accused of worshipping the devil and was detained here. And currently the system also displays the player information of a leader who spoke out against Kang Han-soo. Race, people, 999 plus, profession, cardinal from Gyao, map to holy system and development, skills, holy class etiquette, S-class magic, S-class magical power, S-class physical strength, S-class will, status, capture, ceiling, indomitable. Looking at this status information board, Kang Han-soo immediately smiled in surprise and excitement and said, Holy Lake is the best. The person in that cell was still resilient and stubborn and said to Kang Han-soo, don't think I don't know what you heroes are like, always wearing a mask of righteousness, but in the end you only know how to wait, to take away the results that others had to sweat and blood to achieve, a bunch of cowards. But as soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Kang Han-soo with a source of magical power that was both purple and divine, and he couldn't help but be surprised and confused. I don't know what Kang Han-soo's intentions are. And then Kang Han-soo gave a fake industrial smile and spoke to the people inside this cell. It sounded like he was describing some four-eyed guy. Now sit still. As soon as Kang Han-soo finished speaking, a mysterious and powerful source of energy flew from his body and penetrated the group of people inside this cell, causing him to scream in pain and fear at Kang Han-soo. What are you going to do? And after screaming loudly, the guy who was just showing his opposition and anger towards Kang Han-soo immediately obediently smiled and obeyed the command and told him, justice is inside me, that piece of trash. And the system also immediately sent back this guy's character status information to Kang Han-soo. Race, person, Le Pretend 999 plus, profession, great monk, from cultist to cunning and development, technique ability, S-class magic, S-class demon weapon, S-class magical power, A-class cunning, A-class physical strength, status, capture, seal, joy. And that's right, now he is very happy and excited and tells Kang Han-soo, everything is gone, Demon King. Kang Han-soo immediately revealed a satisfied smile full of cunning and told him, well, I will free you all from this place, but before that, do me a favor. And accordingly, when a few more people were collected in this cell, the system immediately appeared and informed Kang Han-soo, the holy system from level C to holy system level B. And at that time, Kang Han-soo with eyes full of cunning. His shadow is a smile full of cunning of a demon. He is looking at three people whose actions and consciousness are being controlled by his demonic energy in this room. And then when she saw Kang Han-soo leading the three of them, they had completely recovered their consciousness like normal people coming in front of her. The holy girl immediately happily and excitedly said to Kang Han-soo, that's amazing. 3 people in just one day. You are truly a very excellent person. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo smiled and said to that saintly girl, this is just the beginning. But in his heart, Kang Han-soo was plotting and thinking, in fact, it was already done a long time ago. And then that saintly girl approached one of the 3 people that Kang Han-soo had purified and gently said to him, everyone, I'm so glad you recognized me. But the other guy pushed this saint girl's hand away from him and angrily shouted at her, don't touch me with those dirty hands, I won't trust anyone other than the saint. He is the truth of life that we must follow. Seeing everyone's rude attitude towards her, the saintly girl immediately stepped back in fear and said to Kang Han-soo, how can this be considered purified? And when she was backing up, she bumped into Kang Han-soo who was standing behind her, and immediately faced Kang Han-soo's eyes full of cunning, telling her, I can't help it, even though I was cleared, purged, but they still cannot forget the time they were imprisoned in that prison. However, if I proactively intervene, that legacy might disappear. Hearing that, the saintly girl immediately felt confused. After hesitating and thinking for a few seconds, she made the worst decision of her life. That's when she turned around and said, with Kang Han-soo, the saint, "If you can make them once again have faith in me, then I will add 1 point to you for each person who succeeds in being completely purified." This is exactly what Kang Han-soo wanted, so when he received this sentence from that saintly girl, Kang Han-soo smiled happily and told her, "Well, just wait for good news from me." And next to that, that small glass ball spoke up and told Kang Han-soo, "This is a scam, Kang Han-soo." Kang Han-soo smiled full of evil and said to that small crystal ball, "It was just a way to do business." And then time passed away, into the night. At that secret door, Kang Han-soo was seriously telling the subordinates he had acquired to support and follow what the saint said from now on. The group of people immediately listened and responded to Kang Han-soo's words, obeying the order. And then Kang Han-soo continued to speak to them, and time passed like that. It was early morning the next day. These people became more obedient when standing in front of this holy girl, and they gently obeyed her command and told her, "Please forgive us for our disrespectful actions yesterday." The girl easily believed them and told them that this time there were more people. "I'm really happy that everyone has regained their faith." And then one of them spoke up and said to this holy girl, "But this holy woman," the khaki saint girl was confused and replied to the other person, "Yes." The other person immediately pointed out Kang Han-soo on the side of the lake, immersing himself in the water, and told her, "Go over there and see. What do you see there?" The girl looked confusedly in that direction and saw Kang Han-soo. She asked this person in confusion, "Are you talking about a saint?" The other person happily told this saint girl, "The scene of him lovingly looking at the mermaid, it's very beautiful, isn't it? I can't believe that such a perfect person is still single." Over there, Kang Han-soo was like a fairy gently talking to the people in the lake. What is her level? Then a few other guys immediately started competing to say good things about Kang Han-soo to this saintly girl in an attempt to fascinate her. Isn't that the tragedy of humanity? The saint also agreed but was shy. The saintly girl was immediately confused and replied to them, to say yes. "I also think so." The others continued to whisper good words into the saint girl's ear, trying to hypnotize her and whisper close to her ear, "Then we rely on you, saint." The saintly girl was hypnotized by them and unconsciously responded and told them, "Yes, just trust me." Then she was startled to realize what she had just said and immediately blushed in confusion and embarrassment and said, "Hey." The other group of people immediately revealed dangerous, evil smiles and competed to flatter this saintly girl, telling her that she was number one, the most wonderful, coolest, and most attractive person, right? No, right. She herself felt the same way. "Ah, I wish I could be hugged by the saint." And then just like that, a week later that saintly girl went to Kang Han-soo's place and told him, the saint. As for Kang Han-soo, he flashed a cunning smile as if he had been waiting for her to come find him, waiting for this moment for a long time, but still tried to be calm and said to the saintly girl, "Oh, there's something. Why do you need me, saint?" The saintly girl immediately shyly said to Kang Han-soo, "I have something to say to you." Kang Han-soo calmly replied and told her, "Well, just say it." The saintly girl immediately blushed and hesitantly said to Kang Han-soo, "But there were too many people watching." Kang Han-soo immediately revealed a wicked smile and said to this saintly girl, "If that's the case." And then this holy girl obediently followed Kang Han-soo's instructions and went into a secret place. As for Kang Han-soo, he let out a satisfied smile, full of evil and conspiracies, thinking confidently, "Old Hero Congress. I will eat everything, down to the bones and marrow." Lanouval stammered and said, "In this place, no one will be able to bother us." Kang Han-soo replied, "So, what do you want to talk about?" In front of the moonlight of the night, Lanouval shyly replied, "Actually me." "To you." Kang Han-soo put his hand in front of Lanouval's face and signaled, "Shush." Kang Han-soo used sparkling eyes and said, "You don't need to say any more." Lavunel was both embarrassed and bewildered. Kang Han-soo leaned closer and whispered, "Haven't we both known the answer since the moment this conversation started?" The two lips were closer together than ever. Flesh touching each other. Lavunel's eyes clearly showed bewilderment. It turns out that Kang Han-soo just bit Lavunel's cheek. Moreover, Kang Han-soo also sucked on it, making Lavunel stunned. A moment later, inside the main building, a voice exclaimed, "Finally!" Lavunel happily exclaimed, 514 believers, all of them have been purified." Kang Han-soo came and bit his cheek again and complimented that it was all thanks to the rice cake's hard work. Lavunel also happily replied, "Fufafu, you're being modest." The sage behind Kang Hansu felt a bit strange, so he said, naming the convention's mascot as rice cake is a bit strange. Kang Hansu replied, it's a bit strange, it sounds good. She tried looking at the pair, look at that cheek. However, even though I was sucked up by a bunch of holy magic, the rice cake still remained unharmed, the wise sage replied, because the saint is the main character of the conference so she cannot be influenced by anyone, any negative effects, and to ensure that, this entire temple has also become a cage with extremely high security. Kang Hansu wiped his mouth and said with a sinister expression, that's not a bad thing, Holy System A has changed to Holy System S. Lavunel suddenly called, now, this saint. It's time for you to use your points. Kang Hansu immediately said, yes, how many points do I have now? Lavunel replied, a total of 1,028 points. Kang Hansu clapped his hands to congratulate himself and then arrogantly said, I won't be able to use it all alone. Suddenly someone came and said, Hero, are you calling us? Two people from the elven tribe came forward. The older one continued, I have some gifts for you too. Kang Hansu happily said, give things to your teammates too, you are really kind. Kang Hansu crossed his arms and muttered to himself, where are you? Ah, here it is. Kang Hansu took out a few potions to enhance summoning skills. Also these, storage expansion potions. In this whole bunch too, holy system strengthening pills. Kang Hansu took a few bottles and drank continuously, then looked at the elven people and said, the remaining things belong to the two of you. When the elven people saw that, they were extremely surprised. The two fairies celebrated brilliantly, thank you very much, it's all valuable things. Kang Hansu stood aside and thought to himself, without them they would have been beaten to pieces by the angels. At this time, Kang Hansu's power is starting to manifest. Kang Hansu smiled triumphantly, their effectiveness was not as bad as I thought. Holy System SS had been upgraded to Holy System SS, Summon F increased to Summon D, Inventory F became Inventory D. Lavunel is praying right now, with that amount of points, he will be able to own everything. Everything in this room. Lavunel looked at Kang Hansu with an embarrassed expression. Kang Hansu laughed happily. Kang Hansu walked closer to Lavunel, he thought to himself, up to now, my holy system is SS. Then the saint may no longer be of any use to me, just. Kang Hansu walked in front of Lavunel. He caressed Lavunel's cheek and said, I'll use 500 points. Kang Hansu thought in his head, I'm very curious right now. That when the lecturers learned that their NPC was bound to a human hero, he looked at Lavunel and said, in exchange for you, rice cakes. Kang Hansu's eyes are full of ambition, what expression will they show? The Black Sphere spoke up, if the controller of the conference is tied to a certain individual, then what will happen to this conference? I can accept this. The gate's wings suddenly cracked wide. Kang Hansu laughed loudly, haha, you can relax as an intern. At the very least, we just need to end this conference early and everything will be over. Even though Kang Hansu was excited, the golems behind him broke through the door and rushed in. Kang Hansu looked back with utmost confidence and no fear. A golem prepares to punch towards Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu picked up the heart sword. Just one slash cut the attacking golem in half. Lavunel was extremely surprised, and Kang Hansu had the opportunity to act cool. Another golem attacked. Kang Hansu stabbed his sword directly into its body. Kang Hansu arrogantly said, there, it's no big deal. The sage replied boredly, then, reminding him that there were still 3 other golems rushing here. Kang Hansu held the sword with great confidence. The sword stuck firmly into the ground. Kang Hansu shouted, no need to worry. From where the sword was inserted, a stream of purple smoke shot out. Smoke covered all the gates. A line of cloaked people appeared. They gradually revealed their faces behind the smoke. Kang Hansu smiled sinisterly and said, wipe them out. But the cloaked person immediately opened his eyes. The golems were continuously rushing forward. Was immediately destroyed and no one was left alive. A cloaked man standing over the golem's body shouted, obeying orders, Great Demon King. Kang Hansu is very pleased. Now, the exciting extinction event officially begins. Outside the arena looked no different. Suddenly loud noises started to come out. A golem fist punched down. Many other golems rushed up from behind. A golem's wrist had been cut into many parts. A small man wearing a cloak holding a sword cut down each golem that rushed up. He shouted, for the Great Demon King, obey. Kang Hansu smiled triumphantly, his mouth humming a song melody. Kang Han-soo was optimistic in the middle of the crowd of people running away. They cried out, "Ah, they just got summoned and what's happening?" Another cloaked person attacked the golem. But this time the sword was bent. This person was sent flying into the distance. Kang Han-soo just silently glanced at the guy who had just been defeated. He still wasn't worried at all. The golem group is still advancing. The group of robed people had mostly collapsed. Kang Han-soo muttered to himself, "It's true that I can't avoid being overwhelmed by numbers, but I can't just leave it alone." Kang Han-soo immediately ordered, "Rice cake, revive them." Lavunel replied, "Yes, master." Lavunel clasped his hands together. She placed her hands on the ground to perform magic. "Wake up, my heroes." Those who just lay down immediately stood up to fight again. The golem suddenly had to look up because something large appeared. The newly revived things were clinging to each other to form a giant object. The leader shouted again, "All for the Demon King." The arena exploded on one side. Under the ground, the blue stone is rolling around. Kang Han-soo trampled the stone. Then Han-soo stepped up and said, "Guys, it's time for us to step onto the bigger stage. Before that, use the treasures in this temple to equip yourself." The believers rushed to grab their weapons and repeatedly said, "Thank you, great Demon King," and began to advance outside the temple. The town outside is extremely peaceful. Children are running around on the streets. Where should I go next? Let's go over there. The little girl just pointed in that direction when a giant explosion occurred. Both were bewildered, eyes wide and mouth wide open. Inside the temple, Kang Han-soo shouted loudly, leaving only 2 people alive. The rest were killed. The group of cloaked men rushed outside to attack. They ran in unison, all following his will. Standing in the mist, Kang Han-soo calmly said, "You guys can graduate like that. Hey, let you graduate one more time." The sage quickly asked, "Where did this conference go wrong that led to this outcome?" Kang Han-soo smiled happily and replied, "Just enjoy it. After all, this is a kind of ceremony, association." Suddenly Kang Han-soo was transported to another dimension. A voice said, "Student Kang Han-soo, can't you enjoy this conference like a normal person?" Kang Han-soo laughed coldly, "Ho ho. Haven't seen the ethics lecturer in a long time," the teacher replied and said hello later. The teacher angrily pointed her finger and scolded, "Because of your desire, everything we had prepared was lost." Kang Han-soo still calmly teased, but her nagging skills were still there. Star. The morality teacher became even angrier and shouted, "What benefit will it bring you to destroy this conference?" Han-soo replied, "What's the point of destroying it? I'm just enjoying it to the fullest." The ethics teacher could only sigh. Really, so much effort had been spent like that. "I warned you in advance," Han-soo replied defensively. I know. The sage sighed in relief. Hey, he finally left. His predecessor was always so strict. But hey, it looks like I'll be the one in charge of you for the upcoming 6th time. If it's true, it'll be fun. Kang Han-soo exclaimed in surprise, suddenly bringing up that case. What? Suddenly there was a call from behind. "Sir." An elf hurriedly ran to report and quickly looked up at the sky. Kang Han-soo returned to the temple. The sky suddenly turned dark when Han-soo looked up. A giant 6-winged dragon was flying in the sky. His eyes were full of anger. He glanced down at Kang Han-soo. He belonged to the mixed dragon race, level 999+. Kang Han-soo exclaimed, "Nebius." Suddenly the dragon released a ball of palm force downwards. The explosion emitted dazzling purple light throughout the sky. Everything was blown away in an instant. Misty purple mist. The dragon landed. It stood tall and looked at the scene below. A fairy came out from behind the dragon and said, "Well done, Nebius, those ugly mortals deserve our punishment." Kang Han-soo stepped forward. He held the sword in his hand and said, "So he did it for real." He admitted that this timing was quite accurate. Damn lecturers. Kang Han-soo's expression became more amused and scary than ever. In the surrounding chaos of Nebius, Kang Han-soo angrily scolded, "Timing was perfect to ruin your plan, you bastards." The girl in white stood on the Demon King's shoulder and said loudly, "Nebius, what are you waiting for? Quickly destroy him." The Nebius rolled his eyes and looked at Han-soo. Han-soo glanced at it and said, "What is it looking at?" System notification, Saint, Chaos Monk. Han-soo suddenly said, "What is this? Why has it been changed again?" This time, even the profession was turned into squares. Even so, my body is no different. The Nebius continued to look at Hansu. Hansu said suspiciously, "What the hell is going on?" He smiled and said, "Agree, maybe this is what the Padonar mentioned before." The girl in white discovered that the sword she was talking about was the sealed sword. "Stop him quickly," the system rang. Race, Archangel, level 999 plus, profession, Beastmaster, Tamer, exp increased, skills, Holy System 555, Taming 55, Training 55, Empathy 55, Whip 55, Status, Anger, Worry, Anxiety, Surprise. The white-clothed angel girl flew to fight Hansu, the strong girl said, and tried to kill him. Hansu beat the girl in pain, grimaced and shouted loudly, "Kug." Hansu said confidently, "Too slowly." Hansu gave the girl a sword strike that made her vomit blood. Nebius called worriedly, "The Archangel, not good, the reins binding the Dragon Emperor are dangerous." A series of angels flew to the rescue, but made Nebius angry and roaring loudly. The white-clothed angel girl said weakly, "Calm down, Nebius." Nebius shouted, "Wow." Hansu grabbed the girl's hand and said, "Just leave it alone. Isn't it me who you should be focusing on?" The girl shouted loudly, pushing Hansu, and said, "Let go." Hansu smiled happily and said, "Still too slow. It's useless to struggle, instead. Please join me in witnessing the strength of the young Chaos Dragon Emperor." Hansu hugged the girl and kissed her. Nebius shouted angrily, "Chao!" One fairy guy said, "Hide, we have to hide." Another fairy guy said, "But in charge." Nebius shouted angrily, "Wow!" He kept chasing the angels. The angels flew quickly and kept saying, "We are about to die, everyone run away." Nebius widened his eyes and said, hiding even more carefully. Nebius had a seal around his neck. He cried out in fear, "Please help me." It was almost in pain, wriggling to get out of the bracelet. It was neatly sealed in that bracelet. Hansu happily and confidently said, "The cleanup was completed. Here, Mixed Dragon Emperor. This last angel for you," the fallen girl said in despair. "No." Hansu confidently stood on Nebius' shoulders and said, "Good, very good. Now, let's continue what we were talking about." Hansu smiled happily as he held the sealing sword and looked at it. Hansu said with a confident face, "Let's see how this thing turns out. I danced with my sword to test its effects. Hey!" The sword made him suddenly say, "Wow, this thing doesn't even have a scratch on it." He looked thoughtful and said, "I have to find another way, huh?" A soul with an angry face said to Hansu, "Take out that holy sword when the Mixed Dragon Emperor." He said skeptically, could this be what he was hinting at? He used the sword to try to pierce the reins of the Emperor Dragon's necklace, but the cord could not be broken. He said doubtfully, "Even the holy sword could not destroy this reins, it has shrunk." "You're a good product, but you have to put away something as dangerous as this." "I had to leave it in my inventory. A mouse would never bet its life on a single hole, though. Why do I feel as if you're trying to cover up all the holes? Moreover, even one hole, the important person who shouldn't have died also became a meal for that dragon." After listening, Hansu confidently said, "It was just your imagination." In turn, teacher, no matter what happens, I believe that the teachers will be able to handle it. Isn't that right, Nebius? Surely you are very grateful to me for what just happened. Nebius exclaimed, "Wow." Hansu smiled happily and said, "Good, now then. Let's go to the final destination." Nebius shouted happily, "Wow." The pretty girls looked at Hansu and said, "Hero, where are you going?" The white-shirted girl next to him said, "Master." The purple-haired girl said, "Take us with you." The blonde girl next to her said with an expectant expression, "You too." Hansu had a headache and thought for a while, forgetting about them. The purple-haired girl said with a hopeful look, "Boss, now is the time for us to separate." Hansu stood tall and said, "I will come to welcome you 2 in 40 years, when the next veteran convention takes place. Until then, please build a huge force to welcome me back, again." Hansu shouted loudly, "Don't forget to educate your descendants properly. In the eyes of humans we are nothing more than a pile of trash." Hansu hugged the blonde girl. The blonde girl looked at Hansu and said, "Master." Hansu said with a frown, "And remember to diligently drink milk every day." "That's it." Nebius flew, causing the girl to balance and fall screaming, "Kia!" Hansu held the girl's hand. The girl said happily, "Master." Hansu happily said, "So you won't be afraid of falling." The short-haired girl said shyly, "I thought you would hug me before saying that." Hansu replied, "That's very troublesome." A space opened up and said to Hansu, "Are you planning to wipe out the other contestants with the Chaos Dragon Emperor?" "Well, at least this event has lasted for 2 weeks." Hansu coldly said, "Not at all." Hansu seriously pointed at the rice cake and said, "Rice cake, do you know where the main reward of this conference is?" The rice cake was startled and stammered, "They are placed inside the palace of the angels." Hansu turned to ask, "Nebius, you know where the people you intend to take revenge are, right?" Nebius roared, "Wow. Yes, the palace of the angels. Clear blue sky. An electric angel appeared before my eyes, with powerful angels guarding his palace." A guy who discovered Nebius said, "What is that?" Nebius flew closer to the angel's palace. Hansu suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, there really is a real palace." Hansu held his sword and said confidently, "Are you ready, Nebius?" Nebius heard and roared, "Who?" Termsu confidently said, "Let them see the power of our true friendship." Nebius flew close to the palace and the angels said in fear, "Not good, the dragon was about to attack. Scamper." Hansu stood proudly on Nebius's back looking towards the palace. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha." Hansu hit the angels, making them angrily say, "Stop, devil." System rang, race, Archangel, level 999 plus, profession, Knight, integrity, indomitable monk, skills, Holy System 555, spearmanship 55, indomitable 55, penetrating 55, horse riding 55, state, vigilance, fighting spirit. Hansu smiled happily and said, "It's a unicorn, so you've been hiding here all along." Nebius let out a loud roar, "Wow." Nebius was hit in the neck and cried loudly. Hansu smiled happily and said, "Teamwork, it's a good idea, Rice Cake." Rice Cake happily smiled and replied, "Yes." Hansu said, "Rice Cake, let's show them our teamwork ability." Rice Cake confidently said, "Yes, master." Nebius ferociously attacked the angels. An angel girl said loudly, "That is, all focused on attacking its head." Hansu looked at him and said contemptuously, "Only weak people use the majority to attack." The group of angels flew forward and hit Nebius on the head. Hansu said angrily, "Ha." The angel girl whose hand was held by Hansu said fiercely, "Don't touch the beast city with your dirty hands." Hansu was kicked in the stomach and said in pain, "It's a bit painful, you know." The angelic girl tried her best to fight back, but she was immediately kicked by Hansu and made her fall down. Hansu told the girl, "Don't just leave like that." The girl told her teammates, "Everyone watch out." Hansu confidently and arrogantly said, "This training course is not as difficult as I thought." The space opened and said, "Killing is not the goal of this training. Its purpose is for students to be able to evaluate and distinguish what is good and what is bad." Hansu looked surprised and said, "Oh, I think I have learned it." Space said, "Isn't that right?" Hansu nodded and said, "Yes, let me prove it with actions." Hansu called, "Rice Cake, how is the situation?" Rice Cake happily replied, "Yes, I feel the life of 986 individuals. And currently they are all gathered in the same place." Nebius discovered something and roared loudly, "Cheu, Cheu, Cheu." Appeared before her was an angel. Hansu seriously asked, "Are you the representative of the angels?" The friendly angel representative said, "Yes, hero, my name is Representative." Hansu said coldly, "I'll get straight to the point." The crowd told Hansu, "This guy is the victim, understand?" Hansu thought to himself, "What kind of harm was done? I understand." Hansu said coldly to the representative, "Because you were suddenly attacked by your angels before and were too aggressive now. Every time I think about it, my heart keeps pounding. So, I ask you to compensate me for the mental damage I suffered from the recent incident," Hansu said, laughing loudly. The space opened and said, "Kang Hansu, are you really hurt?" Hansu said with a suspicious face, "Why not? Don't I have the right to be like that?" An angel stood on the cliff, with a voice echoing today's chaos, "This is an inevitable fate and since you are the winner, I will fulfill your request." As he left, he said, "Even so, please spare the lives of the remaining people here, all of them have nothing to do with this." Suddenly there is a famous boy with an arrogance, "It depends on whether what you offer is enough to satisfy me or not." Kang Hansu stood up from above, looked down at the two people below, and asked what the main reward of this event was. One of the two people below immediately replied, "Yes, I'll bring it out right away." That person brought out 3 delicate yellow balls neatly placed in a box. That person confirmed that it was it. Kang Han-soo stood on the animal's head and smiled majestically as he spoke down. The blond man below held up the golden ball and stammered, "Wait, please wait a moment." The golden ball in that person's hand changed shape rapidly. Someone's feet gracefully landed on the ground. A pair of beautiful white wings appeared, accompanied by a mischievous voice respecting the great master. Next came the staff. The mischievous voice continued to echo his guardian angel. An active pink-shirted angel appears before your eyes. She is very cute, accompanied by a voice that is no less sexy than Ariel's personality, has responded to your call. Angel race, level 800, teaching profession. At this moment, she was so excited that she was sweating after the introduction. After seeing that, the angel breathed a sigh of relief. Kang Han-soo stood on his mount's head with his mouth, and eyes distorted. Shouting in anger is no different from a pile of trash. This is the end of the negotiation. At this time, a red sword with a super cute heart shape was raised. From the sword emitted spiritual energy, causing the two angels below to almost be blown away. The force of impact impacted the ball in the angel's hand. It immediately broke apart and was swept into space. The female angel also gradually disappeared and was scared. She screamed loudly about what was happening. The heart sword belongs to Kang Han-soo. From the sword emitted cursed spiritual energy that surrounded the sword's body. At this time, Kang Han-soo was also surprised to see the soul summoned from level 0 to level 5. The spiritual energy emitted from the sword became more and more intense. He suddenly let out an incomprehensible cry. It turned out to be spiritual energy emitted from the heart shape. The place where the spirit consciousness led was bound to the angel summoned from the orb, causing Kang Han-soo to widen his eyes and the little angel to stutter and tremble in fear, calling for Master. Kang Han-soo didn't understand anything as he held the sword and looked at it in bewilderment. Suddenly, a huge source of light emitted from the sword, causing Kang Han-soo to be caught off guard and have to dodge and cover his eyes with his hands. After the sword stabilized, the light had weakened, so Kang Han-soo dared to open his eyes and wonder what the heck was going on. On the holy sword, beautiful little wings appeared. When he discovered the unexpected wing turned out like that, he was a bit devastated. He firmly held the sword and looked at its transformation, shouting in panic as if to confirm what had just happened, "Comrades!" Suddenly, a stream of power erupted from the sword towards the sky, surprising Kang Han-soo and forgetting to cry. In the sky suddenly appeared a beautiful girl of mixed angel race, level 1 flying. She smiled, "Yes, master." Kang Han-soo stood motionless, holding the sword in his hand, tears still lingering in the corners of his eyes, ordering that angel to go inside. After that female angel crawled into the sword. Only then did Kang Han-soo begin to review information about that beautiful angel. Standing for a long time thinking, the angel shouted why nothing happened. It seemed like the security system of this place was not activated like at the temple, or something went wrong. Kang Han-soo stood on the back of the beast and laughed loudly and said that all the rewards belong to me, my work is done here. Kang Han-soo is in a purple space as bewildered as the Milky Way. He seems to be in a happy mood next to a purple ball. Suddenly the smile turned his eyes wide open and he let out a confused noise. It was a board that appeared with the words asking the hero if he had enjoyed this conference. He was confused and asked again, why did this board appear again? Next, the text on the transformation panel also changed. This time it read that the path to becoming a hero was truly arduous, but he did not give up on his dreams and hopes. Have countless good relationships with people who have encouraged and helped you. From them you have learned friendship and love, and after growing up together you are the ultimate winner. Congratulations guys. After reading it, Kang Han-soo immediately commented that it smelled like a model. Next, the board immediately displayed the words, now let's look at your scorecard. Kang Han-soo looked annoyed and said with an irritated face that it was just a festival and there was also scoring. The orb next to him didn't know what to say but panically explained that its purpose was to remind the heroes not to forget the things, what they have learned. High or low scores are just for reference, so you don't need to worry about anything. He was surprised and said, oh really? At this time his scorecard also appeared. Please check everything carefully. Full name Kang Han-soo, SSS strategy, SS achievements, FF status, F character. Notes: we have put a lot of effort into this conference. He looked at the board and smiled mischievously. Hee, it's worth it. The scoreboard looks nice. The words made the ball next to him helpless and unable to say anything more. At this moment, Kang Han-soo was surrounded by a bright light source. He said, please come again, reset again. At this moment, Kang Han-soo's surroundings were completely white. He opened one eye slightly and wondered where this was. In the end, Kang Han-soo reset everything and landed in a strange place, making him extremely confused and the sound of the ball making him scream in anger. The purple orb next to him said this. It seemed like the forced ending of the veteran convention had caused some unexpected problems in the system. This sentence also caught his attention, but he still looked at someone and said, "The little girl is a real teacher." With a face extremely confident in his abilities and techniques, he smiled wickedly and continued to say, "No need to worry. Because this guy will send you guys back to Earth soon." Asked the final 3 winners. Looking at the crowded crowd around, everyone was surprised by one person on this side, so they spoke up in panic, but there were not only 3 people here, so how could they receive the reward? As soon as this sentence ended, the sword he held in his hand quickly rushed forward at a speed as fast as an altar. Nothing could stop it. What the hell is going on? And as soon as this sentence ended, a sword flashed across the face of the person speaking. The slash was strong, fast, and came from someone who acted decisively. Everyone turned around to see how that guy was doing, and it turned out that the person using that sword was none other than Kang Han-soo standing in the distance. With a face extremely confident in his abilities and techniques, he smiled wickedly and continued to say that there was no need to worry, because this guy would send you guys back to Earth soon. Immediately after this sentence ended, the sword he held in his hand quickly rushed forward with lightning-fast speed that nothing could stop. Just like that, a battle like World War II appeared. Everyone around here immediately rushed to fight because no one gave anyone their reward, but every match must end. Right now there is a winner standing in front of that group of bushes, that person laughing loudly as he looks down at those who think they are stronger than others. It turned out that the winner was none other than Kang Han-soo. With the spirit of the strongest person, he laughed loudly and said that the timing was good, and Kang Han-soo's information sheet also changed to from killing to massacre. When people in the distance witnessed the massacre, they were so frightened that they lost their minds, and kept muttering and shouting that we give up, we give up. Looking at the backs of everyone running away without a single drop of blood on their faces, Kang Han-soo, with the mindset of a winner, happily spoke up and said, "Good, very good, that was a very wise choice." With a devilish face, Kang Han-soo immediately pondered. He used his eyes to look forward, smiled victoriously, then spoke up to see. Looking at those who still survived until the final battle, angry and indignant at having to confront him, he did not hesitate to count them 1 by 1, 2, 3, etc. At this point, Kang Han-soo immediately pondered and thought that he was also 6, and just like that he thought so much that he didn't realize there was a sneak attacker behind him. He shouted and used a knife. The long, pointed purple color with a hostile meaning rushed in to attack the back of Kang Han-soo's head. However, human calculation is not as good as God's calculation. Immediately that guy was mercilessly punched in the face. It turned out that everything was already in Kang Han-soo's plan. At this point, he just smiled faintly, spoke up and said it was 6. As he spoke, Kang Han-soo used a sarcastic tone and said that if you really want a sneak attack, you should know how to keep your mouth shut. After hearing that sentence, 2 people used both hands to point straight at their faces of Kang Han-soo as if wanting to destroy him. But as fast as Kang Han-soo was, he could easily avoid those attacks like a feather. He used his body to jump lightly in the air as easily as possible, not giving those sneaky attackers the satisfaction of destroying him. However, even so, the 2 men did not give up and immediately came up with an idea, and the 2 brothers grabbed each other's wrists tightly. Then a bigger guy took charge of standing firmly on the ground, and at the same time pushing the other guy up. She also took this opportunity to use her long, slim legs as an attack weapon, to destroy him, kill Kang Han-soo. But when he saw the effort of those 2 guys to knock him down, he immediately laughed contemptuously. Kang Han-soo gently dodged that vicious attack. He laughed breathlessly and sarcastically said that he missed the toilet. However, it did not stop there. Below the ground appeared a magical light, a light of magical movement. The level was not light, causing Kang Han-soo to see it and have to open his eyes. It turned out that the other guy was now bracing himself to summon his most modern weapon. He aimed straight at the target, Kang Han-soo, floating in the air. At the same time, the person who had just been thrown up immediately turned back to form blue flames. Both red and blue flames were heading straight towards him. Those 2 terrible powers just like that directly impact each other. It seems that if anyone gets stuck in the middle, it will immediately be crushed by the terrible power of those 2 things. At the same time, in a radius of 10 kilometers, all the ground was wiped clean and nothing remained. At this time, the girl with her confident smile asked if she could handle it yet. However, she herself underestimated Kang Han-soo's abilities. Along with being so confident in his own strength that he didn't notice that he was behind him, with a pair of destructive eyes, Kang Han-soo gently answered that not yet. Having finished speaking, the girl was immediately sent flying to the ground. The blow caused the ground to crack. She was directly affected by the blow and immediately fell down without moving. The man in front right now, seeing his teammate being beaten to a pulp like that, immediately got angry and ran back, shouting with his fists that he was a brat. But in just a few seconds, Kang Han-soo used his extraordinary ability to gently block his attack. By giving him a very light but damaging fist, he smiled contemptuously and said, "Shut up." But when he finished saying this sentence, his face immediately turned back to look at something with a slight surprise. The other guy with a crazy look in his eyes refused to give in. He shouted indignantly that I won't let you lay a single finger on her. With a face like a devil, Kang Han-soo suddenly showed a cruel smile. He looked at the weak guy and then asked, "What's wrong?" Because he had angered him, he immediately quickly escaped from that place and rushed forward like lightning. Then, at the speed of the altar, Kang Han-soo turned his body towards the tired person sitting, the person he considered a treasure. At this moment, the girl saw this and was immediately frightened and confused, not understanding what would happen next. However, even so, she did not have the strength to protect herself anymore, because everything had been done. It's all gone from Kang Han-soo's spiritual summoning and attack. Kang Han-soo on this side was angered by the guy from before. He immediately showed an evil smile, pulled out the sword he had prepared, and stepped forward, preparing to stab the woman's throat in front. Seeing his loved one about to be killed like that guy was really panicking. He used all his remaining strength to rush forward to catch up with Kang Han-soo. He was worried as he ran. Tin shouted to stop. But however, Kang Han-soo didn't leave him alone. With his extremely savage face, he turned around and smiled like a real devil, then said peekaboo. As quickly as he was angry, Kang Han-soo swung his sword towards that guy's face, making him speechless, a sword strike that was both fierce and powerful, coming from the power of the user as well as from the legendary sword. With just one slash like that, Kang Han-soo was able to immediately cut off that guy's head along with the girl's head, causing the two people's heads to separate from their bodies. Like a hell of a winner, Kang Han-soo confidently stepped forward as he walked, happily saying that it was really easy to fall in love with couples like this. But before he could take a few steps, there was a loud laugh and then he shouted that he was such an evil boy that Kang Han-soo heard it and had to turn around to see who was speaking. Even though he witnessed the tragic scene just now, he still did not know the terrible power lurking in that child's body. Live your life, I will personally teach you a lesson. However, before he could finish speaking, a knife from your sword fell on his side. However, before he could finish, there was a knife from your sword. He ran down next to him. Looking at the long, straight crack on the ground, he laughed loudly and then proudly said one word. With a very comfortable mood, Kang Han-soo smiled evilly and continued speaking. Now there are only 3 people left, which means that the final reward for the winner he will definitely win without hesitation. There is little any difficulty. The first person was a swordsman who was level 999 plus of a high-level human race. Looking at his strength in front of him, this girl's state completely fell into desperate tension. The next person is the second person of the race and is also a high-level person of 999 plus and is a witch. After witnessing her uncle's massacre, she also fell into a very tense state without realizing it. Can relax. Kang Han-soo on this side witnessed those 2 beautiful girls being tense. He immediately sat in a corner and sighed, then smiled and said to relax, I won't do anything to you two. The witch was now in an extremely worried and confused mood. She was scared and asked if he had done something about it during this conference. Looking at Kang Han-soo leisurely smiling in front, she worriedly spoke up and continued, and because of the reward of the 3-winner event, you kept the lives of the 2 of us, right? But even if the girl was telling the truth, he didn't care right now, but always happily thinking that the event would end in about 1 minute. When the girl saw that you didn't answer like that, she got mad and said that maybe you don't know my real name, but I'm sure you've heard of the name Yoma, right? Why did you ignore me from the beginning? That's the end. With a slightly confident smile, Yoma pointed straight at Kang Han-soo's face and said, I will remember this face of yours when we return to Earth and we will have a good conversation. Even so, he just felt helpless and wondered if this grandmother was a stalker or something. Next, the information board continues to appear and on it is written that the 10 minutes has expired. The last 3 winners have chosen to cooperate and survive together. A large amount of experience points will be awarded to all 3 for making this difficult choice together. Congratulations. Kang Han-soo then felt happy with his reward, looked at it in his hand with a confident smile, then spoke up and said something else that he didn't know. And the reward is not only that, he also gets to increase 1 level each infinite mode from pressing to E, from Festival F to E and finally Holy System 555 changes to the highest system. On this side, the two girls, after receiving the reward, immediately disappeared, both thanking him at this time. Before leaving, the witch did not forget to remind you that I will definitely find you. However, before he could do anything, Kang Han-soo immediately received a shocking notification that he would start checking again. In the empty house at this moment, there were gentle calls, "Hi, hi," and then a loud shout, "Hi, wake up quickly." Hearing this, Kang Han-soo was startled and opened his eyes wide, looking at the strange scene before him with a panic, and suddenly he muttered to himself, wondering if he was the second brother. It turned out that the person who screamed was a girl with flowing blonde hair standing in front of him. With a kind heart, she gently said, "My unemployed brother, hurry up, let's wake up." As she spoke, she smiled the brightest smile like the morning sunlight of the sun, and that smile seemed like the first quality of affection of a close family that nothing could compare to, equal. After that, the scene moved to the village, where people were still busy trading and working hard to improve the lives of themselves and their families every day. The children were playing and shouting in the morning sunlight, while the mothers and fathers were busy, some carrying groceries on their shoulders, others still holding baskets of newly washed clothes. When they returned, they smiled happily at each other to welcome a new working day full of efficiency and capacity. And in the distance, there was a horse-drawn carriage slowly weaving its way through the miles ahead. Kang Han-soo had an extremely indignant face, so red as if he had just eaten a chili. At this moment, he was right to say that he was angry. There is no rule stating that only when summoned can one be called a "Where's the hero?" That's why he turned this guy into a barefoot farmer with wide eyes. But the sister behind him saw him so angry and didn't understand what was going on. She smiled to appease him. His brother was so angry that he continued to say that he should quickly change his clothes and let's have breakfast together. Seeing her smile so brightly, his face immediately became darker. Kang Han-soo thoughtfully called La Nouvelle. On this side, the little girl saw her brother call her like that, and she only knew, smiled and replied that his beautiful and cute little sister La Nouvelle, not at all like him, was listening. Accompanied by pretending to be stupid and dangerous, he pretended to be thoughtful and asked what his brother's name was. "Quickly say it." La Nouvelle heard that and immediately discovered something. La Nouvelle laughed sinisterly and continued to speak. "Why are you suddenly asking such a strange question? My second brother's name is my second brother. What else? If you don't tell me, how will I know your name?" Coming here, he saw that even that gentle sister dared to bully his older brother like that, and he immediately fell into so much silence that the space became silent and the scenery seemed to be sad along with him. Looking at the pile of clothes and blankets filled to the brim on the dresser, Kang Han-soo did not accept his fate but thought indignantly that he was born in a certain place and then had to play pretend to be a family. Not satisfied with the fate that God had bestowed upon him, but also with dissatisfaction in his heart, he quickly took off the childish clothes he was wearing, bitterly thinking to himself that if that was the case, why didn't he change it for him, an outfit suitable for this game? On this side, the younger sister saw her brother seeing this and brought with her a not very pure soul. She covered her eyes and blushed and shouted, "What are you planning to do in front of my sister?" Looking at La Nouvelle with a soul that likes to read Japanese novels, Kang Han-soo immediately felt annoyed, threw his jacket straight in his face to stop him from thinking nonsense and shouted, "Shut up!" After that, while walking around the house to check the situation, Kang Han-soo scratched his aching head and reflected that fortunately there was no one else in this family other than him and little La Nouvelle. However, before he could finish thinking, La Nouvelle happily spoke up and said that he would wait a while for me to finish washing this outfit, then I would give it to you next. When he heard that, he returned to the sentence. I replied that I don't need it anymore, you can do whatever you want. Naturally, right after saying this sentence, then his face became surprised and his eyes widened. Because I saw something miraculous happen before my eyes. It turned out that because he said he didn't need that shirt, La Nouvelle immediately opened an empty space inside, and while putting away the shirt in that space, she happily spoke up and said, "We'll take it away." In the space she summoned, which is the fourth dimension. It is also the highest level auxiliary spell, and it was not until near the end of the first adventure of Kang Han-soo's life that La Nouvelle learned it. However, this time it was completely different from that time. He wondered if her stats this time had also changed. Thinking of this, his face became more surprised than ever. It turned out that above La Nouvelle's head appeared a datasheet, and on it was known that human race, level 200, scholar profession, magic knowledge, magic skill A, magic A, seduces B, cooks B, and so on, and indeed after looking at that datasheet, Kang Han-soo points out the only explanation. If so, there is only one answer, which is that her knowledge has been greatly supplemented by the gods of Fantasie. Looking at La Nouvelle in front, he thought that even though he didn't know what knowledge was injected into her head during this test, I can be sure that she will use it to keep me under their control, and perhaps the fact that she is my sister is also part of this plan. Knowing part of the plan of those gods, Kang Han-soo with sharp eyes immediately saw the gentle sister in front of him turn into a devil. With a defensive attitude he told himself that he must be careful with that girl. And to be sure, whatever you do, you have to do it alone. Of course, thinking that you should do it immediately, you immediately leave the house, not for a second or a moment to be involved or in front of La Nouvelle again. Immediately after leaving the house, Kang Han-soo summoned a purple panel. Looking at it, he thoughtfully thought that he had to check his status first. Of course, thinking that he had to move immediately, he immediately entered his ID into that board. And after a few operations, the information inside immediately appeared before his eyes. All the parameters on his status board were set to the maximum number, which was 5. Part every number is 5, a towering number. It's true that the more you look at it, the more beautiful it is. However, even the infinite skill he had just received, number 1, could not prevent the level from restarting. And looking down at the bottom line on the board, there was also a line that said, "I'm afraid the racial barrier will disappear." When Kang Han-soo saw that, he immediately thought to himself that it's not like it's useless or anything, because it also has a pretty interesting effect. After thinking for a while, Kang Han-soo used up all his brain matter and neurons, but in the end Kang Han-soo still gave up and said to himself, "But now no matter how much I think about it, it's useless, understand what it means, so it's best to move on to the current problem that needs to be solved." Then his information panel appeared right before his eyes, analyzing the skill names along with the techniques he had acquired during the previous training period. Clicking on the words, "No matter what, it's 0% divine," he thought to himself, because the 6th test started so quickly, I didn't have time to check it thoroughly, but I thought I was doing it to the max, already capable. Then the board appears. It is information that you have reached the growth limit in the normal level. To break the limit, you must use other skills such as materials, and the higher the experience of material skills, the more experience gained from the transcendent level, the more proficiency in normal skills will no longer apply. When Kang Han-soo heard that, his face immediately turned sour. He pouted and then angrily asked about the mechanism to break the limit. But suddenly the purple ball of energy from before appeared horizontally in Kang Han-soo's mind, then suddenly appeared behind him. Speaking of which, I also thought that the mechanism was quite crazy. Because it is so difficult, many students at the Advanced Training Center have had to give up upgrading their skills to superior levels. It turned out that the energy ball was the method of communication between Kang Han-soo and the intern teacher. When they met, they happily smiled and greeted each other. At this time, the teacher said that it was the seniors who once again arranged for me to be in charge of you, but have you gotten used to the new testing environment yet? As soon as she finished asking the question, the intern teacher saw Kang Han-soo's face contorted like a monkey's ass. At this point, the teacher sighed helplessly and then muttered and said it seemed like it was not yet. However, if you bring a brave heart, dare to accept challenges and accept all difficulties, at best there will be no way back. He immediately cracked his knuckles and said it was difficult, but that didn't mean he couldn't do it. Looking at him like that, the teacher was confused and worried and reminded him to decide carefully. Looking at the indicator above the information board, she continued to say that the process of breaking the limit was no different than pouring water into a bottomless tank. But even if she advised her 100 times like that, Kang Han-soo now brought with him the enthusiastic determination of youth to dare to face the challenge, so he immediately replied, "Don't worry, intern teacher." While smiling like a world ruler, Kang Han-soo excitedly spoke up and said that for a hero like me who has to take the 6th test, sacrificing a few skills is just a small thing for me. Stop. With this same spirit of determination to win, he continued to say that it was time to break the savings piggy bank that I had been saving for so long. But even if he beat that pig, at this point the limit index would only increase to 6%. With a huge disappointment, Kang Han-soo helplessly asked if it was only 6%. And indeed, the previous index was like a slap in Kang Han-soo's face, and the illusion in his mind was no longer there. At this point his face became really scared and sweating. Kang Han-soo was frightened as if he had just encountered a ghost and stammered out that he was still alive and not dead. The teacher looked worried and had to ask if he was okay. But after a while, the numbers on the information board also changed rapidly, the first being level A. Then the top line of the information index has also been changed to another place, and that is the S level. However, the most changes in those rankings were just a limited index increase of up to 28%, and then it completely stopped. That 28% number was like a right hand, slapping Kang Han-soo's limitless confidence in the mouth just now, not letting him raise his head. At this point he let out a sigh of both helplessness and secret worry. I don't think it's enough. Seeing how sad her beloved student was, the intern teacher was worried and asked why don't we just leave him alone, because if he continued, his skills would be ruined. Receiving words of comfort from that kind intern teacher, he sighed deeply and confided that thank you for worrying about me, but... Looking at the balloon posted to contact the intern teacher, he continued to talk about the loss of the present compared to that time. It's not even a month, as Kang Han-soo said. He had a headache remembering the past and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Among Kang Han-soo's experiences and tests, it is necessary to mention his first adventure in the world of killing that lasted 10 years. Whether its outcome is bad or good, it is still a part of the life that Kang Han-soo must face and go through, as well as his destiny to follow that path. However, the moment he was brought back to that same room was also the moment Kang Han-soo realized that his 10 years of effort had all turned into zero. Thinking about the difficult and arduous experiences in the past until now, Kang Han-soo looked back at himself when he encountered that small difficult situation that was unimaginable and thought to himself that compared to the loss at that time. Then this pile of skills that were only collected within a year, just said the space will rise but will radiate, all crumbled before Kang Han-soo's eyes. Continuing to look at the difficulties he had gone through today, he smiled sinisterly, then went straight to the information board and continued to say that it was really just a small matter. At this time, Kang Han-soo's footsteps slowly moved forward step by step, and that halo of light also appeared and spread throughout his body, like a warm glow from the outside sun. When people saw that light, they had to squint because its brightness was extremely strong. The woman next to them immediately panicked and said, "Oh my God!" Not only that, the man was also worried and confused and not understanding what happened. He stammered out how he did it. It turned out that at this time, Kang Han-soo, with an extremely excited and cheerful face, happily laughed loudly, then shouted that poor villagers, "Please listen to my words and look into my eyes." Like a god of light, Kang Han-soo stood directly on high and laughed loudly, then declared, "Look into my eyes like that, then the blessings of the gods will come to you." That everyone, when the surrounding people saw that, they immediately gathered to see if it was true. One person spoke up and said this sacred feeling, then they replied in unison, "Saint, definitely a saint," and as a result, an information board appeared stating that race, marriage, level 13, hero job increased by 500%. Seeing that information board right in front of his eyes, Kang Han-soo was so happy that he couldn't cry out loud. He smiled with a satisfied face. Kang Han-soo thought to himself, even though he felt a tear in his stomach when he saw the status board, drum 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 drum, but now anyway. Dad is a god, he happily thought to himself while looking at the information in front of the board, admiring himself. And the scene moved to the other villages, the same village under the shimmering sunlight. The people were still busy doing their business. 2 weeks had passed, thanks to the villagers treating the emerging saint extremely well. Kang Han-soo's character points no longer need to be worried. And wherever he went, people gave him the best things from the apples just picked from the tree. Seeing him handing out a woman, she happily called out to the saint to accept, not just a man, also showed off his newly sewn shirt. He happily looked at him and said that this too, and everyone simultaneously showed off the latest finished products that they had made or that they had just bought. But even if you don't have to worry about your dignity anymore, there's no need to rush to kill the Demon King, because even if you kill him in one day, graduation still won't take a long time, any longer, and I'll die. At this moment, Kang Han-soo's face immediately became bewildered as he pondered about a futures full of fatigue and darkness. Remembering what the intern teacher said before, she said that living organisms only grow when they are provided with all the necessary nutrients. Then she said the information that Transcendent Skill Z is similar. You can't just cram in one type of skill continuously to make it level up. Hearing those words, Kang Han's face then became even more stupid. He was so angry that he couldn't speak but could only swear and swear. Remembering the actions he used to raise his skill level, he cried in his heart. With a repentant soul, he turned around and thought of Molong, then told himself that he was sorry for abusing him, the power of the Master Molong. And immediately after realizing his mistake, Kang Han-soo quickly cast magic, casting the demon's strong purple fire. He thought to himself in preparation for evolving other skills, in the future, I have to acquire more skills, but right now there are loud calls for brother, brother, brother. As soon as he heard the voice, he knew that the person calling was his sister. At this moment, Kang Han-soo was so angry that he frowned and shouted no. But even after saying that, his sister Lu Niva still opened the door. Rushing in, she happily and innocently with a teenage soul spoke up and said, "Don't do that. Listen to me because you don't know what I'm going to say yet." At this point Lu Niva began to tell the story she heard. She told the legend that behind the village we live in the northern forest there is a small lake that is also the home of a beautiful mermaid village lives. She continued to say that the special thing was that if the chosen hero visited that place, she would bring the powerful holy sword lying at the bottom of the lake to him. Hearing his younger sister say that, Kang Han-soo immediately fell into a fighting state, using one hand to push his face away while pondering, thinking about the holy sword. According to legend, this place is the northern continent of the world of Phantom. Looking at the M-shaped mountain over there, he himself can confirm that. And the sword of fantasy will usually be located on Mountain M, a well-known mountain as well as the most famous mountain in the history of mankind. Below the grave of the last hero will be the #1 sword in the auto-battle function. Then he turned back to look at his younger sister Lu Niva, who was happily smiling in front of her. She was innocent and ready to fight and shouted, "Let's go, let's go." Kang Han-soo immediately fell into a trance. I thought to myself, why would I buy a lake? Not understanding what was going on, he wondered if it was some hidden item like his #2 sword. Oh well. At this point, he just calmly replied that he didn't care. Seeing that, his sister got angry at her stupid brother and then shouted why. But before he could finish his sentence, his older brother mercilessly kicked him out of the house and screamed loudly. When his sister left, the space became quiet and suitable for deep contemplation. Kang Han-soo silently told himself that the relationship between a holy sword and a hero is like a sword and a scabbard, because currently, he himself already has sword #2 in his hand, so looking for sword #1 is almost meaningless. As soon as he summoned the spiritual energy in his body, those purple flames carrying the demon's power surrounded Kang Han-soo's body. He tried to use his internal energy and then told himself that he should focus on preparing lots of skills first. However, human calculation is not as good as God's calculation. Right at this moment, a man in the village with an extremely frightened look quickly opened the door and rushed in, then shouted loudly, "Saint, please help me with this child, my daughter is very sick." But after hearing that, Kang Han-soo just sprayed glue and froze on the spot because he still didn't understand what was going on. However, soon the scene moved to a house, not far from where Kang Han-soo had just performed magic. The scene transitions to a little girl with a severe fever, her sweat pouring out in streams. Looking at his child suffering from that fever, the father was heartbroken and said, "Because her fever is too severe." So in order to prepare the special medicine, water from the legendary lake that was blessed by a mermaid, Lu Niva saw the situation that was helping his foolish brother was needed. When I went to look for that sword, I happily nodded repeatedly. Next he continued, but because lately there have been a suspicious number of monsters suddenly appearing in the forest, so I wanted to ask you to hear someone asking your brother to give him a chance to urge him to go, looking for the holy sword. The younger sister happily turned around with eyes as innocent as pearls and she smiled brightly, her spirit sparkling in the space. However, both of them could not have expected that. Right at this moment, Kang Han-soo could quickly cure that persistent fever for her, but the other girl immediately stood up healthy and happily spoke up saying that her father, "Oh, I'm hungry." On this side, he continued to ask, with an angry, red face as if he had just eaten chili peppers, what the reward would be. Seeing that, the other man was confused and poured out a glass of milk and then helplessly said, "I will give you a glass of milk that I just gave you this morning because it came from a young and strong mare." But before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted. Kang Han-soo was thoughtful and didn't say enough, causing him to stand still and stiffen with glue. Unable to move for a few seconds, Kang Han-soo brought one with him and angrily shouted that his beloved daughter's life was only worth a glass of horse's milk. "Don't you think it's unreasonable?" VCL saw that and the people also stood there in unison. The window replied, "Yes, he looks like a saint. I am very disappointed in the mustache." When the other side saw that, he immediately cried and cried, then spoke up and said, "Everyone said I should give you a new foal that was born recently." And indeed, through this mission, his information and statistics increased by 1 level, in terms of money excitement as well as transactions. Seeing himself benefit like that, Kang Han-soo laughed in a devilish way. "Speak up and say so." After that, time passed by and the scene had turned to dusk. Lu Niva looked at the sunset figure in the distance, sighed and then spoke up to answer, "Brother, you really are feeling sad," she said sadly. "That should have been a good opportunity for us to witness the legendary lake." But before his sister could finish speaking, with an extremely unpleasant face, he immediately responded that it had been resolved so smoothly and yet he was still dissatisfied. "Use your finger to point straight at her head. If you keep talking, it's like what happened to her while we were looking for ingredients, but we encountered such a fatal question Lu Ni and I didn't know how to answer so I could only open my eyes wide and endure the attack." On this side, the teacher's contact ball immediately appeared. She asked if it was an arrangement for him to find the holy sword on the way to find ingredients. Hearing her say that, he immediately sighed in surprise, force and replied that there is no need to worry. In turn, teacher, looking at the ball in front of Kang Han-soo, he said to himself, "This 6th time, I decided that I would do what the lecturer asked, otherwise he would make things difficult for me." Then, looking at his stage sister, he thought that this is the only way I can treat this annoying Lu Niva like a real sister. Then looking at the uncle in the village who had just asked him to cure his pathetic daughter, Kang Han-soo continued to think and help the other two villagers as best he could. And finally, after so much effort, now Kang Han-soo can breathe a sigh of relief. He thinks everything is fine until now will be the time to practice that skill. However, it seemed like everything was going quite well. Then immediately a tall man grabbed a person's hand with his pig's trotter's hand. He tightened his grip on the person's wrist. The person then laughed sinisterly, hee hee hee. With an extremely dark and malicious heart that could not control his desires, he said dirty words that in such a remote place there were also delicious goods, not only him but also other people. His accomplice was also extremely brazen. While looking at her with sinister eyes, his accomplice laughed and said, "Come here, let me hug you." Not only did they stop, they immediately oppressed the good people and burned food warehouses and houses where good people lived around. When the leader saw this, he immediately laughed loudly, saying, "I'm starting to like this village." And the leader's eyes immediately turned straight to the two Kang Han-soo brothers, then looked at Lu Niva, that guy who didn't know the sky or the earth, and immediately took on an old goat face and said, "There's still a very white kid over there." Also very ostentatious and confident, he used a noble voice to scorn Kang Han-soo and then continued to speak, even bringing his boyfriend with him. Seeing these idiots who don't know what the sky is and how wide it is right now, Kang Han-soo just stood silently watching how they were about to be slapped. With an extremely fierce face, he smiled contemptuously, frowned his eyebrows, used his hand to call the group of people like dogs, then used the tone of a devil to speak, "That you trash guys make your father angry, that's it." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Han-soo immediately summoned sunlight magic right in his hand. That sunlight shone brightly across the entire village, making those guys who saw that brilliant halo so enlightened that they could only laugh but didn't know what else to say. Immediately, the glass table around 5 kilometers was swept away by the explosion. Everything in this country was swept away with just one summoning finger of Kang Han-soo. The most confident guys in the group immediately lay on the spot, their eyes turned white, their souls flew out of their bodies without saying anything, but after saying that they were truly beaten to a pulp and still beaten, the words he said earlier slapped him in the face. Seeing the desolate scene around him, Kang Han-soo smiled contemptuously and continued to say that the mercenaries were all dead. "If you don't say it then just say it, you have to say it for sure." At this moment, Kang Han-soo angrily raised his finger, then laughed contemptuously and said, "Who do you think this is?" After that massacre, the level of brutality pressure level killing has become E-level killing, increased by 1 level. The intern teacher saw him like that and immediately said that this was the debut battle after the hero received the sword. Hearing that information, Kang Han-soo's face immediately became surprised, but he actually asked a question. In Kang Han-soo's hand, a sword will appear. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be a low-level sword, but it also has quite respectable power. As a ritual after achieving something important in his life, Kang Han-soo adjusted his voice seriously. Immediately he raised his sword and shouted loudly for everyone to hear that I was the hero, and everyone in the surrounding villagers who heard that also cheered happily, celebrating the victory for his villagers, me. Village chief, Kang Han-soo's voice spoke up. He glanced towards the hole containing a mountain of dead people thrown into it by the villagers. The village chief did not say a word at this time but just silently looked at Kang Han-soo, who was thinking, if anyone asked, he would say. Then suddenly Kang Han-soo pointed at himself. He frowned slightly and continued, saying that it was the hero who did this. The village chief remained silent, but in his heart he completely understood Kang Han-soo's intention, and the nearby corpse pit also began to be filled to the brim. When the sun rose, it was also the time when Kang Han-soo said goodbye to the villagers to continue his journey. The sound of goodbye echoed throughout the village gate. After the war, Lanuvel completely returned to her original happy and positive state. I admit that my brother is not so bad, she said while smiling and jumping around. As for Kang Han-soo, he still kept a cold attitude, said little, just lead the way to the lake, he said, still leisurely following Lanuvel. She heard that and immediately replied, yes. Kang Han-soo saw this and thought to himself, even though the plot is a bit chaotic, its ending may not change if I set out to find the strongest sword. Kang Han-soo paused for a moment, still concerned about the villagers. As for the villagers, he thought, I have taught them quite a few ways to fight back in case they are attacked by mercenaries in the future, so they will. It's okay. Kang Han-soo glanced at the surrounding space and continued his previous line of thought. At this rate, my reputation and dignity scores will definitely be very disappointing, but I also dare to hope that the so-called judges will not. I'm very grateful if you play tricks on me, he thought, suddenly arriving at the vast jungle. Suddenly Lanuvel spoke, "It's here, this is the place, brother." Hearing that, Kang Hansu reflexively looked up. Fresh air, sunshine in the blue water, fresh flowers and grass appeared before the two of them. The lake they have been looking for is appearing before their eyes, a clear blue lake nestled in the middle of a forest in a mountain range. Suddenly Kang Hansu pulled out his sword and took a defensive stance. It felt like there was something arranged here or something, he said seriously. This action made Lanuvel standing behind him a bit surprised, but so she still reassured herself, "Are you guys awake?" Kang Hansu immediately turned back to look at Lanuvel with a scary expression and said, "But did you know that mermaids often suddenly break their necks or pounce from behind?" Hearing that, Lanuvel immediately lost her friendliness, and at the same time, suddenly a figure appeared behind her. Feeling something, Lanuvel quickly turned around reflexively, and next to her suddenly appeared a mermaid with characteristic fish-like ears. "Hyvik!" Lanuvel screamed in fear, while Kang Hansu stood behind him and laughed happily. "See, I almost lost my life." Immediately the mermaid spoke up to justify, "I didn't intend to kill anyone. What kind of people do you think our mermaid tribe is?" she said, quite angry. Hearing that, Kang Hansu immediately responded, "A race of deceitful eels that always find ways to seduce young men and then suck something out of them." The mermaid immediately looked at him with disgust and screamed, "Come on, where does that evil definition come from?" Then the mermaid sighed and continued, "Even though I had heard that there were people who were hostile to the mermaid clan, but to witness it with my own eyes like this, it was truly shocking." Instead of sympathizing and apologizing to Kang Hansu, the mermaid, he spoke very calmly, and when he was done talking nonsense, he brought out the holy sword. As soon as he heard those two words, the mermaid holy sword changed 180 degrees and seriously affirmed that the month sword could only be given to a hero. The mermaid's momentum immediately increased. She rose from the water and pointed at Kang Hansu and said, "I will check to see if you are a person worthy of the title of hero. Please come over, east of this forest where the mutant salamander lives. Take it down and cut off its horns." Having said this, the mermaid suddenly stopped. In front of her eyes at this moment was Kang Hansu's sword. The red holy sword with a heart completely blocked her line of speech. "Look," Kang Hansu spoke briefly. The two of them looked at each other silently and said nothing. "Why did he suddenly become a hero?" the mermaid asked in surprise. Kang Hansu coldly replied, knowing that was fine. I understand, please wait a moment," the mermaid said and immediately swung his tail and dived into the lake. Kang Hansu's face at this moment became extremely sinister. He curled his mouth and said, "Fortunately this mermaid's head changed gears quickly, saving him a bit of tongue lashing," when suddenly Lanuvel called out. "What?" Kang Hansu frowned slightly. "I gently reminded you that, if the hero's wish is enough, he can change from the old sword to the new sword. Also, when the older brother talks to the cute younger sister, he has to make a smiling face. What's with that expression?" While they were arguing, the Sayosi mermaid also turned around. She was surprised, called out, "Hero Nim." "Here it is," the mermaid said with a smile. She held up the holy sword and commented, "This is the strongest holy sword." But Kang Hansu suddenly became annoyed and asked, "What does it have that is considered the strongest?" "Very good question," the mermaid shouted excitedly. "Inside this sword is the noble and beautiful soul of a hero from ancient times. Before leaving this world, she sealed her soul inside the holy sword and waited for the next hero, according to the world." The mermaid hugged her sword as she continued, "Her fighting experience and knowledge will be of great help in the future, not to mention her sweet voice." "Then what?" Kang Hansu immediately poured a bucket of cold water on the mermaid's head, leaving her speechless. "Ugh!" the mermaid exclaimed in frustration. "Is there anything else besides the soul?" Kang Hansu continued to ask in annoyance. The mermaid continued to speak, "You will be tutored one-on-one by the previous hero, a noble and beautiful person. If that isn't enough for you, isn't that a bit greedy?" "Hey," Kang Hansu sighed, "you ignorant mermaid. Look closely here," he said. Suddenly the sword in his hand glowed. From within the sword suddenly appeared an extremely beautiful angel. As soon as she saw Kang Hansu, she immediately called out, "Who is the owner of this place?" As soon as he finished speaking, this angel immediately wrapped his arms around Kang Hansu's waist very affectionately. "Happy angel leans on your shoulder, my holy sword," Kang Hansu said. Having superhuman fighting abilities along with rice cakes and powerful resurrection skills, Kang Hansu proudly shows off to the mermaid. Just with the voice of a certain pathetic hero who had been slaughtered even though he had not defeated the Demon King, what age needed to be put on the scale of comparison? At the same time the mermaid was captivated by the power of the sword. Kang Hansu immediately said in a serious voice, "If you understand, then you should throw that iron rod back where it belongs." Seeing this, Lanuvel immediately ran over to help the mermaid, who was silently reassessing his sword. The second brother was a bit too talkative. Suddenly, the mermaid threw away the holy sword and said, "I'm sorry, how strong is this thing?" Lanuvel heard that and shouted loudly, "Is this okay?" The dumpling ball next to him sighed and said to Kang Hansu, "It's okay," he replied. "Maybe something's wrong. It seems like the main storyline was interrupted or something." At the same time, Lanuvel was trying to comfort the sad mermaid. Seeing that, Kang Hansu tilted his head and thought, will reversing the order like this have any consequences? That, maybe, the black ball said. "Will the soul inside that sword hold any important secrets?" Kang Hansu heard the orb say that and immediately nodded. "Oh, you're right." Having said that, Kang Hansu walked towards the mermaid and said, "Mermaid, can you bring that holy sword up here?" But the mermaid's shock of being humiliated earlier was so great that she still couldn't recover, so she sadly asked, "Why do you need that pile of trash?" "There's something you need to ask him." Kang Hansu sighed helplessly in response. Immediately the mermaid's attitude became happier. She happily said, "Oh my god, do you really want to hear stories from an old virgin like that?" This change in the mermaid's attitude made Lanuvel must gasp. "Truly a compassionate hero," the mermaid said as she took out the holy sword. Lanuvel saw that and immediately urged him to open it quickly. She was immediately threatened by Kang Hansu. "Calm down, if you say more, I'll give you a ticket to the lake to visit." "You're so cruel." Lanuvel was angry, replied angrily. As soon as Kang Hansu pulled the holy sword out of its scabbard, a stream of blue light suddenly emitted around his body. Lanuvel was holding a glowing sword and running on the road. The sword emitted an extremely dazzling blue light. As she walked, she introduced the new hero inside the sword. When Lanuvel finished introducing himself, "Hanso has named the sword from now on. You will be sword number 3, understand?" The sword asked curiously, "You're a hero, right?" Before he finished speaking, Hanso stopped him, saying that it was enough to mention a few achievements and tasks that he needed to achieve in the future. The sword immediately obeyed Hanso's orders and together began a new journey. The sword said that in order to use the sword's power to the maximum, you must improve your swordsmanship and get extremely good. Every day, perform vertical and horizontal slashes, each 500 times. Everything will be extremely difficult at first, but with the qualities of a hero, the more effective it will become over time. Before he could finish speaking, Hanso used his sword to slash the tree branch in front, creating an extremely large explosion. As the sword in his hand evaporated, Hanso saw that there was nothing special about this sword. If it were sword number 2, the mountain would have been cut in half. The sword was still not knowing what had just happened, confused and about to give the next task to Hanso, but he directly gave the sword to Lanuvel. Lanuvel felt that the sword body was too heavy. "Take this opportunity to work out your biceps." Lanuvel pulled the blade out and the blade became smaller to fit her size, making Lanuvel very happy because the sword was lighter than before. And Hanso scornfully walked away while criticizing a useless feature. Suddenly Lanuvel called out to his second brother. Hanso turned around. Lanuvel said, according to what the ant in the sword said, "There is an ancient ruin located north of here." Hanso immediately asked if the north was that mountain. Lanuvel told him no, it was farther than this mountain. "That place is where my aunt used to train when she was young. That place is known by the name of the training cave." Hanso replied, "And that place can only be found by heroes, right?" Lanuvel happily, "Yes, how do you know?" Hanso pondered the first time he remembered that there was no place like that. It was worth checking out. Lanuvel happily said that there was still a lot of food that the villagers gave them, so they should leave, but Hanso refused, saying that they should go to the city first, causing Lanuvel's cheerful face to immediately become completely bored. Suddenly Hanso smiled a sinister smile, and there was something he really wanted to try right now. Entering the city, this is truly a magnificent and luxurious city, with skyscrapers plated with shiny layers of gold. Merchants trade busily. There were many people gathered here, and the sky was full of carpets flying back and forth. Lanuvel was very happy when she came to this city. She cheerfully told her brother, "Look, it's a flying carpet," and Hanso felt it was annoying to tell Lanuvel to stop making noise. Suddenly, before his eyes, a pillar appeared completely covered with dazzling sparkling gold. There it was. Lanuvel was in a depressed mood and asked him where this was. He said this was the Sage Tower. She boredly asked if there was anything he didn't know. "Are you planning to go there?" Hanso said, "Of course." Lanuvel immediately asked again today. In front of them was a very long group of people waiting in line to get inside. Hanso immediately walked forward. Lanuvel told him where to go, to line up here. A young man looked over and saw Hanso moving forward. Then he immediately shouted that there is goods here. Don't interrupt. Before he could finish his sentence, the Hanso emitted a blinding yellow light. When the people in line saw that, they were surprised and told him that he was definitely a saint. Then, looking at those steps, the people in line asked the people above to get out of his way. He whispered to the orb that doing this should be okay. The orb replied that in theory it wouldn't have any effect, but the orb felt like something was wrong. When the tower doors were opened, inside appeared a cheerful girl who ran over and called the two of them noble saints, welcoming them both to the Sage Tower. What is the purpose of the two of you coming here? Hanso indifferently replied to meet the sage. The girl asked if he had made an appointment. He repeated the words without changing his expression that he wanted to meet the sage. She immediately said she would send word to him immediately. Then invited the two of them to gate number 3. The ball immediately wondered if it was okay to meet without an appointment like this. Hanso immediately assured her that it was okay. In turn, teacher. He asked her if she had ever seen him causing any big trouble. The two of them continued to walk up the stairs. Lanuvel couldn't help but admire how magical this staircase was. He continued to tell the ball that everything was always resolved smoothly. As he spoke, he laughed. The system panel immediately showed up. The index also appeared. E's blackmail had increased to extortion D. Fraud F has increased to fraud E. The tower door opens. We're there, but Lanuvel feels it's too dark to see anything. Suddenly a voice appeared from somewhere. It turned out that the person was the saint in the receptionist's words. Red spots of light began to appear. Lanuvel felt surprised, but Hanso remained indifferent like that. Dare to come directly to this place without warning. As he spoke, a fire flared up and a stick appeared inside. In a boy with a small body and seemingly big guts, the index panel immediately appeared. Human race, level 350, chastity sage job makes magic power increase quickly, magic skill SSS, magic S, sorcery S, demonic aura, evil A, and many more, perfect state. Lanuvel felt scared and immediately turned to me. We still have time to apologize in 2 hours. Suddenly Hanso pulled out his sword, making Lanuvel startled. The boy angrily shouted loudly that I will make you regret ever setting foot here and rushed to attack the two of you. A light appeared. Please call me master. Inside appeared a beautiful angel girl that made the approaching boy's nose bleed when he looked at her breasts and thighs. Kang Hansu approached the place where the sage lay down, bent slightly and easily picked up the staff. Here it is, he said. Kang Hansu held it up, his eyes looking at it intently. More precisely, he was looking at the shining stone that spoke, the sage's staff. Kang Hansu froze, remembering the image of the boy with the bright hair in his mind and thinking, now I can start the process of verifying whether what he said is true or not. Suddenly at this time, the sage lying on the ground's body trembled, his mouth also gurgled and made some strange sounds that attracted his attention. Kang Hansu then observed the sage's pale face due to blood loss. Slowly speaking, a talented magician like him, even if left like that, will definitely recover soon, but... Not yet, Kang Hansu answered, making his younger brother cry out with a disappointed face. Kang Hansu smiled brighter and continued, now we have to go to the magic arena first. At the place you just mentioned, the magic arena. In the center of the ring at this time, were 2 giant figures. Immediately after that, the image of 2 golems confronting each other with fierce appearances, one dark and dirty, the other neatly equipped with iron armor, appeared. After the attack, both golems moved some distance away. While they were still fighting, there were loud cheers coming from the stands. Burn it, one person excitedly said loudly, while another person also shouted and smashed it. From the commenter's side, a girl with dark-colored hair tied in a bun spoke loudly in a cheerful tone, which mage's golem will last until the end. Everyone, let's bet quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the golem with a pitch-black outer layer fell, right in front of the golem equipped with iron armor. The commentator also quickly took the opportunity to speak. Golem number 5 won. The magician number 5 is the winner. Kang Hansu and Lanuvel were now standing on the observation deck, only to see that while his younger sister was cheering loudly, he simply crossed his arms and said, for now, it's best to practice his luck skills, only this magical arena is the most suitable. Then, he thought to himself, that besides, that wasn't the only reason he came here. Right now, a step from a golem shook the arena. A golem with a tall body, covered in red, stepped out, parallel to the growing introduction, number 15, 15, 15. On the other side, footsteps sounded again. Before the golem's body appeared, there were a few other people shouting loudly, 16, don't lose, 16 come on, right now. A golem with a blue-purple color covering its entire body stepped out, his hands were already on the defensive. A bell rang, followed by a loud announcement as if the match had begun. As soon as the words ended, the large green golem rushed forward. When its eyes turn red, the fist in its hand is ready to hit the opponent. But before the fist could reach its destination, its opponent boldly blocked it with one hand. Make a loud noise. When it seemed like everything would end soon, the stones encrusted on its arms suddenly flashed. Immediately, flames erupted from within, obscuring the red golem's vision. Number 16 swung his other hand again, and suddenly a blade appeared. It just forcefully stabbed that sharp blade into the neck of the number 15. But surprisingly, at this moment, there was a cracking sound. The single ion golem number 15's face turned slightly red with layers of murderous intent, and the blade that was pinned to its neck immediately broke into pieces. Before the number 16 could take shape, it immediately crushed the arm I was holding into pieces. But he pulled it out and ready to move of his own. Then, it swung the attack straight, hitting the number 16's body, causing its arm and upper body to break off, causing a loud noise. While everyone around was still roaring, the smoke and dust gradually faded, revealing the figure of a confident, arrogant woman standing on a high platform. Great, a voice full of appreciation rang out, at the same time the presence of a person with bright red hair wearing a short dress. I love you, number 15. Another person excitedly shouted, another person called it as honorific, 15. On the opposite side, a boy with light-colored hair was bowing his head low and shedding tears, under the sound of spitting from the surrounding crowd. Damn it, he could still lose. Guy number 16, explode the address for my father. While he was still being thrown trash at him by the people around him, Kang Han-soo was already standing from above observing him. Having found it, Han-soo smiled, his face showing a little excitement. Kang Han-soo then walked out first, leaving a confused Lanuvel to run after him and ask, because he lost the bet, do you want to beat him up? In response, Han-soo just spoke softly, said another sentence and he ignored it, there you are. After that, the two immediately stood behind a wall pillar, and at the same time looked in one direction to observe someone. Only seeing the back of friend number 16 appeared, he just walked away alone. Kang Han-soo just took a step to approach. Then suddenly from behind, a relatively familiar voice spoke, looking for someone. The quick words made him panic. Right after that, he looked back and spoke in a somewhat skeptical tone, even though I supported him. But how did he wake up so quickly? Han-soo looked at the sage who had just arrived. There were 2 blood-soaked pieces of paper on his nose. In response, the sage just calmly replied, I've saved up, in advance a decent amount of blood to be transfused into the body to prevent things like today from happening. If that's the case, that's good, Kang Han-soo also replied absent-mindedly, saving this guy's reputation points from being deducted. Suddenly, the sage loudly exclaimed the 2 words master. CLGT, Kang Han-soo turned around with a disdainful face and asked again. His response was just words with a volume like punching into the ears of a sage, please teach your disciples what love is. You also saw, the sage patted his chest, raised his voice towards him and continued to say, what happens when a disciple approaches a girl? As he spoke, the sage's face turned slightly red, but on the contrary, the master did. He thought of the image of Hippolyta appearing just now, a girl, beautiful next to him, the sage cherished, waterlogged, she was still wearing the outfit. Then, before he finished speaking, he stopped. With a thin stream of blood gushing out from the 2 nostrils in front of Kang Han-soo. After finishing, he fell down in front of the 2 brothers Han-soo and Lanuvel. Second brother, and Holy Sword said that the 2 of us and this pervert should go together. Lanuvel held the holy sword he gave him in his hand and said firmly. Hearing that, Han-soo asked suspiciously as he looked at the corpse whose nose was bleeding continuously, along with the guy who always fell unconscious every time he saw this woman. In response, Lanuvel firmly said yes, language. Immediately after that, the atmosphere around him suddenly became darker, his face immediately became distorted and strange. Oh my god, he cursed loudly. When he silently judged a sentence in his heart, the difficulty increased dramatically. Gundam, with their terrible fighting ability, they have caused the entire northern continent to be engulfed in flames. The sage's face was slightly frowned at this time, his appearance filled with doubt. The day of the strongest sage must also feel difficult when facing the one who is named. The comment was suddenly interrupted, when the frowning face of a stranger was slightly revealed under the cloak. The god of war, that person was now standing on a giant gilded golem. Even the famous Sage Tower could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. The majestic scene when the sage stood from above looking down at the burning fire created by that strange object appeared, at the feet of that genius demon engineer. The golem's fierce face also appeared before his eyes, with a sarcastic introduction. Accompanying him was an invincible golden goal. Even so. Suddenly, a slash from something instantly split the golden golem in half. Then there was a comment, that in the end it was still destroyed by the power of the hero's vile friendship, by the ray of light from the holy sword in the hand of the person standing over the hero's lifeless body, that golem. In the events at that time, is also the starting point for the change in the method of war throughout Fantasia. Kang Han-soo appears in parallel with the commentary. Right after that, there was another introduction, from a human soldier, to a golem. The red golem that is dominating the arena that belongs to the Dark Merchant Guild, the image of the red golem with the number 15 appearing, is the thing that will disrupt the entire social order of the northern continent in the future. And, the silhouettes of Kang Han-soo, Lanuvel, and the sage looming over the pillar of the house reappeared. Then, there is the pitiful and crying appearance of the crying young man we are seeing here, a guy with light-colored hair, who previously owned golem number 16, will be the one known as the god of war in the future. So that he doesn't get in the way this sixth time, Kang Han-soo thought to himself, while looking at his friend's back, what should I do now, conquer or deal with it, he pondered. Suddenly, Han-soo frowned slightly, thinking two words. With just that trash status panel, who would have thought that he would become a god of war in the future? Kang Han-soo asked a question when he saw that not-so-beautiful stats panel himself. Why, while he was still thinking, a figure ran past. At the same time a loud voice called out to the other person, "Hey, that young magician over there." As soon as the old man touched his friend's body, he immediately jumped in surprise and looked back in wonder, asking, what's going on?" When the old man with silver hair attracted attention, he immediately brought that bruised and bloody face closer. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out, and said in panic, "I am being attacked by a group of people right now. Of the Dark Merchant Guild are chasing him," he said, his hands also determined to grab him tightly, "and they are trying to usurp the knowledge about golems from my hands." Right after that, his eyes lost their focus and continued to wander. He had to stop that, he said as if he was pleading, otherwise the whole world would collapse because golems. While Han-soo and the others were still hiding to the side watching the play, his friend hesitantly replied, but what should I do? Listen carefully to what I'm about to say," the old man shouted at him. But unlike the chaos going on at number 16, here Kang Han-soo and Lanuvel looked dumbfounded. Lanuvel frowned and said, "I didn't hear anything." Seeing that, Han-soo quickly responded, he heard it but didn't understand a damn thing, like it was some kind of code. However, Han-soo still thought to himself, even though he didn't completely understand it, he still had to remember it. If he wasn't mistaken, it must refer to a certain place. He kept observing the other person's face, thinking that he could be sure that he was the person related to the secret of the war god. Kang Han-soo then looked at the spec sheet, made a judgment, and the skill called magic technique would likely be applied in the creation and development of golems. A moment later, he finished conveying to number 16, "Where is that place?" He looked confusedly at the person who knelt down in front of him and asked, "For the peace of humanity, please, old man, ignore his words, just purely pleading." Suddenly, after finishing speaking, he immediately collapsed to the ground, with his body and eye sockets sunk deep inward and let out a hiss. Seeing that, number 16 immediately screamed in panic and ran in the opposite direction of the body, saying as he ran, "I don't know anything." Right after he left, a group of anonymous people ran closer to the old man's body and found it, the leader said loudly. But he was no longer breathing. They quickly realized that when they noticed the abnormality, another person raised his voice and cursed, "Mother, this idiot, who told you to be so harsh?" None of them were aware that Han-soo and the others over there had witnessed everything, while they were continuously talking to each other. Sorry, it was me," another person replied. "Okay, leave, now the only thing left to do is search my place." After they left with a clear slogan, "Boss," Kang Han-soo walked closer to the body they had just left behind. "You need to get the holy sword, call for a rice cake." Immediately, Hippolyta appeared and sang, "Yes, master." When the singing sounded, the corpse of the old man lying on the ground also moved. The old man then groaned, and the parameters on the chart immediately changed. Right after that, as soon as he turned his head to look, Han-soo arrogantly said, "Hey, listen carefully. From now on, work and devote yourself to me." He crossed his arms, raised his voice, and above all stood in the light in front of him. "Don't make me regret reviving you," Kang Han-soo said energetically. Because of that, he immediately shed tears, said yes but swore, "Of course." I will do everything for the saint, he said loudly. A relatively long time later, he had laid out all kinds of things on the wooden table, and as soon as he finished, he said, "This is everything I mentioned before." Then, from now on, Hansu softened his voice. "We will confront the red golems of the dark merchants," he asserted, with a blue golem. The silhouettes of several golems similar to golem number 15 appeared, along with his words, after a few years, when their golems officially appeared in the war happening on the northern continent. At this time, the sky was already bright. Becomes dark. Hansu stood in front of something and observed, under the expectations of the sage and the old man. He rubbed his chin and hummed. He looked at the container in front of him, commented, "It looked a bit small," he asked. "Well, this is a prototype so it's not that important." Hansu then brushed aside his questions and reached for a yellow pillar placed next to him. Then after he placed his right hand on it, it emitted a beautiful golden light. A wave of energy follows and flows into the other container. Then, he spoke loudly as the door of the container opened. "Let's move," Hansu said as the silhouette of a golem with long cool-toned hair and a bandage covering part of its eyes appeared. "Oh super robot," he continued as its fiery body gradually became visible. Under careful observation, his words gradually changed. In his dream, he wondered. What the heck?" Hansu shouted loudly when he saw the golem that looked like a woman in front of him. After that, he gave the other two people a look of confusion and fear. In response to him now, there were only two cunning smiles from the sage and the old man. He, both of their faces gradually turned red, while only the old man let out a perverted smile. Good, Kang Hansu looked at the documents in his hand and finally smiled with satisfaction. This design was perfect. Although the number of parts was a bit large, it was not impossible. Hansu calmly spoke up when the old man and the sage each had a big bump on their head and raised their hands to kneel in front of the cage. In the coming time, just focus on doing it. After he finished, he turned around and left, speaking comfortably, while the other sage asked inexplicably, "Where are you going, master?" "Going to do homework," Hansu replied. This is exactly where Lanouvel's voice rang out in a strange place. The training cave that only heroes can enter. Lanouvel had not finished his sentence when he saw the majestic door in front of him. Hansu coldly interrupted with two words he knew. In response, Lanouvel said, "There's something disconcerting about it. Why do you know everything?" At this time, the holy sword on Lanouvel's waist slowly spoke again. "Straight towards you, hero. This cave will help you gain the power of a true hero." Then, while walking closer to the door, Hansu still slowly put his hands in his pockets, saying, "Holy sword number 3. If the real power inside this place is just a few grumbles about friendship and love," Hansu said arrogantly as she entered and left Lanouvel behind, "then she should just decide." A moment later, as he went deeper, in front of the delicately carved things, Hansu just hummed. Devil C.M.K. Hansu looked and read each word. That guy with the curved horns looked like the first prince. Again, the main is very lazy to remember other people's names, so he will often give them a nickname. He will remember the people who are important to him. Right then, something seemed to attract his attention again. Standing in front of the sealed stone door with the word newbie room in front of him, Kang Hansu just stood there with his arms folded, looking tiredly, feeling bored before starting. Kang Hansu raised his hand to open the door, his face depressed and said, looking at the name, "This place is probably for children." A few small noises rang out, and at this moment, a golem approached with a small wooden stick. Hesitant, Hansu sighed, reluctantly raised his fist. What he said was wrong, he lamented. But suddenly I felt something strange, so I looked at my palm and huffed. Immediately, he noticed something unusual and gasped, that the race, level, profession, skills, and statuses on the stat sheet had completely returned to their original state. Hansu is also aware that everything is lost, and only Saint System Z is still there. Kang Hansu scrolled through the status panel, but didn't understand and thought, wait, why is this black square skill? A parameter table showing the current level appears. The thought immediately appeared in Hansu's mind, could it be that the change in stats, at which point the golem was rushing at a formidable speed, had something to do with the training of this cave? In the blink of an eye, Kang Hansu landed that kick directly into the golem's face. But, it doesn't matter, he said and smiled triumphantly, while another group of golems rushed forward, after one had collapsed in a broken state under his hand, because of the knowledge that his master had learned. Ma Long teaches. Hansu calmly said, compared to the so-called skills. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fists, making the muscles under his skin stand out. Right after that, the golem broke into pieces, and he said it like he was screaming. They were completely not on the same level. Kang Han-soo completely calmly faced the group of golems who were on the defensive, some hit with sticks from above, while others spoke on the ground with a disdainful voice. They were just a few bratty rock golems. He snorted, then gently wriggled and punched the other golem in the face. Then, one foot raised and kicked another animal's face. Even so, golems continued to appear around him. Seeing that, Han-soo gasped, not amused, and said, "That's a lot, don't say it's endless." The intern teacher appeared and softly called Kang Han-soo. "How did you like this training?" she asked, but the response was Han-soo's rough voice as he kicked away a stone golem, like a cow. After that, he looked at the place where those golems kept jumping down and said, "I don't even know what the hell I'm doing here." The intern teacher also agreed, "I felt the same way." Kang Han-soo stood with his hands on his hips and immediately suggested that instead of waiting for them to jump down, I should smash the ceiling. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out around him. "What the heck?" Han-soo let out a long breath and said. "Don't tell me every room is like this," he said when he saw the door leading to the master's room. Han-soo then forcefully landed his foot on the golem's face. As expected, he quickly defeated them all. "Really tasteless," Han-soo commented. His eyes still looked at the golems that were continuously rushing towards him, no matter how they jumped. Then, under my divine fist, Han-soo raised his fist, and light radiated around him. I just saw him shouting loudly, single-handedly wiping out the entire army. All of them were no different from normal golems. A moment later, when the door to the expert's room appeared, Han-soo seemed to have grabbed a lifeline and immediately ran back. "Well, it's over." Very quickly, he wiped out all the golems in the room in one fell swoop. But when he entered the ruler's room and confronted a giant golem, he also shouted excitedly, finally meeting a boss. But he didn't expect that in just one click, he would defeat the boss in this room with a punch straight to its face. When he moved to the winner's room, he cried out so tiredly. The room's terrain had now changed, with a water tank and stone pillars built around it and golems being dropped continuously, making Han-soo gasp in admiration. What a battle environment. Then, he simply let out a loud noise and destroyed everything. At this time, Han-soo had entered the challenger's room. "What next?" he asked curiously. "Does this cave have an end?" Han-soo said loudly like a volcano about to erupt. "Where is it? Come out and see." He now stood right in front of the door, crossed his arms and loudly said, "What's so dark? They've all gone to sleep." As if to respond to him, large and small golems gradually emerged from the darkness, appearing before him. But in the end, Kang Han-soo simply raised his fist covered in golden light and snorted in contempt. "Hey!" he shouted as he unleashed a blow that destroyed everything. After that, he showed a bored expression, brushing away the dirt and rocks stuck to his body. "Really?" he said. "How long will it take for this training course to end?" Han-soo complained at the door of the Transcendence room. When the door gradually opened to reveal the light coming from inside, he was so tired that he groaned. But a surprised expression appeared on his face. The back of a man with dark skin covered in scars appeared. He also quickly opened his mouth. He was not an angel but just a human. Then, his face was revealed. It was a big ancient man with yellow hair. "But you have surprisingly strong holy magic. He spoke to you." Kang Han-soo now gasped. Finally, he blushed and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Kang Han-soo also immediately reacted. "You are also a hero?" he asked. Then, he spoke again while looking intently at him, "The Z-rank saint. You yourself also have 2 Zs, Han-soo glared, as if slowly evaluating the other person. Kang Han-soo kept looking at him, a man with a large body and only wearing a pair of small pants when those loud noises rang out around him. He observed, silently judging in his heart, with his ability. Song Han-soo looked down at the scars on his arms, recreating his white, scarless body should be easy. Because he has 2 Z-level skills, he thought about it and then observed the 2 Zs in the vitality and penetration skills. Furthermore, Han-soo's eyebrows frowned. 2 superior skills also mean that his current strength is twice as strong as mine. He could now feel the layer of pressure from that person, and in his heart he also thought to himself, surely his combat experience would also be extremely rich. If I get involved, maybe I'm the one in danger, Han-soo thought seriously, but not long after, he glared at the ball behind him and asked, "The intern teacher, who is that guy?" However, she quickly replied with a panicked look, "He is a hero, belongs to the old generation. I can't explain further because it would violate the rules, but," she was confused, "he should no longer be in this fantasia." After Kang Han-soo listened, he looked at the other person again, wondering in his mind that the old generation heroes did not have a team. And there is no hero that I know or have heard of that is as strong as this one in front of me, Han-soo assessed, but after that, he suddenly spoke, which was strange. It's completely different from what was written in the report we received, he said, making Han-soo confused and frowned and asked again, what report? That the recent generation of heroes are just a bunch of miscreants. He just finished jokingly saying that his fist was aimed at Han-soo's temple and wanted to land. A loud noise then rang out, and a golden light emitted. Han-soo panicked and blocked the attack, seemingly angry. That guy's attack made him slip a distance, along with his words and the anti-damage effect from the holy system skill. He clenched his fist, and with a gasp, he removed the yellow strip and said solemnly, except for Z rank, all your other skills were sealed once you set foot in this place. Kang Han-soo's hand was still in front of his face, something where he said to himself, only in terms of pure strength, objectively speaking. He completely overwhelmed me, Han-soo admitted as he watched him once again stride forward to get closer. However, this place is a training cave, he thought, his hands clenched in emitted light. Luckily his body was able to react to the attack just now, if possible. No, he dismissed the thought himself, only moving forward. Han-soo determined, then raised his hands in a fist shape, was the key to his victory. Demon weapon, holy element, demon sword, holy sword. Han-soo frowned and listed, he doesn't have any of them. Right now, the only way he can hurt me, he thought to himself as he looked at the blonde monster before him, was penetrating Z, that's it. Its origin was just an auxiliary skill, Han-soo commented. Mostly used in intrusions into heavily guarded places, Han-soo thought of the scene of climbing the wall and crossing the border immediately afterward. However, the higher the level, the more it penetrates not only positions and objects, but when you look at the letter Z, it can penetrate even more. That was the ability to penetrate and cause damage inside living creatures. He thought of the scene of a person being punched through the stomach, slightly overlapping the range of the over-armored skill, Han-soo judged. Han-soo looked at him again. He thought to himself that maybe because of that skill he was confident that he could defeat him. He also quickly continued to speak, when loud sounds came from around him, this is also because of my training, so you can only blame your fate for being too bad. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo smiled provocatively, raised his fist and said, Coach, I thought today was your death anniversary. Too slow, he shouted and rushed away. Very quickly, Han-soo directed the attack from above, while he confidently stood below with a majestic stance. He has 2 Z-rank skills, Han-soo thought as he swung his fist, one of which was an auxiliary type. As for himself, he thought when he saw his fist, he had knowledge from Master Malong and holy system skills. There's a loophole, he smirked and said loudly. Kang Han-soo also quickly shouted in response, I know. There was a loud noise when the 2 fists collided. The other person's fist then accurately landed on his left abdomen. But on the contrary, while his impact area healed. Then he groaned loudly, and immediately after that, a similar wound appeared on his body. What happened to you? While he was still asking questions, your knee landed straight on the big guy's face, causing him to gah loudly. I also know that, the man shouted loudly as he blocked another elbow straight to his head. A moment later, while he had to raise his hand to block each kick and punch from Kang Han-soo, he continued to say the 2 words no, no. After a while, he finally lost his balance and fell backwards, crying out in exhaustion. Again, Han-soo did not let him go and continued to kick him. Then there was another jump into the air, radiating his murderous aura. Kang Han-soo conveniently landed another kick on his back. Just like that, every attack continued to land on him without stopping, leaving his entire face bruised. He kept screaming, panting. He tried to stand still, breathing out heavy breaths. His whole body was now bruised, some were swollen, some were bleeding, causing him to have trouble breathing. So it's over, Kang Han-soo said with a smile and layers of murderous intent. Han-soo, the intern teacher suddenly called out from behind, isn't now the best time to interrogate him? So in case he escapes, you will be responsible. You turned around and shouted at her, causing her to retreat. I'm sorry for interfering in this matter. But different from what he showed, in his heart he thought, really, I really want to do it too. Han-soo frowned and looked at it. It's just that he suddenly stopped as if he was wary, thinking that something strange was happening. How? He noticed the guy's bruised back. But he wasn't dead yet. He looked at that figure and thought more. The blonde-haired man was breathing heavily, his eyes were bruised and he had difficulty seeing the other person. Kang Hanso frowned and looked at him. Kang Hansu looked at his opponent, thinking between that guy's Friday and Saturday spine. I don't know how many times I've broken him, but he's still not dead. Z energy efficiency. He looked at the group of iron men rushing towards him, silently studying their attribute table. They belong to the Iron Golem race, level 1, guard profession, spear skill level A, resistance level B, attack level C, violent state, enhancement. Seeing the golem appear, his blonde opponent considered taking this opportunity to escape. So I turned around and ran towards the cave entrance. He glanced, rushed forward at the speed of light and shouted loudly, "Where are you going to hide?" and grabbed his opponent by the neck and lifted him up. He said he would die now. A giant mass appeared. Kang Hanso turned his head to look. He suddenly turned around and said, "Are you blind?" He grabbed his neck. His neck bone was so strong that it broke with a snap. His hand stained with blood, he turned back with a gloomy face. He smiled triumphantly. He stood with his robot, a feeling of victory engulfing him. The entire armor glows. A big bang. He turned his head and punched them hard at the position where they were standing and screaming loudly to die. After finishing the attack, he raised his hand to the sky to regain his strength and said okay. Then he glanced around looking for the blonde guy, but he couldn't see him anymore. He wondered where he had gone. Suddenly, a call was heard near the cave entrance, and he looked back. The blonde man clenched his fist and declared, "Dung Si, listen to me. The humiliation you brought to me today, I will definitely never." The other person was halfway through speaking when he suddenly felt pain coming from his spine. Immediately fell down in a bent position, appearing extremely painful. Kang Hansu finds it extremely difficult to understand how he can still be alive. The other person was sweating profusely and said that this place was originally like that. He crossed his arms and said that, "Because I've never died, so I don't really know." The other person gritted his teeth and said, "If we meet outside the training cave, I will definitely not leave you alone." Then turned around and left, leaving a message that I will definitely not leave you alone. He was silent and said nothing. He smiled slightly and thought that if we met outside, I would definitely be at a disadvantage, and I wouldn't regret letting him go. And I won't regret letting him go. He turned his back, waiting for the next level of the training cave. He raised his eyes. A few seconds later a race of golden golems appeared. Level 1, Guard Profession, Protection, Evasion, SSS Level Protection Skills, Level of Swordsmanship, Level of Immunity, Level of Physical Strength, Excited State. He smirked and said he trained hard and only achieved that level, huh? So that means there is definitely something ahead. Observing it actively attacking him, he proudly said, "Thank you, for destroying yourself. If you don't do anything, it will be difficult for me to destroy that level of SSS protection." Looking at the pile of golems he defeated, he crossed his arms and put his hands on his hips. Turning around to look at the name written on the far door, he said, "This name is quite meaningful, the room is for graduates." He pushed the door open. A green field filled with sunlight opened up. There was also the presence of a girl with a bright smile, looking at him, smiling sweetly and saying congratulations to the brave man. He suddenly felt goosebumps and silently exclaimed, "Don't act cute, damn it." She proactively led the way, while he obediently followed behind. Suddenly she stopped in front of a huge building saying, "Is this place? Please follow me." The two of them went inside. She introduced this temple that has been around for a long time. It was built to praise the exploits of warriors. We are currently isolated from the world. I've come to introduce the next generation of warriors. I've been waiting a long time for you to lead the way. He was depressed and said that living like that must make her tired too. She smiled wryly and replied, "This is also what I like to do. My power and responsibility are also very great. So that new recruits don't get sidetracked, I have to guide them." He felt like something wasn't quite right. He thought the tone was strange. The two of them went together to a secret place, with steps leading down below. She said, "It's here, the warrior of the generation." He stood there dumbfounded, watching. The special sword in the hand of the gold-plated statue says Holy Sword. She said that it was the sword that had accompanied the first-generation warrior all his life. At that time, we had no concept of this divine sword, so we could only call it the strongest magical sword. As the wife of a first-generation warrior, I have protected this sword for a long time. He asked, "Is there anything else in this place besides this holy sword?" "I already have the holy sword alone." She sighed and said, so let me tell you a story from the past. About the first warrior who, it seemed, brought peace to the whole world. But less than 500 years later, it all collapsed. Towards his wife, who was always by his side and supported him, he made her leave with accusations of unilaterality. Yes, that's right, he had an affair. He dejectedly said, I'm not interested in other people's family matters, you just need to say the main idea. She turned her head and shouted loudly at the next generation warrior, this is not such a trivial matter. He glared at each word and said the main idea. She bowed her head and weakly said to me, I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. That first hero was finally punished. He was resisted by his companion, and fled to the other side of the world. The reason I tell this story is simple. The starting point of the next generation warrior is the same as him, I just hope you won't go astray. I hope you will help, even if they defeat the Demon King, always be a brave warrior of justice, don't let strength blind you. Is that what he asked? She grinned. This room has a total of 3 challenges. The first is to fight with the bronze statue of the first generation hero. Second, receive the recognition of the Holy Sword. Third, the power of this bronze statue, you must find a way to absorb it yourself. He quickly moved forward, acted quickly and said, okay, ready to start, just need to get close to the bronze statue to begin the challenge. Suddenly she spoke up to cheer him up, if you get cornered, don't worry too much. I will show you how important the power of friendship and love is. Only then did he pay attention to her specifications, old human race, ambassador profession, level 1, blessing skill, management status. He wondered if that was common in the transcendent Holy Land. He said leisurely, do whatever you want. Then I kept thinking that if I can't predict the statue's fighting power, then there's no reason to let that blessing skill help me for free. Of course, if she's just causing trouble like you guys, same in the first match. My waist disc will tell her what life smells like. He approached the statue. It thrust the Buddha holy sword in front of him and then pulled it out again. This statue has Chaos Golem race, level 100, hero profession, chaos skill, action status. He smiled evilly and said Class C black box. At this moment, while he was still not on high alert, it rushed to directly attack him. He jumped into the air and said, this Z-level chaos is so annoying. Then landed with a slash from the burning holy sword. Suddenly the Saintess from behind called out to the new hero, let me help you. Then he immediately took action to strengthen him and heal his wounds. He felt his body filled with strength. To be able to change professions, how strong does that skill have to be? What's more, it's amazing how suddenly a transcendent skill pops out in the status panel like this. The job skill is called Blessing, level Z, can grant eternal blessings, level ZZ, can stack blessings, level Z, can bestow SSS level evil effects, can bestow SS level holy effects, can bestow S level luck effects, can bestow a level self blessing, can bestow battle blessings B level, can grant C level protection blessing, D level death blessing, E level life blessing, F level target blessing. Isn't this crazy? He thought happily. Now it's time to put that skill to the test. He used his bare hands to block the slash from the holy sword. I smiled complacently, I was starting to like it. The next second he kicked the holy sword away from the golem, at the same time grabbed its arm and pulled it down hard. With just that one move it was defeated in the blink of an eye. He reached out and touched the holy sword and said, I admit this guy's taste is pretty good. But unfortunately this guy already has won. Suddenly he felt his hand being sucked into the holy sword. The saint observed for a while before she firmly confirmed, congratulations, new hero, have you received the recognition of the holy sword? Because it was the prototype of the original sword, it was imbued with the ideology of a righteous hero, which would be of great help to him in future battles. Besides, there is still another important thing. He looked at the glowing blue mana nearby not too far away. So this was a trap from the start. She moved closer to him, smiling mischievously or not, it didn't matter anymore. Once again, congratulations to you, the new future hero, the forbidden power that was stolen from the hero of origin now belongs to you. But in return, all of your memories will be erased, and your body will be under the control of the holy sword. Don't worry, you will still continue on the path to becoming a hero, righteous. And will only love and cherish me alone, forever. He caressed her face and said, thank you for your congratulations, I will take care of everything well. The display panel discovered an unnamed skill, level C that makes the opponent forget level C, invulnerable to confusion level D, indestructible level E, unable to forget level F. He glared and said, just thanking you is not enough. What should I do to repay your favor? She fell to the ground, rubbing her neck in pain. And he suddenly rushed towards her, hugged her, kissed her, absorbing her mental protection. He said he didn't expect that things would lead to this outcome, right? She covered her mouth in panic and said to protect her spirit. Cause the opponent to be forgotten. He said the next transcendent skill is demonic weapons. It's perfect. Human race, level 1, Holy Missionary Pope job level up, Blessing skill level Z, Holy System level Z, status train. He watched her body slowly disappear into nothingness. She said that the first-generation hero had escaped to another dimension. That also means that there is a way out somewhere in this fantasy world, and I must find it. He glanced at the light shining in from the airy door, smiling and saying that he didn't expect that for the first time in this world, he would find a ray of hope. No matter how difficult it is, I have to return, you damn lecturers, just wait. He walked quickly to the garden outside the secret room. From afar, a few ladies called for help. The sound was chaotic. Help me. Hearing cries for help, he hid in the bushes and witnessed the monster almost grab the little girl. He raised his staff and said, if you blame me, it's only because you were born too weak, orc. Just destroyed one. Behind, a whole herd of them came flocking together. He snapped his fingers and said, really, I don't want to have to do anything, but if you want it, I'll do it quickly. He shot out powerful flames that burned all the orcs in the blink of an eye. Then he passed by their bodies, looking around to search. After a short period of observation, he discovered that the job of Destruction C had changed to Destruction D, and at the same time spoke, so it's here. It seems like the battle is about to end as we near this place. He glanced at the two girls who had died on the side of the road with eyes full of pity. The scepter says their crime is true. He replied that I feel the same way. Teacher, in turn, today's incident will definitely be a deep wound in their minds forever. Normally it is like that. Then he performed magic, thinking excitedly that he now has the ability to erase the memory of the black box skill. He looked at them and said that those big pigs from before must have scared them very much. The skill that causes the enemy to be forgotten is activated. He said, now look straight into my eyes. He thought that being treated by powerful skills combined with the ability to bless, they should feel extremely lucky to meet an expert like him. The three girls were completely healthy, looking at each other and chirping, Princess, where did you just run off to? I'm sorry, why are there so many bodies around here? The information display board of one girl among the three of them appeared with the words human race, level 15, princess class with leveled up seduction power, level C seduction skill, level seduction D, E level communication, F level magic, fear status. He was a bit surprised and wondered what this was. Was he a member of the royal family? Suddenly the maid shouted loudly, it's not okay, the prince has passed away. It's just the first hunt and yet this happens, our kingdom is about to end. Kang Han-soo crossed his arms and thought indifferently that he was the heir to the golden throne or something. It had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, wearing high-quality armor, leading the army appeared. On horseback, he raised his head and called over there. He turned around to check the newcomer's information. Is a human race, level Z85, the profession prince and bloodline positions can be leveled up, level C magic skills, C level magic power, D level magic, D level evil spirits, hand grade E, confused state. He wondered if he had seen this face somewhere before. He was the heir to the throne of the Magic Kingdom. The current king is also his brother, who after a long period of struggling with illness passed away in 3 years. He will ascend to the throne full of glory thanks to the support of the nobility and the trust of the people. I also have to admit that he is really very good. Becoming a magician, his ability to calculate is quite fast. Handling diplomatic issues is also very satisfactory. It's been a while since our last meeting. Suddenly the prince turned cold and signaled the soldiers to kill them all. Kang Han-soo glared and spoke up, what did you just say? The knights under the prince's command hesitated and whispered to each other, but sir, this person is a saint. He said yes, sir, if attacking a person with such high holy power. Kang Han-soo thought of daring to attack the prince and princess of his country, but did not dare to touch the saint. It seemed like he was caught up in nothing. The prince shouted loudly, this guy will definitely become a nuisance to us if we leave it like that, just go ahead. Just be gentle and least painful. Kang Han-soo glanced silently, thinking that not everyone in this holy system can influence it. However, the fact that others do not dare to attack you is still indisputable. This will be something I can take advantage of in the future. The soldiers shouted clearly, sir. then rushed in front of Kang Han-soo and said, "Saint, please forgive us, for the sake of our kingdom." He just stood there silently, watching the soldiers rush to capture him. Then smiled and thought there was no need to kill. Z-level holy system will help you have purity. Blessing Z will make people around you calm and relax their bodies. SSS demonic energy affects devil worshippers. Luckily it didn't make any mistakes in his plan. And finally, something that holds decisiveness, pseudo-fabrication SS. After quietly developing a series of skills, he shouted loudly for everyone to stop. Murdering the prince and princess is treason. Think about your relatives who are at home waiting for your return. The knights immediately stopped their pace and looked at each other hesitantly, but he smiled and thought about the bloody experience he had gathered over the past 10 years. The prince tried hard to say, "Don't listen to that guy. If you kill him, no one will know about this." Kang Han-soo said, "Please consider and make the right decision, everyone." The opponent argued with him, quickly spoke up to manipulate the psychology of the cavalry group to calm down. This was for the future of our kingdom. He calmly replied that if the prince or princess were incompetent, they could still be appointed as a regent, so there was no need to insist on holding on to the throne to the extreme. The regent could be a form of council or an individual, is formed when a monarch is unable to rule, handle and administer the monarchy, then another person, agency, will manage and resolve the matter in his place. The knights turned around and looked at each other, wondering what to do. Kang Han-soo thought it seemed like their loyalty was not low, but don't let that make you think you're out of cards. While the prince helplessly screams for his glory. Then Kang Han-soo controlled a knight to rush forward and stab him to death with a sword. This knight is a human race, level 35, noble class of the same bloodline, with elegance in the body, C-level swordsmanship skills, C-level virtue, C-level communication, demon weapon D-level politics, conscientious state. The prince was surprised and weakly asked why. Then rolled over and breathed his last. Kang Han-soo smiled and thought to himself, how old is loyalty to eat with his demonic weapon? The maid said that the princess's uncle wanted to kill all of us, and must quickly report this news to His Majesty the Emperor. He used his skills to erase their memories. Just keep talking right in front of the accomplices of the person who just died, these idiots. The knights looked at each other, silently wondering if this was okay. Kang Han-soo said there is no need to worry, intern teacher. Then summon rice cakes to revive everyone. Except the prince. He said now he just needs to use disguise. Suddenly, as soon as he woke up, the prince cleared his throat and said condescendingly, "Poor guy, you just saved me. Don't look at my noble prince with those humble eyes, because you are a saint, that's why I forgive you this time." Cute female magician next door. To thank you for saving me, please come to the banquet I'm hosting tomorrow, so feel honored. Kang Han-soo walked over and patted the prince on the shoulder and called out to him. Please look into this guy's eyes for a moment. Immediately, a few seconds later, the prince suddenly became foolish. Kang Han-soo thought it seems I understand why the count decided to rebel. Kang Han-soo thought it seems I understand why the count decided after betraying him. He looked at the foolish prince and repeated over and over who I was and where I was. I secretly clicked my tongue. Anyway, I've already decided that guy's future. That guy's brain has been brainwashed into a mental retardation. The prince will still inherit the throne as usual. In the upcoming kingdom we'll also have a son-in-law who is a genius magician. Making him regent is also not a bad idea. Perfect theory. There's no problem anymore. Lanuval exclaimed how strange it was. He glared at her and said, "What do you think?" She ignored me and just found it strange. He's angry, but your mouth likes to talk nonsense. If you don't want to get your ass spanked, then just shut up and watch. She steered the conversation aimlessly and asked where he was going. The prince invited me just now. He immediately interrupted. We're done in this magical kingdom. He remembered the teenager telling him that after giving her the staff that could restrain explosive power, she thanked me and accompanied me. He smirked and said, "Scepter of the Sage, it's time to verify the truth, him." He continued to move to Fansipan Mountain, a majestic mountain located right in the center of northern Laos. Natural hot springs flow from all over this mountain, attracting many tourists here. The village was built here and developed into an ideal tourist destination. If that was all there would be, there wouldn't be so many people gathering. Monsters with great magical power had also gathered in that natural hot spring. Many bad guys have gathered to take advantage of the monsters' habitat to make dikes to block the water flow. The heroes have gathered to defeat those bad guys. and information about where various groups of people gathered was collected. He stopped at an inn. Then kicked the door open and rushed inside. Everyone stopped moving. Looking at him, he asked what the hell that kid was doing. He crossed his arms and said to remember my face and name clearly, Warrior Kang Han-soo, will serve the icy and cruel princess who lives in the snowy mountain. This person, bartender, expand your liquor store for me, I will take over this bar until the sun rises tomorrow. The crowd, as if hearing a very funny story, burst out laughing, but it was a warrior. Wine, what a moral friend. Holy warrior, come on, Warrior Kang Han-soo will conquer the ice princess. He looked. The silhouette of a girl with a cloak covering her face appeared in a hidden corner of the inn. Smiling, thinking he had attracted enough attention, he finally appeared. He went to the table to order and said to the bartender. The other person quickly said, what are you ordering? The warrior will take over the ice princess, are you looking for something to eat? He said an extremely hot girl at night, and winked at the same time. The other person seemed to understand the intention of his words and responded in unison, I will find you the sweetest snack. The best Kang Han-soo warrior, keep it up, long live it. Night falls. After enjoying countless delicious dishes, Ranabelle cheerfully said I was full. Kang Han-soo said I should go to sleep for you. After she left, an old man and a lady appeared, put a plate of food in front of him and told him that he had been waiting for a long time, wishing him a delicious dinner. The girl looked at him intently, then decided to speak. So, warrior, do you have any questions? He realized that she was a member of a dark merchant guild. As long as customers had needs, they would sell anything. After all, they are people who live by trust. The accuracy of the information is also trusted by customers. These evil people are the reason I came to the village. He said, I want to know about the first warrior. She sat next to him and replied, First warrior? You mean the first warrior who defeated the Demon King, right? He replied yes, and at the same time dropped the knife and placed it firmly on the table. She said, it's been 7 years since that person appeared to defeat the Demon King. The time is not long, but his feat is truly great. He brought the food to his mouth and leisurely asked to tell me everything. She says more than you think. He held out a scroll and said if she created a brochure with unique information, I'll give it to you. She picked it up to examine it. The first chapter was the first chapter. If you don't collect the amount of information I request, then we will end here. The information collected and provided to me must be free. How? She waved to her people, stood up and said, I'm not in charge of this. Then whispered loudly to the old man. After discussing for a while, the old man left, and she returned and sat next to him. The atmosphere was filled with boring silence. I have to offer dessert. And brought him a cool glass of ice cream. Suddenly from the door, another man appeared. This man is a dwarf race, level 145, knowledge engineer profession, magic, S-level magic skills, A-level magic, B-level combat power, C-level manual, expectation status. The other person politely said hello. Star, he tried to swallow his disgusted look back, thinking it was you. When the king's golden megalith surprised the whole world, if there were no villain to oppose him, there's absolutely no way it could be that famous. Blood Troll is that villain. The red giant stone is equipped with an iron hammer on the right hand to destroy the city wall. The left hand is a drill to penetrate enemies. For a guy who created such a brutal stone man, I don't know if this weak golem is suitable for him. The dwarf clenched his fist and firmly said that this blueprint was genuine. No, it was more than that. Kang Han-soo confidently said that. He said with bright eyes that even though he hadn't seen the entire design, just looking at this one page already knew the designer's philosophy and enthusiasm. As a professional, even though I don't want to admit it, I really want this design, and I'm confident that my plans will be widely spread. The red-eyed girl said it was indeed an expensive item. Kang Han-soo asked what was her answer. She replied that all the information of the first warrior from his colleagues to his lovers and enemies, I will write down the smallest details and not miss a single bit. He said standard doesn't need to be adjusted. After that, she brushed her hands and stood up, quickly saying, hey, the warrior will capture the ice princess. Can you stay in the village until I have collected all the information? The information gathering time is about 15 days, during which time we will provide accommodation for you. Well, he implicitly values talking politely, right? And behind her smile, there are scary thoughts before being killed by the ice princess, so quickly leave the blueprint behind. He quickly replied. He thinks this 6th episode should not be decided hastily, with that evidence he still hasn't killed Fedonar. Just take your time and prepare. I said that, but there is no reason for me to follow that statement either. He looked at Lanuvel, who was sleeping innocently, and wondered why she was hugging the sage staff like a pillow. Then rushed to snatch the scepter from her hand and said, "Let it go." She babbled deliriously, "My stick, where are you going?" He threw a pillow on her body and yelled at her to sleep. Until the next morning. The sage stick asked where to go. He said, "Let's go meet the woman the internship instructor mistook for the unhappiest person in the world." He used his stick and asked if he was really going to run to the top. He proudly said that I was an ancestor, who would be stupid to run up there. There is a pretty cool vehicle that can pick up the top in episode 1. He went to a wooden house. A sturdy young man is trying hard to chop wood. After a long period of hard work, he was satisfied that this was probably enough. Suddenly Kang Han-soo rushed to strangle him. Fixed himself at the base of a nearby tree saying, "Hey Gecko. Quickly change back to your original appearance." The other person panicked and said, This person, what have I done?" He glared threateningly, "Do you want to hear my karma again?" The opponent turned around and took the form of a white dragon. It is the dragon race, level 505, wild hunter and hunting profession, level 5 welding skill, level 5 hunting, level A stamina, level B slaughter, sleep simulation state. When the people around saw the white dragon, they panicked and shouted, "Dragon, the dragon has appeared, could it be the white dragon? Quickly wake up the warriors and run away." It sprayed firepower with blinding blue light to attack Kang Han-soo. He calmly said that the game was no different from the first episode. Then with one punch, he quickly knocked it down. He approached it and said, "Hey, fat gecko. Look at my eyes." He uses the skill training F to level up to training B, breeding F to level up to farming D, sympathetic F to level up to sympathetic E. It flapped its wings, obediently letting him ride on its back. He excitedly signaled, "Let's go, BKGU." Bikagu finally brought Kang Han-soo to his destination. It turned out to be here. Ice Princess. Looking around, he saw that below were countless frozen people piled into mountains. In this ice tomb, there were more women than expected. He said to the intern teacher, "I thought a lot of men wanted to flirt with the Ice Princess, but it turns out that's not the case. There are 2 types of female adventurers who are in a coma here. The first type are women who are jealous of the Ice Princess. Magicians from birth have had unique and unusual characteristics, they have never been compared, so now they are being compared. The second type is," before he could finish his sentence, someone's voice interrupted him. "If you don't want to die, then leave here." This person's index shows human race, level 486, princess background, power equivalent to magic, explosive skill S, chilling S, evil A, survival skills A, massacre B, state of sadness, anger. The princess frowned and continued, "I won't repeat it again." The intern teacher panicked and shouted loudly into Kang Han-soo's ear, "That's a noble princess. Makes him uncomfortable, it's too noisy over there." Then he continued the story from before. The second type was the girls in a certain young man's harem. The young man came to the princess to ask her to give me a child. And, if the most beautiful beauty in Asia marries me, the cruel murderer Florentian, a perfect child can be born that can even catch a dragon. The intern teacher wondered what the logic was. Then what? At this moment, the princess looked at Bikagu and said gecko, causing it to angrily quack and spit out flames that lit up the entire sky. The princess calmly stood still, blocking the attack as well as attacking the Bikagu. It seemed that it would also be frozen like everyone else who had ever set foot here. But no, it was unharmed and soared high into the sky. She was extremely surprised. How could the dragon? Then from Bikagu's back, Kang Han-soo suddenly jumped down. The princess shouted in panic, "Stop now, if you come close to me I will use cold air." As she said that, she attacked him. Once again his power went out of control. Kang Han-soo used his stick to absorb all her attacks. He thought happily, "Oh ho. That boy was telling the truth, right?" The princess saw the stick and immediately recognized it. She said that it couldn't be that stick. He immediately replied, "Yes, this is the sage staff." Hearing that, the princess suddenly burst into tears. "As long as she has that scepter, she can control the power. The unhappiness that I don't seem to have can be stopped. This long-lasting unhappiness can finally disappear." As she spoke, she walked towards Kang Han-soo. She raised her hand as if she wanted to touch the staff. He quickly pulled the staff towards him. The princess screamed. "Anything, I will do anything, so please that staff." Before she could finish her sentence, he took the staff and hit her hard on the head. Vomit. The princess shouted like that and then she retreated back. At this moment, Kang Han-soo began to speak. "Princess, you must have been wrong when you said you were the unhappiest person. From now on, every time she fails to control her power, you'll get your ass spanked until your ass is swollen. Don't worry if you die, because I can revive you 40 times. If you have any questions, don't ask." He looked at the princess's face and thought that life is short, but misfortunes make it longer, as our grandparents said. Today is probably the longest day for this fish, hee hee. He said again, "Hey, dirt cake. You said you've been living alone ever since." The princess tremblingly replied, Now, not. He said, "Of course. Where the whole area is covered with snow all year round, without a single blade of grass, how can the princess live in such a ridiculous place like this? Thanks to everyone's love and help. That gorgeous dress. All foods are full of nutrients. And the toilet paper she used to wipe her ass. And cheesy love letters filled that cold room. All are proof that the people who love her have not given up yet. So this time I'm serious, so I will succeed. Don't let your cold energy make you tremble like a leaf before my attack." Hearing that, the princess immediately clasped her hands and repeatedly said yes. At this moment, he rushed forward and swung his arms vigorously. Smashed the scepter up, almost touching the princess's head. The staff in his hand began to suck away her cold energy. After a while it was finished. He happily said it was good and successful. The princess also breathed a sigh of relief. Done. Thanks to the brave man, I was able to control my strength. Her stats had changed at this time. Human race, level 286, princess profession, national power equivalent to magic power, crazy skill S, cold energy S, vitality to survive, to endure, to be at peace, to be submissive. Kang Han-soo thought to himself, "What's the matter? I've already died 10 times, nothing more. A magic boat for her to make her become a devil worshipper would be easy. But I have to admit that kid is good at his job." The intern teacher spoke up. "Isn't it lucky that the princess was able to control her power after only 10 times? He arrogantly replied, "That's the ice princess, not some brainless girl who couldn't do it." Then he turned to the princess. "I'll go down to the village in a bit. So go take a shower and change into clean clothes. First, you can just follow me in the village for a few days and then come back later, or if you want to go home, it's up to you." The princess asked in surprise, "Yes, why don't you follow me?" He frowned. "Why should I do that?" Then I thought that if I didn't do that, it would be very troublesome for the sage to interfere. That's enough of a freeloader, no one can keep up with him. There's only one reason to take her away. It's to make a name for yourself. He imagined that if he carried this fish down to the village now, everyone would admire him greatly and shout that warrior Kang Han-soo had successfully spanked the evil ice princess. No one has ever done that. I'm sorry. Thinking about that made him feel very happy. He had already seen the glory before his eyes. Hee hee. Then the Bikagu took him and the princess back to the village. On the way, he happily patted the Bikagu and said he was ready. "Oh my god, cute gecko boy, so good. In that case, let's take the lead, jump into gear and accelerate." Bikagu obediently listened to him. It kept calling and then accelerated forward. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from the ground to attack them. Its index shows that this is the Ice Titan race, main level 199+, Mountain King profession. When cold will switch to protection state, SSS cooling skill, SS level madness, S level protection, SS level sleeping, SS level ferocity, angry, crazy, explosive state. Kang Han-soo turned to ask the princess, "What is your relationship with that fat beast?" The princess looked intently at it. And suddenly remembered that this was the white cat that sometimes appeared in my dreams. She even dreamed that she touched it. It was so soft and warm. It just sat there quietly and looked at me. Then she told Kang Han-soo, "But at that time, it's not as big as this, nor can it walk on 2 legs like that." Hearing that, he secretly understood what it meant. Then looking at the monster's index, at this point its state had changed to panic, anxiety, and anger. He began to reason, just like Nubius just before his death. The skills are the same as the Ice Princess. So you're the one behind everything. A person with a noble status like a princess does not live in the palace but has to seclude herself on this cold snowy mountain top. The fact that the princess possesses such powers, but has no control over her own energy. Because of the intervention of this lukewarm cat and pig. But everything becomes more reasonable now. As he said that, he pulled out his holy sword to slash the monster. Hey! The attacked cat became angry, it screamed. And put out his paw to fight back. His index now had a transformation, from chaos E to A, harmony F to B and darkness E to C. He raised his sword and rushed straight at the cat and told it to become my experience. At this time, the female professor suddenly appeared and called the student Kang Han-soo. People say that even a worm can squirm. If you ignore it, you might have to eat onion. He answered her lightly. Then, I was also very happy because it had been a long time since I saw her again. However, what the hell is being caught off guard? I have had experience fertilizing onions for 11 years now. Thanks to someone, I realized roughly at the time that it wasn't experienced already. It's still a long way until I lose my guard. The female professor had to give up, but she still didn't forget to remind him again. I already warned you. Kang Han-soo didn't pay much attention to escaping. He stood waiting to catch the princess on the back of the collapsed cat. The princess was safely picked up in his arms. She cried out and looked at him. She said, "Thank you." He said it would be too bitter to die before getting famous. The princess didn't understand and asked again, "What?" He didn't answer, he just said, "Okay, you stay away for a bit." He smiled mischievously. Not finished yet. This fat cat has 9 lives, huh? Anyway, if it keeps killing it, it will die at some point. After that, you will receive more experience. Well, then, fuck, his feet were frozen at some point. He remembered when that catfish died. Then a heavy rain appeared nationwide. If this fat cat dies, don't tell me there will be a blizzard nationwide. It was like being struck by lightning. The ice had now spread up to his face and gradually he was completely frozen. He became panicked. I'm such a subjective god. Just kill a fat cat and get hit with a damn curse. After so long, he finally succeeded in breaking the ice and then angrily screamed, "Damn cat." The princess behind asked worriedly, "The hero Nim." He finally woke up. He told her time was delayed a bit. "We should leave here quickly." What did the princess suddenly ask? "Now, give me a little time to prepare." He got angry, turned around and said we had already prepared everything at the castle. What else? While speaking, he was stopped by the princess's appearance. She didn't look young anymore and her stats had also changed. Ice Human Race, level 573, Snow King Profession, Frost and Protection, Frost Skill SS, Madness SS, Magic SS, Defense SS, Attack SS, Cheerful Status. He called out confused, "What are you doing?" The intern teacher was startled and said to him, "Why do you call a young girl like that your aunt?" He replied, "But look again, she is too old to be called a princess." Then he hesitantly asked the princess, "How long have I been frozen?" The princess replied, 6 years. The Ice Princess said that during the 6 years he was asleep, wars occurred continuously on every continent. The furthest place from the northern continent, except for the southern continent, everywhere was engulfed in flames. Currently, the northern mainland is quite quiet due to the successive victories of the sages and goddesses. He held his head and sighed. What other goddess is there? The princess explained that they were specialized golems of the sages. They were the same size as humans, but their fighting power was beyond imagination. It has the shape of ancient warriors. He sat and listened attentively. The princess temporarily stopped telling the story, saying that she should go down the mountain first anyway. Your village. When he looked down, he could see that his village had disappeared. He sullenly acknowledged the harsh reality and could only accept that of course it was like that. The princess continued, "Oh, do you want to go to that sage tower?" That sage said he had prepared a specialized golem specifically for Hero Nim. "I heard it has the ability to destroy the whole world." He sighed, "Really? I will defeat the Demon King now and then move on to round 7. Only after seeing the specialized golem he had prepared for me. Now I will ride my specialized golem." The princess told that thanks to the hero Nim, the sage cured his incurable disease and he specially crafted it as a thank you. Saying that, she began the summoning technique. The Ice Master commanded, "Rise, Glacio." He was amazed at her abilities. Suddenly a large figure emerged from the ground. He was extremely excited and kept praising him. This sage was doing a decent job. "He's stupid, huh? The princess pointed at Glacio and asked if it was cool. Hero Nim. Come up here. This golem didn't seem to match his expectations, but it wasn't that bad. He sadly said let it go. This golem is okay. A figure running quickly through the mountains. He and she rode on the back of the Glacio. Kang Hansu was inside the golem, looking out and observing everything. He secretly thought that under level 200, it was only equivalent to a dwarf. The entire continent is about 2. While he was engrossed in thought, he heard his panicked voice, starting from here we have to be very careful, enemies could be lurking around here. He worriedly asked again, enemy, if there was an enemy appearing in this situation. As the princess had warned, appeared. It is the enemy golem. He observed them and thought a red golem of dark forces, if it was a blood trolls. These ferocious red golems stopped them, they said you can't go through here. Kang Hansu recognized them, his face turned pale and he shouted, Mom, as expected, it's his. He asked himself and rearranged everything. Round 6, this future, where did the mistake come from? The princess next to me worriedly called out to the hero. He remembered what happened and blamed himself, it was him. Of course, show me the design. Princess reminded, Hero Nim, hold on tight. Then she focused on controlling Glacio to attack the red golems. The two sides fought each other. The red golem created a ball of energy and attacked her. However, she turned around and gave a decisive blow, piercing the spear in their bodies. And this is Florentino, dancing extremely hard. Glacio stands tall after the battle, behind the exploded red golem. The princess turned to Kang Hansu and said, after the incident just now, you must have woken up. Because I don't have time to ask for security forces, I will take a shortcut even though it is a bit dangerous. Do you hear me, Hero Nim? Even though her call keeps ringing in my ears, Kang Hansu is now like a lost soul. He only secretly hopes to quickly move to round 7 to protect his weak heart. My baby go. The sage relaxed his facial muscles and asked softly, are you satisfied? The male lead suddenly grabbed his collar again, making this guy's face turn blue. He praised in a low voice, wise friend. In the future, if you have anything to say, please tell my brave man. The internship instructor called out, hey, what about round number 7? Kang Hansu jumped up and responded to that. Just wait for me at the transfer station. The system displays a notification, Hero, 5 golems corresponding to the 5 attributes of the spirits, and by merging, the weaknesses of the spirits will be overcome, and the person will be immune to all types of magic. In addition, weapons with different attributes can be used depending on the situation, but the amount of magic power that needs to be consumed is a lot. Even if you are you have to be careful. The male protagonist told the sage, that sage, remember this carefully. My magic power is limitless. As he spoke, his body emitted a powerful magical energy. The sage witness had to exclaim, oh my god. The male protagonist continued, that giant magic bottle has been fully charged. And we also don't have attributes that are satisfied with just these 5 attributes. His magic power suddenly changed from magic power to magic power A bright yellow light radiated from the super robot. Below, realizing something was wrong, the red golems wondered in confusion, what was that sound? That direction, it came from the sage tower. Seeing the super robot, they started talking to each other. What the heck is that thing? It's super huge, right? The male protagonist shouted, the 5 attribute powers united. Gao Ranger 5 superhero brothers. Stalk them all away. The intern lecturer heard that and muttered, even though I thought of an excellent name, this kid's naming ability is really bad. The male protagonist controls the robot and rushes towards the red golems. Kang Hansu shouted at them, these uneducated people disrupting the peace of this 6th circle. It's intolerable. With just one drill, a series of red golems were defeated by the male protagonist. The red golems were scared and said to each other, counterattack, they must be alone, there is nothing to be afraid of. After saying that, they rushed together to attack the male protagonist. Kang Hansu quickly discovered danger lurking behind him. The super robot's eyes became bright. The bewildered golem wondered why this kind of light. Kang Hansu in the control compartment spoke loudly, it was useless. Super robot flies up and floats. It has upgraded to Gao King. His shoulders turned into machine guns, facing the red golems. Kang Hansu shouted excitedly, smashing their butts. Speaking of this, the 2 guns on his shoulders emitted a powerful electric current. The red golems were destroyed one by one at the hands of the male protagonist. Immediately afterwards, a shocking explosion occurred. In the control compartment, looking at the remaining magic power, the male protagonist mumbled to himself, as expected, he had consumed a lot of magic power. Just refill it. Below there were still quite a few red golems. Seeing their morale decline, the bald man loudly encouraged them not to be discouraged. Calm down, let's lure him into spending more magic power. That guy's magic power cannot be limitless. The male lead heard that and immediately interrupted, my condolences are endless. Once again, Kang Han-soo controlled the super robot to fly high. Next, use all your magic power to launch towards the red golems. He gritted his teeth and hissed, Kame Kameha. The flow of magical power accordingly became more and more magnified. The bald guy was boasting a while ago, but now he can only lie on the ground and whine, oh my god. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he was sweating. As if sensing danger, the bald old man opened his eyes wide. The super robot landed right next to him. Golem corpses were lying around. The bald old man sat cowering in one place, looking at the super robot. Suddenly stepped back. In the control compartment, the male protagonist called out, you guys missed your opportunity. He took out his sword, aimed it at the bald old man and continued, an opportunity for a truce. The bald head was so scared that he couldn't say a word. Kang Han-soo did not hesitate any longer and rushed forward. His whole body emitted a deadly demonic aura. Eyes aimed straight at the bald head. The hand swung the sword, ending everything with a loud bang. The male protagonist smiled and mumbled with satisfaction, the battle was over. Finally, the sad war has come to an end. Even though most other continents are still in flames. But at least this northern area has entered the stage of cleaning up the remnants. Kang Han-soo read the letter and said, all kingdoms have sent letters of surrender. I have no intention of accepting them. The intern teacher wondered, why not? The male lead glanced back and replied, that's a bit of a strange question, intern teacher. Want me to forgive those who ruined my sixth time? Ah no, this continent, of course it's impossible. Death sentence for all the royal family and nobles. Even the dark merchant group is the same. All must be publicly executed. He imagined the crowd would chant and worship him, long live Hero Han-soo. Long live Hero Han-soo, Hero Nim thank you so much, thank you. Just thinking about this, Han-soo sighed, I feel like I'm the king of a group of beggars. He said to the sage, I leave the matter of repairing and rebuilding the kingdom to you. The sage burst out laughing, no need to worry. With my angel here, everything will be solved easily. The blue-haired woman heard that and gently told the sage, my baby is also my angel. The intern teacher said to the male lead, it seems like the two of them are really compatible. Han-soo continued, but I was suspicious from the beginning about the third sword saint's insistence on having the sage accompanies it. Anyway, we should continue working now. The next goal is to find and root out the Dark Captain Fantasy Chamber of Commerce. The 5 golems listened to the command and quickly flew high. The body separates and gradually merges into a super robot. Before the process could be completed, a powerful lightning bolt fell from the sky. The male lead's face darkened. He stood blankly watching his golems being destroyed. I couldn't help but burst into tears and screams, Captain Fantasy. From within the thunder and lightning, a mocking voice rang out, still showing off the fusion. Han-soo pointed straight at the other person and said loudly, you cowardly sneak attack doesn't understand the mood. A guy appeared from the dark cloud and sneered, Humph, I don't understand. Not letting him finish his sentence, Han-soo quickly released a stream of golden air towards him. Seeing the opponent being hit, Han-soo burst into laughter. He said loudly, do you like to sneak attack with Dad? The other person opened his mouth and shouted, coward. Han-soo continued to speak, daring to ruin the fusion process. When he saw the complete appearance of the sneak attacker, he frowned slightly, his mouth suddenly saying, ha. The opponent's hand suddenly grew sharp claws accompanied by a dark purple aura. She scowled and looked at the male lead with deathly eyes. Han-soo also refused to give up, keeping his fists ready to stare at his opponent. He thought to himself, does the Black Chamber of Commerce also have this kind of monster? My last attack was enough to take down the Padonar in one breath, no joke. Observe the opponent's actions, Han-soo judges, the same strength as the original hero. The woman wordlessly brought out a sword filled with lightning and pointed it at the male lead. Seeing that, he exclaimed in surprise, "This world also has lightsabers." Purple Hair responded aggressively, "So what? Is there any law prohibiting its use? Besides, a big guy like you who still plays with robots has no right to question me." The male protagonist, determined to win or lose, argued back, "That is the dream of men, transforming and fusion robots are the truth." Looking at the tense confrontation between the two sides, the intern teacher muttered, "It feels like the two of them are oddly compatible." At that moment, the sage hurriedly ran over and wondered what was going on. Seeing the rays of intense power competing with each other in front of him, the sage widened his eyes and stammered, "What the heck?" Up high, Hansu and the purple-haired girl were still competing very evenly, neither one willing to lose. Purple Hair frowned and said, "Cooking rice." She used all her strength to throw the male lead away. Hansu was suddenly counterattacked but still landed safely. He regained his composure, jumped with momentum, and rushed towards the woman again. Purple Hair angrily told him, "I predicted that since you massacred your fellow humans, you are completely unlike a hero at all." Hansu sneered, "And you are a Fake god, where did you come from? Don't compare your stupid level with me." The purple-haired woman was forced by the male lead and suddenly backed away. Seeing that the male lead was about to catch up, she seemed to suddenly remember something. She held a black sword hilt in her hand, transforming into purple sword energy. Looking at the two streams of air intertwining, Hansu wondered, was it intentional? The woman's eyes also radiated purple aura at the same time. The sword quickly recovered its spiritual energy. The female character took that opportunity to attack the male lead. Hansu gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn, she dares to pretend, I will recover soon." Taking advantage of the male protagonist's injury, the purple hair continued to use a new move. Her body radiated an aura of blood. After a while, the blood energy transformed into sharp points. Compete with each other to rush towards the main south. The woman proudly announced that it was over. Hansu continued, "Who told her that?" Looking at him fighting against the bloodthorns, the purple hair still confidently said, "You idiot, look who's injured to the point of bleeding." As soon as he finished speaking, Hansu suddenly attacked the opponent with a pillar of spiritual energy. He smiled wickedly and said, "Okay." Looking closely at the attack position, both of them felt something was wrong. The purple-haired woman angrily shouted, "Hey, this pervert." Hansu tries to explain, "This is not my fault." Purple Hair warns the male lead, "Stop looking." "Who gave you permission?" she said as she grabbed Hansu's collar. The two of them didn't pay attention, so they were swept away by the aura they created. Then they both crashed onto the rocky beach. Even though they were thrown away, the two still decided to compete until the end. Warm Purple Hair cursing, "Coward. You can't win against me, give up." Hansu replied, "Facing someone like me, you must be very disappointed." He knocked both of their swords away. He smiled mischievously and continued, "Indeed, this is the way. Definitely the best." After finishing speaking, Hansu pouted and walked closer to the purple hair. The purple hair shyly blushed and opened his mouth in confusion and shouted loudly, "Crazy, this crazy guy." At that moment, another voice rang out, "That chosen warrior. A hero goes to eat the Demon King's daughter. Is it in accordance with good customs or not? Perhaps we are not keeping up with the trends of the new era." The male lead paused. He looked at the guy who had just appeared and wondered, why did the Demon King appear in the northern continent? He flew to this place. The Demon King raised his hand and continued, "The supreme existence among all demonic beasts is me, Demon King Fidonar." He was able to come all the way here alone, raise his morale, and even swallow the Goblin King's wife. Hansu smiled sarcastically, "Don't pretend to be nice, just wait, I'll be direct." Before she could finish her sentence, the purple-haired woman flew away. She covered her mouth in panic and screamed loudly, this pervert." Hansu explained helplessly, "Don't turn me into a dark guy. That kind of perverted girl flying around with tattered clothes is all because of you. I'm like this because of you." The Demon King coughed loudly. Suddenly, many rings of dark purple gas appeared in the sky. Hansu rolled his eyes in confusion. The Demon King said to him, "Hero Nim, I know that you like Sozia very much. But the hero is the enemy of the devil, isn't that very awkward?" Hansu clicked his tongue helplessly. This is a damn level, but getting this far is a bit better than the first time. The Demon King muttered, so strong that the Demon King's punishment became meaningless. I want to say thank you with two meanings. First, treat my Demon King's daughter well. Second, let's make its maturity exceed expectations. Hansu secretly used his strength to attack. He told the Demon King to eat this and then the color fade away. His strength shattered the tower behind him. But he was easily defended by the Demon King. The Demon King laughed it off. It was also terrible. When I heard the news that you were missing in the northern continent, I was a bit disappointed, but you came back and are so strong. Hansu thinking, what, is it because you have to be divine? The Demon King laughed. I was very happy. The male lead was surprised and wondered, what kind of power is that? The Demon King continued to tell him, I see that you seem quite confident in that spirit, but using it with demonic weapons is extremely clumsy. Hansu's head suddenly flashed with a thought, even though I was late, I almost became a worshipper of this devil. The Demon King spoke and showed, demonic energy, like this. The male lead shouted, are you crazy? The Demon King put all his magic into his fist and punched Hansu hard. Luckily, the male lead still had time to use his hands to defend himself. But with his current strength, he couldn't resist for long. Hansu was thrown away. He was so seriously injured that he was vomiting blood. He was in so much pain that he was scratching his head. In my mind, I thought to myself, this is really dangerous. Determined not to give up, Hansu quickly regained his composure and proactively attacked the Demon King. Seeing that, the Demon King laughed and praised, that's fast. He released a series of sharp blood gas to attack the male protagonist. Hansu frowned and thought to himself, he would die like that, at the same angle of attack. The Demon King raised his voice and apologized for trying to delay me. He surrounded the male protagonist with a powerful demonic aura. The body revealed a red spirit stone. The Demon King continued, starting from now on I will officially consider you as an opponent. The male lead smiled sarcastically and replied, don't joke. Behind the Demon King, 5 rays of light appeared in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Hansu wiped the blood from his mouth and realized the opportunity was here. He rushed towards the Demon King without thinking. But the new Demon King's power once again knocked him away. Hansu lay barely alive on the ground, his body was full of injuries. He thought to himself, this is the end of me. That Demon King is too strong. The Demon King on the other side was thinking, isn't he a pitiful person defeated by the power of love and friendship like in other stories? The Demon King said to the male protagonist, now, if you want to confront an ancient rival, a Demon King, then I, as the father of a naughty daughter no less than that man, will teach her boyfriend. Hearing this sentence, the male lead got angry, who would want to be my boyfriend? Seeing the male protagonist running back to attack the Demon King, he continued to release demonic weapons. Hansu smirked, determined to fight to the end. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to resist. The palm of the hand shows a ball of spiritual energy. This time, the male protagonist successfully gained the upper hand, launching aura straight into the Demon King's face. The Demon King was able to swallow all of his aura into his body. Ironically speaking, it's also terrible. Hansu helplessly gritted his teeth and said, it is true that the Devil King is different. Once again, Hansu was sent flying away. The wound on his chest was beyond the male lead's endurance. He could only helplessly look at the Demon King and complain, damn, did I lose to that Demon King? The Demon King came closer and spoke, you look very pathetic. He touched the pearl on his chest. Took out a sword filled with hidden energy. The male protagonist himself had to admit at this moment, it was indeed the Demon King's level of demonic sword. The first time I saw such a terrible weapon, it was truly on a completely different level. The Demon King stood in front of Hansu, smiling complacently. My daughter is finally dating a guy, I've lived too long to see it. Hansu shouted loudly, as the Devil King, you should deal with him, talking so much. Sozia, who was flying in the distance, was startled to hear that, thinking the male lead was speaking ill of him. The Demon King smiled slightly. He held the sword in his hand and stabbed himself, saying, take this from me. Faced with this action of the Demon King, the male lead's eyes widened in bewilderment. At this time, the Demon King was still in the process of opening his belly. Blood flowed out from the abdominal cavity continuously. The amount of blood he had was so much that it seemed like he could wash Hansu away. The male lead bewilderedly wondered if the Devil King committed suicide. The amount of blood was increasing to the point of burying Hansu. He vaguely saw the Demon King smiling. Hansu screamed helplessly. He and his daughter were of the same blood. At this time, a system board appears with the words, "Now let's see how far your bravery is." The system suddenly displayed information about the southern expedition with injection indicators A. Seeing this, Hansu's mood also became more excited than ever. Oh again. He jumped up and shouted, "Finally my efforts paid off." A few seconds later, the system sends another notification, "You have failed." Receiving the result, Hansu was not surprised. He laughed and said, "Okay, this time I will accept this result. Because this time I failed against the Demon King. Even though he possesses great skills and has the same level as him, he can still hit on his body." The system explains the reason to the male protagonist. "You are a noble individual who has a responsibility to humanity. This has led to you being respected by many people, but this world is not an easy place to live. Then another chance will be given to you. The hero who failed in the cruel battle, become even stronger, this time save the world from that evil demon king." Hansu frowned and said, "Actually, I've always been a noble person, it's just that this system always misjudges me. But the world has already been saved." That's exactly it. More accurately, it was said by that stupid Demon King. But that's it, prepare yourself to enter the 7th game. The system continuously displays a notification that the test is starting. All the teachers are surprised at your score. All teachers were very worried. A special teacher was commissioned. Just entering the 7th game, the male protagonist heard a warm greeting, "Hello Hero Nim." His hands carelessly touched things that should not be touched. Lanuvel blushed shyly and asked, "What are you doing, Hero Nim?" Hansu mumbled with a short expression, looking very interested. "Everything has been reset." "Well, it wasn't that bad. My Friday attempt failed miserably. But my score that time was the highest of all. My skills were only at FF level due to losing to that Demon King. But I already know how to play him again. Graduating this time will be like eating cake." Seeing him standing still, Lanuvel called out, "Hero Nim, have you not regained your composure yet?" Hansu frowned and replied, "This is still going well." Lanuvel continued, "That's great, this place is Fantasia, this is a world completely different from your old world." The male lead looked around in bewilderment and wondered why there were so many magicians. There are also here many mages. Thinking about it, he realized, that's it. I'm definitely in the Magic Kingdom instead of the Dumpling Kingdom. So the starting point for this 7th playthrough is in the northern continent, which isn't too bad. Just play like you did the 6th time, that's right, just like that. Gao Jing, I will revive you soon. He looked at the system and mumbled, okay. At this moment, Lanuvel interrupted and introduced, "Oh, I forgot, my name is Lanuvel." The male lead is still focusing intently on the system board. He thought to himself, this is so different from the beginning of the previous times. Curse, this thing will reduce my skill level by 1 out of 10, surely, this must be a flat image of losing the battle against the Demon King. But it's okay, I just need to erase it with the holy system and bless it. In this game, there's no need to hide your strength anymore. With the holy system, they will definitely have to kneel before my feet right away. Looking at the light emitting from the male lead, the magician immediately shouted, what is that? They knelt at Hansu's feet and respectfully said, "Dear Saint, I hereby kneel before you." The male lead glanced at the body that was standing trembling, determined not to yield to him, but showed anger on his face. "If you dare to resist my holy system. If that's the case, what then?" Hearing that, the other guy quickly bowed his head and bowed to the Almighty God. "A saint, long live a hero." Lanuvel stood to one side with wide eyes and bewilderment. That's strange," Hansu interrupted. "Do you know that you are the strangest person here?" Lanuvel was flustered. "Lanuvel is Lanuvel, isn't Lanuvel strange?" Hansu interrupted. "Shut up. Now let's go meet the king." A few magicians followed behind, chanting, "Your Majesty, quickly kneel at the feet of the saint." Hansu boldly walked towards the main hall. The door just opened. The king and his close friends were already waiting there. Hansu put his hand on his chest and was about to say hello. Suddenly the king's voice rang out, making the male protagonist a bit startled and heroic. "Welcome Hero Nim." Looking at the king's information on the system board, Hansu thought to himself, looking at this pile of skills. It seemed like the king had lived a bad life 3 times before, but if this continued, everything would happen just like last time. He will die soon, Your Majesty, this is more than enough. The prince looked confused as he looked at his father and called softly, "Oh my king." Hansu heard that and thought, "You really look exactly like your father, this guy's face still looks so hateful." As for the other guy, just thinking about this, the other person also spoke up, "Your Majesty, the weather seems to be getting colder. Please let this brother take care of the rest. Please rest." Hansu smirked in his heart, "What do you mean rest in peace?" The king heard that and agreed, "Then I left everything else to the duke." The male lead continued his line of thought, to be empowered by the king so easily must have been very trusted by his brother. "But no matter what your plans are, I will never let you have the throne." Thinking so, the male protagonist approached and said to the king, "Your Majesty." The confused soldiers shouted loudly, "Stay back, if you take one more step." Before they could finish their sentence, they were frightened by the aura emanating from the male lead. They falter, "What the heck? Wow, a saint." Hansu stepped forward and told the king, "Please receive the light from me, Your Majesty. Everything will be over soon." The king asked with a bewildered face, "Meaning?" The closer the male protagonist gets, the more intense the light emanating from him becomes. A cloud of smoke makes everything around the male lead blurry. The king's howls echoed through the smoke. A moment later, when the smoke dissipated, the male lead looked at the king and asked, "How are you feeling, Your Majesty?" The king looked cheerful and happily replied, "Feeling like he had just been reborn. Our body feels like it has just been relieved of a ton of burden and feels like it is flying up." Hearing that, Duke opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "What the hell just happened?" Hansu smiled wickedly and thought to himself, "It's because last time you put yourself on my blacklist." When the princess and prince saw that their father was healthy again, they immediately hugged him with tears in their eyes. "Oh, father, it's truly unbelievable." The king could not hold back his tears as he looked at the male lead with gratitude, "The holy hero. I have no words to express this gratitude. How can I repay this favor to you? Just say it, I will do everything if it is within my power." "Well, maybe it's a bit sudden, but I have a lovely daughter. I already have what I want." The king took the object from the male lead's hand and said, "Of course it's my daughter." He asked confusedly, "Hey, can you explain to me, what is this?" Hansu explains, "That is the wish of every man in this world." Inside was a golem design drawing. Hansu affirmed, "It is my biggest dream." While having fun, suddenly a familiar voice interrupted, "Hello. People say that time waits for no one. I think that one day I will meet my old friend again. Didn't expect it to be so early. Look, the hero Kang Hansu has grown up thanks to the dedication of his lecturer." Hansu angrily glared at him, "What lecturer? Stop insulting this guy and quickly call the homeroom teacher here." The lecturer looked sulky, "Hey, you make me sad, every lecturer is a lecturer." Hansu glared, "You must miss my F points a lot." Hearing that, the lecturer quickly ran away. "Oh okay, wait a moment, I'll go check for you." The male lead thought to himself, "The lecturers can't do anything. They're just making fun of me. They've wasted 17 years of my life with their terrible teaching methods, even though in reality it's only been a year and a month. Not to mention all the pressure I have to go through, but never mind, for now let's just finish these tasks." He turned to speak to the king, "Your Majesty. If this golem machine is completed, the world will be ours soon." The king is agitated, "Hero. This is more than we can imagine. Please give me more time to think." Kang Hansu was happy, "Of course Your Majesty," he thought, "because I am very generous, and I am also a top-class hero. However, being careless will definitely cause trouble. There is no guarantee that you will receive 3 A's in return. Up until now, I've only been friends with the king, and built up enough prestige to receive an A. Dark power and holy power did not have much influence on the king. So those 2 things are considered useless. I feel like I've failed a bit. But there is no other way but to calm down and encourage yourself. Kang Hansu hides the evil in your mind. Please think about it slowly and carefully, Your Majesty." The king shouted, "Wait, wait, everyone look here." The magicians in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Kang Hansu narrowed his eyes. "Oh ho, he thought faster than I thought. What an experience from my 17 years of traveling knowledge." SSS level smile. After a while of discussion the king gave the answer, "Hero. I have discussed with the best engineer in the palace. It seems that this golem design can still be implemented. I will order the workers to produce this golem immediately." Kang Hansu bowed slightly to show his gratitude. What a wise decision, the king asked. You said that this golem's name is Gao Qin, right? He affirmed, I promise you, it will be completed in 3 years. The smile on Kang Hansu's face stiffened. The king was still very proud. Haha, you must be surprised why it was completed so soon. It's understandable, this is something that no other kingdom other than the French one can do. Kang Hansu's face darkened. Ah, yes, 3 years. It's so long that it's enough for me to skewer the Demon King 1,000 times, I can't wait that long. He said, if that be so, your majesty. I took out another design. What about this golem? The king received the blueprint. His eyes showed surprise. The person who designed this golem must have been a designer from heaven. He and the engineers met. The materials were absurd, all rare materials. The king had other thoughts, however, the size was perfect, and the rebuilding was very easy step by step. Gathering the ingredients will take about 5 days, then as for production, it will take about 10 days. Kang Hansu was relieved to hear that. But the king's 2 words caught his attention. He wondered why this golem's core was so empty. Kang Hansu spoke up, please let me take care of that matter. Because I had already calculated that. That golem, it's very useful in battles. But I have another goal in mind. All high-level golems have a link to their summoner. To put it simply, the core of the golem will connect to the soul of that summoner. And the Dike Golem connected with the holy sword like that. From then on, the Dike Golem was able to use the holy sword. But what if I use that golem? In theory, a hero can only use 1 holy sword. If I use this method, can I use 2 holy swords at once? I'll have to try that to find out. Don't I like using this cumbersome method? But to defeat the Demon King once and for all, especially that weird girl, it was worth the effort. Kang Hansu proposed, then, please let this golem be produced first. The king agreed, okay. Kang Hansu happily, thank you your majesty, I will pray that you, who has just recovered his health, will rule the entire northern continent after creating Gao Qin. The emperor is also very happy, thank you, holy hero. The intern seemed like he didn't know what to say, She spoke up, hello, Kang Hansu greeted, it's that intern lecturer again. The intern lecturer was skeptical, I could smell danger as soon as I got here. What trouble have you caused again? Kang Hansu denied, no, it's nothing. He expressed that he was very happy to meet you again, intern lecturer. The teacher was confused, so was I. The emperor ordered, 10 days of golem production, let's begin. Kang Hansu decided that this time could not be wasted. He calculated that it took me 6 years to go from an ice cream cone to an ordinary person. From now on, I can't waste time like that anymore. Lanouvel suddenly appeared. Hero, he was planning to go somewhere. The blue veins on Kang Hansu's face appeared, anywhere without her. Lanouvel is confident. Lanouvel is the hero's friend. Kang Hansu despises. Who said it? She continued, moreover, it would be convenient if you let me come along. Clean, do laundry, camp, cook, hunt, I can do a lot of things. Kang Hansu gritted his teeth, humph, daring to seduce with all that work. He gave up, ignored her, did whatever he wanted. Lanouvel asked, so where do you want to go? Kang Hansu looked out the window, there. Lanouvel doesn't understand, why is it that snow mountain? Kang Hansu replied, not yet. I still don't have enough skills to destroy them myself. Skill ranking, hidden abilities, low level, becoming 0% demon royalty, SSS, resistance to holy magic, low power, using magic fall, become a demon aristocrat, possess a sinister mind, curse the target, Z, possess dirty moves, Dike, corrupt the target, E, possess a life of deception, coercion, and becoming a demon slave. In a small house in the mountains. There was a woodcutter who worked hard every day cutting wood. It's really hot today. Something came like lightning. Ack. The sound of screaming. Who are you? Wait, speak slowly, cough. The woodcutter was beaten until he revealed his dragon form. The hero's skills went from taming calves to taming A, raising dikes to raising calves, linking E to connecting Z. Kang Hansu smiled evilly. Let's go, Kiki. He pointed down at his feet. Just ignore that brat, Lanouvel gasped. Kang Hansu ordered, our target is that mountain peak. The dragon took off, it soared towards the M-shaped mountain. Lanouvel was left behind and shouted majestically, hey hero, let me go with you. Kang Hansu smiled wickedly, you damn cat, just wait there. I can forget kindness, but I can never forget the face of my enemy. Trainee teachers see mistakes, don't forget kindness. The Ice Princess's castle was in sight. A small person amidst the white snow. The Ice Princess is leisurely enjoying hot tea. A huge black shadow fell. The princess was captured by the evil dragon. She shouted in panic, "Ah, who are you? Let me down." "Wait, not there," below where they flew to the shaking ice. Kang Han-soo is excited, the color has finally appeared. There is something on the ground about to escape. The giant snow-white cat jumped up like a script. Kang Han-soo jumped up, that attack. He punched the cat in the head with a tilting punch, it had no effect. One of its eyes was crushed, meow. Just a moment later it recovered and continued to attack, meow. Kang Han-soo's arms are bulging with veins. "Pray, that you will die completely." He pulled out the holy sword. His eyes also turned into tears. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and stabbed a sword through the cat's left chest. Then a sword cut horizontally from behind the head. Holy magic and magic were used at the same time. The cat was beaten to a pulp. Continuous slashes cut into its body. Next came a blow from above. The cat fell down on the snow without a chance to protest. Kang Han-soo is killing and killing like crazy. Holy power and magic power blend together into a mysterious, brilliant light. A mushroom explodes on the snowy background. Kang Han-soo looks like he's been waiting for a long time. Here it is. The ice had begun to freeze under his feet. Kang Han-soo laughed bitterly. "Let me repeat, the same move cannot be used twice." Cold air level up to cold air level etch. Cracks appear on the ice surface. Kang Han-soo used his strength to destroy it. He smirked, "Wonderful." He looked up at the sky. "We don't need the Snow Princess anymore, let her go." But the Snow Princess in the dragon's mouth had long since disappeared. The evil dragon unceremoniously belched twice. Kang Han-soo remained silent, as if I hadn't seen anything. I decided to just ignore the insignificant things. We have a lot to do. The dragon spread its wings, followed by a cave in this mountain. You look at the monsters below. Of course, we don't have time to land there. The dragon's eyes flashed, Ki. It directly spits fire and burns the forest. The monsters will quickly be destroyed collectively. Kang Han-soo's skills are increased, butchering level up to level H, raising calves up to level A, bonding up to level up calves, taming animals up to level up, friendship forcing up, cooperation forcing level up. I'm satisfied, it's good, everything is ready. A little closer, let's go over there and take a look at this place. The dragon let out a cry in response. Kang Han-soo jumped to the ground. He ordered the dragon to sit down. "Remember to keep quiet." The dragon obediently followed. He stood in front of the gate to the training area. Tree umbrella, now. Kang Han-soo's skills are spread out on the attribute table. Skills gradually disappear. SSS level hidden ability. Becomes an acute hidden ability. Kang Han-soo is full of demonic energy. The name is dark, the ranking is low, becoming the demon royal family. I'm excited, let's move forward. Hero Nim punched the robot with his fist. Kick him with a thud, then use your sword to slash him once. That robot broke in half. Hero Nim said, "Even if it is a transcendent land, this place is just like chewing gum." Nim Hero Level 1, Profession Pope Holy Taoist, Divine Skill Z Blessing Z Magic Weapon Z Taoism Z. C. Training Status. As soon as I entered the training line, I was freed from that so-called hero job. The combination of saints and blessings transformed my profession into Pope. According to the privileges of this profession, Taoism skills will increase. According to this, the transcendent land has up to 4. Hero Nim ran and said excitedly, "Just wait, old prince. Hey, come here, I won't do you any harm, I'll personally wait for you in the last room. In the room of the eminent." Hero Nim walked out of the door and said, "Starting with that annoying ant." Hero Nim saw a person standing waiting for him. On his head grew a horn. He wore a black vest and red waistcoat. In his hand he held a red sword. Hero Nim asked, "Who are you?" He raised his hand to his chest and bowed, greeting the new generation of Hero Nim. "Welcome to the museum where the mark of the first hero is displayed. Please introduce yourself. I am the demon in charge of this place. B classification Old Demon, Level 1 Profession Butler Manager, Skill Curse Z Illusion Z, Manager Status." He continued, "But I hope you don't have any preconceived notions about demons being unconditional enemies. This place is also the place to help people know about that truth. Hero Nim heard that and thought to himself, it seems like this guy doesn't know this is my first time coming to this place. He continued to say, once upon a time the first hero was summoned into the fantasy world, and he had grown up just like him. With his ability to integrate and surpass others, he led an alliance between his species and his allies. And after a fierce battle with the Demon King he finally won. Hero Nim replied, I already know all the things. He continued, so you know what happened next. The hero who defeated the Demon King then lived a happy life with beautiful princesses, goddesses, fairies and mermaids. Do you know what happened like that? Hero Nim replied, please go to the main topic. He replied, the truth is often very different. Because the hero who defeated the Demon King was not happy, the first hero lost his opponent. Hero Nim interrupted, ignore those unnecessary decoys. That hero was fed up with the control of the people around him so he left, isn't that right? He replied, your ability to perceive things is truly remarkable. Hero Nim said in disgust, stop flattering me, he continued, and he's even more modest. The two of them went to a large palace, only sharing a few stories with him and already arriving. Hero Nim thought to himself, so the location is different from last time. Could it be that the manager has changed? This one, it's no different than stealing. Hero Nim saw a girl with long light blonde hair standing by the window enjoying the breeze. She was wearing a long white dress. Hero Nim remembers that this is the soul of the person who was the hero's wife in the past. Old human classification, level 1, evil congregation ambassador occupation, blessing skill Z, shadow management status ghost. The old man wearing two horns said, we can't see the woman dreaming, you don't need to pay attention to her. Hey new generation Nim hero. The truth is waiting for you here. He led the hero Nim to a cellar. He continued, that's it anyway. The two of them walked down to that basement together. In the basement is a statue of a hero holding a golden sword. The hero Nim exclaimed when he saw that holy sword was the reward. He immediately replied, no, just be careful. He then walked up to the statue. The golden statue of the hero suddenly moved. The statue's eyes glowed, and the statue pointed its sword at the man. The statue placed the sword on the ground and then returned to its original position. The old man held the sword and walked towards the Nim hero. Hero Nim gasped in surprise, for me? He held the sword and stood facing the Nim hero and said, please look at this. His hand had a blue light. He transmitted that light into the sword. The sword suddenly broke into hundreds of pieces. Hero Nim gasped in surprise. There was no way the Sword Saint could be an object that could be easily destroyed, and the Demon King would do the same to a high-ranking demon like the sword he was holding. He spoke, it seems like you understand. This holy sword is indeed the sword that the first warrior used, and at the same time it is not the same. Because the world of Fantasia is not just one. Of course warrior, you are not the only one. However, this world is not a copy of the original world. It is a part that has been separated evenly from the original world. Because it's not the type that's mass-copied into 100 different forms, it's broken down into separate worlds, so the Sword Saint is so fragile. Understand that this main world is not one of the other world variations of the original world, but is just a small part of the original world's power separated from the Sword Saint so it can break easily, basically position. Hero Nim immediately asked after hearing this, and so did the Demon King. He replied, yes. Although there is a lot of noise on the mainland about the Demon King being resurrected, the truth is that he has never been revived even once. Because otherwise he is still sealed while his power is divided according to the number of worlds. Hero Nim thought, isn't that material to teach heroes? He continued, the hero's true enemy is not the Demon King. You don't need to believe it right away, but I hope you'll remember these words. Hero Nim replied, yes, the monkey. If I keep remembering those things, naturally fabricating stories is not a good thing. This feeling of doubt becomes stronger and stronger. I have to graduate quickly before things get complicated. He asked, new generation hero, don't you have any questions? Hero Nim replied, don't talk without using the new language. I laughed and replied, haha, I'm so sorry. There's no way we can defeat the Demon King, so tell me why they keep raising heroes. Hero Nim asked and answered, who exactly are they? Don't block my mouth with long, silly stories, but answer my question. He replied, you are very careful. The main reason is, aim to defeat the first hero. That hero successfully escaped and built a new family. Different from before, the family has an absolutely submissive relationship with its superiors. In that family, being called devils and demon kings in the next generation is not strange. Hero Nim was extremely confused. The hero became a demon king, then continued to nurture the hero to defeat that demon king. It was so much fun. He stuck his sword into the ground and said, "Everything I wanted to say has been conveyed. There will be some reward for you for coming this far. After all, I am just a part of bodies that have been divided countless times. This power is dedicated to you. I hope you will have a happy adventure full of dreams and hopes." Hero Nim stood tall with his hands on his hips. Hero Nim thought, there was no change in ability, so I don't really know, but it felt like the skill and level had been raised, so Hero Nim walked up from that basement. Just as I was about halfway up, there was suddenly a scream, "Ah!" It turned out that the princess, the hero's former wife, first saw him in panic and screamed, "How did you get in here?" Hero Nim reached out and hit her on the head. She was lying on the floor with a huge lump growing on her head. Hero Nim said, "Seeing this little girl here all this time." Then Hero Nim carried her into the bedroom and threw her on the bed. Then tied her up with a blanket. The girl panicked. The Nim hero hit her forehead with a stick. She passed out and lay still on the bed. Hero Nim spoke, "I still have guests waiting, so obediently stay in the bedroom. Be grateful that I'm still being polite. Think about all your arrogance." Suddenly Hero Nim heard the sound of footsteps. Hero Nim looked back and thought, someone is coming. The beginner's room finally arrived. "I will personally come to welcome you, old prince," Hero Nim said while smiling. At the training room, Hero Nim walked to the training room and thought to himself, the noise that had been coming here for a while now stopped. Could it be because he discovered me coming? Hero Nim holds a red cross sword, but move as you like. Then Hero Nim swung his sword and jumped up saying, "The victory is mine. This time the information you know is complete." Suddenly Hero Nim saw a blonde guy. He said, "Oh." The blonde guy lying still on the ground said, "Kang Hansu, is that you?" Hero Nim said to the blonde guy, "Hey. Why are you here?" Said the weak blonde guy lying on the ground, "Do you still remember my name?" Hero Nim replied, "I haven't seen you for so long. Isn't this my dear friend? I think you've forgotten this rotten boy again." Earthlings are kidnapped to Fantasia. If they defeat the Demon King with the power of love and friendship, then they can return to their homeland. This was an undeniable truth that was confirmed even at the Hero Festival. "But, why are you here?" Hero Nim asked the blonde guy. The blonde guy scratched his head and said, "On Earth, my girlfriend and I went hunting together as mercenaries, but because of bad weather, we had no choice but to set up tents in camp. There was only one sleeping bag. Oh my gosh, my girlfriend said it was cold, so I hugged her to warm her up and we chatted until early morning, then got scolded by the employer saying we were too noisy. Nim Hero is angry. Shut your mouth and talk about the main issue." The blonde guy continued, "He's so mean. I'll talk clearly now. Just like that, when I opened my eyes early in the morning, I found myself in this fantasy village of fantasy. I'm also very shocked," Hero Nim said. "Is it suddenly like that?" The blonde guy continued, "The villagers asked me if I had a sister. I didn't even see a shadow of a sister." Hero Nim thinks this kid is also a graduate student. He was recognized as a hero and in just 3 years graduated, only to be pulled back into this fierce world of fantasy. Why? Because of poor academic performance or bad attitude after graduation. Will I ever be caught again? The blonde guy continued, "Anyway. At the request of the stable owner, their daughter was sick, so I went to the forest to look for medicinal herbs. What is this?" The blonde guy was surprised when he saw the red sword of Hero Nim. "What, have you just found a new sword?" "Ha ha." Hero Nim thought about his battle uniform. Hero Nim spoke up, "Hey buddy," the blonde guy snapped, "let's call him by name." The Nim hero angrily called out, "Hey buddy," the blonde guy replied, "What's going on, brat?" Hero Nim continued to ask, "What are you hunting that makes you wear a battle uniform to bed?" The blonde guy replied, "Isn't it natural?" Hero Nim angrily looked at him with bullet-shaped eyes. "At times like these, it's best to just keep your mouth shut and let the matter go." The blonde guy said, "Android, I mean the main weapon of the aliens that invaded Earth 6 months ago. Different from its appearance, it is not only very strong, but it's also difficult to distinguish from humans without checking the ability index, so aren't we always on guard?" After listening to him, the Nim hero immediately stopped. "Alien androids invaded the Earth. Of course, up to now, I have also seen super robots and See the lightsaber too. In the world of Fantasia, there are all kinds of things. Let's say this is the world of Fantasia. Why did Fantasia move to Earth? The fact that this guy mysteriously appeared here really makes me uncomfortable. If it's true at the previous time, then it coincides with the time when I should give the old prince a beating. Now is not the time to do this. Hero Nim turned away. The blonde guy saw that and asked, "How have you been doing lately? I've been the only one talking. Tell me your story." Hero Nim said, "I." The words he was about to say reached his mouth and he thought about it but didn't say it anymore. 1 was safe and sound, 2 opponents were just around the corner, 3 tortured and got information. Hero Nim thought, let's leave this one alone. Actually, this is not a problem that I need to worry about. I can ignore the untrue story that aliens have invaded our Earth. We have to deal well with this kid to get some of the latest information on Earth. Hero Nim was turning around to talk to the blonde guy when he suddenly heard a voice calling, "Hero Nim." Hero Nim was startled and turned around, turning out to be the girl he had tied to the bed earlier. "Ah, why did you leave me in this state and then run away? Take responsibility." The girl's clothes were torn and tattered. "Come run." Hero Nim covered his ears. The blonde guy called, "Kang Han-soo." Hero Nim covered his ears and replied, "What are you saying? I can't hear you clearly." The blonde guy shouted angrily, "This rotten boy. You and that beauty, like this and then play with people like that. Don't even think about running away. If it's come to this, I'm honest." Hero Nim thought to himself, if this keeps up, I'll kill this brat before I get any information. Nim Hero replied, "Let's get out of here first." The blonde guy replied, "Huh." Hero Nim quickly ran away. "I'll go first. You should use all your strength to run after me." The girl and the guy were surprised. "Ah, Kang Han-soo." Hero Nim thought, actually I feel a bit worried. My goal was to return to Earth but now the Earth has been taken away, because this loop happened. Now is not the time to take it easy. The blonde-haired guy was out of breath as he ran out of that cave, just in time to get there. The Nim Hero replied, "Good. Now that the boring training is over, let's go kill the Demon King." The blonde guy is panicking. Nim Hero said, "Is there any problem?" The blonde guy replied, "There are many problems you're talking about. I mean, how can I fight against the Demon King with this level?" Hearing the blonde guy say that, the hero felt like a stone had fallen on his head. The blonde guy continued, "What should we do? Let's go meet the Ice Princess." The two of them rode the white dragon together and flew into the sky. The blonde guy said, Han-soo thought, this wind is still quick. Well, thanks to him, I also have some useful information. The blonde guy said, now the Earth is facing a tragedy. Although some countries have only been lightly attacked. But it's not the time for heroes to sit back and watch. Through the power of love and friendship the aliens were repelled, now they are faced with the remaining soldiers. I understand I'm still missing a lot of important information. Are the first prince and the aliens two different forces? There are too many things that need to be clarified. The blonde guy shouted loudly. Hero Nim interrupted. Now what is this? What happened to that mountain? Nim Hero replied, accept it. The dragon landed in a white palace on top of a mountain. Hero Nim said, we're going to find the sage's wand, right? The blonde guy shouted, no, you don't know what you're talking about. If we take away the sage's wand, it will immediately lose its effectiveness. First we will instill hope in the Ice Princess by saying there is a way to control her powers. Then that impatient princess will wear a newspaper to marry us. Hero Nim thought helplessly, should I live dirty like him to graduate, because graduation is still a long way away. The blonde guy continued, anyway, you understand what I mean, right? Let's go find the Ice Princess first. The Ice Princess, the blonde guy ran into the castle and called out. The Nim Hero thought to himself, should I at least pretend to look for her? Hero Nim suddenly saw it. A cave on top of a mountain. There was a crying sound in the cave, hoo hoo hoo. Hero Nim shouted, hey guy, if you don't want to be torn to pieces by a dragon then come out. The man in the cave said, oh, yes, I'll be right out. Hearing the blonde guy running inside, he stopped and turned back to Hero Nim. He hurriedly ran towards Hero Nim. Kang Han-soo, what did you find there? Hero Nim was crossing his arms looking towards the cave. The blonde guy was surprised to see the princess coming out of the cave. Isn't this the Ice Princess? The princess wore a white dress with a black tail and long white hair coming out of the cave. The princess bowed and said hello, very happy to meet me as the Ice Princess. When the princess saw the giant white dragon, she panicked. The dragon has green eyes. She remembered being carried away by that dragon into the sky. Hero Nim smiled and said, "Very happy to meet the princess." He introduced, "This is Hero A and I am Hero B. You must be a famous princess." The princess was sweating in panic. Hero Nim continued, "If you're going to use your sharp claws like a crazy white cat, then I'm ready." The ice princess trembled in fear and said yes. Hero Nim replied, "That's good." Brainwashing F into brainwashing E, forcing F, threatening F, the blonde guy ran to the ice princess. "Ice princess, why is the castle so clear?" The ice princess replied, "Yes, I came here because I was attacked by an unknown enemy." Hero Nim felt tickled. The princess continued, "My power was out of control so things turned out like that." The blonde guy happily replied, "Just as I thought." He reached out his hand to comfort her, "Don't worry, I know how to control your strength." The ice princess is happy. "Really?" he replied, "Indeed." The blonde guy replied, "Please wait for me until I get the items I need. Let's go Kang Hansu." Hero Nim replied, "Okay, ki ah." The white dragon began to take off. The dragon flapped its wings and roared. The princess was scared when she saw that scene. She screamed, "Avoid, avoid." The blonde guy yelled at the Hero Nim, "A Kang Hansu to be careful, no matter how high our level is." Hero Nim placed his hand on the ice princess's head. "She seems to recognize everything. Ho Hero Nim." Hero Nim shouted, "Shut up. Looks like my persuasion was successful. We won't need the sage's magic wand anymore." Hero Nim called out to the blonde guy. He was empty. The blonde guy was frozen by the princess. Hero Nim continued, "It seems okay, I'll go first." The purple orb appeared and told Hero Nim, "They say repeated mistakes in one day become a sin. At least you didn't leave her behind for the 6th time, right?" About an hour ago, Hero Nim said to the Ice Princess, "I'm going to capture the Demon King, so you go to the village yourself." The Ice Princess panicked, "What?" The purple orb said to Hero Nim, "What do you plan to do with the golem you ordered in the Magic Kingdom? If you keep going like this to capture the Demon King, will everything be okay?" Hero Nim is not happy. Worship long, Okay, I have to repeat the same process as last time because the score is AAA. Kiki came over here. The white dragon of Hero Nim flew over. Hero Nim walked up to the blonde boy and said, "Now remembering. I almost forgot about you." The floating purple ball said, "Okay, the young soldier thinks so much of his friends. This is also considered a big plus." Hero Nim pulled out his sword and said, "There are some things I want to test with you. I ordered the dragon. Kiki, now go look for the princess." In the forest covered with snow, the ice princess was running quickly towards the village. Suddenly a large shadow appeared above her head. She was startled and looked up to see that it was Hero Nim's dragon. The princess was scared. The Nim hero sitting on the dragon's back said, "Hey, come on." The princess happily replied, "Hero Nim." She sat on the dragon's back behind the Nim hero, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Hero Nim said, annoyed, "You, princess?" "Yes, Hero Nim." Hero Nim replied, "Remember to take a shower when you get there." She replied, "Yes." "Where are we going?" The dragon flew to a large castle. It landed in the castle lobby. The emperor wore a crown to welcome the two of them. "You always surprise me. Look at you taming a dragon." Hero Nim replied, "It's nothing." The king continued, even more modestly, "You came at the right time. The golem you ordered is complete." The hero lowered his head and walked towards the king. The king was surprised to see the ice princess. When the ice princess saw the king, she cried profusely, "Father." The king also cried when he saw you, the princess. "Oh my baby." The two of you hugged each other tightly. The princess pampered you. Your father loved you. Hero Nim thought, "I wonder which great country's precious princess she is. Turns out it's a magical kingdom." The king said happily, "Hero Nim, respectfully. Not only did you cure my evil disease, you also saved the life of my daughter whom I had almost given up hope of finding. How should I repay this favor?" Hero Nim shyly replied, "You don't have to worry about it, Your Majesty. First, let's see if the golem you mentioned is complete." He thought to himself, "Because graduation is the best for me." The door opened. Hero Nim walked in. The soldiers wearing black head coverings respectfully said, "Hello to you, hero. Hello to you, outstanding hero." Inside the vast stadium, everyone knelt down when they saw the silent hero, welcoming him, greeting the hero. At the end there was a person inside a glass experimental cage. Hero Nim was surprised to see the person lying in the glass experimental cage. "Oh. She is as perfect as the design. The girl in the glass experimental cage belongs to the bent golem race. Level 930. Job virgin sage beauty. Physical strength. Physical skills A endurance A carnage B double B recovery B. Standby battery charging state. He thought to himself, if I recharge my holy power now, I will become invincible in the world. Suddenly there was a callback. Hero Nim, please wait a moment. Bring it over here. The king told his servant to bring a blue box. The king gave it to Hero Nim. This is familiar, Hero Nim thought. The king continued, in return he created a golem. But must use from the heart of the dragon to the tears of the demon king, although the manufacturing requirements include many unique ingredients, but with the power of the kingdom, this is still possible. However, saving my daughter's life is impossible even with the power the country has. The king opened the box and inside there was a glowing red diamond. The king continued, this national treasure is the sincerity of our kingdom. Hero Nim replied, oh my god, thank you. He thought to himself that being this generous because of his daughter is definitely someone I have to observe and learn from. Hero Nim suddenly remembered. The great magician who supported the first hero was her ancestor, but it was rumored that she refused to become a member of the hero family and received this gem as a farewell gift. The sound coming from that pearl kept echoing in Hero Nim's head. I want to kill that disgusting saint and princess. Just look at me. Leave all the stupid things around you alone. Why don't you recognize my divinity? Love is like magic, the hero thought. Evil thoughts. Is this the voice of the ancestor that the king mentioned? Whenever he spoke, that voice described a rather strange love. The system appears. Name, rank A square, B destroy target, C forget target, D cannot be chaotic, E cannot be destroyed, F cannot be forgotten. Hero Nim thought belly, even though it's not a problem for me, my rank has increased anyway. The iron barrel girl held out her hand with stiff gray fingers. Ah, the surrounding was full of the mystery of translucent air. She said in panic, it's been a long time, the golem race is in chaos. 930, work, hero, experience 50%, touching, holy magic, destroyed at, melee at, physical strength at, strong body at, condition of the sword saint to take care of and protect. Suddenly Kang Han-soo called her name, making her even more panicked. Hey iron barrel, she quickly responded in doubt when she heard the name of this iron barrel. Yes. Kang Han-soo said in a dangerous voice, come on, look at me, who am I? The iron barrel girl seemed hypnotized. You are my master. The guy smirked again. The contract was completed, now let's see. A hero cannot own more than one holy sword, so what if I own a golem that already holds a holy sword? Kang Han-soo clenched his hands into fists, canceling the summoning order. Suddenly he noticed the screen next to him. Chaos Humanity 999 plus, Hero 500 experience, Holy Type deck, Blessing deck, Magic deck, Destruction SSS, Fortitude SSS, Fake SSS, Magic, Massacre, Fresh Air, Pursuit, Physical Strength, Endurance, 5 senses, Swordsmanship, Physics, Social, Communication, Touch, Feeling, Immunity, Teasing, Joking, Teaching Assistant, Taboo, Active, Good Radiation, Resistance, Rebellion, Introspection, Survival, Excitement, Fighting, Physical Strength, and Suppression are all top-notch. Sophistry Tame Status, Sword Saint, Saintess, Golem. Kang Han-soo excitedly howled, not a bad result. What the hell is a hero owning a hero? The guy ran forward. Next to him there was also a prominent purple ball, because this experiment was aimed at that from the beginning. Now let's develop it. The sky was black with dark clouds and streaks of lightning across the sky. The figure of the demon king Phi Du Na sat proudly on his red throne. He said in a booming voice, this feeling. You have finally come. The hero, Kang Han-soo, jumped down from the ceiling in a very cool way. Is selected. When the demon king saw that, he was extremely angry and shouted loudly, I didn't expect a polite knock on the door, but isn't that the basic way to enter someone else's house? Kang Han-soo just casually replied, now that's important. Kang Han-soo's whole body radiated a brilliant halo of light. This made the delusional demon king extremely angry. Oh, are you planning to challenge the supreme person of the demon world like me? Then he stood up straight and boldly walked towards him. His words kept echoing in Kang Han-soo's ears. Chosen hero, I will show you how foolish you were, to give up the power of love and friendship and choose energy. Where is the darkness? It seems that Kang Han-soo was not very happy to hear these words from him. He spoke up, by the way, where is the A? The demon king replied without the slightest bit of joy, how do you know that child's name? Don't tell me. In his eyes it seemed like he was talking about love, the two of them were in that kind of relationship. Then he excitedly burst out, "I don't know anything, hero, what relationship do you have with my daughter?" These words are so powerful that they can blow Kang Han-soo away. Looking at his reaction, she was definitely not here, because he could have called her out if he was curious to know. On the other hand, the Demon King was still talking endlessly on the side. "There's no way you two already have a child. Is it a boy or a girl?" Kang Han-soo immediately raised his hand to summon a move, summoning an iron barrel. The iron barrel girl immediately appeared in front of Kang Han-soo. The Demon King, who was so confused, immediately regained his previous excitement. He raised his hand to stroke his chin. I wonder how the Demon King's punishment will be applied when there are two heroes. The Demon King angrily lowered his center of gravity, growling, "The hero is actually a golem." Kang Han-soo smiled evilly, finishing him off before he could turn away. Then he gave the order, "Let's go." "Yes, master," and then the two of them readied their swords to attack that Devil King. When he saw the oppressive atmosphere in front of him, he howled and howled. The Demon King's entire black and gray castle seemed to move after those attacks. On the roof of the castle, an intense glare emitted. Inside there were small rocks falling on the ground. Kang Han-soo gallantly stood on the ground and let the Iron Barrel Girl deal with the monster. "That's it, I owe you the last time I played." The Iron Barrel Girl also used her hand to pull the monster's leather armor and make it crawl on the ground. In her hand she also held a piece of its skin. A notification appeared on the screen. "Did the Nim hero go on an adventure?" He replied in a bored manner. Maybe a little." The journey of a true hero is truly arduous, however, you have to form countless connections with others who keep faith and hope, thanks to whom you can learn about friendship and love, and finally, after growing up with them, you will be able to defeat the cruel Demon King. Kang Han-soo also replied despondently, "Already?" He raised his hand into a fist, still pretending as before. "Now let's see your level. It's finally time to return to Earth. Please check the leaderboard carefully." Kang Han-soo's name, fighting ability, achievements, reputation, personality. Note this guy is leveled, something is wrong. This guy has a calf level, something is wrong. Kang Han-soo calmly stood and said, "Dear Saint Fantasy, no matter what you say, my record of achievement has proven that I am innocent and very valuable. The screen shows the results. You have passed the test. The graduation celebration is underway. The teaching staff is satisfied with the graduation. The specialist teacher's detention has been cancelled. The hero job will be revoked. The holy sword weapon will be revoked. The student title will be revoked. I feel relieved but a little sad. Student Kang Han-soo." From the ball came a voice that made Kang Han-soo excited. "In turn, teacher, I'm really happy for you. That's right, you have to become a great teacher, even if you don't have a student. Haha, everyone thinks I only have one student. Take care of yourself." In Kang Han-soo's eyes, besides joy, there is also a bit of regret. Graduation ceremony ends. Kang Han-soo fell asleep. Then he quickly woke up. Kang Han-soo looked at the scene ahead. It is a large space of forest with patchy green grass and lush green trees. Not far away is a bustling city scene with sky-high buildings filled with sparkling lights. Kang Han-soo excitedly inhaled, "Ah, this stuffy stuff. It makes me feel exhausted just by breathing." Kang Han-soo lay down on the cool ground to enjoy. After that, he was so happy that he cried, "I'm really back, ha ha ha." The screen shows a notification. The human race is in chaos 999 plus, unemployment experience 110%, holy magic skill 10, blessing 100, magic power 100, artificial magic 100% at, training at, sword saint status, saintess, golem. The guy happily pressed the touch screen. It was all just a dream. He didn't say such cliches. Except for my job. No, it's the opposite. I'm finally free from the bullshit hero job. A top job is what I want. Choosing the profession of a thief is fine. The guy imagined he would become a thief. Luck often comes to the humble. I even have it. Holy sword 2 again. First of all, becoming a thief will be his #1 priority. He closed his eyes and happily enjoyed it. From now on, just live in peace. This is the beginning of happiness. Before he could finish his sentence, the guy remembered something. Oh well, what terrible territory am I in? He sat up again and looked into the distance. Under that shining city, people still travel bustlingly on the main road. The traffic lights are colorful and cars are also moving around. Kang Han-soo wondered if it was an English-speaking country or not. Well, just one look at the stars at night and you'll immediately know that this is Earth. Suddenly, a bright red light flashed above the sky of clouds and stars. Huh? Kang Hansu panicked and became suspicious when he saw that bright light appearing more and more, then it rushed down to the earth, a shooting star. People walking on the street also discovered something unusual. Then the meteors plunged to the earth and exploded as if they were bombs. Kang Hansu doesn't understand what happened, why suddenly? Meanwhile, there was a stream of bright light erupting from the ground like a volcano erupting. Everything happened in a very short time. Kang Hansu didn't panic either. The guy said coldly, "Oh go." From the burning smoke and fire, a majestic figure appeared. Is she a female dancer? The girl's information also appeared. Warring golem race, 700, charming female warrior job, skills, fighting skills, holy magic, elegant, self-destruct, demon sword state activates. This golem girl didn't say anything but immediately rushed to attack Kang Hansu. He also quickly retreated back to avoid the attack. Kang Hansu's face showed boredom but not fear. No matter which golem it is, it depends on the stage. But at that level, I only barely have 4 skills. Originally, swordsmanship required resistance, magic required magic power. This was really it. It's a completely different melee. Kang Hansu sat down, lowered his center of gravity, then swung his sword so he could attack the girl by surprise. I only saw a lot of incomprehensible debris scattered everywhere. It seemed like it was part of the golem's body. This was different from standard machines created only by a sage or a magical kingdom. It seemed to be created by applying clay to a steel wire frame. Whatever it is, it's not just a machine. Self-destruct. Ah! Kang Hansu screamed, ah! The whole space in front suddenly exploded violently, but Kang Hansu just stood with his hands on his hips and looked coldly. On the other side, the volcano was erupting, smoke and fire filled the sky. Kang Hansu angrily brushed off the coal dust on his body, and finally returned to the world of fantasy, but this time it was science fiction. Then he noticed something behind him. Down in the city center there were small explosions everywhere. Oh, the graduates were working hard to protect the city. But not really. Do things like this often appear on Earth these days? I feel a bit worried. I really need current news about the Earth. Kang Hansu doesn't understand what will happen next. Behind him suddenly appeared a giant, stone-gray helicopter. The giant helicopter landed heavily on the ground. The stairway door was gradually opened, the light shining from it was dazzling. From the helicopter, a few people got off and walked towards Kang Hansu. He just stood there evaluating the students, pretending that the average was 600, their skill set was even worse. He suddenly realized something. The red-haired girl in front of him was shown, the witch job. Kang Hansu was extremely skeptical. A witch, what a rare job. She eagerly pointed her finger straight at Kang Hansu's face. Ah, it's you, we meet again. I told you, didn't I, that I will track you down no matter where you are, again. You've been hiding from my intelligence network for 6 months, now what makes you suddenly come here? The guy Kang Hansu just calmly said, we've met before. The other girl angrily shouted, hey. The night sky is extremely peaceful in this city. The light of the full moon night is extremely beautiful. In the nearby river, the water surface is strangely calm and gentle. The helicopter that was flying below the ground. Soft drink cans were mercilessly crushed. Kang Hansu opened another can of water then took a refreshing sip. Then the guy gritted his teeth in anger, angry. As soon as I finished drinking the can, Kang Hansu squashed it flat. This is exactly the taste. The red-haired girl said again, now I actually meet you. I don't know what to start talking about now. I even prepared a list of things. Kang Hansu said angrily and pointed his finger. Let me ask you a question first. In your life, what is your current limit on Earth? Why are you ranking yourself like in a game? Victory or defeat can happen depending on your condition. In particular, for a witch like me, the results may be different. It depends on how much we put in. The other girl still calmly sat cross-legged and said, if you still want to know, on Earth I am officially at the 8th boundary. Her information is displayed. The race of people bends and sways 999 plus, sorceress job, magic power, willpower skill et, magic et, swordsmanship et, antibody et, survival a, state of doubt, expectation, magic sword. Having read this far, Kang Hansu's eyes looking at that girl were also somewhat different, as if she was radiating a brilliant aura. Kang Hansu asked, what round is this? She replied bluntly, that's the total number. Kang Han-soo gave the thumbs-up sign of 5 curls. Oh, that's so good, but there were 5 provocations in her words. She was a bit angry. That's enough of the snarky compliments. Even the Demon King's pet is difficult to defeat. Now it has the 8th highest parameters on Earth. The Earth's fighting power is not even half of my expectations. Now it's my turn to ask, what's your name? On such a beautiful moonlit night, Kang Han-soo replied to her very gently, Kang Han-soo. The other girl also slowly introduced herself. My name is Victoria. Currently I am operating more as a technician and businesswoman than a hero. I am running a global ammunition manufacturing factory and distribution company. Kang Han-soo leaned back in the helicopter's seat, looking far away at the door outside. Nice to meet you, the other girl asked again. Have I told you my name yet? Kang Han-soo said, hey, there's a limit to looking down on others. You're the nation's bullet, aren't you? It's a job. Don't treat other people's daughters like bullets. Okay, bullet. Suddenly, to the left of Kang Han-soo, a blinding white light appeared. Kang Han-soo said coldly, bending down. The Victoria girl panicked. What? I only see the sword with heart and wing scepter details being held by the guy in his hand. The other helicopter once again flashed a bright light right at the top of the helicopter and then soared in the sky. It turned out that the bright light was the sword that flashed past, causing it to crack into many pieces. Kang Han-soo seemed very powerful when attacking the helicopter. After a few gentle moves, the helicopter was seriously damaged and caused it to stagger and fall to the ground. Kang Han-soo's eyes sparkled with danger. Suddenly another bright line appeared in the sky. Kang Han-soo raised his face to look at it. The sharp tip of the sword was about to be swung again. A ring of light was waved and spread throughout the vast space. Kang Han-soo commented irritably, perfect. White feathers flew wildly across the sky. Kang Han-soo's feet dangled in midair. The sword's wings kept flapping to keep the guy standing in midair. The guy was also very excited. There he was. The closer the light became, the more dazzling it became, then it shone brightly in the sky. A man with outstanding appearance and muscular body, even the moonlight did not lose his spirit, and in his hand he held a sword that glowed brightly. He gritted his teeth angrily, bastard. Kang Han-soo replied irritably, you did an excellent job of hiding, old prince. That old prince also screamed and refused to give up, and you joked around in the training cave quite nicely, a cowardly brat like you, but wait. He raised his voice louder than before, how the hell am I the old prince? Kang Han-soo just replied nonchalantly, you really don't know, you. The other guy was so angry that the house was about to burn down. He shouted, it's your moment. The screen displays his information. Elder race, 999 plus. Prince's job, country strength, will, skill, vigor, penetration, swordsmanship, conspiracy, ability to get, endure SSS, grudge status, demonic sword. You are the one who escaped during the 6 rounds. It was too humiliating for you to escape, and now we meet again like this. Kang Han-soo still holds steady in the sky with his sword and white wings, but I'm also surprised that you found me. How did you know I was here? Were you spying on me or was it you? The old prince shouted again, don't imagine such terrible things, I just find your unusual heroic strength interesting. Oh yeah, hero power, is he referring to the empty box? Things are different now, you arrogant hero. Kang Han-soo just smiled mischievously. You talk too much, let's start the second round. Thunder and lightning struck chaotically in the sky, and the tsunami was truly unbelievably strong. Roaring streams of sound pushed against the constantly pounding water. Kang Han-soo also had a tense confrontation with the old prince using his own magical sword. From where they fought, it spread throughout space. I have 2 techniques, you have 3, the old prince has great strength, great penetration. Kang Han-soo has holy power, blessings, and dark powers, regardless of whether it's an SSS trick or a tricky one, those things are just the basics, they're nothing compared to the ultimate techniques. This is a battle we cannot afford to lose. That's for sure. Even this time it was definitely the same. At this time a long tear began to appear on Kang Han-soo's shirt. The old prince's face looked very pleased. Once again, the 2 swords touched each other, making a deafening sound. That old prince started to provoke again. New generation hero, aren't you a bit clumsy? Kang Han-soo angrily said with angry eyes. Shut up, look at the face that just got hit by me, I already know your punch. The old prince's face began to distort. He howled, this bastard. The light of Blessing Deck shines brightly on Kang Han-soo's sword. Blessing Deck. Kang Han-soo leaned over and galloped towards the old prince, causing him to be pushed back. He cried out, "Guffaw!" Kang Han-soo is decisive. No matter how amazing your strength is, it's meaningless if you're slow. The old prince received another fatal blow. There. From there, the dazzling light of the move also spread throughout the space. Prince Jia suddenly swung his sword close to his body, using this skill to hit people. What a waste! Then a series of bright sword moves slashed across the space and swung towards Kang Han-soo. Kang Han-soo also quickly dodged the move and then decisively rushed to approach the old prince. Humph, rest. Kang Han-soo used his foot to kick hard on the old prince's stomach. The punch was so powerful that it spread across 5 miles. Kang Han-soo was a bit angry. Now I understand. This is why I accumulate strength. Kang Han-soo pointed his finger at the other person. You bastard, your pretense is as crazy as your age. The old prince angrily explained, it was not old age, but the result of effort. Kang Han-soo called her iron barrel, knife. She was also surprised. It was a holy sword, but she still obeyed and took out a sword from her body. Without saying much, Kang Han-soo received that holy sword immediately. The guy then used this sword to slash across the body of that huge prince, making him unable to react in time. From the sword's path emitted a dazzling blue light. In the old prince's eyes there was only shock. Kang Han-soo gloated, that sword, haha, it works very well. That's why the old hero quickly ran away from the battle area. Kang Han-soo also quickly chased after him. This time I won't let you escape. He only left a few sentences. I will acknowledge you to some extent, you hidden hero. Suddenly a bright light of lightning streaked across the sky. From this moment on, I will face you not as a warrior, but as a prince. The prince's job is to increase national power by increasing vitality. Kang Han-soo just laughed. What are you boasting about? Suddenly the old prince came from the side with a powerful punch. Kang Han-soo ate one of his punches. After being suddenly attacked, Kang Han-soo flew hundreds of miles away. The old prince still kept his fist firmly in place and said, it's an honor for you. The number of enemies that caused me to unleash this ultimate power can only be counted on the fingers of one hand. Kang Han-soo kicked hard on the water below to jump up. Oh really, how strong is a prince like him? If I fail here, I will lose everything. Kang Han-soo pointed, I also have a great move. Kang Han-soo then used all his strength to grip the sword in his hand. His eyes closed as if he was reactivating his power. The sword with heart-shaped details and small wings also began to change. Infinite skill pressed. The whole sky from the sword became blindingly white. When the other guy saw it, he just said faintly, isn't this your home planet? I don't care about an Earth without me on it. The sword glowed red then emitted a magical light. Cracks began to appear on it. After that, Kang Han-soo quickly swung the sword towards the old prince. The waves began to rise violently. The sky was full of dark clouds. Heavy rain poured down angrily. A large stream of lightning shot down onto the sea surface, creating a long ray of light. In the midst of that powerful lightning, Kang Han-soo rushed forward with his sword. The giant figure of the old prince standing opposite did not have the slightest resistance. Kang Han-soo shouted each word loudly, go and die. Said the old prince, I told you were very clumsy. Kang Han-soo's sword just in time rushed towards the old prince's head. His face was like wood and stone without any emotion. The wave's surface fluctuated a bit violently. Once again lightning struck once more as if time looped. This makes Kang Han-soo very skeptical. Time has stopped. No, time is just extremely slow. Kang Han-soo asked him, what did you do? He also replied, this is the power of a hero who can kill in one hit. Have you ever doubted about that, about where you received that power? A system that allows you to trample on your opponents without too much effort, and that system has been generously granted cohesion and favors by a transcendent being. Haven't you been using this power irresponsibly and remaining silent until now? Then the old prince spoke up, listen carefully, that trash power, it doesn't belong to you. Even if you have the power to destroy the universe in a moment, once the owner takes it back, it will disappear like an illusion. It is nothing if not a part of ignorance. Kang Han-soo asked, it's all lies, right? Really, it's a virtual power. Kang Han-soo and the old prince have been in the same attacking position all this time, but you still use it, because it's so convenient. You can easily get stronger and convert your power, so I'll take advantage of that. You're not like that, are you? Kang Han-soo tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. No. You are really strange. You are another person. The old prince let out a sinister smile. Ha, I really want to see you collapse when you realize that you have been betrayed by the very ability you believed in. Kang Han-soo also asked harshly, you must be a pervert. There is only this moment left for you to be loud when taking on other people's attacks. Have you ever heard the saying that many people die early? Wake up from your dreams and hopes. The hero's name is stupid, the curses thrown out are truly outrageous. Kang Han-soo frowned as if annoyed. I feel like I woke up from a dream, ha! The screen shows notifications again. Race, Chaos Human, Leprechaun 1, Calf Job, Skills, Holy Magic, Blessing, Magic, Saint Status. Kang Han-soo said, all my hopes and dreams were truly dead. I'm also skeptical, why are there so many empty boxes in my work? But why isn't there anything wrong with it, as if everything had been like that from the start? He raised his hand to catch the light. Perfect. A girl held Kang Han-soo. She had 3 pairs of magical white wings and was as beautiful as a goddess. She also said, yes. Where did Sword Saint 2 go? Why is she the only one left? Is this the feeling of limbs falling apart? Kang Han-soo frowned and said, by the way, I feel like I forgot something from the beginning. Then he glanced in the direction of the girl behind him. In the sky, that blinding light is still there. It turned out that the information belonged to the old prince, who was still angry. He also recovered. Kang Han-soo immediately let go of that goddess to prepare to attack. I don't know what you did. Kang Han-soo clenched his fists, the muscle lines on his biceps clearly visible. But you cannot take away his teachings. The eyes of both sides looked at each other, clearly revealing the fiery danger. Kang Han-soo quickly used his big fist to squeeze the old prince's neck. He breathed hard and then spat out mouthfuls of saliva. Then Kang Han-soo even used his teeth to bite his hand. My translation skill was lost because of you, so I don't understand what the hell you're saying, you know. The two people continued to fight fiercely in the air. Immediately after that, the space became dark. Both of them fell into the deep water of the sea. That water was not only cold but also covered with darkness. It was also very shallow and deep. There is only one dead road down there. However, contrary to the mentality of normal people when falling into such deep seas, Kang Han-soo is completely opposite. No matter how much he is submerged, right now he has the strength to endure. Like his own leech, he immediately bit his opponent's hand with a sharp pain. Along with that, he wanted to train his arm muscles, so he strangled that opponent so hard. The pressure from Kang Han-soo's hand that connected the electrical circuit to this big guy also made him frown because he couldn't breathe. Because of not being able to get oxygen to breathe, combined with being squeezed from the throat, that made the other opponent crazy and used his fist to punch the little boy Kang Han-soo in the shoulder. And no matter how strong he is, the strength of one child cannot overcome the strength of another. Immediately after that blow, Kang Han-soo fell into a weak position and quickly had to let go. The big guy then escaped from his range. It was thought that Kang Han-soo was gradually weakening and that the big guy had regained his strength, but no, he had too much contempt for a person with the power of a demon hiding in the body of a child. Now he quickly regained his position and squeezed his neck once more, causing the opponent in front of him to only tremble because his breathing became more and more suffocating, and there was no oxygen supplied into the body. His face became more and more pale like Doraemon's face, because the pressure from his throat was exerted on him as if he died from suffocation. His face became even more horrifying, all the blue veins appeared, creepy. But he did not let Kang Han-soo satisfy his wishes. In order to save himself from an emergency situation, he used his hands and nails that were half a month long to cut and scratch on his chest. Kang Han-soo saw that and just sighed softly. Then he showed a sinister smile as if he wanted to tell the other person that he chose death, did not drink the wine that was invited, but instead liked to drink the wine as punishment, causing more scars on Kang Han-soo's ribs. Love so long. Just like that, the two of them immediately rushed to fight in the middle of the sea. No one would accept that no one, whether it was that big guy or that boy with supernatural energy, was not inferior to each other. Accompanied by an extremely angry face, to the point that his veins were showing off, Kang Han-soo indignantly sneered at the other person and then thought to himself that it would be better for you to give up. Not only his smile but also his eyes when that guy counterattacked. He became angry like a devil's eyes. He glared at him with those eyes, making everyone who saw him feel 10% scared. And even if he fought with that big guy, the strength hidden in the boy's body was not the same. Kang Han-soo immediately put all the strength in his body into his wrist. He squeezed that guy's neck tightly, making him more and more scared due to lack of oxygen, becoming more and more panicked, wondering what kind of ability he had. On this side, looking back at the wound that he had scratched on his side or ribs, he saw that he was scared and did not understand why, even though he was very strong, he had to accept defeat like that. He smiled contemptuously, then spoke up and said in his heart, "Even if I keep talking, you won't understand." However, without waiting too long, the opponent's face gradually changed color, his eyes swept over his whites along with his sinewy face, his breath was weak and scared, he was about to meet his ancestors again. I was afraid and thought to myself that this type of death, this type of defeat, I don't accept. As if he had a telepathy, Kang Han-soo immediately read the thoughts in his head, then laughed out loud with a devilish smile, his eyes filled with aggression, and he silently thought to himself, "What if I don't agree, huh?" But immediately something appeared in this vast space of the sea. With extremely surprised eyes, Kang Han-soo immediately felt something unusual and stopped his actions. Looking at that big guy in front of his eyes with the purple light that looked like S-rank power, he could also feel through the skin contact that his face became confused and silently told himself his strength was returning, but because he was too busy thinking, he didn't notice that guy was silently moving. He had accumulated his strength from a while ago and put it all into the fist in front of him, directly towards your target. However, that guy also underestimated Kang Han-soo's ability when he thought that he didn't pay attention and just kept moving forward. Now when he saw that guy regain the balance card like that, Kang Han-soo quickly avoid a fatal attack from your opponent. As fast as the speed of moving is alter, Kang Han-soo grabbed his head and then yanked it so hard that he felt pain. Not only did he stop at curling his hair, but then he put on a rather evil face. With terrible strength he pulled his head and slammed it against his knee, and that blow would have been devastating if it were a normal person. The person who gets hit will be the one who gets hurt, but Kang Han-soo's tendons and bones are not that easily damaged, and it seems that the guy who gets hit is the one who gets hurt after this blow. Realizing that he could not fight the boy in front of him, the blonde hair quickly realized his weakness and immediately ran and retreated. However, without giving him a chance to escape, at this moment, with Kang Han-soo's small feet, he quickly trampled on that guy, causing him to lie exhausted on the ground. In the end, the winner was none other than Kang Han-soo. With the mindset of being the last strong man, Kang Han-soo immediately emerged from the water and jumped straight into the sky. The sea surface should also be rippling at this time, but the waves keep undulating and slowly cracking when something is slowly moving up from the sea surface. And when that object went out, it immediately created an explosion in the middle of the sea, and that explosion created a tornado in the sea. It turned out that the person who created that tornado was none other than Kang Han-soo. Although he had lost an arm, even that did not wear down his body while fighting, looking at the strong enemies ahead. Before that, he tried to maintain his spirit to continue his fight. At this point, close people who were also on duty to protect the royal family looked at Kang Han-soo majestically rising out of the water, and immediately became angry. One person angrily said that the prince was being beaten by that guy. One of the royal family's bodyguards, seeing that the situation was not good, interrupted her and said that from now on we would lend a helping hand. Not to let her teammates be lonely, the girl in the middle with pink hair also looked at the sword and seriously said, "I am also the owner's sword." Immediately, all of our close relatives and descendants rushed in and killed Kang Han-soo, as if they didn't want their son to live to return and wanted to finish him off immediately, right at this moment. But they underestimated the power of the devil in Kang Han-soo's body. With his ability and fast movement speed, he used his face as if he wanted to devour people. His voice approaching her, the pink-haired girl smiled a smile that was no more sinister and said that you were the brave one who got in my way last time. On this side, feeling that they were being threatened, the pink-haired girl immediately angrily picked up the sword in her hand and shouted, "When?" But before she could finish, Kang Han-soo took advantage of every moment and quickly used his own movement speed, grabbed his legendary sword and struck the arrogant pink-haired girl's waist with a blow. I did it the hardest, making her scream in pain. After knocking out an opponent, Kang Han-soo immediately ran away and immediately threw away the pink-haired girl, leaving her teammates as he walked away, laughing loudly, and then said, "That's the result for you, there." On this side, there were many comrades who were not human, but their faces were bleeding and had no strength left. She was angry and hateful, gritted her teeth and spoke up, "You bastard." But without learning from the pink-haired girl just now, she wasn't careful behind her, and then someone spoke up and said, "Who would say that to your teammate's corpse is too troublesome?" It turned out that the person who was saying those words was none other than Kang Han-soo. Smiling with an evil face, he knocked her down so that she could not say another word and stabbed her with a fatal knife on his back. Then Kang Han-soo smiled sinisterly and then spoke up that this was his punishment. Quick as lightning, Kang Han-soo was able to defeat the opponents who were considered the strongest bodyguards protecting the royal family here, and in the distance, his two teammates saw that and were immediately bewildered and frightened, scared. The blonde goblin now witnessed that limitless power from his opponent Kang Han-soo, and in just a few seconds he was able to defeat the weak opponents. She immediately gritted her teeth in panic. She gritted her teeth and angrily said, "That bastard." After saying that, she also intended to risk her life to rush forward to fight back, causing her younger sister next to her to see that the situation was not good and also looked scared and said to her. Looking at the last two people who were also his own defenders trying to fight against Kang Han-soo, the prince used his last breath and put all his strength into his dirty palms in front of him. His mouth was filled with fresh blood flowing from his nose, but because he suppressed the pain and wanted to protect his closest person, he tried to use his last breath to run away. With an extremely frightened face, the prince put his hand forward, worried for everyone, and said that bastard was terrible. When the prince's guardians heard that, they immediately turned around in panic and asked the prince why he was so terrible. However, even if they discovered something like that, they wouldn't be able to retreat right away. Kang Han-soo immediately appeared right in front of the two people, smiled like a devil, then spoke, "Say hello, ladies." Bringing a smile that is truly a devil, he spoke up and continued, "You will have to pay for the crime of getting in my way." Looking at that sword with red eyes, with a smile that was wide to the ears, Kang Han-soo gave a creepy smile, then spoke up and said, "It was nice to meet you," and said goodbye to you, lady. And having said that, Kang Han-soo immediately used the sword he had prepared and swung it towards the two people in front. Seeing that, the guard with yellow hair immediately blocked his teammate, then shouted that watch out. Because of sacrificing his life for his beloved brother, the blonde defender was immediately chopped across the body. Seeing this terrifying scene before his eyes, the purple-haired demon's face turned pale with fear and panic, speechless. And because she saw her dearest person being betrayed like that, she immediately screamed in extreme fear as well as indignation because someone would dare to take the life of someone she loved so far away. Kidding. When the prince on the other side saw this, he panicked and wanted to protect the guards close to him. He immediately shouted in anxiety to retreat and run away. "Hurry up, he's truly terrible, but now that I'm happy, it's too late," and the purple-haired girl is immediately blocked by Kang Han-soo's long, sharp sword. That sword seemed to be stained with the fresh blood of many people. The prince saw it and shouted that a despicable person like him could not be a hero in the phantasm world. But after the prince spoke the words from the bottom of his heart, at this moment Kang Han-soo used the tone of a devil to ask, which made the prince immediately afraid and cautious when he heard that. With a demon's black eyes and that arrogant aura, Kang Han-soo immediately turned around and angrily roared that he was not a hero. With an extremely terrifying look in his eyes, he immediately continued to say that I am a Class A hero. When I received my diploma, I was proud that I was a sniper hero. When I heard that, the king's face immediately became extremely afraid. Looking at the purple-haired girl who was trembling in fear since she didn't dare to breathe loudly, he spoke up and told the young lady to tell me, "What do I look like?" When she heard those fiery words, her face immediately turned pale and she nervously stammered out the words devil, demon king. Kang Han-soo, after hearing this, his face became even angrier and he said, "If you continue to say that, I will slap your ass." The words were just wind because Kang Han-soo did not realize that behind him, 6 dragon wings appeared. Those 6 wings also symbolized that the person possessing it was very dangerous. And only now did Kang Han-soo turn his face to see what it was. With a surprised look he asked who would attach this here. At this moment, those dragon wings spread out in the sunlight. They were wings only for strong people or people with hidden terrible power. Those wings are not simply normal wings, but they also have sharp claws attached to the top. That claw is truly a powerful weapon. It can be used to attack those who want to harm its owner as well as attack those who are not self-reliant. Kang Han-soo, my owner, only now did you know that you own a pair of wings that carry such extraordinary energy and strength. But before she could exclaim for long, right at this moment, taking the opportunity of Kang Han-soo who was absent-mindedly in front of her, the pink-haired woman quickly used her sword. With eyes filled with hatred, she used the sword, intended to cut off Kang Han-soo's head. However, immediately the claws on Kang Han-soo's wings immediately helped his master deal with those who did not know how to control themselves. In a few quick seconds, truly being Kang Han's effective assistant, Soo, even if he acts, he must act cruelly, causing the rest to remember a lesson in their minds. When he saw that those powerful wings easily defeated a big guy, then it headed straight towards its owner as if waiting for Kang Han-soo's compliments. He immediately pouted and said, "If you hit this by mistake, you probably won't hit it." Now that Prince saw his subordinates being killed one after another like that, he immediately went crazy, meaning that he would use up all the remaining energy in himself, even if he had to die, would not let Kang Han-soo escape. With that intention he launched himself into the air and then angrily shouted to stop. On this side, he saw that the opponent still did not know how to control himself and still wanted to rush to death, so he laughed a savage laugh, a devil's laugh as if his fate was about to come. With a sharp look and a wide smile, Kang Hansu became even angrier. He sneered and said, "You have to appear like that." And to annoy him even more, at this moment Kang Hansu used his wings to quickly rush towards the remaining subordinates of that guy. When the prince saw him being so aggressive, he immediately panicked, extremely scared and helpless. He shouted that he told him to stop right away. And the more Kang Hansu witnessed that frightened appearance, the crazier he became. His eyes now seemed to lose humanity. With a sinister smile, he used his newly acquired wings to direct himself towards those wings have now turned into a powerful weapon. As long as anyone passes by, it can kill them all. Quick as lightning, the claws on his wings swept across the head of one of the prince's subordinates, causing her head to be severed and her head to leave her dismembered corpse. Not stopping at one of the prince's subordinates, the wings continued to move towards the other person, slashing 2 more times in the middle of the remaining subordinate's body, causing her to vomit blood and die unexpectedly. Not just slashing, at this moment the claws on those wings pierced the other subordinate's chest. Their sharp claws were tinged with the fresh blood of the human body. Immediately after being stabbed like that, the remaining soldier let out a few gurgling sounds, his small hand reaching forward as if he wanted to prevent those wings from stabbing straight into his body, but it was not successful. Nothing can surpass that terrible power. In the end, the only winner was none other than Kang Hansu. All those who wanted to kill him were now lying at the bottom of that deep sea. With a strong man's smile he used sinister eyes, but looked straight ahead. Realizing clearly that they could not fight against Kang Hansu, the 2 remaining subordinates of that prince immediately stammered and shouted for us to surrender. Surrendering, but before she finished speaking, at that moment the god's killer wings stabbed straight into her stomach. Her face immediately turned pale and veins appeared. Her mouth was bleeding. I was shocked to see myself being stabbed like that. And the last subordinate looked at his teammate's body being crushed like that. His face no longer had a drop of blood left. He no longer looked like he didn't know how to control his own strength but always wanted to kill Kang Hansu. She panicked, afraid of stammering out why. We had already surrendered. As she spoke, that girl's face trembled in fear as she watched Kang Hansu massacre the bodies of her teammates. When he finally finished his work, Kang Hansu's face immediately became much brighter. He smiled brightly and asked, "Are you not injured?" Boldly throwing the body of the blonde girl's teammate standing before his eyes into the ocean, he continued, "I felt guilty for not ending it in one go." Having said that, Kang Hansu quickly turned to test the sharp weapon he owned. Those claws were covered with bright red human blood. Seeing that, he said, "I hope you all will quietly return to me, my love." At the same time, the prince also flew up after Kang Hansu. When he saw his familiar bodyguard with orange-red hair being stabbed through the chest and blood pouring out right before his eyes, he was so panicked that he couldn't speak word. Only here did Kang Hansu calm down his anger at being looked down upon. His face immediately became brighter than ever, his mouth smiled widely from ear to ear and his eyes were as sharp as a dagger. When the blonde girl witnessed such a scene, she immediately panicked and stood there, only sweating and trembling without knowing what to do. And within just a few seconds, Kang Hansu immediately stood behind the blonde girl. He smiled a sinister, deadly smile wide to his ears, then used the eyes of a devil and spoke, "Hey, over here." When the blonde girl heard and felt the devil's aura, she was so scared that she trembled and rolled her eyes but couldn't do anything. Seeing her teammate about to be cut into pieces by the person with the power of that god, the remaining girl immediately summoned her magic, then shouted to stay away from her. However, when she finished speaking, the blonde girl's other teammate was also skewered into pieces by those claws. Blood kept pouring out in front of the blonde girl's face, making her feel scared and her face turned pale. At this time, the surrounding space was quickly covered with deadly air. There were police claws on the Bayoka's neck, as if they were threatening the Bayoka herself, causing her to die. Not completely dead, Kang Hansu spoke up and asked how he would be stabbed or broken. Looking at the barbaric scene and the terrifying voice before his eyes, Bayoka was so scared that he turned pale. She didn't dare breathe on her face, she could only swallow her saliva in fear. Because she was defeated by the situation and fate she encountered, and no longer had the strength to fight back, Bayoka, in her panic, screamed like she had never screamed before. She didn't want to. "I don't want to die." Seeing the scene where the Bayoka was about to break into 100 pieces right before his eyes, the prince was now truly scared. He was sweating profusely, his veins emerged wave by wave, and at this point the prince was no longer there, the same arrogance as before, but on the contrary extremely scared, screaming that hero Nim, just her, please. On this side, Kang Hansu, when he heard those pitiful pleas, his face immediately became helpless. He was now a bit hesitant, not knowing whether to take action or not. And at this moment, the information sheet of the Baoka girl who was trembling and pale-faced appeared first, the information about the human race level 999 plus the princess karma and the ability to turn a prince into a power force. When he saw the line information level 999 plus is possible like that, Kang Han-soo's hesitant mood completely disappeared immediately, his face immediately became dark and his eyes immediately turned pale, coming here like a ghost, he just remained silent and thoughtful for a while. Then, without having to think or hesitate any longer because her level was already high, he used the claws on those wings to make a horizontal line across the leopard's neck. After rushing out, the Bika shot out of the air and died on the spot. On this side, the prince saw the person he was most looking forward to being killed like that. His face immediately became completely depressed, his mood was unstable, the sky in front of him was as black as ink, making his mind, he became round. The blood of the Baoka girl whom the prince valued the most fell straight down right where he was, and the worst thing was that even though he was the prince of each country, he was now the one he loved. Even injury cannot protect you. Just like that, the prince was filled with endless panic and helplessness and could only hold his loved one who was collapsing in his arms with his stupid face appearing right before his eyes. Along with the feeling of pain and helplessness due to fate and circumstances, the prince was crying and rolling his eyes, angry and indignant at God as well as the person who killed his beloved. Coming here, looking back at Kang Han-soo's face, it was still calm. After killing so many people, the prince was angry and indignant and shouted that what the hell did you learn in Fantasia, so? Looking down at Baoka's bleeding hand, the angry prince couldn't control his emotions and shouted indignantly, what were they thinking when they raised a monster like you and released it into this world? Looking at the face that was so innocent and cheerful at the age of 20, now lying in a pool of blood without breathing, and even he himself was unable to save that girl, continue to bring hatred that is not light but speaks loudly to create more monsters to defeat us. Are they really crazy? Why is the prince's eyes at this moment filled with not only anger and resentment, mixed with insatiable despair, but must face the same fate as a cruel person like Kang Han-soo? But, even after hearing those words, Kang Han-soo only immediately smiled a wide, ear-to-ear smile, a smile full of horror and evil as if showing Kang Han-soo's own malice. Coming here with all his magic, Kang Han-soo used that same power to rush straight towards the prince holding the leopard's body in front. Very angry because of the prince's recent words, right now Kang Han-soo no longer had mercy for another moment. He used the claws on his wings to carry the devil's face as wide as his ears. His eyes fiercely rushed straight towards the prince. It turns out that the person Kang Han-soo was targeting at this time was none other than the dead Baoka lying in the prince's arms. It was because that person was an important person to the prince that Kang Han-soo couldn't. He wanted to leave it alone, but wanted to chop the Baoka into thousands of pieces, so that the prince himself could feel the pain of losing his loved one. However, the prince immediately blocked that evil claw with his bare hands, and that claw went straight into his muscles in extreme pain. Wearing a fussy face of anger and fear due to the deaths of people close to him caused by Kang Han-soo, the prince now frantically roared at this bastard. But even if he saw that miserable mirror, Kang Han-soo would not show any respect with a teasing voice, telling him to wake up from love and friendship, foolish prince. And right now, after experiencing that shock, the prince could not bear it anymore. He had an extremely indignant look in his eyes, tears kept falling. The prince angrily shouted that what exactly are you? No matter how angry the prince begged, with an extremely evil look in his eyes, he rushed straight to the place and slashed once, then smiled and whispered that love and friendship are the key. Lethargic. Time passed by and after a series of disastrous battles, people lost their lives and blood fell. The scene had now changed to sunset, in that faraway sea. The sea water just like that rustles against the shore, each wave continues like that, creating a peaceful scene, no more arguing, no more fighting and killing each other. At this time, someone gave Kang Han-soo his arm, then spoke up and said, "Here, master." Seeing that, he quickly took it and said, "Thank you for the bun, it looks good." And after receiving the other arm, Kang Han-soo quickly attached that arm to his amputated shoulder blade. His mood after the fight was not much better. With thoughtful eyes, Kang Han-soo glanced at the wings behind him, but still did not understand why those wings had grown on his shoulders and helped him deal with those who stood in his way. Then he looked down at his body again, at the place where the prince slashed several times. Those wounds were now replaced by bones, where the wings grew, and seeing them, Kang Han-soo became successful, asked if this was ribs. However, without the slightest fear of pain, Kang Han-soo immediately pulled the white wings on his body strongly and decisively. Looking at the wing attached to him gradually disappearing and falling into his palm, he thought to himself that it was really easy to pull this out. Now he doesn't have to worry about how to hide it anymore. However, before he could rest after the fierce battle just now, there was a loud call for Kang Han-soo, causing him to raise his eyes and look forward. It turned out that right now there was a person running towards him. Each step of that person was hurried, as if very worried that something life-threatening would happen to Kang Han-soo because of the recent battle. The person coming at this time is none other than Victoria. With a happy look on her face, she smiled happily, then spoke up and said, "I know you will still be alive, and there is only one person. Only if you truly understand Kang Han-soo can you care for him like that." However, in contrast to Victoria's happy expression, Kang Han-soo now looked like he was at a funeral. With a confused and suspicious expression on his face, he asked Victoria died in the plane crash. When she heard that, she angrily shouted, "I'm Victoria, I'll never die." At this point, she continued to say that our destination is a stormy port city and a tsunami suddenly struck. The entire city is in a state of emergency and is threatened by these tsunamis, which cause terrible power, swept away all food, including possibly humans. She continued to say that the resident soldiers had responded quickly, so up to now there had been no major damage, and as soon as he heard these words from Victoria's mouth, he immediately remembered those who were easily killed by themselves in the air, those who were killed by tsunamis and storms many times, and now they themselves are massacred along with other people. With an extremely remorseful and apologetic expression, he turned away and said that fortunately no one was injured. Victoria on this side heard that and agreed with her. That's right, no one was injured. The more she talked, the more awkward the atmosphere around her became. Accompanied by an extremely guilty face, Kang Han-soo spoke up and said that fortunately, on this side, she also felt that Kang Han-soo had just done something. Seeing that awkward face, Victoria sighed with a helpless expression and said okay. Victoria then spoke up and continued to leave quickly. The road was still far away, as she said that she looked at the boat parked offshore waiting for them to get on. Kang Han-soo on this side heard that and had to follow Victoria's side, and as he walked he replied yes. However, unexpectedly, halfway through the journey, Kang Han-soo let his wing with extraordinary strength appear before Victoria's eyes, and the air resistance was now very strong. She herself had to cover her face with her hands. Witnessing this glorious scene, Victoria was so scared that her face turned pale, her eyes turned back and forth continuously, beads of sweat poured down, bringing with it panic. She shouted, "What is that? What is that? So, these disgusting wings." Pointing straight at Kang Han-soo with confusion, she shouted that no, that's not true, where are you going? However, contrary to that confused expression, Kang Han-soo calmly replied that he was going home. Still unable to control her emotions, Victoria was both panicked and happy, but still curious and worried. She asked if I could ask you something first. However, the more he saw her like that, Kang Han-soo also knew that she would ask deeply about his other wings, but knowing that the question would be so difficult, Kang Han-soo, with a smug look on his face, replied no. Not willing to give up and stop there, Victoria, with a depressed mood, continued to speak up and say, "I will compensate you enough," but even so with an observance and a smile, with his cool head, Kang Han-soo sinisterly replied that there was no need. This side saw Kang Han-soo's determination and toughness. Victoria finally sighed less. At this time, she spoke up and said there was no other way to hear that. Kang Han-soo expressed satisfied. "You said she gave up quickly." And indeed right now, when she couldn't convince Kang Han-soo herself to answer her questions and concerns, she turned away and continued to say that we have the ability to learn and we can also grasp the basics. That's your personality profile. Victoria walked towards the person holding the phone in front of her and continued, "You don't need to waste your emotions." Kang Han-soo laughed and whispered that he guessed right. Since Kang Han-soo has his extraordinary strength, he can hear sounds even in whispers. Here, he uses his dog-like ears to clearly hear the person holding the phone, that the alien director who was picked up from the sea has regained consciousness, on the other end of the line. Please quickly take him to the medical room. Hearing those words, Kang Han-soo quickly walked towards Victoria's place, looked at her thoughtfully and said okay, let's go. Then he immediately put his hand on her shoulder. With an extremely friendly and unique smile, Kang Han-soo called out to Rie, making her mad. Then he tried to speak up and told me his name was Vic too, Rie. But before she could finish her sentence, he smiled a sinister smile and then said what to do. Victoria on this side saw that and couldn't control her emotions because it was natural to be without him, called her again and came here angrily shouting that anyway. Accompanied by a bright smile that was not fake at all, he winked at her, then cheerfully replied that the peace of the earth should be left to this hero Nim. So please follow me. On the other side, seeing that fake smiling face, Victoria's face immediately became really questioning. She didn't understand what was going on, but it was certain. This is a conspiracy. Coming here with a sad face, she was helpless and just remained stunned on the spot. Then they both went to a secret space with a green cross above. The guide now looked at the two people, pointed ahead, then spoke. Although he had stabilized his mind, he still could not relax enough to open his mouth to speak. When Victoria heard that, she opened the curtain, smiled brightly and turned back to the instructor, then gently replied, "Thank you, I'll take care of it." On this side, Kang Han-soo also quickly accomplished his goal. When following Victoria, he used his eyes with the power of a god to look straight ahead to see the person being saved. Who is that? And at this time the information panel also appeared containing the following information: race is mermaid, level 857, profession is witch, ability to sing and command immortality, a blessing, a translation A, in a state of restlessness, the soul is exhausted. And because of the highest level of immortality as well as the profession of a mermaid, it was enough to survive falling into the sea. At the same time, on this side, someone came to say hello, causing the mermaid to try to open her eyes and turn her face to see who was greeting her. Right in front of herself, the mermaid immediately saw the person in front of her eyes. Victoria now smiled and said, "I am Victoria, I am the person in charge of this ship, can we talk for a bit?" And next to Victoria was none other than the man with the power to destroy Kang Han-soo. With extremely sinister eyes, he looked at the mermaid, then smiled widely. His eyes were dark and his eyes were dark. His face was dark as if a real villain had come here with the spirit of a strong man. He said hello. When the mermaid first saw that face standing in front of her, she herself was afraid that her face turned pale, her eyes wavered, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to be suffocated on the spot. And because she was so scared, the mermaid herself couldn't control her strength. At this point, she let out a loud scream that made even Victoria have such a headache that she had to cover her ears. Looking with sharp eyes at the mermaid who couldn't control her emotions and burst out with such power, he angrily grabbed the sword and thought, "Give me a chance to deal with her first, thank you so much for talking." And even looking at it made me feel even more irritated because that mermaid not only knew how to keep her mouth shut but also used her power to attack those close to her, as well as herself. Kang Han-soo was annoyed and tried to use his sword, strike back immediately. But however Victoria on this side saw such a situation, she panicked and protected the mermaid lying on the other side, then panicked and said that it's okay, you calm down. And on this side, Kang Han-soo's eyes immediately contained flames carrying the power of evil. He secretly thought that the noise became louder than this and if others interfered, it would be very troublesome, and because so there is no way. Thinking of this so that his close person would not be injured and move away, he seriously looked straight into Victoria's eyes with his eyes carrying the divine power, then quickly spoke up and told her to look into my eyes. At the same time, Victoria was so panicked that she worriedly shouted and interrupted, saying, "Kang Han-soo, you should also look into my eyes to talk. What is that strange-looking sword again?" But before she could finish her sentence, her face became stiff for a moment as if hypnotized. Seeing her on this side standing there looking dumbfounded like that, Kang Han-soo immediately stopped for a moment, then worriedly called Victoria, "Do you know who I am?" However, contrary to everything everyone was guessing at this time, with unprecedented anger, Victoria thoughtfully spoke up and said he. With an extremely frightened expression, she stammered and asked what Kang Han-soo suddenly said. At the same time, her information panel also appeared and on it there was information that the human race was at the lowest level. Leveling a magic class gives power with magic, abilities SS magic power S immunity and survival, state of excitement magic sword chaos. On this side, at the same time, Kang Han-soo didn't understand what was going on, so he immediately approached her side, then spoke up, making Victoria blush so shyly that her head spun. She was confused and panicked, screaming that her face was too close and to get away quickly. When being told that, Kang Han-soo looked down intently at his palm. He thought for a long time but still didn't know what was going on. "Look at the palm of that hand that carries the power of the devil." He spoke up and asked if she had seen any crazy power like that, and his newly replaced hand immediately displayed the information of the owner of that hand, on which was written the first level of chaos in the human race, debauchery, femininity, divine ability to kill, etc., etc., become a sword. Victoria also noticed that information at the same time. She panicked and quickly looked at the palm of her hand and worriedly said that my ability level was wrong. But as if not to let her words distract him, Kang Han-soo immediately pondered that even though the prince's skills were not sealed like the ones he used, the level was fixed. At level 1 in my profession is a libertine. What happened? However, before he could finish thinking about it, the mermaid on this side was too panicked. In the situation of encountering someone who wanted to kill her, she trembled and stammered out that word. Is it the power of a hero? After saying that, Kang Han-soo's eyes flashed across the colors carrying the ultimate power of demons and gods. At the same time, the boat is crossing thousands of oceans to reach the destination where everyone needs to go. Immediately there was a room with Victoria trying to prevent the security guards from entering, but contrary to the situation outside, inside there was a very loud voice saying, "The mermaid perked up her gills to listen carefully. If you answer my question quickly, then I will send you off with a gentle and quick death." The person speaking was none other than Kang Han-soo, who had an unpleasant face. He frowned with a multifaceted smile. And no matter how threatening she was, when she witnessed that terrifying scene, she immediately crawled into a corner under the blanket, not daring to show her face or say anything. Victoria saw the situation in the tense atmosphere. She immediately ran back in panic to explain, "Mr. Kang Han-soo, how can anyone answer you with such a threat?" But not yet. After she finished speaking, the mermaid immediately complied with the request and nodded in agreement. Seeing that, Victoria then suddenly spoke up and said, "Wow." Looking at the victim, who seemed to be having a mental breakdown right before her eyes and in a depressed mood, she consoled him and continued to say that it was not easy to give up his precious life. However, contrary to Victoria's encouragement, the mermaid had absolutely no life at all. She was scared and trembling like a small prey in front of the giant wolf's mouth, but said that I would die anyway. However, before the sentence could finish, a warm hand was placed on the mermaid's hand. Those hands seemed to have given the mermaid more motivation to try to continue living. It turned out that the owner of those hands was none other than Victoria. With her cute face, she continued to say, "Don't worry, nothing like that will happen." On this side, the mermaid, after being comforted and encouraged like that, was so moved that her face turned red and the mermaid burst into tears, then hesitantly replied, "Really?" Looking at the mermaid, who now believes in herself like that, Victoria brings with it a certainty that she confidently says with sparkling eyes, "Of course, so now she has put away all the weapons on her, let's talk for a bit." Even if Kang Han-soo overheard it, he would feel helpless and think to himself, she even pretended to be a deer so that the mermaid could lower her last layer of defense before starting to torture her. It's true that women are scary. Then, under Victoria's instructions, she spoke up and said that she should summon her golem before leaving. Seeing that, the mermaid also completely believed it, then replied, "Yes, I understand, already." Immediately the mermaid summoned a glowing ball, and it was nothing more than magic to call the golem here, bringing with her a warming voice to call for awakening. Quickly, a girl with long, shiny blue hair and a fierce fighting body appeared in the room on the other side. At this time, the golem quickly achieved her goal. She kept walking slowly forward in the anticipation of everyone in the room. However, right at this moment, Kang Han-soo immediately felt something and his face became more serious. His eyes glanced, but the lightning in the sky looked serious and scary. It turned out that right now what he was paying attention to was the golem walking there with the information on it that the old golem race level 1. The position of prince of that country's strength was willpower. Cold willpower skill penetrates between virtuous willpower lightning state, is possessed of exhaustion and oblivion. When he read this, Kang Han-soo's face immediately became stiff for a moment, his eyes opened wide as if looking forward to something. It turns out that the two words that Kang Han-soo himself had been paying attention to all this time were the two words prince that he had just stuttered to say she was. Hearing the voice of the demon god behind him exclaim like that, the golem sent a pensive look full of thought. She tried to open her mouth and said "I." While trembling in fear, sweating profusely, she stammered and said, "I'm a golem maid, I don't know anything." Let Kang Han-soo on this side witness that fear, immediately stood there helplessly. At this point, Kang Han-soo's face suddenly became distorted, with a sinister smile that gradually lost its humanity, and with deep eyes he smiled suspiciously and asked, "Is this a golem maid?" She was so frightened by those words that beads of sweat kept pouring down her cheeks. Victoria at the same time on this side was really panicking because she saw the information about the golem's power. She shook her head in panic and shouted that deer, or two people, avoid. Kang Han-soo immediately came out, but on this side, many of his teammates screamed out of fear and were so helpless that they had to frown. At this point, Kang Han-soo turned around with his thoughtful, round face and calmly replied that she was calm, but in contrast to that attitude, Victoria turned pale and shouted, "Look calmly, it's not just a skill, it's also a top level." Victoria immediately went to the mermaid's place, sat bewildered like a squinted dog, panicked and confused, stammering out that perhaps she wouldn't know what that transcendent realm was, where, that is, while on this side with a sinister smile Kang Han-soo turned his face towards the golem, then spoke up and said that after all, in the time we hadn't seen each other, she had changed, a lot of reminders. Golem at the same time on this side witnessed the familiar face and voice of that person. She fearfully turned her face back with sharp eyes and snorted. Looking at the weak mermaid on the other bed due to physical injuries, Kang Han-soo in the distance was thoughtful and then spoke up to this mermaid. As he spoke, Kang Han-soo placed his large hands on the golem's head and rubbed them a few times. With a smile exactly like that of a trap boy, Kang Han-soo continued to say, I really like this girl, do you want to exchange it with mine? After hearing that, he was so helpless that he couldn't speak, stiff legs, spray glue on the spot. Kang Han-soo on this side showed no mercy and immediately pointed his thumb at the golem that had been with him for a long time, then spoke up and said that the famous sage created it. There was also a warrior's soul inside. After hearing this, the golem immediately understood that she was about to be kicked out, making her angry and blow smoke on the spot. When Victoria heard that, her eyes lit up but saw gold. While touching the golem again, she asked the sage if he was the sage of that Tower of Wisdom, but over here, the golem didn't care that she was really angry, but shouted that his master was too much for this unidentified alien. But regardless of the conflicting opinions going on in the room, Kang Han-soo immediately turned back to the mermaid's place and asked what was going on, making her immediately know when she heard that, feeling oppressed and scared, but not knowing how to respond. Seeing that her master was being bullied, the golem immediately brought an unprecedented anger. She shouted loudly in the small room, saying wait a minute. However, no matter how angry she was, Kang Han-soo immediately turned around with a sinister smile and said, the masters are talking, but the golem should go away, making her stiffen up after hearing it, dumbfounded and not knowing how to refute. But with loyalty and wanting to protect her weak master, the golem now mustered all her courage and spoke up, ensuring her safety, and then I will obediently do as you say. At the same time, Kang Han-soo saw that his goal had been successfully achieved. His face suddenly changed. Still with that wide pregnant smile, he appeared and turned back to the golem's side, looked at her with an expressive face. Looking at his old Victoria and golem who were engrossed in playing games in front, he then spoke up and said, oh, I'm so scared. Is the teddy bear used in the house threatening me? Hearing those words coming from Kang Han-soo's mouth, the golem immediately fell into a state of alertness and panic. Then she asked him what he wanted to do. Then he looked at the high ceiling and took a long breath before answering. Having said that, the corner of Kang Han-soo's eyes quickly turned towards the weak mermaid. With that worried face, he sinisterly continued to say, remember not to touch that girl. But the golem on this side felt Kang Han-soo's contempt. She immediately used her red killer eyes to angrily look straight at him, then roared that he should not do this. We won't listen to the brazen excuse that something was wrong or that someone influenced her. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo on this side just laughed, then sighed and then said that it was as if she had been deceived all her life. And even if Kang Han-soo promised those words, right now with a feeling of extreme anger and helplessness, the golem trembled every now and then and said that I don't believe you. Seeing such a situation, Kang Han-soo stopped teasing him and immediately reached out to the weak mermaid outside before continuing to say I will do everything in my power to ensure safety, maximum for the owner who is okay yet. Hearing those firm affirmations and not the teasing words just now, the golem finally breathed a sigh of relief, completely relieved. She was now able to let go of the burden that had been in her heart for so long. Now, seeing her golem compromising with Kang Han-soo on the other side like that, the mermaid worriedly called out to the prince with her weak voice. At the same time, the golem on this side looked at the owner who was always taking care of her. She smiled sadly, then turned back with the deep eyes of the ocean, and the golem spoke, said the person tried his best. So, when the mermaid heard every word coming from the golem's heart, she suddenly shed tears as if they were tears of farewell, tears of never seeing each other again. As quickly as Kang Han-soo's side was able to complete everything, at this point he smiled and then said that it was good to complete the contract. And without any hesitation or pity, Kang Han-soo pointed straight at the golem that had been with him for so long, and said, Book Box, can you hear me? Sacrifice your eyesight to protect her. That fisherman, when the golem saw that, he didn't know how to resist but always saw him as her guide, the one who always took care of her. When she came here, she shouted yes, master. Looking at the weak mermaid with a pale and tired face from exhaustion, the golem immediately ran up and said hello to her new owner, making the mermaid confused and only then appeared hungry. The voice asked yes, what was her name? However, before she could finish her words because of the mermaid's cuteness and docility, the gentle golem seemed to have been struck by love at first sight. She blushed shyly, her eyes still sparkling, making the mermaid see, I was also scared and speechless. Looking at the new golem who was crying over there, the mermaid was worried and scared, but hesitantly asked if I had done something wrong. However, that was not the case. The golem immediately started crying and said, that finally meeting the owner who will call me by my name, no matter how many times I say it, he still calls me Iron Barrel every day. And from far away Kang Han-soo sees them happily, laughing and joking, and his old golem said so. He immediately became helpless and spoke up saying why his ears suddenly itched so much. At the same time, after saying this sentence, Kang Han-soo quickly turned his eyes to the golem he had just completed the contract with just now. just like in the beginning with the old golem. Kang Han-soo shouted loudly, but before he could finish, the golem shouted with an extremely angry face that my name is Borite. But without paying any attention to the angry golem in front, he happily said yes, Iron Barrel, but the golem saw that and angrily shouted that if you don't call me by my name, then I absolutely will, did not cooperate, refuted that statement. Kang Han-soo spoke up and said that this is not in the contract. Seeing that, she also shouted that he intended to calculate the basic rights in the contract. Boris then went on to say a long line of names that provided divine power, and a feeling of inviolability, that highlighted someone's presence, which was a higher concept than the power of a deceitful, unyielding warrior. After hearing this, Kang Han-soo was so dizzy that his mind fumbled and he helplessly replied. However, right at this moment, an employee with a panicked look ran in and said, "Hey director." At the same time, Kang Han-soo did not miss the news, so he used his dog-like ears to listen to see what was going on, and the employee said we had received a series of transfer requests between new employees. Alien soldiers were captured alive. Anyway, I probably have to go quickly. Victoria looked at her employee making such an announcement. She immediately turned back with a smiling face and said, "Kang Han-soo, I know you want to return to your homeland, but now you are not an outsider, so you don't have to come with me." But in complete contrast to that enthusiasm, Kang Han-soo then smiled brightly and calmly replied that he didn't like it. Victoria was so upset. Didn't he say let's make peace? What does this world give you? Then time flew by. Now the sky was over on the other side of that long stretch of coast. The ship continued to cross thousands of miles of ocean. When we reached the destination, a person stepped down on the ground and spoke up, saying that this was the city that was the destination. Ours in that place not only had no one in sight but were also in ruins. Hwangsun was devastated by tsunamis brought in from the sea, causing serious damage to the facilities. Victoria looked at such a devastated scene, so she was so angry that she cried and told her factory that God was crazy or something and let natural disasters fall on this place. Kang, seeing that, Han-soo immediately smiled a sinister smile and asked if she said the hotel was over there. After that, there's no need to move to another room in the hotel. Come here to Victoria so that Kang Han-soo can have that room and then go to school next. I have a lot of work to do, so you go rest first. At the same time, on this side, the beauty seemed to be immersed in a bath full of fragrant bubbles, and she herself was relaxing after a long and tiring day. With a feeling of helplessness and anger, Kang Han-soo looked at the phone and went to school to continue saying that she shouldn't have changed her number, right? And no matter how upset he was, Kang Han-soo was still trying to balance his emotions when he heard that phone call. However, in the part of expectations that someone on the end of the phone line will pick up the phone, but no, it's just the ringing of the phone. Hearing the sound of the phone being turned off like that, Kang Han-soo, with a face full of milk, thought to himself that he had just been treated like some phone scammer. And because he couldn't call, Kang Han-soo had to change his contact method. At this point, he switched to texting on his phone's message line, and immediately the text appeared that the son had left home with his mother. Please answer the call. While texting, he wondered if she would bring the phone if she was this free. Right after the user used that message, a voice appeared behind Kang Han-soo saying he was an A-level hero, causing him to turn around with his cute dumpling face. Coming here, with a face full of fatigue and the inherent negativity on her face, the mermaid looked fearfully at the door in front of her and said yes. There were many people outside the door who saw such information. Kang Han-soo now turned his face forward. And paying attention for just a few seconds immediately realized that there were many people waiting outside. They held many weapons in their hands such as guns, and were also wearing protective gear and everything. When they came here, he already knew the situation and smiled and said it's been a long time since I've experienced this type of situation. As he walked towards those lurking, he told the frightened mermaid in the distance that this A-class hero would take care of it, so just stay there. And the outside also seemed to sense that he was coming to the door to open the shop and shouted, "Please release the hostages." The day Kang Han-soo heard that, his emotions became more and more angry. With an extremely sharp look in his eyes, he fiercely summoned fire around his body and then angrily said that you were even threatening me after feeling received my divinity. However, the people waiting in ambush behind that door did not know how to control themselves. They continued to scream and say that this was the final warning, "Please release the hostages." When Kang Han-soo heard this, his face became even angrier and with a devil's smile, Kang Han-soo quickly fell into a level 2 massacre state, a state that the enemy uses strongly. Even you guys will chop it into 100 pieces. With a murderous look and a wide, sharp smile, Kang Han-soo angrily roared that why don't you all go away if you still want to see your family. And after saying this sentence, Kang Han-soo used that terrible destructive power that he had been given in practice for so long to break the door in front of him, a very solid door, built with carefully selected precious materials. All components of the door are usually screws, hooks, hinges, and door handles. Or those accompanying lawsuits were all shattered into pieces by the force of the weapon's explosion just now. And the guys just now were still talking loudly about wanting to destroy Kang Han-soo, but after seeing the destructive power of his energy, they were scared and dodged to the sides, not daring to cough or move. Because of my own purpose of coming here, they did not leave Kang Han-soo alone, but immediately there was a person hiding behind the wall using the gun I had prepared to aim and shoot at him. Seeing that there was a teammate like that, all the rest followed them and quickly used the guns and weapons that had been prepared and sold many bullets with the aim of taking down Kang Han-soo right in front, my face. However, Kang Han-soo didn't care about those childish games. Those bullets, if a normal person got hit by them, would be seriously injured, but for someone with such profound strength, it was just a scratch to relieve them. It's just itchy. The information panel continued to appear and on it was written information that the skill type God's name was Level Z God's Reflex Exercise. At this time, with the experience of passing so many previous tests, he immediately used his surrounding flames to stop those sharp bullets gently and without effort. Then continue so that it turns back towards the group that fired those bullets at high speed and was still covered in fire. And at the same time, the remaining bullets bounced back at the ambushers, all of whom were injured after just a simple counterattack from Kang Han-soo. On this side, realizing that their comrades had been significantly defeated after that massacre, the remaining man quickly took out his secret weapon, the way of life that had been inside him for a long time. Quickly using my speed and skill that I had been training over the past time, I immediately released several canisters of poison gas. In front of those gas canisters, it is poisonous because the blue vapor will make the victim stop having to breathe, gradually and died in the laboratory within seconds. Then, just like that, poisonous gas appeared around Kang Han-soo who was standing in front. However, without fear or panic, he stood thoughtfully and waited to see what tricks they would pull. What is next? It turned out that on this side, the remaining accomplices quickly hung candles on the transparent glass doors. They used equipped guns and aimed vertically at the target. Just as quickly with their speed and skill, they broke the glass door and jumped inside skillfully and quickly. However, what was waiting for them was nothing else but Kang Han-soo with an evil face lurking behind that toxic smoke. And those toxic gases, when passing through the glass broken by those people, immediately leaked out through the spaces mixed with normal air. At this time, the ambushers immediately used the light rays equipped in their glasses. The light rays helped them identify the target as well as the enemy they were looking for right before their eyes. However, one surprising thing was that in front of their eyes there was no sense of the human body, but only toxic smoke covering the room. At this point, the stalkers panicked and brought with them an extremely confused mood. They shouted that he had disappeared. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo immediately looked at him with sinister eyes and a wide smile, immediately hovered above their heads, looked down contemptuously, then thoughtfully spoke a powerful voice that made their opponents tremble and say hello. Seeing that, the other guy panicked and turned his face, showing an extremely scared look, but still had to try to balance himself to act. He immediately used his gun to point it at the roof and shot many times, then signaled to his teammates that he was on the other side of the ceiling, but no matter how hard he tried, that guy couldn't do anything at this point, which only makes Kang Han-soo less itchy and has more targets to attack. Looking at Kang Han-soo himself flying in front of his eyes with the other guy's 6 wings without being hit by any bullets or injured by his weapons, they now began to panic and scream, "That what the hell?" At this moment, Kang Han-soo himself immediately turned his attention to the 2 people in front who were using weapons pointed straight at his face. Because they themselves did not show mercy to him, so now he does not need to give mercy to them, bringing anger because at one point he encountered a group that not only did not help him but attacked him just like that. Then he immediately used the weapons equipped on his wings to attack them. Those sharp iron claws quickly gained the upper hand. They spread out and clung to the stalker's body. As quickly as it happened, because he didn't want to be disturbed during his rest time, Kang Han-soo didn't even bother to take action and threw those guys straight out the window to make them less noisy. This side was also accompanied by a guy who was not afraid of heaven or earth, but he boldly called out his accomplices and whispered that he needed support, but he could not have expected that there was a guy right behind her. That's Kang Han-soo's sharp claws, ready and waiting to attack that guy. At this time, with his sharp claws, Kang Han-soo deliberately clung tightly to the wall, making a strong noise to let the ambusher know that nothing was safe here. Oh, the demon-like eyes and wings that have now turned into weapons. The face of Kang Han-soo's spirit immediately falls into a fighting state with a unique power. Along with his boxing footsteps, his strength immediately moved forward. At this moment, the ambusher saw the strange appearance of Kang Han-soo slowly approaching him. Only then did he completely give up his intention to attack and fell into a deep abyss of despair and fear. Right now that guy was like the fate of the rest of his teammates who were thrown straight out the glass window by Kang Han-soo in just a few blows, and that guy immediately fell from the top floor of the building to the first floor. It seems we can guess what that guy's fate will be. All those who believed in their own strength and carried out ambush missions in the past were strong, no matter how determined they were to fight, no matter how much spirit they had to win. Now only shards of rolling glass remain. The broken snake head was covered in blood. Everywhere there were bodies lying in a field of bright red blood. Those blood stains kept spreading from afar to the ground. Coming here, the last remaining person witnessed with his own eyes his close comrades passing away one by one in this world, and brought with them a look of panic and a weakened spirit when seeing something terrible. Like Kang Han-soo, he was scared and backed away from the front. It turned out that right at this moment, Kang Han-soo appeared with a very strange appearance. He immediately turned 180 degrees to the right, and wings that looked like spider legs combined with dragon claws appeared right before his eyes, once to attack its prey. At this point, he just sneered and then gently used his suppression to ask, "Why don't you shoot me? Do you intend to disobey the commander's orders?" On this side, that guy heard something like that with a look in his eyes that wanted to kill Kang Han-soo, so he brought with him the last hope of being able to destroy him, trying his best to quickly grab the gun that was installed at his side and stab him, shouted angrily that I was the commander. On this side, Kang Han-soo saw that the will and energy were still so determined to destroy himself, so he looked down in front with extremely angry eyes and asked if the person in charge must be very responsible. Lots of information, isn't it? However, before he could finish speaking, the guy quickly took his gun and shot it straight at Kang Han-soo, hoping that Kang Han-soo would die because of this shot. However, disappointingly for the commander, he easily dodged that attack, then used those wings with sharp claws to attack that guy's direction. Then the scene moved to the other side of the tall building, and that toxic smoke still did not subside, spreading more and more from forward to that room and then into the outside air. And in contrast to the crowd of people who wanted to attack Kang Han-soo just now, there were only people everywhere. Now there was only that mist flying in the air, accompanied by broken glass windows. It turned out that at this time they had been beaten until their bodies were no longer human, their bodies were no longer bodies. Everywhere they were lying on the ground, dead and dismembered, truly looking for their own death. Each person continued to wither in waves. Everywhere around the corpses there was human blood, and just like that, one of the strongest teams now became soulless dead bodies. And the final winner is silently walking through those corpses. No matter how advanced their weapons are or how strong they are or how many people there are, the only winner is still the strongest, weighing everything. It turned out that at this moment, Kang Han-soo was moving his body towards the phone that his mother was calling. Looking at his mother, who he hadn't seen for a long time, calling him, he slowly picked up the phone with the hands that had just handled the mosquitoes. Wearing a calm face that had not suffered any harm or damage from the most powerful and modern weapons on this planet, he thoughtfully answered the phone and then called his mother. Hearing his son's voice on this side, the other side quickly responded with his son's name, making him get goosebumps after hearing that, and his face turned pale, not understanding what was happening to his mother. It turned out that those sweet words were just an illusion. At this moment, Kang Han-soo's mother quickly used the tactic of cursing repeatedly. She angrily shouted loudly at the child, who used to say mommy, mommy, so close to each other, but now it's just that. If you say something like that, your voice has become fake. Why? Only when you run out of money do you think of these two old people. And that constant cursing didn't stop just like that. Bringing with her anger towards her son, she continued to scold that your mother heard from your friend that you were teasing flowers and moons everywhere, right? Are you crazy? When I heard it, I even had to take medicine that I hadn't touched in 20 years. The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic she became, the more stories she had to tell. At this point, she roared and continued, I need to know what a hero's job is like these days. Kang Han-soo, you should learn from your father. No matter how strong and talented the super strong hero is, he is still just a child in the eyes of his parents. Hearing scolding from such a powerful mother, he still has to helplessly let go of the phone. What happens and avoid it? On the other end of the line, the mother was still angry and scolded loudly that to please your mother, he even composed a song and gave him a bouquet of flowers picked from a snowfield. I told him, should I do that? After saying that, the mother immediately turned to her proud husband and told her that he would wait a moment and I'm about to finish calling. However, almost finished, the story of the next 5 hours still shows no signs of stopping. She angrily scolded and regretted that anyway, you had to worry about arranging everything and then brought along a daughter-in-law who had to save the grandchild for your parents to carry. Before that, don't think about hanging around this idle thing. If you already understand, then do it properly. After scolding her son, whom she considered useless, she turned back to her proud husband and said, where has he gone? Let's talk about the past. And it turns out that the hero that most people in this world are afraid of is just a child in the eyes of his parents. He came here with a tired look on his face. He sighed and replied that it was really great. The figure appeared and behind the escape appeared another figure. With 2 horns on his head and the powerful aura of the god, that person smiled a sharp, sinister smile and then raised his voice to say my king, and the information panel immediately appeared. High-level demon clan level 1 profession noble skill dark energy happy state loyalty. On this side, hearing those words along with the high-level devil's bow, he immediately pouted and mumbled, asking what to buy here. Even the strongest person, Kang Hansu, everyone is afraid of him. Now he is bored when thinking about the future. He continued to speak and said I am an alien. That alien just said his information sheet also appeared and on it there was information that the alien race came from chaos level 999 plus hero level infinity skill to become hexagonal dark energy blessing creation destruction cooperation with sword status. Looking at the information board containing the lines of alien races from the day he became level 999 plus demon possession, he immediately thought to himself, where is the person who asked for help and advice? With an apologetic mood, Kang Hansu immediately said that in order to get information quickly, we only had to turn the commander into a demon under us. And from that moment on, the commander had countless headaches. However, his body immediately surged with the power transmitted by Kang Hansu himself into his body to turn him into a demon. At this time, basic body changes such as the hands will turn into long claws along with the skin becoming rough. All of that soft human skin is replaced by hard patches of skin like the steel set limits external attacks on the body to a minimum. And not only was there a change in the skin, but there was also a change in the human head. The horns now grew higher and twisted around each other, turning black just like normal strong demons. After a period of transformation, right now the commander has turned into a stubborn demon with terrible power that completely obeys the master's command, smiled and said, the king of the city swears loyalty, become forever. Looking at the level of carnage the demon's power possessed, he happily thought to himself that it was interesting to see an earthly creature turn into a bloody demon. Looking at the information about himself right in front of his eyes, there was a slight change compared to the original. He sadly thought to himself, but I also have to change now. Feeling emotional at this moment, Kang Hansu frowned, his eyes opened indignantly, telling himself that it was indeed a grand conspiracy. He was so angry that he couldn't calm down and shouted loudly, otherwise there was no way his previous career as an A-level hero would change so completely, making the high-ranking demon next to him be scared and sweat, stinky. But that's all it takes to be angry right now. Kang Hansu quickly picked up his feelings and looked at the information board that had been changed compared to the original, sighed and said, which type do I like? Clicking on the more information section brought with it a bad feeling. Kang Hansu was now worried and wondered if he should check it out. And on it appeared information like this: high-level demons exist absolutely. Demons possess the right to control royal-level demons. The level of acquiring innate skills and dark energy has been reached. At your ultimate level, you will be very vulnerable to system skills. Please be aware that your level will decrease when facing weaker heroes. Indeed, seeing the notification that my vulnerability was no longer as strong as before and my level would decrease when confronted was like a thunderbolt. Then looking at the body with the orange-yellow flame covering it before his eyes, he told himself that divine power still existed in his body, so it would be okay. With an extremely pensive face, Kang Hansu gently looked down into the abyss and then muttered a call to hero, making even the high-ranking devil startled. Looking at his master who was still standing in the distance, it spoke up to inform him that the king's reinforcements that his old comrades had to go to were heading his way. However, even if he said that, he didn't even answer. At this point, Kang Hansu, after thinking carefully for a while, stood up above the crowd and firmly used his hand full of determination to answer the high-ranking devil in this world. I am the king. A king with only one subordinate is not like a king at all. On this side, seeing that their master had such a resurrection, the high-ranking devil immediately smiled proudly and happily. Using destructive fire with a look full of victory, Kang Hansu, a high-ranking demon, confidently raised his voice to continue spreading dark energy. On this side, those ambushers, after receiving the notification from their fallen comrades, immediately did not know how to control themselves and continued to respond like that, looking for a place to die. Looking at the door emitting dark purple flames carrying the power of demons, they spoke up to say that the entire team was preparing for the enemy on this floor. However, they did not expect that at this moment, the high-ranking demon would destroy that door, causing them to panic and dodge aside with the power of a formidable Vuong, smiling sinisterly and looking forward. On this side, when they saw such a situation, they immediately froze on the spot with a bewildered face like a cross-eyed dog. They looked at the high-ranking devil with incomprehensible eyes and shouted in panic that that guy was doing something. What is that? However, paying no attention to their panic, the high-level demon immediately exhaled purple flames that seemed so strong that just touching them could dissipate a lot of normal energy. With a visible force that immediately destroyed Fuang, he used that fire to blow the other 3 people away with a devastating fire that swept them all aside, not letting anyone escape. It's true that when he left with all his heart, when he came back completely lost, when he left with confidence that he would destroy Kang Hansu, he was immediately fed up by a high-level demon. And just like that, around those ambushmen, large explosions appeared, explosions caused by high-level demons themselves, and there were constantly many smaller ones. Looking at the enemies lying before his eyes, Vuong let out a savage laugh with his sharp teeth and said that you will all enjoy the honor of serving the king along with me. Having said that, without letting them wait another moment, the high-level demon immediately used that sharp Tan Hung to slash across the people who did not know how to control their own strength, and while acting the high-level demon laughed in a sinister way full of Chen, Win. Immediately, the opponent did not let themselves fail so quickly, and 2 people who still did not know how to control their strength rushed up and shouted that indeed sending people from the hero team was the choice to quickly treat them, those infected with dark energy first. But absolutely no matter how quickly, at this moment the remaining teammates were immediately confused by the dark power, their minds quickly turned into high-level demons, but the commander came here quickly. The hero team panicked and exclaimed that it was too late and they had all been transformed into demons. One of the hero team with a confused and scared expression entered the alley and said that damn it, now that the situation has become like this we have to eliminate the source of this dark energy. But it is not easy to destroy Kang Hansu because his power is limitless in this world. Immediately, the face of that hero team turned pale when he witnessed the terrible scene before his eyes. Right at that moment, those divine wings and 3 claws at the top suddenly appeared. The other 3 claws were covered with the hardest bones on earth. Not only that, it is also equipped with purple wings bearing the destructive color of that demon god. When that hero team member saw the scene of a O2 image of a true destroyer that he had never seen in his entire life and then witnessed it again, he immediately panicked and backed away. At this moment, the strong man turned around and walked slowly, but full of power and strength. And under the moonlight, those 6 pairs of wings spread out into the air, creating unprecedented power. Together with the owner of those wings, he coldly looked at the other person with contemptuous eyes without saying anything. On this side, the hero from the other team also understood the situation he was facing and was no longer boasting right before his eyes. His face turned pale with fear and he was sweating. Witnessing the scared face but seeing the ghost, Kang Hansu actually smiled with satisfaction, a wide smile that looked very strange. With a killer look just like a real demon, he smiled, then used his suppressive energy to look straight ahead and roared, "So you are a respectable level 3 hero, right?" At this point the scene changed to an angry person putting his hands down and 3 people shouting that no matter what I say, you guys still don't see the problem. It turned out that person was none other than Victoria. Between her and this group of people, she had a disagreement. However, they did not listen to her and insisted on following her own wishes without thinking to the consequences later. Coming here, bringing with her an unprecedented anger, she looked at the group of people in front of her and shouted that this was an abuse of power. That person had agreed to surrender because I promised to ensure her safety. With all her carefulness, she opened her eyes and said that if you guys demanded something, you should follow the proper procedure and not mobilize soldiers endlessly like that. And gradually, in the distance, under the quarrel between her and the other people in the room, there was a step slowly approaching that room in silence. At this time, an old man in the group wanted to stop her from continuing, so he smirked and growled, then spoke up and said, "Forget it, we are also investors." On this side, Kang Hansu brought with him an uneasy silence. He immediately stood in front of the door of the other room and ordered a high-level job that he summoned the dark power to turn them into demons into that room. Their footsteps continued to overlap each other to go straight to their target. On this side, those old men still haven't realized their mistakes, so they raise their voices overnight and in return, we will ensure the safety of the aliens, right from the beginning, we let you handle everything, President, from Lee. Realizing that she couldn't say the news back, Victoria became so nervous that she had to grit her teeth, but even so, she couldn't say anything more to the crowd, so arrogant again. But before she could wake up any further, at that moment Kang Han-soo brought his powerful army to destroy the door behind her, making Victoria so surprised that she heard explosions, also stood outside on the spot. On this side, those mischievous Kwang saw the scene before them and were immediately stunned, still not understanding what was about to happen to them. Victoria, in a state of sudden panic, also gently turned her face back in surprise and fear, not understanding what was going on in this room. And in front of her was the steady footsteps of Hero Nim, one of the heroes possessing the strongest demonic power as well as extraordinary abilities that are difficult for anyone to compete with. With a confident smile that was rare for anyone to have at this time, Kang Han-soo easily took the lead in that hero team, and in 2 rows were the group of high-ranking demons he had just turned into his minions. In complete contrast to his pride at this time, many powerful stars respected him and were always loyal to him. With an evil smile at this moment, he laughed loudly with indignant eyes and woke up and declared war on the people in the room because of things that went against his conscience. Open this chaos. But those investors still didn't know how terrible his power was, so they still raised their voices and said, "Who are you?" Another guy saw that and immediately followed his words, boastfully continued, "How dare you interfere in the middle of the conversation, meeting?" However, before they could finish their sentence, Kang Han-soo himself quickly blew his dark energy into the 2 communities in front of him. Immediately within a few seconds, the proud words from before were extinguished in their will. At this time, they immediately respected Kang Han-soo like a god. The name on the left bowed and bowed, then said hello. The fairy on the right was not inferior either. He gave a flattering smile like that of a relative and continued, not realizing that His Highness was coming. On this side, seeing that their comrades were so bewitched, there was an old man who was so scared that he sat down on the ground and looked at Kang Han-soo in front of him. He panicked and said, "This dark energy is earth. There is also a demon king." Afraid that he wouldn't be able to compete against Kang Han-soo, he panicked and shouted that where all the team members were. Seeing his scared face along with his immunity and the dark energy sentence just now, Kang Han-soo in the spirit of Angan understood that his critical dark energy had no effect on him. Could it be? He used to be a hero. Seeing that, he smiled contemptuously and then turned around to close the body lying on the ground. Fainting, Kang Han-soo spoke up and continued, "They wanted to die, so I kindly responded to their wish." When they heard that, they immediately became scared. What did the animal scream in panic? However, before he could stop being afraid, he turned to his powerful assistants and continued, saying that some of them had become valuable chess pieces. This old warrior saw that the armies he had worked so hard to build were psychologically manipulated and no one was on his side. He immediately panicked and trembled, holding his sword for a long time and shouting that the devil was the king of the earth. "I will personally take your life," but before I could finish my brain with anger because he met another person who did not know how to control his own strength, he swung his sword out half of his body, causing his whole body to collapse. People died on the spot. After talking to that talkative guy with a devilish face, deep eyes and evil smile, Kang Han-soo just smiled back and then said, "Oh my god, I missed the sword." Victoria at the same time behind him saw the scene of destruction right before his eyes. She panicked and called out to Kang Han-soo what the hell was going on. However, before she could finish her question, he immediately used his bright face to smile happily and turned back to Victoria's side and said that I already told you that I was solving the problem. Looking at the piles of people who, if not controlled by dark powers, would cause unpredictable consequences, he continued, "I will soon turn these people into your subordinates and my servants." With a face full of confidence, Kang Han-soo smiled and quickly said that the obstacles would no longer be there and our power would be expanded. There are no better scenes than this. But before he could be happy, right at that moment there was a bolt of lightning on top of his head so big that it fell straight towards Kang Han-soo's body, making him bewildered on the spot. And as a result, what's left right now is just the level 2 sword that you can hold or else it will vanish into thin air. Because the lightning was so large, it carried an unbelievable amount of energy, causing the surrounding space to shine with dazzling rays of light to the point where nothing could be seen in the surrounding landscape. Finally, a scene filled with clouds and smoke appeared before our eyes and in the distance was a white scene where nothing could be seen. However, before our eyes, we see the image of a familiar sword, the level 2 sword that Kang Han-soo always uses to handle short-distance objects. Holding the severed sword in his hand, Kang Han-soo looked down at the sword with an extremely puzzled face, so angry that he had to frown. The half of the ant's body immediately fell to the ground, making a loud clanging sound. Looking at the scroll sword, which was a high-level item, it immediately burst into pieces. He muttered to himself, "This is it. Even if you pump money, you can't fix this sword." As he spoke with his face covered in dots, Kang Han-soo turned around in the rain, looking scary. But behind him, there appeared a step of a person, moving gently in the air without much effort. And in front of that person's face appeared information that the ancient goblin race level 100 Heat Hero 600% experienced swordsmanship skill Z martial arts body replenishment SS earned S internal force F successful status seek and eliminate, bless. I followed an incomprehensible face and a strange person. At this moment, a handsome elf with blue eyes like the color of the ocean water spoke up and asked who it was. Pidonia. But when he realized this, in the end it was just a delay immediately in the explosion because his favorite sword was broken in two. At this moment Kang Han-soo carried the burning fire, hot and burning fiercely. But in the end, Kang Han-soo still tried to stay calm and continued to ask, "Who are you?" However, in contrast to his calmness, the goblin quickly jumped off the rock he was standing on. "Hi." Quickly appearing behind Kang Han-soo with a deadly expression, he performed his magic and spoke up saying that the dying person does not need to name himself. "It's so scary that that goblin used it to destroy me like that." Immediately, Kang Han-soo fell into a fighting stance, and quickly, "Those attacks from that goblin scared me or sucked," saying that it's the limit. This is the Demon King's regime. Realizing that his opponent had a strength that could not be underestimated, he smiled in surprise, then tried to maintain his composure and said that according to what you said, I am not a P-do. Nah, then why are you still killing me? However, immediately that goblin didn't care at all. With his commanding eyes and handsome face, he spoke up and said, "It doesn't matter. My duty is to destroy the Demon King who entered the human world." The more they talked, the more enthusiastic they became. At this point, the two of them fell into serious trouble. The goblin then appeared his strongest move and headed straight towards Kang Han-soo, opening the attack while attacking him while shouting that in order to do that, I must increase his strength. Practice your skills at your level. Looking at Kang Han-soo trying to hide from the attack before his eyes, he thoughtfully asked, "I always have a question." With eyes just like that of a fairy, that guy used his big hand towards Kang Han-soo's face and then spoke up to ask if he could really defeat the Demon King with this level of skill. Just like that, a few seconds later, there was a huge explosion that devastated the room they were standing in. The explosion was so big that it seemed similar to the 2 atomic bombs the US dropped on Japan during the war years. A few minutes later, all that remained after the explosion were loose particles of soil, sand, and rocks that fell away from the house. And gradually the last survivor was revealed, which was Kang Han-soo's shoe, which he was steadily trying to rub on the floor. With an extremely determined attitude to win right now, the last strong person had already appeared. He quickly fell into a stance of continuing to fight, holding half of his sword and looking ahead. And also because that level 2 sword only had half left, he quickly pulled that half out and used the hilt. As quickly as Kang Han-soo immediately used his ability to summon a sword with his ability to fight decisively and win, he continued to fall into a serious fighting state without any hesitation. On this side, the goblin saw this and immediately said thoughtfully that it was the darkest energy sword of Tan Tien. I don't know which noble person you took the life of to get it. As he spoke, he brought up the sword that he considered to be a great skill in the human world. With an extremely hateful look in his eyes, he continued to speak, but it had no effect on me, the owner of the nuclear sword. And having said that, you must do it immediately with your steps and speed. The goblin quickly moved towards Kang Han-soo without any further hesitation. The two of them continued like that, one using a sword, the other using a dark energy sword. Tan Tien fought each other. Both sides were strong but no one was willing to give in. However, Kang Han-soo quickly lost ground because that sword was quite strong. It overwhelmed his sword and did not let him counterattack immediately. But even so, in the end, Kang Han-soo quickly overturned this half-dead situation by throwing that sword into the sky. Then he fell into the upper position, forcing himself to ask all the energy that was in his body to fall down on the other guy so hard. His eyes of hatred were so strong that the veins appeared on his face and he thought to himself, in this stressful battle, I am definitely the winner. After that, the scene around the temple became more fierce than Kang Han-soo and the goblin fell into a one-on-one battle and no one remembered anyone. Everyone wanted to be the strong one and the last survivor. Kang Han-soo then immediately showed a sinister smile that reached almost to his ears and with eyes full of contempt he said, "This goddamn emperor." But not letting Kang Han-soo achieve his goal of scorning him, the goblin immediately used his edict face and smart head. He said, "It was all for me to perform my duty. And when he finished speaking, the goblin immediately slashed Kang Han-Su's stomach, causing him to squirt blood out, and the blood continuously flowed out everywhere in space. At this moment, the goblin with glowing orange eyes looked straight ahead in a heroic manner. He removed the torn cloak and slowly walked forward with that sword. Bringing his deep voice in the smoke and mist surrounding his lover's body, he began to speak and said surprisingly, "I thought I had dared to inflict a painful blow on you." It turns out that what made that goblin say that was that the fatal wounds he caused on Kang Han-Su's body were now healed instantly, no longer painful to him. Your body. Kang Han-Su on this side heard those compliments from the goblin. He immediately smiled with satisfaction at the eyes of the strong man. However, he was also a little scared by that guy's strength, but he still tried. Balance your emotions and say what you mean. However, before he could finish his sentence, the goblin immediately pulled out his sword and wanted to continue the battle against Kang Han-Su because after all, even if he died, the goblin still wanted to take his life. Coming here, he walked to Kang Han-Su's side and thoughtfully said that it was useless to beg for his life, but before he could finish speaking, Kang Han-Su immediately grabbed his hands, came out and shouted that she was summoned. Seeing that, the goblin's face became stupid on the spot with a puzzled look in his doubts. He stammered out that name. However, before he could finish his sentence, someone punched him in the face with a pillow, making him unable to speak and just standing there. Just like that, the goblin was quickly fed by borite and flew hundreds of kilometers away. However, the noise was not a normal winter, but here it was so noisy that it destroyed the entire ground, which the surrounding walls. And indeed, once he caught Kang Han-Su's eye, whether it was a human object or a golem, it was not normal, but always brought powerful energy to suppress his opponents, which was proven by the fact that just the fist of barite can cause that much damage. With an extremely difficult face at this moment, Kang Han-Su looked at Bodhisattva then spoke up and said that she should definitely kill him in a group. However, when she heard those words from her master, she calmly said that he wanted to kill him. "I killed this respected French teacher. If it weren't for that wish, I would have let him die." When Kang Han-Su heard that the goblin was the teacher who taught meat control, his face became even more uncomfortable with a pensive look. Looking at his own borite golem in front of his eyes, he thought to himself that he was the master of this eye, or was he an assassin sent by the first brave instead of the fictional god? However, before the owner and the golem could finish talking, a hand immediately emerged from the ground like a zombie, causing the two of them to suddenly turn their faces to see. What is that? It turned out that it was a borite-like golem. Determined to win, she used her two long, sharp swords to look straight ahead and shouted, "Come here, my comrades." And on this side, the information panel of that golem also appeared, and it was written that it was an ancient golem of level 999 plus the demon slayer profession that deals additional damage to demons with the dual sword skill, magic resistance max magic miracle and so on, blessed sword status enhanced overload damage amplification. Looking at the person she was once attached to right in front of her eyes, with an extremely angry face, now using a cold voice, she only said one sentence that "don't get me," causing Kang Han-Su's face to spray glue, stiff without understanding what happened. Seeing that, she suddenly put on a sullen face because she encountered something. However, she still tried to balance her emotions and continued to speak to the owner of the full moon day. "Then I will help you catch the time to escape." Kang Han-Su on this side saw herself so worried and scared, he felt a bit annoyed about the comfort food to increase his fighting power. He sighed and then reflected that didn't I say that, take his life and not buy me any time. However, in response to that consolation, Boris spoke up seriously and said it was not the time to relax. Looking at the golem with terrible power right before his eyes, Boris seemed to feel serious and spoke up to say that his opponent was the former lover of the sword teacher and the daughter of the demon king. Holding that sword in her hand, with a serious face, she continued to say that she was not an easy receiver to deal with. However, before he could finish his sentence, at this moment Kang Han-Su Lin interrupted, went to his golem and continued speaking. "What do you mean I'm not strong enough to deal with my ex-lover, his? But even so, you still won't let your golem fight, you run ahead, even if you live or die, you have to risk your life to come here and stand in front of your golem." He also tried to use all his remaining strength to smile sinisterly and continued to speak, holding the golem's leg firmly, but on this side, when Borat heard it, he could only breathe. "If you answer for too long, you're an idiot." After saying the sentence, the battle between the two vehicles finally exploded with such destructive force that it caused the surrounding ground to crumble and on it were rays of terrible attack power. Just like that, the two people on each team split up to fight on one side, including the goblin and Kang Han-Su, against each other. On the other side, the two golems of those two people fought against each other. The goblin at this time did not even show mercy, but angrily shouted that he would die. "Demon King, However, even though he was inferior in strength, Kang Han-soo was a kind person who did not let his golem fight alone, so he took out a sword with dark energy, smiled and said, then also falls into attack mode. Just like that, the two swords, one orange and one purple, fought back and forth, for a few minutes, still not getting through. But gradually over the next period of time, the goblin's sword quickly gained an advantage over Kang Han-soo's sword. However, because he did not let himself be defeated, he immediately summoned a cross-shaped sword to hold in his hand. Then you should immediately use the cross-shaped sword in the district to stab straight at the target of the goblin in the air. Seeing that, he immediately got angry with an extremely indignant face and shouted that you think this trivial thing will work. However, in response to his answer on this side, Kang Han-soo gave the brightest smile, raised his eyebrows and straightened up. But the more he tried to suppress his strength, the more Kang Han-soo tried to take revenge, and immediately summoned a sharp blade to help him. The person was present to be sinister as well as calculating the plan in his head. Together with the amount of darkness around him, he silently told himself, even though he clearly understood that he could not defeat him with level French would be cold. But even so, Kang Han-soo still fought with all his might and quickly moved into the battle area using the sword he had just summoned to attack that powerful elf. And even if he dies, in this battle he himself must try his best. With an extremely sinister look in his eyes, Kang Han-soo smiled brightly and then turned his face straight forward. At that moment, that goblin saw Kang Han-soo's pregnant smile and quickly became confused and stunned for a moment, wondering what he was plotting. However, after a few seconds, the priority guy also got his answer. His eyes became panicked, his face darkened because he witnessed the scene before him. It turned out that right now in front of the goblin's eyes was the scene of Kang Han-soo using his dark energy to cover the entire surrounding space. And those dark energies quickly healed the wounds coming from his body, making his body as healthy as before. There was no longer any purpose for scratching. Seeing that he could have the advantage, Kang Han-soo now smiled confidently and looked straight into the eyes of the enemy in front of him. When the goblin saw that, his face immediately became awake and he spoke up and said, "It's difficult for people to use dark energy to master. Is that why the Demon King is called the Demon King?" Then he looked at the golem that was taking over. The upper wind had blocked one of the Barrett's arms. He smiled evilly and continued speaking, "Even if you waste your time like this, there is no hope, because she will return soon after destroying your golem." However, the whole day must have been long and I lost even more patience right now. Kang Han-soo used his dark energy as a weapon to attack the goblin that had just summoned him and hatched a monster, smiled affectionately and said, "Thank you for your explanation." However, in the eyes of that goblin, you were just trying to fight the rock below. He held his sword and then said, "Just use it to wave me to death, Demon King." When Kang Han-soo on this side heard that, he immediately stopped paying attention and smiled contemptuously, then continued speaking, naturally making me curious. With a sinister look and a wicked smile, Kang Han-soo now sinisterly spoke up and said that his lover also died after struggling to the end. At this point, his face immediately became stiff when he heard that old story again, then the extremely indignant eyes on his face shouted, he angrily shouted the name of a bastard. But immediately behind them, something fell straight down from above, creating a very strong noise. At this time, Borite worked on the ground with a haggard look and she tried her best to get the atmosphere up there. With her extremely sympathetic eyes as she was chopped into pieces, she angrily spoke up and wondered if I couldn't fight that golem. And in the distance was the same golem-colored sword that the golem used to injure the Borite's body. When she finished dealing with the Borite, she also heard that story from Kang Han-soo's side. She remained silent and said nothing at her own inherent danger, and stood there for a long time with her husband. Then opened his dead eyes with a murderous light when he heard the past story from Kang Han-soo's mouth. The golem opened indignantly and shouted the Demon King line and will right you. Immediately after saying this sentence, the golem and the goblin quickly rushed towards the little Kang Han-soo who was standing in front of him with the aim of killing him as quickly as possible so that he could not let Kang Han-soo survive for one more minute. But contrary to their plan, he immediately used the remaining piece of skin to stab straight into his beating heart without any hesitation or fear. On this side, the goblin, after seeing that action of Kang Han-soo, immediately with surprised eyes and a very puzzled face, the goblin spoke up and asked if he would kill himself. Why? But the response to his questions and concerns was a smile from Kang Han-soo's position as if everything was in his plan. Just like that, Kang Han-soo's blood flowed out, bringing with him a sinister smile and a deep, unpredictable look in his eyes. He continued to speak. At first I couldn't understand. Then the space moved to Kang Han-soo's thoughts again with a contemplative mood and reminded himself that the fantasy space operates around the epic scenario between the king and the brave. That's why from now on, the dimension will collapse with the absence of one of them, which means that if one of them dies, the husband will not be able to exist anymore. Just as a school cannot be maintained without students, it becomes a place that cannot be called a school. However, what will happen if that dimension collapses? Thinking of such a plan just like that, the streams of fresh blood on Kang Han-soo's body became more and more numerous. It was as if it was not blood when stabbing ordinary people, but it strongly radiated in the surrounding space, cloud everything like a powerful weapon about to strike. Then the information board about the golem finally appeared, and on it was written that the ancient golem race level 1 profession 20 level 3 skill forgotten state. With a look as if he was assessing his opponent, Kang Han-soo looked at the Western Goblin, and on it was written that the Ancient Goblin Race Level 1 Responsibility 20 Level 0 Swordsmanship Skill Z Cold Endurance Status. The state is forgotten and reality will open up for good. Hearing such things brought with it a devilish face, eyes that became crazy and a smile as wide as his ears. He roared with laughter and said that reality would be opened beautifully, but that would never happen. Finally, the information of the strong people here also appeared in Kang Han-soo's information sheet, and it was written that Fuing Dung's level 1 Chaos Race unlocked and granted few dark energy skills. Slaying God Xance's material creation Sys Control SS Sword Status Goddess Golem Magic Sword. At the same time, with the never-before-seen expression of confusion, that goblin asked Kang Han-soo why you didn't die. Coming here, thinking back to the image of a guy who also used this suicide trick to compete with himself in the past, he immediately flashed a sinister smile from ear to ear with a sharp look at Kang Han-soo. Spoke up and said that it was all thanks to a certain demon king who told me about this trick. Coming here with the thought, he told himself of course that Demon King had died after performing this trick, but to me the masterful controller of dark energy had impersonated matter and even deceived the whole afternoon, space. Using those wings full of dark claws, a powerful weapon, Kang Han-soo stabbed his blood straight into the ground, causing the ground to crumble. Here, he thought, the important thing was, how long will the dimension be fooled? Thinking with a sinister look and 6 wings that had been upgraded in strength when he was no longer suppressed by the surrounding dimension, he rushed straight towards his opponent and shouted, "Let's start the second half fairly." However, even so, the golem still thought that he had the power to destroy and no one could compete with him in this dimension, so the monk spoke up and said, "Demon King, you will surely die." On this side, the mischievous demon, after hearing that, immediately had a panicked face. He was so scared that he turned around and shouted no. Looking at those things that don't know how to fear heaven and earth but still boasting illusions about their true abilities, Kang Han-soo quickly used his deadly claws to use the claws on his wings that carried a murderous intent. To think that a golem could be so extravagant without possessing special skills. It's no different than a woman wearing a 100 kilograms armor. Thinking about that, Kang Han-soo himself immediately jumped on her, using the weapons on his body to pierce her body, causing her pain. Love now saw with her own eyes that the golem opened itself to the person he loved most. His body had now been stabbed to such an extent that he could no longer form a human form. His face immediately became dark and mischievous. Holding that golem's head in his hand like a trophy that he had won, Kang Han-soo smiled evilly and said, "I should take this with me as a souvenir, right?" Immediately when the goblin heard each word like that, our face became uncontrollable, his veins flared up, he used an angry voice and shouted that, "You bastard." Unable to wait another second, with all his hatred and love for the golem he had nurtured for so long, he rushed at Kang Han-soo and beat him to a pulp. However, after the space tide was deceived, his strength was just that of a mosquito under Kang Han-soo's command. He could easily dodge all the attacks he considered the strongest and then continue to lead. Of the golem, it challenged him, causing him to only growl in indignation and be unable to do anything. With a cool head and immediately arranged strategy, Kang Han-soo turned the tide of battle in just a few seconds. With a confident smile determined to win, he secretly thought that level ZZ swordsmanship would also have a chance, just a lump like that. And when he turned back to the demon, the other guy was not his. He was sweating bullets, bringing with him a fear he had never seen before. He trembled and held his sword because now fighting him was a powerful guy, extraordinarily strong and not suppressed by any dimension. Looking at that guy writhing and fighting against himself, Kang Han-soo Tianbin now thought to himself that even people like that lover are useless without the protection of fantasy space. As he threw the blows that defeated the goblin, slashing Lin Dao at him with a contemplative mood, Kang Han-soo thought to himself, "But that's strange." Raising his claws in front of that goblin's face, he told himself that he had lost all his special lover skills and looked very angry. However, when the person said that his eyes were deep and mixed with the blue of the ocean, he told himself that his eyes were very calm, completely different from his angry appearance, a deep look. It was also the look of someone who was willing to sacrifice his own life if necessary and would not avoid it in any situation. And even though he knew how to attack his body and chop it into hundreds of pieces or erase all the remaining resistance of a strong person like himself, that demon still tried to deliver the strongest blows possible to his pair. Kang Han-soo, his other god, came here and immediately thought to himself that is what was truly admirable. Immediately, even if he was defeated, that goblin always aimed at those wings that carried the power and weapons of destruction. He took the opportunity that he was thinking about and immediately cut a line into the pair, that wing. And those wings immediately disappeared in space, slowly crumbling and dissolving into clouds of smoke that spread in the air. But that attack, however, did not do anything to the claws covered on those wings, which now fell into attack mode, and those stepping rings immediately became the most powerful weapons it had. Turns around to prepare to deliver the strongest blow possible to help its owner. Coming here with his sinister face, Kang Han-soo was crazy thanks to those wings to enhance himself so he couldn't use the claws to become sharp scissors pointing straight towards that goblin, been attacked by magic. As fast as lightning, a claw of a wing carrying the power of that demon god gently slashed across the face of that goblin, causing a whole scar on his face. Refusing to be the weaker person right now to regain his original position, that goblin immediately used his dark eyes to rush towards Kang Han-soo and then used his own sword to cut off his claws. Uncle. Immediately, the shadow of the kingdom, when cut down by the demon, also shattered into thin air and space just like his previous wings. But it seems that the goblin underestimated Kang Han-soo's self. He thought that cutting off the claws and wings would create an advantage for him to reverse the situation, but he did not. Kang Han-soo immediately yanked the wing he cut off and rushed forward. As quickly as this, Kang Han-soo on this side used that branch to strike the goblin's face, causing him to be thrown more than 10 kilometers away. That guy was also in pain because of that attack on his face, blood pouring out into the air. But he didn't just stop at hitting the goblin's chin. The weapon's claw immediately injured his eyes, but he couldn't open one side. When the guy saw that, he immediately turned around, his angry eyes still roared loudly. Nature was right in front of him right now, so the goblin immediately showed the face of the golem, which took the form of his former lover, gradually moving forward. However, in contrast to the cheerful face with soulful eyes and nose, right now a face with tiny blood-white eyes appeared with silver hair like a ghost wandering in hell. It turned out that right now, Kang Han-soo took the opportunity to quickly throw his golem's head forward without paying attention. Looking at the head that was once the golem he loved most, now only a lifeless skull with tears gouged out, the goblin trembled. Immediately he fell back because of panic and took that opportunity. Kang Han-soo quickly summoned his wings covered by that wish and headed straight towards the goblin. And looking at that virtual dimension rapidly collapsing, right now he was smiling and proud as he rushed forward to earn the goblin's hand continuously, making him not have time to wash his hands and had to fight back against Lean Soul. Picking up the skull that used to be the goblin's powerful assistant and beloved, Kang Han-soo quickly showed a sinister smile and prepared to throw the skull in front. Seeing that, his love became even more human with a face full of blood and he roared with savage screams that you are cursed. Not wanting to give in to Kang Han-soo's self right now, that guy used his legs dat and dat to hit his arm really hard. Then he used his terrifying eyes to look straight at the main weapon Kang Han-soo was equipping in front. Then, as quickly as he could, he used those legs to flatten a line to cut off those wings because he thought that just like that, he had eliminated Kang Han-soo's weapons and considerable strength. Not only that, he still did not achieve his goal of destroying Kang Han-soo. He quickly used his feet to kick towards the arm holding the golem's head so that he could not use it to threaten the planet, the god of that goblin himself. And also because of this step on that skull, it immediately fell off. Although they are just machines equipped exactly like humans, right now the haunted memories of the beautiful time of the goblin and the lover immediately follows the wind. However, to prevent himself from being overwhelmed by the emotions that quickly overwhelmed him, he immediately ran forward. Using an extremely taut face with bloodshot eyes and a face covered in blood, he tried his best to use his sword then shouted that I was a hero. We will never be defeated by the opponent to the point where it seems that being close to the bow can be deafening because only then will his energy and strength be boosted and increase his motivation to fight and kill. Kang Han-soo. However, the goblin underestimated Kang Han-soo's ability and was also weak in preparing his battle strategy. He was quickly attacked and used his sharp claws to pierce his body, leaving him standing. His head was right where he was. Following a calm voice, Kang Han-soo then spoke up and said that it was true. But as he spoke, Kang Han-soo helped him with sharp claws to remove the last drops of blood from the goblin's body and then passed out of his life. With a determined look in his eyes and a sinister smile when he won, he continued to speak, but right now I am not the Demon King. Just like that, Kang Hansu Lin, from being the underdog in this match, turned the situation around to become the strongest person holding this game, defeating the goblin right before his eyes. After completing all the experiments on this side, Kang Hansu, with an extremely puzzled face, slowly pondered and looked forward. It turned out that at this time his friend's information had appeared and on it was written that the Chaos human race was level 100 with the profession Hun King Hero level 3 skills of dark energy killing the gods sutras of cold blessings and so on Tai magic sword golem magic sword. However, seeing that the information board had not changed, he immediately wondered and asked a strange question. Looking at the 100 kilo level line here, Kang Hansu's face still became bewildered, not understanding why he continued to ask if this bastard was still alive. Having come to this point, he thought he had to verify immediately, so he turned his face to the corpse of the guy he wanted to eliminate just now to see if he was still alive or had already passed away. However, when he looked at that goblin lying in that bloodbath, his body was injured in detail from the stab wounds and slashes he made along with that guy moving a little more. He told himself no, think. But to be even more sure, Kang Hansu immediately used the sharp claws of the wings he possessed to stab one more time into that priority's body to give him even more hope. It's impossible to live again. However, even mentioning the smell again could not calm Kang Hansu's anger because suddenly he had many more people standing in his way like that priority guy, bringing with him an anger because he was almost killed, losing his life. He immediately added a few more blows to his body. Looking at the goblin lying on the ground without the slightest breath or movement, only now did Kang Hansu contently breathe a sigh of relief, smile, and continue speaking. Well, let's see. As he walked, he whispered that right now he had an even more urgent problem in front of him. It turned out that the emergency that he needed to deal with was that his golem had just been cut into two pieces by that golem's golem, and the weak half of his body was in danger of not being able to recover. Anus. Not only that, the sword in the angel's hand that he always used was also broken in two by that guy without any spiritual energy or power left. Oh, even Bored himself had been severely damaged, having lost his legs, eyes, arms, lower half of his body, and even more damage to his eyes. Coming here with a helpless expression, Bored turned to look at his master. He thought to himself that he needed to make an urgent adjustment. At this moment, the angel saw him so worried and thoughtful. With a happy face she smiled brightly and then spoke up and said, "Master, from now on I will stay with the house all night." While bringing positive energy to her, he happily ran to hug Kang Hansu and looked at the innocent, cheerful and positive angel. He immediately stopped it and sighed and replied, "You want to see my mother grow up and be young, couple?" However, even if he confidently said that on the outside, deep in his heart he immediately had a dozen thoughts. At this point, he himself plucked the rice cake that was linked to sword number 2 before it was destroyed. Breaking is such a mess. Looking at the boy, who was originally strong and capable, ready to rush out to protect his life, now being cut in half without arms or legs, his face damaged without a trace of life, Kang Hansu was worried, silently wondering what to do. However, immediately with a sinister smile and deep eyes, he chuckled as if he was plotting something in his mind. At this moment, with his own hand, Kang Hansu immediately threw the remaining half of the sword at Bored's body and then continued to say, "Damn it, it's yours now." And immediately after saying this sentence, he himself immediately summoned his dark power with an innocent and happy expression. He was not at all hurt or worried at all. Just like that, the dark energy became stronger and stronger, covering her whole body, making her scared and wondering what Kang Hansu was doing. But no matter how much he screamed, in the end he smiled with his own face like he had never smiled before, looking at the information and then spoke up again if he just activated the black box now. And on that black box information panel includes the following information: skill type, level name and a series of information. Looking at the dark power that was now covering Bored's body more and more, he continued to speak, combining well without any problems. Ha ha ha. And indeed right now what I need most is a confident smile that is not fake. And in the end, after a few hours of using dark energy on Borite, he stood there stunned as a result. On this side, after that dark energy covered her body, she herself immediately turned into a steaming pile of tinder. It was no longer the half of her body in front, it was like a liquid, but its color was different, color of barite. Seeing the results that he had accomplished, Kang Hansu immediately ran over and then did his work that he had planned to do from day one until now. While squeezing the stone, he said if he did this. After a while, after a few minutes, he finally got the image of the bed he wanted. With a happy and excited look on his face, Kang Hansu happily sang that it's finished, but it looks so boring. And indeed, when bored, any good idea becomes fun. Kang Hansu immediately turned to the head of the golem lying in front of him and immediately thought of an idea, let out a loud sound. It turned out that the idea was to take the head of the golem of the goblin that he had executed and stick it on the horn he had just made and bring it with him happily. At this moment, Kang Hansu smiled brightly and announced that my burning spell was officially completed. At the same time, the information board also appeared as well as the Borite being reborn again, and it was written that the Chaos Golem race was level 999 plus the skill owner's servant job included a series of high-level skills and the status of becoming a golem magic sword goddess. On this side, seeing themselves reborn in a new form with the opponent's head like that, they immediately became angry and shouted that you are dead, Demon King, but Kang Hansu did not hesitate and smiled. It's so funny to say that there's even a voice support system. Looking at the wonderful skills displayed in the information sheet, Kang Hansu immediately exclaimed and then spoke up to say that apart from that wonderful function, the rest were useless. Immediately he himself changed his nature as well as the information on that data, causing Borat to panic after finishing the exam and turn blue in disbelief. Immediately after improving the barite, he immediately threw it to the angel and then gave it a new name. Kang Hansu then spoke up and said that it was a knight. The angel saw that and immediately smiled. Taking it, he happily replied that I would cherish it, master. At the same time, Borat, on this side, saw that she was in such a severe shape and being treated like that. She immediately shouted angrily that the human mirror was not sure, but before she could finish her sentence, she immediately received a painful slap across her face. It turned out that person in her face was none other than the honest angel who was always sincere with Kang Hansu. When she saw someone say something like that to her master, her face immediately became angrier. Seeing that, the child immediately shook without bothering to continue speaking. Seeing the two sisters about to interact like that, Kang Hansu on this side gave a sinister smile and then said that the two would soon get close. However, after finishing this sentence, his face immediately became confused with the question in his mind. Kang Hansu immediately looked down in front of him. In his hand was the holy sword Nu Kala An. With a thoughtful expression, he tightly grasped the edge of the sword and happily mumbled that he had found it and that it was not like sword number 2 had a large quantity. Like the number of dimensions, there is only one true sword saint. Using the energy of the claws to infuse the sword, Kang Hansu's face was bewildered and he muttered to himself, but it was strange. Looking down at the goblin's body lying on the ground, Kang Hansu used that sword to look at it and thought to himself that two heroes could not possibly own a holy sword. And look at how he died like this. However, before he could finish, the goblin immediately opened his eyes wide. Blood on his face looked very scary. His hair was fierce like the demon. He now used his hand to pounce on Kang Hansu's side. Immediately that love took the opportunity to hug Kang Hansu tightly as if he was planning something. At this time, the goblin muttered a spell that Demon King Padona activated the rejection program, and it turned out that he was really not dead. Everything was within his plan because it was impossible, fighting Kang Hansu again, so he had to prevent another plan. At the same time, on this side, Kang Hansu looked with a pensive look, not understanding what was going on. However, right after that, he heard clicking sounds with a puzzled face. Kang Hansu wondered, this mechanical sound. It was so ominous that Kang Hansu didn't let that goblin achieve his goal and immediately used his knee to hit him hard in the stomach. Not only that, he had an extremely evil face with white eyes and no black fur. He himself used his claws to stab the guy many times. However, immediately there was a warm sunlight right in front of Kang Hansu, making him look away from his face. It turned out that right now in front of him was no longer that goblin but a fire god who brought destructive light with the power of a steering wheel and came here in panic. Kang Hansu immediately angry and shouted that mother. However, the fire god at this moment did not care about what he said. The fire god now thoughtfully roared that he was passing on a message. Next was a huge explosion all around, and that explosion was accompanied by wailing words, haha, Pidonia is my longtime rival still fine. Receiving this message from me means you have defeated the tough guy that I kept going there, and the angel now witnessed everything surrounded by that explosion and immediately worried about his master and ran away. The angel panicked and called out master. But before she could finish calling, the fire god used sharp eyes and then roared that however that also meant that this was the second time you heard these words. He continued to tell you the weather when you set foot in the real world and received the message, but this place has no place for you. Even if he said that, Kang Hansu immediately counterattacked back at him, quickly jumped high into the air using his technique and talent. As I said that, my class used the power of the fire god to set the entire room on fire and then roared and shouted that you should get out of here and go back to your place to raise your children like normal people do. Go. The voice of that old fire god woke up more and more, along with his increasingly stronger power. The fire burned around him. That guy now looked at Kang Han-soo's frightened face in front of him. He was even more proud and tried to use all his strength to burst out here. He continued to speak for the peace of humanity. But it wasn't because there was extraordinary power up there that Kang Han-soo easily gave up his goal. When he came to this side, he gritted his teeth and spoke up first. "You crazy bastard, why did you drag the rigid goblin into our matter?" he said, angrily roaring and cursing directly in the face of that god of fire. Even if he was surrounded by that guy's fierce flames or injured by their destruction. Even though the explosion caused by that fire god had such great power, Kang Han-soo himself did not hesitate to rush forward and fight hand to hand with him, hitting him and waking up screaming, "Your damn name!" The sky turned blood red, making everyone confused and afraid. What was going on? The sunlight dimmed my eyes. Considering I could still think, I was probably still alive. The sunlight woke up and looked around, seeing this strange place and wondering, where am I? Then the sun fell into the dark red sky, feeling warm and soft. Underwater, the sun lies farther and farther away, falling into the void like a fantasy. Under a big tree, a girl with short red hair was tiredly fighting the pain and supporting her pregnant belly. A person wearing a hooded jacket next to him slowly raised his hand to help the girl stand up. The girl was lying unconscious, her face was covered with tiny drops of sweat as if she was having a nightmare. The person next to her saw her like that and was very sad. A female hand caressed her cheek as if to comfort her. "Blame myself, I'm sorry, I don't have enough power to save you. If only we were in better circumstances." The sun was glowing like a sphere in the bloody swamp. My instincts were whispering. Finally the girl woke up. Although she was tired, she smiled brightly to reassure the person next to her. Because she had just woken up, her health was still weak. The girl stammered and said, "No, I am happy to be here, with Goddess Hippolyta. The sun is shining brighter and brighter, as if someone is controlling it. It's time to be reborn. Then the sun shines with sparkling light, making others blind. Thank you." In another scene, the girl faints again. She slowly opened her eyes weakly. She wanted to say something, but because her strength was too weak, she couldn't say it. And suddenly she was well again. She woke up with her eyes wide open, not knowing what was going on, so she asked the goddess, "Hippolyta, what just happened?" The system screen displayed an information panel of the girl. Demon race, level 4, slave profession, 50% experience, skills, dark energy S, survival E, stamina F, patience F, state, postpartum period of health recovery. Note, the postpartum period is the period of a woman's life after giving birth. Next came a newborn baby. The boy's name was Hugh. His personal information was displayed on the system screen as follows: race, chaos person, level 1, profession, demon king, hero up to level V, skills, dark energy Z, divinity Z, blessing Z, max level immortality, survival level max, status, holy sword, magic sword. A certain voice rang out, "This is enough to repay the favor." A happy scene is taking place. The goddess Hippolyta smiled kindly, holding the baby in her arms. The red-haired girl could not hide her happiness and joy. "Come hug your baby, ah baby." She shed tears of happiness as she hugged her child. The boy's face was happy when he met his mother. The image of the mother and child hugging each other touched everyone. "Well, I still like this. Acceptable." In another scenario, under a thick green bush, the goddess and the girl holding her child were hiding there. Outside, angry voices rang out. There was a noise. It was there, causing the two people to stay. In the bushes were confused, afraid of being discovered. Hippolyta discussed with the girl, "I think I have to explain the situation now. This child is the prince of a country that lost in the recent war, already." The girl's face turned pale, tears fell. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but the other girl explained thoroughly how everything happened. The enemy country is trying to destroy all those who have blood relatives, royal family, so that there are no more descendants to inherit the throne. No matter where we go, there will be knights and magicians of enemy nations hunting us. Outside the forest, soldiers holding torches searched around to see if they could find any clues. Then the other girl handed the baby back to her and told her that this baby had survived until now thanks to my help. "I could only help once or twice." She accepted. "Baby, Hugh." Suddenly a stream of purple light made the baby fly into the air. The girl gasped, and the goddess smiled gently, explaining why she was tired. The child floated in the sky looking at the blazing fire below. A soldier's voice shouted loudly, "In the name of the great emperor." Below, the leader riding on horseback raised his sword to the sky with a majestic voice that made others afraid. "I ordered the traitors to kneel and surrender." In a space on the ground surrounded by dense bushes, two girls were staying inside. Suddenly a loud and cold voice from behind the bushes ordered the two girls, "You have been completely captured, surrounded. The prince's bride is exiled. If you will hand over the child of filthy blood." The red-haired girl couldn't help but tremble in fear. She turned pale and clasped her hands in prayer, but unlike her expression, Hippolyta was not afraid. Her face looked at her gently and sympathetically. The soldier still had no expression on his face and asked for a condition. Then my king promised to reward you handsomely. In any case, the baby will only have to endure pain immediately after birth. After the soldier finished speaking, he raised his sword high into the sky as if he wanted to control the child flying above his head. Ah! The baby didn't cry or anything, but he opened his sparkling eyes wide, his mouth curled up looking very adorable. He cried out his name, Hugh. The soldiers saw the baby, everyone turned their heads to look, they all shouted, "A baby, a baby, a baby." Another soldier in there raised his hand to signal everyone not to panic and attack. Following orders, the soldiers gathered their weapons and rushed towards the baby floating in the sky, wanting to kill the baby. Luckily, the beams of light surrounding the baby protected him from the sharp arrows. The stream of light was a shield that protected him, causing the arrows intended to shoot at the baby to fly back. The further the arrow flew, the brighter the stream of light shot out like sparks towards the soldiers. They were shot. Everyone screamed miserably, "Ah!" The new leader rode here and saw all the soldiers being stabbed by arrows. He didn't know what was going on. He wondered, what is going on? Another soldier shouted loudly to everyone, "That child is a demon, retreat." The entire army retreats, must inform the king. The leader who just arrived did not know what was going on and was killed. An arrow shot at him. The soldiers looked bewildered at him lying on the ground, blood splattered, and the baby was surrounded by purple light and turned into a phoenix. If rumors spread about him being a devil, this is a very complicated matter. The truth is that I have returned to Fantasia. At least for my reputation. The soldiers below were looking bewildered at the beast surrounding the child holding an axe and a thorny hammer. The baby still pouts happily. "Hugh, every one of you, please become an experience for this lovely hero." In the morning, the blue sky and white clouds are floating, gentle sunlight, in the forest with rows of green trees. The soldier's chest was slashed and covered in blood. He cried out, "Ah!" As for the girl holding the baby and Hippolyta standing next to her looking at the soldier, she gasped as the light surrounding the boy formed a sword that slashed the soldiers. The baby in the mother's arms looked so cute with its beak, but its current physical condition is extremely weak. She looked at the baby lying in her mother's arms with a kind smile. The mother's loving eyes looked at her child. It was because she was reincarnated into a native of Fantasia that was superimposed on countless dimensions. Remembering a while ago, after the second trial of the first hero, I had the sturdy body of a mortal. On the system screen, the words, "Be destroy the target," that must be the power of the black box. The system screen again displayed the words, "I'm not destroyed, I'm no longer worried, but my soul is not destroyed thanks to the power of the black box." I died to the black box but at the same time survived through the power of the black box. How ironic. Where the soldier was hiding in the bushes observing the situation below, he was holding a knife. He must have planned something. But unfortunately for him, as soon as he revealed himself, holding a knife and preparing to stab the three of them, an invisible sword pierced his chest, causing blood to splatter. Ah! The baby's face is no longer cute anymore, instead it is filled with anger. The first heroic bastard, even if it was a misunderstanding or mistake, I can never forgive him. So now I have to fill my stomach first. She thought to herself, just because I became a demon with S-rank dark energy skills, doesn't mean I don't need nutritional supplements. The baby's face became even rougher, probably because he had not been supplemented with nutrients. Looking at the baby's face, she understood what was wrong with him. If a newborn is not provided with enough nutrients, it will be a problem. Big issue here. She has an idea. I have to get help. The baby's face became more and more stubborn and hot-tempered. Looking at his sharp eyes made people tremble in fear. He no longer looked as cute and chubby as his first friend. She held the baby and Hippolyta walked beside her. The light next to the boy became an arrow showing them the way. "Sir, are you going in that direction?" They followed the direction the arrow pointed. They came to a castle that looked very majestic and massive. The castle was located deep in the forest. Golden sunlight shines through the windows in the castle. There is a basin of water. She is diligently washing the towel and changing water. Finally, the baby was able to comfortably smile from ear to ear. The adorable look on the baby's face returned to being as adorable as yours, no longer keeping that gloomy expression. The servant politely spoke up, "Done, Your Majesty. It feels very refreshing, right?" The emperor ordered the maid, "Please prepare a meal for me, a salad of fresh green vegetables and cheese." The maid bowed her head to show obedience to the emperor's orders. "I will prepare immediately." After the maid finished speaking, she went to prepare food. At this time, the lord with pink hair raised his face and looked towards the door, his eyes very excited. Outside the door, the lord walked in. He clasped one hand in front of his chest and the other behind his back and said, "How can I help you, my lord?" His blue eyes looked straight at the lord. The lord just now was human, of level 582, with skills in politics A, dark energy B, swordsmanship B, diplomacy C, management C. He was often in a state of fear, confusion, obey. At this moment, suddenly, the lord bent down and hurriedly said, "Please don't use honorifics with this humble person, I don't know how to handle it." Hearing this, the lord asked again with confusion, "How can we guests do that?" No matter who was talking and making noise, the baby still lay still without moving or crying. The voices kept coming out. "Did you feel uncomfortable anywhere? There are always followers of the Demon King everywhere. Moreover, I have not met any believers in poor circumstances. And there are even some people who completely obey the orders of the dark energy," the Lord said with a slightly worried expression. "The truth is, this news has not been announced yet, but it seems that the emerging empire, filled with greed, has finally begun to make moves on our neutral country." Hearing him say that, her face was filled with tears. Foul, his face showed surprise and obvious worry. He continued to say, "I will devote myself to the great Lord until my last strength, but if there is a war, then this territory right next to the national border will no longer be safe. Therefore, I am forced to report this to you." A young girl with red eyes and reddish-brown hair and eyebrows, her body is covered in armor, and her face exudes a cold, unapproachable look. She is a female swordsman. In his mind, Kang Han-soo silently recalled the memory. In the previous loop, after letting himself see himself naked, she was the psychopath who swung her sword at him. The female swordsman looked expressionless at the little Kang Han-soo in front of her. Kang Han-soo did not give up, frowned, pursed his lips, and looked at the female swordsman in response. Looking at the female swordsman in front of him, Kang Han-soo affirmed that this was the person he had to be most wary of. In the princess's loving arms, Kang Han-soo protested in discomfort and cried, "Hui, Hui." It seemed like the boy was also happy to meet the swordswoman. The princess saw her son react violently, thinking that he was extremely excited and smiled warmly. "This is truly a happy thing, a good idea from the king." The female swordsman looked at the handsome boy in front of her eyes, her red cheeks trembling. "No," Kang Han-soo strongly objected in his heart. "Warm sunlight shines into the palace through the glass doors." The princess's hand caressed and comforted her son. Kang Han-soo comfortably leaned on his mother's shoulder and fell asleep. "Princess, please run away to your hometown. I will follow and serve you." The female swordsman sat opposite the princess and expressed her wish. About that, realizing that her son had awakened, the princess replied hesitantly. How troublesome," Kang Han-soo silently scolded in his heart. "Enough is enough, listen here." The mindless swordswoman swung her sword back and forth. The king's voice came from behind. Senseless." The swordswoman was startled and awkwardly repeated the king's assessment. "We will never do cruel things like give up or abandon innocent people. Moreover, we will defeat the empire that started the war with the strategic skills of this lovely boy." This hot-tempered king said every word. The whole royal court was engulfed in the king's screams, making an announcement that seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. "Right here. Impossible, that's too absurd, you don't even have a decent army." "Right," the female swordsman gave a weakness to convince the king. "An army, we can create our own," the king replied. Change the scene to another space with tall and big mountains. "This is the Forbidden Forest," a surprised voice rang out in the middle of the desolate jungle. "Princess, the cave ahead is very dangerous. It is not too late to retreat," the female swordsman reminded extremely worriedly. "It's okay, there's a female swordsman here with us, right?" The princess smiled excitedly and winked to cheer up the spirit. "If you say so, foo-foo-foo." The swordswoman quickly found a place to stay for the night, busy blowing fire to warm herself. Kang Han-soo is wrapped in the arms of an angel moving high in the sky. "This place should be fine," the observer thought to himself. Kang Han-soo released countless lights into the caves in the grove. Feet with sharp claws came out from the cave. "Oh great lord," monsters of different sizes rushed out. "Listen to the heroic command, soldiers of the Demon King. Let's have fun with the emerging empire," Kang Han-soo silently ordered with his mind to the monsters. "If there is an earthquake, I will protect the princess." The female swordsman saw the loud noise and took a defensive position. Passive defense is not in his dictionary, Kang Han-soo pondered. Waiting for the enemy to rush in, the boy Kang Han-soo's face became darker and darker. "See, what's going on?" a soldier wearing an iron helmet to protect the army asked in bewilderment. So what is the solution? The question rang in Kang Han-soo's mind. It is attack, attack and attack, which is important to repeat 3 times. This was a large-scale raid. The soldiers quickly announced their departure. Mage, summon golem. Knights, witch guards, all were in position to prepare for battle. Beasts and soldiers on both sides fought enthusiastically, neither one willing to give way. But, strangely, there are so many monsters and villains. What have the heroes been doing for the past 7 years? Observing the situation, Kang Han-soo still has many concerns. Well, thanks to that, helping me resolve the situation, Kang Han-soo frowned happily because he had achieved his goal. A notification card appeared. Conqueror F leveled up, Conqueror SS, Passion C leveled up, Passion A, Prodigy D level up, Prodigy SS, Leadership Talent E level up, Leadership Talent S, Dignity F level up, Dignity B. Wah! The angel hugging Kang Han-soo high in the sky can still hear his voice clearly shouted from the soldiers below. Our army is saved, now we can win, the embodiment of glory is here. A sound of feet rang out, followed by the excited shouts of the soldiers. Is he finally here? Looking at the person who just walked in, Kang Han-soo was curious. The god of war, with his body covered in rippling muscles, his tall, big, giant body was standing on the cliff under the excited cheers of the soldiers. Above the ground appeared many golems gathering and moving in groups. They created a mess of many different species. Those golems were running up at a very fast speed like lightning. The arrows were coming, their steps crashed into the ground, causing dirt, rocks and dust to rise and create an earthquake for a long time. Those steps seemed to tear through the air. The sound became even worse, getting closer and closer, signals that they are getting very close. A purple golem with 2 fierce glowing eyes and a dirty, hideous moon was diving on a soldier trying to kill them. The golem screamed before killing the soldier, "Guhaha, it will be very difficult for soldiers to resist such a golem army." Suddenly a voice echoed inside the fierce battlefield, "Kill the witch first, then the golems will become useless." That golem also stopped for a moment. It was surprised and stopped its actions. Ha! The soldiers and golems both felt that there was something black like someone's shadow waiting for them. Both sides raised their heads to look. A yellow statue with a human-like body. With that massive figure could completely overwhelm the golems on the other side. The wind blew in along with the rhythm of this dramatic battle. The cold wind made the statue even more strange. The statue gradually lifted its feet, both hands holding the stretcher of the sword raised straight up into the sky. The sunlight shining on the blade immediately sparkled with bright yellow light, symbolizing that justice was about to be served. With each step of the statue were followed by clouds and smoke. The golems below did not see any escape behavior but continued to stand there waiting for the god of death to come pick them up. The storm became stronger and stronger. The golem that had dived before still had a fierce look on its face, but its words were, "Damn it," it had determined that it was absolutely no match for that statue of justice. A slash from the sky slashed straight down below the golems. The slash seemed to rip through the sky. As soon as the blade touched the ground, a geological change occurred that changed the original shape of the land. Then, with very strong friction, sparks also bounced outwards. The golems were skewered to death and chopped into many pieces. Their bodies were separated from each other. All kinds of parts were thrown away, coming out from their main body. A bloody massacre took place this morning. The ground and the sword were completely stained with the filthy blood of these golems. The statue had completed its task and immediately raised its head to reveal a face that did not look like a human but a robot or mythical character wearing a mask, the 2 eyes of the wall shining like the sun. Between the 2 eyes is a blue crystal gem. The face has no emotion or the mouth only has the indifference of the statue before this terrifying scene. The lucky one survived, then he was jumped up by the earthquake. The statue did not lose its defense and immediately took a fighting stance again. Its previous slash caused a blazing wave of fire and burned all those standing within that range. Screams continuously rang out in the sea of fire, but on the contrary, there were cheers and joy of the victor. Oa, the entire army rushed forward with the god of war. The perspective suddenly changed. Hippolyta from above was using her wings to watch the statue kill. Heavy blows were continuously delivered, wildly continuously repelling the purple golems and finishing them off. On the side, the ground is now very chaotic and the situation is in the hands of that statue. A baby was still wrapped in a blanket. His hair had a few flared strands. His face had not yet been milked. He was still wet, always like this. A battle with the presence of the god of war. The statue's eyes glowed more and more intensely and created streaks of light drifting in the air. The statue's sword became hotter and began to show cracks from heavy use. A girl's voice echoed throughout the sky, where Hippolyta was holding the baby who was attracted by that voice, "Me." Below, the purple golems kept pouring in. They seemed to be revived again, one group after another. They rushed in like floodwater overflowing a dike. The ground kept shaking. Smoke and dust began to rise violently, as if they wanted to dominate the entire area. But that will be extinguished very quickly by a sword slashing at them. That sword is accompanied by a very strong power. The power is accompanied by a stream of blue light, grazing across a line, causing the group to die instantly. Angrily, they continued to scream even more fiercely. Gulp, gulp. The crowd was now even more chaotic, like a bee's hive. The sword that exerted its power just now was a silver sword, infused with power by the owner. The flame of power flickered like a ghost fire. The voice of the person holding the sword rang out eloquently. "You upstart imperialist bastards." That is a female swordsman with short red hair and very fierce eyes and steadfast in her words. She points her sword straight in front of her body and threatens the opponent to repent for their sins, harming the princess. Her entire body was surrounded by her own blue power. The female swordsman took advantage of the momentum and used one foot to kick hard on the ground and rushed away in an instant. The surrounding ground was also quickly pushed aside by the female swordsman and thrown out. The female swordsman jumped into the air, holding the sword in both hands, preparing to kill the statue below. The statue also sensed the dangerous presence and immediately raised its head to look at the female swordsman and judge the water. With her next move, the swordswoman's ocean blue power expanded more and more, and the stormy wind was also swept away by her. The swordswoman's eyes opened wide in madness and she screamed loudly, and died. Very quickly, the female swordsman's slash was landed on the statue's body. She continuously slashed, so the effects of her power appeared. The whole battle was instantly colored by the female swordsman. The blue bar saw nothing but power and the statue was being attacked. The golems standing below were also hit by bullets. They were unfortunately caught by the swordswoman's attack and died and were flown outside. Well, the statue was facing a very harsh fight with the female swordsman. The mighty statue had to cover its head with its hand before the fierce attack of the female swordsman. The tiny monsters were constantly thrown and flew into the sky. Even the weapons flew up as well. Hippolyta, holding her child, looked at the scene and was extremely scared, as if they were going to a festival. What about fighting? They're always noisy like this, but it's meaningless to interfere. The female swordsman slash impacted the statue's body, creating a hideous deep hole inside. But the statue did not panic at all. On the contrary, it was extremely calm before the attack. This sudden attack. That hole was quickly restored by the power of the statue. The mouth slowly regenerated and became one with the old part of the body. The female swordsman flying in the air looked at the extremely surprised scene, unable to feel any fear. What? The golem had recovered on its own. After regaining its full body, the statue used its sword to slash at the female swordsman flying in the air. Suddenly, the statue swung its sword hard at the female swordsman. The shocking impact caused the female swordsman to hit her head and be thrown several hundred meters away, her whole body falling straight onto the dry ground. Smoke and dust rose violently. The statue's sword was also accompanied by ant wind, creating a dark scene where the female swordsman could not be seen. The swordswoman's sword was completely broken in half. There were also scratches on it. A broken sword meant the swordswoman was defeated. The swordswoman's pained voice rang out. She was lying on the ground. Her whole body was covered in wounds from the battle with the statue. Her hands were in pain and she could not move. She lay down and surrendered to her life. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed out to the sides. Her eyes were completely closed but her voice was full of pain, continuously moaning, gurgling, gurgling. The female swordsman slowly opened one eye to look at the scene before her. The statue was approaching her and blocking the light. Darkness was covering the female swordsman's body. The statue held out its hand and said, "Don't try to struggle," seemingly convincing the female swordsman to give up. One of the statue's hands is pressed against the ground to stand up. Just by letting go of the hand, the dust and smoke will be blown away by the wall. The statue held the female swordsman in front of him and said, "I intentionally spared your life." The baby in Hippolyta's arms changed his face in extreme fear. His face turned purple and he shouted loudly, "Hua! Well done, the golden golem should kill her." A pair of man's legs appeared in this extremely tense scene. He was wearing an extremely old and tattered brown robe like a beggar. That guy pervertedly said to the swordswoman, "That famous swordswoman couldn't do anything against the golem, mine." A very strong wind suddenly blew strongly into the face of the female swordsman, causing her hair to fly out and jerk continuously, forcing her to close her eyes tightly and grimace. That guy continued to provoke the female swordsman. Beautiful. Without knowing it, he jumped up on the statue's arm, put one foot on the statue's hand and said to the swordswoman, "I will leave you, a flower without an owner." The next disgusting word was uttered from the cloaked man's mouth. Joining my harem, he was revealed to be a blond man, with a perverted face and eyes full of lust, the body of the female swordsman. His face was red as if someone had just slapped him. Even though the female swordsman was defeated, she still had her own dignity and ego. The female swordsman grimaced in response to his words. Don't joke with me. Even though her mouth kept bleeding, she still fight back fiercely. The voice of that crazy guy spoke loudly at the swordswoman's words. Ha ha ha, not only is your face fierce, this guy doesn't know if he's sick, but Hippolyta flying in the sky can also hear it. That guy continued to ramble nonsense. Okay, the more you protest, the more interested I am. The baby in Hippolyta's arms looked extremely uncomfortable with the guy below, pouting her lips to show and even frowning. Again. He laughed and thought he was delirious. Very good. Ha 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 ha. The child became more and more angry and wanted to punch the guy below. Suddenly the baby jumped out of Hippolyta's arms and fell freely like an egg. Hippolyta did not panic but happily said, "Oh my God, master." The baby began to fall faster through the air. Slowly he turned around and pulled out a sword. Turning on the sword, a red ray of light appeared shining straight down on the cloak below. The child's expression was extremely satisfied. The statue standing below still holding the swordswoman and the cloaked man said, "I will resolve this battle quickly so we can enjoy our time together." A sword slashed straight down on the statue's body, splitting it in half. Unconsciously, the statue was not even aware of the problem. It was unexpected. After hitting the ground it was split in half in surprise. Boom, its whole body separated, then fell to the ground, its cloak still very confused. He screamed extremely scared, trying to cling to the statue. What is this? Why is the automatic repair function not working? He was so scared that he wanted to cry, sweating profusely. Hippolyta didn't know when she flew behind the cape's back and she was holding a lead and was swinging it at him. Hippolyta's face was still smiling. The cape didn't know what was going on so she was still there. Yell at the village, why? With a thud, Hippolyta suddenly let him fall out of the statue. He screamed in despair, squealing. Hippolyta flew down below the cloaked man not to save her but to pick up the baby from earlier and fly away. Hippolyta held the baby in her arms and praised, "Sir, well done, master." The statue is gradually collapsing behind the two of them. The soldiers watching were extremely scared. Oh my God, the god of war, the protector of the empire. The statue lay still on the ground without moving, defeated in one blow. This was enough to cause the upstart empire to collapse, and the child pouted and looked back with great pleasure. The statue died instantly, unable to do anything. Both of its pieces were falling straight to the ground, smashing straight down, creating a very strong vibration and smoke and dust rising continuously, tiny pieces of debris flying out, scattered on the ground. The sand and dirt everywhere appear as the words embodying victory. News of the death of the god of war spread throughout the northern continent, and wars appeared where the descendants of the kingdom were all destroyed by the new empire simultaneously rising. The battle scenes were extremely intense. Ambitious vehicles were threatened by the power of the god of war and rebelled from there. The pictures popping on the ground appeared to be a pair of black shoes with gold soles. One man with a mustache, gray, was surprised and asked if that day was the last bloodline, and the blond man next to him also questioned his doubts about whether the noble line could continue. The courtiers and everyone were kneeling before someone who was wearing a long robe and walking up the steps below. Everyone shouted loudly to pay their respects to His Majesty. "Please trust us from today on." The man wearing the cloak was now seated in his chair. From below, the voices of the noble courtiers echoed to us that we will once again be loyal to the royal family, Your Majesty. At this time, a line of words repelled everyone. Standing speechless and angry, the voice said, "Go away." Well, sitting on the throne was a boy with black hair. He repeated what he said a few more times and went away. He opened his mischievous eyes, opened his mouth loudly and repeated one last time to disappear. In his heart, Hansu thought I could finally speak even though words were still limited. At this time, a guard below ran in panic. He ran in screaming, "Your Majesty." His voice also made Hansu sitting on the throne stop what he was saying. The guard panicked and gasped in fear and shouted, "The Demon King's army has invaded the main continent." Hearing this, Hansu sitting on the throne still did not seem afraid at all, but still looked down at the guard reporting the news below like he was looking at a blade of grass and did not care about the urgent information he had to announce. The scene changes to a village burning fiercely, the burning fire lighting up the entire night sky. The refugees ran away from the demons who were chasing them to kill them, their unjust screams echoing through the sky. It seemed like Hansu, wearing a cloak, had stepped on the fire. Recalling the past when the soldier reported in panic, Hansu thought he had finally found the whereabouts of the hero this time. He made eye contact with the fairy princess who abandoned her mission and escaped to Elfheim. The demons continued to destroy the villages and people's residences. The hero who was considered a disaster was no longer there, thereby causing the Demon King's minions to multiply. The image of the demon opening its mouth wide scared the old man to death. The result was visible to everyone. "Of course I don't care." In the sky the young man called out to the girl, "Hippolyta." She smiled back at him, "Yes, master." A girl wearing a mask surrounded by a yellow halo surrounding her body. Hippolyta closed her eyes and was chanting some spell, crying. The system screen displays the information of that strange girl: demon species, level 999+, profession to exorcise demons that cause injury, skills, Z energy, Z intrusion, Z magic resistance, interpretation A. The state is released. Then a bright yellow light made the demons raise their heads to see what was going on. One of the demons in the group asked, "What is this sound?" Suddenly that yellow light seriously injured it. It screamed, "Ah!" Then slowly they were burned by that golden light, leaving only ashes. Boo-boo. The people have finally escaped a calamity. Everyone's face shows excitement and joy. "Demons, we are saved." The purple demon looked at the light and heard a fierce voice commanding them. The dark energy group heard clearly. The owner of that voice was a boy. The boy was standing in the sky like a hero who had helped people escape a disaster from being eaten by demons. The boy gave a resounding certainty, "Heroic, we will protect humanity." Making the other person wonder, "It's just humans." The demon stared at the boy. Then he opened his mouth wide and laughed contemptuously. I thought what the demon was planning to do next, but unexpectedly he shouted to his subordinates to move quickly, to the west, deep into the forest where there were no humans. The ghosts ran quickly forward, quickly approaching the fairyland. As for the boy, he was flying in the sky, observing the situation where the demons were rushing to run away. He smiled complacently. For a true hero with 20 years of experience, this kind of thing was not a problem. However, he flashed a creepy smile that made other people's hair stand on end when they looked at him. Personally, I had to be called a horny student. He ran as fast as he could toward the forest, ahead of the demons that had prevented my graduation from returning. In another bush, another person peeked out from the bush. She was startled as if she saw something terrible, impossible. Very quickly a dart was shot at her, causing her to not have time to dodge. The Demon King's army. Under the forest, a group of demons were rampaging there. Above the trees, someone spoke loudly to let everyone know that the Demon King's army was approaching. On the bushes, 3 people had already prepared an ambush. They raised their bows and arrows and aimed at the demons to shoot. Unbeknownst to the demons below, several bows and arrows were shot at people lying on the ground. But they were still not afraid. They even bared their teeth, looking dangerous, and approached the group of people. Very quickly, a giant demon swung a fist to attack a few people as small as ants, causing the others to panic and fear. What a giant army like this! The other person shouted, "How can we be enemies?" Then asked for help, quickly called the hero. Deceased's footsteps stopped. He was strangled by a hand, causing him to be unable to speak and cough. The person who strangled him was the hero boy. The boy choked him and said in a mocking voice, "Why would a fairy spirit ask for help from a human hero first?" The fairy spirit he strangled only opened his mouth. "Call it okay, huh?" He smiled brightly and opened his eyes wide, looking like a normal cute boy, while you have people like Nas. His hand was still strangling him, making him turn pale and almost unable to breathe. The hero was the one who executed that traitor. He remembered what happened before. He was a hero who knew the future thanks to his resurrection. Well, this guy was okay. Suddenly he asked him a question, his eyebrows furrowed. "Yes, are you the commander of the Demon King's army?" You asked him, "What do you mean?" He smiled back and told him, "Everyone knows that I am a righteous hero." But it seemed like he didn't really believe it. He gave a disdainful smile. You're a fake." He shouted, "Princess Sylvia and Mr. Zeke will come to rescue us soon." His eyes became even darker. And then, he heard him speak so harshly that he didn't want to hear him talk anymore in his ear, so he gently dropped him from the air to the ground. There was a voice from somewhere asking him, "Is he not a graduate yet?" He smiled sharply, emphasizing someone's name, Zeke, making that guy gasp and want to run away. The scene at this time, the entire forest was soon engulfed in flames. That fire could burn and cover everything. On the other side, the fairy spirit that Hansu dropped from the air was now lying down in a pool of his own blood. The surrounding tree has now become a mess of fire and blood. A savage laugh now rang out in the air. Kia-hey. Then there was another sword slash and a tired gasp. Hot. Zeke was now surrounded by demons, with only a ragged suit on his body and a sword that was emitting purple light as he panted. He frowned and let out an erg sound. Right after that, he slashed his sword again, angrily shouting, "Die, demons!" Right when the demons were knocked away from around him, while he was still breathing heavily. From the other side, they appeared like maggots. Kia-hey, goo-goo, strange noises continuously rang out. While Zeke was in despair, he even made an uck sound and said, "It will never end." But before he could finish his sentence, a large monster appeared behind him. "Zeke, watch out, the daughter of Earl Priest's family now appears," forcefully inserting the shield into the demon's face. Zeke saw it and happily said, "She's fine, I'm so happy." Zeke, Priest stood over the monster's corpse and called out after taking a breath. The fact that she had come here, Zeke asked towards her, meant that the people had been safely evacuated, right? But contrary to his expectations, Priest's face turned black. Then followed with an apology that surprised him. As soon as her words ended, Bandit ran past him, shouting loudly, "Let's share that pain together." She slashed a large. When Bandit suddenly lost focus, the monster raised its claws, making her wary. Suddenly, two bright yellow lights radiated from the monster, making Bandit so dazed that he closed his eyes. Then, from above, a voice sounded appreciatively, attracting Zeke's attention. It wasn't a compliment, but the hot-blooded clown was right. So Archer was holding that light in his hand. Archer then added that it was still too early to give up and fight until his last breath. "I will stand by your side," Archer affirmed, looking at Zeke. Suddenly, Zeke trembled and called out the words "everyone." Right after that, a stream of tears flowed from the corner of his eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry for showing my weakness." As he spoke, Priest also shed tears. Finished, he once again raised his sword and said loudly, "I, Hero Zeke. I will protect Elfheim," Zeke said. A beautiful light surrounded him and the sword, "even if I have to sacrifice my life." On the other side, the monster showed disdain and laughed loudly, but also spoke louder, "Stop talking nonsense," and died. But surprisingly, its eyes were quickly covered by Zeke's light. The glasses on his face were now cracked, revealing his extremely determined eyes. With the power of Zeke, raising his voice. "Love and friendship." As soon as he finished speaking, that wave of light rushed away. It just kept rushing towards the monsters, making them scream. With a loud bang, Zeke successfully landed an attack on the area below where he was standing, where the monsters were crawling. The dust and smoke are now gradually dissipating. Revealing the silhouette of 4 people standing, Zeke gasped and said, "With this attack, it should." Before Zeke finished his sentence, a light hit him straight down, causing him to be thrown out of his position and cry out. He then hit the ground hard, causing the glasses on his face to fly off. "Uck!" He let out a cry. A huge demon appeared before him, lying on the ground, with a giant pestle in its hand. Zeke, waking up, his teammates shouted loudly towards him who was unconscious from the attack just now. "Damn it, we have no other choice," one of them said, swearing. Bandit then clutched the handle of his small knife and said loudly, "I will buy time." Until Zeke opened his eyes, Bandit spoke aggressively even though he was still scared as he stood next to Priest. "Hap!" The other demon saw the 2 people rushing towards them like that and immediately raised the pestle, then rushed over to meet them directly. A long time later, Zeke was now unconscious with blood flowing from his nose. He suddenly let out a HHHHHHH sound and widened his eyes. "Guys, where is everyone?" Zeke stood up and said loudly, "I lost my subconscious for a while." But no one responded to him, but facing him now, were a group of demon monsters smiling strangely, within their hands 3 stakes hanging Priest, Archer and Bandit above. Kihihi, he finally opened his eyes. One of them gave a strange smile and pretended to speak, another said how weak he was in front of Priest and Bandit who were tied up and tortured. On the other side, Archer is no better. "You are so incompetent to be a hero, Kikik." They are full of ridicule. Zeke's face had now turned pale, and had become horribly distorted as he breathed heavily. "Hee, what a shock," they asked loudly towards him sitting on his back on the ground. Now, stepping aside, they screamed. Another pillar was displayed before his eyes, but the one tied up on this one was Silva who fainted, making him scream in panic. The princess was there. do you still want to try? They asked when they saw you were still trying to reach for the sword. So we will skewer the princess and grill it first, then it will be your turn, they said. But suddenly there was a voice, the little girl exclaimed, wondering. Huh, what did you just say? One of them, the one with a single eye on his face, stopped and asked. We couldn't hear clearly. The other demons also spoke. I surrendered. Zeke, with tears in his eyes, raised his hands and knelt down on both knees to speak. But suddenly, 4 long chains pierced his 4 wills, making him Zeke, when the 4 chains were stretched, screamed loudly in pain. While the demons were still happily talking and laughing, he screamed really loud. Right, what a good screamer. You will entertain us like this in the future. They declare a terrifying reality in Zeke's future. While the happy voices of those demons rang out, as if this was the end of Elfheim, where the fairy kingdom was now ours, on the other side there was a red cloak flying in the air. Wind. Kang Han-soo's face was grim and depressed, asking himself the question, what do I need to do to achieve this end in 9 years? The fire from the trees continued to send smoke into the sky, and the laughter of those demons continued to echo in the space. The foot of one of them now violently stepped on Zeke's head, kicking him and rudely screaming, standing up and walking on his 2 feet. The demons now split up, each holding a chain that was pinned to Zeke's limbs. When he was completely paralyzed, with tears and snot covering his face as he climbed up each step, it was so pitiful for a single person. Hero like you, they seemed to say excitedly. From up in the air, Kang Han-soo was still thoughtfully looking at Zeke. Suddenly, a beautiful purple space slowly surrounded Han-soo, attracting attention. Why are you here? The voice of the entity of a woman wearing an eye patch rang out from behind him. Student Kang Han-soo, she called. But in response to her, it was simply Han-soo's calm tone. Isn't she acting too carefree? I became the emperor of the northern continent after spending time here for 3 years. You were calm, didn't even turn your head to look at the other person, but maybe you didn't know I was here, huh? It's normal that I don't, she replied, thinking about an unsummoned hero appearing again. Just which way did you get in? She asked curiously. Meanwhile, she also noticed Zeke being tormented down there, calmly saying, Here, this error is not part of what we teach. That's because the students gave up halfway, she said coldly. But Han-soo responded with a warning when her eyes were looking intently at him. She should feel worried. She then remembered Zeke's panicked image and said, in order to encourage the student who committed suicide in the previous round, we told him the benefits once he graduated. But that's what made everything so confusing. Hearing her say that, the corners of Kang Han-soo's lips suddenly raised slightly. Then he calmly spoke at length as he imagined the bloody scene that would take place with Zeke, bound and separated from his comrades with whom he shared the strength of love and friendship. For me it worked, but there are some people who don't want that to happen. Kang Han-soo smiled faintly and continued, those who held on to hope in the relationships they achieved in the imaginary world. He looked at Zeke. However, the image of Zeke and Silva standing next to each other appeared again, when Silva was crying, and Zeke stubbornly held his sword to face them. Is it the only thing, that once the graduated heroes return to Earth, they will bid infinitely for farewell, and the respect they receive will be the same as the main characters in novels? Han-soo kept talking while remembering the Earth. From a great hero to a high-ranking security guard, Kang Han-soo said with a smile, making her thoughtful. However, she calmly said again, every student should graduate. Trying to stay in school forever is just childish thinking. As soon as her words ended, Han-soo said that she was not listening. Listen to what he said. I said the graduation ceremony I knew didn't look like this. Han-soo was serious. Especially the images of past acquaintances appearing in his mind again made him think, relationships are reset every time I go back. The number of players who suffered mental abuse was not small at all, Han-soo told himself when he remembered the scene of a person holding his face and sitting in contemplation. They always remembered Fantasia even after returning to the house they belonged to. About Fantasia here is understood in the sense of an imaginary world. In the end, they could not adapt to the Earth and lost their reason to become criminals, then used their strength to target the very place they belonged. It was like they were banished from paradise, Kang Han-soo said softly. Don't you observe the later stages of graduates? The pain and sadness of separation comes to them as a lesson. She raised her voice when facing Han-soo's back. Without a single relationship, no system in this world lasts forever. Everyone has to go through separation. There is no reason for us to be responsible for students who cannot overcome that pain. It is the fault of the practitioners who did not use the method we teach correctly. A teacher is someone who shows you the right path, she keeps saying. It is the student's decision to study diligently in class or not. Life is something that only you can decide for yourself. Other people don't live your life for you. As soon as the words ended, Kang Han-soo immediately interrupted, "Enough, those moral sentences." "Really?" He turned around with a murderous aura, "That was enough." When she heard that, she was a little stunned, then hesitantly said again, "Student Kang Han-soo, I have answered your question as best I can. And now I want to know how you got into this dimension." Hearing her question, your eyes also hardened a bit. Right from the beginning, she continued, the compositional proportions of his body were very strange. She looked at him and said, "Not mentioning Fantasia and the Earth, an unidentified alien-like element was also a thing." "Let me clarify," Han-soo himself interrupted her and said, "The best answer is my dad's ass." Kang Han-soo, however, waved his hand and asked if he really should ask a question. Then he pointed his hand straight at her right. "Betting on all solo instructors with the first hero," he said while pointing and staring at her. "How do you feel?" Han-soo asked coldly. Our conversation unrelated to education was becoming longer. She spoke as if she wanted to immediately stop the conversation that was gradually becoming weird. "Let's continue talking when the person in charge makes a decision. Goodbye," she said as she closed her space, leaving Kang Han-soo alone standing in the middle of the dark night. "Look," he said tiredly. A moment later, the scene changed to someone locked in an iron chain. Image of Zeke half naked, his hands tied tightly by chains. Zeke silently looked up, tears still flowing from the corners of his eyes. "You," he called. The response was just Han-soo's calm tone. "It's been a while, Zeke." "Kang Han-soo," Zeke spoke in a low, hoarse voice, then suddenly raised his voice to beg, "Please kill me." In response to him, Han-soo softly asked why he had to do that. The wound on Zeke's arm that was tied tightly with chains had become dark. "I was writhing in pain, that was the reason I can't stand it," he explained. This pain, when he was about to complain, Han-soo intervened, but he was fine with other people's suffering. "What?" Zeke asked with tears in his eyes. Throughout the 9 years that he had been walking around happily, the residents of Fantasia had to live in misery, Han-soo said calmly. The never-ending war, the increase of the demon army, Han-soo slowly listed with images constantly appearing in his mind. Even when the 5 natural disasters could not be prevented, Han-soo still spoke. "Ah, of course, you have your own life, there is no rule that decides whether a hero should save humanity." Kang Han-soo smiled and looked at Zeke. "But in this damn fantasy world," Han-soo suddenly spoke. "It has been established that people will be desperate, their eyes will also harden when looking at the other person, unless the hero really wants to rescue it." Zeke stammered while crying, wanting to continue living. Happiness, with Silva. Hearing this, the corners of Han-soo's lips lowered even more. "Wake up, my friend," Kang Han-soo finished speaking. "Hippolyta appeared behind you and picked up the staff with the other person's head attached." Immediately after that, a beam of light spread out around. A not too thick smoke then flew in space. The scene around the giant tree now became strangely empty, with the corpses of the demons gradually disappearing. Han-soo now took each step. Then he let out another sigh. "Why did I do that?" he asked himself, as his face filled with self-blame. He threw down his cloak with his other hand. "Professor Malong, whom I have always respected," he said as he shed tears of helplessness, "can you return this stupid hero to the moment?" Just 10 seconds before he collapsed, he cried out in supplication. 10 minutes ago, just as Kang Han-soo called Hippolyta with a glowing staff in his hand and said, "Wake up, my friend Zeke." And right after the head on the staff flashed. Then it radiated light around, making the surrounding demons suspiciously raise their hands in front of them and blurt out the question, "Fish, what is that?" They then even let out shrill screams. That has contributed to creating the current desolate landscape. Refreshingly, Kang Han-soo sat with a satisfied expression, as his carnage and justice points increased to max. "With this ratio," he said, at the same time he noticed something and made a huh sound. "So Prodigy Max has become Prodigy Z." Kang Han-soo then looked at the chart, seemingly happy but not coughing. "Can rise from the ashes," Han-soo read with wide eyes. Then he gave a forced smile. "This is. I will push beyond my limits at all costs." Han-soo was so happy that his face turned red. He grabbed the data sheet and shouted. But after a moment, his face fell again. "That's why you look so gloomy," the intern teacher finally understood. On Kang Han-soo's side, he hugged the ground, screaming in depression, "What a fraud, the intern teacher." Breaking the limit just became a little easier. He was not satisfied with that parameter table, only 2%, he shouted. With a bunch of skills that I had stored up, he was so angry that he was foaming at the mouth, causing the intern teacher next to him to panic and say again, "I told you, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Just kidding, the more ultimate skills you have, the harder it is to break through the limit. After finishing, the intern teacher turned to him and said, "You currently possess 7 ultimate skills, right?" In response to her, Hansu only gave a distorted smile while his face was still crying without tears. Eyes, haha, don't believe it. Then, he counted again, Z God, Z Dark Energy, Z Blessing, Z Prodigy. Unexpectedly, the intern teacher interrupted without a word and said, "Combined with Z Energy, Z Intrusion, and Z Magic Resistance, total 7. Wait, yeah, Kang Han-soo also seemed to realize and was a bit stunned. Yeah, the teacher continued. Right after that, she mentioned the shining thing on Hippolia's staff again, that staff that looked like a golem, she said. The skill was bound to the soul of the student. Hippolyta was awkwardly holding it in front of the two of them, so when he tried to break through the limit, the skills he shared with others also counted, she said, the practice teacher said calmly. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo got angry and shouted, "I have never learned about this," while the intern teacher just gently replied that it is popular in the advanced curriculum. At this moment, Kang Han-soo in front of the teacher was like a pile of mud, as if it was melting as he smiled foolishly. "I can't ignore it anymore," he said with a dark face, but said that he understood where the problem lay. Kang Han-soo was so thirsty that he immediately set a goal that he would have to reorganize his stats, causing the teacher to panic and say that his eyes looked too scary. "That's right, let's try to sacrifice the ultimate skill," Han-soo said loudly, but immediately pressed the index panel, high-level Z sacrifice. Immediately, the prodigy's stats increased by 6%. Han-soo continued to speak loudly, "A trick that reduces the ultimate skill that I know. Let's break the account." Kang Han-soo cried tears of blood. Even though he was heartbroken, he was so determined that his veins bled. Some time later, when the moon had passed more than half of the sky. After all, the prodigy's stats increased to 99%. Kang Han-soo was now limp on the ground, right in front of the information board and the intern teacher. "I don't have any skills left to sacrifice," said Kang Han-soo, unconvinced, punching the ground repeatedly. "Should I donate the Dark Energy Z, and continue to capture the Demon King while letting him recover to his original state?" Han-soo thought of a plan again, a twisted smile on his face. At this time, the internship teacher rudely told him that the Demon King was not the workshop that allowed him to farm Dark Energy. Right after that, he stood up on his feet, saying, "I mean the intern teacher." Kang Han-soo sent her a loving look and said, "There is no other way." Suddenly, the ground where he was standing cracked again, making him "Oh God, what's going on?" Han-soo shouted as he fell freely in the air. Very quickly, he flexibly and safely landed. "Oh my God, what?" he exclaimed with his face blank again. It was an underground sewer. He stood in front of the water pipe with no end in sight. "It can be seen that I'm busy and don't have time to smell the elf, as I haven't finished speaking yet." It seemed that he himself also realized something and made a sigh in his heart. These lazy fairies didn't even use the toilet using slime as usual, but abused the spirits for everything. He thought of the image of the lazy fairies with the spirits flying around them. So for them, Han-soo thought to himself, the underground sewer system wouldn't be of any use, right? Thinking so, he strode in. Above all, to prove his point, he walked in contemplation. Then he didn't see any common slimes when he looked around, and this place looked like it was built by humans. At this size, he looked at the water flowing in the underground sewer. They didn't build it recently. "What are you hiding, Fairy King?" Kang Han-soo smiled and spoke happily. The pair of earrings filled with memories that the Elven King had given to his wife as a gift on her 351st birthday. But if it looked like this, he looked into the dark whirlpool. "You should prepare yourself, even if you die." Inside the underground sewer, the surrounding landscape is very large. But it was somewhat dilapidated, probably because it hadn't been repaired for a long time. Hanso is walking forward along the inside of the sewer. Going to a certain place, he smelled a strange smell. When he went to look to the right, he saw a passage appear. He curiously looked inside that passage. Deep in that passage there was an extremely large gate. That strange scent was almost concentrated inside this gate, making him pay attention to it. Hanso stepped inside the walkway and approached the door. As he went fishing, he couldn't help but admire how clear it looked, like the suspicious doors that often appear in places like this. There was inevitably something dangerous behind the door. As he got closer to the door, He looked around. The door was made of hard and thick stone, difficult for anyone to destroy. He carefully and meticulously observed the door and the strange words engraved on the stone door. Suddenly the purple ball appeared. It could read the words on the stone tablet for Hanso to hear. Above the door it was written as a warning to those who came here that inside contained an ancient sealed demon. Seal, so don't open that door at all costs. That's what the purple ball read on the stone tablet. In addition, the stone tablet also mentioned how to get inside. It wrote that if he still intended to go inside, he could rearrange the painting on the stone table, or he could also drip the blood of the fairy king on the handle. Hanso was quite surprised when this intern teacher could read. Seeing the words engraved on it, he asked her if she was really allowed to read it like that. She replied that she only read what was written on the stone as a teacher, but it's still. Thinking about it, she said he should still keep this secret. Understand? She calmly smiled and said not to worry, secret friend. But, just that one word made her look at him a little startled. He continued talking, but there was no warning about not destroying the door, right? He smiled as he pulled out the sword. The sword was glowing brightly. He said triumphantly, which meant they believed this door could never be destroyed, so there won't be any traps when I destroy it when you break open this door, right? He said calmly as he raised his sword high. If the door is destroyed, it means the evil will be released. Launch. The purple orb panicked and asked what he had planned with the sealed ancient devil. He felt the ancient evil. If such an entity existed, his dark energy would have discovered and captured it, but what he heard inside was very small. There was a light coming out from inside and he could hear the sound of a heartbeat. The sword slashed at the door, creating a huge explosion. He said loudly to the thought ball, so that after I destroy this gate, with the slash just now, the original door will be unharmed. But then a large crack appeared on the gate. He sneered, so their confidence was not unfounded. He could feel the cut through this thing, and then the gate collapsed in front of him. Dust and sand flew up. The purple ball was speechless to him. He didn't even bother to read the notes. He calmly replied that he just needed to know what he was doing. Then he took one step inside, wondering how dark it was inside. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything inside. It was just pure black. He walked and looked around. Suddenly, under his feet, he felt like he had stepped on something. He looked down and it turned out to be grass. He wondered why it appeared, grass like this now. Suddenly, beams of light appeared on the ceiling. He glared up. Above were countless lights of different colors, including blue, red, purple, and yellow, shining in the sky of the cave, so bright that he could not open his eyes wide. He guessed that these could be stars, sacred. Those spirits lit up the inside, making it possible for him to see everything inside clearly. Opposite him was a light that probably led to another place. On the walls, meticulously carved drawings appeared. On it is engraved an elf reaching out to touch the light. Suddenly, the surrounding spirits gathered in front of that lighted path, causing him to pay attention. From the other end of the street there was a person walking towards him. He told him to stop walking. Two people facing each other. Is a beautiful girl with long blonde hair. System panel appears. Great fairy race, level 999 plus, guardian class, vigilance status and damage reduction, spiritual blessing skill Z max, hypnosis max, agility SS, and all other stats max, protection status, defrost. She called him Mr. Hero. Hanso cautiously replied what if he wanted to come in. But she said she would be the one to decide that. On the tip of a finger as sharp as a nail falls a string like a pendulum ball used to hypnotize the other person. This string sparkles, the string part is yellow, attached to it is a piece of blue crystal. The sky is beautiful and dazzling. She came closer to him and swung the rope back and forth in front of Hanso. While swinging she said to him, "The upright and wise hero." Hanso still tried to concentrate and not be affected by that hypnosis. She kept saying, "Please go home, where you belong, forget everything that happened here and go back." Her yellow hair began to glow and flutter hypnotically into his mind. She continued to go back and hold the hands of the girl he loved and live happily ever after. Her hypnosis seemed to want to pull him inside, when she was confident because she had hypnotized him. Then suddenly Hanso grabbed her arm that was in front of him, causing her to feel panicked. He pressed his face and her face even harder, making her so embarrassed that her face turned red. She hesitated because she was afraid to say that it wasn't her hand, that was the hand of the person he loved. Before she could react, he jumped up and tried to kiss her on the lips, but he suddenly said "I'm sorry," then killed her right then and there. He said if he could return, he should have returned a long time ago. He secretly thought that the heartbeat he heard in front of the gate was not hers but something else inside. In the long, deep night, in the old forest, there was the sound of someone calling for help. It was an elf shouting loudly, "There are people alive here." Some other goblins who were still standing were trying to use their magic to heal the people inside. "We need help," hoping that someone will come to help them. Mixed with her cries for help were the voices of the other elves. They let out weak voices, saying please save them. They are feeling very painful. They earnestly beg for help from the people around them and even those outside. Perhaps they have been attacked by something terrible. The goblins around them have almost collapsed. Maybe they were injured so badly that they couldn't move. A goblin said to treat the injured first. Others used magic to move the injured people together, probably because many people were seriously injured and could not be cured in time. They were all exhausted. The situation here was extremely serious. Suddenly a loud sound rang out. Everyone who was trying to treat the injured had to look over with expression, scared face. Over there is a goblin whose body is full of wounds. Perhaps she is gradually losing her sanity. She is no longer in control. She roars in extreme anger. "I cannot forgive her. Forgive them, those wretched demons. No, even the humans are wretched." She shouted that she would eliminate all the demons and humans, and around her flickering flames appeared, as if wanting to attack. An injured person also sat down on the ground with tears streaming down his face, perhaps feeling that what she said was so horrifying that he could no longer stand. He trembled and stammered out calling her name as Sylvia. He told her to calm down. He said he was Zeke. But at this moment she had lost all reason. Her eyes became ferocious, calling his name Zeke fiercely. Causing his face to turn pale and tears still flowing freely, she angrily cursed him as a useless bastard. Shouted in front of him that you crowed loudly, but failed at the most important moment. "He looks like he's about to faint right now." She said it's because of you that her parents are both dead. She angrily screams his name Zeke. Her eyes seemed to want to devour him. She screamed loudly, "If you still have a conscience, then end yourself." At this moment, he could only cry and moan, calling Miss Sylvia's name, hoping that she would wake up. Before she could say anything, she used the fire spirit. Those flames rushed to attack him. Then she created a giant fire above his head to burn him. His tears continued to flow. Then he stammered and said no wait. Sylvia begged her not to do that. But now she couldn't hear anything. Hatred had clouded her mind. She smiled cruelly. Just as she was about to feed him a fireball, she heard someone calling her name, Sylvia. She suddenly regained consciousness. The spirit fire changed direction and rushed straight into the place where the call had just come from. She turned her head to look back. The fire spirit stretched out closer and closer. There was a shadow on the rocks that made both of them look over there. It's none other than Hanso. When the fire spirit saw him, he stopped attacking. Time went back to when he was in the cave. Those colorful spirits still glowed beautifully. There was a light coming from the gap on the opposite side. There was definitely something on the other side of the gap. He walked over and stood in front of that gap. Looking inside, he saw a glowing box. Inside there was a girl being held in chains. She asked him a question. Was the hero here to help her? He looked inside and it turned out to be a small elf girl tied up. He stared at her. She was beautiful, had wings and yellow hair. She said again, "But why do you look at me like I'm a delicious bait?" making the girl a little scared. He calmly replied to her that he had always wondered where the spirits laid eggs. Perhaps he thought she was carving eggs here. His words startled her. He told her to introduce herself, before he took action against her. Hearing that he wanted to deal with her, she immediately confessed that she was the first spirit, born in the ancient fantasy world. She said that he could call her the mother of the spirits, the mother of all kings, spirits, who reign over other spirits. He understood and immediately told her that she was their great-grandmother. She was recalling hearing him say that and immediately wanted to vomit blood. She wanted to rush in and punch him a few times. She asked him if she should punch him before he dealt with it. "I'm not." He cursed her to stop talking nonsense and told her to quickly tell him some useful information before he tried to deal with her. He wondered why she was chained here. She sadly replied to the spirit he killed earlier. She is the wife of the third spirit. He asked a third question, asking her if she was the stupid king who loved humanity. She continued to answer. To be precise, he loved the full souls of a species different from his own. After she finished speaking, she was surprised. When he got to know him, she immediately asked him how he knew about this. "Well, the formal answer is that you have quite a wide network of contacts." She sadly replied that he was definitely his friend. "The way I used to be." She remembered a long time ago, when the elves didn't have any skills except the ability to live long. They were always threatened by outside forces. They looked so pathetic. But not only is that pathetic, there are also elves whose souls are very pure. Well, that's platonic on the part, but at least he never cheated on her. She felt so funny because that soul and kindness made him and her become friends. She lent him her spirit power for the benefit of her friends. She gave him the 5 starting spirits. That's why the lives of the elves became much better than before. Thanks to those 5 types of spirits he resisted and defeated the outside forces who once oppressed us. The third Elfheim king achieved truly great achievements. But purity is not a virtue that a king should have. There have also appeared elves who are dissatisfied with this alliance proposal. An alliance through marriage with humanity was proposed, and those who opposed it began to riot because of their rebellion. The Elf King is missing and I am also imprisoned here. Since then the relationship between the elves and the spirits became worse and worse. We went from being friends to being masters and slaves. There was no way for the next generation spirits to know about it, which is why they accepted this relationship as a natural thing and were taken advantage of. The light above shines straight down on the chest where the spirit was speaking. She said so the moment he freed her from this chain. She will definitely kill all those elves. She said with a resentful face. He calmly replied that he didn't say he would free her. She was shocked that she had made a mistake, so she asked him to forgive her. She spoke loudly to him as if to beg him, the righteous hero, if he could solve these terrible chains, she would assist him in defeating the Demon King. She said she was also the hero's comrade, in the past. While she was rambling on, his sword suddenly lit up. He suddenly asked her, "Is it true?" She thought he would agree to this proposal. If he continued, he would send his regards to her teammate. She cried without making a sound. Then he swung his sword to kill her. 5 spirits started to fly out, and flew around him. Kang Han-soo woke up. He lay on the grass and was shirtless. The mother spirit sat in front of him and called, "Mr. Hero, you have finally woken up. Sleep well." Seeing that I wasn't wearing a shirt and the spirit mother was lying on my stomach, Kang Han-soo asked the spirit mother, "Why are you lying on my body?" The spirit mother rolled around on Kang Han-soo's body and said, "Around last year, that's when your body started to smell very pleasant, especially your breath. Its smell is very good." Kang Han-soo shouted at Mother Spirit, "Get out." The spirit mother finished speaking, "So I monopolized the best seat for myself." Kang Han-soo sat up and said, "Monopolize, you mean?" Kang Han-soo immediately took out his phone to see the notification. Species, Gods, Level 1, Profession, Demon King, Hero to Level, Skill, Extraordinary ZZ, God Z, Dark Energy Z, Spirit Max, Blessing Max, Fabrication Max, Hope SSS, Love SS, A, Friendship A, Interpretation A, Luck A, Inventory C, Infinite D, Festival D, State, Metamorphosis, Sword Saint, Sword Magic, Saint, Species, Natural Man. Kang Han-soo thought, my species has changed. Notification system, classification, species, name, nature, level, uniqueness, uniqueness 1, absorbing exp, uniqueness 2, preserving exp, uniqueness 3, using exp, specialties characteristic 1, receive the love of spirits, characteristic 2, be under the protection of nature, characteristic 3, receive energy from the universe, special 1, have outstanding adaptability, special 2 distinct, with diverse potential. Kang Han-soo suddenly thought, is this because of receiving the love of a spirit? Kang Han-soo looked towards the spirit's tree and said, anyway, what has happened in the past 5 years? The spirit mother told him, after you suddenly went back to sleep, we don't feel right leaving our benefactor lying here alone. So I gathered my children to protect you. At the same time, to celebrate our liberation. The children brought many gifts. Kang Han-soo looked around and asked, this is the paradise of spirits? The elf mother quickly replied, yes, it is no longer an elf kingdom. And you woke up just in time. Zeke is on his way here, along with troops from all the outside countries. Kang Han-soo looked at the happy mother spirit. He thought, will he turn all the elves that betrayed humans into slaves? Kang Han-soo was suddenly startled and said, oh my god. A spirit ran to Kang Han-soo and begged him, Mr. Hero. Please save the elves. Kang Han-soo asked, what does that look like? That spirit was injured in the shoulder and said, this. Kang Han-soo looked at that spirit and thought, to live with the noble spirits in nature, she must have worked hard for the past 5 years. Notification system, species, arch-elf, level 647, career, slave, ex 50%, skill, seduction 5, elf, gathering, dancing, flattery B. Kang Han-soo asked the spirit, what do you want me to do? The spirit said, yes. I'm sure Zedge has a grudge against me, so please stop them. Mr. Hero, you can do anything you want me to do, as long as you want, even my body. Kang Han-soo leaned closer to the spirit and told her, I don't need your body filled with recessive genes. The spirit exclaimed in surprise, what? Kang Han-soo placed his lips on the spirit's lips, making her shyly blush. Kang Han-soo thought, did I say something wrong? It's obvious that celestial beings are superior to arch-elves. That spirit took the opportunity to put his arms behind Kang Han-soo's neck. But he pushed me away and I thought, stop being delusional. My target is not your body, but your exp. Notification system, characteristic 1, exp. Absorption. Unique Z, conserving exp. Kang Han-soo let go of the spirit, he wiped his mouth and the system reported, the level displayed 647. As for the elf notification system, level 647 is down to 1, the little elf sat down bewilderedly on the ground. Kang Han-soo turned away and said with a sneer, now that I've received the deposit, let's go catch that Zeke agent. The notification system, characteristic 3, receives energy coming from the universe. Kang Han-soo walked away and thought, let's go out and see what happened if I used exp. Outside, Zeke and the soldiers have arrived. Zeke's soldiers threw torches into the forest and were ordered to burn it down. Spread soil and poison into the river. It is always harder to protect them than to destroy them, taking advantage of the confusion in which the spirits are. And subdue the elves. The mother spirit sat on Kang Han-soo's head, holding the ends of his hair tightly and said, no need to discuss, Zeke is crazy. I can't understand that bastard's behavior, after all this place is like a land of spirits. He really went crazy. The slave spirits held bows and arrows to fight Zeke and said, don't dream of stepping foot into this sacred forest, you wretched humans. Zeke's side reported that the connection between the elves and the spirits had been severed. Elf without spirit is nothing, don't miss even one. The elf's mother looked at the burning forest and choked up and said, forest. Kang Han-soo calmly reassured, don't worry. This is how a Class A hero handles matters fairly and fairly. Tit for tat, Kang Han-soo's system announces, Unique 3, uses exp. Kang Han-soo shouted, using violence to end violence, so this is how it feels. System notification, level 647 down to 644. Kang Han-soo holds a weapon to fight. The spirit's mother told him, we will support you, hero. The children gather. Different colored balls gather strength together on Kang Han-soo's sword. His system announced, level 642 to 646. Kang Han-soo said happily, thank you, spirits, my level seems to be increasing. From now on we will be pioneers in the field of environmental protection. Kang Han-soo hit great power towards Zeke, making him angrily say, Kang Han-soo. Kang Han-soo said triumphantly, welcome Zeke. I will give you a nice cut. Zeke gives orders to the soldiers, everyone listens to orders. We will put an end to the abominable elven kingdom. Zeke's soldiers rushed towards Kang Han-soo. Kang Han-soo thought, does that bastard feel sorry for his ex-wife? That's not my job. System notification, level 648 down to 48. Kang Han-soo summoned all his power into the sword. Then unleashed a mighty force. The important thing, he thought, was that he dared to attack this place even when he knew that he was here. Zeke was attacked by Kang Han-soo, which injured him. His girls kept cheering, come on, Zeke or beyond, we have strengthened you, Sir Zeke. We must win, Zeke, we believe in you to win. Zeke seemed to gain strength. He said arrogantly, Kang Han-soo, look closely. This is truly the power of love. Kang Han-soo was not afraid but was sarcastic. Zeke, he said, Zeke. And this is the power from your ex-wife. Kang Han-soo pointed his sword at Zeke. Then a terrible explosion occurred. Zeke was injured, his clothes were torn everywhere. He sat down on the ground and said, have I lost again? I am the hero, the one who defeated 3 of the great disasters. Kang Han-soo walked in front of Zeke. He said, startled, fateful. Notification system about Kang Han-soo, species, celestial people, level 1052, profession, hero x 500%, skill, extraordinary ZZ, max spirit, max blessing, fabrication set max, hope SSS, status, sword saint, Zeke screams, ZZ tier, it's not fair. Kang Han-soo looked at Zeke and said, you're still alive, that's quite impressive. Zeke got up and shouted at Kang Han-soo. I am the stubborn king, Zeke. Notification system about Zeke. Species, Ancients, level 999. Profession, Hero X 500%. Skill, Tenacity Z. Madness SS. Tenacity SS Ring. S Endurance. S Status. Status, Serious Injury, Bleeding, Broken Bones, Anger, Boredom. Zeke shouted, I will never show weakness in front of women. Kang Han-soo seemed interested. He pointed at Zeke's face and said, that's it. But there aren't any girls around here. Zeke now collapsed in front of Kang Han-soo. Kang Han suddenly said, wait, that's not Spirit Z but Persistence Z, I must have seen it wrong. The sun was gradually going down the mountain. A guy with a broken body was lying motionless on the ground. The high priest smiled evilly and said, how are we going to bury Zeke? Hearing that, Zeke immediately woke up. He exclaimed in horror, what Kang Han-soo? The main character glanced at him with extremely cold eyes. Han-soo's level has increased from 1502 to 1778, we can put him in the hole now. The girl sitting on top of him put her chin in her hands and said regretfully, what a pity, I want to bury him alive so he can pay for the crime he committed. Kang Han-soo winked and replied, if you don't like it then get out of my head. Where is the intern teacher suddenly appearing and saying, student Kang Han-soo, long time no see, oh intern teacher. Where were you hiding just now? The teacher sighed and replied, I'm so tired, I followed student Zeke as assigned by my superiors. After escaping from the elf kingdom, I appeared and comforted him when he was drinking and drinking, then I directed him to face the 5 major disasters. But the reality was contrary to his confidence. He was nothing more or less than a straw hero in training who neglected his training. But somehow, he can still defeat the 5 great disasters. In exchange, his comrades died. And due to his delayed reaction the continent was ruined. Finally after all that. Girls, and girls, there's only the girl virus in my head. It seems like it's really difficult for me to become an excellent teacher. When Han-soo heard that, he immediately encouraged me to believe in myself, trainee teacher. Zeke, who locked himself away just for women. Being able to defeat the 5 great disasters with the guidance of a trainee teacher, that is an undeniable truth, right? That's something that even teachers who like to talk about morality can't do. That comforts me somewhat. Oh right, I didn't come to you for this, so what was it for? In this world because the hero who fought against the Demon King died, it will disappear soon. Hearing this, the male lead bewilderedly pointed at his face and asked, what about me? You weren't transferred here through the normal route, so it seemed like the system wouldn't recognize you as a hero. Surely the system will not reset so recklessly. So they gave the students about 10 seconds to fix it, but Zeke seemed unable to be revived. Intern teacher, are you really allowed to say this? Of course not, but you and I are secret friends, that's to thank you for your comforting words to me just now. Han-soo smiled and replied, thank you, intern teacher, I will make good use of it in the next round. Then a message board from the system immediately appeared, Mr. Hero, do you like the adventure? The path of a hero is truly very difficult, but there are countless people supporting you, those who hold keeping their dreams and hopes. You were not able to grow up with them while learning about friendship and love, and unfortunately, you were not able to escape death from the hands of the Demon King. Kang Han-soo crossed his arms and stared at the notice board with a wistful face and said, this is the first time I've seen this. The notice appears again if you die during the adventure. Let's look at your evaluation chart. Name Kang Han-soo, combat power, achievements, reputation, personality, notes. Why did you come back here? After reading it, the guy exclaimed angrily, why did you come back here? That's also what I want to ask. Quickly bring me back to Earth. You failed, you failed. Kang Han-soo's face became more and more wrinkled, he cursed and became confused. However, I realized one thing. Hero and Demon King, if either of them disappears the world will be reset. The ambassador's sister suddenly said, I returned to this world after a really long time, but I didn't expect it to collapse like this. Mr. Hero, you will save me once again, any more. Without any hesitation, Han-soo frowned and replied, why would I do that? You won't even know who I am. Who knows, maybe I still remember. What is that? I will wait, sir. Seeing the girl like that, Han-soo immediately jumped up and scolded her, fuck you, stop baiting and spreading bait. A dark space appeared. The familiar voice rang out again, Sir, Mr. Hero. Lanuvel smiled happily and continued, "Welcome to Heroes Day. You must be very confused because you were suddenly summoned so suddenly and without warning." Hansu sat naked on the magic circle and glared at her without answering. The blonde girl giggled and added, "This place is Fantasia, a different dimension from the world in which he was born and raised." As soon as the words ended, a purple light flashed across her body. Blood and gore immediately splashed out. Kang Hansu sat very calmly and looked at Lanuvel as if nothing happened. Suddenly a scream rang out. "No, it couldn't be, Lanuvel." Looking at Hansu's dark face full of evil energy, the guards exclaimed, "Are you really a hero? Gather everyone, prepare to attack." Kang Hansu said with an unamused expression and knelt down. His eyes suddenly turned purple like cold demons staring at them. Angelic species, level 1860, Demon King profession, hero level will decrease, skin is extraordinary ZZ, God Saint Z, Dark Energy Z, Spirit Max, Blessing Max, Fabrication Max, Love SS, Corpse S, Immortality S, Immortality S, Immortality A, Friendship A, Interpretation A, Luck A, Plowland B, Fish B, Collect B, and a series of other skins, status of Holy Sword, Magic Sword, Saint. The spears in their hands were immediately thrown aside. The two guards obediently knelt on the ground and said, "Oh, a great man." Hansu mumbled counting something, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 bodyguards were obediently kneeling and stripping his face. Looking at the group of people, Kang Hansu smiled softly and thought, "It went according to plan. When I activate the cube, my job is Demon King. In that case the hero will not exist in this world, and if the hero does not reappear within 10 seconds this world will be reset. But if I become a hero again during that time, nothing will happen. Even though I didn't know anything about this in the 8th round and got killed. I won't have to retake the test for such a ridiculous reason again." After listening, the teacher had to exclaim in silence, "What a surprising trick." "That's right, intern teacher, that's it." Looking at the arm with blood around it, Hansu suddenly wondered, "Am I too sensitive?" A series of memories about Lanuvel appeared. "You hero, you can return to your homeland after defeating the Demon King. Oppa, wake up quickly." Hansu thought to himself, "She talks as if she knows how to return to Earth. Unlike the others, she is the only one whose device has the settings changed every time she regresses. So I thought she was something special, but I didn't feel anything after killing her." The intern teacher continued smiling, "You must be the first student to kill this cute companion the first time you met him. Don't worry, intern teacher." The girl clasped her hands and smiled and replied, "Yes, master." Suddenly, a bright yellow light was created by the fake historian. In the blink of an eye, Lanuvel woke up. She sat up and looked around in panic. Hansu crossed his arms and examined the information on the information board one by one. In the male lead's eyes, she now looked sinister. She finally revealed her true colors. Lanuvel suddenly burst into tears and said, "Mr. Hero, no matter how panicked you are, you have gone too far." Hansu replied with a smile, completely ignoring it. Seeing Hippolyta, Lanuvel's eyes lit up and said, "Ah, what a beautiful angel, thank you for saving me. I am Lanuvel, a traditional scholar who studies legends of heroes." Lanuvel means faith in ancient language. Seeing the ambassador leave, the younger sister panicked and called after him. The older brother also silently groaned helplessly. "Lanuvel is still Lanuvel. Maybe I was really too sensitive." The old voice rang out, "Mr. Hero, how could you do that?" Before Hansu could answer, the angel's big, sparkling eyes added, "Is that angel a star spirit?" Hansu pressed her forehead angrily and said, "How could you make a contract with her?" Hansu's face darkened, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut up or I'll beat you." And the other guy too, the guard next to him who was standing idle was also shot. He said with a smile, "Yes sir. Bring me the most luxurious aristocratic outfit in this castle." "What?" Hearing that, Hansu glanced at him and said, "Don't make me say 2 words." A long moment later the scene moved to the Pig King's face. The uncle was sitting on the throne with dozens of guards below, seemingly waiting. His feet walked aggressively. His owner thought as he walked, "This meeting with this pig-faced king will be similar to the 2nd round. But instead of saying your dad is the only hero, if he's good, try killing him. This time I won't be so stubborn. I just need to go there naturally." And wherever the male lead went, people were sweating profusely. When the door is opened, light immediately enters the room. All attention is focused on it. The officials were also scared and sweating profusely. Hansu threw away his cloak and thought to himself, showing them who he was. As always, the pig-faced king, he still looks so pathetic. Just an idle pig and then she takes the throne. And me, been the emperor of the northern continent since I was born. After he finished thinking about it, he finally arrived. Hansu smiled triumphantly and said, "Hello. Now at the castle of Fantasia Kingdom. Lanuval is rushing after Kang Hansu." The main thought in his head, in the second round, I had quite a bit of experience compared to now. But even though in the same situation, a person with 10 and a person with 25 years of experience would naturally have different ways to solve the problem, the blonde girl said questioningly, "Mr. Hero, where are you going?" "So I will correct my mistakes from round 2 this time. Raise my bag of money," Hansu answered, "go to the black market to see what it will be like." Then they started to leave. Out of the city to a forest. 2 people were lurking behind the bushes looking at something. Lanuval said bewilderedly, "But Hero, this is the forest." Hansu replied with a frown, "Why are you following me?" "Because Lanuval is your comrade." Remember, if you want to follow me then shut your mouth." Suddenly, colorful balls appeared in the sky. Hansu looked at them and thought to himself, "The spirits are attracted by my smell." The corner of his mouth slightly raised, too simple, according to the plot setup that means. They are right in front of me. The guy started using his search skills. On the other side, an elf girl touched the ground and said, "I found it, the black market is right down here, great. Let's act immediately, okay." Silva stood leaning against a nearby tree, looking intently at the 2 of them. One of the 2 people started using the path-opening skill, Earth Spirit, to create an underground tunnel. Suddenly the spirit balls flew in the same direction. The girl exclaimed in bewilderment, "Where did you spirits go?" Silva frowned and looked at Hansu walking towards him, thinking, a human. The spirit balls flew around him, causing Hansu to successfully upgrade his level D spirit to S. The elf girls raised their bows and said angrily, "He stole the elves, quickly return them to us." Hansu smiled and replied, "I will only introduce myself once. So adjust your pointed ears and listen carefully, I am a kind noble. We live in the capital of the kingdom and came here to take a walk and have no other purpose, but still. Why did you guys appear in the land of the human race? It's really suspicious." Sleva immediately said, looking at the clothes he was wearing. "That dirty shiny suit, that noble bastard was also looking for the black market at that time. He must have used some trick to steal the spirits. Capture that human, and take back our spirits." Hansu smiled triumphantly and thought, "Sure. I know what these guys are trying to do. Their plan is to save Sleva's master, who is being held captive in the black market, just like in round 2. But I also know more important information than that." Hansu's eyes suddenly radiated a green murderous aura, his face was extremely perverted and he thought to himself, a peaceful conversation is not necessary with these uneducated people. Immediately a loud explosion was emitted. Sand and soil from above the floor fell into the cellar below. The people in the tunnel felt a strange shaking and immediately said to each other, "Why was there an earthquake?" The next second, something broke through the ceiling and crashed into the cellar. The group of people exclaimed in horror, "What the hell?" Hansu replied, "Forgive me, I want to sell these elves." The guy alone carried 3 or 4 elves on his shoulders and laughed loudly. The bald man quickly said, "Who are you? Who revealed it to you?" Before he could finish speaking, a silver-haired uncle walked in front of him and said, "If you don't mind, can I check it out a bit?" "Sure, check as often as you like." "So wait a minute." Then the uncle took out his green glasses and began to examine. He was a little surprised and thought, their uniforms are very luxurious and their health is also very good, and with this number of elves, there is no reason to refuse, but I feel uncomfortable because of their level, theirs are too low. Thinking about it, the uncle said to Hansu, "Forgive me, these elves." Suddenly his glasses cracked. A huge amount of pressure was created by the male lead, he frowned and said, it seemed like he didn't like it. The uncle immediately knelt down and replied, "No sir, I will buy them all at the best price, so please calm down your anger." Hearing these words, Hansu smiled with satisfaction and said, "Oh that's great, it turns out that earlier he used blackmail skills level E to B, forcing D to C, trading F to D, is it effective, is it a good start?" The magic circle above the ceiling was now glowing. The silver-haired uncle smiled slightly and said, "You came at the right time, sir, right at this moment. The auction is starting." While wearing the Hansu mask, I thought to myself, not too different from the second round, but things progressed more. Because I didn't kill Silva and his comrades, and handled everything peacefully. Now, I just need to pick up the coolie at the auction. Thinking about it, the girl next to me grimaced and said, Lanuville doesn't like this. The chosen hero actually joined the human trafficking ring. If you don't like it, go away until the water is clear. If that's the case, then you won't like it even more. The sound of the auction MC rang out, interrupting the two people's conversation. Next, we will start the auction right now. The first item comes from the Devil's Land. Hansu thought, it's exactly the same as before, even the stats. If so, then my goal does not change. Then wait until a skinny foot appears. The next auction item is a human level 286, mercenary profession, spear skin C, endurance D, survival, running, cooking, hunger state, weak. It immediately attracted Hansu's attention. He smiled softly and whispered, there he is. His condition is still as serious as it is, which is good, thanks to that no one bid on him. Hansu then rang his bell. Without waiting long, the silver-haired uncle said, congratulations to the gentleman with the wolf mask for bidding on a good item at a low price. Hansu told the black market employee, oh yeah, bring him food, something just enough to fill his stomach, okay. Right after that, a bowl of hot soup and sandwiches were brought. The person who had just been auctioned standing behind Hansu stammered and said, me, I am not a slave. The guy immediately replied, I know, I also know you were tricked into coming here by a colleague. Hearing that, the skinny uncle suddenly stood still and looked at him in confusion. Hansu continued, when the auction ends I will give you two options. First, follow and be loyal to me. Second, leave and live a free life. Well, of course I won't take revenge just because you chose to leave, so don't worry. If you ask why I do this, just assume it's because of your merits in your previous life. The uncle gasped in surprise and exclaimed, really? Just answer honestly, I don't have to lie to you, right? The fragrant smell of hot food. Then the uncle immediately took off his guard, sat down, picked up the spoon and slowly enjoyed it. Seeing that, Hansu smiled softly with satisfaction. The blonde girl, unable to hide her admiration, leaned closer and stared at the male lead. The guy scowled and replied, go away. The kid said excitedly, Lanuville knows, your deepest purpose is to save a poor slave. The guy looked disapproving and pushed the girl away. What the hell do you know? It was so noisy that I couldn't hear it. Clearly understand the product's information, so keep your mouth shut. MC continued, this elf was picked up in a famous forest in the southernmost part of the continent. As you can see, she's a bit insane. But her appearance and bloodline were assured, and best of all she was a virgin. The item now is an elf, level 851, archer profession, piercing archery, skill, archery A, rapid fire B, vision C, tracking D, spirit D, status curses, seals, addictions, exhaustion and anesthesia. Hansu thought to himself, if it was the second round, Silva would invade here and ruin this. Luckily I caught her first. And when there was no disruption the result was decided, just like the second round. Congratulations to the wolf-masked gentleman once again, today you really won big. Shall we leave now Coolie? Skinny uncle was eating when he heard Hansu's voice. Coolie, are you calling me? Lanuville immediately replied, who else would come in here besides you? Suddenly the uncle's face turned red. Seeing that, Hansu immediately said, I said I would let you go, but it seems you have dumped Lanuville. Take this elf with me, okay. Whether it was before or now, being obedient is very good. Nothing, no, nothing. Main smiled with satisfaction and thought, the next step, like in round 2, Master Mo Lang was about to leave when the sound above the stage made Hansu stop. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to everyone an unexpected item that was not on our schedule, that is, a bold person dared to invade this underground auction. A stray cat. According to our rules, we should have cut off her hands, engraved a tear seal on her forehead and then presented her, but we decided to sell her intact because we didn't want to waste her beauty. This is a hidden plot route. She was lurking inside the black market, informing Cilia. Her plan was ruined when I captured Cilia. For some reason I felt the need to take responsibility for this. MC added, we suffered quite a loss trying to catch this worm. But with that, we were able to value it. If you succeed in taming this ferocious cat, she can steal anything in the world. Certainly, even your heart. The people below gasped in surprise, their red faces trembled at her beauty. An elf, I wanted her. Immediately, a series of consecutive bells rang out. Through Hansu's mask, his angry eyes checked this girl's information panel. Chaos Elf Species, Level 137, Thief Class, Demon Sword State, Restraint, Humiliation, Anesthesia, Weakening. He was extremely surprised by the Chaos Elf species of this girl. The information board about the new item was immediately checked by Hansu. Thief Job under Luck, Level A Devil Skills, Level B Stealth, Level C Spirit, Level D Divinity, Level E Demonic Ability, Demon Sword State, Restrained, Humiliated, Anesthetized, Weakened. Fairy Chaos. I remember seeing this clan, my father K. The guy stroked his chin thoughtfully, a hidden passage, a new prey. The whole auditorium is in an uproar because of this elf girl. I can't bear to lose any more. 20, damn it 22. Please forgive me, 2 years. I will never give up, that fairy. Hansu now knocked the hammer loudly. He coughed loudly, 50. Hearing this number, everyone gasped and looked towards the male lead. The MC excitedly shouted, "Is there anyone with a higher bid? 3, 2, 1, the auction is over. The gentleman wearing the wolf mask just chooses beautiful flowers. You are really rich, you can't beat him." The black market people immediately brought the items down to Hansu. He said politely, "Sir, if you need me I will prepare an escort." "Not necessary, but thanks anyway." "Instead, prepare a carriage for me, choose a big one." Then they rode on a horse-drawn carriage back to the city. "I'm here, if you have a chance in the future, please come back." Getting off the carriage, Lanouvel's sister immediately ran inside. Finally arrived here, Lanouvel was exhausted. Before he could lie down, Hansu assigned the task to the girl, Lanouvel, to take the servant out and feed him. "What, we just got back. Do you want to get pounded?" Looking at Hansu Lanouvel's oppressive smile, I immediately took the coolie and ran away. I left and came back immediately. It's quiet. He looked at the 2 elf girls sitting motionless on the chair. Then say, "Now, Hippolyta," the ambassador's sister immediately appeared. "Treat the 2 of them's injuries." Seeing them still sitting motionless, Hansu continued, "You can move now, why don't you run away?" One girl immediately replied, "If I do that, you will kill me without mercy. Furthermore, I'm not the type of fairy who brazenly leaves without repaying the person who saved me." "How about this girl?" "Big brother, no, what relationship do you have with the 3rd-generation fairy king, that unlucky guy with a chest fetish?" Hearing these insulting words, she gritted her teeth and forced out each word, "That unlucky name is my ancestor." I looked at her ears and knew she was royalty. "What I want to know is your race, the Chaos Fairy race." The girl exclaimed in surprise, "How could that be?" Hansu interrupted, "Because I'm a hero." "Hero, if that's true then you lied to me." The main character was dumbfounded and asked about the score. "What kind of trick?" "Don't play dumb, there's no way that stupid princess could ignore the information that's been spread. So it's not your fault that she didn't show up at the auction house. Hey, what do I gain if I take advantage of her?" I asked first. Hansu's eyes suddenly turned purple. "I was the boss." The girl replied with a pale face, I am not a slave." I don't think this conversation is going well. There is a very good way to handle this kind of dilemma. "What, that is to strip her naked. Then hang it right in front of the royal palace gate. Everyone is the same, hang it up for a day or so and you'll be obedient." After finishing speaking, Hansu immediately started to act. He grabbed the strap of her shirt and pulled her out. Short Hair screamed in horror, Don't come close, I will make you regret it." Or not. Suddenly, the strap broke into 2 and 3. The torn bra was thrown on the floor. The girl bowed her body in both shyness and fear and said, "You barbarian, you dare to do such a thing and still call yourself a hero?" Hansu shouted indignantly, "It's not your turn to talk, brat, pad your chest. The thought of me spending a fortune on breast pads makes me crazy." Kang Hansu angrily kicked the bra away and said, "I don't care about this." The short-haired elf girl sadly exclaimed, "This?" The guy scowled and shouted, "What makes me curious is what you're trying to steal. If it was money, there would be a lot of safer places you could go." The girl replied with serious eyes, "What I intend to steal is a chaotic relic." Seeing Hansu, after hearing this, she suddenly frowned and did not answer. She said in confusion, "What's with that face, are you not satisfied with my answer?" "Of course little thief, this world doesn't only have 1 or 2 relics. The younger sister screamed helplessly, I am not a thief, I am just collecting relics left by my ancestors, that is my duty. Are you listening? Then what is this relic? As the name suggests, it is an item containing the power of chaos. It is a fragment containing the power of magic that has the ability to govern the laws and lives of this world. Chaotic power, the most heroic, it's you again. So are you sure that thing is on the black market? If you answer, I will give you this blanket. As he said, he waved the bright red scarf towards the naked girl. The girl used her teeth to bite one end of the scarf and replied, I'm sure, I can feel the chaotic power. Chaotic foreign objects are on the black market. Seeing Hansu's unconvinced expression, she immediately added, I can swear on the name Elena Lu Elfhem. Hansu wondered, who is that? It's me, that's my name. What are you thinking, swearing by your name? What, this barbarian hero, is a bit too much. Forgive me but... The long-haired elf sister suddenly spoke up, asking if Princess Silva that the story mentioned was nearby. Hansu thought for a while then replied, I saw her in the forest. Her short hair was now wrapped in a blanket so she was extremely comfortable. She smiled softly and said, I see, how did she meet humans in the black market? She must have panicked and ran away. Long Hair heard that and looked at her coldly and asked, who are you to dare to insult and antagonize the royal family? Looking at your ears, you probably belong to the royal family, but it's also possible that your ears are like your chest, they're all fake. Short Hair blushed and said, my ears are real. The words coming out of the mouth of someone trying to deceive others are hard to believe. Then the war between the two elf girls broke out. A level 851 person was fighting a level 137 person, needless to say who had the upper hand. Short Hair now angrily shouted, how dare the royal guards threaten the royal people? No wonder the nobles captured the queen. Long Hair heard that and froze, how did you know? I happened to see, while looking for relics, what happened to her. I only know that the demon race didn't kill the queen right away, but I don't know what happened after that. Someone here knows. Hansu is now silently saying, those two people are now stuck together like glue. Then he immediately interrupted the fight, both of them went silent. From now on, her name will be Archer E, which is the nickname Hansu gave her long hair. And you will be a thief, I'm afraid. Short Hair frowned angrily and said, it's not fair. What kind of name is that? I will still use my noble name Elena Lu Elfhem, my name is Thief E. Hansu looked at the girl and created an oppressive aura. Causing her to immediately shut up, the girl felt sorry for herself and cried but was helpless to accept it. At present, there are two main tasks. First, the hidden path, investigate the chaotic relic that the thief mentioned. And secondly, get back the money you lost when buying Pirates E. I should have noticed when I saw those ears. However, I cannot vent my anger on the black market because of my own mistakes, because I am a fair-minded hero. First of all, Archers E. Contact the fairies, Sylvia's current location, the queen's disappearance, the queen's existence, tell them everything. Night has gradually fallen. At the very castle of the kingdom of Fantasia. The sound of a horse-drawn carriage sounded again. The car very quickly entered the central city gate. After a long journey it finally arrived. The first footsteps down. The person who just arrived is the elf's Prince Nessus, a high elven race of level 999 plus, swordsman profession, swordsmanship by slashing force, S-level swordsmanship skills, S-level sword energy, self-healing, level A, level of spirit, level of majesty, state of hope. Loud laughter rang out inside the castle of Fantasia Kingdom, hi ha ha. Let's raise a glass to celebrate the bond between humans and elves. Outside the main room of the party, the silhouette of an elf was walking towards Hansu. Kang Hansu said, do you really want to find the missing princess? Prince Nessus, without any hesitation, the handsome Nessus smiled softly and replied, sure sir, she is my little sister, whom the king loves very much. If anything happens to her, my heart will hurt as if it were torn into 1,000 pieces. Very good, if you want that, I will help you. A huge bundle of gold was placed on the table. Lanouval gasped in surprise at the pile of gold in front of him and exclaimed, oh, where did you get so much money? Very, very suspicious, what you say makes me uncomfortable. This is the reward I received from Prince Nessus, for sharing important information. You gave the princess's location to the prince who is aiming for the throne. It's very dangerous, you want to interfere with a family reunion, and what if something bad happens to the princess, can you take responsibility? The girl smiled foolishly and replied, "You will definitely be responsible." Before Lanouval could finish his words, he punched him in the head. "If it has nothing to do with you, then stop talking nonsense." The thief suddenly appeared behind Hansu and said, "I don't care what that prince will do to the princess." The guy glanced at her and replied, "You surprised me. But if the prince finds such a princess, I am sure that I will have a chance to carry out my plan again." After hearing that, Hansu immediately burst out laughing. "Haha, now I have nothing more to say to you. Should I let you go?" The thief repeated in surprise, "Let me go." Hansu with an extremely perverted expression replied, "The prince saw you in the banquet room long ago and offered a very large sum of money." Hearing this, Short Hair suddenly started sweating in fear. "This is really troublesome. I still have to keep track of the antiques. I don't think I need a talkative prospector." The thief's face turned pale and he quickly ran to Hansu's side and begged, "I will do whatever you want, so please don't sell me to the prince. Can't you see the look in his eyes? If he finds out I'm from the royal family, I'll be purged immediately." Hansu poked her head and said happily, "It seems the prince has recognized your background. Okay, I will consider your performance tomorrow, thank you." Hansu then turned to Lanouval and said, "Prepare to go on a trip with the coolie. You're the only one allowed to go out, it's too much. I have to go on business, you know, to an extremely dangerous place." The sun was gradually rising behind the mountain. In some forest, an entire army dressed in black from top to bottom appeared, each and every one of them wearing masks. A figure stood on top of a nearby tree, watching them intently. The blonde below noticed it. The familiar shoes of the elven royal family appeared. Prince Nessus walked over and coldly ordered, "Shoot." Immediately a rain of arrows was shot. The group of black-shirted people were quickly destroyed. A frightened man shouted, "There was an ambush." Ares rushed from his sword to block Nessus's body and immediately let the guy who spoke log out. Hansu was also there at this time. Our male lead was hiding in the bushes behind watching them. Hansu smiled triumphantly and said, "Great, with this progress we can wait until they penetrate the black market. Surely you can sense the artifact, I'm sure, it must be below." A loud explosion rang out, and a path leading underground was also created. Nessus said, "From now on we will rescue our people, however. If they are taken hostage, feel free to ignore them and take revenge on their behalf. Sylvia is no exception. Fools became slaves, while trying to save a fellow citizen who had become a slave. I hope that none of you are like that. Let's go." Then they immediately entered that tunnel. Hansu smiled brightly and said, "They're all in, let's take action. Hey, you spirits, stop jumping around and start working." Seeing this, the thief immediately frowned and said, "Hey hero, Tin Nin is not a slave. If you treat the elves like that, one day you will have to pay a heavy price." Hansu frowned and replied, "Do you feel like they are very dissatisfied with me?" Seeing the spirits clinging tightly to Hansu, the thief girl, I suddenly became dumbfounded and cursed at the floor. Then they immediately headed to the road leading to the black market. "Shall we go down? Great, we can get our hands on the artifact now." "Look at you, what are you planning when you get your hands on the ancient artifact?" "I will save an ancestor imprisoned in another dimension." You can laugh at me, or call me crazy, but I absolutely. While speaking, Hansu's face suddenly got closer, making her startled and exclaim, "Ouch, your face is too close." Hansu said with an expectant face, "Please explain in more detail." Kang Hansu thought, was it during the 6th round? I remember hearing about it in the training cave. The first hero, who got married after defeating the Demon King, ran away from home and started a new life. In other words, instead of graduating, he escaped the dimension of Fantasia on his own terms. But how? I don't know all the details. Anyway, if you collect 3 artifacts of chaos for each of the 3 attributes, there are 9 artifacts in total, and when you have all 3, you can move between dimensions. That's what my mother once told me. Until now my family has gathered 4 out of 9 of the 9 artifacts, and if we get the artifacts in the black market, the total will be 5. Hansu immediately replied, "Interesting." He thought to himself, whether chaos is related to squares, we cannot rule out the possibility of another completely separate force. Then he turned to the purple ball next to him and asked, "In turn, teacher, do you know anything about this?" The teacher replied, "No way, I don't know about such things. To be honest, it was a story from a long time ago, so I'm not sure." There is also a generation gap in the teaching staff. The main character rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "I understand. The teacher's voice added hastily, so hurry up and ask her more, I'm also very curious, don't rush me. The guy looked aimlessly at the sky. The blue spirits appeared, making him suddenly realize something. Kang Han-soo smiled sinisterly and thought to himself, really, just as expected. The scene changes to the underground, the black market area. The mask was cut in half and fell on the floor along with drops of fresh blood. A man covered in injuries shouted loudly, not to come closer. The uncle was holding a knife to an elf girl and continued, otherwise I will kill this elf, quickly put down the weapon and surrender. As soon as the words ended, an arrow stuck straight in the middle of the girl's forehead. The shooters were none other than her fellow clan members. The black market owner exclaimed in horror, you bastards, have you abandoned even your own kind? The next second the uncle was also given a few arrows right in his chest and logged out immediately. The rest of the people in the market saw this and immediately ran away. Faithfully, the hostages were all dead, leaving them behind and running away. I thought they valued each other very much. Prince Nasus led the army deep inside. In a certain room with 3 men, curses rang out, faintly. A man was clutching his left arm to stop the wound from bleeding. His face was pale and grimacing as he said, Manager, the spatial teleportation magic circle failed to activate. The person next to him immediately continued, the hidden escape route had also been blocked, and the hostages were of no use. The tall manager carrying Silva on his shoulder thought for a while and then replied, I will fix the teleport ring. The male lead's familiar tuft of hair suddenly appeared in the distance, observing the 3 of them. Thief saw that and quickly said, it was him, he was the one holding the antique. Han-soo asked again, are you sure, if you've come this far and you're still confused? In the middle of speaking, Silva's eyes suddenly stared at the 2 of them. Kang Han-soo frowned angrily and whispered, is it you again, Sylvia? The male lead's legs suddenly retreated inwards. A pair of leather shoes sparkling with metallic light appeared. When the others saw this, they gasped in horror. In the next second, a swift sword slashed across their faces. Prince Nasus coldly swung his sword again at the manager, causing him to immediately log out. He walked toward Sylvia who was falling on the floor and said, my dear sister, many of our precious compatriots trusted and followed you, and had to sacrifice for you. A brother like me doesn't know what to say to the family of someone who died after such a tragedy. What will I do to pay the price for my sins? Looking at her brother's evil eyes, Sylvia trembled in fear and faltered, replying, me. The tip of Nasus's sword suddenly pointed forward. The prince said in a low voice, but before that, come out here, hero. He smiled friendlily and added, I know you're there. Kang Han-soo smiled and poked his head out to answer, I haven't done anything to attract attention, even if you erase your presence, it would be meaningless. More precisely, it's not because of you, but because of that thief, it's her smell. Hearing that, I immediately panicked and explained to Han-soo, how could that be possible? It couldn't be, I had already restrained it. Ha, I'm talking about the smell of a traitor. I of course know the reason Sylvia came to this land, and the truth is that you leaked information to attract Silva. You did quite well, although there were still some mistakes in the end. I must thank you for helping me create a relationship with the hero, and the relationship between elves and humans has also been strengthened. But for the crime of trying to harm the royal family, as a future king, I cannot ignore it. Furthermore, if we are caught in this situation, our future plans will certainly be hindered. Kang Han-soo suddenly spoke up, I don't care about her life or death. That's fine, I don't care either. Nasus threatened Sylvia with his sword as he continued, I mean, it doesn't matter to me, it doesn't matter if you talk about this with anyone else or not. For I have no intention of keeping back those who know about this. Blood splattered all over the room. As soon as Prince Nasus finished speaking, he created a huge wave of oppression. The male lead quickly pushed his sister away and said, stay away. A sword slashed straight towards the 2 of them, but Han-soo easily dodged the attack. The 2 looked at each other provocatively. Prince Nasus said, your ability to control spirits is completely useless. My sword is faster than that. Faster than the spirit's movement speed. Kang Han-soo brushed his shoulders and smiled softly in response, thanking him for the advice. Nasus also smiled kindly in response. But in the next second the 2 guys immediately rushed towards each other. Han-soo quickly grabbed Sylvia's arm and pulled her out. The prince's eyes suddenly stopped for a few seconds. Sylvia's younger sister's eyes were filled with tears and she couldn't take her eyes off him. The image of the little girl immediately came back. After a while, when he regained his composure, Nisus frowned and said, "Have you forgotten that I came here to kill someone?" Kang Hansu stabbed the sword through Sylvia's body and then directly into Nisus's right chest. He coldly replied, "Have you forgotten what I said? I said I don't care about her life or death." The two brothers did not utter a word but just stood there looking at each other. A huge blue light suddenly flashed. When it left two bodies lying face down on the ground covered in blood. Hansu muttered, "It would be quite troublesome if this messy fat was discovered." At this time, a strange voice rang out nearby. Without any trace, the prince was gone. "Is he here?" Ares hurriedly ran to the front corner and called out, "Prince." The next second, she was immediately stunned by the scene before her eyes. Looking at the bloody Nisus lying in Sylvia Ares's hand, she exclaimed in horror, "What?" Sylvia's tears flowed like rain and said, "Big brother. He died while trying to protect me. Princess Sylvia, from this moment on, I will try to change who I am, so that I can create a world where humans and fairies live together. If someone hinders me, even if it is my beloved father, I will eliminate them all. Will you guys support me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ares and her subordinates immediately knelt down and replied, "We swear allegiance to you." Sylvia smiled with satisfaction. Her eyes suddenly turned purple and looked extremely strange. "Thank you." It turns out her younger sister has now changed her profession to witch. At level 284, her dark demon spirit energy has increased, a state of bondage, fall, and devotion. "Leave that place." Hansu and Tia were on their way out. The main said suspiciously, "Hey, are you sure you got the artifact? We wasted too much time with Nisus." Thiefy didn't think twice, immediately replied, "Sure, here it is." After finishing speaking, she immediately dropped the necklace in her hand. "This is the artifact of chaos." Looking at that water drop-shaped pendant, Hansu said with a smile, "Why don't I feel anything even after seeing it?" "That's because the ancient artifact was sealed." After saying that, he immediately put his hand on the tip of the sword to make blood flow. She put a drop of blood on the pendant. There was an immediate change. Hansu gasped and exclaimed, "Oh, it's reacting." The green electric rays emitted from the artifact took the two of them somewhere. Hansu said bewilderedly, "What's going on? I can't see anything." "Hey, steal me, you dare." A man was sitting absent-mindedly in that space. Seeing his uncle not reacting, Hansu realized something was wrong. He immediately whined. Why couldn't his voice come out? Kang Hansu thought to himself, "This is it. Memories of the first hero." That man's eyes contained so many thoughts and feelings that were difficult to express. He held the necklace tightly in his hand. Then looked at the woman lying next to him. That hand was about to touch her hair but then pulled back. Then the man decided to open the door and leave. I felt nothing but loneliness. The sun was peeking behind the treetops. The neatly dressed man walked out. Hansu wondered, where did he go? He used the skill to bounce and immediately jumped into the sky. A moment later he arrived at a beach. Where children are happily playing, where families are enjoying the sea breeze. The hero thoughtfully walks alone. Somewhere on the beach, an elf was lying down, enjoying the sunlight. Seeing the newcomer, he smiled softly and said, "What wind brought you to this beautiful beach?" "Our hero, who is always busy day and night. I remember that the 7th Unification Summit between elves and humans will begin in 2 days." The guy looked out at the ocean seriously and replied, "I want you to delay it for a day." "That's easy to say. This summit is extremely important, because it is the last chance to end the tiring resentment between the two races. The leaders representing each race will gather, asking them to wait not an hour, but a whole day would be a bit much." The hero's voice suddenly became low, apologizing. "Is it a family matter again? Oh my god, your fight doesn't end even after defeating the Demon King." Seeing that he didn't say anything, the elf uncle sighed helplessly. "Well, what can I do? This world is only truly peaceful when your family is peaceful, thanks." Soon it was getting late at night. At a bar in the middle of the forest, the first hero was talking to the elf from before. The older brother looked at the bracelet in his hand thoughtfully without speaking. Seeing that, the guy next to me immediately asked, "What is that?" The hero then began to tell his story. "When I was a rookie mercenary, I spent all my money to buy this for my wife. I thought it would suit her. It's really romantic. I found it in the trash today. Are you planning on throwing it away?" I'm not sure, I kept it a secret from my proud wife. This item has the power to protect its wearer. Don't tell me, you didn't turn off your power to get that ability, right? When the hero heard this, his face darkened and he didn't answer. Seeing that, the elf uncle also guessed the answer. He smiled and said, "Haha, I wanted to ask your opinion about the gift for my daughter, but I didn't think it would be a treasure like this. Take it if you want, really. You said you wanted to give it to your daughter, right? I'll adjust it so that its abilities only work on members of your bloodline. Take this as an apology for postponing such an important summit." The elf uncle smiled widely as he held out his hand to receive the treasure and said, "If you said so." As soon as he held the bracelet, a certain power was immediately created. At present, Hansu is still standing in a daze. The thief called out in bewilderment, "What's wrong, barbarian hero?" It was at this moment that Mane was awakened. He immediately replied, "Don't you see? Thief, where are the chaos artifacts you have collected? You said there were 4 other animals like this. They are currently in the southern continent. The entire southern continent is your home. I can't go into more detail because this is a matter related to my family's safety. I won't say anything, no matter how much I'm tortured. Unless I'm sure you can be trusted. Okay, let's build a trusting relationship together." When Hansu secretly joked, I immediately grinned and shouted, "Are you serious? Why do you look so surprised? You're the one who said we need to trust each other." "That's true, but what are you planning?" "So let's start with my home address first." "No worries." Then the two of them left the black market. Hansu said with a smile, "But my family lives in another dimension, so I can't prove anything when I tell you about the home address." The guy winked and smiled happily, adding, "Then I will introduce to you my respected master." After hearing it, my eyes widened in horror. Master of the barbarian hero. Oh God, how terrifying the barbarian hero's teacher is, I can't even imagine. Hansu looked at her pale face and seemed to have guessed it. He folded his arms solemnly and quickly corrected, "What are you thinking? That's really a kind-hearted person." In a certain mountainous area, among the majestic high mountains, a small village appeared. Kang Hansu lay on the grass looking up at the sky thinking, "Hey, what should we do now, Master Molong?" A chubby yellow-green doe happily repeats the same sentence, "Molong." Actually, the black box, it's been stuck at level A for a while now. It automatically leveled up while I was collecting chaos, but now it feels like there's a wall blocking me from level S. I decided, I will go see my most respected master in this world. Master Molong, and now I'm here. 5 days have passed. Hansu lay down, frowning, sighing and saying, "Hey Master Molong. Do you have any suggestions to overcome this limited wall? I thought I could learn more when I had developed to this extent." Time passed by, and those people over there started looking at me with strange eyes. They were really idiots. How can they understand your universal teachings, right master? That yellow-green doe just smiled and looked at him without answering. Kang Hansu began to ponder again. The black box. They look like any other normal skills, but they have a huge difference compared to other types of skills. Meaning, their creators must be 2 different people. Those skills were created by the first hero, an opponent of the fantasy god, or you could say they were rules created to break the rules, which meant their origins were completely different. I vaguely realized that the first hero was the one who created the black box. It's such an obvious truth, yet I've been ignoring it for so long. Everything is gradually becoming clearer in my mind. What I need is not experience or quantity of skills, but is its own core nature. After realizing that truth, Hansu's skills were upgraded to level S. He happily exclaimed, "I did it." Seeing that the information board had an additional S-level memory skill, Hansu was a bit confused. Memorization, huh? Perhaps the remnants of chaos were created using this power. Besides, I know what upgrading skills requires, which is mental development. It's like the battle with the old prince himself, who was at a disadvantage when fighting in the air and in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I need wings, I want them so desperately. So the black box reacts to my feelings of despair. Despair and enlightenment, now I need an opponent. A person so strong that he could put himself in danger, spoke loudly while moving his arms and legs with a sinister smile. That reminds me, there's someone nearby. A strong enough comrade is nearby. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Should I go ask him for help now? He's probably sleeping right now. Different from last time, now I won't bother it too much, I'll do it quickly. just as it dimly woke up. If the other players accidentally die in the middle of the battle, the score will be lower. In the short term, this group will become stronger. Laravel and Thief are running in panic. Thug hero. Hansu laughed loudly and replied, "That's right, to commemorate your training I will buy you a special gift." The orcs in the forest in front of you are now. Their screams suddenly rang out. What the guy said, "It's not like that, there's behind you." Hansu didn't understand what was going on and replied in bewilderment, "Huh." After Hansu turned around, what caught his eye was a pair of vast wings fluttering in the sky. Behind him was an animal with 6 extremely strange-looking wings rushing forward. Hansu raised his eyes and froze for a few seconds. He stammered out a name, Nebius. The monster flew around in a circle and then emitted a stream of purple light from its head. The next second it rushed straight down, causing rocks and soil to fly up. A large area was covered by those purple clouds of smoke. Kang Hansu frowned angrily and rushed up while cursing, "Damn it." He glanced down to observe the situation. After the layer of dust and smoke gradually cleared, Laravel, Image and everyone also appeared, all safe and looking up at him. Hansu thought to himself, "Master Malong, you are still safe. It's so hopeless, let's get as far away from this place as possible." When he finished thinking, he turned back and said to the monster, "Look over here, stupid lizard, I will lure it." The giant lizard's eyes glowed purple and looked extremely scary. It was angry and opened its mouth as wide as its ears. The time at the Hero Festival was easier to swallow than this time. If I had to choose, I would rather fight the Demon King. The information board about this lizard monster was also displayed. Chaos Dragon Race, level 999 plus, Tyrant status, punishing strength increased, state of rage, excitement, twilight. However, it still doesn't have superior skills. No matter how talented a person is in this world, they still have to kneel before your brother's superior skills. While thinking, suddenly the mixed dragon rushed forward to attack, causing Hansu to be hit while being caught off guard. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was knocked down and fell down. The main character exclaimed in horror and felt sad. "I have to change my position right away. Otherwise, I will get more seriously injured." Suddenly the mixed dragon turned and left in front of Hansu's bewilderment. It did not attack. "I see, maybe it was observing me with energy intensity instead of with the naked eye, and somehow, my energy suddenly decreased slightly." A few colorful elves suddenly flew in from nowhere. Hansu saw this and said, "It's okay, there's no need to treat me." But the elves still came forward to continue their plan. Hansu grimaced and said, "You guys are so annoying, go away." The mixed dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. It felt the energy radiating from Hansu and growled and screamed. Hansu quickly took out his item and prepared to attack. What a bitch! In the next second, 2 giant streams of power, one purple and one blue, rushed straight into each other. The 2 sides struggled extremely fiercely. But the power of the mixed dragon is growing day by day. Not long after, the main's green protective shield was breached. A large hole was immediately created at the top of the mountain. Kang Hansu was beaten to a pulp and lay flat there, frowning and whining. "It hurt. There's no problem with this toxin, it seems like I'll be crushed by it before then." Hansu said to the spirits, "I'm fine, please go away." Hansu then checked his information sheet again, thinking to himself, "Damn, it's obvious that in terms of skills, I'm completely superior to him. Or not, what the hell am I doing, am I crazy about skills?" Pure human species, level 2833, hero rank 500% experience, max spirit skills, max blessings, SS training, SS extraordinary, SS physical strength, the state of sword saint, demon sword. This is not my skill. Those are just a bunch of skills that the fantasy goddess arbitrarily gave me. Then one day I will be deprived of all of them, and in the worst case I may be forced to fight against the hounds of fantasy, who are wasting that power. Do I have a chance to win? Just try and you'll know. Once again Hansu rushed towards the mixed dragon. After all, the only person who understands you is only yourself. The mixed dragon also growled and rushed towards the main character. The guy no longer looked scared like the first time but was extremely excited. "Let's go." The next second Hansu was swayed in the air by it. After a few turns in terror, he successfully landed on the mixed dragon's head. Hansu laughed triumphantly. "Hee, from now on with that tiny arm and head, you will never be able to touch me. Now die, your experience points are truly exceptional." Its eyes showed terror and then it fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. After saying that, Hansu immediately took his treasure and poked it straight down on the mixed dragon's body. Suddenly Hansu's face also showed surprise. Was standing on a huge body, but at this moment he was wobbling and falling down. The mixed dragon has now shown its true form as a white-haired old man. He held his injured left arm and said, "That thing, I haven't seen it for quite a while." The lizard has now transformed back into its original human form. Hansu was confused when he remembered the name Nebius. The guy immediately checked the attribute table: mixed dragon species, level 999 plus, kingship position, decisive justice plus, chaos skills SS, destruction SS, oblivion SS, decisiveness S, single S, state of calm, twilight, transformation. Reading this, Hansu suddenly exclaimed, "His martial arts skills are at level Z, are you kidding?" The mixed dragon Nebius continued, "I felt a familiar energy source and came to see, but it seems I was the wrong person. That power, you should use it carefully. Depending on strength is like insisting on being dependent." Hansu smiled disdainfully and replied, "Just like when you were captured by the angels." Nebius frowned and replied, "That was you then, wasn't it, human?" "Me, you must have met me when you were young, but that was a long time ago." "It's okay, there's a lot I want to ask but maybe I'm running out of time." As he finished speaking, the image of the mixed dragon suddenly faded away. But the next second it appeared behind Hansu. The guy turned around in surprise, dodging the attack. "What the hell?" A ray of light flashed in the sky. "Then throw something straight down." Hansu once again lay flat in the newly created hole. The guy said dejectedly, he had already turned into human form, so we were chatting to buy time. Suddenly the clear blue sky flashed a ray of light. Sensing something bad, Hansu immediately jumped up. As he predicted, Nebius delivered another fatal blow. The mixed dragon saw that and immediately said, "Good move." Hansu frowned and replied, "Why do you struggle like a crazy person every time you're about to die?" "Is it because I'm about to die?" "That's why I'm struggling like this." As I spoke, I swung my long legs up and kicked Hansu. The guy barely had time to say a word, so he was immediately kicked away. "I'm small and fast, so I can dance around, something a dragon can't do." Although his size and strength may have decreased. But I was sharper than ever. The mixed dragon continuously used moves, but all of them were easily dodged by Hansu. The guy also started to fight back. "Let's eat." Nebius leaned forward to avoid the attack. Then it bared its fangs. Then sprayed a giant energy towards Hansu. Smoke and dust immediately flew up everywhere. Hansu, behind that layer of dust, also launched a response. The ground under Nebius's feet was now cut into small pieces. The uncle said with a frightened face, "You can't even fight. Just like the first fairy hero." Hansu happily continued, "Even though you haven't been hit once yet." "Well, maybe it's because you haven't fully harnessed your full power yet." Hansu then quickly rushed towards the mixed dragon. He used his treasure to stab his hand hard. Circles of power were immediately spread out around. Nebius said, "Are you trying not to depend on that power? Or, are you trying to hide your true strength?" Kang Hansu smiled softly in response, "Both of them." Nebius jumped up high and continued, "It's stupid, but I understand. Heroes always like to do things like that, just fighting is enough for them." As soon as the words ended, the two of them rushed to fight each other. Hansu frowned and thought, "I don't like those things at all. Even the wounds don't heal anymore." Nebius said solemnly, I warned you, so that's the power you're hiding. The only thing we can believe in is ourselves. Compared to killing you, this is fine. Isn't any dirty play acceptable in order to survive?" Nebius looked at the power radiating from Hansu's body and said in surprise, "Is that the power you are trying to hide?" The main character did not rush to answer but continued to demonstrate his strength. Then the guy frowned and said, "Well, that's right." The old mixed dragon saw him rushing towards him and added, "I remember the time when I was still wandering around this world senselessly. They are signs of an approaching death." Kang Hansu smirked and thought to himself, "You idiot, my entire body is covered in holy magic, man." Voices from somewhere suddenly echoed continuously in the main mind, "Stop, this is dangerous, this is scary, you will die." Hansu looked down at the uncle below in horror. His foot now hit its chest. But I don't understand why the person who was sent flying to the ground was Hansu. Behind a layer of smoke and dust. Hansu frowned and said, "How did you get through my holy magic?" Nebius immediately replied, "Let's stop it." Hearing that, the main character immediately froze and wondered why he was blocking it. "You can do that, what the hell, old man? Hero, do you find this world interesting?" "Don't like it at all." "That guy is the same, as I thought, you are very similar to him." Having said this, he was so upset that he sat down. Hansu frowned angrily and said, Are you planning on looking down on me? Why did you, who was trying to hide your abilities from me, not use any other skills until the last minute?" The mixed dragon's eyes were clearly thoughtful and he added, "Because I don't want to die. If I answer like that, will you understand?" Hansu replied with a very amused face, "Well, of course, if it's for the sake of living, even if I play dirty, I'll do it all." "Oh, it would be great if we could continue fighting." This moment finally came. At this time the mixed dragon's entire body began to bleed. Hansu realized something was wrong and immediately screamed, "Wait, don't tell me you're about to die. You should at least give me a worthy reward for having survived this far." The old face with blood stains replied calmly, "If so, then try it with my status." "Oh my god, nature told me to look at the status panel." Having said that, Hansu still opened the mixed dragon status panel to check. Mixed dragon species, level 999, Imperial position, Decisive Justice Plus. Skills of Slaughter ZZ, Cold Conquest, Taekwondo Z, Transformation R, Teaching Max, Domination Max, Spirit Max, Immortality Max, Swordsmanship Max, Chaos Max, Destruction Max, Oblivion Max, Max Madness and a bunch of other SSS level skills, not to mention there is a kilometer-long table with S-level skills. State of Calm, Transformation, Twilight, Sleep. At this time, the mixed dragon's body continuously creates mucus that flows down, and the body gradually dissolves accordingly. A giant body is now just a big quagmire. Hansu stood silently thinking, it seemed like he was wrong. "I thought everything would go as planned if I tried hard enough. No, I really did that. I even became the king of the entire continent when I was just a baby. But today, what will happen if this dragon king does not die naturally? What if Nebius was like me? He also knew how to open the black box, so what? Even if I bet all my experience on fighting him. What if I lose? What ifs may not just happen today. I have to build the foundation again from the starting line. No, not a fantasy sand castle anymore, but mine, a completely trustworthy person." Just when I was thinking about leaving behind all the power of this fantasy escape, I suddenly remembered the many things I had to do the old way. Really, as a descendant. Surely there is no other way than to follow in the old footsteps of our predecessors, right? After saying that, he tightly held the first hero's green bracelet in his hand. Looking at the vast sky, Hansu said, "Should I reset now, but where is this place?" Nebius's wings were used by Hansu. The guy said with great enthusiasm, "Well, I have to fly back in the same direction, okay, let's go." As soon as Hansu finished speaking, he jumped up and took off. The layer of soil and rock below immediately crumbled and scattered. Hansu hovered in the air, looked down at the deep hole he had just created, and said with a smile, "Oh my god, am I too enthusiastic?" Suddenly a large blue door appeared below. The guy wondered, thinking, what is this? Are there still dungeons I haven't explored yet? Hansu's face was extremely excited and he added, "I must have left something like this, thank you Nebius." Hansu then decided to open the door and go inside. As he walked, he thought to himself, Nebius had to fly all the way here, it wasn't a coincidence. In bad luck there is good luck, this dungeon must have a lot of promise lying here. Inside right now, purple eyes in the darkness were staring at Hansu. They screamed in unison, sounding extremely scary. Hansu immediately opened the information panel to check, a series of 470-year level ghouls, hero profession, hungry, empty state, the male protagonist fought. He calmly said with his hands on his sides, "Even you monsters are something new to see here. However, we have urgent work to do." As he finished speaking, Hansu spread his wings and rushed to attack the hungry ghosts. After playing for a while, he stopped and glanced at the crowd. Hansu wondered and thought to himself, strange, this is the only side where this group is crowded. There must be something very important here, right? Without any further hesitation, Hansu rushed straight like an arrow. Go to the door behind the demon class. In the blink of an eye, the guy successfully broke the door and went inside. Looking at the sharp ice stakes below, Hansu thought. What is it? It's probably not a trap, that's not it. A colorful light flashed in the inner corner of the cave. Hansu carefully walked forward. A deep path with no visible destination illuminated by spirits appearing. Hansu walked on those stairs while cautiously thinking, what is so important that it has to be hidden like this? Don't disappoint me. Walked for a while and finally reached the end. As soon as Hansu opened the door, he was immediately stunned by the scene inside. Inside is a warehouse of old or broken equipment. Here it is. Looking at it, you can tell that these are fake scientific machines. But why do they appear in the fantasy world? Hansu's eyes suddenly fell on the stack of papers at his feet. Is a Chinese character. After I realized this place was an artificial garden that was helping me grow, I started researching ways to return to Earth. But me, who spent the entire school year focusing on studying and building relationships, this would be very difficult. Throughout this process, I met a beautiful devil. Her name is Sosia. That beauty is so enchanting that it can make our hearts sink into a black hole. Well, that's the content of the papers. Hansu threw them aside and frowned, stopping his chattering and concentrating. Focus on the main idea. Even though my confession was rejected and Siko crushed this heart, in return, at least, Siko passed on all of her knowledge to me. That knowledge was very difficult to absorb when I was just a high school student, but now, with the ability to strengthen my mind with my fantasy skills, I can easily absorb them. And finally, I successfully created it. A machine that can take me back to Earth. Reading this, Hansu stood still, staring at the machine in front of him. But the last page has the words, I was tricked by Siko. I have returned to Earth. But not for long. An avatar formed by my experience, I can send them to Earth and control them remotely. But the price to pay for traveling through space is terrible. In just 1 week, I used up all the experience I had accumulated for 7 years. I may have been on Earth for so long. But my body and soul, they are still bound to this continent of Fantasia. I was so weak that I couldn't leave this cellar. I was so hungry, starved to death, starved to death. Hansu clutched someone's diary that he had picked up in this dungeon room. His eyebrows furrowed in horror as he thought to himself, only 7 days. I used 7 years of experience, but 7 years is definitely not just a moment, but... Hansu attentively looked at pictures of people and objects on Earth. A series of questions immediately rushed into his mind, but... Can an avatar use the same powers as me? No, what if I could extend my time on Earth? Will I, a person with 2 to 5 years of experience, be on Earth for 2 to 5 days? No way, I have to recalculate the first step of this reincarnation. As he thought, he suddenly stepped inside that machine. No, I don't need that much time. And I don't want to waste that much experience, just... My parents, I just need to say hello to them. I just need to do that. Until I graduate I will be very satisfied. A moment later, a bright light woke Hansu up. High-rise buildings lined up row by row appeared before our eyes. Kang Hansu gasped in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes. He was back. I haven't met modern people for a long time. Oh my, look at those happy faces. The buildings are neat and clean. Suddenly a strange bright red light appeared in the sky. The next second it exploded, wiping out everything. The small one-story houses that were there are now only ruins and ruins. Hansu tried to open his eyes to observe that strange light. A girl suddenly appeared to Hansu's horror, the Valkyrie. After that call, she immediately performed the main attack skill. The light in the machine from earlier appeared again. Somehow Hansu was knocked back into this Fantasia world. Seeing this, the hungry ghosts also had to gasp in surprise. Kang Hansu said with a dark face, moving aside. A purple streak slashed across the demons' faces, causing them to immediately log out. Hansu flew straight towards the door and said, I don't have time to fight with you, small fry. I must return to Earth immediately. The night sky was dark with fierce thunder and lightning. Inside the castle the demon king was sitting looking out the door waiting for something. He tilted his head and propped his chin, smiling contentedly. A deafening bolt of lightning rang out. Kang Hansu successfully landed in this castle. The guy frowned and looked at the demon king in confusion. The demon king smiled slightly at him with bloodshot eyes and said, Are you a hero? Hansu immediately replied, "It seems like you are the Demon King, so don't make a long introduction and get straight to the main idea." "Anyway, you don't remember them," the Demon King immediately replied. "That's rare. Even so, it hasn't even been 2 weeks since you were summoned." Hansu started his hands and feet, smiled disdainfully and continued, "I'm quite talented as you see. What a pity, if you keep practicing at this rate for another 500 years, the two of us will have a satisfying battle." After finishing speaking, the Demon King stood up and prepared to fight. Hansu also immediately opened its information panel to check, Type 1 Ghost, level 999 plus, excited state. Seeing that the hero didn't say anything, he added, "That's right, hero." Then he immediately rushed forward and stood close to Hansu. The guy folded his arms across his chest and frowned, thinking, "If I defeat the Demon King, my level will increase, damn it." While thinking, Hansu was fatally punched by him. Hansu's clothes were tattered and he cursed angrily, "Being beaten like this only happened twice in my life." After finishing speaking, he immediately rushed forward to continue his attack. Seeing that, the ghost immediately burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha, hero." A terrible power was created by the two of them, the whole sky was now covered with red light. The ghost said, "I have a suggestion for you." "What do you suggest?" "You just mentioned regression, right? You might think you know this world very well. But that truth is only on the surface. How do you see it? Practice more, become stronger, then come back and fight me again, that's okay." After hearing that, Hansu grinned and replied, "Oh my god, Demon King. If you think I reset just because I'm weak, then you're sorely mistaken. We even defeated Syacia." A ghost didn't know when he appeared behind Hansu. He laughed savagely and said, "Ha ha, I know. Right now you can also become the Demon King." At this time Hansu's right arm has been amputated by him. A ghost with red eyes said, "You are truly an extremely excellent successor. However, all that, they've all escaped this world, sorry, but we have to leave now." The male lead's face suddenly showed extreme horror. A huge stream of green energy is created. The next second it destroyed the entire castle. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, in the air too. Hansu and yet ghosts were still continuing their fight. Hansu gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Hurry up and die." The ghost immediately replied, "It's not too late, hero. You can still think again." "Shut up." As soon as Kang Hansu finished speaking, he was attacked by that sea of energy. His level 2829 suddenly dropped to 900. Seeing that he was still alive after the attack just now, even the devil exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." He used the treasure again to create that green light. He received 2 consecutive blows, making Hansu unable to raise his head. The dark sky suddenly appeared a dot of light. "Ah. Just now was an omen, right? The system displays a notification, let's see your results." A loud noise rang out. After a while, the image of Kang Hansu naked with a foolish face hugging his knees and crouching in the battlefield appeared. I just saw his whole face gradually turn black, and then he couldn't even bear to say the 3 words impossible. Hansu looked at the datasheet with his name on it and shouted in panic, "This." Then he looked down at the battle strength and achievements section. Reputation and even quality have come back to my F so loudly, really? It's unacceptable. Kang Hansu shouted loudly at the note, "Catch the bad guys." The data panel then immediately displayed a long message, saying that he had failed because he killed his companion, and this was unforgivable. This was an inhumane act, and in addition, the levels obtained through illegal skills have been invalidated and punished. The board conscientiously said, "We hope that this shameful incident will not happen again. The retest will begin soon." The data panel will display the text. After a while, Lanouvel's beautiful face approached him, saying friendly, "Welcome, hero." In response to Lanouvel, Kang Hansu's sigh made her confused. At this moment, he had the thought that meeting Lanouvel meant he had failed. Waiting for a while, Lanouvel turned his heart to Hansu and said, "Sorry hero, but are you listening? This is Fantasia." Hansu finally responded, with a rough tone, rude and rude, "Your father doesn't listen, is that clear?" Just as Hansu's sentence was about to end, another person's voice rang out, full of elegance and politeness. "I heard it very clearly, Miss Lanouvel." That sentence surprised Hansu and made him look over. Luke's calm yet handsome face appears. He has blonde hair and attractive eyes. "Just watch me do it and imitate it," Luke sarcastically told Hansu. In response to Luke, Hansu only said a curt word. Luke then stepped out of the summoning circle and said softly, "Lady Lanouvel, the king must be very impatient." Then, Luke and Hansu followed the girl out of the room just now. At this time, Hansu was provided with a cloak to temporarily cover herself. Lanuval walked a while, then remembered and happily said, "Ah, that's right, Lanuval will guide you, just follow Lanuval." Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching the three of them. Finally, there was a rough voice of a certain person. "Oh, those are the chosen heroes, they look like sissies." Hearing that, Lanuval also quickly objected, "Mr. Alex Nim, please don't speak ill of heroes like that." But the two people behind Lanuval, instead of being silent like Hansu, Luke boldly lowered his eyes and said naturally, "Pleased to meet you, Commander of the Royal Knights, Mr. Alex, your famous strength. This is really necessary to defeat the Demon King. I'm still inexperienced, so I hope you can help me a lot." Old Alex heard that and suddenly became confused. After saying one sentence, "Okay, of course," he immediately walked past the three of them. When the two of them were brought before the king by Lanuval, before the expected words to defeat the Demon King Fedonar, Luke and Hansu also stiffly listened to the answer. "Of course, Your Majesty." Luke leaned forward and continued, "As a hero from the future who once defeated the Demon King, I vow to protect this kingdom once again." Hearing those words, the king was even more happy and said loudly, "In the future, that means, oh, there is no need to support them at all." It took a while for the two of them to return to their luxurious room. While Hansu leaned back on the sofa, Luke let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Hansu had just discovered something strange and let out a hum. Luke just looked at him and smiled and said, "Haha, so fast. On Earth people thought of this way of doing it a long time ago." Kang Hansu asked again without understanding, "Earth?" Luke replied, only then introducing himself, "Yes, my name is Luke. Why don't you find yourself a fantasy name? Leaving a memorable name will increase your reputation points." Hansu frowned, seemingly annoyed and said, "Kang Hansu, beautiful name can't be changed." Then, he asked again, "So, why did a graduate student come back here?" "Just a moment ago," Luke replied very gently, "I was fighting the Valkyries at that time." For those who don't know, Valkyrie first appeared in chapter 117. The scene appeared again. Luke stood with his teammates looking up at the sky. "I was able to hold out a little," Luke said. "But, I was soon defeated because the difference in numbers was too great. And when I opened my eyes and saw that I was already here," Luke was still calm in Hansu's eyes. The thought appeared in his mind that if a person dies on Earth, that person comes back here. Again, Fantasia is really funny. A few seconds later, Hansu leaned back in his chair and asked, "How is things on Earth now?" Luke immediately replied, "Not very well." "Would you believe it if I said I was 30% of the total power of the entire Earth?" Hansu said, "counting every single person on Earth." The image of a hidden woman appeared. After Luke finished, his voice softened. That was very worrying, making Hansu pay attention. "Okay," Luke said and approached him, "I'll show you the fastest way to pass this level." Hansu frowned slightly, confused and asked again, "What are you planning to instruct me about?" Luke still maintained his indifferent expression. "The way he graduated," Luke said looking at his unyielding face, "I want strength, and you want to graduate as quickly as possible." "It's a win-win situation," Luke said. Hansu stood up straight and let out two loud laughs. Kang Hansu still vaguely replied, "My answer is..." He hadn't finished speaking yet. His vision had already left the room where they were standing. More precisely, leaving the castle and heading straight into the sky. At this time, a white flying creature flapped its wings and stood proudly in the sky. From its mouth a beam of light was created. I just saw it scream. Hansu also now realized something different from that light. It just went straight from the creature in the sky down to the castle where he and Luke were. After that flash of light came a loud noise. Kang Hansu is closing his eyes. Finally opened my eyes. When he saw himself standing in the middle of an empty lot, he gasped in confusion. Right now the sun is still shining brightly. The sun continued to shine down, illuminating a spacious empty land. Right in the middle of that space, the figure of Kang Hansu wearing only a cloak appeared. Hansu glanced around, confused and asked the question, "Where the hell was this place?" Suddenly there was a response that startled him. This was the middle school gym. Luke, now wearing an elegant suit, slowly approached and said, "The battles of a powerful student like you, the elementary school cannot stand it." At this time, his parameters panel also appeared with many outstanding information. Hansu stood facing him, calmly said, "I understand these things sound very suspicious. Hey, in turn teacher, are you actually a man?" Hearing that, Luke gave an unpredictable smile and said, "Haha, you misunderstood. I'm not a trainee teacher, but I'm a member of the student council. If I have to say it, I'm your senior." Luke then looked at him, seemingly regretfully saying, "I want to talk a little more, but it looks like an uninvited guest is about to arrive." From above the heads of the two of them, suddenly appeared a large silhouette of a flying creature. Luke said softly as the white creature descended, "Now let's admire our junior's skills." The creature appeared from its mouth with a beam of light, then it screamed "Fra" loudly. Suddenly, that move landed straight on him. Behind the mist, the silhouette of a woman with blonde hair and white wings holding a sword appeared above the white creature's head. She had a golden bracelet on her head. I saw her looking at Luke and said in a cold voice, "How dare you interfere, so fast?" Luke mockingly said, "You smell really fast." Luke then pulled out his sword, slightly squinting his eyes and smilingly said, "It seems we are not the only ones keeping an eye on you, Junior." Descendant of a traitor, a harsh voice rang out towards Luke. She frowned and said uncomfortably, "You must be one of the traitors." As soon as her words ended, the creature let out a shrill scream. Luke was still calm. A light appeared on his body when Luke said, "My friend, goddess of war, I invite you." Another shock rang out. The silhouette of another giant, furrier creature appeared, its hand still strongly landing on the woman's white creature and howling. Those two creatures kept shouting at each other. Then there was a loud noise that made rocks and soil fly everywhere. One person then stepped forward again. She approached from behind Kang Hansu, had straight hair with dark bangs, and was wearing a relatively discreet outfit. She then turned to him and said, "I ask you properly, return that holy sword." Kang Hansu turned his head to look at her, frowned dissatisfiedly and said, "Let's get a sword, remember to see if you let anyone borrow it." The sword in Kang Hansu's hand showed light. At this point, she also understood and said that was the reason. "Even if you surrender, that person is still willing to let it go," she said, looking at him. Kang Hansu didn't understand. He asked again, "That person, you mean the first hero?" She stood looking at him from above and replied, "He was also called that, now he is a monarch ruling an entire galaxy." They kept talking as the noise continued to resound on the other side. "What does such a great person want from me? He must now have many talented people following him," Hansu said. On the contrary, she suddenly said, "Actually it's the opposite, territories are many but geniuses are really scarce, the people you killed." The image of the first hero and the prince and Hansu killed appeared, along with her words, that prince and that hero were both geniuses, the territories and roles they held were not ordinary. After hearing this, Kang Hansu calmly asked, "Who the hell is fantasy god that you guys are so hostile towards?" She looked down slightly at this time, speaking as if she didn't want others to see what she was thinking. No one knew their true identities, the ones who founded this hero training organization, so for convenience, let's just call that person the principal. She kept looking at Hansu, looking and continuing, but that person's purpose was to nurture, hunting dogs that specialized in dealing with those who opposed him, just like the heroes before, and he was like, "That's it now." After finishing, she asked him what his answer was. Hansu still didn't understand what to ask and answer. She looked at him seriously and asked if he would return the holy sword and surrender. She then continued to say, "He told me to treat you as best as possible." Hearing that, Hansu suddenly became thoughtful. Suddenly, a loud voice from the other side of Luke rang out, "You can't ignore this, student." The silhouettes of two creatures had now wrestled to the place behind him. Luke, while fighting, still turned around and said loudly, "First hero, he was afraid of the potential hidden deep within you, that's why he used those tricky words." Before Luke finished speaking, the girl with the golden bracelet hanging on her head and bright hair shouted and interrupted, "Shut up, don't make random comments about him." The student, Luke, spoke loudly towards his back, but was drowned out by her dying voice. Kang Hansu spoke slowly now, "But you see." His words attracted the attention of both of the fighting people. Kang Hansu remembered the spaciousness of this area and asked, "You said this was a middle school area, right?" Then he pressed his voice again, "And me." At this moment, a dark aura emitted around him. It was very natural to say that he was a primary school student. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed slightly. He said again, "So, right here." The airflow from him was so fast that the two creatures suddenly looked over. Even Luke had to raise his hand to block it. Hansu's body was now covered by light. The corner of his mouth also wore a proud and confident smile as he continued to speak, "No matter what I do, my scorecard won't be affected." Kang Hansu raised his hand to support his shoulder and moved slightly. His datasheet also showed terrorist information. At the corner of his mouth there was still an amused smile. After that, he spoke very naturally with a slightly creepy voice, just doing a few basic lines. The girl with the blonde hair now showed a fierce expression and shouted angrily, "You brat, what do you mean?" The creature she was controlling also quickly changed its target from Luke to him. I just saw him smirking and looking up at it arrogantly. Hansu then stomped his foot vigorously. A beam of light then appeared from where he was, causing it to let out a long scream. While it was still startled and leaned back, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed its neck. The eyes of a creature appeared through the smoke. Kang Hansu now stood on the head of that creature, a creature that could be created from the rocks and sand of this place. Kang Hansu then challenged the blonde girl with wings, mounted the anvil. Captain Kang Hansu charged into the front, he shouted. Then, the eyes of the creature at his feet shined again. With a loud bang, her creature screamed, and she could hardly hold back and let out a loud howl. It quickly fell onto Luke's creature standing in the distance. They almost all cried out in pain. At this time, the two hands of the creature at Hansu's feet quickly reached out and grabbed the two of them by the neck. A stream of murderous aura also radiated from it. Kang Hansu spoke softly now. Now, the level also increased from 2,837 to 3,460. He smiled cunningly and said, "Where is the next victim?" Hansu stood from above looking at the smoke, jokingly saying, "Oh, where did everyone go?" At this moment, the girl with the blonde hair quickly rushed forward holding the sword. She angrily shouted, "How dare you kill my dragon? I will kill you." Very quickly, she was kicked away by the creature Hansu created. He joked again and let out a long sigh. He continued, saying nothing in a small, succinct way, making absolutely no sound at all. At this time, the girl with long dark hair was holding a knife and rushed towards his back. A boy suddenly appeared from the front, followed immediately by Hansu's disdainful laugh. The ball then flashed a long line of light. It instantly pierced the top of her head. "Don't," she began to tremble and say, "Stop please." Drops of sweat and fear appeared in her eyes. Immediately after that, she screamed in pain and screamed loudly. Around him, many similar orbs of many colors appeared. Hansu still indifferently said, "Oh my, you have so many painful pasts, one more shouldn't be a problem, right?" The beams of light then approached and surrounded her, making her groan loudly. She was then wrapped up like a dark sphere. Suddenly it fell to the ground making a loud noise. Luke stood from afar looking at the newly fallen ball, as if in despair without saying a word. "No way," Luke continued. After that, Luke still couldn't believe it, as he looked and spoke, "This power. You can't be an elementary school student." As soon as Luke finished speaking, a huge shadow covered him. Kang Hansu now walked closer to Luke and the creature he created. Luke saw that and immediately ran back in panic and said loudly, "Hey, wait, I'm not your enemy, I'm still a member of the student council." But Hansu rudely interrupted, coldly looked down and said, "If you are a member of the student council then I am the principal." As soon as the words ended, the creature also stomped down on Luke, making a loud noise. After a while, it lifted its leg. At this moment, Luke's weak voice softly rang out again. "I am your senior," Luke said and struggled to reach out from the pile of sand. However, its foot strongly stepped down on Hansu's ta. After he said the two words respect, it also lifted its leg. After he said the three words, seniors, he boldly stomped down. At this point, his face became angry and deformed. He spoke loudly, "But he's not a weak person like you." After his words ended, it also stomped down hard as if it was over. Through the smoke, the shadow of the sand creature's feet appeared. Then there was its face and Hansu's small silhouette on its head. At this point, his face showed a gentle smile. "Already feeling great," he said. At this time his level also increased from 3,460 to 3,524. The data panel appeared next to him, and Hansu calmly said, "Ah, that's right, I have to reset the black box first, before I go back to the elementary school building." Kang Hansu said slowly, upgrading his holy magic and magic to ZZ. "Let's see, the huge amount of resources they are about to take away." Hansu searched and smiled. There it was. Right after that, he immediately raised a few things to max. Kang Hansu closed his eyes after a while. Finally opened. Before his eyes was a mountainous landscape, while he was standing on a cliff. Hansu looked around, asked suspiciously, "Are we back?" Then the long data sheet appeared. Hansu looked at the datasheet and slowly read, race, spirit, no way, they only changed a little in terms of racial characteristics. He looked again at the words I appoint you as a spirit. But inexplicably asked, appointing me as a spirit. Now on the other side, the helpless arm reaching out attracted his attention. He looked at the girl with blonde hair crawling out of the rocks and suddenly huffed and asked, is she still alive? But suddenly, she looked over in confusion and huffed. She then continued, oh, that made Hansu curiously ask, can't wings grow? Kang Hansu looked at her confusedly, thinking to himself as he looked at that data sheet, because you are no longer an angel, you are now a spirit. Hansu arrogantly told her, hey, try calling me master. When she heard that, she got angry and said loudly, I'll break my mouth again, I only have one lord. Suddenly, the 3 words Master Hen came out of her mouth, making her gasp and her face turn black. Hansu on the other side said, let's see again. On her side, she uttered the 3 words Master Hen, making her confused and speechless. Hansu secretly understood that the appointment was like that while that girl was holding her head and complaining. Hansu remembered the scene where he kicked her away and thought, returning the experience he received from killing others, then resurrecting them as spirits. A light appeared on his hand, only to see him for a moment. The silhouettes of 3 very familiar people appeared in front of Hansu. As soon as he appeared, the guy with the blonde hair and big body said uncomfortably, the squinty whore, Kang Hansu. He said very friendly, nice to meet you, Spirit A. Hearing that, he shouted angrily, that's not my name should be, Spirit Ah. He realized from looking at Hansu who was smiling smugly and making a noise. Hansu then looked at the person who was looking in the other direction, happily said, next, Spirit B, let's help each other, only to see that person him and then realize it and say again, it seems like you can give orders and force us to obey. It was a person with bright hair and elf-like ears, and then he gave him a look full of murderous intent and said, I don't want to cooperate with you anyway. Hansu said casually, do whatever he wants, then turned to the other person, and finally. Unlike the other 2 people, this person was very willing to speak up and happily said, oh you who have given me a new body, this person said as he lifted the hood of his cloak, I am willing to dedicate my whole body and my heart. She had long blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes and said excitedly, please allow me to call you my beloved master. Inside her, was the one who had reigned over a golem before. Hansu said comfortably, feel free, Spirit C. In his heart he secretly thought that the soul trapped inside the golem now had a real body. Suddenly, she spoke weakly again, but where is the saint? Causing Hansu to ask with concern, why are you shaking like a jelly? She gently replied that it was nothing. Hearing that, Kang Hansu quickly waved his hand and said softly, you guys rest now, wait until I call you back. The 2 blonde-haired men were annoyed, one of the larger men even let out a tsk sound. After that, he also turned to the girl who used to be an angel and said, you too, Spirit D made her cry out in annoyance before temporarily disappearing. After finishing, Hansu stood still and let out a long hum sound. He realized that he still had a little bit of experience left, it seemed like there were some people who couldn't be appointed. The people in Fantasia, you remember Nessus. Soul fragments like the Demon King. You Earth like Luke, looks like I can't appoint everyone as spirits, he thought to himself. After that, Hansu reached out again to catch the falling thing, wondering if there were any conditions. At this moment, the intern teacher's voice rang out again, perhaps a hero with an intact soul. Hearing that, Hansu suddenly gasped but turned around. The intern teacher happily said, student, how have you been lately? It's been a long time. Hearing Hansu ask that, the intern teacher suddenly became hesitant, well, since the day he suddenly disappeared. Her words then made his surroundings quiet. She said that 7 years had passed. It immediately made him suspicious and let out a sigh. While he shouted 2 joking words, a pair of wings appeared. At the same time as he shouted the 4 words what the heck, he also left the position he was standing on. At this moment, it seemed that Kang Hansu himself also realized. He was surprised and turned his head to look. Now he was floating in the air. When before his eyes was a space to land. His face turned completely black, at the same time he trembled and said, I don't know if this will affect my reputation. In response, the internship teacher also happily said, don't worry, everything is fine, it's not all your fault. He turned to her and said darkly, she was partly responsible. Hearing that, she quickly responded, the things that suddenly happened were unpredictable, and they hadn't discovered any incidents yet, but it seemed like the spawn rate of the demons was increased quite a bit. Hearing that, Kang Han-soo opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought, an incident that the teachers didn't even know about. Kang Han-soo suddenly remembered the words of the Demon King Fidonar, who said that you receive a little of my essence when he poked the sword into his stomach, and continued, that they were beyond the edge of this world. After finishing, he thought to himself, so using them to raise the level of heroes is to disturb the rules of this world. And they were the Demon King's essence, he realized. Kang Han-soo then sighed and spoke, there's work to do, okay. A light appeared around him again, he smiled and said, I should go and solve all the tasks accumulated for 7 years at once. 7 years have passed since we usurped the throne of human rule. The ruins of the old citadel appeared with the same narration. I thought humans would resist fiercely. But they adapt easier than we think. Whether he is a human king or a demon king, the scene of human and demon harmony appears. No matter whose rule he is under, the people are still the same. Many men had died in the resistance war against us, when a woman walked out of the house carrying a can of water. And with that, the proportion of women in the city increased dramatically, and when a woman saw someone, she immediately blushed. Just like that, we took over the missing position, declaring that the story was that of a demon. He stood talking and laughing happily with the woman. How could I live with these dirty people, I thought at first. But after meeting you, a new horizon opened up in my heart. He held the human woman's hand. Even though she was a demon, her sympathy and understanding really made my heart flutter. He took the bouquet of flowers and fruit basket and smiled. Unlike many other demons, she truly understood the heart, my childhood. I vow to be your life partner, instead of that useless ex-husband who always abused you and made you miserable, he thought, looking at the woman's happy face. The life of a devil like me has never been so happy, he smiled brightly. Today's weather is really beautiful, honey, he said to the woman. The response was also her pleasant voice. That's right, the chirping of birds is equally beautiful. Haha, that's so beautiful. The demon hugged the woman and smiled happily, saying, what cards do they play that are so cruel to me? It seemed that the scene would pass peacefully, but suddenly under the shadow of the sun, the image of Kang Han-soo appeared again. Even the devil on the ground doesn't understand right now, it's a song. The image of a woman raising her voice appeared. At this moment, Kang Han-soo, who was carrying the woman, also happily praised, very good, let's purify the whole world like this. As soon as his words ended, the light from the song also radiated, just like that it made contact and started to make the demon fire, making it cry out loudly. The woman saw this and was frightened, knelt down on the ash and cried out, husband, no, husband. Pant, who are they? A weak demon crawling on the ground said, quickly tell the demon king. Suddenly, it heard again and made a gasping sound. It turned out that spirits A and B were active. Spirit A humphed, while the other said in a low voice, a strange hero trying to do things as efficiently as possible. Spirit B continued speaking, that name is quite interesting. At this time, Kang Han-soo walked closer to them and cried out. But he happily said that when behind him was a burning area, like this, both his reputation and dignity points would be fine. After that, Han-soo glanced again and said, let's see, before we go to the next location, first of all. The scene suddenly changed to another area with many trees, with panicked demons climbing and clinging to them. They kept competing to cling to the giant pillar in the central area. An elf hiding above a tree and his comrades knelt down in pain and said, so the end of Alfheim has come. While he was thinking that, a beam of light emanated from the opposite side of his head, making him gasp in confusion and then look up. At this moment, Kang Han-soo arrived carrying the singing spirit C. Just like that, the demons that were clinging to the ancient tree trunk disappeared in a short moment. On the other side, spirits A and B also arrived to assist. When the other spirits saw that, they looked up at where Kang Han-soo and Spirit C were in the sky and excitedly shouted, woo! Then someone else chimed in and said, we have been saved by the gods. While they were still chaotically shouting to each other about prioritizing the injured first and leaving the rest behind, Kang Han-soo landed on the ground. He snapped his fingers and softly told you to leave and go to your group of spirits. Han-soo then looked around the area where he was standing, wondering, where is he, but also answered himself, here, right. He strongly said yes, but stomped hard on the ground nearby. A hole immediately appeared on the ground because of his stomping. A grin appeared on Han-soo's face, let's talk excitedly. Then, he immediately fell freely to the bottom. Han-soo gently landed. Opposite him, a figure suddenly appeared. Please stop, hero, Elfby said. While she was still finished speaking, please go back, Han-soo quickly approached. He immediately made her cry out, why are you making the person in the room ask questions? What the hell is going on? A moment later, Kang Han-soo entered in a state of level 1545. He wiped the corner of his mouth and spoke neatly and cleanly. At this time, Phronesis glared at him, displeased, and said that he came quite quickly, as if praising the fact that he was handcuffed by an iron chain around his neck. Oh, you remember who I am, Han-soo happily said towards Phronesis. Of course, great hero Kang Han-soo, have you become a complete spirit? Phronesis asked. In response to her, Han-soo just looked and said, even after the regression, you still remember me. Hearing that, Phronesis proudly said, because there is only one original world no matter how much it is divided, she replied, but the Demon King could not do it. Phronesis replied, it's not that he can't, it's that he doesn't want to, so do you want to remember being defeated by the newbies? Han-soo let out a breath and began to speak, I see, anyway, this is easier to understand, you see, I have become a spirit. So maybe she knew my spirit attribute, but before Han-soo could finish speaking, Phronesis had already interrupted and said nothing. Unless you take off my chain, I won't say anything. If you don't take it off, I won't know, Phronesis said. Then Han-soo also replied, it's been 7 years and this kind of situation is happening. After that, Kang Han-soo finally untied her. Phronesis then let out a breath, facing Han-soo with a blank face and said, oh hero, you have reincarnated into a spirit, your attribute is, she said with a solemn look, human. Kang Han-soo's face immediately became discriminatory when he heard that and he let out a long sigh. My attribute is human, Kang Han-soo asked in his mind. But I am essentially a human being, not an animal, he looked at Phronesis and pondered. Han-soo then scratched his head and angrily said loudly, so even after being reincarnated, I still haven't changed at all, taking the entire trick even though I've already reached the transcendent realm. In the end, he couldn't help but curse, fantasy is not that retarded at all. After listening, Phronesis slowly flew closer to Han-soo and said softly that he had to understand more accurately. After that, she frowned dissatisfiedly and said, you're oversimplifying the concept of the specificity of an attribute. For example, Phronesis spoke softly and then recalled a fire elemental, a fire spirit that would have more or less the absolute influence of fire. Even in their most pristine form, she said slowly, they would easily burst into flames as bright as sunlight. After finishing speaking, Phronesis turned at him and asked, what you people call passionate, right? Han-soo heard that and made a loud noise. Phronesis happily continued, because he is a hero and also a spirit, so his human attributes will be even more excellent than that of a normal person. She mentioned the domination, influence, or even disobedience he could do. Phronesis emphasized, he was not just a spirit that looked like a human. Besides, you're underestimating the spirit species in front of the number one spirit, me, Phronesis complained angrily sitting on top of Han-soo. Kang Han-soo finally smiled slightly, whatever, he said, after all, I already know what my spirit attribute is. Phronesis lay down, she looked at him again and asked, are you planning to contact the Demon King now? In response, Han-soo also said, yes, it's so unfair for you, you've just been freed. Phronesis heard that and flew up high, saying, okay, I have a way. What way? Han-soo asked. The only response he received was Phronesis's witty laugh and the words, I'll say it next time we meet again. Kang Han-soo said when Phronesis had flown a long distance, sorry, but I don't want to see you again. He finished speaking and smiled cunningly. Kang Han-soo secretly thought that he had saved an entire continent that had been devastated by natural disasters, without using any cheat skills. As for the other spirits, he possessed them through his own skills. Kang Han-soo walked and thought, there is no way I can fail to graduate. Han-soo left the big tree, smiled confidently and left, thinking in his heart, it's time. I have returned to Earth. Some time later, the sky was now covered with strange pigments. A demon then quickly ran away. It ran as if a ghost was chasing it. Suddenly, there was a ray of light shining towards it. Then there was a loud bang, an explosion rang out. It caused the running demons to be thrown away. It looked at the person who did it, none other than Kang Han-soo's group, and said loudly, monster, everyone run away. Kang Han-soo's face was pleased at this moment, he arrogantly said, let's go, elves, straight to the Demon King's castle. An unpleasant cry from the demons rang out. Right in front of the Demon King's castle, layers upon layers of demons continuously approached. Quickly stop the hero, they said. Suddenly, a loud voice appeared from the castle, stop, I am the right hand of the Demon King. Stopping them, a voice rang out in front of the castle gate. This hero was even more evil than a devil. Another sound rang out. Kang Han-soo and his group were now standing there arrogantly. In front of them was that familiar figure. Demon King Fedonar sat there, calmly speaking in a tone like the underworld of hell. "O mighty adventurers." Spirita stood next to Han-soo and softly called out, "Demon King Fedonar." Then, all three elves beside him turned their eyes towards the Demon King. "Han-soo will have to speak up and calm down." Okay, if you want to vent your anger on him then it's okay, but if you do that, my dignity will drop to the bottom of society." The corner of Kang Han-soo's mouth showed a characteristic smirk. He said again, "To avoid that, I advise you to leave here, Demon King Chan." Hearing that, Demon King Fedonar half closed his eyes and slowly said, "Defeat at the hands of the hero is already a great humiliation for me, but prick up your ears and listen, hero, as long as you're alive, the two of us will meet again one day." The Demon King then said rude words towards Han-soo, as the girl's enemy, causing him to angrily curse at Fedonar, the lunatic. After that, the Demon King finally got serious and let out a long laugh and stomped his foot down. "Up, hero," the Demon King encouraged the crowd. When he responded, it was just Han-soo's calm expression. Instead of rushing in himself, Han-soo let his three spirits do their work. Then a thunderbolt struck straight down near the castle. Then a beam of light appeared from the top of Demon King Fedonar's castle. It then seemed to emit a blinding light from its stinger. After a loud noise, smoke and dust now covered the entire place. When the smoke gradually cleared to reveal a part of Han-soo's torn cloak, the calm and low voice of the Demon King also rang out. "Your skills are impressive," he applauded. The scene right now is that the Demon King with only half of his body left is lying down next to the wall right in front of you, hero. Fedonar finished his sentence. "It's an honor." Fedonar gave Kang Han-soo a thumbs up and smiled. At this time, the silhouettes of the three spirits disappeared around Han-soo, as he angrily told the Demon King, "I curse you to endure her for the rest of your life." You asked him, "You sealed your memories from the beginning, right? How can you still remember me?" Meanwhile, a beautiful light came to surround you, "But that's all, it's okay, we won't meet again anyway," he said. At this time, a board appeared with the words, "Are you satisfied with your adventure?" Kang Han-soo looked back, smiled faintly and said, "I don't expect to see this report card again." Next, a board appeared with the words, "Let's see how his achievements were." The leaderboard displays the name Kang Han-soo. Rank S, Combat Power SSS, Achievements S, Reputation B. Dignity A. Notes: haha, the training was effective, wasn't it? Congratulations on your glorious achievements. Your hero title has been revoked, your holy sword has been revoked, your student status has been revoked. Graduation ceremony has ended. So Kang Han-soo was teleported to another place. He sighed, "Hey, what kind of unusual graduation is this?" At this moment, someone walked up to greet him. "Welcome, graduating student Kang Han-soo." Is a girl, her stats show high human race, level 999 plus, maid position, master will be assisted, cleaning skills S, administration skills S, cooking skills S, persistence S, computer science A, steady state. Kang Han-soo looked at her coldly and asked where this was. The maid smiled gently and replied, "This is the personal room of graduating student Kang Han-soo." He made a bored face and said it was about the graduation ceremony again. The maid said yes, but it's a little different. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder and turned around to ask where else was. The maid began to explain, "From this festival ranks will be assigned based on your skills and achievements, and there will be great discrimination in the rank system." As she spoke, she reached out her hand and turned it around, and a sumptuous food table filled with delicious dishes appeared. She continued, "From the meals for graduating students, to the level of maids serving them." Hearing her introduction like that, Kang Han-soo immediately said she was too confident and asked, "Otherwise, why would you create such a system?" The maid replied, "Well, because the quality of graduates is getting worse now, that's what I heard them say," he said as he ate and agreed, "You know that too." She continued, "To cope with this recession, increasing competition and promoting development is urgent." Kang Han-soo said so, if I die here, what will happen? Will I be able to return to Earth?" The maid replied that, "As I said, the purpose of the festival is to increase competition and promote development, and students are required to participate. So even if you die, you'll still start over here with a reduced rank and level." He sullenly asked again, "Hey, what if I continue to die?" She said if your rank keeps dropping, and if you die when you reach your lowest rank, triple times F, then you will be sent back to Earth. This was really good news for him. He looked happy, then stared at the fork he was holding in his hand and thought about it. The maid saw his expression and secretly guessed his intentions. She thought this guy was dead, and hastily explained further, if you return like that, you will lose all your skills, and be forced to work while enjoying the privilege of returning. To graduate, Kang here, it took you 5 years. What did he scream in panic? Isn't it 3 years already according to Earth time? The maid analyzed, this festival is held every 4 years, this is the second time you participate, right? Besides, you've been living on Earth for about 2 years now. He sat and thought about everything, so he wasn't reincarnated right away at that time. Think carefully, that spirit be, the maid continued, still, there is another way to return to Earth. He just replied and said. She raised her hand and pointed at the system displaying the top 1 middle school admission certificate, special admission to the student council, top 2 premium holy swords, middle school admission certificate, top 3 special privileges to travel back to her hometown, saint, premium sword, top 4 omnipotent guardian angels, the privilege of traveling back to the homeland, the top 5 tiers of the fairy king, the privilege of traveling back to the homeland, 0 point, top 3,895. Then she explained the above. There are 2 ways, one is to compete with other students and try to earn points to reach the top 5. If you get top 1 and 2, you can go back by bullet train. Kang Han-soo was not very interested in this method, so he asked what about the second method. The maid continued, still, there is another way to return to Earth. The maid said that way, this way suits you better. Let's defeat the first hero in his prime, who once defeated the demon king Padonar in his prime. He asked how weak that guy was compared to his real self. The maid said it was the same. He didn't believe what she said, then leaned back in his chair and sighed. Don't be a liar, if it was true, this dimension would have been destroyed a long time ago. The maid continued, I don't know, but he has fighting power equivalent to the student council president of a middle school. Hearing her say that, he lay down on the table and whined, how should I measure his fighting strength? The maid cannot reveal this, so she can only say her sincere apologies. He told her that we have nothing to do now. What should she do? This time the maid spoke first. Please put on this label. This label shows the number 2,300,101's ID card of this festival. So, now I'll take you through the elementary school area. Even though he didn't want to, he had to go along. He walked with his hands on his hips and grumbled that he was already in elementary school at this age. The maid led him out of the room and pointed down below the building. She said first, this was the camping ground for students below level F. You see, blatant class discrimination. And the people below were excitedly looking at Kang Han-soo. They introduced this as a guild specializing in hunting mutant two-headed ogres. Come join us, our guild only hunts virgins. He observed those people and felt proud of himself and thought, oh, S-class hero. The people below took turns continuing to call for you. If you have free time, please join our group. Brother, please form a group with me. He looked at them and said sorry, my team is full, and at the same time called the saint to appear behind him, causing them all to marvel in admiration. After that, he and the saint walked around the city. She happily looked at the surrounding scenery, feeling like she had just returned home. And he was thinking that his administrative privileges hadn't disappeared yet. About the reward after this festival ended. Top 1 middle school admission certificate, special admission to student council. And the top 2 premium holy swords. The middle school admission certificate is like a ticket leading me straight to hell. Not only can I not go home, but I will also become a buffalo and a dog for the fantasy god. There are also the top 3 privileges to travel back to the homeland, the premium holy sword, the top 4 omnipotent guardian angels, the privilege to travel back to the homeland, and the top 5 tiers of the fairy king. The privilege of traveling back to the homeland. I don't care about the extra rewards, but hearing that I can go home makes me happy. Just try to reach the top 4, because I don't want to be a slave to those people. Okay, let's go climb the rank. After thinking for a while, he decided to order rice cakes and find 3 graduates with good grades around here. The saint immediately replied, yes, my lord. He thought to himself, instead of complaining about the strength of the middle school student council president, it would be much better to focus on his grades. Meanwhile, in the city there is a dispute between 2 girls. One side angrily threw the mace to the ground and yelled at you, why are you luring our boyfriend into doing that? Isn't it embarrassing to use other people's things? The group of people behind her also followed suit. Surely my boyfriend was also lured by her. Take a mace and shoot him to death, big sister. The other side turned out to be Victoria. She calmly adjusted her glasses and said again, my dear lady is a businessman. I didn't steal it, I paid for it myself. So what does your boyfriend look like? There are so many that I can't figure out who is who. The girl opposite heard this and shouted angrily, bitch, you must die today. Victoria continued, I'm just telling the truth, so you probably don't know that I already have a boyfriend, right? Over there, as she spoke, she pointed forward to where Kang Han-soo was standing. He was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. The other girl couldn't control her anger anymore and swung her mace and rushed towards Victoria, talking about stealing someone else's boyfriend. I have already forgiven you. Victoria quickly escaped. She ran back and jumped into Kang Han-soo's lap. He caught her and then grimaced and asked who her boyfriend was. Victoria shyly begged to help me. Kang Han-soo, I accidentally teased the dog too much. He frowned. Why did it have to be me? Saying that, but he also intended to save her because after all, to reach the bottom he had to save her, but... While he was still thinking, Victoria said, yes, I have the information you need. He interrupted her, I know how to get home. Victoria said his parents were safe, which surprised him. I went to look for them before the Valkyries attacked. Of course the original purpose was to find out information about Kang Han-soo, but... After all, I am a warrior who protects everyone, so I took them to the safest place I knew. While Victoria was talking, the group of people on the other side angrily interrupted her conversation with Kang Han-soo. They said loudly, what the hell are you flirting with over there? Aren't you embarrassed to be doing that in broad daylight? Kang Han-soo said nothing, quietly carried Victoria with one hand, and with the other hand took out his sword and slashed the other side. Immediately exploded, causing the others to panic and scream, ah, what the hell? Then Kang Han-soo let Victoria down and said thank you. Victoria looked at him in surprise, you really blew your mind, I didn't expect you to know how to say thank you. He turned around and said to Victoria, I'm serious, anyway, living in debt is not my style. The people who had just been attacked began to discuss, what is that guy, so strong, is that guy the rumored S-rank hero? Hey, isn't this an opportunity, if we join forces, maybe we can defeat him. He looked at the angry crowd rushing towards him and thought to himself that these flies, they have all graduated like him. But with the power of that silly and trivial friendship. His huge achievements list right now shows the God type, level 5085, Demon King Slayer Hero level up, Genius Skills ZZ, Saint type Z, Demon Weapon Z, Spirit Max, Max Heroism, Max Blessing, Max Destruction, Max Love, Max Friendship, Max Hope, Max Crafting, Max Chaos, Max Destruction, Max Resistance, Max Strength, Max Endurance, Agility Max, Fight Max, 5 Senses Max, Swordplay Max, Berserk Max, Fly Max, Indomitable Max, Harass Max, Boxing SSS, Sword Spirit SSS, Carnage SSS, Judgment SSS, Immortality SSS, SSS Combat Power, SSS Martial Arts, SSS Resilience, SSS Eternal Life, SSS Courage, SSS Search, SSS Harmony, SSS Physical Strength, SSS Negotiation, SSS Tracking, SSS Forgetting, SSS Recovery, SSS Trading, SSS Vitality, SSS Discovery, SSS Provocation, SSS Energy, SSS Regeneration, SSS Immunity, SSS Calm, SSS Iron Wall, SSS Roar, SSS Wisdom, SSS Provocation, SSS Earthquake, SSS Storm, SSS Flood, SS Quiet, SS Mining, SS Farming, SS Cooking, SS Smelting, SS Gathering, SS Luck, Sword Saint Status, Saintess. The group of people rushed forward screaming, brothers rushed forward together. Suddenly the system appeared reminding all of them. Dear brave warriors, do you find this festival fun? We will do our best to support you in continuing to develop that beautiful power of love and friendship. Demon King Padonar, who was defeated and sealed by the first hero, is now very afraid of your warrior's heroic power. That's why he decided to come and attack the dormitory filled with the ambitions and dreams of those warriors. Mom, how could he think of such a terrible thing? Among the warriors who stopped the Demon King's invasion, the top 5 contributors will receive generous rewards, so don't miss out. Well, you wonder where the Demon King is? Try looking up at the sky. Demon King Padonar's location was marked with an arrow above. Then that big arrow pointed straight at Kang Han-soo. Under the gaze of everyone and the strange arrow pointing at him, he exclaimed in bewilderment, "Shit!" The men looked intently ahead, frowning. What the hell is that, Padonar? But the arrow is pointing. So, that S-rank title is just a fake used for this event. Kang Han-soo smiled and replied, you can think whatever you like. The winner of this event will be me. Then swung his sword, directly killing one of them. He smiled evilly and continued. They sweated and looked at each other in panic. The Demon King was holding the holy sword, it was probably a fake. Let's attack from afar first, spirits, please support me. Suddenly they saw that the spirits were no longer under their control and flew into the air together. They shouted loudly, what's wrong? The spirits are crazy, everyone please be careful. Kang Han-soo swung his sword to slash the spirits as well as the players present there. Leaving everyone in a miserable state, the damn Demon King dared to brutally slash even the spirits. The tenacious guys refused to give up and rushed together to slash him many times. He didn't show any signs of hesitation and leisurely responded, saying that you guys were killing too barbarously, and if that's the case then don't blame me for being harsh. Screams of agony, help me, the event is already over. Looking at the corpses piled up on the ground, he stroked his chin and thought, strangely enough, experience cannot be absorbed. His eyes look like a devil. Looking at the survivors crawling on the ground, he said to kill a few more. They cry loudly, save me, please, you devil. At night, he returned to his resting place. The maid appeared in front of him and said, graduate student Kang Han-soo, I have good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first? He replied with bad news. She said until the system stabilized, he was forced to stay in this dormitory. He asked how long it took. She replied that I don't know, but this event has a time limit of 5 days. No later than 5 days, he said for the time being, just like that. She suddenly changed her tone and happily said right, now it's time for good news. As you saw, this incident happened due to a problem in the education system. This happened because they mistook you for a devil. However, even if there is only a small mistake, the responsibility still lies with the festival's organizers. He asks, what do you mean they will at least compensate me? She poured more tea for him and said this could be considered a bribe. In short, we need you to stay calm before everything can be resolved properly. He looked at the smoke rising from his cup of tea and asked what you intend to compensate me for. She said with a wink that during those 5 days, on the top floor of the dormitory, the premium resort would be temporarily open. He was taken up to a luxury resort and had a panoramic view. He exclaimed that it looked good, very spacious. She asked if you wanted anything to eat. If you don't want to choose, we have a few suggestions. He quickly fell in love with the proposed dish. She replied yes, the restaurant is this way. She took him to wait in the aquarium, where a luxurious dining table had been arranged. She said please wait a moment. He silently looked at the stupid mermaid. Because she was curious about him, she swam straight into the glass, her face expressionless. Suddenly, a cold voice from behind him said, hey, do you like the interior of this restaurant? He replied yes, it's okay. Then he turned around and was surprised. Since when has someone been sitting at that dining table? He asked the Demon King, why are you here? The other person laughed and said, dare to pretend to be the Demon King, I'll lose my job. He stammered apologetically, well, I'm sorry. Just then, time passed quickly until the deadline was 5 days later. In another development, the group of emerging heroes excitedly talked to each other. Finally, I also became an S-class hero. Now rank doesn't mean anything to me anymore. That bastard, just wait and see. Do you think he's the only one with rank S? While they were extremely excited, Kang Han-soo suddenly appeared and threw a powerful punch that sent them flying several meters away. They stammered where did he jump from? After a moment of surprise, they regained their composure and argued with each other, it's not important, I've been angry with you since last time. I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, they rushed up and attacked him with all their strength. He remembered the time when he sat down to eat with the Demon King. He felt embarrassed and said that because of a few silly mistakes, they fired the real Demon King too. Sounds unfair to you. The other person smiled and replied that if I was just an ordinary Demon King, things would be different, but anyway, I'm working as a stage actor now. So you don't have to apologize. I like this place better than that tiny waiting room. Well, from now on we'll be living together, so I'll make it up to you a little. You know, I'm just one of many beings. So what I can give you is only the vast sky of my knowledge. So do you want to know? He seriously interrupted how to travel through space. The other person slowly said that it's easy, you just need my sister's permission. He lost his temper and said, "These fantasy NPCs, how do I know your sister? The Demon King is right. That fantasy goddess, you guys call her that, right? We are made of dark matter. And my sister was the first life form to form after the supernova explosion." Then slowly the names devils and angels were coined later, since history was written by the victors. He suddenly thought that God Fantasy was the first angel, then spoke up, "That's important information, but there's no way the bitch who brought me here so arbitrarily could let me go so easily." The Demon King clicked his tongue, "That's right. Luckily that's not the only method, there's still a second method." Then he returned to reality, the intermittent flashbacks disappeared. He raised his hand to attack the people in front of him. With a thick, dark dead substance. Look at their series of expressions. He looked at the thick black substance in his hand and said, "So this is dark matter." He remembered the second way the Demon King told him during the intimate meal with a fake laugh, "Marry my daughter." He asked about the second method. The other person replied that it wasn't, but I in another dimension wrote it like that. He was grumpy, old man. The Demon King smiled and said, "Don't be shy, I also see that you are worthy of that girl now." He dissatisfiedly said he thought I would agree. He hesitated again. "Do you know about the origin of the skills?" He dejectedly said it had nothing to do with the second method and I wouldn't listen. The Demon King exclaims that you are too impatient. Skills, which are the power of the interplay between light and darkness. First light, and second darkness. They are mixed and create extremely terrifying power. Even if it falls into the hands of some mortal, that person can defeat me, an entity pursuing the most supreme power in the universe, the number one hero. Only the two people who created them can adjust them. Of course, instead of my sister, wouldn't it be faster to convince my daughter? If even then you still refuse, then there is still a way, but you have to risk your life. See, want to know? Looking at the group of people struggling miserably in front of him, he smiled happily and said, "Hey, Ghost King. What kind of marriage? You should have told me this sooner." He blatantly unleashed blows with heavy destructive power, killing both people and material where he was standing, leaving the place desolate. Then he contacted his teammates. "Hey Victoria, that guy wasn't killed in the attack just now, right?" The other end of the second replied, "You did a good job, and yes, he's still alive and well. All 3 students who reserved seats for the top 3, including me, have all evacuated safely. Then good luck, Kang Han-soo." He cut off the communication and said, "Yes, it's time, the murderer is here." Memories invaded his mind again. In his ears was the conversation with the Demon King. He said, "Stop explaining the nonsense. This is the matter that makes up 30% of the entire universe. They call it dark matter. There is only one thing strong enough to affect it, gravity. But instead of gravity, there is still something heavier you will have to bear, that is eternal life, which is very light. Just one push, but be careful. Eternal life means recovery is faster than consumption, even we cannot exploit this power to its fullest. So with a mortal like you, I wonder what would happen." Suddenly, the crowd rushed in and shouted loudly to wake him back to reality. In his ears were screams, "Don't let him take the chance, you guys go ahead and cut him down, let's go. We'll kill you, can't you kill us, that guy." His pupils turned ghostly purple, he glared and said to keep moving forward. Only moving forward. At the same time he swung his sword and slashed continuously in space towards the opponent. Suddenly, from afar, a group of people holding guns raised high, fired a series of high-altitude bullets at him, saying right now, they wiped out all the bullets. Then sauntered over his shoulder, he clicked his tongue because it wasn't magic so the elves couldn't stop it. If so then, seeing that he didn't stay still and not move, they asked each other if they could take him down. "There's another guy who talks nonsense." While they still didn't understand the situation, he opened the door with a dark vortex. As soon as they realized it, it was too late, they screamed out loud, it was a nightmare. The survivors encouraged each other not to give up. "Let's cooperate again, everyone. He said I will be merciful and let you return home, so remember to be grateful to me." Seeing his ghostly gaze and his intact, unscratched body, they cried out, Why isn't he dead yet? That's cheating, nothing more." He smiled wickedly, swung his sword and slashed, taking 2 lives. A guy sitting on the ground dreamily asked the bastard who had just been revived. He was planning to decide that guy's life. Then someone appeared and stopped him without a weapon. He turned around and asked who you were. The other person replied, "Hello graduate student Kang Han-soo, I'm a college counselor." He frowned and asked, "College counselor, aren't you here to expel me? Don't you know why I do these things?" The other person smiled kindly and said, "I know, I can read minds. Anyway, I don't really need that skill right now." He gritted his teeth and said, "You already know that, but you still try to stop me. But even so, your refusal to go to college, it means you betrayed the whole earth and humanity." He launched dark matter to attack the opponent and said your father was a special student, that guy. The opponent dodges easily. He rushed forward to attack directly, and at the same time said he knew you would dodge right away. The two of them fought each other. He thought this guy trying to avoid them, that means if he gets hit, this guy will definitely die. The other person smiled and leaned into his ear. He told me that I could read his mind. He kicked the ground hard and said he wouldn't try. How would he know? He created a cloud of dust, then quickly moved behind the opponent, attempting to attack. The opponent reacted quickly and blocked his attack, grabbed his hand tightly, controlling him, and said that even if you use these petty tricks, it won't change anything. But if you take advantage of that skill in high school, it's quite promising. He shouted loudly, "Where did I go? Why do you know?" The other person increased his grip on his hand and said it was over. Understanding what kind of situation you are in is a very important skill. Are you planning on committing suicide? He laughed and said, "Yes, I'm planning to commit suicide. I don't have any more levels to lower, I just have to wait and then return to Earth." The other person narrowed his eyes and asked him why he was planning to come back like that. Now that Earth is invading, do you think you can protect yourself even in a situation like this? Even if you take the time to recover, they're not as weak as these graduate students. What's the use of getting into a war that you can't win? He collapsed, wondering what the reason was. Isn't it already that obvious? I have to meet my parents. I want to enjoy some cultural lifestyle. I have to get my life back. Whether you're a fantasy god or whatever, you can take away all my skills or whatever. Because when I still have strength, the outcome will always be the same. The other person suddenly let go of his hand. Sympathetically said graduate student Kang Han-soo, "I understand your thoughts. Okay, I will call someone to protect your family. I guarantee there is no safer way than this." Well then, about the middle school course, I always welcome you. Then leave. He sat down on the ground and muttered as the consultant said, "These injuries show that I have not yet adapted to this new skill. By stopping the flow, I will have more time to get used to this new skill. Besides, they're here, Moss needs someone as talented as me. They call a triple times F level hero like me a talented person." He smiled happily and said, "This time will be the final level.